If you could extract the advantageous genes of a creature by consuming it, what would you consume? Consume the T-virus to remove the mutated zombie genes and gain vigorous physical strength and vitality. Consume the black light virus to remove the energy overconsumption genes and gain super regeneration and form reshaping. Consume the vibranium skeleton to remove the conductivity defects and gain super body defense. While others are working hard to kill monsters and earn points to exchange for abilities, you have already transformed yourself into the strongest carbon-based lifeform in the Hell survival world. In your previous life, you were the top mercenary assassin, but you were betrayed by your teammates and met a tragic end on the battlefield. Hell granted you the opportunity to be reborn as a resident of Hell, with the condition that you must participate in the 999 level Hell dungeon, the first layer of Hell. A fleeting glance, you find yourself entering a mysterious state, where the remarkable battles of your life replay around you. As the memories finish, a large number of blood-red characters appear before you, successfully passed the test of the first layer of Hell, earning a basic reward of 100 bounty. Wonderful! You have gained attention. Looking around the environment again, you find yourself in a small, dilapidated room. The room has only a small window, outside of which is a swirling black mist. Looking down, it is bottomless, and looking up, the sky has 5 enormous, crimson, evil vertical eyes, one of which is staring intently at you. You realize that you have caught its attention. The television in the room displayed Hell shopping, satisfying all your needs, with not only gourmet food and weapons, but even talent awakenings. The scarlet text reappeared. The challenge of the second layer of Hell will begin in 24 hours. You switched to the weapons channel with the remote, purchased a pair of tungsten steel claw knives, some energy bars, and mineral water, and began to rest. After the countdown ends, the text appears, Hell, second layer, abandoned city of the apocalypse, danger level 2, orange danger, curse pressure, Hell task, survive for 72 hours. The ruined and abandoned city of the apocalypse is filled with mutated monsters, and killing them will earn you extra bounty points. A rumbling sound arises as your apartment rapidly descends, stopping after several seconds. The door opens, and you step out into a wasteland city. A few corpses around you awaken at your presence, charging towards you with a roar. These grotesque corpses are terrifying to normal people, but for you, who was a killing machine in your past life, they are just an appetizer. You took out the tungsten steel claw knife, and with a swipe, easily cut off the head of a corpse. Killing the corpse rewarded you with 10 bounty points. Immediately after, you swept your leg, kicking down the corpse behind you, and stepped on its cervical spine. The corpse has no intelligence, only biological instincts, so these few pose no threat to you at all. However, you are still very cautious, because any wound caused by the corpse could lead to zombification, so you either pass through without injury or die here. After killing these few, you begin to search for scattered corpses. The morning slaughter has accumulated your bounty points to 620. At this moment, you arrive at a supermarket, and the smell of blood and gunpowder immediately makes you alert. To your surprise, there are others in the supermarket besides yourself. You observe carefully and find fresh bloodstains on the wall. That person must have been injured by a corpse, and the bloodstains lead to the staff passage. You slip into the darkness and walk into the staff passage. In the distance, a woman is sitting slanted in the corner of the wall, holding a zero-type Hell pistol in her hand, with a blood-stained cloth wrapped around her arm, and the wound has started to fester. A tough character. It only takes 100 points to clear the first level of Hell, and this woman, ignoring her weak body, directly exchanged for a zero-type pistol without considering survival issues, definitely qualifies as a tough character. You approached silently through the darkness and soon came within 10 meters. At this moment, the woman finally noticed something. Who is it? Don't move. The woman suddenly stood up, her left arm wounded and furrowing her brow in pain, but her right hand still held the gun aimed at you. I'm not an infected. You immediately spoke up to stop her from shooting, continuing, I'm just like you, a human who was transported here. The woman did not immediately pull the trigger, but carefully examined you. Her name is Gu Qing, a resident resurrected from Hell, who gambled for a zero pistol and was lucky enough to be teleported into the supermarket. In a state of panic, Gu Qing killed a few corpses, but was also injured herself. You're hurt. I can help you, you said with a kind smile, even showing a hint of tenderness on your face. Gu Qing is considered a beauty, with a lovely face and a graceful figure, but what kind of soul she hides remains unknown. Get lost, Gu Qing said with a wary expression, naturally not believing you, and coldly continued to scold. I don't need your help. You secretly ponder that the time of death is approaching. Based on the woman's wounds, if she does not receive timely treatment, she will soon be in life-threatening danger, or she may directly turn into an infected person. There's no need to take any more risks. Don't be nervous. I'm leaving now. You helplessly shrugged and then slowly backed away. At that moment, Gu Qing called out to you again. You can't leave. Gu Cheng's expression was unpredictable, and her mind was racing as she bit her lip and continued. You want to wait until I die and then take my equipment. I really have no ill intentions and pose no threat to you. Your face was full of sincerity, and your eyes even showed a hint of being wronged, as you continued your performance very convincingly. I'm hungry and thirsty. I just want to. As you were halfway through your words, a flash of murderous intent crossed your eyes. Taking advantage of the fact that the other person was still listening to you, you suddenly lunged forward, swinging the backpack from your shoulder to your chest. Gu Qing's reaction was half a beat slow, but she still pulled the trigger and fired a shot at you randomly. Blood splattered, and Gu Qing's face was filled with disbelief as the tungsten steel claw blade cut through her throat. To prevent Gu Qing's body from mutating, you used the tungsten steel claw knife to slash her nape. Then your gaze turned to the Hell Zero pistol, with a magazine capacity of 16 rounds, and there are still 7 bullets left in the gun. You also found 3 magazines on Gu Qing, with a total of 55 bullets remaining. In addition, the deceased Gu Qing had collected a large amount of supplies in the supermarket: 6 cans of beef, 4 cans of tuna, 3 cans of yellow peaches, and 10 packs of compressed biscuits. These supplies are enough to sustain survival for 3 days. As the sky darkened, the sound of roaring and howling came, and the infected corpses went berserk, changing from their daytime staggering appearance to become violent and fierce. A tide of corpses surged through the streets. You saw some special infected. They ran very fast, lingering on the outer edge of the tide, leaping lightly onto the roof of a car. These are the mutants. The faint smell of blood in the air attracted a blood corpse, which came rushing towards the supermarket. Your expression was calm as you raised your Zero-type pistol, aiming without a hint of trembling. With a bang, the bullet pierced through the skull, and the blood corpse fell to the ground with a thud. Killing the blood corpse awarded 100 points. Tip: the remains of the blood corpse can be collected for precious materials. 100 points. Killing a mutated blood corpse is equivalent to eliminating 10 ordinary rotten corpses. According to the prompt, after the blood corpse dies, it will produce a precious material located at the position of the death point at the back of the head. The tungsten steel claw knife cuts open the back of the head, revealing a crystal the size of a soybean corruption crystal, a valuable material that can be exchanged for bounty points. There is actually an additional reward. Killing the blood corpse grants a reward of 100 points. And the corruption crystal collected from the remains can also be exchanged for rewards, which means double rewards. Hunting this type of mutant seems to be much more cost-effective. Sorry, I have to make use of you again. You walked up to Gu Qing's corpse, smiled and said sorry, then dragged her body to the entrance of the supermarket. The smell of blood filled the air, and the frenzied blood corpses, sensing the scent, surged in like sharks in the sea. Soon, 5 more blood corpses approached, surrounding Gu Qing's body. Your gaze was sharp as an eagle's, and you quickly pulled the trigger. Your marksmanship was divine, hitting all 3 shots to the head, causing 3 blood corpses to fall to the ground. The other 2 blood corpses sensed danger, their legs suddenly exerting force, leaping high like grasshoppers, and immediately jumped into the supermarket, causing shelves to topple over. Through the gaps of the old shelves, you saw a pair of legs of a bloody corpse, and without hesitation, you pulled the trigger, shooting twice in the knee, and the bloody corpse fell to the ground. The third shot, the bullet pierced through the wooden board at the bottom of the shelf, directly blowing the monster's head off. The fourth shot hit the same bullet hole again, piercing through the temple. Replenishing ammunition is definitely a good habit. Danger! Yang Feng sensed the crisis and turned around violently. The last blood corpse stomped the ground violently with its legs and viciously pounced towards Yang Feng, its sharp claws flashing with cold light in midair. Pull the trigger. Click. Yang Feng's pupils tightened violently. The pistol jammed? Failure rate of 1 in 10. 000. The Hell Zero pistol, which was almost non-existent in terms of jamming, with a malfunction rate of less than 1 in 10,000, was luckily encountered by Yang Feng. The sharp black claws were getting closer and closer, as if they would slit his throat in the next second. Oh, there are just so many surprises on the ever-changing battlefield, and the slightest hesitation can get you killed. But it's also the surprises that make the battles more and more interesting. Yang Feng actually had an excited expression on his face at the moment of life and death, and the coldness in his eyes was instantly boiled. Ding! Yang Feng swung his palm forward. The tungsten steel claw blade was actually hidden in his sleeve, and the 2 cold lights collided with each other, the black sharp claws spinning and flying backwards. In a moment of life and death, the claws of the blood corpse were severed. This was tungsten steel, both in terms of hardness and sharpness, far above the monster's sharp claws. Put! Yang Feng's attacks became even more tricky. The tungsten steel claw blade slashed across his wrist, cutting downward to his armpit, followed by a horizontal slice across his spine, and a crouching roll to avoid it while chopping into his thigh. All of a sudden, The bloody corpse doesn't seem to be able to move. The hand tendons were picked. The large posterior armpit tendons were snapped, and the erector spiny muscle next to the spine was sliced, followed by the ligaments in the thighs. The clouds are flowing. Flawless. This series of attacks chopped off the sinews that supported the body's movement, almost no different from paralysis. The blood corpse's entire body was contracted and trembling, and it fell to the ground, roaring in rage and sorrow. The tungsten steel claw knife in Yang Feng's hand turned a knife twist, followed by stabbing the back of the blood corpse's head, ending its life. Bounty points, 1220. Corruption crystals, 6 pieces. It was a very fruitful night of battle. Chapter 5 The Greater Reason. Dawn cuts through the darkness. The tide of crazy and furious corpses gradually calmed down. Rest in peace. Yang Feng glanced at Gu Qing's blurry and ungainly corpse, then piled her up with the remains of many infected people and burned them all in one big fire. Somewhat tired, the constant fighting, coupled with the gunshot wound to the shoulder, had left the body on the verge of breaking down. Remaining time, 58 hours. Ammo remaining, 2 magazines, plus 11 rounds of ammunition, totaling 43 rounds. Yang Feng tore open the towel strip on his shoulder, replaced some sanitary napkins, and endured the pain to rebandage it. There are stainless steel pans in the supermarket. A couple cans of beef were opened, and a silver lighter burned the bottom of the pan, heating it up slightly by the weak fire and making it a hot meal. Gotta do a little defense before bed. Finished cans should not go to waste, so the supermarket searched for some materials to create a simple alarm. The tungsten claw knife digs a small hole in the bottom and puts in some iron spoons, using silk thread to wrap them together into a large bell. The ends of the silk threads are tied to the bottom of the gate and then connected towards the canned bell, so that if a monster invades, touching the silk threads immediately triggers the alarm. Little things like that go hand in hand. Bell warnings are child's play compared to setting up trick mines. Eat and drink. Yang Feng found some cardboard boxes and folded them up to act as temporary beds. Ding! The silver lighter rattled and comfortably lit a leaf, the smoke emitting a faint fire as his body gradually relaxed. Back from the dead. Hell, is kinda funny. Yang Feng exhaled a cloud of white smoke and laughed in a self-deprecating manner. The exciting challenges and battles actually gave him a thrill of indulgence. Extinguished the cigarette butt. Breathing slowly became calmer, and the body that had reached its limit finally rested. Ding bell bell. A bell made of canned goods rings and a monster invades the supermarket. Yang Feng's eyes snapped open, slightly bummed out after about 5 hours of shallow sleep. 8 hours of exquisite sleep gone down the drain. Yang Feng quickly got up and dived into the darkness. There was a silhouette swaying in the supermarket, close to 2 meters tall and carrying a durable backpack of the same type. People? The burly man was unusually stout, his thick arm muscles bulging and gnarled, as majestic as a small mountain. Wang Yong. That Hercules was also a resident of hell, holding a metal crowbar, stained with mottled blood, and by the looks of it, a ruthless man as well. Who's there? Wang Yong's paw touched the silk thread, triggering the ringing of the canned bell, holding the iron rod and carefully approaching, only to realize that it was just a small warning mechanism. Reaching out and touching it, the paper shell next to it was hot. Someone was resting here. Who's hiding here? Come out or don't blame me. Wang Yong shouted threateningly, leaning his back against the wall to prevent a sneak attack and looking around warily. You're welcome? A silhouette slowly appeared. Half of Yang Feng's face was hidden in the darkness, and the faint light could barely see the outline of his figure. Wang Yong laughed. After Wang Yong was reborn in hell, he gained a body as strong as an ox, while the young man not far away was weak. Boy, you've searched the supermarket quite a bit, haven't you? The corner of Wang Yong's mouth rose slightly, revealing a sardonic smile as he continued. How about sharing some of this with your buddies? Yang Feng smiled back. I was gathering some food. Yang Feng picked up the bench on the ground, then sat down at a nearby table and asked lightly, but on what grounds do I give it to you? Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who is sound asleep. Wang Yong swung the metal iron rod twice, his gnarled muscles rippling with veins, tigerish and ferocious in strength. The old man used to be a murderer, sentenced to death. Wang Yong took pride in this, showing off his ferocity and demonstrating great power, then continued the threat in a teasing voice. There's not much law in hell, you know what I mean? Of course I understand. Whoever has the hardest fist is justified. Yang Feng raised his hand slightly and placed one thing on the table, his tone still flat. I see what you mean. Guns. It was a Zero Inferno pistol. Wang Yong looked towards the pistol and his fierce eyes immediately changed. It was obvious that the gun had a bit more sense. This is awkward. Wang Yong had just been letting loose with harsh words, but in the next second he was shocked by the pistol. On your knees. Yang Feng faintly ordered. 2 simple words, but it caused Wang Yong's face to change drastically. Bro, being human. Wang Yong's attitude changed, and the name in his mouth changed. but his eyes kept stealing glances at the pistol on the table, calculating something in his heart. Boo! Yang Feng instantly raised his gun and pulled the trigger towards Wang Yong. The sound of metal clashing came as the bullet accurately hit the iron rod, rubbing out large metal sparks. Wang Yong only felt a burst of raw pain in his wrist. The violent impact directly dislodged the weapon. The iron rod fell to the ground with a bang, and he could clearly see the bullet marks of the gunshot holes on it. Wang Yong was shocked and afraid that the bullet had almost hit him. Yang Feng didn't say anything, he just pointed his gun to the ground, signaling for Wang Yong to kneel down. Get down on both knees. Wang Yong gritted his teeth and knelt on the ground with shame, his heart filled with unwillingness and indignation, a touch of ruthlessness hidden in the bottom of his eyes. Back to the original topic. I can spare some food. Yang Feng fumbled around in his backpack and immediately took out a few canned goods, casually tossing them in front of Wang Yang as he lowered his voice and continued. But do something for me. Canned dog food. When Wang Yang saw the cans on the ground, his eyes were even more filled with anger. It was simply an insult. Not eating? Yang Feng stood up with a hint of regret in his tone. Since you don't want to cooperate, forget it. Backbone chills. Wang Yang looked up and aimed. The dark muzzle of the gun was aimed at his head, and there was only one thing that would happen if he didn't cooperate. I'll eat it. Wang Yang clenched both fists, followed by picking up those cans of dog food, opened and pulled back to reveal some sticky stuff, grabbed it and stuffed it into his mouth. That's good. That's a lot of luck. Wang Yong, who had suddenly appeared, could do some of the hard work for himself, thus speeding up the brushing of points. Yang Feng also took out some food from his backpack, 2 cans of tuna, served with compressed cookies, completely contrasted with Wang Yong's dog food. The pistol was kept on the table during this process. You've been looking at my gun. Yang Feng noticed Wang Yong's eyes, then pushed the gun forward. Try to grab it? Kill and kill. These words directly cut off Wang Yong's thoughts. Wang Yong lowered his head and ate another can of dog food, completely taken. Okay. Bring your weapons, it's time to work for me. Yang Feng enjoyed the tuna, then put his pistol back and signaled for Wang Yong to follow him. Keep your distance. Yang Feng always kept a safe distance of 5 meters from Wang Yong, creating another deterrent. Some more wandering rotting corpses appeared outside the supermarket, and a few had their heads broken by blunt force, presumably by Wang Yong. You don't want to waste bullets? Wang Yong gripped the iron rod with both arms. His muscle lumps snapped, and a rod was flung hard on a carrion's head, immediately smashing it more than a meter away and collapsing on the ground, no longer moving. These rotting corpses are precious bounty points. Yang Feng was non-committal. A few rotting corpses were just a few, not worth wasting stamina, much less ammunition, and sat back to watch Wang Yong destroy the remaining few monsters. Come, smash the trunk of this Hummer. Yang Feng walked to a sedan, which was a valuable Hummer. Wang Yong face full of suspicion, but can only do what he was told, holding the iron bar a smashing, until the iron bar becomes curved to smash the car lock. Jack out. All 4 tires off. Yang Feng continued to order. The next could all be strength work. Tires? What's this thing for? Wang Yong was full of doubts, but could only reluctantly do as he was told. And when all 4 tires were removed, his forehead was covered with bean-sized beads of sweat. 26 minutes and 4 tires removed. Keep it up. Those tires are all off. Yang Feng let Wang Yong continue to unload the car tires. The corner of his mouth raised a cruel smile. Don't be lazy. Just follow this efficiency. Unload 50 first. Wang Yong felt a chill. That seemingly weak man gave people a spine-chilling feeling, and their hairs stood up unconsciously. I'm going to get a pack of cigarettes. Don't you dare think about running away. Yang Feng gave a small humor, then walked towards the cigarette store, not really wanting to take cigarettes, but for something else. Wine. Strong white wine. Good quality white wine. Excellent sealing, of which soy sauce type white wine can often be preserved for more than 20 years, and there is a rumor that the more you put the better the drink. Yang Feng walked into the cluttered store and after confirming that there were no monsters, he began to search for the treasure. Maoko? Yang Feng rummaged through the boxes and found several boxes of dusty spirits, including the most expensive Maozi. A little drink. The bottle became mellow and yellowed, and with one sip you could feel the rich flavor spreading out and the soft fire running down your esophagus. This old wine also does not know how long it has been put. Try it. Ding. Yang Feng took out his silver bright lighter and then poured another cup of old wine. The fire instantly set it ablaze and a layer of flame covered the surface of the wine cup. Luckily, saucy spirits can still be lit. They can all be of great use. Yang Feng was about to pack all the spirits when he suddenly saw Wang Yong escaping through the glass window, dropping the jackhammer and scurrying toward a distant alley. Boo! Yang Feng raised his hand and fired a shot, hitting the wall to the side of Wang Yong and crumbling rubble crumbled all over his face. Wang Yong is still not dead. regardless of everything, continue to flee forward. The two are more than 100 meters apart. Which can be shot so accurate? A fluke. Yang Feng let out a cold smile, followed by holding his gun with both hands. His breathing also became slow. A distance of 100 meters was nothing. Pust. Wang Yong's thigh exploded in blood as a bullet penetrated it, and his entire body fell to the ground with a scream. Yang Feng put away his gun and packed the spirits in an unhurried manner before finally walking slowly towards Wang Yong. It's stupid. The first shot is a warning. The second is a punishment. Yang Feng's tone became cold as he raised his gun and aimed it at Wang Yong's head. Do you want to keep working? Or do you want this third shot? Grievance. Wang Yong's eyes were filled with anger and resentment, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, his own little life was held in someone else's hands. Keep working, Wang Yong said through clenched teeth, limping back to the abandoned car, and after a simple bandage, began to sell his strength again. Now that's honest. Yang Feng was not idle and was ready to get some more gasoline. He found 2 clear tubes and created a simple tool that used the siphon principle to suck gasoline out of abandoned vehicles. The city has been abandoned for who knows how long. This gasoline has long since expired. The combustible molecules are greatly reduced, and reuse will cause serious engine damage, but it will barely ignite. Time passes by. The sky is getting darker. Yang Feng has made many more preparations. Bold ideas are paying practice. His eyes greedily looking at the dense tide of corpses. Chapter 6, Slashing Bounty Points. Monstrous blood beasts. Bus tops. This extended bus is like the gateway to a chain of major traffic jams. On one side were hundreds of cars crashed together, and on the other side was a vast tide of corpses, like an artificially created dam. Hiss. Wang Yong covered his legs, grimacing in pain, but still insisted on carrying the tires and sending them to the top of the bus. This is the 53rd. Yang Feng was sitting on top of the bus, surrounded by tires and several cases of gasoline and spirits, clearly up to something big. Crazy. What a lunatic. Wang Yong. Even if he was stupid, he understood what Yang Feng was doing, actually preparing to take action against the tide of corpses. It's about time. All eyes, look to me. Yang Feng stood on the roof of the car and shouted at the tide of corpses, followed by raising his gun and firing 3 times. Boom, boom, boom. 3 shots rang out, and the dense tide of rotting corpses was drawn to attention. Ah! Those hideous-looking carrion monsters, with beastly hisses emanating from their throats, came in a rolling tide and crashed into the bus without any sense of reason. Ding! The lighter made a crisp sound. A tire drenched in gasoline was set ablaze and the flames burst into flames, followed by a kick. The tires smashed down several carrion corpses as the flames continued to burn violently, then set nearby monsters ablaze in droves, turning them into fireballs. Momentum is good. Yang Feng followed by lighting the second tire and kicking off the bus, followed by the 3rd, 4th, 10th, 20th. Burn! Roll the corpse and burn. The flames were spreading. The tide of corpses let out agonizing hisses, and countless rotting corpse monsters were set ablaze, creating a large sea of fire. Yang Feng held the highly potent liquor, then ruthlessly threw it at the densest part of the corpses. A little bit of Mars goes a long way. The festering slime from those rotting corpses also became an additive to the burning, and the stench of burnt charcoal wafted in the wind, and with it came a large amount of bounty points. Bounty points, 1,500. Bounty points, 2,000. Bounty points, 3,000. The flames continued to spread. At least 200 to 300 carrion corpses burned to ashes, and the number continued to rise. The fire is getting bigger. Yang Feng where the bus are submerged. The roof under his feet became scorching hot. The iron pieces are being burned to soften and melt. Gotta pick up the pace. Yang Feng hurriedly kicked the remaining tires down, while a bigger crisis was still ahead. Blood corpse. Some mutated blood corpses rushed out of the fire, their scarlet muscles burning all over their bodies as they desperately leaped high into the air and pounced on Yang Feng on the roof of the bus. Couldn't care less. Yang Feng leapt down and smashed his back into a sedan, holding the gun in front of him and shooting wildly, directly emptying the magazine. Those few burning blood corpses, shot through their heads in mid-air, fell down one after the other, turning into corpses. Pain. Yang Feng smashed the roof of the car and dented it, and a sharp pain came from his back, as if his bones were cracked. Immediately stepped backward. Yang Feng hurriedly climbed up and ran straight towards Wang Yong's direction while more blood corpses were not chasing after him. Wang Yong, you carry me. Yang Feng shouted and overtook Wang Yong's stance, followed by replacing the magazine and turning around to prepare for a counterattack. Me? Help you carry it? Wang Yong froze. He had become a scapegoat and had to face a large number of mutated blood corpses. Asterisk 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 your mom. Wang Yong burst out, not caring about the gunshot wound on his thigh, and desperately ran forward. But the sound of a sedan being trampled came from behind him. Here we go. More blood corpses are coming. Wang Yong's thighs soared with blood. His speed was really slow, and soon he was going to be caught up by the blood corpses and had to turn around to meet them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wang Yang let out a roar. A pair of thick and gnarled arms gripped the iron rod, and swung it madly towards the blood corpse behind him, smashing it more than a meter away. The blood corpse's vitality was even more tenacious, and the full force smashing of the stick was not fatal, and it quickly pounced again. The sharp claws waved, and Wang Yong's body was cut open with deep visible wounds, and his entire body turned into a bloody man. Ah! Shoot me! Wang Yong tore his heart out and roared, adding a wound to his body as he kept cursing. Yang Feng was in no hurry. This is a good time to aim a little more to increase your hit rate. After all, the bullet count is low. Boom, boom, boom. The blood corpses fell one by one, almost managing to shoot themselves in the head. And soon the Fae were all taken care of. Bounty points, 4,470 points. Rumble, rumble, rumble. One wave after another. The ground suddenly shook. A disturbing aura erupted from the tide of corpses. What happened? Wang Yong gasped roughly. A strong sense of fear arose in his heart, and the sweaty hairs on his entire body could not help but stand up and explode. A blast. The ground between the waves of corpses crumbled open and out crawled a huge beast that was close to 4 meters tall and looked a whole lot bigger than a bus. Fae, monstrous blood giants. It was a more powerful mutant species. Its entire body was as red as blood. Its 4 long feet lying on the ground, a thick tail growing out of its back, and its thick, steel-like muscles expanding, stretching and tearing the skin all over its body. It was horrible. Enraged, the monstrous blood behemoth slapped away a dozen carrion heads and stomped into the bus. There was a loud bang. The burning bus was directly deflated into pieces of iron, followed by the monstrous blood behemoth's huge claws tearing hard, ripping hard from the center. What kind of power is this? Fire! Yang Feng fired several shots towards the head of the monstrous blood beast, and flowers of blood exploded with it, but they did not penetrate the thick sinewy flesh of the beast. That's a lot of muscle strength. It must be at least 5 centimeters thick. This is... What? Wang Yong's entire body froze. The giant man who was close to 2 meters tall stood in front of the monstrous blood beast like a child. Top? What's the top of this? The giant claws of the monstrous blood beast continuously overturned the sedan in front of it, hardening a path, and then came in front of Wang Yong. Swing the iron rod. Wang Yong's hands gripping the iron rod creaked, and the extremely strong fear caused him to swing the weapon recklessly, ruthlessly smashing the side of the monstrous blood beast. How? It's like a child taking an ice cream stick and smashing it in an adult's face with all the force of their milk. It all seems so childish and ridiculous. The monstrous blood beast slightly inclined its head, followed by raising its huge claws and sweeping them horizontally towards Wang Yong. Boo! Blood bursts. Half of the blurred object, sprinkled with crimson liquid, spun and flew dozens of meters away, landing on the ground and cutting long bloody trails. One-hit kills. This is a lot of fun. Looks like we'll have to make a killer move early. Yang Feng lifted his gun and shot towards the several gasoline barrels that had been set up long ago, bursting into several flames. The flames burned. The kerosene exploded and erupted, instantly spilling all over the behemoth, the searing pain causing it to hiss and growl as the ground around it shook once more. The monstrous blood behemoth reacted. Those lantern-like scarlet eyes stared at Yang Feng in death, and the burning beast ran up, wanting to crush the obnoxious bug directly. It's bad. Yang Feng took out the last magazine, and there were only these 16 rounds left. Can we win? Chapter 7, Adrenaline begins to take over the body. Despair. It's a desperate beast. Without any hesitation, Yang Feng immediately turned around and ran, sprinting without looking back. The streets were sprinkled with pegs, their points glinting with cold light, originally prepared for the wave of corpses, but now useless. The monstrous blood behemoth's giant claws stomped down, and large swaths of pegs were crushed, and although hundreds of pegs dug into the flesh and blood, they failed to cause any substantial damage. Suddenly, Yang Feng rushed over the pole and crouched down in a sliding scoop, fishing line, between the poles and the walls. Surprisingly, there are fish lines fixed that are indistinguishable to the naked eye, and if you are not careful, you will be scratched by the sharp wire. It was another small trap. If a blood corpse came after him, the extremely fast running speed might chip off his own head, but now it was useless against the monstrous blood behemoth. Buzz off. The monstrous blood behemoth chased after him, and the fishing line instantly tensed, only cutting some tendons and flesh, and the behemoth that ate the pain swung its huge claws and immediately smashed the entire pole. Gotta find a tight spot. Yang Feng desperately fled, finally finding an alley and dodging in. The carrion whimpered in a low voice and became excited when it smelled the human scent and began to move in Yang Feng's direction. Surprisingly, there were more than 20 carrion heads in the alley. blocking the way of escape. Rumble! The monstrous blood behemoth rushed into the alley. Its huge body slammed forward. The concrete walls were instantly turned into dirt and rubble, and the walls on both sides collapsed one after another. Two-way clinch. Kill! Young Feng held his gun in his right hand and clawed his sword in his left hand as he charged towards the carrion in front of him. The cold light of the knife appeared at first, dodging at the same time to draw a perfect arc. Between the staggering of the body will be decapitated corpses. The whole process of clouds and water in general. There can be no hesitation. There can be no hesitation. Mental attention is highly concentrated, and the slightest deviation can be fatal when reacting in the moment of dodging an enemy's attack. Heartbeat accelerated. Adrenaline boost. The strenuous exercise caused the lungs to burn violently and every ounce of oxygen was drained from them. Young Feng waved his claw blade and killed a bloody path hard, surprisingly not wasting a single bullet. The distance is drawn. The narrow terrain was really not favorable to the monstrous blood giants. The momentum of its rampage slowed, and a large portion of the wall collapsed with it, unable to inflict damage but slowing it down immensely. The monstrous blood beast roared angrily. Young Feng turned to meet his eyes, but his icy cold eyes were like burning flames, and even crazier thoughts kept arising within him. Find a way to kill it. Young Feng stopped and raised his gun, aiming towards the eyeball of the monstrous blood beast, followed by pulling the trigger continuously. Blood flowers exploded in large swaths. The lantern-sized eyeballs swiveled in such a way that a single shot couldn't quite burst them, which wasn't the case with 7 consecutive rounds that knocked one of them out of the sky. Sharp pain. The monstrous blood behemoth threw itself up to the sky. That terrifying sound turned into a wave that shattered the surrounding glass, and countless pieces of debris rustled down. It attacked with fury, its giant claws shattering the surrounding walls one after another as it charged at Young Feng once again. Come on! Young Feng's eyes burned. One has never encountered such an enemy, so powerful as to be desperate and so exciting. Young Feng walked to the end of the alley, then quickly rushed towards a building while the monstrous blood beast behind him followed closely behind, his raging power destroying the entire alley. Flash forward. Many infected once again appeared in front of Young Feng, but flawlessly fought with them. His footsteps were as agile as a butterfly, narrowly dodging the attacks every time. Charge into the building. The monstrous blood beast behind that. Its giant sharp claws stomped over an unknown number of carrion corpses, then squeezed the glass door of the hall, and its body slammed heavily into a stone pillar. That stone pillar collapsed with a bang, and countless dust fell from the ceiling. Good. That's it. Come on. Yang Feng had found a way to win. If the monstrous blood beast could smash all of the load-bearing pillars, the entire building would collapse, and tons of stone would bury the beast. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The monstrous blood beast launched an attack towards Young Feng, once again smashing a stone pillar that was hugged by 2 people. The ceiling shook once again and countless dusts rustled down. 1, 2, 5. Young Feng did as he was told, utilizing his stance perfectly, guiding the monstrous blood beast like a matador. Crash that one again. Yang Feng dodged towards another stone pillar, but the monstrous blood beast seemed to have seen through his trajectory and suddenly whipped its tail as it smashed the obstruction to pieces. Oops. Young Feng made evasive dodging movements in this instant, but he was still half a beat too slow. Snap! The huge steel whip-like tail threw out an explosive sound, and the naked eye could only see a blur of residual shadows, immediately after which it smacked Young Feng's body. Blood splattered everywhere. Yang Feng received a heavy blow. The whole person flew out backwards. A burst of bone-breaking sounds came from his ears, and his internal organs seemed to be squeezed into a ball. Wow! Yang Feng spat out a large mouthful of blood. It only felt like half of the body was paralyzed. The ribs on the right side of the body were deeply sunken in, and there was a warm illusion in the body, the very symptom of internal bleeding. Consciousness is becoming blurred. Young Feng wiped the bloodstains on the corner of his mouth. The feeling of death so close, just like the last time he died on the icy battlefield. I'm sorry. This second life is not something I intend to give up easily. Yang Feng's eyes became more and more fiery. His adrenaline spiked wildly and gradually began to take over his body, and all pain ceased to exist. Again! Yang Feng raised the gun in his hand and shot towards the other eyeball of the monstrous blood beast, and the rest of the bullets poured out, bursting one after another like water balloons. It can still see. One of the monstrous blood beast's eyeballs was shattered, but the remaining portion could still be seen as a blurry remnant, and this completely enraged it. Not dead or alive. Immediately after, the incredible scene appeared. Young Feng faced the monstrous blood beast and unexpectedly took the initiative to charge up. The tattered body exploded with unimaginable strength, and the sound of the wind in his ears disappeared. Only the heavy beating of his heart could be heard. It's slowing down. Everything slows down. Under the duress of death, infinite potential erupted. Hot blood seemed to burn, and everything in front of him became slow, as if it were a slow-motion scene in a movie. Saw it. The giant tail of that steel whip was thrown out again. The perfect arc of the trajectory was clear as day, and the body instantly reacted to the action. Pust. Yang Feng flashed past the steel whip giant tail. His palm gripped the tungsten steel claw knife tightly, followed by slashing through the sinewy flesh on the claws of the giant beast, cutting all the way forward with his footsteps. The golden mean. The tungsten steel claw knife followed the texture of the muscle fibers and cut through a long series of blood trails like a butcher's knife. Ho 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 ho! The monstrous blood beast roared in pain. It has suffered heavy injuries one after another, and the tiny bedbug in front of it can injure it to such an extent. The monstrous blood beast completely stormed out. Its sharp claws attacked indiscriminately, slapping the surrounding stone walls to pieces, but it just couldn't hit Yang Feng. This stinker. Finally, a rock fell from the ceiling. The load-bearing walls and stone pillars were extensively damaged, and the foundation of the entire building was shaken with a violent roar. It's still a bit short. Yang Feng fought furiously with the monstrous blood beast, the tungsten steel claw blades constantly leaving cut marks, while the nearby stone pillars and walls collapsed under the guidance. The building is about to fall. Just for a moment, the ceiling cracked densely like a spider's web, crisscrossed like a dog's tooth, and more rolling stones fell. Yang Feng backed up sharply. A few dodges came to the side corners of the building. Countless steel and concrete collapsed. Dust and falling rocks buried everything in front of him. The monstrous blood behemoth screamed miserably. Those hundreds of tons of rock and steel smashed the spine. The monstrous blood beast was still desperately crawling forward, raising its giant claw to crush Yang Feng, but an arm-thick steel bar fell from the sky, directly penetrating the giant claw and nailing it to the ruins, making it difficult to move. The sky is falling. The monstrous blood beast is still struggling desperately, opening its bloody mouth to bite towards Yang Feng, but it is hindered by the surrounding rubble and steel bars. Just a few dozen centimeters away, the building collapsed completely. All that remained of the surrounding area was ruins. The monstrous blood behemoth was buried, its flesh and blood eventually crushed. Kill the monstrous blood beast. 1,000 points gained. Valuable resource detected, genetic mutants. A pair of eyeballs engraved with blood-colored text, constantly flashing prompt information. And this also represents that Yang Feng in the ruins is surprisingly still alive. Chapter 8 Gene Mutants. Ahem. Yang Feng coughed and spat out specks of blood. The blood was getting cold, and although alive, death was only a matter of time. A leg had been crushed by collapsing rocks, a shoulder had been run through by steel bars, and adrenaline levels were dropping fast as the fight ended. At a time like this, you're asking me to gather supplies? Yang Feng laughed to himself, followed by taking out a cigarette from his pocket and lighting another one for himself. At the very least, there was a puff of smoke when he died this time. Gene Mutant contains powerful energy, capable of synthesizing advanced genetic modification potions, breaking genetic chains and reshaping them, resulting in a qualitative change in the host's physical body. Note, not to be taken directly, or it will be difficult to withstand the damage of genetic chain disruption. The body of the monstrous blood beast was close at hand. It flowed a strange kind of blood, and the shimmering, fluorescent substance was converging, gradually turning into a small flesh sac-like substance. This is a genetic mutant? Its information also specifically identifies that it should not be taken directly or it will not be able to withstand the side effects. Modifying genes. The flesh undergoes a qualitative change. These words look as if they are born again. Why don't you try it? You're dying yourself. It can't get any worse. Yang Feng frowned and reached for the gene mutant. The steel bar that pierced his shoulder sent out a sharp pain, pulling it forward a dozen centimeters before he could barely get his hands on it. Swallow it in one gulp. The gene mutagen was swallowed into the stomach, followed by an indescribable power that spread out, bringing a warmth to the cold blood. It's just an illusion. The warmth and comfort was followed by a heart-rending sting. It was an unimaginable, unbearable pain that surpassed all punishment. Every cell was struck by lightning, and the lightning pierced deep into the deepest recesses of the genes before destroying them and tearing them apart. Genes. This is the forbidden land known as God's domain. A person has 23 pairs of chromosomes and about 25,000 genes that predetermine your metrics from the moment you become an embryo. IQ, EQ, character, beauty, ugliness, height, physical ability, muscle strength, bone density, hormone levels, presence of genetic disorders. It is difficult for science to determine what each genetic chain does, and even more so, it cannot be modified to enhance it. At best, it can be grafted with powerful genes from other species, but genetic mutants are not. It will completely break your genetic chain and then strengthen and reorganize it, like a giant hammer for forging a sharp sword, constantly banging and hammering. Weak genes, which are destroyed, are then generated to be more powerful. Strong genes will endure forging and hardening, and become even stronger after 1,000 hammers. The cells are breaking up. Yang Feng's body was melting. Skin dissolved like cream. Muscle fibers snapped in droves. Bones became incredibly soft. And the entire person turned into a puddle of fuzzy matter. A wave of gene mutant energy forcefully maintained the body, trying to keep Yang Feng from turning into a puddle of blood. Will is important. Yang Feng stayed awake. The rate of the nerve center was instead speeding up. And this represented even more unbearable pain. Brain is turning to mush. What would become of me if I collapsed now? A pile of rotten meat? Genetically ruptured, haphazardly grown pile of weirdness. Yang Feng was rambling, but the speed of his thoughts was getting faster and faster. He felt the horrific changes taking place in his body. Unbearable stabbing pains coming from each segment of the genetic chain as it shattered. But consciousness had to be maintained. Remaining time, 46 hours. Bounty points, 5630. Yang Feng was in such a state that he could still query hellish information. There were still 2 days left, and the bounty points had unexpectedly reached a terrifying 5,000 plus points. Terror. A wave of corpses killed at least 300 carrion corpses, plus a few mutated blood corpses. But it was a pity that there was no chance to take the corrupted crystals produced in their bodies. Golem. A vertical eye grew out of Yang Feng's arm. Mis-evolution. It was a genetic mutant that evolved incorrectly, where certain sequences were destroyed and eyeballs actually began to grow out of the melted skin. No. This is wrong. Yang Feng didn't dare to be distracted anymore. His tough as steel willpower came into play, maintaining his form as a human with all his might. All the eyeballs melted and disappeared. Muscle strengthening. Fascia strengthening. Bone strengthening. Cerebral circulation is accelerated and nerve centers become faster at sensing. Spinal cord hematopoiesis is strengthened. Heart strength and toughness is enhanced. Internal organ function is improved. Hormone levels are rapidly regulated. And the body's ability to recover is greatly improved. Yang Feng gradually understood the function of the genetic mutant, which was equivalent to breaking everything up and remodeling it, while the tough and tenacious will could guide the direction of evolution. Time passes by. Yang Feng's body continued to seep out large swaths of black mucus. Those were all broken genetic material, expelled from the body as impurity garbage, emitting a strong stench. It's more than that. Yang Feng's smashed leg grew back, and his shoulder turned into loose, muddy flesh that moved away from the steel bars that ran through it. Evolutionary mutation slowed down? Genetic mutants contain less and less energy. Yang Feng's body was still not fully formed and his skin was still in a state of melting, just like what the blood words suggested. The gene mutagen could not be taken directly. I need more energy. Yang Feng touched his pocket and took out a small cloth bag, which was filled with 6 corruption crystals. Infected. Rotting corpses. Blood corpses. Monstrous blood giants. They all mutated, producing precious materials that should have something in common. With a hardened heart, Yang Feng picked up the 6 corrupted crystals and stuffed them into his mouth together as well. A gush of electrifying sensations came over me. The 6 corrupted crystals, indeed, formed a new strand of energy that replenished the lack of genetic modification. Remaining time, 22 hours. Remaining time, 10 hours. Time flew by. Genetic modification was a delicate job. And before he knew it, it was already time for the mission to end. You will be teleported back to Hal's apartment in 1 minute, 59, 58, 57. The blood characters on Yang Feng's eyeballs changed, and as the reading reached 1, a blur of light covered his entire body, and he was transported to the apartment immediately afterward. Shock. This is unbelievable. The blood characters on the eyeballs flashed, and the sky outside the window opened a cold and evil pupil that gazed at Yang Feng and bestowed rewards and blessings. Special reward. You receive a special bloodline reward. Yang Feng was panting roughly. His entire body was writhing with blood and flesh, and his skin was still in a state of festering, as if he was about to become a monster like the monstrous blood beast. Special rewards? The great being of horror and unknown, bestowed with a special boon reward. The cold and evil gazes converged as a tube of golden injection gradually took shape. Perfect creation. Every genetic sequence is selected and forged, with the goal of becoming the ultimate creature without any flaws. Note, the perfect creation is able to incorporate most genetic modifications and make perfect optimizations. It was the special bloodline for the reward, and the golden injection glowed fluorescently. Injection. Yang Feng didn't hesitate to hold it up and inject it into his body. Chapter 9, Fully Clothed. Fierce weapons. Perfect creation. Evolution. Mutation. Transformation. Optimization. Powerful energy fluctuations spread out within the body, comprehensively covering the mutation effects of the genetically induced body. Little by little, that simple and crude genetic sequence was polished, exquisitely modified, crafted, and embellished with perfect lines. Make an analogy. If genetic mutants were violent blacksmiths building the embryo of a good sword, the perfect creation then is the master swordsmith who polishes the embryo to open the blade and carves it into a divine weapon. The evolution lasted another 12 hours. Done. Yang Feng's body was completely molded into shape and underwent a radical change. A piece of muscle like magic iron. After 1,000 hammer chisel deeply set into the body, presenting the perfect golden ratio stretch out, like a cheetah full of deadly explosive force. With a flick of his fist, the air exploded with an iron whip-like blast. Another whip kick. The perfect arc threw out the residual shadow, just like a paper cutter quickly cutting through the air with a cracking sound. My physical qualities, beyond ordinary human limits. Yang Feng did some more tests, and even without reaching the limit, the physical quality was already far beyond the limits of human indicators. It's almost like Superman. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the second level of hell and have been rewarded with 200 base bounty. Reward settlement. This is the base reward for the Inferno challenge, and the higher the tier the greater the reward. But, 200 points don't mean much to Yang Feng, and the end times Waste City directly and furiously cut close to 7,000 points. Bounty points, 5830. It's a horrendous number of items to pick up as much as you like in TV shopping. Shopping. Turn on the shopping TV in the apartment from hell. The first thing to be redeemed, naturally, was the natural ability. Awakening talent consume 1,000 points to gain a random ability that suits you. This should be some sort of newcomer benefit. Yang Feng consumed the points to redeem, while immediately after the eyeballs were in severe pain again. The initial feeling of carving the words in blood filled the body. Gain talent, hunt for the moment. Note, burning physical and mental energy to stimulate the body's potential. Physical strength is greatly increased, and conditioned reflex speed is accelerated. This talent, it's so powerful. It's somewhat like a state of bursting potential when you're near death. The final battle with the monstrous blood behemoth was a wild adrenaline rush, overdrawing his physical abilities and ignoring his injuries, before finally exterminating him with the help of a collapsing mansion. That's good. Sure enough, it's a good fit for you. At critical moments of battle, turning on the state of the hunting moment simply works better than a few shots of adrenaline. Awakening talent 2, consume 5,000 points to choose one of the 3 talents as your new ability. The page for redemption changed. The points required for the second talent directly doubled several times. 5,000 points. Is this consumption serious? The first randomized talent is like a newbie perk if you compare it. With 3 choices, the margin for error is greatly increased, and the strength is increased more consistently. Yang Feng pondered. He still had more than 4,000 points left, surprisingly not enough to exchange for a second talent. Obviously, this shouldn't be something that is redeemed at this stage. Let's boost our strength first. Yang Feng picked up the remote control and began to select the weaponry, and after a few hours of screening, he finally made a choice. Exchange, exchange, exchange. Python, 300 points. Note, a revolver modified from the Colt Python, using a .357 Magnum barrel, with a 6-round capacity, and a lot of power. Rainstorm, 300 points. Note, modified from the Victor submachine gun, with increased power, minimal recoil, 45-round capacity, and a rate of fire of 1,800 rounds per minute. Overlord, 300 points. Note, modified for AKM assault rifles, with increased power, range and accuracy, more suitable for medium and long-range combat. Yang Feng directly exchanged 3 guns. Due to the small chance of the zero jamming, it was replaced with the large-caliber Anaconda revolver, which can save your life in a pinch. Purchase accessories for 3 more guns, 4x optics, side lightweight grips, laser indicators, shock-absorbing stocks, low-fire silenced muzzles. Weapons taken care of. Equipment next. Type 0 Pointman set, 1,000 points. Includes a complete set of 0 Pointman gear including 0 tactical helmet, 0 ballistic undershirt with rigid inserts, full coverage combat uniform, combat pants, combat boots, tactical gloves, tactical belt, tactical backpack, chest mounts, sweat permeable quick drying undershirt, and refreshing underwear, full coverage helmet with night vision, infrared thermal camera, and gas mask capabilities, combat uniforms, combat pants, and combat boots made of waterproof, fireproof, and corrosion-resistant materials. Even underwear and sweatshirts are not simple. The material has a strong ability to absorb and conduct sweat, spreading the sweat from the body surface to the thin layer of underwear quickly, ensuring freshness of the body surface when it is hot, and utilizing the moisture in the thin layer to increase the specific heat capacity when it cools down. Fully dressed, the 0 Pointman suit is full of futuristic technology and looks like a super soldier commanding the battlefield. Fierce and tough. 3 flashbangs, 3 smoke grenades, 3 high explosive grenades, 3 boxes of depleted uranium high infiltrator rounds, a number of basic bullets, a number of food items, and a number of clean water items. After a shopping spree, with just over 1,000 300 points left, and after much deliberation, I decided to redeem an unlimited bullet module. Storm. Modified to unlimited bullets. Yang Feng digested 1000 points and transformed the Stormbringer submachine gun. It's the most cost-effective option, and the rate of fire of the Tempest is so terrifying that a 30-round magazine can be emptied in less than a second. That's a pro, but it's also a con. Ammunition is consumed too quickly. No amount of spare magazines equipped is enough to create sustained fire suppression in a tug-of-war, and the time it takes to change ammo is longer than your life. Successful remodeling. The Storm's magazine disappeared and was replaced by a tiny module with only one round in it, but with the ability to fire it indefinitely. Bounty points, 330. Yang Feng's shopping frenzy ended and the huge bounty was almost spent cleanly, but his combat power also received a huge boost. The cloaks are in order and the weapons are fierce. Yang Feng's current state was nothing short of a Superman. The 24 hours of preparation ended quickly. Shopping TVs are automatically turned off and all functions of the room are locked to prevent people from exchanging items based on tier information. Third level of Hell, Battlefield of Greed. Hazard level, 2. Orange. Dangerous. Cursed pressure, 2. Description, gather precious supplies, leave the evacuation point and get rewarded with points, or be greedy until the last moment. Blood-colored text covered the eyeballs, followed by the apartment building shaking again. The view out the window was not stormy, the floors falling rapidly downward, magically skimming over the layers of buildings and hundreds of new floors overhead. The mist seems thicker? The further down the layers of hell you go, the higher the curse pressure. Yang Feng was a bit puzzled. Perhaps it was due to the completion of evolution, completely able to adapt to the discomfort brought about by the curse. There was nothing special about it. Intelligence is insufficient and will have to be kept under constant observation. Squeak. The apartment door opens. Beyond the door is a blurry film of light that transports the inhabitants of hell to a certain area. Yang Feng, fully draped and ferociously armed, fearlessly stepped in with one foot and was then transported to a special battlefield. Chapter 10, Open the door and run into a Superman. I'm not kidding. Battlefield of Greed. It's a piece of the city destroyed by war. The earth was devastated. Broken tanks crashed through walls. Large swaths of reinforced concrete were exposed, and the smell of smoke filled the air. Yang Feng was teleported into a small bungalow. A blood-colored cue floated across the field of vision, announcing the rules for this hell tier. Rule 1, kill another challenger and get 50 bounty points. Rule 2, there are 4 evacuation points in this area. If you are not confident in your own strength, you may evacuate early. Rule 3, the Greed battlefield is full of opportunities where you can scavenge for supplies and the ultimate treasure that will be refreshed in the last hour in the center area. Countdown to 24 hours. This vibe, it's kind of familiar. Killing other challengers also means that the inhabitants of hell are killing each other. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a cold aura. First set a small goal of clearing the entire area before he could enjoy the ultimate treasure alone. At this point, there was a rattling at the door of the small bungalow. Yang Feng completed his evolution. His perception became very sharp. He immediately noticed the wind and grass blowing, and he heard the movement outside the house clearly. A slightly lewd man opened the door to the room. Lick the supplies. The man's name is Qin Shuang, and he was very good at some shooting games before he was born, and he deeply knows how to play the rules of the game, and it is the king to live and lick the supplies. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Qin Shuang opened the door and froze directly in place. It was a super soldier in full gear. A full-coverage combat suit tightly fitted and armed from the soles of his feet to his teeth. Open the door and meet a Superman. I'm not kidding. How come? What's the point of playing? Qin Shuang was full of disbelief. He hadn't even started licking the supplies yet, but the other party was already full of godly clothes. It was too unfair. The other side. Yang Feng didn't strike immediately either, but observed Qin Shuang in front of him. This was the third level of hell, and the other inhabitants looked poor, with little decent equipment and perhaps not even natural abilities activated. Aren't you going to draw your gun? Yang Feng said indifferently, his eyes looking at Qin Xiao's waist, self-provided with a Type 0 pistol. Gollum. Qin Shuang swallowed hard, his palm feeling for the matching gun at his waist, but just as he drew it, he was blocked by an extremely fast figure. Quick! It's too fast. Yang Feng violently stomped forward. His super explosive power only left a residual shadow and instantly arrived in front of Qin Xiao. Click! Yang Feng raised his hand and grabbed the Type 0 pistol. Then with a fierce grip, the entire body of the gun directly shattered into parts, frightening Qin Shuang so much that he was dumbfounded and sat down to the ground limply. Biggie, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I'm useful to you to lick your supplies and help you gather them. Qin Shuang was terrified, begging for mercy one after another. His eyes filled with panic. What kind of monster is this? So fast that it's a blur and can crush a pistol with its bare hands. And is it really human? Suddenly, Yang Feng kicked away Qin Shuang, then quickly flashed behind the wall. Shoo shoo shoo. A few bullets grazed his body with a cracking sound. Walls were bursting and blowing up. Several gunshot craters appeared, and someone was shooting this way. Qin Shuang covered his stomach, full of consternation and fear. If not for this kick from Superman, his own life would be accounted for here. There is only one door to the room, and we are locked in with racked guns, and if we show our heads, we will be attacked. Yang Feng relied on the wall and spoke lightly about the current situation, seemingly without a hint of crisis. What then? Qin Shuang asked bitterly, continuing, wouldn't he be blocked in this small room? Yang Feng didn't reply and suddenly made a few tactical fakes, then instantly changed his stance and rushed out of the room like a sharp arrow. A brief firefight. The sound of an assault rifle firing at point-blank range came from outside the door, but it soon died down, while Qin Shuang saw a prompt through the blood letters. A challenger in Area C died. The message of the challenger's death will be delivered in blood letters to everyone outside the house. Yang Feng was unharmed, and the blood words prompted him to kill a challenger and rewarded him with 50 points. What's your name? Yang Feng killed the enemy and then hooked his finger at Qin Shuang. You just said that you can help me gather supplies, right? Qin Shuang's face was delighted. That means one doesn't have to die. Big brother, my name is Qin Shuang. I'm going to go lick your bag and gather supplies over there. Qin Shuang ran his ass towards the enemy's corpse in the distance, which saved him some chores. Next, the killing begins. Yang Feng searched for a suitable sniping position, then climbed onto the roof of a small 3-story building nearby. 1, 2, 3. They're all like Qin Shuang, without decent equipment. Yang Feng didn't do it right away. The greedy battlefield was a large area, so it wasn't too late to let them scavenge the various supplies first and then kill them when they were fattened up. 10 minutes later, mentally marking many enemies, it was almost time to reap the rewards. Tada! 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 The Overlord assault rifle spewed out long tongues of fire, and the yellow-colored bullet shells bounced up high, falling to the ground and emitting hot smoke, accompanied by a screen of death lists. A challenger in Area C died. A challenger in Area C died. A challenger in Area C died. A challenger fell in a pool of blood, quickly brushing over the prompt of the word blood. Scary. This is so scary. Yang Feng was like an evil ghost on the battlefield, and any challenger who didn't hide in the bunker was all eliminated with precision. A few moments later, the challengers, all of them, were stunned. They had taken refuge in the house, frightened and shivering, not even daring to go near the window. That's not good. Yang Feng adjusted his helmet and used the infrared thermal camera function. A blur of bright red light surfaced, and was able to see the approximate locations of people hiding behind the walls, and many previously undetected mice showed up. Rainstorm. Yang Feng took out the submachine gun called Heavy Rain and then rushed towards one of the broken buildings. The evil ghost entered the fray, his feet moving at a fast but silent pace, and the 2-meter-high wall could be leapt over in a single leap. Da 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 da. The storm came down suddenly, shooting over 30 rounds in a brief second, and an old sixer crouching in a corner was shot into a hornet's nest. Next, Yang Feng continued to move at a high speed, occasionally breaking the window and tumbling into the house. The rainstorm in his hand fired continuously, each time leaving a body and a large number of bullet holes. Swipe again. The hit list is once again bristling. The efficiency of killing the evil spirits on that battlefield reached unimaginable levels. The death messages lasted for several minutes, and at least 20 people were wiped out. How is that possible? Qin Shuang was licking his bag, but the speed at which he was gathering supplies was nowhere near the speed at which Yang Feng was killing enemies. The entire C district, directly slaughtered. A total of 1,400 bounty points were seized. Yang Feng stopped and turned off the infrared thermal camera on his helmet. All the nearby heat sources had been eliminated, completing the clearing operation. Qin Shuang, how's the harvest on your end? Yang Feng walked towards Qin Shuang, and the supplies he had collected had quite a bit of value. Chapter 11, Swipe Again. Perspective plus through walls. Big brother. Qin Shuang's brain stopped thinking. The shock in his heart was hard to express in words. A total of 28 people were eliminated from Area C, and all of them were killed by Yang Feng. You're hanging on, aren't you? Biggie, wait for me. I'm going to lick it for a little while longer. The good stuff never falls out. Qin Shuang nodded his head, and felt deeply grateful for himself. If he hadn't run into big brother Yang Feng, I'm afraid he would have died like those challengers. 20 minutes later, Qin Shuang was so tired that he was paralyzed with pain. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that licking packs could be so exhausting that he could earn collectibles until his hands went numb. Big brother. Valuable supplies. It's all here. Qin Shuang wiped the Han water from his face. A durable backpack hanging from each of his front and back, all stuffed with various supplies. Aha! Yang Feng nodded indifferently. then began to check the items in his backpack. The first is weapons and equipment. The greedy battlefield is scattered with a variety of weapons, but the quality is nowhere near as good as the reinforced firearms redeemed from Hell's apartments, and the same goes for body armor and helmets. Not much use. Next are some of the supplies used for collection. 1 kilogram gold bar can be exchanged for 100 bounty points. Supercomputing unit, redeemable for a bounty of 200 points. 4090 graphics card, redeemable for 50 bounty points. Camera lens, redeemable for 15 bounty points. Most of these collectibles are a mishmash of junk, with only a few gems selling for high prices. But collectibles all add up to a sizable income. Also, Yang Feng also found a battle map. This map clearly labeled the details of the greedy battlefield, with 4 areas, A, B, C, D, and the most central place of hidden treasures. Evacuation point. Yang Feng looked at the 4 evacuation points labeled. The challenger could also escape from the evacuation point if he felt scared. Let's go. Yang Feng waved his hand, signaling for Qin Shuang to follow. Qin Shuang acted as a follower, but soon realized that something was wrong. The big brother didn't seem to be prepared to go to the central treasure place. Big brother, are we going in the wrong direction? Qin Shuang scratched his head and hinted Yang Feng in a whisper. The central area is in the other direction. Yang Feng's pace paused slightly. The dark goggles could not see his eyes, but it made Qin Shuang's heart tremble with fear that the big man would get angry and shoot himself. Right direction. We're not going to the treasure house. We're going to the evacuation point in Zone D first. Yang Feng replied lightly, a simple sentence, but it made Qin Shuang's heart stop for a second. Zone D evacuation point. Is this the super duper ready to block the evacuation point and wipe out all the challengers in Area D? A few moments later, Yang Feng followed the map's markings and came to Area D. In the distance came the intense sound of gunfire. 2 groups were shooting at each other in a passionate manner, and soon there were announcements of the deaths of the challengers. The 2 groups, together, must be a dozen. Yang Feng listened to the sound of gunfire and judged the number of people engaged. One of the party's firepower was weakening. It seemed to be suppressed. This is a malicious group, isn't it? Qin Shuang was indignant. According to reason, every challenger who entered the greedy battlefield was alone. These people maliciously organized themselves into groups and formed gangs, which was too unfair to the challengers who fought alone. Fair? Yang Feng snorted and said slightly teasingly, aren't we also maliciously teamed up? Indeed. Although Qin Shuang was only an errand boy, he did become Yang Feng's accomplice. We're different. Qin Shuang was a little embarrassed, and at the same time realized his naivety. Hellworld isn't a video game, and looking for fairness here is just silly. I'm going to talk it out. Yang Feng carried his Overlord assault rifle and rushed towards the direction of the battlefield. 500 meters away he saw the battle. There were 7 or 8 people surrounding a building. 3 or 4 men were fighting desperately in the building. Tada! 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 The Overlord shot continuously at point-blank range, and a flower of blood exploded with it. Those challengers who stood in the open, one by one, had their heads blown off. A direct loss of 4 in a brief period of less than 5 seconds. Take cover. They have accomplices. One of the leaders shouted, while quickly ducking behind cover and carefully seeking the enemy's bearings. Yang Feng tried to fire a few more shots. The distance of 500 meters diminished the power of the bullets, and the ordinary ammunition shattered the bunker with earth and rocks, but did not completely penetrate it. Bunker? Yang Feng put away the Overlord, then took out the Anaconda revolver. This 357 Magnum gives a stunning and dangerous look. Depleted uranium high intrusion munitions. The 6 rounds in the Anaconda nest sell for 100 points and have extremely terrifying penetrating power. Boom, boom, boom. Rough gunfire roared and growled with fury. Tongues of fire more than a meter long, and bunkers burst in the distance. A stone pier exploded into a bull-sized hole, the momentum unabated running through the challenger behind it, tearing out a bloody hole of the same size. The so-called concrete walls are a joke in the face of such mass murderers. Ding ding ding. Yang Feng turned to bounce the nest. 6 finger-thin shell casings fell with a crisp and pleasant sound, and all the challengers hidden behind cover were killed. Taking out another box of depleted uranium high intrusion rounds, he filled the nest and then walked towards the 2-story short room. Thermal imaging camera activated. Infrared scans, penetrating the building for heat sources. An old 6 crouched in the corner, end wall aimed at the door of the room, and 2 others crouched upstairs by the window. Boo! Yang Feng ignored the wall. The Mad Python revolver fired directly, and the highly invasive bullets pierced through the wall, directly killing the crouching old 6. It's on. It's like what Qin Shuang said. The infrared thermal camera is like a see-through plug-in, while the large caliber special bullets are wall-penetrating plug-ins. It's an absolute crushing of equipment. Unless one wore equipment with special coatings like Yang Feng, one could prevent infrared scanning. Spare us. We are willing to surrender all our supplies. There were pleas for mercy from upstairs, but the two men were obviously not going to actually surrender, always holding their guns aimed in the direction of the steps. Yes, you guys drop off the supplies first. Yang Feng responded from below, followed by pulling out a high-explosive grenade, ripping off the pull ring and waiting 2 seconds before throwing it at the wall. Cold knowledge: students who often throw grenades know that throwing grenades directly is easy to be kicked by the enemy, or even pick up and throw back, shortening the detonation time, coupled with the grenade bouncing off the wall, gives the enemy even less of a chance to react. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The high-explosive grenade exploded, and the entire building shook with it, while the enemy upstairs was completely silent. It's too easy. These untrained ordinary people were powerless against Yang Feng. Leave the short building. Yang Feng took out his unlimited ammo storm surge rifle again. Full-level Big Brother slaughtered the novice village. Extremely fast figure were weaving in and out of the battlefield. The hints of kills once again brushed the screen. One challenger died in District D. One challenger died in District D. One challenger died in District D. Yang Feng learned his lesson and blocked the evacuation point in D. Both the challengers who wanted to leave and the little mice hiding everywhere all had no chance. Soon, the D-zone has also returned to calm. Chapter 12, Ghosts in the Smoke. Death wielding a scythe. Bounty points, 2820. First, Area C was slaughtered. Then Area D was cleared of challengers. Yang Feng's kill count exceeded 50. And the entire battlefield trembled as everyone was shrouded in the shadow of fear. Let's just run away. It's horrible. Sections C and D have been wiped out. Next up are sections A and B. The challengers weren't stupid. The messages of death were continuously brushed off, and continuing to stay was simply looking for death. Escape. Many of the challengers chose to withdraw. Some people took the good with the bad and gathered a lot of supplies, hurrying to leave from the evacuation point between Zone A and Zone B. But there were others who chose to be greedy. Many people converged on the center area. An hour later, Yang Feng searched both A-B areas, but only killed a few scattered challengers. There's not much oil left. Yang Feng was a little disappointed. Killing too quickly led to panic and scared people out of their wits. With 22 hours left on the clock, one should have taken their time and perhaps earned more points. Big Brother. Qin Shuang panted and followed, completely paralyzed with exhaustion. He had 4 backpacks hanging off of him, 2 of which were stuffed with assorted weapons, and 2 of which were filled with an assortment of collectibles of that. Those collectibles, worth more than 2,000 points, are considered a good haul. Let's go to the central area. Yang Feng took out the map. The central area was a science and technology museum and the ultimate treasure hiding place. Qin Shuang's eyes lit up. It's finally time to go to the central area. Having witnessed too much along the way, Qin Shuang's heart had long since become numb, and the way he looked at Big Brother had completely changed. Adoration, respect, anticipation, and that deep fear. Resistance? That little bit of resistance to escape had long since died out completely. Central area, Science and Technology Museum. The Science and Technology Museum is distinctive, with glass decorations forming a giant ball that wraps the entire building in an unbelievably futuristic feel. Unfortunately, this beauty was marred when a large hole was ripped out of the spherical dome and a large transport plane crashed into the building, scattering wreckage all over the Science and Technology Museum. Not right. A little too quiet. There was no shootout in the central area, which means Yang Feng hid in the shadows and used the Overlord's quadruple lens to observe. The distance was a little too far for infrared thermal imaging to see clearly, but a large blurry mass of light could be vaguely seen, with a rough count of more than 20 people converging on it. Cooperation. These people were all somewhat capable and unwilling to give up the ultimate treasure in the central region, so they could only join forces to fight against a certain swiping killing god. There is light. An unnatural light flashed through the science center. It was the reflection of a lens. Someone using a sniper rifle, waiting for prey to appear. Biggie, I'll hide first. Qin Shuang is smart. Sensing that the atmosphere is not right, seeing the situation is not good, he buggered off and hid in the nearby grove. Some trouble. The terrain was too open, and a dash to the tech center was bound to expose it. Firebrand charge. Is quite good at it himself. The corner of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, followed by an arrow step and rushed out, running at full speed in the direction of the Science and Technology Museum. The lens glow flickered again. The hidden sniper noticed himself and had to change his rate of movement. Drink! Yang Feng shouted furiously. His feet once again exerted force, violently scrambling out a few body lengths, the whole person presenting a 45-degree angle as he swooped down. Boo! The ground burst and exploded, and a crater with a diameter of more than 10 centimeters appeared, hitting the location where Yang Feng had just been. So powerful. I'm afraid that's an anti-material sniper rifle, with special bullets that can penetrate tanks, and judging from the accuracy, the person who fired it is definitely an expert. Da 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 da. Boom 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 boom. The glass of the Science and Technology Museum kept bursting, and the sky was filled with shattered pieces that crystallized and shimmered in the sunlight. More than 20 people obeyed the order and raised the guns in their hands at the same time, aiming towards Yang Feng's position, launching a 360 degrees deathless saturation attack. There's no hiding. Inescapable. The torrent of steel bullets rustled down, surrounded by the sound of cracking air, and a few bullets pierced through the combat suits before they were finally stopped by the carbon fiber inserts of the bulletproof undershirts. The body armor won't last long. Yang Feng's body was struck by the bullet, but his speed did not weaken in the slightest, and at this most critical moment, he opened his natural ability, Hunt for the Hour. Adrenaline spiked wildly, countless blood filaments covered his eyes, and the hot blood seemed to be burning. The brain raced, the electric current generated by the nerve center shocked wildly, and the only sound that could be heard in the ears was the sound of the heart and breathing, and everything around him became slow. Tracks. With Yang Feng's naked eyes, he could even see the trajectory of that one bullet, and the air was torn apart for a split second, creating a blur of fluctuations. Sniper. Yang Feng's thoughts were getting faster and faster. The world he saw with his naked eyes was elongating, and the sniper in the Science and Technology Museum was aiming towards himself, his finger pulling the trigger. Turn instantly. Yang Feng's feet stomped the ground violently, stomping out cracked and broken marks on the concrete floor. His entire body violently changed direction. His thigh tendons and ankles endured tremendous pressure, and he dodged the shot hard. In the meantime, Zhang Ping in the Science and Technology Museum, her eyes filled with shock. What? Is he dodging bullets? Zhang Ping was holding an anti-material sniper rifle, and it was unbelievable that she missed all 3 attacks in a row. With this anti-material sniper rifle, the bullet discharged at a speed of 1,200 meters per second, almost 4 times the speed of sound, and no one could dodge it. The man, preemptively making evasive maneuvers? How did he judge? Is it really a coincidence that the opportunity to fire a gun is accurately predicted every time? The other side. With his unbelievable speed, Yang Feng finally approached the Science and Technology Museum. 3 smoke bombs were thrown. Thick smoke gathered but did not dissipate. Vision was completely obstructed, and the semi-enclosed environment lasted for at least 10 minutes time. In a flash, the figure that swooped like a sharp arrow burrowed into the smoke without a single movement. Frantic shooting. The 20 or so challengers around them fired indiscriminately toward the smoke grenade-shrouded area until all the bullets in their firearms were exhausted. But there was still no response. Are you dead? The man who rushed into the smoke should have been shot indiscriminately. All of a sudden, 3 round objects were thrown out of the smoke. A flashbang. 2 high-explosive grenades. Not good. Dodge them all. Zhang Ping cried out and immediately turned around, her arms shielding her eyes. Strong light bursts, white burning flashes covered the eyeballs, and nothing but bright light could be seen. Rumble. High-explosive grenades exploded and the crowd took heavy casualties as several sections of arms or thighs spun and flew off, followed by mournful screams. Evil spirits in smoke. A figure rushed out of the black smoke. Yang Feng was holding a torrential rain submachine gun in his hand, and the pouring torrent surged, unsuspectingly piercing through the challenger's body. The unfolding blobs of blood were beautiful to look at. A challenger died in the Central District. A challenger died in the Central District. A challenger died in the Central District. Death is wielding a scythe, and the message swipes again. Yang Feng maintained his hunting moment, controlling the gun with extreme concentration, the muzzle turning precisely and quickly, changing targets every 0.2 seconds. One man's firepower instantly suppressed the entire corps. Full of corpses, the regiment was largely decimated, with only a few smart people left hiding in the bunker. Yang Feng stopped shooting and his terrifying figure disappeared into the black smoke again, reappearing behind a challenger. The tungsten steel claw blade flashed with a cold aura. Yang Feng slashed his throat with a blow, then hid in the black smoke again. Where are the people? Is there anyone else alive? Ah! One by one, the rest of them died, and the fear was crippling until the hall was silent. Zhang Ping. She was the last survivor. It was a woman with a perfect body, short, gallant hair, a pistol at her waist, and a saber strapped to her bindings. Let's talk about it. There's no need to fight to the death. All the rewards can be given to you, and with our stature, there might be a chance for cooperation in the future. Zhang Ping held her sniper rifle and squinted at the thick black smoke, trying to find the enemy. Suddenly, Yang Feng's body rushed out of the black fog and he delivered a perfect whip kick, sending the sniper rifle flying directly. Zhang Ping's pupils shook wildly and her palm touched the Nepalese saber at her waist, but her movements were just too slow in Yang Feng's eyes. Boo! Yang Feng punched Zhang Ping in the stomach. The punch was so powerful that the stomach pouch was directly cracked, spitting out a large amount of bitter water. The intense pain caused Zhang Ping's body to curl up into a sesame shrimp, collapsing to the ground in constant spasms, completely becoming a fish on the chopping board. Perfect creation. Yang Feng had completed his evolution. His body strength far exceeded the human limit, and getting in close meant the end of the battle. Nice. Yang Feng was considered a small test of his own ability. Both the intensity of the perfect creation and the explosion of the hunting moment were met with satisfaction. The hunting moment is over. Burning his physical energy brought about a slight feeling of weakness, and his consciousness drifted for a moment, but soon returned as before. 5 minutes. It's best to keep the outbreaks of hunting moments to 5 minutes. Yang Feng felt the changes in his body. The perfect creation's fleshly body was really powerful enough to support a short burst. Lower your head. Zhang Ping struggled to catch her breath roughly. Her eyes were filled with panic. The man in front of her was even more terrifying than she had imagined. Don't kill me. Zhang Ping trembled and begged for mercy. A large amount of blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. Her severe internal injuries were starting to kick in, and she wouldn't be able to live for much longer. Yang Feng lowered his head. It was a pair of cold eyes, devoid of any pity for a beautiful woman, and the cruel battlefield only distinguished between teammates and enemies, the living and the dead. Boom, boom, boom. Yang Feng took the anaconda revolver, and before Zhang Ping could finish her sentence, the depleted uranium high-infiltration rounds had already crushed the flesh, and he couldn't die anymore. The end. Now you can let Qin Xuan lick the bag. Chapter 13, Privilege Upgrade. Dragon Transformation Pool. Great increase in strength. Second talent. Bonus session. Qin Xuan searched it carefully. The resources of the entire region of the greedy battlefield were all pocketed. Big brother. I did the categorization. Qin Xuan brought baskets of supplies, countless captured firearms, and the collection filled 3 durable backpacks. The valuable stuff, all stuffed into this bag. Qin Xuan first took out his first backpack, which was filled with precious supplies, roughly calculated to be worth at least 2,000 points. Yang Feng squatted down to check it out for a while. It contained several gold bars, art paintings, supercomputing units, and all sorts of premium goods worth more than 100 points. This packet, it could be worth 1,000 points or so. Qin Xuan handed over a second pack of collectibles, relatively lower in value, but all of them were some fine products. The remaining third bag was filled with miscellaneous junk that was worth a few hundred points at most. Well done. Yang Feng was satisfied with Qin Xuan's performance and reached out to take away the 2 packages of valuables, waving his hand with a light smile. Alright, no more for you. Qin Xuan froze. Is Biggie letting himself go? I'm not a psychopathic murderer either. You did the work for me. You have to pay something. Yang Feng took off his tactical helmet, revealing a young and resolute face, then pulled out a cigarette and held it in his mouth, lighting one for himself. Principles. Yang Feng was actually a man of principle, at least trustworthy in some ways. Qin Xuan had performed well, neither betraying nor fleeing, not even grinding and slacking off, and had been licking his bag and collecting precious supplies from all over the place. It was kind of a temporary collaboration for once. Thanks big guy. Big brother is mighty. Big brother is big. Big brother is great. Qin Xuan thanked him 1,000 times and was full of flattery, not expecting that he had saved his little life, but he was also smashed by the broken heavenly fortune. This sniper rifle is mine. The rest of the broken brass is on you for your hard work. Yang Feng took away Zhang Ping's anti-material sniper rifle, which should be worth more than 500 points or more, and was equipped with various modification accessories. The rest of the rags can't hold a bit of interest. Really? Biggie, you're my righteous father. Qin Xuan was completely smashed by this richness, and said a lot of ass-kissing auspicious words, wonderful words gushing, until Yang Feng slightly frowned. I'll get out right away without annoying you. With a smile on his face, Qin Xuan immediately had the good sense to move a few durable backpacks away and head for the evacuation point without looking back. It's bad if you're a step slow and the big guy changes his mind. Time passes by. Remaining time, 19 hours. There's only one challenger left in the battlefield of greed. The ultimate treasure opens early. Congratulations on receiving the Certificate of Dawn. A golden certificate descended from the sky and slowly landed in Yang Feng's hand. It was clearly the reward that the final victor had received. Immediately after, Yang Feng was teleported into his apartment after the 1-minute countdown ended. Perfection. Impeccable and amazing performance. The sky opened an evil vertical eye, giving high praise to Yang Feng's performance, and then countless rays of light shone into the room. Rumble. The apartment shook violently. The sound of hammering came from all around them, the walls bursting in all directions with it, the apartment's ceiling miraculously hovering and the building not collapsing. Your apartment has been upgraded. The blood-colored text on Yang Feng's eyeballs flickered. That cramped little room that was originally 10 square meters expanded rapidly. Countless hammers chiseling out new floors and expanding it to over 100 square meters. Decoration. A separate bathroom is partitioned off. The floors generate luxurious mahogany floors. The walls turn into a slightly reddish unknown material. And a whole floor-to-ceiling window faces the depths of hell. An absolutely beautiful view. Cliff-like apartment building mountain, stretching to the end of the vision. The blood-colored remnants of the sunset afterglow, until the sky opens a myriad of eerie eyes. Anyway, the supreme being of terror unknown was generous enough to convert the small, dilapidated house directly into a large, luxurious bungalow. It is the gift of a perfect performance and the reward of a warrior. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the third level of hell and have been rewarded with 300 base bounty. Your collected materials are fully converted into bounty points. Bounty points, 7630. Satisfactory figures. Yang Feng was on the battlefield and had eliminated close to 80 people in total, plus the bounty converted from the 2 large bags of collectibles. The figure reached a horrifying 7,000 plus. That's not all. Yang Feng won the ultimate treasure and obtained a Certificate of Dawn, which appeared to be a golden certificate on the outside. Certificate of Dawn, you have proved your strength, and your rank rating has been raised to Dawn. Note, signing your name in blood will open up new permissions and grant you a privilege. Open access. Yang Feng's pupils shrunk slightly, finally finding a way to unlock the permissions. Buy blood. Looks like some kind of trap, but people have to bow down under the roof, and the mysterious hell is full of deadly dangers, and there is no extra choice. Yang Feng bit his finger and signed his life with blood, and immediately after that, the golden certificate turned into countless fragments that surged into Yang Feng's body. You get a privilege. Access elevated, you open the enhancement function. Access elevated, you open the bloodline function. A series of words in blood floated to the eyeballs. A large number of functions turned on, and the room yielded a vibrating sound as the open space in the center of the room dented and seeped upward with warm spring water. Spa, a kind of clear spiritual liquid quickly filled the pool, and the sparkling water vaporized a layer of dense mist, adding to the mystery. Hualong Pond. Function 1, washes the body and heals injuries. Function 2, modulates spiritual liquid to strengthen the physical body. Function 3, transform the bloodline and break the cocoon into a dragon. The dragon transformation pool possessed a very powerful function. Immersed within the spiritual spring, wounds throughout the body would be healed, strengthening the flesh. This spiritual liquid can nourish the physical body, enhance the body in a small way, and soothe the spirit. Try it first. Yang Feng removed his blood-stained clothes, revealing a body of steel and magic iron muscles, and the sparkling water light made the bronze-colored skin glow with a metallic luster. Step into the dragon transformation pool. The hot spring spiritual liquid wrapped around the body. The 36,000 pores of the whole body opened instantly. The soothing feeling soothed the body and mind, and all the fatigue was swept away. A hint of mysterious power penetrated the skin. They filled with life force and subconsciously strengthened the body. And although the reinforcement was very small, everything was moving towards a virtuous cycle. Hint, you can put in spirit herbs to strengthen the effect of the dragon transformation pool. Scarlet characters appeared in front of Yang Feng's eyes, and he could consume 1,000 points to add spirit herbs, which could significantly increase the strengthening effect. Putting in spirit herb, Yang Feng did not hesitate and directly consumed the points. Dots of fluorescent light appeared in the dragon transformation pool. Bright emerald green shimmered. It was clearly the spirit grass that had been ground into powder, mixed with the spirit liquid to emit an ethereal fragrance. The power is growing. Yang Feng can clearly feel that the mysterious power is penetrating the whole body, integrating into the muscles and bones, enhancing the activity of the cells of the whole body. At this point, Yang Feng's special bloodline physique worked magically. Perfect creation. This is a hidden bloodline that can fuse genetic sequences and constantly sculpt the body into an ultimate creature. Sensitive to the body's enhanced modifications. Balanced. Overall increase. The special bloodline strengthened the absorption of the spiritual liquid, and used every bit of spiritual energy in the most suitable place for the most meticulous fine-tuning, comprehensively and balancedly increasing the physical body. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The chemtrail pool lasted a full 5 hours. The spiritual liquid became thin, and the powder-emitting emerald green fluorescence disappeared as much as possible, turning the dragon transformation pool into a pool of clear water. Yang Feng slowly stood up. He could clearly feel that his physical quality had once again improved, increasing by about 30% or so, becoming even more powerful. The lift is huge. This body was already ridiculously strong, and a 30% increase might not seem like much, but it was based on the perfect creation as super strong physique. What's more, the dragon transformation pool can be refilled with spiritual liquid every once in a while. How strong would the flesh be if it was dipped a few more times? Also, Yang Feng also discovered another function of the dragon transformation pool. That kind of spirit liquid that could be blended could not only add herbs, but also put in more magical or bizarre things. For example, gene mutants. The bloodletter had issued a warning reminder that the gene mutagen should not be taken directly, and that if it could be combined with the spiritual liquid of the dragon transformation pool, the evolution could be completed with relative ease and safety. A perfect creation bloodline, capable of fusing other genes and optimizing them. If I have more mutated bloodlines, with the functions of the dragon transformation pool, will I be able to evolve continuously? Many bold ideas appeared in Yang Feng's mind. The perfect creation fusing more bloodlines, genes evolving and transforming, and finally evolving into an ultimate creature. It's a good route to grow. In the future, we have to hunt more monsters like the monstrous blood beast, and the precious materials like gene mutants will all be used to evolve the flesh. Yang Feng determined the path ahead, dried his body and began to check the remaining rewards. Privilege. Yang Feng's level was raised to dawn and a privilege was rewarded. Talent privilege. You can choose a talent normally, or you can use the privilege once to gain an exclusive talent based on your bloodline. Exclusive talent? Hidden special bloodlines. Exclusive talents of the perfect creation. Is that something to think about? Yang Feng immediately chose to use the privilege and consumed 5,000 points to redeem his second talent. Suddenly, thick fog filled the area outside Hell's apartments. It was as if the mists contained a cold and evil eye, emitting a scarlet and terrifying light. A wave of cursed power permeated the apartment, and the surrounding mist transformed into an eerie deep purple, then into a black-on-red blood color. Cursed strong pressure, 1000. The deep, horrible and evil power formed a strong cursed strong pressure, just like the deep sea under 10,000 meters, almost instantly about to crush Yang Feng into pieces. It's almost cracked. A blood scar appeared on his skin. His entire body was about to burst under the strong pressure of the curse, and everything in front of his eyes became blurry. The mist surges. Those colorful deep purples and black reds kept drilling and crawling inwards towards the cracked blood scar on Yang Feng's body surface. Awakening talent, Curse Eater. Note, the flesh of the Curse Eater is fully adapted to the curse, and is not only immune to its erosive effects, but also able to take power from it. The awakening ceremony is over. The gaping wounds healed in droves, and a scarlet and blackened tattoo appeared at the chest position, looking like a cold and cruel vertical eye with countless tiny tentacles extending around it. Adapting to the curse. Ingesting power. As the layers of hell fall downward, the curse strong pressure will grow. But it's good for me instead? Yang Feng stood next to the mirror, carefully observing the shape of the tattoo. The evil eye eerie like a living creature, subliminally absorbing the cursed power of the surrounding environment. Exclusive talent. It did not disappoint. Chapter 14, Dormitory of the Falsely Human Beings. It's strong. Yang Feng was terribly strong. Each hellish tier is performed perfectly and rewarded with super huge bounty points and explosive growth and strength to become stronger. Yang Feng, bounty points, 1630. Grade rating, Dawn. Level, the third level of hell. Yang Feng stood in front of the mirror, and blood characters appeared on his eyeballs, which seemed to be a new feature brought about by a privilege upgrade. Dawn level. It's a hell of a special way of rating. Dawn certificates are often very demanding to obtain, and only the amazing and talented have the chance to grab them. Yang Feng had captured the ultimate treasure from the greedy battlefield, which was attended by over 100 people, before finally obtaining the status of Dawnbringer. However, currently has too little information to know the other privileges of the Dawnbringer for the time being, except for the opening of the redemption privilege. Time passes. Yang Feng replenished some consumables and repaired his equipment, then waited meditatively. The fourth level of hell, the pseudo-human dormitory. Danger level, 1 to 3. Blue-orange-red. Extremely dangerous. Cursed pressure, 5. Description. What lies beneath the outer skin of mankind? Time's up. Hell's apartment is fully functional. The room shuddered once more, much more violently than before, and plunged downward a few hundred meters, a large expanse of thick fog surging with it. What's going on? Yang Feng felt that something was wrong. The apartment had fallen at least 300 meters downwards, and the curse pressure had been raised directly to 5. The description of the danger level is also strange. Level 0 green means harmless, Level 1 blue means safe, Level 2 orange means dangerous, and Level 3 red alert is extremely dangerous. The fourth level, blue, orange and red levels exist at the same time, with both safe areas and extremely dangerous and terrifying presences. Looks like a little more caution is in order this time. Yang Feng opened the gate to hell, then stepped into the light mass with 1 foot, and his entire body disappeared in place. Fake people's quarters. The blur of light is becoming clearer. It was a fancy dormitory with only 2 beds, with all the infrastructure and some small snacks on the table. Yang Feng sat up from his bed, and the roommate across from him was a girl. That is a beautiful young girl, with a head of black shiny hair, Melon face shows a few points of cleanliness. Belong to the more you look at the more durable type. Headache. The girl seemed to be suffering from intense pain. Beads of sweat oozed from her forehead, and a vein rippled from her slender white palm. Cough cough. The girl coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of blood, but the crimson liquid was stained with mottled deep purple, as if she had been poisoned in some way. Curse the pressure. Yang Feng's physical quality was extremely strong, and he was already able to easily resist the effects brought about by the curse, and with the acquisition of the Curse Eater talent, he was even able to devour the power of the curse. Others can be bad. The curse eats away at the body like a virulent poison. The sudden surge and the pressure of the curse is suffocating, and the air becomes so viscous that it is difficult to adjust to it for a moment. Hello strong. Adapting to the curse so quickly? The girl's state had recovered, and she looked at Yang Feng in front of her in surprise, her eyes mixed with a few moments of fear, and a hint of curiosity. Powerful, unknown, mysterious. Yang Feng was dressed in a pointy soldier's suit, with a full-coverage tactical helmet obscuring his face, carrying 3 guns on his back, and his chest ammunition hangers and tactical belt stuffed with all kinds of magazines, making him a complete mobile arsenal. Just by this ferocious line, one could tell that Yang Feng was a ruthless character. It's just easy to watch. Yang Feng responded with a faint smile. His answer was ambiguous, making it even more difficult to guess his strength. My name is Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu wiped the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth and forced a smile, reaching out to initiate a greeting. Yang Feng. Yang Feng reached out and shook Xiaoyu's hand, and the two of them were considered to know each other. At this point, words and blood floated over the eyeballs. Yang Feng and Xiaoyu received the message at the same time, and it was clearly the rules of the 4th layer of hell. Fake dormitory. Rule number 1, the false man is all around you, but will only reveal his true form at night. Rule 2, 500 points will be deducted for killing a human. Dropping below 0 points will result in a direct wipeout. Rule number 3, every day at 12 o'clock noon, a rescue truck will appear under the dormitory building that can help you get out of this tier. Day 1, survival bonus of 500 points. Day 2, survival bonus of 1,000 points. Day 3, survival bonus of 3,000 points. The words in blood slowly disappeared, and the two men in the room were lost in thought at the same time. Werewolf kill? It's like a big game of werewolf. False people hide in crowds. Anyone can be an enemy, and underneath the human skin lies a terrible monster. The best thing to do is to kill everyone. Whether they are normal humans or pseudo-humans in hiding, they are all killed. But the 4th layer has a special mechanism. Killing the wrong person will deduct the corresponding points. The score deducted to a negative number will be directly erased. Some trouble. Yang Feng raised his head and realized that Xiaoyu was stealing glances at himself. I'm not a hypocrite. Xiaoyu was afraid that Yang Feng would misunderstand and took out a handkerchief to wipe the bloodstains from the corner of her mouth and displayed it to the man in front of her. Look, I even spit out blood. The curse pressurization is making it hard for me. Disguise? Summer Rain is doing just fine and there are no problems to be found at this time. Trust you for now. Yang Feng said indifferently, but his body suddenly probed forward, staring intently into Xiaoyu's eyes as he asked in a low voice, "Don't you doubt my identity?" Xiaoyu froze. She shook her hands a few times in panic, not doubting Yang Feng's identity at all. "You're wearing a appointment suit, aren't you?" Xiaoyu's face was full of envy, but her tone lowered. "I've only saved 1,000 or so bounty points since I was reborn. People rely on clothes, Buddha relies on gold. How can a big man in top gear be a pseudo-human?" At this point, there was a cacophony of voices outside the door. "Hey, everyone inside, come out and gather outside." There was a group of people in the hallway, knocking on doors, with occasional curses and grunts, and soon a large crowd had gathered. "All those who want to live, come out." Xian Hongfei came to the door of room 404, and just as he was about to raise his hand to knock, the door opened by itself. Summer Rain. The door was opened by a pretty girl. Xiang Hongfei's eyes lit up. His eyes wandered to Xiaoyu's pretty body. After having enough eye candy, he pointed to the crowd behind him. "Quickly go over there. The guys are all discussing strategies together." "Aha." Xiaoyu nodded, but didn't go out immediately, instead wanting to wait for his companion to leave with him. Xiang Hongfei was a little upset, casually shouted toward the house. "The people in the house numb. Do not let everyone wait for you." A silhouette approached. Yang Feng was fully armed with a large amount of heavy equipment, as if he was a mobile arsenal, and his steady pace was like a small mountain moving slowly. Xiang Hongfei's throat moved. His speaking voice was much smaller, and he unconsciously made way. Terror. A trace of fear arose in Xiang Hongfei's heart, and his aura was completely suppressed. What's going on? Most of the born-again inhabitants of hell could only barely survive the crisis, but the man in front of him was fully equipped with godly armor and was unhurried. There is only one answer. Only those who are really strong have room to do some challenges and get more rewards. Oof. Maybe it's outside the box. Xiang Hongfei reassured himself that if he had that many bounty points, he would never waste them on equipment, but instead exchange them for the awakening talent that was priced at a whole 1,000 points. After all, weapons and equipment are all consumables and can be damaged at any time, or even taken away by others. The only thing that guarantees survival in the hellish tiers is true personal strength. Xiang Hongfei fantasized as he continued to knock on the door of the next dormitory, and soon all of the 20 or so room doors were open and the residents converged on the hallway. There are quite a few people. The number of inhabitants of hell that had teleported over was well over 50. Yang Feng half relied on the wall, observing the scurrying silhouettes. The so-called pseudo-people were hidden amongst the crowd. Chapter 15. Thinking is not as fast as bullets. Hello everyone. My name is Bai Wei Ran. I apologize for the rude way of inviting everyone together. The crowd walked out of a middle-aged man, speaking with an unruffled air of authority, and the noisy voices of the people suddenly calmed down a lot. Bai Wei Ran. I've heard of him, chairman of the Bai Group. Been on the news quite a few times. That old man is more than 80 years old. A few years ago into a serious illness room. The power has long been handed over to his son. Many people had heard of Bai Wei Ran's great name. He was the chairman of a certain multinational conglomerate, who had lived to be over 80 years old and finally died in a serious illness room. So what if it's White Weir? This is hell. Power can't be brought in here and expect the family to burn more money? Many people are not convinced that no matter how much money and power they had in life, they will all turn to dust after death and will not be able to do anything. Bai Wei Ran smiled slightly. With his hands behind his back and a face full of kindness and affability, he continued to address the crowd. We are certainly equals, and I, Bai Wei Ran, in no way mean to be superior. But, if you want to survive in this crisis-ridden hell, you have a better chance by uniting. Bai Wei Ran was worthy of being an old man, first lowering his stance, then using words full of affinity, invariably becoming that leader. Bai Dong. What to do? Just tell me. Xiang Hongfei stepped forward. He was Bai Wei Ran's roommate, and in 3 or 2 words, he was fooled into becoming a staunch supporter. Yang Feng silently watched this. This old man called Bai Wei Ran did have some skills. Even though he has lost all his money and power, he has cultivated the temperament of a high-ranking person after decades in the business world. Weak people must be attracted to it, right? Sure enough, after a performance, many people stood towards Bai Wei Ran. There is strength in numbers, and it is always reassuring to be in a group, not worrying about future crises, and just throwing all problems to the leaders. Fake people blend into the crowd. I suggest some rules. The first thing to do is to do a screening exclusion, and hopefully every single one of them will do their best to self-identify. Bai Wei Ran explained, naming some feasible options that were recognized by more people. Exhaustion. Xiang Hongfei moved out a table, then took out a book and pen and began to record the names and specifics of each person. My name is Li Shuai. I'm 19 years old. I used to have a big flying eagle. Modified. Li Shuaikan was actually a ghostfire teenager in life and ended up dying in a car accident. Who asked you this? Xiang Hongfei said viciously. You have to prove that you are not a hypocrite. It was then that Li Shuai responded and started talking about what happened in Hell's apartment. I live in a small apartment with dense eyes all over the outside of the window, not to mention how scary it is. Look at my eyeball. Cut a slit. Those messages covered my eyes every time and scared me to death at first, but I'm used to it now. Li Shuai told of painful encounters, but these experiences are known to everyone, and every resident of Hell has similar encounters. Uncertainty. Li Hongfei recorded, categorizing Li Shuai on the uncertain list, unable to tell whether he was human or pseudo-human. My name is Lu Yao. The first Hell Challenge. A walk in the park. Second level of Hell Challenge. The Forest of Horrors. Third level of Hell Challenge. Brave Man's Game. A woman began registering information, and that comment led to a noisy argument. Not the same. The layers of hell that Lu Yao experienced were completely different from the others. She's a pseudo-human. The second hellish challenge is clearly the Deadly Desert. Someone in the crowd yelled, but that voice drew more argumentative voices. Heavy news. Yang Feng's eyes flickered and he immediately understood one thing. Each one goes through the walk through hell challenge, representing a complete abandonment of the past, while the next tier is completely randomized. Quiet. People don't argue. Bai Wei Ran stood out, the bickering gradually becoming smaller, and opened his mouth to explain. Everyone's hellish trial is different, and we'll be transported to different worlds to accept challenges of our own. This comment led to a more animated discussion for a few minutes before it quieted down and the work of registering the rows continued. At this point, a slim man approached. The man, shirtless and with a touch of menace in his eyes, said decisively, I am 100% not a pseudo-human. On what grounds? Does he have a way of recognizing a fake person? My past name doesn't matter, but now there's a whole new name. Flame of Fury. As Raging Flame said that, he spread his hands, and immediately after that something unimaginable happened. Flame. 2 hot flames appeared in the palms of the hands, followed by a rapid spread to the arms, and finally covered the entire upper body. The fire was blazing. The temperature around them rose rapidly, and there were cries of alarm from the people. Gifted alien. He redeemed his natural ability. 1,000 points. That's a whole 1,000 points. People were stunned. The awakened talent gave Raging Flame the ability to manipulate flames. Envy. It's so enviable. Most of the inhabitants of hell could only live on, gaining only enough points to buy some food and daily necessities, and at most 1 or 2 more weapons to defend themselves. Accumulating 1,000 points is just too far away. Yes, awakening an alien talent. Must be one of our own. Bai Wei Ran identified with the rage and immediately whitelisted him, confirming that he was a human. And me. My name is Shui Wenkong. A gnarled, muscular slugger walked up. Shui Wenkong held an iron rod with a diameter of 5 centimeters in his hand, and his arm violently exerted force, directly bending it into a U shape. The power is boundless. This man had also awakened his gift, and his muscle strength had increased dramatically, so he could likewise be included in the whitelist. Big brother Yang Feng, surely you can be whitelisted as well with all the gear you've brought with you? Xiaoyu stood beside Yang Feng, her eyes full of envy. If only she could be included in the whitelist. Not interested. Yang Feng's eyes were bland and he wasn't prepared to register his information, much less take the rules set by others seriously. Few people have noticed a problem. Bai Wei Ran unknowingly took everyone and they are following the rules he made, and this is the new right. For everyone's safety, I suggest we all turn in our weapons to prevent the pseudo-men from muddying the waters and to avoid accidentally injuring our teammates. Bai Wei Ran's astonishing sentence. The surrounding crowd immediately exploded. Handing over the self-defense weapon. Isn't it just asking for death? Don't be afraid. We will be forming a guard unit to keep everyone safe. The guard is made up of members from the whitelist, and the weapons are safer to leave in their hands, so everyone is completely comfortable. The White Mighty bared his fangs. The whitelist is free of the suspicion of pseudo-humanity. The status naturally rises, and as the leader of the organization, the power swells. Surrender! Rage! Shui Wenkong, Xiang Hongfei, and a few others began to collect the weapons of the crowd, and took a few strong-built men as temporary members of the guard. The people dared to be angry and could only obey in the face of a strong man, obediently handing over their weapons. It was hard to imagine that within such a short period of time, Bai Wei Ran had established his own forces and subdued the other residents. Your turn. Xiang Hongfei walked up to Yang Feng. Becoming a guard, he also had a bit of backbone and said with a slight arrogance, I see that you are well equipped, so I'll give you a chance to join the guard. Don't you dare refuse, or I'll have no choice but to collect your weapon. A man under the roof has to bow down. Xiang Hongfei surveyed the equipment of Yang Feng. Each weapon is expensive. Can really make people greedy? If it is collected up then. Fantasy is wonderful. Reality is harsh. Xiang Hongfei didn't get the answer he wanted. He only saw the dark muzzle of the gun. Boo! Anaconda revolver in 357 caliber with depleted uranium high intrusion cutter rounds. A long tongue of fire erupted from the barrel of the gun, and a finger-thin bullet penetrated the center of his brow, and blood exploded with it. 500 points deducted for killing a human. Yang Feng killed Xiang Hongfei with a single shot. A warning message flashed up on his eyeball. 500 bounty points were deducted, and 1130 remained. Murdered? He actually killed someone. Don't you have to deduct points for killing? A negative number will get you killed in seconds. People around them let out a gasp. Xiang Hongfei's body fell to the ground. A fanciful smile still on his lips, but there was a hint of doubt in his crumbling eyeballs. Dead? You just died somehow? Perhaps. Xiang Hongfei has no idea of anything. After all, the brain does not turn as fast as the bullet, and those bean flower organizations responsible for thinking are also broken up. All spilled on the wall. Chapter 16, Pseudo-Human Blood Core. Retarded. Yang Feng sneered and only had a short 2-word comment. If one has eyes that are not blind, one can tell who is not to be messed with. Xiang Hongfei's eyes are not blind, and also do not have the guts to mess with Yang Feng, but there is a kind of courage called group gall. A man wouldn't dare. A group of people can be different. This is like punks fighting. The more people the more courage, but if you really need a ruthless person, you will interpret what is called a touch of broken. I'm not interested in playing house with you guys. Yang Feng stood in the center of the corridor, his tone getting colder and colder as he slowly spat out a few words. Who still has opinions? Shudder. Simple 2 words. But let a person feel completely threatened, as if as long as the man in front of him is provoked, it will be in Xiang Hongfei a downfall. You're too bossy. Bai Wei Ran frowned. He had just set up a guard unit and his right-hand man was killed with a single shot. How do you convince people? If you don't do something about it, the prestige you've built up will crumble. And how can anyone convince you? This friend. You can refuse our offer, but there's no need to kill anyone, is there? Bai Wei Ran continued, then stepped into the middle of the guardsmen, invariably generating a pressure. Tit for tat. It was as if people saw a fierce tiger facing a pack of wolves, with neither side willing to back down. You're not smart either. Yang Feng had a slight disappointment. He had thought that Bai Wei Ran was a character, but he didn't expect the same retardation. What did you say? Bai Wei Ran showed a puzzled expression, but his eyes widened violently in the next second. Boo! Yang Feng moved extremely fast and once again lifted the anaconda revolver to fire a shot. The smell of smoke and blood hung in the air, and half of Bai Wei Ran's cheek was gone. A muffled sound. Bai Wei Ran's body slammed heavily on the ground. Yang Feng killed again. Cruel, ruthless, decisive, and unrelenting. Crazy. People's eyes changed as they looked at Yang Feng, shooting and killing people at the drop of a hat, completely ignoring the rules of punishment. Simply a psychotic criminal. 2 killings. Deductions can be as high as 1,000 points. This lunatic should be obliterated. The crowd of onlookers backed up, and the guards finally reacted, pulling out their guns and aiming them at Yang Feng. Boom boom boom. Rage's upper body burned as he entered a fighting stance. Shui Wenkong was also full of ferocity, pressing down his body ready to attack. Suddenly, the changes are clustered. Bai Wei Ran's corpse mutated, covered in disgusting scales, with viscous liquid flowing out of the gaps, and finally transformed into a horrible monster. Fake people. Bai Wei Ran is actually a pseudo-human. Kill false man, 500 bounty points awarded. The words in blood also appeared on Yang Feng's eyeballs, but instead of a punishment for killing, it was a reward for killing a pseudo-human. The crowd was stunned. The leader amongst the humans turned out to be a pseudo-human. Bai Wei Ran was too well disguised, displaying a superior's temperament so impeccably that no one could have expected his true identity. He's a pseudo-human. How can this be? Everyone trusts Bai Wei Ran so much. It's a good thing we didn't let the false man's treachery succeed, or it would have surely gotten everyone killed. The crowd murmured, and the improvised guard that had been put together looked at each other in disbelief. With the leader dead, shouldn't the team be disbanded as well? My gun. Give it back. A bunch of sons of ES. Still trying to cheat me out of my weapons. The scene was thrown into a flurry of confusion as those inhabitants of hell swarmed around and demanded back the guns they had just collected. The other side. Xiaoyu stood beside Yang Feng, her eyes filled with admiration as she asked excitedly, Big brother Yang Feng, how did you see through Bai Wei Ran? See through? Yang Feng shook his head. He didn't see through Bai Wei Ran's disguise. He just killed the enemies that were not favorable to him. Preemptive strike. Defusing a threatening time bomb precisely before it explodes is definitely the optimal way to handle it. Points? No points can be earned again. It's horrible. Xiaoyu couldn't help but shiver. Fortunately he wasn't Yang Feng's enemy. Otherwise he didn't know how to die. Pust. Yang Feng took out a tungsten steel claw knife and slashed through Bai Wei Ran's body that had turned into a monster. Pseudo-human blood core? This kind of monster really hid precious materials inside its body, and the blood purification converged into a crystal core that appeared near the heart, which was then yanked out by Yang Feng. Okay, there's nothing going on, so you'd better leave me alone. Yang Feng put the pseudo-human blood core into a transparent jar and left without looking back. The crowd exploded. Many of the inhabitants of hell understood what was going on. These horrible monsters are actually another precious resource. The seeds of desire are planted. People look at each other with suspicion and longing in their eyes. Anyone can be a monster. Monsters hunt humans. Humans can also kill monsters. It's a game for the brave. 12 o'clock. Time passed and soon it was 12 noon. Yang Feng had killed twice, and no one dared to mess with this bogeyman anymore. Even strong people who had awakened their abilities consciously chose to stay away from Yang Feng. No one wanted to deal with a murderous demon. But there's a buzz outside the house. However, there are occasional gunshots. Someone pulls a trigger and kills a roommate. And surprisingly, a few hidden pseudomen are actually identified. Ah! A blood-colored glow enveloped a certain man. His body melted like butter and eventually turned into a puddle of pus and blood. Deduction of points. The man killed the wrong person, deducting 500 points as a punishment, and triggering the wipeout mechanism as his score dropped to a negative number. Wow! The roll-up door at the end of the dormitory corridor was opened. An SUV troop carrier appeared outside the door, with 7 seats left, and it was clearly the rescue team that the word blood had suggested. Big brother Yang Feng. It's a mess out there. Everyone's over in the hall. Xiaoyu returned to her room with some excitement. As the roommate of the 404 dormitory, she was the only one who dared to make contact with Yang Feng. Coming. Yang Feng's eyes flickered as the opportunity he had been waiting for finally came. Shoo! The man came out. Keep it down. Let's stay away and watch the fun. The agitated crowd quieted down quite a bit, and very sensibly made a path, not even daring to raise their heads to look directly at Yang Feng for fear of causing any trouble. At the end of the corridor was the dormitory hall, connected to the only exit. Many people gathered here, but they were all led by Rage and Shui Wenkang, discussing in thin whispers what to do. Today is the first day. If you survive the night, you get 500 points. How about a bet? People discussed it, and almost nothing was willing to leave in a rescue vehicle. After all, 500 points was not a small amount of money. A teenager caught Yang Feng's attention. It was a ghastly pale man who was sitting in the corner with his bare feet, rubbing his fingers so hard on the sole of his foot that his movements looked a little disgusting. There are 46 people left. 500 points for the first day and the odds of survival are. The teenager calculated, rubbing the boards of his feet more and more, even rubbing a few dry patches of skin out. I'm getting in the car. The teenager stood up and walked straight to the rescue team's SUV car, just giving up all the rewards of survival. Little cutie, if you can stay here for 3 days, you are able to earn a full 4,500 points. Leaving now. It's just a cutie. At this point, Yang Feng, however, yanked on the teenager's arm and forcefully held him by his side. Tell me about it. Why run away now? Chapter 17. This is the real big brother. Dale. The teenager is called Dale. His memories of his last life were vague, except that he lived in a psychiatric hospital and was studied by a different doctor every day. Let me go. Ah, it's you. Dale looked at Yang Feng in front of him. His emotions stabilized, and he muttered, the chances of you being a pseudo-human is less than 2%. Neuropathy. Dale's word order is confusing. His calculations are questionable, and the data is more like gibberish. Tell me more carefully. There's still some time left. Yang Feng came to be interested, hoping that Dale would say more. It's too easy. Dale sat down on his knees, then kneaded his palms on the footboards, rubbing them slowly. Danger level. Blue. Orange. Red. Time. Bonus points. 500. 1,000. 3,000. Danger. Dale pointed his finger to himself, then to Yang Feng, followed by anger. Shui Wenkang, shaking his head vigorously. Sneaking up on you. My roommate is a pseudo-human and must bugger off. Dale started babbling again, and the face of a nearby woman froze, a few moments of anger immediately showing on her face. Crazy. What are you babbling about? The woman chided angrily. She was none other than Dale's roommate, wrongly accused of being a pseudo-human for no reason. Boo. A bullet bursts the head. Yang Feng drew out his mad python and pulled the trigger before his words fell, directly killing the woman on the spot. The crowd exclaimed. Yang Feng actually believed the words of a madman? Kill false man, 500 bounty points awarded. Reward prompts floated above the eyeballs as the woman's dead body mutated rapidly, sprouting spidery, razor-sharp arthropods. Fake people. She really is a hypocrite. Crazy Dale. Is he a blind cat with a dead mouse? Or does he really have what it takes? You're right. The bloodletter gave the hint a long time ago. Yang Feng agreed with Dale's words and walked over to the spider pseudo-human and cut open the body with his claw knife, taking out yet another pseudo-human blood core and carefully placing it inside the glass jar. The rules of the word blood can be seen as a message. Level 1. Blue. Secure. Now is the time to be safe. The pseudo-man will only reveal his true form at night. Level 2. Orange. Dangerous. Once the hour of night arrives, the pseudo-humans reveal their true colors and hunt the humans around them. Level 3. Red. Extremely dangerous. I'm afraid it's also time-related, with up to 3,000 points for surviving the last day. Does that mean all the pseudo-people will go berserk? Or an even more horrific crisis? Yang Feng could probably understand Dale's words. It was the result of muddled thinking, and even after being reborn in hell, it didn't fully adapt for a while. As the top mercenary assassin, Yang Feng had received special training in brutal interrogation. At first it was just banging on the wall, head control, slaps, and verbal insults. Then there is body temperature loss, box confinement, sleep deprivation, stress positions, and so on. Further advancements are waterboarding, placing insects, simulating burials, and more. This method can make a person cold-blooded and unafraid of any torture interrogation, but it can also be nerve-wracking and confusing to the memory. Previous life. America, a highly developed civilization, has an organization called the CIA that has a civilized name for torture. Enhanced interrogation. Yang Feng had gone through and experienced the feeling of having his brain messed up, so he could understand what Dale was talking about. Safe. 500 points. Cozy. Dale had a smile on his face. His roommate's death had made him safe for the moment, and instead of noisily buggering off, he stayed behind to eat his 500-point reward. Crazy. Genius. Dale's mind may be confused, but it definitely possesses an extremely high IQ. Shoo. Whisper it to you. Dale crawled over to Yang Feng and quietly whispered in his ear before returning to rubbing the soles of his feet against the wall. Not bad. A good idea indeed. Yang Feng stood up, the mad python in his hand aimed at the ceiling and pulled the trigger again. The rough sound of gunshots echoed, and everyone's attention was on Yang Feng, waiting for his latter words. Rescue squad. 7 spaces. I'll pick 7 people at random that have to get on the bus. It's not too much of a loss to get out of here and you'll be safe. Yang Feng's words turned, his tone carrying a hint of killing intent. If you don't get on the bus, it means it's a fake person. Everyone should know what to do, right? That's a good one. I agree. Rage's eyes lit up and he also felt that this method was feasible. Shui Wenkang rubbed his fists and gave a thumbs up facing Yang Feng. Wonderful. Excluding at least 7 people per day. We'll soon find all the pseudo people. People looked at each other. The big boys have said so, and they have no choice but to carry it out. You, get in the car. Shui Wenkang has some personal interest in taking his roommate out first and forcing him to leave the tier. Brother Shui, don't let me go. I'll just take 500 points and leave after the first day, okay? The man had a bitter look on his face. Coming to a trip to the hell level and getting nothing, going back empty-handed was a bit too miserable. You wouldn't get in the car. Shui Wenkang glared angrily, slapped his neck, and lifted him up with one hand. Could it be that you are a pseudo-person? I'm on. The man was breathing hard and his face quickly turned saucy as he agreed to get into the car and left resentfully, walking up to the SUV. Next, you get in the car. Shui Wenkang began randomly naming people, forcing those who were not agreeable to leave. Yang Feng didn't care much. Whoever is the unlucky one has nothing to do with them. I'm not getting in the car. I want points. I want to stay until the last day. Suddenly one of the named men revolted and picked up his pistol and trembled as he faced the crowd, his face full of resentment and aggression. Rage stepped forward with an extra ball of hot flame in his hand. I'll do it. Rage turned his head and asked Yang Feng's permission to give full respect. 500 points for killing the wrong one, with consequences. Yang Feng said indifferently, then added, the pseudo-human blood cores shall belong to me. Bully. It's a bit too overbearing to have the risk borne by someone else and have some of the benefits taken away. Rage frowned, but finally obliged, throwing the flaming ball in his hand and slamming it into the man who refused to give in. Rumble. Flames burst into flames and waves of scorching heat hit the floor and ceiling. The man was reduced to charcoal, followed by a rapid mutation of his body, covered in pustules, and died as a puddle of pulp. Sure enough, the man who refused to leave was, quite literally, a pseudo-human. Yang Feng walked over to the corpse and took away the pseudo-human blood core before turning to face the others. Go on. Half an hour passed. The rescue truck was stuffed with 7 people, and in the process another pseudo-human was found, with its neck broken by Shui Wenkang. Great. How many pseudo-people died? 6, right? Bai Wei ran. That maniac's teammate. 2 of them died in the gunfight just now as well. There was a look of relief. With 6 pseudo-men dead, the chances of surviving were greatly increased, and perhaps an extra night's stay would be possible. Awesome. That's a real bigot. No wonder the gear is so good. It's all hard work and sweat. Lots of rainbow farts. Yang Feng had been a perverted murderer one moment, but now he had turned into a savior. The last thing this world needs is wallflowers who see the wind in their favor. However, the real test is just about to begin. The first night of the fake people's dorm is coming. Chapter 18 Darkness Falls. Immortal Pseudoman. The twilight is bleak. The lights in the corridor of the dormitory flickered, and the atmosphere became more and more eerie. Many residents returned to their rooms, holding guns and keeping a discreet eye on their roommates to prevent each other from turning into monsters. Room 407. Wang Ji closed the door of the room, turned on the switch of the boiling kettle, and casually tore open 2 more bags of instant noodles. Don't worry, time to eat and drink, Wang Ji said with a big grin, turning his head to look at Fan Xianxian who was sitting on the bed. I'm a little scared. Fan Xianxian wrapped herself into the comforter, revealing kitten-like, pitiful eyes. Don't be afraid. We're not here to be hypocrites. Just close the door. Wang Ji fished out the instant noodles from the pot and served Fan Xianxian a bowl, then revealed a slightly lewd smile. A game later? Start an inning. There were a couple of ripped Durex bags in the trash can in the room. This place is hell. In a high-pressure environment, people need to let off steam. Wang Ji and Fan Xianxian had long ago checked each other out and confirmed that the other was not a fake person. Phew. Fan Xianxian held the bowl and gently blew, then deliciously tasted a mouthful of bubbling noodles. The fire was just right, sinewy and delicious. Just add a sausage. You wait. Wang Ji came to the table. There were many snacks on it. Rummaging for a moment, there were only a few redneck eggs. No need. I brought extra food. Let's eat together. Fan Xuanxuan's sweet voice came from behind, but there was something wrong with her voice. Wang Ji jerked his head back and saw an overwhelmingly terrifying scene. Fan Xuanxuan's face dropped. Her entire face, like a layer of rubber slowly peeling away and subsequently falling into a bowl of bubbling noodles, was bloody and horrifying. You're a hypocrite. Wang Ji was shocked. Fan Xianxian in the daytime is still good. They even. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Ji grabbed one of the 0 pistols on the table and snapped a few shots continuously at Fan Xianxian, and the bullets pierced through her body and head. Snap. Fan Xianxian collapsed. Wang Ji breathed a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, these pseudo-men were also afraid of bullets, or else he would have to account for himself here. GGG. That Fan Xianxian, who was lying on the ground, let out an even more eerie and terrifying laugh. It's dark. Fan Xianxian climbed up from the ground, her bone joints emitting a strange sound of crunching, surprisingly not killed by the bullet. The sun sets. It's pseudo-human time. The pseudo-human was no longer as vulnerable as he was during the day, and after revealing his true form, ordinary bullets could do no damage at all, not even with a headshot. You, stay away. Filled with fear, Wang Ji continuously pulled the trigger of the 0 pistol and poured out the remaining bullets. Blood flowers exploded. Fan Xuanxuan's body, which had turned into a monster, was knocked back slightly, but that was all. All the wounds were healing fast. Baby, let me taste you again. Fan Xianxian licked her scarlet tongue, then violently pounced forward and pressed Wang Ji's entire body underneath her. Put. The sound of tearing came continuously, accompanied by Wang Ji's miserable screams, and soon the entire dormitory 407 returned to peace. The other side, dormitory 404. Yang Feng removed his tactical helmet, ate 2 nutritional energy bars, and drank half a bottle of purified water. Ding! The lighter made a crisp sound. Yang Feng lit a cigarette for himself, and the white mist rose, causing Xia Yu, who was sitting on the other side of the room, to cough violently a few times. A few moments later, there was a scream from outside the house. As darkness falls, the false man is unmasked and many humans die horribly in their quarters. Big brother, I don't want to die. Xia Yu's face was pale, her body trembled slightly, sweat permeated her clenched palms, and her eyes became flustered. Big brother, they're not going to rush in, are they? Xia Yu heard the screams getting closer and closer. Apparently someone opened the door to escape but ended up dead in the corridor. Yang Feng was silent, silently flicking off the ashes of his cigarette. He took the last puff with great force, then threw the butt on the ground and stomped it out, tilting his head and staring carefully at Xia Yu. Will you protect me until dawn? I know I have nothing, but if you will. Xia Yu walked around the table and sat on her knees beside Yang Feng's legs, one of her hands clasping her calf, her slender fingers still traveling upwards. The implication, rather obvious. How much longer are you going to pretend? Yang Feng, however, smiled faintly and immediately put on his helmet, stood up and pushed Xia Yu away, gripping the weapon in his hand. What do you mean, Biggie? Xia Yu's face changed, involuntarily taking 2 steps backward. Do you take me as a pseudo-person? I really am not. Ha. Yang Feng sneered a few times. This roommate was well disguised, especially with the first wave of blood-spitting performances during the day, as if he was really hurt by the strong pressure of the curse. But, she's too aggressive. Xia Yu, just like Bai Wei ran before him, tries to lead people in the wrong direction step by step. These are still secondary. Yang Feng had killed many people and looked straight into many pairs of eyes. Xia Yu's performance, however, is a little too hard, showing panic and nervousness but no real fear deep in her eyes. Boo! Anaconda cracks Xia Yu with a shot to the half head. The woman collapsed in a pool of blood, but all of the crimson liquid that flowed out, all of it shaking violently, flowed back into Xia Yu's body. What the hell, am I not acting well? Xia Yu's skin constantly seeped out dirty blood. The whole person quickly turned into a horrible blood man. The mouth under half of his head emitted a grim voice. Not important. Yang Feng shook his head, then retrieved the frenzy python and took out the rainstorm submachine gun. Da. A torrent of steel surged, and the sharp warheads transformed into a slim and dense rain, constantly shattering Xia Yu's body. In an instant, Xia Yu's body was shattered, but it didn't die immediately, and the tainted blood wriggled as if it had a life of its own as it came back together. Not dead? This is a characteristic of pseudo-humans in the dark. Their vitality became extremely tenacious, and they didn't die immediately even after being beaten to a pulp. Miso, a tentacle made of blood drilled out of Xia Yu's body, followed by a sudden curing and hardening. transforming into a sharp curved blade that flashed with a cold aura and chopped fiercely. Ding! The crisp sound of gold and iron clashing came. Yang Feng took out his tungsten steel claw knife, and the sharp blades clashed with each other, rubbing out little sparks. Bullets have limited effect. Yang Feng narrowed his eyes, and immediately after, the pace of his feet fiercely accelerated, and his entire leg drew a perfect arc like a paper cutter, fiercely blasting into the side of Xia Yu's body. Bursting open, blood flowers burst and exploded. The cutter seemed to cut the body in two. Yang Feng's terrifying strength shocked Xia Yu, not expecting that the human in front of him not only had powerful firepower, but his physical quality was also so strong. It doesn't work. Biggie, just let me kill you. The smile on Xia Yu's face became even more cruel as his body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, the writhing tainted blood transforming into a new shell. Invalid. These physical attacks are ineffective. At this point, Yang Feng took 2 steps back and took off his tactical gloves. You said the curse had an effect on you, right? Yang Feng clenched his fists. The killing intent in his eyes intensified as he dodged back to Xia Yu in 2 consecutive dodges. Boo! Stomp out a punch. Yang Feng's fist was so powerful that it blasted the remnants of the body wrapped in tainted blood. Biggie, this is useless. Xia Yu revealed a teasing gaze. Whether it was the attack of bullets or the violent bombardment of fists and feet, they were all completely ineffective against himself. Next, Xia Yu's face changed dramatically. A terrifying force was extracting her life force. Curse Eater? Chapter 19, The Great Battle of the False Men. Beginning of the search. Proprietary capabilities. Derivative gift of perfect creation. The moment Yang Feng's fist came into contact with Xia Yu, the bizarre power was devoured and ingested in an endless stream. The undead blood-colored filth was sucked. Bizarre energy spread down the fist to the arm, through the shoulder and converged in the heart. Evil Eye Tattoo. The tattoo at the location of Yang Feng's heart. As if it was a predator that had smelled the smell of blood, its eyes glowed with excitement, and the tentacles that surrounded the whole body wriggled crazily. Devour. The power of the pseudo-human immortality was quickly devoured by the Evil Eye Tattoo, and even accelerated the sucking speed, causing Xia Yu's body to quickly dry up. What is it? No, it can't be. Hypocrites are immortal in the dark. Xia Yu hissed in pain, turning into a dry corpse in just a few seconds, like a paper bag that had been drained of air. Click, click, click. Xia Yu finally turned into a pile of decaying bones, turning gray and black at the slightest touch, no longer having a trace of life. Kill pseudo, 500 points awarded. Yang Feng killed Xia Yu. It was strange this time. No pseudo-human blood cores were produced. Perhaps all the energy was swallowed clean? Since it can be killed, it's a good thing. Yang Feng fearlessly opened the door to his room, and there were bizarre figures moving quickly in the dark corridor. Fake people. The monster that rips off the mask of humanity. They varied in type. Some covered in sharp spines and others in gnarled, swollen sinewy flesh, killing their way through the corridors with impunity. Come, let me run you over. Yang Feng's expression gradually became hideous, only feeling his body getting hotter and hotter. Combat status. The adrenaline is spiking. The perfect creation bloodline. Adjusting the body's hormone levels. Perception became sharper and all cellular vitality mobilized. Da. Heavy rains hit. Thin bullets slashed through the corridor and landed on the bodies of the pseudomen, exploding in a shower of blood. The dark corridor was illuminated by gunfire as if it were day, and with the smell of blood and smoke in the air, the god of killers began to slaughter. One side opens up for grabs. A side charge. At the same time Yang Feng pulled the trigger. The tungsten steel claw knife swung along with it, chopping off half of the arm between lightning and thunder, spinning down to the ground. Boo! A flying leg kick. The pseudo-man sneaking up on Yang Feng's side was kicked out. Shatter me! Yang Feng stepped on the body of a pseudo-human. The bullets shattered its torso. His feet stepped through the chest, and the filthy blood squirmed crazily. Curse Eater? The powerful fist blasted out. Yang Feng punched through the broken body of the pseudo-man, followed by the power of devouring was unleashed, crazily sucking in the power of the bizarre undead. Kill pseudo, 500 points awarded. Again. Yang Feng was getting better and better. His blood was getting hotter and hotter, so he simply let go of his storm rifle and directly broke through the flesh with the pseudo-man in close combat. The fist swung out of the stump. The whip leg cut through the powerful air. Yang Feng was well versed in fighting techniques and also knew some ancient martial arts killing techniques. Snap. The palms of his feet violently stomped on the ground. The floor was stepped out of the dents cracked and shattered, instantly twisting his waist and turning his hips, bursting out with all his strength. Buzz off. The spine became wide and thick, every sinew and flesh collapsing tightly, transforming into a great bow pulling his arms taut, his fists blasting away more like arrows. Boom! Yang Feng blasted his fist at the strongest pseudo-man. That person is more than 2 meters tall. His palm is like a bushel. holding it tightly and smashing it towards Yang Feng, his fists clashing together. Next, the dull sound of fists violently clashing exploded. The tiny giant-like pseudo-man backed up, his entire arm breaking and drooping, and finally shattered the wall in quick succession before he managed to stop. The resident, who was hiding in the room, trembled with fear and let out a terrified scream. Immediately after, that resident saw the unthinkable. A human, heavily armed, jumped on top of the little giant, his fists constantly bombarding his body and snapping the pseudo-human's bucket-thick neck. A stream of foul, dark power surged upward, flowing down the man's arm and into his body, and the little giant quickly turned into a dry corpse. 3 heads, 4 heads, 5 heads. Yang Feng was killing mad. The sounds of intense fighting in the corridor gradually reached a crescendo, but returned to calm with the death of the last of the pseudo-humans. The fight was enough to kill 7 heads of pseudo-humans. Nice. Yang Feng spread out his hands. It felt so good to move his muscles, like he had just finished warming up. Curse Eater. This talent is a bit beyond imagination. Yang Feng began to clean up the battlefield. None of the pseudo-people had left their blood cores behind. The Curse Eater's appetite was really big. Bounty points, 6130. Yang Feng kills a human and deducts 500 points. A total of 10 pseudo-humans killed during the day plus the night made up for the losses while skyrocketing the score to over 6,000. And that's just the first night. If it holds up until the last day, breaking 10,000 is definitely a sure thing. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An explosion rang out from a distance and a door spun and flew backwards. Die. Burn to ashes. Rage roared as the writhing tainted blood was burned away and finally turned to flying ash. Poof. Rage gasped raggedly and fell helplessly to his knees. A deep, bone-deep wound on his dry, naked upper body. Clearly a heavy wound left by the false man. Not bad. The fact that this person was able to kill a pseudo-human proves that there is still some strength left. Yang Feng pondered in his heart, evaluating the strength of Rage. He was afraid that it would far exceed the other inhabitants of Hell. These are? Rage struggled to his feet and turned his head to look down the hallway. He froze. While most of the pseudo-humans were reduced to ash, there were never fewer than 5 or less. A horrified look appeared on Rage's face, deeply understanding what this meant. There's only one. Rage stiffened his neck and swallowed hard. He turned his head with difficulty to look at Yang Feng. All the monsters were killed by him. It was unbelievable. True bigot. Rage was initially a bit unconvinced. Many people thought that Yang Feng was just well-equipped, consuming all of his points to exchange for top-notch armor and weapons. Now it doesn't seem that way at all. Hello, do me a favor and guard the hallway? Yang Feng walked over to Rage and casually threw him a medical kit. Rage nodded with a confused look on his face. Did it mean that Yang Feng followed up with another action? What is he going to do? Rage stood in the center of the corridor, staring at Yang Feng as he walked towards the 401 dormitory. Snap! Yang Feng knocked on the door 3 times. Open the door. Check the pseudo-men. Yang Feng began to conduct an inventory. If it's 2 people, it's out of the pseudo-person suspicion for now. If it's a person, it proves that it's the pseudo-person who eats the housemates. Against all odds, this is simply a modification of the Hell tier rules. If you follow the bloody hints of Hell, going out at night is a sure way to die. Everyone should just hide in their dorms and meticulously make it to the next round of the game and do some intellectual analysis. Instead, Yang Feng wanted to pass in one day, killing all the pseudo-humans in the corridors at night, then checking every dormitory and breaking the rules completely. I'm not opening the door. What if it's a fake person lying to us? 401. A voice came from the door of the dormitory, and was not willing to open the door of his room. The pseudo-man is the best at lying. Who knows whether what Yang Feng said is true or false? Boo! Yang Feng didn't care that much. He shot the door lock and then kicked the door of the room open. Within the room, 2 men hugged each other in fear and hid in the corner, shivering and shaking with fear and tears. Cleared of suspicion for the time being. Don't go out yet. Yang Feng revealed a disappointed look and determined that dormitory 401 was safe. At the very least, the pseudo-people did not choose to transform tonight. 402. Open the door to the room and check for pseudo-men. Yang Feng continued to search. The people in the room still refused to cooperate, and kicked the door in with a shot that broke the lock. Fake people. Only 1 human survived in 402, and at this point has been turned into a monster and is enjoying his roommate. Yang Feng dodged into the room with a flash. The sounds of gunshots and struggles rose and fell with each other, and after 10 seconds or so returned to calm. Walked out of the room intact and unharmed. 403. Open the door to the room and check for pseudo-men. Yang Feng did as he did, checking every room, and the points were growing rapidly. And tonight instead became a night of hunting pseudo-humans. It's getting light. All inhabitants of Hell. 500 bonus points. The rewards for the first day of survival were settled, and more than 20 residents of the entire dormitory building remained alive. Great! We're alive and getting points. I'm so excited I could cry. 500 points. The whole 500 points. The inhabitants of hell hugged each other. Excited people jumping and dancing. Some even crying tears of joy. This is not an exaggeration. A killing god like Yang Feng was considered an exception among exceptions. Everyone else was struggling to survive. Even someone like Rage, who had just awakened his talent, was considered a strong person. There are more than 20 people left. Today, tomorrow, each has a chance to leave. Rescue vehicles can take 7 people. 14 in total leave. And refusal is considered a pseudo-person to be killed outright, which should rule it out cleanly. Yang Feng gathered everyone together and began to announce the next arrangement. Everyone had to obey or they would be taken away by a bullet. Yang Feng, Dale, Rage, and Shui Wenkang are currently confirmed human, together with the 14 residents who left in the rescue van. I'm afraid we'll get a perfect pass through this tier and an unprecedented rating. A big man with a fly is a bully. I'm convinced. Totally at Big Brother's beck and call. Hey, 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 hey. The pseudos are all killed off. So we get to eat rewards for another day. 1,000 points. It's exciting to think about it. I can awaken my talent too. The surrounding inhabitants of hell chattered and discussed. The next day's survival reward was a full 1,000 points. And everyone started to get red in the eyes. The big man sits in. That's 1,000 points for nothing. When the inhabitants of hell thought about this, all of them were unwilling to leave, praying that Yang Feng would let them stay for one more day, not to be sent away by the rescue team too early, and to eat one more wave of benefits. At this point, Dale stepped forward. This guy, who was treated like a madman by others, tremblingly walked to Yang Feng's side and said in a supplicating manner, "Can I leave today?" Aha! Yang Feng was a bit puzzled. The guy who was both insane and genius enough to give up 1,000 points for nothing and choose to take what he can get. Did he anticipate something? This Dale fellow was not simple, perhaps sensing the danger and choosing to bolt early. Yang Feng thought for a moment and nodded. You can go. Let Rage pick the other 6 candidates. Noon. Dale left with the remaining 6 residents. There was a hiccup in this process, as 2 people cried and refused to leave, and were subsequently burned to ashes in a rage. One of them is really a hypocrite, and the other is a fool who isn't afraid to die, and it doesn't pay to add or subtract. Yang Feng replenished some energy and returned to his room for a nap. Next, is the second night. Chapter 20, If you don't leave now, you'll die. Night 2, twilight is sinking in. All the inhabitants of hell, as requested, returned to their rooms. Yang Feng sat in the dimly lit corridor, quietly waiting. Among the remaining 20 or so humans, how many pseudo-humans were hidden? I'm here to help. Rage walked out of the room, his naked upper body bandaged, and chose to join Yang Feng against the pseudo-men. And me. Shui Wenkang took a metal baseball and swung it twice to make a whirring sound, wanting to come and pick up the slack as well. Times are different now. With Yang Feng's big brother sitting in the town, even the darkness of the night became safe, and the monster pseudo-people had to shiver instead. Boo! Boom! 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 All the doors of the rooms in the dormitory building suddenly burst and turned into countless pieces of debris. There were cries of alarm from the inhabitants of hell, and without the door of the dormitory room to ward them off, the pseudo-men could storm the room at any time and start the killing. So it is. Yang Feng understood somewhat. Fake People Apartments has its own unspoken rules. During daylight hours, pseudo-humans are so vulnerable that a mere bullet can kill them. At nighttime, the pseudos are so powerful that physical damage is almost ineffective, and most of the inhabitants are only dead when faced with a pseudo. Sure, the false man is not absolutely invincible. A flimsy dormitory room door can keep pseudo-people out. The first night, the least difficult. On the second night, the door to the room was destroyed, and the pseudo-persons were allowed to kill as they pleased. Yang Feng's eyes flickered as he guessed the other unspoken rules of the pseudo-human dormitory, the difficulty of which was getting more brutal by the day. Who scared the hell out of me? Not a single pseudo-human monster. People have poked their heads out. Outside the broken gate there are only a few big brothers of Yang Feng. Where is there any horrible pseudo-man? Ha ha ha. Great, great. Big brother Yang Feng killed all the pseudo-humans. We can get rewards again. The surviving inhabitants, with their looks of joy and greed, had all been cleared ahead of time, as they had said. Of the pseudo-humans, passed, perfect for beating the hell out of the hierarchy. In this way, not to mention today's 1,000 point reward, even tomorrow's 3,000 points can be coveted. Just that? Is it as simple as that? Yang Feng had some doubts in his heart. The immortal pseudo-man was indeed powerful, but it could not be called an extremely dangerous rating. Dale, that lunatic, smelled danger early on and slipped away in the rescue vehicle. The key is the third day. The extremely dangerous third day was the main event. Time passes. It's getting light. All inhabitants of hell get 1,000 bonus points. The word blood appeared on the surface of the eyeballs, and all those who survived were rewarded with 1,000 points. Hooray! Biggie is awesome. Biggie is mighty. Biggie is 666. Ha 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 ha. 4,500 points in total. When I go back, I'm going to exchange my talents and buy a Big Brother's same equipment. People became frenzied and began to fantasize about how they would spend the huge amount of points. Must rest. There might be a bad fight today. Young Fong didn't care about the frenzied people and returned to his room, lying on the bed and taking a nap to adjust his state to the best. Noon. The hour hand is pointing in the direction of 12 o'clock. Young Fong opened his eyes. The biological clock was as precise as a machine. The top warriors had received similar special training. Follow the rules. Rescue trucks will show up at noon. The surviving residents converged, all accustomed to the 2-day rule that Big Brother would randomly pick the unlucky ones to leave. Really don't want to go. On the third day, 3,000 points. Bah, God forbid. Let me eat the full 3 days of rewards. Frenzied people, muttering under their breath, completely forgetting the dangers posed by the layers of hell. Look guys. Suddenly someone yelled out, and the people around them plopped down by the windows and looked in the direction of the dormitory floor. Fake people. There are pseudo-persons everywhere downstairs in the dorms. Those pseudo-humans were strangely shaped, with all sorts of deformities in their torsos, and were gazing intently at the 4th floor of the dormitory building. It's daytime, outside the dormitory building. How come it's surrounded by mutated pseudo-humans? Get out of the way. All of you. Here comes the big man. Don't block the front. The dog-legged men peeled the crowd away, and the newly awakened Yang Fong walked step by step, his cold gaze observing the situation downstairs. The rescue truck came but didn't stop downstairs. The rescue vehicle moved away from the pseudomen's encirclement and parked in an empty lot 100 meters or so away from the dormitory. Sure enough, there's a change. Yang Feng's eyelids jumped twice and he turned his head to look at the safe passage in the dormitory hall. This is a safe passage that gives direct access from the 4th floor to the 1st floor. The 14 people who were selected 2 days ago were able to leave in a rescue vehicle straight away, without a hint of danger throughout. Now it's different. If you want to get out, you'll have to fight your way through the thicket of pseudo-human monsters and fight to the death to get on the last rescue vehicle. What now? I don't want to go down there. The pseudo will surely eat me. Let's just hide in the dorm. The crowd was in chaos. No one was willing to risk their lives to leave. Anyway, the dormitory still had a Big Brother sitting in it, and there was a big one to take care of the sky collapsing. Boo! A rough gunshot came. Yang Fong took out an anti-material sniper rifle and directly blasted the head of some pseudo-human. The heavy weapon was the same one captured from the battlefield of greed. Kill false man, 500 bounty points awarded. Pseudo-humans during the day can be killed using physical means, even if they become monsters. Boom, boom, boom. Yang Fong shot continuously and killed a few more pseudo-humans, gaining a large number of points. The pseudo-people began to flee in all directions, taking cover and hiding in dead ends where their guns couldn't reach them. Their eyes are so scary. These pseudo-people, they're not going to rush up, are they? The monster's blood-red eyes were filled with hatred, mixed with a desire for flesh and blood, as if they wanted to rush up and tear everyone apart immediately. Rules. Some kind of rule that restricts pseudo-humans. The third day is the most difficult, and the night moment is the showdown. Yang Fong guessed in his heart, and finally understood what the extreme danger was all about. If all the pseudo-men rushed up to the dormitory building at night, what should we do now? Yang Fong could take what he could get, rush under the dormitory building, kill a group of pseudo-humans in the process, and then leave in the rescue vehicle. It's the safest way to go. That would be boring. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with excited killing intent. Since he had come this far, he might as well complete the final challenge and support himself until the last second. You guys listen. This may be the last chance to escape. Yang Fong revealed a cruel smile, turned back to face all the surviving residents, and said icily, "If you don't leave now, you'll surely die tonight." Sure. Yang Fong didn't make a big deal out of it. The pseudo-people are hiding and are in need of a few decoys right now to earn some extra points. Chapter 21, Last Chance. Massive points. 7 people. This is your last chance. Yang Fong racked a large sniper and issued an icy warning. The survivors looked at each other, their faces clouded, not daring to make a choice. It's about time. If you don't leave, wait until the night when the pseudo-men come rushing up. Yang Feng's tone paused for a moment, and there were a few more points of cruelty in his words. I don't care if you live or die. The crowd stirred at these words. Yeah, the god of murder has no obligation to protect anyone. All the survivors are just getting together to dip their toes in the water. And if they really encounter any danger, I'm afraid that they will really only die. I'm going down. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm charging too. The two men's faces hardened with determination as they rushed out of the dormitory, surrounding the crowd still watching, suddenly panicked. After all, only 7 fleeing seats, late can be gone. In a flash, a few more people ran wildly toward the stairs in increasing numbers. Ho 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 ho. The deformed pseudo-humans let out angry growls, all of them burrowing out of the dead center and pouncing on the survivors with teeth and claws. Boo! Yang Feng pulled the trigger. The anti-material sniper rifle spewed out long tongues of fire, and the infiltrator rounds, which were enough to penetrate through tank armor, instantly shattered the upper half of a pseudo-human's body. Run! Faster! Faster! Ah! The crowd fled frantically toward the rescue trucks, but there were a little too many of them, and soon people were being tackled to the ground, screaming as they were dragged into the shadows. Help me! Biggie, help me! The people under the windows cried out for help, wanting fire support from Yang Feng. Ice cold. Yang Feng's eyes were cold and cruel. He was under no obligation to save these people, so he was even less likely to prioritize clearing out monsters that approached the crowd. This place is hell. Whether you live or not is entirely up to you as an individual. There was only one thing Yang Feng needed to do right now. Kill more pseudo-humans and gain tons of points. 100 meters. It's life and death distance. The number of pseudo-men surrounding them grew, and the crowd fleeing for their lives dwindled. Run! Run! The man who had rushed to the front of the line finally came near the rescue truck, and with one hand opened the door and got in. There were others who followed, but before they could get on the bus they were grabbed in the palm of the huge monster's hand, and the elation on their faces turned to deep despair. Eventually, four lucky people rushed to the car. The rescue vehicle started slowly, accompanied by the roar of the engine, and quickly disappeared from view. As for the others, all died halfway, after the vehicle left. The pseudo-people have also lost their target. One by one, their kind fell, and the pseudo-men fell away, hiding once more into dead ends, a low hiss escaping their throats from time to time, and their eyes becoming more manic. No chance. These humans have absolutely no chance. The last rescue vehicle leaves as well, and everyone will be torn apart in the night. The other side. Yang Feng retrieved the big sniper. This entire escape had sniped at least 20 pseudo-humans and gained a whole 10,000 points. It's a great deal of money. If we can go back alive this time, we will get a huge boost like never before. You did it on purpose. Those people are dead. All because of you. A woman's voice sounded from behind. That woman had witnessed the entire process, and many people could have obviously survived, needing only a single bullet from Yang Feng to kill the monsters around the survivors. Sage, it's hard to save your own life and still care about others. Yang Feng looked at her carefully. Her mental state was poor. Her face was a little pale, on the verge of collapse. Don't get carried away. Now that it's down to a few people, is it any fun? Yang Feng immediately raised his hand and fired a shot, and the huge killing force of the mad python shattered a bloody hole. Fake people. The woman fell to the ground and died, her body quickly transforming into a monster. The pseudo-human that had been hidden until now. It's so stupid. Those few left in the dormitory are either cowards too cowardly to leave, or maniacs fighting for their lives, and it's hard for stupid people to live this long. But anyone with a little bit of brains would not be able to clash with Yang Feng, the god of murder. At this point, a man stepped forward. His cheek quickly mutated into a sharp beak. GGG. You won't be mad for long. At midnight tonight, my brothers will cut you into pieces. The last of the hidden pseudo-humans, who had taken it upon themselves to step forward and reveal their identities, made a hoarse, inhuman sound from their throats, announcing the deaths of all. I'll take care of it. Shui Wenkang swung the baseball bat in his hand and ruthlessly smashed it into the pseudo-human's head. The entire beak then snapped off, killing it after a few heavy blows. Pack up your gear. Yang Feng glanced icily at the pseudo-human corpse, then took out his claw knife to take out the blood core and put it into the transparent jar on his tactical belt. Tonight is the showdown. The crowd is fighting to the death for whatever reason they stay. Tension. Fear. Of the remaining 8, 2 were cowardly and timid, repeatedly hesitating to miss their last chance to escape. There were 3 others who decided to let go. The points reward was just too tempting, clouding their sanity. As for Rage and Shui Wenkang, they were artists. Check the equipment. Debugging weapons. Eat some food and hydrate. Yang Feng was methodically preparing himself, when a dry and thin figure walked outside the door. None other than the naked and upper-bodied Rage. This man has good strength. The burning hot flames can reduce the pseudo-human to ashes, and the kill is truly complete. Smoke? Yang Feng's gaze went to Rage and then to Shui Wenkang, who was leaning on the doorframe. Then he took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Thanks. I don't smoke. Rage refused the offer, then stretched out a finger and ran out a long flame, taking the initiative to light a cigarette for Yang Feng. Smoky. Yang Feng directly opened his mouth and asked, "What do you two want?" Rage and Shui Wenkang exchanged glances. Shui Wenkang hesitated for a moment and said, "We have quite a few weapons, but our firepower is all too weak and completely inadequate. Tonight we all fight together. Can you lend us your weapons?" Weapons. Those other inhabitants of hell were using some cheap stuff with significantly less firepower. And then look at Yang Feng. The weapons are ferocious, with awesome firepower. And each gun sells for over 300 points and is loaded with a variety of accessories. Overlord. Assault rifle. Penetrating. Magazines are here. Mad Dragon. Anti-material sniper rifle. Find someone who knows how to use it. Yang Feng unloaded the 2 guns on his back, then took out the corresponding magazines from the bullet hangers and tactical belts and placed them in front of the 2 men. As for the Rainstorm, equipped with the infinite bullet module, and the Anaconda, fitted with depleted uranium high intrusive cut bullets, there was no way they could be given to anyone else. Shui Wenkang's face was happy and he was about to take away the 2 guns. Snap! Yang Feng pressed down on his hand as a few wisps of coldness flashed in his eyes. These 2 guns, leave them for the people outside. You have your own weapon. The icy killing intent caused Shui Wenkang to take 2 steps back. His weapon was a metal club. Was he going to use this to physically fight the pseudo-man? I see. Without nagging, Rage picked up the weapons and magazines on the table, then distributed them to those outside with a fighting chance. The whole package is complete. It's getting a little darker. The final moment of showdown is finally coming. Chapter 22. The Great War is about to begin. The real threat of the false human quarters. Here we go. They're coming. The blood-colored remnants of the sun faded, and the dormitory building was shrouded in darkness. The hissing of the pseudo-human monsters rose and fell, and the sound of dull, naive footsteps and the movement of rustling knuckle-crawling came from the safe passage. Obstacles. The halls were stacked with a large number of obstacles, all of them tables, chairs, and beds that people had moved out of various dormitories in an attempt to keep the pseudo-men at bay. Shoo! Yang Feng made a silent gesture. Quiet. The atmosphere was tense to the core. All sound disappeared, and only the ragged breathing of a few people around us could be heard. Ho 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 ho! An earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the corridor, and the entire safe passage was crushed to pieces, and a huge monster close to 3 meters tall suddenly appeared. The giant's stout body was covered with hideous muscles, his skin taking on a deep purple metallic luster, and his bushel-sized palms shattered large obstacles with a single, forceful swing. Shoot! Yang Feng ordered and everyone pulled the trigger. Da 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 da. All kinds of guns sprayed long flames, and a torrent of steel covered the entire corridor in no time. Blood billowed up from the purple giant, but most of the bullets just grazed the skin before being warded off by the steel-like muscle fibers. Snip! Yang Feng continued to shoot while the rainstorm in his hand, alerting the man holding the sniper rifle at his side. Boo! Rough sounds exploded as finger-thick bullets exploded half of the subgiant's head. Not dead. Not down. The purple giant just slightly tilted his head and took half a step backward, hardening himself against the fatal blow. Immortality. As darkness falls, the pseudo-men are given the trait of immortality, and even with half their heads blown off, they show no signs of death at all. Charge! The purple giant transformed into a brute bull, his shoulders charging forward wildly, followed by the obstacles in the hall bursting into pieces one after another, directly into the narrow corridor. More monsters appeared, one by one. The oddly shaped pseudo-humans rushed out of the safe passage behind the purple giant, hissing and roaring with excitement. Just half a minute into the battle, the entire dormitory hall was overrun. Despair. Can we really win? Click, click, click. The men who were holding the guns were so focused on pulling the triggers that they looked down only to find that the magazines had been emptied. Fear is spreading. They even forgot how to change the magazines, and just mechanically continued to pull the trigger, emitting bursts of clicking empty rates. Change the magazines. You guys don't want to die either, do you? Yang Feng had anticipated this situation for a long time. New recruits on the battlefield are like frightened fledglings, their brains going blank in a state of extreme fear, needing veteran squad leaders to pull them back from their stupor to reality. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A high explosive grenade exploded among the pseudo-men. The ground trembled violently. The thunderstorms were deafening, and the crowd was shaken but snapped out of their daze. Fury, Yang Feng ordered, replacing the gap between magazines. Just high explosive grenades were not enough. Blaze. Rage's body burst into flames. The upper half of his body was covered in flames like a small sun, and the entire corridor was illuminated. 2 balls of fire were thrown, and in an instant they burst into scorching flames, scorching the bodies of the nearby pseudo-men on point. Kiriko Kirikou. Fizzle. A large number of pseudo-humans screamed as their body tissues were burned to ashes. And finally there were real casualties. At this point, the recruits around them changed magazines and began to provide fire support as well. Not bad. Temporarily resisted the attack. It's only temporary. There's more damage to be done before it's done. Yang Feng pondered in his heart. His gaze was always locked on that purple giant. The blazing flames burned the tendons and flesh into charcoal, but it still had a terrifying power. Feel free to shoot. Don't worry about me. Yang Feng gave a cold shout, followed by his feet stomping on the ground. His entire body turned into an arrow and rushed out at a 45-degree angle. Gunslinger. Yang Feng, however, ignored the friendly fire and rushed straight towards the purple giant, followed by the tungsten steel claw knife in his hand slashing through, cutting the sinews on its calf. Curse Eater? With a top heart elbow, Yang Feng exploded all his strength and surprisingly blasted the purple giant into the side quarters next to it, followed by pressing his palm on its head, devouring. A stream of purple-black energy, unceasingly pouring in from his palm. The purple giant's body rapidly dried up and quickly turned into a pile of rotting bones. Biggie, we can't top that. The crowd did not have Yang Feng's help, and there was a gap in the line of fire, and the pseudomen advanced quickly through the corridor, forcing all the survivors into a dead end. Shui Wenkang. Yang Feng rushed out of the room with a warning alert. Shui Wenkang gritted his teeth and gripped the metal baseball bat and swung it. But any pseudomen who approached would be smashed by the bat and then burnt to a charred ash by the fury. The battlefield is unforgiving. The battlefield is brutal. Being on the defensive is only a dead end. If you want to win, then you have to attack. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent as he took out another high-explosive grenade and threw it at the pseudomen. And with the roar of the explosion, he directly rushed into the back of the pseudomen. Kill. These scaly pseudomen are in bad shape. Yang Feng held the rainstorm of infinite bullets in one hand and the tungsten steel claw blade in the other for a real kill. A nice whiplash. Paper cutter-like arcs swept the shattered pseudo-humans down as bullets rained down, claw blades glinting coldly as several knuckleheads spun and flew backwards. Curse Eater? Yang Feng activated his Curse Eater ability and the evil eye tattoo on his chest squirmed, the countless slender tentacles becoming thicker and thicker, greedily sucking in the energy. Can't top that. Biggie, we really can't top this. Those gunmen were firing indiscriminately and changing magazines on their hands and knees. Newbie. It literally takes longer than life to load a magazine. This wasn't the most damaging thing. Shui Wenkang was beaten back and forth when suddenly his eyes flashed with a cold light. Boo! Shui Wenkang raised his iron rod, his eyes flashing with venomous gloom, and ruthlessly smashed into one of the gunmen. The gunman was killed instantly, bludgeoned to death by Shui Wenkang. Rage's eyes widened, somewhat confused by the current situation. What's going on? Why did Shui Wenkang kill one of his own? Die. Shui Wenkang ignored the doubt of his anger, and the iron rod smashed into his side abdomen so hard that the sound of lumbar vertebrae breaking could be vaguely heard. Pust. Shui Wenkang's right arm tore through flesh and blood, growing a sharp bone blade over a meter long, quickly stabbing Rage's chest and piercing his heart. Seconds. Wow. Rage sprayed out a mouthful of blood, his face full of disbelief. You are actually a hypocrite. That's right. Shui Wenkang is a hypocrite. He is the one with the best disguise, possessing great powers that confuse everyone, and even kills his own kind to hide his identity. Ha 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 ha. You are two arrogant and underestimate hypocrites. Shui Wenkang unsheathed his own bone blade, followed by his body expanding rapidly as countless bone spikes drilled out of his body and surrounded it to form a thick armor. Ding 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 ding. The surviving gunmen redirected their weapons, but the bullets only splattered a few sparks against the Mori white bone armor, not causing any substantial damage. Put. A meter-long bone blade swung. Shui Wenkang chopped the remaining few people into two, spilling crimson syrup all over the corridor and also staining the bone armor red. Today is the third day. It can finally unleash its full power. Yang Feng, only you are left. Shui Wenkang's deformed and mutated mouth barely let out harsh human words and phrases, and his eyes were filled with a raging desire to kill. Extremely dangerous. This is the real crisis in the pseudo-human dormitories. Chapter 23, Dead Bone Man. Fight to the death. Dead bones. The aura Shui Wenkang gave off was completely different from the other pseudo-humans. Its entire body was wrapped in Mori white bone armor, tightly fitting without any breaks, and a meter-long bone blade extended from its small arm, wrapping around its original palm. Power. The dead bone man gave off a strong sense of oppression just by standing there. Boom boom boom. The dead bone man suddenly moved. With every step he took, a roaring sound would come from underneath his feet, shattering the floor and exploding into dense cracked traces. So fast. Yang Feng was fighting with the other pseudo-humans, the rest of his eyes always staring at the dead bone man, when he suddenly felt a palpitation and his body reacted quickly. Put. The two pseudo-humans on Yang Feng's side were instantly chopped into two by the white blade of the dead bone man. As simple as a hot knife slicing through cream. Tentative. Yang Feng took a few steps back continuously. His eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and a few strands of hair slowly fell from his ears, nearly severing his neck. It's fast. The force is strong. The white blades of dead bone wrapped around the arms are extremely sharp, and taking a slice would end the fight. Ha! Yang Feng retreated to the center of the hall, and the surrounding pseudo-people actually faded away like a tidal wave. As if instructed in some way, the monsters hid around the room and shivered, leaning down to look scornfully at the dead bonesman. Singles? Dead bonesman prepares for a one-on-one duel. You're confident. Yang Feng took a deep breath. His eyebrows slightly closed and drooped as he adjusted his physical state. Hunt for the hour. Burning physical and mental energy to stimulate the body's potential. The strength of the physical body increases dramatically and the speed of conditioned reflexes increases. Heat. Yang Feng's body was getting hotter and hotter. The heart beat faster and faster, and the force became heavier and heavier, as hot blood sprinted throughout his body, and his body temperature rose by the minute. Adrenaline spikes. The neurons became more active, and the electrical signals were transmitted faster and faster, almost forming an electromagnetic net over the entire nerve center. Come, let's make it official. Yang Feng violently opened his eyes flashed with exuberance and madness, and his battle intent was catalyzed to its peak. Boom! A loud bang exploded. Yang Feng and the deadbone man stepped on the ground at the same time and rushed towards each other as blurry residual shadows. Saw it! The dead bone white blade sliced through the air, creating subtle fluctuations that were indistinguishable to the naked eye, leaving a perfect arc that cut right through his own body. Yang Feng's pace under his feet changed violently, almost dodging against the dead bone white blade, followed by the tungsten steel claw blade in his hand attacking at an even more tricky angle. Miso! A spark spattered in all directions. The tungsten steel claw knife slashed at the Mori white bones, but it only left a shallow scratch, completely unable to hurt the dead bone man. So hard. The bones of this pseudo-human mutation are hard beyond belief. Swish swish swish. The dead bone white blade continued to swing. The sound of breaking air was unceasing, and the extremely fast speed slashed several times in a row, slashing at the blurred residual shadow. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The surrounding walls and buildings were easily chopped in two, revealing a large portion of the concrete structure, and the aftermath of the battle was even so terrifying. Yang Feng's figure flipped continuously and pulled away once again. Look down. Yang Feng's battlesuit was chopped open with a long cut. It's not just combat suits. The tough bulletproof vest, and even the carbon fiber inserts inside, were surprisingly all cut off by a single slash, revealing the bronzed skin under the clothing, and the blocky muscles that were like fine steel and magic iron. Yes. Instead, Yang Feng became more excited and took off his combat suit and bulletproof vest, casually tossing them aside. Dangling. Yang Feng's tungsten steel claw knife, as well as the rainstorm with unlimited bullets, were also casually thrown on the ground. With your bare hands? Are you crazy? Yang Feng actually planned to fight the dead bone man in front of him with his bare hands. Ho 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 ho. The dead bone man also sensed Yang Feng's battle intent and let out an ear-piercing hissing sound, then once again swung his bone blade and rushed on. Boo! Yang Feng's speed became faster. As he dodged the bone blade attack, he slammed his paws into the ground again and blasted his fist into the chest armor of the dead bone man. Powerless. No damage at all. The punch couldn't do any damage. It's not over yet. Yang Feng's eyes exploded. His fists turned into palms. His heels violently stomped again, and the inch-penetrating force exploded with it, knocking the dead bone man back 2 steps. Slight knowledge of some boxing. The dead bone man lowered his head, his own chest's thick, morose white armor, still undamaged, not understanding what the human in front of him was doing. Stupid. The flesh is mortal. How could a human's fist break his own armor? Boo. Boom. 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 The two clashed together again. Yang Feng's footsteps were sometimes nimble and evasive, sometimes heavy on the ground, and his fists continuously bombarded the dead bone man's body, the dark power inch force exploding over and over again. Finally, the sound of blood and flesh tearing came. The dead bone man slashed Yang Feng's body and crimson blood soared out with it. What a deep wound. The sinews of the chest were almost completely sliced open. Click, 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 click. The sound of some kind of hard object breaking open and slowly bursting apart followed. Repeated whacks. The power of the fist penetrated deeper and deeper over and over again. A piece of the armor on the dead bone man's chest had unexpectedly appeared to be densely shattered and was rapidly expanding outwards. How is that possible? The fists of human flesh and blood were able to break the armor of the dead bone man. Do you feel scared? Yang Feng half squatted and wiped the bloodstains on his chest as his face became grim. Injured? This is unacceptable to the dead bone setters. the terrifying dead bone man's whole body trembled. His aura became even more vicious, and his injured sharp blade grew half an inch longer, roaring and snarling in rage that made the whole floor shake. Who? Suck. Yang Feng became calm instead in his state of extreme exuberance. The heart clenched violently, spewing out more blood in a self-destructive manner, like a high-intensity pump, increasing the pressure directly to full capacity. Explosion. Yang Feng fiercely stepped on the ground. The floor of his heel was almost stepped into pieces, and the terrifying power was transmitted to his waist, followed by a violent turn of his hips. The whole body is taut with sinew, bones all over the body pulling on muscle fibers. The sinews of Yang Feng's back were as if they had turned into the shape of a devil's cheek, his spine bearing an unimaginably heavy pressure, and immediately afterward, he transmitted all his strength to his arms. Boo! Yang Feng's fist blasted away, surprisingly producing a sonic boom. The sinews of that entire body emitted a buzzing sound, turning into a bowstring to explode the fist out, all the power coalescing at a single point. Extreme. It's a punch that pushes the limits. This was the strongest punch for actual killing between life and death grinding. Breaking pole fist. The sound of blood and flesh tearing came as the dead bone white blade pierced into Yang Feng's abdomen. Yang Feng, however, was filled with a hideous maniacal smile as he blasted the chest of the dead bone setter with a single punch. His fist's sonic boom sound trending unabated as it sank deep into its body. Broken. The dead bone man's entire chest was sunken in. Curse Eater? Ignoring his injuries, Yang Feng activated his Curse Eater talent, and a stream of black and white terrifying energy was drawn out, continuing with his fist and surging into the tattoo on his chest. Struggle. The dead bone man struggled desperately, trying to get out of Yang Feng's control and fling this terrifying human out. You can't escape. Yang Feng laughed maniacally, completely burning with the will to fight to the death. He refused to let go of the bone blade that had pierced his abdomen with one hand, and with the other he continued to devour the power of the dead bone setter, never letting go of this opportunity. Finally, the dead bone man is getting weaker and weaker. Its body rapidly dried up, and the bones all over its body became more and more fragile, rotting away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Kill the bone man. 3,000 points awarded. A layer of hints appeared on Yang Feng's eyeballs as the dead bone man was finally killed completely. It's too strong. This human is horrible. After the death of the dead bone setter, the surrounding pseudo-people were also frightened and fled the dormitory halls, burrowing into the safe passage to quickly leave the scene. You complete the challenge. Survival reward bounty, 3,000 points. Your injuries have been detected. 10 seconds to teleport back to Hell's apartment. 9, 8, 7. The blood characters on Yang Feng's eyeballs updated in real time, followed by a light that enveloped him, and he returned to the Hell apartment in the next second. Chapter 24 Alienated Dead Bone Man. Superior Bloodline. Golden Matter. Perfect Evolution. Hell of an apartment. The first thing Yang Feng did when he was teleported back was to jump into the dragon transformation pool. The bull-sized bloody hole through his abdomen and a deep, bone-deep wound on his chest required immediate medical attention. Hualong Pond. The spiritual liquid was slightly sticky and converged near the wound, magically stopping the bleeding, and you could vaguely see a fresh flesh bud growing out. Hint, you can put in spirit herbs to strengthen the effect of the dragon transformation pool. Blood letters cover the eyeballs in the same situation as last time, and you can spend 1,000 bounty points to enhance the effect. Join the spirit herb. Yang Feng did not hesitate to choose, and spots of emerald green fluorescence soon floated up in the dragon transformation pool, emitting a refreshing scent, and the medicinal effect was greatly enhanced. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the challenge of the 4th level of Hell and have been rewarded with 400 base bounty. Each time you complete a tier, you receive a base reward, and 400 points is a generous reward for the average resident of Hell. But, Yang Feng doesn't care about this mosquito leg. Bounty points, 38, 130, close to 40, 000? Kill the Bone Slayer and gain 3,000 points. 3 days of mission challenges for a total of 500 points. The first day killed 10 pseudo-humans, the second day sniping at the window killed a bunch as well, and the third day of Armageddon killed even more. All the points add up to a mind-blowing number. Off the mark. The other inhabitants of Hell are still struggling to hover for a few hundred points. Yang Feng, however, has gone beyond a few versions and become a millionaire. Shock. This is unbelievable. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows of the luxurious apartment, more terrifying eyes opened, dropping a line of sight to scrutinize Yang Feng. Get cheered. Get applauded. Those horrifying sights showed a few moments of appreciation, and the great power converged together, slowly forming a gray ring with a dull color. The ring's shape was ancient and simple, with some ancient characters inscribed inside the circle, and it didn't seem to have any special features. Sure, How could the reward of a great and supreme being be an ordinary object? Sumeru Ring contains the power of space, capable of storing 1 cubic meter of items. Yang Feng picked up the ring at the edge of the pool and put it on his left index finger, followed by a gentle stinging pain. Blood soaked through the ancient writing symbols in the ring's inner ring. Immediately after, a marvelous sensation came from the ring, as if he could see a separate piece of space, suspended in an endless void. Space technology? Yang Feng touched the nearby blood-stained clothing, and with a thought, he put it into the independent space, and then took the clothing out again. Fantastic. Arcane. Unbelievable. A prize worthy of being bestowed by the supreme beings. Yang Feng studied the ring for a few more moments. The ring itself was very light and was in a bound state after staining the blood, so other people should not be able to use it. The independent space is always in a vacuum of stillness, meaning that one can store a cubic meter of items at no cost and the food will not spoil. An hour later, Yang Feng's wounds healed as before. The newborn flesh and blood was slightly tender, and his skin color was lighter. Query the bloodline evolution function. Yang Feng took out a small transparent jar in which he placed the blood cores obtained from killing the pseudo-human. Perfect creation. Yang Feng's bloodline possessed the ability to evolve infinitely. Could it absorb the genes of a pseudo-human? Evolutionary conditions met. Please put the materials into the dragon pool and pay 5,000 points. The blood word prompt flashed. The score for bloodline evolution was incredibly expensive. Surprisingly, it required a whole 5,000 points. This really isn't a feature that should be unlocked at this stage. However, 5,000 bounty points are nothing to Yang Feng. Opening the glass jar, all the blood cores were all poured into the dragon transformation pool. Grumble, grumble, grumble. The dragon transformation pool gradually boiled, the temperature rising rapidly and vaporizing more mist. A single pseudo-human blood core melted, dyeing the entire pool of water a bizarre blood color. It's more than that. Consuming 5,000 bounty points. A certain substance appeared inside the dragon transformation pool, blossoming with dots of purple light. A curse? It was a special compound that mixed with the surrounding blood-colored pool water, and a rapid chemical reaction occurred, quickly making the pool water sticky. Gumbo. The current dragon transformation pool was simply like a pot of simmering and sticky filthy thick soup, while Yang Feng was like a superb abalone, trying to absorb all the soup and nutrition. Fusion. Evolution. Mutation. The broth eats away at the body, and 36,000 pores open up for modification at the DNA genetic level. The familiar sensation of pain flooded in. That feeling of having your genes shattered and your body reshaped once again turned into a heart-rending pain that hit you. Perfection of creation. Ultimate evolution. The gene fusion pseudo-human began a campaign of optimization and transformation, extracting powerful factors and adding them within its own DNA sequence. At this point, the tattoo on Yang Feng's chest changed. The bizarre and evil eye released a gust of black and white terrifying power, covering all the limbs and bones of Yang Feng. Dead Bones Man. That was the power of the curse gained from devouring the dead bone man. Higher level of alienated blood detected. You have a perfect creature physique and can add a golden bloodline fusion agent to continuously consume points for a perfect fusion. The dead bonesman's power is special. The spiritual liquid in the dragon transformation pool did not satisfy all the energy needed for evolution, but required a new substance. Join. Yang Feng was rich and generous and directly chose perfect fusion evolution. The dragon transformation pool changed again, as a trace of perfect golden liquid was incorporated, emitting a brilliant and dazzling golden light. What's this? Yang Feng remembered the first evolution. The great supreme being, rewarded with a golden injection, has since gained the pedigree of a perfect creation. The golden liquid in the dragon transformation pool seemed to be of the same origin as those substances, containing unimaginable biological energies, providing a perfect fusion to the alienated bloodline. First the bloodthirsty behemoth, Dead Bones Man. They were both alienated high-level bloodlines, and the power they brought with them after fusion would be even stronger. Bounty points, 32130. Bounty points, 28,000. Bounty points, 25,000. The bounty points were falling rapidly, and the golden substance in the dragon transformation pool was increasing, fusing the energy of the black and white dead bones men, and the entire body was undergoing an intense alienation. Dead Bones White Blade. Yang Feng's arm was gradually covered with a layer of morose white bones, gaining the power of the dead bonesman's alienated body. No! Yang Feng's mutation was even more perfect. The white bone grew tougher, the eerie white with an extra metallic sheen, spreading from the elbow overlay to the palm of the hand, extending a meter-long blade. The tip is like a bee needle. The edge of the blade is like a cloud track. The sharp blade looked like it had been delicately carved by a master craftsman, becoming slim and narrow, like a fading trail of unmarked clouds. Artwork, worthy of the optimal improvement of a perfect creation. It is simply a flawless work of art. Of course, the perfect transformation requires more energy. The golden liquid continues to replenish, and the bounty points are falling faster and faster. Not enough. Just a pair of dead bone white blades isn't enough. The evil eye tattoo continued to release energy as more of the pseudo-human's curses were incorporated into the dragon pool, fusing the golden substance to accelerate the mutation. Armor. A white bone armor as thin as cicada wings covered all parts of Yang Feng's body. Dead bone white armor. Flawless bone armor shaped to fit tightly without any dead ends, with flowing lines that don't interfere with the agility of mobility in any way. Time was passing by, and the bounty points were rapidly depleting. Wow! The water of the dragon transformation pool surged, and the water droplets that had lost their energy scattered and splashed in all directions. Yang Feng's entire body was covered with moory white bones, and his entire body exuded a faint metallic luster. But he did not look bloated. Instead, he was filled with a futuristic tech-like simplicity and smoothness, as if he had become the sharpest pointy knife. Evolution is complete. Chapter 25, Evolution complete. Security tier, Campfire campsite. Evolution complete. Yang Feng felt how powerful he was, and his arm gently swung to slice out the sound of breaking air. The force is stronger, faster, perception is sharper. Yang Feng looked down at the bone armor that covered his entire body. Although it looked as thin as a cicada's wing, its defensive power was not inferior to the thick armor of a dead bone person. Collections. Yang Feng's mind urged. The bone armor that covered his entire body had blended under his skin, forming an inner protective layer. The same was true of the white blades of dead bone, as if they were limbs that the consciousness could control, blending under the skin with the urging of the consciousness and returning to a normal human state. 2 forms. Switch at will. Surprise. Dead bones can also switch forms at any time. First form, dormant. In a dormant state, dead bones blend into the body and form a protective layer under the skin. Second form, activation. In its activated state, dead bone covers the body and transforms into powerful weapons and armor. Also, dead bones are flexible and can be selected for localized activation. Dead bone's white blade. Yang Feng's mind urged him to activate only the dead bone in his right hand. A layer of white, sharp bone blades covered his right hand, emitting a chillingly sharp and chilling aura, and after a few swings it was reintegrated into his arm. But, perfect evolution has one huge drawback. It's too expensive. Bloodline evolution consumed 5,000 points. The alienated special bloodline also has to continuously consume gold substances, and the bounty points are even fading away like running water. Even Yang Feng, the big dog, is a bit overwhelmed. Bounty points, 14,000. A closer look at the math. This sublimation metamorphosis of the bloodline unexpectedly consumed a massive amount of more than 20,000 points. It's too much. It's outrageous. With such a horrifying consumption, who else could afford it besides an exception like Yang Feng? Sure, you get what you pay for. These points were worth the money spent. With an exponential increase in strength and a special dead bone power, this was almost a privilege of the perfect creation, bloodline. And other people would definitely not be able to achieve this effect even if they possessed the points. So what to spend the rest of your points on? Yang Feng took out his remote control machine and prepared to do a wave of shopping, while at that moment, the TV set displayed a row of bloody words as a reminder. Reminder, the 5th level of hell is more special. Shopping outside of food is turned off and turned back on after leaving level 5. Yang Feng frowned. The shopping function was unexpectedly turned off. Residents of hell can only buy some basic food, and even if they have points, they can't spend them. What's going on? Tier 5 is a special tier. Does it have something to do with bounty points? Yang Feng guessed, then exchanged some food to replenish his strength and waited for the 5th level of hell to open. Inferno level 5, Campfire campground. Hazardous level, level 0. Harmless, green. Cursed pressure, 0. Time limit, 72 hours. Description, you must be tired after a long journey, right? Non-hazardous level. This is the level of absolute safety. The first level of hell, walking horses, is the level 0 green harmless. A simple goodbye to your previous life after being reborn without causing any damage to your physical body. The floor didn't drop. Yang Feng stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, and nothing had changed. Outside was a lofty and magnificent grandeur. The sky glittered with starry evil eyes, and below was an endless depth of dense darkness. That's more confirmation. The probability of the floor's descent is related to the curse pressure, which is why the green, harmless tier didn't change. Yang Feng pondered. As the layers of hell increased, the curse pressure became higher and higher, and the apartment gradually fell into a bottomless abyss. While the harmless layer was an exception, the apartment door opens. The transparent film shimmered with a soft glow, meaning there was no danger ahead. Yang Feng tidied up for a moment, changed into a clean outfit, and grabbed his tactical backpack to cross out of the room. The light slowly dissipated. The fresh, gentle sea breeze blew against his cheeks, and a strand of hair swayed with it. Moon star. The silver shattered light shines on the sandy beach. The vast sea is flooded with a bit of fluorescence, and the cool waves gently slap the surface of the feet, which makes people feel refreshed and relaxed. Sure. The campfire swayed with a warm glow. Many people gathered here, letting out bursts of laughter, singing and dancing in a circle, with cold drinks and delicious food at hand. Campfire campground. Rule number 1, you may not harm anyone or you will be severely punished. Rule 2, you may trade with other residents of hell. Rule 3, you can spend points to increase the length of stay. 10 points will be deducted for every hour exceeded. Rule number 4, food, drink and lodging are all free. Rule blood letters emerge. Benefit tiers. The inhabitants of hell have long been physically and mentally exhausted from the trials and tribulations of life and death, and campfire camps are dedicated to relaxation and recreation. It can be traded. Points can also extend the stay. Young Fong read the rules carefully. No wonder the campfire camp was so large in number and everyone teleported in at different times. Extended by 1 hour and 10 minutes. A day's extension is 240 points. Young Fong has 14,000 points. Preliminary calculations. If you can extend the roughly 58 days, with nearly 2 months of vacation. Sure, there was no way Young Fong would waste his points in such a place. If he wanted to survive in hell, getting stronger was the king. Hi, new brother, need a tour guide. The sweet voice rang out from a short distance away. The young girl had a ponytail, with 2 cute dimples on her cheeks, and the moonlight sprinkled on her white skin, reflecting a bit of milky luster. Her crystal clear feet stepped on the sandy beach, leaving a series of small footprints, and she enthusiastically came to Yang Feng's side. He, my name is Marlene. Brother just came here and is still a bit unfamiliar. Let me be your tour guide. Marlene smiled sweetly and directly hugged Yang Feng's arm. She could vaguely feel a hint of soft touch, but she didn't care about it at all. A tour guide? Yang Feng smiled politely and drew his arm out without a trace. Marlene did not continue to pursue. Sweet and well-behaved continued to stand beside the body, fingers gently stirring the corner of the coat, face with a touch of scarlet, causing people to produce infinite reverie. No need. Young Feng refused with a smile on his face and only indifference in his eyes. It's not a good idea to offer something for nothing, let alone in a crisis-ridden hell. And even if there's no danger in this tier, it's definitely scheming for something. I know. Nianai is the type with a cold, mature and stable personality. This is hell after all. You can't be too defensive. And the sudden appearance of a beautiful maiden is too weird. Marlene wasn't angry at all and continued to walk in front of Young Feng, bouncing back and forth, making her look even more adorable. It's not right. Young Feng narrowed his eyes and carefully surveyed the cute and playful young girl. You've hosted a lot of people. How long have you been here? Young Feng could see some clues. The young girl Marlene is skillful in her words, enthusiastic, full of affinity. The distance is just right, and she is not angry or annoyed in the face of rejection. It's not the first time I've been a tour guide. It's an old bird. Sweet, adorable, seductive, yet skilled old bird. He. Come with me if you want to know. Brother, I'll take you to eat, drink and be merry. Marlene smiled mysteriously, then hooked her finger at Young Feng, signaling to follow her. It's kind of fun. I can't believe someone stayed in the security tier. Young Feng didn't reject Marlene anymore and followed the young girl's footsteps, walking together towards the campfire camp full of laughter. Chapter 26, A Quirky Girl. A Shocking Secret. Campfire campground. The teenage girl, Marlene, walks near the campground and pulls out a pair of brand new slippers wrapped in a plastic bag. Change it. Walking is more comfortable. She bounced over to the drink machine again, punched a cup of ice-cold drink, and handed it to Young Feng's hand. Everything's free. Let's get something to eat first. Marlene had some small smugness on her face, familiar with the island where the campfire camp was located, and led Young Feng towards a nearby snack street again. Snack street? Business is booming here, and many of Hell's residents converge. Octopus dumplings, bowl of chicken, small burgers, pancake fruit. Many familiar food stalls of yesteryear raw busy. Uncle Bull, have a seafood stir-fry. Put in more sea sausage and get a whole big lobster in there. Marlene familiarly came to a stall and familiarly ordered a seafood fried noodles. The owner of the store is a burly older man. Uncle Nyo skillfully butchered the arm-sized lobster, plucked out all the shrimp meat, and then got some live sea intestines to create a super deluxe stir-fry. The rice smells great. The seared sausage stir-fry was quickly made. Young Feng took out a spoon and took a bite. The fresh flavor exploded in his mouth. The top ingredients coupled with the craftsmanship. It was indeed extremely delicious. How did you stay? Young Feng glanced at Marlene and Uncle Nyo. Then thought about the whole hot snack street. There should be a way to stay. Part-time job. Uncle Nyo has a simple character and does not hide anything, bluntly saying 2 words. What do you mean? Yang Feng was just about to continue asking, but he saw Marlene's wry eyes blinking and instantly came to an understanding. We do spend a lot of time at the campground, so there's a small advantage. Intelligence. Marlene revealed a smug little expression, then held out a finger. For only 100 bounty points, I can clear up your confusion. Yo. So it is. No wonder he was so attentive right away. So he's an intelligence peddler. Ding. Yang Feng finished the last bite of his meal, then pulled out his lighter and comfortably lit one for himself. It's so nostalgic. Yang Feng slowly exhaled white smoke, recalling the days when he was once a mercenary, occasionally poking around in some shabby little bar for information. Sometimes it costs money to smooth things over, sometimes a big fight to kill him. Here's your tip. Yang Feng pointed his finger and scratched out 100 points to give to Marlene. Thank you, brother. Marlene raised her eyebrows and then immediately explained. There are unspoken rules at camp. Inferno residents can work here and earn 10 points per hour. Marlene was serious about explaining that hell was nearly omnipotent, but there were small details that still needed to be handled by actual humans, like this plate of seafood fried rice. How does the chef's technique work? How many spices do they put in? Is the heat right? And do they adjust the flavors to each guest? It was impossible to satisfy everyone with these minor details, and hell probably didn't bother, so the residents were left to their own devices. But, has a small bug vulnerability. Earn 10 points for an hour and 10 points for an extended stay. While it is possible to break even, human beings need to eat, sleep and rest, and it is not possible to work 24 hours a day. There's a loophole. You can't be on 24/7. Yang Feng suddenly paused in the middle of his sentence, then smiled self-deprecatingly. Almost forgot. I was also cheated out of 100 points. 100 points for an intelligence tip. Marlene, along with Uncle Big Bull, is relying on this to earn some time off. Marlene pouted and pouted, saying, how can it be cheating? Said it was a tip, and I only earned a little bit of it, so I'll reward you for eating it. It's kind of fun, poking around for information and taking a little bit of a beating. Yang Feng looked at the 2 people in front of him with interest. The combination of the young girl and the uncle is very interesting. The false intelligence is so. You need to screen your own judgment. Guests, don't be angry. I also have a real secret that few people know. Uncle Neo lowered his voice, and his face took on a bit of mystery. The young girl, Marlene, once again revealed a wry smile, her small white hand standing up a finger. Obtaining this information requires another 100 points. What's with the double act? First things first. Yang Feng twisted the cigarette butt out. The smile on his face slowly disappeared. His eyes flashed a hint of coldness, and he said in a slow tone, the first time is just a small humor. The second time I will really get angry. Killing aura. Marlene only felt a chill down her spine, her hair sweating, and her heart pounding. Uncle Bull, however, was so confident that he bent down to his ear and whispered that secret. The previous owner of this food stall used to be an old man who beat the burrito, and I got a secret out of him. Someone who lived at the camp for over 80 years and only left a few years ago. 80 years? This is really a heavy hitter. How long does a person live? Most people don't live to be 80. Yang Feng fell into silence, his brain thinking quickly. It might be a good thing for ordinary residents to live in the camp for the rest of their lives. No need to face danger. No need for horrible hell-tier challenges. No. Judge the situation with a different mindset and the situation becomes horrifying. How many points can you accumulate in this lifetime? Beggars or intelligence? Working to earn points in addition to earning a little extra money, to reach a virtuous cycle. Even if you can only earn 10 points per day. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years. And what a horrible wealth. What if we leave the campfire campground at this point and go crazy and spend money in the hell apartments? Very valuable. I'd like to buy another piece of information and can pay a high price. Yang Feng's gaze became even colder as he looked at Marlene on his side. How many points have you accumulated? Uncle Bull froze. This man in front of him was really thoughtful, immediately associating numerous possibilities. Brother, I'm sorry. This is someone's little secret. Marlene playfully blinked, full of pouting and cute, as if she wanted to budge through. There's something wrong with this little girl. Yang Feng's gaze grew colder and colder, and Uncle Neo beside him sighed and took the initiative to come forward to relieve himself. Hey, to tell you the truth, I've accumulated over 3,000 points in the 3 years I've been here. Marlene came earlier than me, but things won't be much better. After all, the market is getting worse. Uncle Neo sighed deeply, with a slightly sad expression, and continued to say a few more heartfelt words. It's not every day that someone takes pity on us. Intelligence is not bought every day, and sometimes it takes days of hard work. Uncle Nyo had spent 3 years working 16 hours a day, and with some of the intelligence points scammed by United Marlene, he had barely accumulated more than 3,000 points. It's all life-saving money. There will always be times when the market is bad, and occasionally you'll run into malicious competition to drive down prices, so it's vital to carry on hard to save your life. There are actually very few good people who are as cool as you are, little brother. Marlene was pitiful and resigned, her eyes glistening with little tears as she said, everyone just wants to simply live and not be killed by the monsters in hell. Good Samaritan? Yang Feng gave money. Naturally he was a good person. Marlene's chutzpah aside, Uncle Nyo's true feelings are by no means camouflaged. These words, they should be the truth. Here's your payment. Yang Feng stood up, then with a stroke of his finger forward, he gave 500 points directly to Uncle Nyo. He had said that he wanted to buy the information at a high price, and Uncle Nyo had given the answer, so he would pay with one hand and deliver with the other. And this was also the principle and bottom line that Yang Feng believed in. That much? Uncle Nyo was stunned. A whole 500 points. This was the 5th level of hell. And never in 3 years had I seen a character who was so generous and bold in his offer. Look up again. Yang Feng took his backpack and left the stall, gradually disappearing into the crowd. Chapter 27, Life-Saving Straw. Bloodstained Peachwood Sword. Girl's Natural Ability. Web Weaver. Trading Area. Campfire Campground allows residents to trade. Many people set up stalls selling all sorts of weird and wonderful things. Came to check it out. It's a good reward. A big brother who set up a stall with a crude image of a strawman doll in front of him yelled loudly. A reward? The great being bounty can't even be bought on the shopping channels of hell. What is his function? Yang Feng squatted down to observe and asked with some curiosity. It's a lifesaver. Creepy will burn the lifesavers if they come near you. The stall owner described the function of the prop, then pointed to the burn marks of the strawman, which seemed to have been used once. Guile? Yang Feng was a bit puzzled. You've never seen shenanigans? The stall owner's 2 eyes lit up, and he began to explain with a mouthful of words. Those bizarre, ordinary means cannot be killed, and even immune to physical damage. Knives and guns are useless. If we run into it, we have no choice but to run except to die. Take this. At least you're not afraid of a weird sneak attack. You can run in time. An absolute life-preserving artifact. 500 points to sell you. The stall owner snubbed Yang Feng, and the woman next to him who was also setting up a stall let out a snorting sound. This broken doll of yours is still worth 500 points. Then this mahogany sword of mine has to be sold for 1,000. Yang Feng turned his head to look. In front of the woman's stall stood a mahogany sword, stained with a few strands of bright blood. The color never faded. It should also be a gift from the Supreme Being. Creepy. It is difficult to kill them by normal physical means. Yang Feng remembered the pseudo-human in the darkness of the night. Possessing the characteristic of immortality, most physical attacks were ineffective. I don't know if it counted as one of the weird ones. Also, could one's own curse-eater talent work against other shenanigans? I'll look again. Yang Feng stood up and prepared to leave, but the stall owner pulled his hand and playfully took the initiative to cut the price. Don't go. I'll make it 200 cheaper for you. This feeling is a bit like shopping at an antique stall. Whether or not you get a good deal depends on your own eyesight and insight. Don't believe it. They're all lies. The sweet voice of a young girl came from not far away, and Marlene quaintly jumped to Yang Feng's side before making a face at the stall owner. Don't talk nonsense, little girl. The stall owner got a little anxious and rebuked the strawman with the strawman. How did I cheat? Look how open this strawman is. Marlene let out a snort between her nostrils, pointing at the place where the strawman had burned and dismantled it. You've burned this yourself at first glance. You're so bad at weaving straw men. You're not as good as me. Campfire campground rules say you can't hurt people, but they don't say you can't cheat them. And there will always be all sorts of scammers muddying the waters, and the vendor is one of them. Shame and anger. The stall owner was completely dismantled, angry and speechless, but there was nothing he could do about it, and in the end, he directly packed up his belongings and left in disgrace. Actually, Yang Feng had long since seen through the stall owner's trick. The strawman burning traces were too clumsy. He just didn't reveal it on the spot. Little brother. Saved you a fortune. Want to thank me? Marlene raised her own little fist and raised her head somewhat triumphantly. You're helping me save money because you want to earn me more money. Yang Feng dismantled Marlene's small mind. The young girl was also a small crook who was fishing in troubled waters, only much smarter than those stall owners. You're breaking up the hotness. Marlene jumped twice, walked to the front, and acted as a small tour guide, but well, I promised to take you to eat, drink and have fun, and I'll keep my word. Yang Feng didn't follow and narrowed his eyes to resurvey Marlene. Wait a minute, how did you find me? Yang Feng's anti-tracking ability was strong enough to confirm that there was no one following him, but Marlene chased after him. coming to his side with a clear goal in mind. Coincidence? No. Yang Feng was more convinced that Marlene had some kind of special ability. It may be destiny for us to meet again in a sea of people. Marlene's eyes twinkled with little stars, but the cold man in front of her didn't eat this, so she hurriedly changed her words and said, all beautiful girls have little secrets. Awakening talent. Yang Feng had some guesses in his mind. This is the 5th level of hell, and the number of people unlocking talents will increase accordingly. Yang Feng's perceptions were sharp, and there was nothing unusual about his whole body, so he shouldn't have been marked. Next, Yang Feng removed the tactical backpack and immediately discovered the end. There was a small black spider lying in the dead center of his field of vision. It looked like it was only the size of a grain of rice. Tracking me, that's what it is, isn't it? Yang Feng figured out the answer. The reason why Marlene was able to find herself quickly was because of this little black spider. Shocked, amazement flashed in Marlene's eyes. That's awesome. It's the first time I've met someone as awesome as my brother. Marlene's sweet voice was clenching. In all the time she'd lived at Campfire Camp, it was the first time she'd been recognized for her natural ability, and cracked so quickly. Reach out. The small black spider made a violent jump and landed on the tip of Marlene's slender white fingers, circling and crawling a few times before burrowing into her sleeve and disappearing. At the end of the 4th level, I awakened a gift. Weaver of webs. It can be tracked or detected. Marlene's vocals changed, with more than a hint of imperiousness. Since the natural ability was recognized, there was no need to continue hiding it, so he simply told the truth. Unsurprisingly, sure enough, it's a tracking type of ability. The web weaver sounds somewhat similar to the curse eater, and the black spider the size of a grain of rice weighs almost nothing. Lying in a dead end is hard to be found. What a nice ability. You sound so much more comfortable when your voice isn't clenched. Yang Feng smiled slightly. What was hidden underneath the layers of cute and sweet pink packaging was quite interesting. Hee, that's still a clip. I'm the #1 sweet girl in the world. Marlene raised her hands, then a big heart, then pouted and pouted. We are still shopping or not? Hurry up and keep up. Marlene went ahead. Yang Feng didn't refuse anymore and focused on the nearby stalls, hoping to find something really useful. Deeper into the trading area, the hooting and hollering became louder and louder. Cheap. Clearance sale. All weapons are cheap. 50 points for the short one, 100 for the long one, all at one price. A man shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice overpowering all the stallholders around him. He sells a bunch of rags, guns, various types of guns, pistols, submachine guns, shotguns, assault rifles, and more. There were all kinds of firearms, the quality of which was not as good as those sold in Hell's apartments, but he sold them at such a low price that a knowledgeable buyer would always stop to make a careful selection. Qin Shuang. This man had appeared on the battlefield of greed on the 3rd level of Hell, got lucky enough to be taken flying by the big guy, and ended up picking up a couple hundred broken guns and a whole bunch of low-level collectibles. It's you! Don't run, little girl. Qin Shuang, with his eyes and ears, suddenly saw Marlene not far away and was on fire. Using her beauty and mind tricks, Marlene captured Bean's heart and played him for a fool, cheating him out of a lot of points. And twice. He. Brother Qin Shuang. Those points can be voluntarily gifted, yo. Marlene spoke of T-words and then took Yang Feng's arm, revealing a teasingly provocative expression. That's teasing the cutie. Play. With the rules of the Hell tiers laid out here, there are severe penalties for harming others, and it's kind of emboldening. You pair of dogs. Qin Shuang cursed angrily, his eyes looking at Yang Feng, always feeling that there was something familiar somewhere. You don't think so? It can't be, can it? Qin Shuang has seen the appearance of Yang Feng taking off his helmet, and clearly remembers a cold and cruel man with a young face full of perseverance, killing everyone and then lighting a cigarette. Cool. Big man. Asterisk. I'll be damned if I'm going to call out the big guy. Qin Shuang snapped his words, followed by a slap on his own face, then playfully got up. Big brother, you guys are really a talented man and woman. It's me who was blinded by the dog's eyes. This sudden situation straight away made Marlene whole. Won't. What's going on? Qin Shuang slid to his knees at light speed and changed his face a little too quickly for people to figure out. Oh, so it's you. Yang Feng nodded. It did coincide a bit. The challenges of the Inferno tier aren't set in stone. Perhaps you enter a sea of death while another steps into a creepy forest. The endless number of bewildered inhabitants of Hell. Meeting once is destiny, and the chances of meeting again are even slimmer. Big brother, take me flying again. Qin Shuang's stalls are not wanted. As soon as he walked up and hugged Yang Feng's thighs, Long refused to spread out. Chapter 28, Lease Contract. Precognition Talent. Piglet. Woo, Biggie, I've been looking for you so hard. I want to be your little brother. I want to be your horse. Qin Shuang had a snotty, tearful expression full of exaggerated adoration, drawing strange and contemptuous looks from the people around him. Big brother, take flight. That feels so good. Qin Shuang himself is not capable enough, has no specialties, and can barely survive in hell. But not after running into the big boys. Qin Shuang was lucky enough to be the lapdog and just had to lick the bag behind his ass and pick up a bit of equipment. A wave of fat. Those trash and rags could also be sold for a lot of money, and just low-level collectibles were exchanged for a whole 1,000 points, directly awakening the natural ability. The guns you get from licking bags are also useful. Qin Shuang set up a stall on the 5th floor and directly became an arms dealer, clearing out the bottom price and selling off, earning a large amount of points. Loosen up first, Yang Feng said indifferently, with a hint of disgust in his eyes. Don't rub snot on me. Hey, I'll clean you up, big man. Qin Shuang awkwardly smiled, hastily let go of Yang Feng's thighs, then took out a paper towel and vigorously wiped his pants. The performance of the mud leg is despicable, staggering. More people cast puzzled glances. As for that, is this man your father? So filial? Qin Shuang, the arms dealer, just now was full of arrogance. A look of the heavens and earth, I am the biggest. How to turn into a lapdog in the twinkling of an eye. Cough cough cough. Brother Yang Feng, brother Qin Shuang. So you know each other. Marlene is also a little embarrassed, looking at more and more passers-by to see the fun. Whispered hints, crowded eyes. Let's find a place with fewer people. Yang Feng nodded and turned in the direction of the campfire. Biggie, wait for me. Ouch. I still have so many guns unsold. Qin Shuang looked at the guns on the stall and was filled with flesh pain. 20 points a hand. All weapons are 20. The opportunity is not to be missed. Qin Shuang gritted his teeth and yelled at the top of his voice. A real clearance sale price. A few minutes later, Qin Shuang's weapons were snapped up and he hurriedly squeezed out of the crowd, scrambling to chase after Yang Feng in the direction he disappeared. Bonfire. A small fire was lit on the beach. People gathered in groups, and there were occasional bursts of laughter, as well as drunken fooling around and even brawls. The light flickered. The troublemaking drunks were immediately deported and forced out of the campfire camp. Were they just expelled? Yang Feng sat down in a patch of sand and watched as a teleportation blue light flashed, completely different from the previous obliteration punishment. Yes, Doc. It's always been like that. Troublemakers will be deported. As for the exact punishment, Marlene sold a secret, and then revealed 2 small tiger teeth. We can't go out and ask the person in question. Surely we don't know. At this point, a cart full of food and drinks went by, and Marlene familiarly stopped it and grabbed a couple of cold beers and a plate of grilled sausages. Brother Yang Feng, relax. There's still quite a bit of time left in 3 days. Enjoy it first. Marlene skillfully opened 2 bottles of beer and handed one to Yang Feng. Is enjoying life in hell considered bittersweet? Yang Feng did not refuse, picked up the beer and pounded a mouthful. The coolness spread all over his body. It was indeed smooth. A few moments later, Qin Shuang appeared near the beach and anxiously searched for several small campfires before finally finding Yang Feng and Marlene's figures. Biggie, I'm coming. Qin Shuang playfully rubbed his hands together. His thieving eyes turned around a few times, and asked in a somewhat lewd whisper, didn't disturb you guys, right? Ma Lin revealed a somewhat sultry little expression. Brother Qin Shuang is so heartless. Before he said he would take me out of the campfire camp. Now he's giving me away to brother Yang Feng. Nice guy. This kid, Qin Shuang, had even made this kind of promise, deserves to be cheated of points by a woman. The fun stops here. Yang Feng interrupted the banter and asked in a cold voice, Qin Shuang, you said you've been looking for me. What's the matter? Qin Shuang didn't dare to continue to playfully smile, and his face became much more serious. Big brother, I want to hang out with you in the future. Please give me a chance. Qin Shuang pleaded, his eyes filled with sincerity. Hang out with me? Yang Feng frowned, whether or not to accept Qin Shuang as a little brother for the time being, but how to operate it. Hell Apartments is independent. Each resident is assigned a separate apartment and faces different challenges, and the chances of meeting again are very slim. Don't worry, big guy. I have ways to team up. Qin Shuang understood the big man's doubts, then fished out a paper contract from his jacket pocket and continued to explain. The starry eyes in the sky gave me this after the challenge was over. Lease contract. It is a gracious grant from the Supreme Great Being. Yang Feng's eyes flashed a brilliant light. Could there really be group props? Brother Qin Shuang, I didn't expect you to really have this kind of thing. Ma Lin's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Qin Shuang hadn't lied to her, and really did have valuable and ruthless goods on hand. You know about this too? Yang Feng raised his head and glanced at Marlene, then took the lease contract into his hands and scrutinized it. I sure do. Marlene didn't know how long she had lived on the island. Naturally she had seen a lot, and had come across all kinds of strange and weird things. pointing at the lease contract and continuing. Lease contracts are not considered rare. Many people have goods in their hands. Everyone wants to stay alive. Clinging to the strong is the best way. The strong man is the landlord. The weak are the tenants. If you want to be sheltered by a strong person, a lease contract is essential. So the selling price is generally above 1,000. Marlene confirmed the truth of Qin Shuang's words. So what's the cost? By what right do the strong shelter the weak? The answer is rent. A landlord can collect rent from a tenant, which can also be interpreted as a protection fee. Big brother, I can pay your rent. 1,000 points per tier, and it'll come in as soon as I'm alive. Qin Shuang's eyes glowed. If he could climb into the big brother's relationship, even if he made an offering of 1,000 points, he could still earn some more. 1,000? Too little. 2 pseudo-men are worth 1,000. And it's too much trouble to carry a drag. No, the money is too little, and you're no use to me. Yang Feng rejected Qin Shuang without hesitation and then handed the lease contract back. 1,000 isn't enough? Qin Shuang's entire body was dumbfounded. But considering the strength of the big man in front of him, 1,000 points was really a bit insufficient. Biggie, I'm useful. Qin Shuang gritted his teeth, took a deep breath and continued. I awakened my talent and obtained an ability. Prophecy. Qin Shuang uttered the name of his talent and continued to explain. I can make prophecies and see the next Hell Tier challenge in advance. It's strong. This ability is very useful. There is a 24-hour break in Hell's apartment, at the end of which all functions are turned off, and information about the challenge tiers is then announced. If you can predict the content of the challenge in advance, targeting the purchase of supplies and weapons, the survival rate and the chances of winning will be greatly improved. It does kind of work. I'll think about it. Yang Feng pondered the need to bring a saucepan with low combat power, and the benefit of perfect preparation. Know your enemy and know yourself. Yang Feng deeply knew the importance of information and could understand the weight of the precognition ability. Good. Yang Feng finally agreed, but before Qin Shuang could be happy, he added 2 more outrageous conditions. First, the rent needs to be changed. I want 50% of all your proceeds. Second, I'm not obligated to protect you. I'm not your bodyguard, much less your nanny, and am not obligated to protect you at all times, and may abandon you at critical moments. Yang Feng's first condition was quite easy to accept. 1,000 points and 50% gain. Which one is a little more? Qin Shuang is a little unclear in his math. As for the second point, is that a bit too cold-blooded? Qin Shuang clenched his fists, struggling internally, and finally raised his head violently. Okay, I promise. Big brother shelter. Pay half up and keep half for yourself. Sounds fair and no need to worry about not being able to pay the rent. Qin Shuang signed and handed out the contract. Yang Feng brought the contract, carefully read it again, then added the modification clause, and finally signed his name in the position of the landlord of the first party. The contract enters into force. The lease contract transformed into a golden light and merged into Yang Feng and Qin Shuang respectively. Qin Shuang becomes your tenant. Bleeding words appeared on Yang Feng's eyeballs, and the contract was considered official. Don't be afraid. The corner of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly as he patted Qin Shuang's shoulder and comforted him. Relax. You've become my little piggy now. It won't be that simple to let you die. Piglet. The word sounds graphic, but more or less frightening and horrifying, as if growing up was about to be slaughtered. Qin Shuang's face turned into a bitter melon shape. Big brother is really comforting people. Always feel we're not right. At this point, Marlene chimed in. The marvelous girl greeted the sea breeze, gently pulled the hair around her ears. Her white and snowy skin glowed softly under the moonlight, and her crystal-clear little feet lightly stepped on the gravel, leaving a string of lovely traces. From the purse at her waist, Marlene took out several pages folded together. Lease contract. It's only a few thin pages, but it's a little too weird to be on a girl at the same time. Brother Feng, mind taking in an extra little piggy? Marlene's words were surprising. Surprisingly, she also wanted to join Yang Feng and return to Hell's apartment to embark on adventures and challenges. Why? What are her motives? Doesn't it smell good to work at a campfire campground? Since she chose to become a life player, she should stay away from danger. And Marlene only had one side of the story with Yang Feng. It's too much of a stretch to dare to trust your life to the other side with just one side. Yang Feng was surprised. Qin Shuang, on the other hand, felt incredulous. After all, Qin Shuang has seen the real strength of the big man, naturally willing to follow this absolute killing god. But Marlene and why? I stayed at campfire camp for a long time. The young girl Marlene's eyes gradually changed, looking into the wind towards the boundless turquoise blue sea, her tone more than a hint of complexity. I've seen a lot of people come. I've seen a lot of people go. The scenery is beautiful, but I get a little tired of seeing it too much. Marlene turned her head back, Her pure and pretty face had a few more points of scarlet flirtation. It's the first time I've seen someone like brother Yang Feng. You must be very strong? What a good judge of character. Marlene didn't know how long she had been at the campfire campground and had received too many customers, but this was the first time she had encountered Yang Feng's type. Interesting, but what can you offer me? Yang Feng didn't immediately agree. Besides the 50% bounty points, what purpose did Marlene serve? Rustle. Marlene smiled sweetly and held out her own slender fingers. The little black spider jumped to its fingertips, revealing tiny, sharp fangs. The rustling sound was getting louder and louder. Something was moving quickly under the gravel. It was actually countless small spiders, densely packed with more than 10,000 of them. Asterisk. Qin Xuan yelled and jumped up, hugging the parasol not far away. Standing on tiptoe and not daring to move. Dense phobia is going to commit. Marlene spread her hands. More black spiders crawled up the white, slender fingers, covering almost the entire back of the hand. Intelligence. Track. Scout. Search. I'm pretty good at those. I should be able to help you out some. Marlene withdrew her palm when she finished speaking, and once again there was a rustling and crawling around them as the little spiders crawled back into the gravel and scattered in all directions. Underestimate you. Yang Feng's eyes flickered. It was a bit of a condescension for maiden Marlene to have such a powerful natural ability, yet she was willing to be a little piglet, weaver of webs, not to be underestimated. Good. Then count on you. Yang Feng signed the lease contract and then turned into golden light and merged into the two. Heimki Yuki is your tenant. Yang Feng was slightly stunned, and the name on the blood characters was clearly written with the words Jishui. He. All pretty girls have some secrets. I was afraid people would recognize me, so I just made up a name. The young girl's eyes carried a few apologies, and she changed her voice to an imperial sister's voice and lazily said, since we've all become your little piggies, we'll use our real names from now on. Kazetsu. She's got a little bit of a secret. Really? Chapter 29. My name is actually Kazetsu. Corridors of Hell. Dodo. 3 days. Enjoy how fast the time flies by. Come on. Indulgence. Happy. Qin Xuan was swimming in the turquoise blue sea in his sunny shorts, accompanied by 2 beautiful women who looked like mermaids surrounding him. Ow. You guys? What is this? Qin Xuan stood up from the tide, long strips of clothing in his hands, and tugged on the straps to shake them off. Yikes. Rascal. The beautiful woman in the sea blushed and spat, covering her chest as she quickly ran to a small pink room nearby. Qin Xuan whistled and followed with a big grin, followed by another escort's beauty. Scum! Bah! Jiju spat. After Qin Xuan got the blessing of the big brother, apparently some flying self, hired 2 beautiful swimming teacher. Eat, drink and play a dragon. Out of that called a generous. Understandable. Yang Feng lying under the umbrella on the beach. The daytime camp is full of sunshine. The sea breeze is refreshing. Pick up the hand of beer to fill a few mouths. Cautious, cruel, cold-blooded, but that doesn't mean he's an ascetic. Boss, would you like to swim in the sea for a while? Ji Shue's title had changed, and this was what Yang Feng had asked for, sounding more accustomed to it. I'm not going to sleep with you. Yang Feng's reply was dry, and the level of directness made the smile on Ji Shue's face stiffen. It's okay to screw women. It's not okay to women, you know. Killing up can be hesitant and cloud one's judgment, and if one continues to be together for a long period of time, there is a risk of getting attached and spawning more and more serious problems. Humph. Then go play with Qin Xuan. Ji Shui proudly pouted her lips, flung her white lotus root arms, and huffed and puffed as she walked away. Right. Yang Feng called out to Ji Shui and lowered his voice. Although I don't know how long you've been here, remember to make a final goodbye. I'm afraid that if you step into a hellish apartment, you'll never come back. Ji Shui's body paused, then he immediately turned back, still with that sweet smile. That's for sure. Boss is really considerate. Wahahaha. Snack stand. When Uncle Nyo saw Ji Shui's arrival, the worried and sorrowful look on his face dissipated, and he habitually took out a large lobster and sea intestines, preparing to make a super deluxe seafood stir-fry. Rin, for the last 2 days, you've been with that horrible man. Making money is making money. Let's not get into trouble. Uncle Nyo persuaded, then reached forward and transferred 300 points to Ji Shui, the very same intelligence fee he had earned earlier. Uncle Bull. Actually, my name is not Marlene. Ji Shui's eyes revealed a hint of sadness, but it was quickly covered up by a sweet smile as she smiled and continued. People are actually called Ji Shui. Nice name. Right. Uncle Bull froze. He didn't understand the girl he had been spending time with, why she suddenly confessed her secret, and only felt a little stuffy in his heart, as if something was about to happen. Eat first. Uncle Nyo didn't ask the reason, but served the seafood fried noodles to Ji Shui with a hint of favor in his eyes. Uncle Bull. I'm eating your seafood stir-fry for the last time today. Kiyuki spoke the harsh reality as she ate her bowl of food. I'm going back to Hell's apartment. Uncle Neo froze for a long time, somewhat incredulous, yet feeling justified. So, looks like you've made up your mind. Uncle Bull had always had a feeling that the lively and sweetly playful young girl would one day leave the campfire camp. Aren't you going to ask something? Jishua looked at Uncle Cow's reaction and felt bad in her heart. Uncle Neo smiled nervously. You told me when you received me that the beautiful girl had a lot of little secrets and advised me not to meddle. Uncle Neo still remembers those events of 3 years ago very well. Then I'm off. Uncle Bull. Jishua ate all the deluxe seafood fried noodles and turned around to leave the stall. Wait a minute. Uncle Cow suddenly called out to Jishua and said after hesitating for a few seconds, I'll tell you a little secret. I'm actually quite young. I was only 20 years old when I was born. It's just that this body is a little bit showing its age. Jishua looked back with a dimpled smile. I would have guessed that. Little virgin. Fingers crossed. Jishua transferred a sum of bounty points out, revealing that sweet and smug signature smile. Save your money and spend it. Turn around and find a little buddy to earn more points. I don't want to see you poor and forcibly teleported out. After Jishua finished speaking, she turned around and left with a bounce, never looking back. You get 10,000 bounty points. Uncle Neo froze. The young girl had directly transferred 10,000 points to him. Bewildered, he looked away. The young girl moved away, fading into the crowd. It was getting late. Blue light shot down from the vault of heaven, covering one of the inhabitants of hell, perhaps among them Kazetsu with her teammates. Maybe I should get out of here too. Uncle Neo looked at a teleportation blue light and couldn't help but mutter. This sudden bold idea immediately startled Uncle Bull himself. Bold? It is indeed bold. Outrageous, and not at all in keeping with one's character. But the heart within his chest, which was resting on its laurels, became restless, and seemed to be touched by some force, gradually becoming fiery. Exactly. I really should get out of here. Uncle Cow's eyes grew more and more determined, as if he had made up his mind of some sort. Hell of an apartment. The 72-hour benefit period ends. Yang Feng was teleported back to his apartment and everything went on as usual. The luxurious large flat was filled with dense aura, and the spiritual liquid of the dragon transformation pool was once again filled. Yang Feng lifted his hand and moved his mind. The separate space of the Sumeru ring came to mind. These 3 days hadn't actually been idle, purchasing many treasures through the trading area, mostly items that dealt with guile, ancient money dart, soul repellent bell, thunderbolt of the celestial master, the 3-foot red line stained with black dog blood. These were all treasures found in the trading area, costing a total of over 2,000 points, just in case they were needed. At this point, the evil eyes of the supreme great being outside the window shone into the room as a ray of light. Mediocre, boring, but worth waiting for. That's how the welfare tiers are rated. And being so boring has caused many horror sites to move elsewhere in an attempt to find new pleasures. Falling off the wagon? Yang Feng understood somewhat. The supremely great unknown beings actually prefer the exciting sight of bloodshed. The people reborn in hell are like players in a gladiatorial arena or crickets in a jar of worms, needing to deliver a great drama for the supreme beings, preferably with a bit of gore and a bit of shibboleth. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the challenge of the 5th level of hell and have been rewarded with 500 base bounty. You have successfully collected 250 points in rent, from Jishua. You have successfully collected 250 points in rent, from Qin Shuang. Base rewards arrive. There were 2 other rent collection messages that gained half the point earnings of the 2 little piggies. Privilege upgrade. Hell corridor opens. Words in blood surfaced on the eyeballs, followed by the room shaking violently as a loud boom came from beyond the room. A few moments later, calm was restored outside the apartment door. Yang Feng opened the door of the room and a long corridor appeared in front of him. The ground was covered with a black and red floor, while the walls were carved with a large number of characters of unknown significance. Room 0. A blood-infested numerical symbol appeared above the doorframe, representing Room 0, where the landlord lived. Squeak! The door to Room 01 opened. Qin Shuang poked his head out thievishly and realized that Yang Feng was right in front of him, immediately revealing a fawning pat on the back. Hello boss. Wow. I'm actually the boss's neighbor. What an honor. Qin Shuang glanced at his door number, which read a large number 01, representing that he was the first tenant. In the meantime, the door to Room 02 was also opened, and several small black spiders quickly crawled out of the room, scouting their surroundings, confirmed that there is no danger. Jishua walked out of the room and faced Yang Feng and Qin Shuang with a sweet smile. Good day boss. Good day brother Qin Shuang duck. Look closely. The room for the 2 men, both old and dilapidated 10 square meter shacks, cramped and small filled with the smell of corruption. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Boss is awesome. You live in a luxury bungalow? Qin Shuang saw Yang Feng's room through the doorway. It was simply the top of the line luxury apartment. Boss. Ji Shui took Yang Feng's arm and shook it in a petulant manner. There isn't even a decent toilet in people's houses. Can I go to your room? I can warm the bed. No. Yang Feng decisively refused, closing the door of the room with his hand and continuing to inspect the entire corridor of hell. There are currently only 3 rooms. 0, 01, 02. The rooms are close together, equally spaced, and the size of the space is not visible from the outside. After opening the door, the layout was very different. The others were small, shabby rooms of 10 square meters, but Yang Feng was a luxury large flat of the Dawn grade. There is no doubt that this is space technology. The hellish corridor stretches tens of meters forward. It should be able to fill 20 rooms, which means it can rent and recruit 20 teammates? Finally, at the end of the corridor is another door, the portal to the Hell Challenge, which is available to all. Interesting. Hell's privileges are constantly being upgraded, and various derivative features are becoming more and more plentiful. Yang Feng had only explored 5 layers of hell, which could only be considered as just the beginning. More uncanny things were still waiting ahead. Please name your apartment. A striking blood letter appeared at eye level, asking landlords to name their apartments. This represents the establishment of new forces. Yang Feng recalled his codename in life. The god of murder represents death and ominousness, killing people at every turn and extraditing enemies to their deaths. Dodo. Yang Feng said indifferently. Raven. Naming successful. Qin Shuang and Ji Shui also revealed a look of surprise at the same time, as the blood words prompted them to join the Dodo apartments and officially become long-term tenants. Okay, time to get down to business. Yang Feng turned his gaze to Qin Shuang. Your ability is precognition, right? What's the next level of Hell Challenge? Chapter 30, Great Luck. Eat chicken tonight. Prediction. The unique talent possessed by Qin Shuang. 6th floor. Qin Shuang's eyes turned a whitish color as he muttered something under his breath, seeming to look even farther away. A few moments later, Qin Shuang fiercely sucked in a breath. The white turbidity in his eyes dispersed. The whole person was drained of strength and sat paralyzed on the ground panting heavily. Yang Feng didn't rush to ask, leaning against the wall and waiting for the result. Ji Shui smiled gently, handed up a bottle of purified water, and gently patted Qin Shuang's back. Brother Qin Shuang, take a rest first and think about it. Qin Shuang drank 2 mouthfuls of water. His complexion recovered quite a bit, followed by a look of elation. Boss, we can lick the bag again this time. Developed. Ha. I'm so lucky. After Qin Shuang finished speaking, he saw Boss Yang Feng's frowning expression and hurriedly explained. Great luck. Chicken tonight. The number of people involved in the 6th level is very large, and the rules are very similar to the previous Greed battlefield. People would split up into teams of 4 and fight it out on an island, with the winner getting the final treasure. The information that Qin Shuang had foreseen was not as precise as the bloodletter rule, and he would only see bits and pieces and probably know what would happen. This level, however, is enough. Killing each other. Team play in groups of 4. Yang Feng pondered and had many conjectures in his mind. He had originally thought that he would encounter a spooky type of challenge, so he had purchased a large number of spells for dealing with spirit spooks on the 5th floor. Hell tiers are randomized. The expected bizarre challenge didn't materialize and instead the crowd was greeted with a team killing match. A little too coincidental. It's a bit of a coincidence that the Dodo has just been formed, and we're getting a major group battle, isn't it? What do you two? What do you think of this hell tier? Yang Feng looked up at Ji Shui and Qin Shuang, wanting to analyze it from different angles. Opinions? That's certainly cool. Boss has great marksmanship and invincible body skills. Going in there is sure to be a chopping block and a big profit. Idiot. Shouldn't have asked him. He. Boss is thinking it's a bit too much of a coincidence? Ji Shui revealed a wry and playful smile, directly pointing out the key to the problem, and continued smugly. Everything in this world is composed of countless coincidences, isn't it? Right. Boss, you bought tons of spells at the campfire camp, didn't you? Wouldn't it be even more of a coincidence if a bizarre type of challenge tier appeared at this time? Makes sense. Ji Shui's words immediately caused Yang Feng's eyes to light up. That's what you guys were talking about. Qin Shuang finally reacted, barely keeping up with the pace of the conversation, briefly brainstormed and casually waved his hand. Whatever. We don't have a choice anyway. That's true. The content of the challenge of the Hell tier could not be changed at the moment. One could only choose to obey it, and there was little use for the crowd even if they thought about it more. Snap. Ji Shui knocked Qin Shuang's head. Brother Qin Shuang, you're really wise as a fool. It's probably just silly people being silly. Qin Shuang has a simple brain and considers things from a straightforward perspective. But there are times when unnecessary twists and turns are saved instead. A simple sentence. Soldiers come and go. Water comes and goes. Whatever the challenge, do it and be done with it. Okay. Everyone knows what the challenge is, so go get ready individually. Yang Feng got up and prepared to leave. And at that moment, Qin Shuang suddenly thought of something else. Right. Boss, a little detail just occurred to me, but I don't know if it's accurate. That island seems to prohibit outside weapons, and many people show up empty-handed. Qin Shuang suddenly had a flash of insight and recalled key details, most likely about the rules of the bloodletter. Qin Shuang. Yang Feng walked up to Qin Shuang and placed his palm on his shoulder, revealing a kind smile. Remember to say this kind of thing in advance. That's the key piece of intel. Sweating. Chills down the spine. Qin Shuang looked at the boss's sunny smile and peed a few drops, always feeling a bit shady, as if he would tear himself apart in the next second. Ji Shui couldn't help but snicker on the side until Yang Feng left and then snickered. Brother Qin Shuang, is the boss that scary? His pants won't be wet. Come let me touch it. Go. Qin Shuang was filled with embarrassment and slapped away Ji Shui's delicate little hand. How intimidating the boss really is. You'll know soon enough. It might not be as good as me. That would be interesting. Ji Shui's beautiful eyes looked in the direction of room 0, her eyes filled with anticipation. Yang Feng is strong, but just how strong? We'll see. Apartment room. Join the spirit herb. Yang Feng was immersed within the dragon transformation pool. The spiritual liquid soaked through his skin to strengthen his body, spending 1,000 points to enhance the effect, and dots of emerald green spiritual grass luminescence immediately surfaced. Soak. This has become routine. Every time he returned from a challenge in hell, he had to wash himself with spirit liquid and spirit grass, a sort of limited purchase method of becoming stronger. But efficacy is decreasing. Yang Feng's strength was getting stronger and stronger, and his physical body tended to be perfect. The effect of the spiritual liquid immortal herbs medicinal bath was gradually decreasing, so it seemed that he needed to mix in some more energizing stuff. Perfect creation, genetic evolution, optimization of DNA sequence, and the bloodline of all kinds of alienated bosses are the better means to become stronger. The sixth circle of hell. The ban on carrying weaponry is an advantage to me. Yang Feng spread out his own palm, and the dead bone covered towards one finger, extending a dozen centimeters of spikes that became a deadly weapon. No weapons required. Yang Feng himself was the deadliest weapon. Also, there is one more special item that I don't know if it counts as a violation. Sumeru rings, terror of the supreme great being, a reward gifted to the brave, can store items in 1 cubic meter of space. Is it a violation to stow your weaponry in a special space? Try it. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly as he stuffed the weapons such as the python and the rainstorm into his ring, and after making some more preparations, he quietly waited for the opening of the 6th level of hell. The 6th level of hell, Dead Island. Hazard level, level 2. Dangerous, orange. Cursed pressure, 8. Time limit, 24 hours. Additional rules, it is forbidden to carry any weapons and equipment. Description, great luck. Eat chicken tonight. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Scarlet characters appeared, and the room shook violently as the entire floor of the apartment fell rapidly downward, crushing many rooms below. Broken? Yang Feng looked down from the luxurious floor-to-ceiling windows as layers of abandoned apartments were crushed into powder, and large tumbled rocks crashed into the abyss, drawing in more dense mist. Empty room. Abandoned floors. Their owners may have died, and the vacant apartments lost the need to exist and were simply crushed to pieces by those who came after them. The apartment that Yang Feng was in fell hundreds of floors before coming to a halt, and in the end, it was tightly articulated together and became a complete building again. There are so many unbelievable things about hell. Open the door to the room. Qin Shuang and Ji Shui were waiting outside. The corridors of hell also changed somewhat, and a spacious elevator appeared at the end, flashing red lights signaling the crowd to enter. The 6th level of hell challenge was finally about to begin. Let's go. Chapter 31 Real Life Chicken. Skydiving. Team of 4. Elevator. The Dodo team stepped onto the hell elevator, but immediately after a red alarm flashed. Warning, carrying of weapons and equipment is prohibited at this level. The elevator sounded a piercing alarm, detecting that the trio was armed with weapons. Cough cough. Boss, I'm sorry. Qin Shuang awkwardly touched his head, followed by taking out a desert eagle from his back waist, lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong, and whispered, I just want to try. He finished and hurriedly crouched down again, placing his beloved sandhawk carefully in the doorway. The alarms still haven't stopped, and the hidden weapons haven't dropped clean. Qin Shuang. Ji Shui couldn't care less about her image and ruthlessly stepped on Qin Shuang's toes, reprimanding, you're going to get us all killed. Don't be quick to throw away your equipment. Qin Shuang had a bitter look on his face and patted his whole body skeptically to make sure nothing was left behind. I really only hit a pistol. At this point, Yang Feng reached forward with his palm and took out his tungsten steel claw knife, casually throwing it out of the elevator. There was a soft clang as Qin Shuang and Jishue stared wide-eyed at the same time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Boss, you did it too. I would have thought I was the only one thieving. Qin Shuang was shocked, did not think that the boss also had a fluke. Sneakily hid the weapon. The image of the glorious and magnificent suddenly shortened by half. Sure, there's no punishment written in the rules. It's just a trial. Yang Feng said rightfully, carrying a weapon was also to verify another thing. Sumeru Preceptor. Will it be excluded from the elevator like other weapons? 10 seconds to transmit. 9, 8, 7, 6. The elevator doors slowly closed, no longer emitting warning sounds, and the Sumeru ringers completed their stowaway reasonably well, successfully passing inspection with a cubic meter of weapons and equipment. Privilege. This is the gift bestowed by the Supreme Great Being. The countdown ended with a flash of azure light. The crowd in the elevator was covered by a layer of blue light and instantly disappeared in place. Hercules transportation aircraft. A trajectory crossed the blue dome of the sky as the steel raptor broke out of the clouds and circled around a small island. An airplane? Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes. The dimly lit cabin was crammed with people, most of them unconscious, numbering at least 140. Rope, parachute. All were carrying parachutes and bundled together in groups of 4 to form what were called makeshift squads. More and more people are awakening. Qin Shuang struggled a few times and quickly became aroused. Asterisk 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 Lu. There's a skydiving session? This real-life chicken eating is too exciting. Qin Shuang is good at all kinds of FPS shooting games, and every day he fantasizes about having a real-life chicken fight to feel the wildness and excitement. And now his dream has finally come true. Stupid Qin Shuang. Shut up. Jishue stepped on Qin Shuang so hard that he wailed in pain. The exaggerated shouting attracted many unkind gazes, looking at Qin Shuang as if he was looking at a little cutie. Quiet. Yang Feng's tone was cold. His eyes looked toward the side porthole, and he could vaguely see the blurred outline of the island, which was clearly the Death Island on the 6th level of Hell. Blue sea and blue sky. Death Island is ecologically thriving, with green vegetation covering a third of the island and large white sandy beaches on the fringes. A splendid luxury hotel stands in the very center of the whole island, surrounded by perfect supporting facilities, forming the most prosperous entertainment district. Dead Island. Rule 1, randomly match 4 teammates and you will fight side by side. Rule 2, there are all kinds of weapons and supplies on Death Island, so you can search and pick them up to arm yourselves. Rule 3, 100 points for each enemy killed and 50 points for teammates. Rule 4, 1000 points will be deducted for the death of a teammate, and wipes will be processed if you are under 0 points at the time of settlement. Rule 5, only one team will win the final game, so good luck to all of you. Time limit, 24 hours. The rules of Dead Island surfaced on the surface of everyone's eyeballs. Team play. The team killed and scored all the points. All points are deducted for the death of a teammate. In the end, there will only be one team of players to win, which means that almost all of the more than 100 people on the scene will die. A 4-man battle? Yang Feng's Dodo squad only had 3 people, and the absent position was randomly matched with a passerby with a slightly stout and brawny figure, and a bit of ferocity on his face. Hey, you guys are just my teammates. My name is Stormy Tiger. Stormy as in violent, Tiger as in tiger. Stormy Tiger struggled twice, then took the initiative to approach Yang Feng and the others to strike up a conversation, but didn't say his real name and only reported a nickname. Look closely. Storm Tiger was probably around 1 meter 8 in height, but his body was twisted with sinews and tendons, and the tendons on his arms were almost bursting out of his clothes. The force is strong. If the guess was right, Storm Tiger should have awakened a talent and it was related to strength. Why aren't they talking? Don't be afraid. Since we've become teammates, I'll definitely cover you. Stormy Tiger said arrogantly, recklessly sizing up the crowd, and his eyes lit up when he looked at Ji Shui, not realizing that there was still a pure beauty with white skin in the team. Qin Shuang was a little too much to handle. You're dragging your ass. I don't talk, and that's because the boss told me to be quiet, not because I'm scared. And, is the name Storm Tiger bullish? Is it as bullish as my nickname? Listen up. My name is Reverse Butterfly. Your father's reverse. Your father's butterfly. Qin Shuang silenced Storm Tiger's dislike in a few words. Ji Shui just snickered on the sidelines. The simplest of mouth stinks. The ultimate enjoyment. You don't say. This kid, Qin Shuang, really has some humor cells. Boy, you think you're funny, don't you? Storm Tiger's face was full of black lines. His fingers pinched out a cackling sound, and he lowered his gloomy voice to say, we're teammates, but that doesn't mean you can just mess with me. I wonder if your mouth will smell as bad as it does now when your arm is twisted off. Threats. It's a naked threat. With a team of 4, 1,000 points are deducted as a penalty for a dead teammate. But injuries don't count. I'm on early 8. How big have you grown to threaten your father? Reverse the Big Dipper. High treason. You unfilial son. Qin Shuang is not the slightest bit afraid. Although his strength is weak, but young Feng can be right beside him. Who can be more bullish than the boss? Storm Tiger's face completely changed. He had to teach the kid in front of him a lesson. But before Storm Tiger could strike, the hatch of the Hercules transporter then opened, and a super strong wind current then poured in. Please leave in order. The ropes that bound the people were attached to the chute, and the mechanism ran with it, sending the 4 of them packing in bundles out the hatch and plummeting in the direction of the island of death. Click it. The rope device automatically unraveled in midair, and the 4 of them pulled away with it, and the parachute behind them emitted a drip 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 sound, possessing the function of automatically opening the parachute. Holy, aha! A scream came from midair. Many were first-time skydivers, with the sound of the wind whistling in their ears and their bodies passing through layers of white clouds, creating a blurring of the scenery to the naked eye. The ground turns out to be really round. It's time to open the umbrella. Keep your stance balanced. A muffled voice came from the wind, but it could still be distinguished as a warning from boss Yang Feng. Ji Shui and Qin Shuang followed the instructions, gradually controlling the rhythm of the parachute, falling in an orderly fashion towards a lush forest, with a distance difference of roughly a few hundred meters. Steady on the ground. Yang Feng had experience in skydiving and landed firmly in an open field. The whole process was textbook perfect. Qin Shuang and Ji Shui were not so lucky. Ji Shui fell into a nearby stream. Fortunately, the current was not too fast, plus she was very good at water. As soon as possible to get out of the parachute bag and swam to the shore. Qin Shuang, on the other hand, hung on to the upper branches of the tree. Help! Boss! Save! Qin Shuang was still more than 10 meters away from the ground and struggled hard for a few moments, resulting in a burst of snapping noises from the tree branches, which almost scared his soul away. At this point, another strong figure slowly approached. Stormy Tiger stood under the tree and looked viciously at Qin Shuang, his heart filled with the pleasure of revenge. Boy, why are you up there yelling for help? Tyrannical Tiger face is full of brutality and mockery. To Qin Shuang hooked his finger, just now on the plane cursed quite cool want to be good to me to twist off which arm it. At this point, Qin Shuang's face suddenly rejoiced, finally seeing his savior. Boss, I'm here. Chapter 32 Boss, you're on, aren't you? Young Feng is here. Ji Shui also followed the side. At this time the clothes were all wet by the stream, close to the white fine milk tender skin, making it look more seductive and moving. Bummer. If only the parachute had been a little more out of alignment. Now that we're in the creek, you're all going to see everything. Ji Shui pouted, her palms half covering her marvelous shapely and delicate body, her cute and playful pure face, coupled with her pouting and charming demeanor. It was definitely a perfect interpretation of pure and lustful. Qin Shuang hung in the sky, his eyes looking straight up. Storm Tiger's eyes were also tightly locked on Ji Shui, but the young Feng who was getting closer and closer gave him a special feeling. Cold? Inaccurate. I should say dangerous. The young face, the light and cold eyes, and the perfect figure of the golden ratio gave people an inexplicable illusion. Knife. A temporarily sheathed sword, with all its sharpness internalized. Stormy Tiger couldn't see through the young man in front of him and became wary in his heart, immediately changing his face. This brother. We're all teammates. Let's get acquainted? Stormy Tiger greeted with a smile, showing a few friendly attitudes, and then stretched out one of his own large hands, and his heart also produced the intention of testing. Oh. Young Feng sneered and reached out to shake Storm Tiger's hand. Harder. Storm Tiger didn't just want to shake hands. He wanted to test the man in front of him to see if he was strong or not. Muscle bursts. The muscles on Tyrannical Tiger's arm bulged and swelled. A single vein rippled, exerting all its strength on top of his palm, wanting to give Young Feng a downward spiral. It's not right. If a normal person were to come this hard, I'm afraid that the entire palm would be wasted. Lofty and immovable, Stormy Tiger only felt that he was shaking hands with a piece of steel. All the strength was like a mud cow into the sea, disappeared without a trace, completely unable to turn over a wave. You should have awakened the power talent. Is that all there is? Young Feng's eyes were bland, and although his tone was calm, the words he uttered were full of mockery. Is that all there is? Stormy Tiger only felt that his self-esteem was thwarted. Specializing in strength, he was actually in a competition but hand strength and wrist strength? Cluck! Stormy Tiger fiercely added more force. His cheeks were suffocating red. His muscles shattered the clothes on his shoulders, but he still couldn't shake the young Feng in front of him. 10% power. Young Feng said indifferently, and these words irritated Storm Tiger even more. What do you mean? Was this man saying that he had only used 10% of his strength? That's awesome blowing up in your face. Don't look down on people. Drink. Stormy Tiger used all his strength. His face turned a saucy purple. His arms and body couldn't stop trembling. His veins were almost bursting. Even if it was steel, it would leave fingerprints. At this point, Yang Feng spoke again. 2 points of force. Yang Feng's power was increasing. Just like a hydraulic crane, the force kept increasing, causing Stormy Tiger's palm to emit a burst of tearing sound of bone friction. How is that possible? Stormy Tiger's face was full of incredulity. He only felt that Yang Feng's strength had suddenly doubled, and his full-strength self could not carry the heavy hand strength. The bones are breaking. Stormy Tiger's entire body was sweating. The intense pain made him clench his teeth. Blood seeped out of his gums, but the next second made him despair. 3 points of force. Yang Feng's tone remained bland, and his hydraulic crane-like palm continued to add force, quickly reaching a critical point. Click! Storm Tiger's palm was crushed. Fingers pinched together and broken. Chunks of flesh turned to mud, mixed with broken bones and twisted grotesquely. Ah! Stormy Tiger let out a miserable scream, holding his shattered hand as he hastily backed away, his pupils shaking seismically, his eyes filled with a deep fearful panic. Monster! Are you a monster? Stormy Tiger's voice was trembling. He has the talent of strength specialization, but in the hands of the other party is like a small chicken. In addition to the monster, what other explanation? Invincible, indifference, powerful. Qin Shuang and Ji Shui, too, finally realized just how strong Yang Feng was. This simple handshake was enough to show that Yang Feng's strength had reached the level of an inhuman monster. Boo! Yang Feng's figure moved violently, leaving behind a residual shadow that was indistinguishable to the naked eye, followed by his fist blasting at the belly of the tyrant tiger. The power of the fist is unbeatable. Stormy Tiger only felt a wave of terrifying fist energy explode inside his body. Wow! Storm Tiger spat out a large mouthful of blood stained with chunks. His eyes were covered with countless dense blood filaments, and his consciousness was on the verge of being shattered. Done. The organs were misplaced, and the slightly warm liquid warmed the body as if something had ruptured. You want to kill me? Stormy Tiger was even more incredulous. Just one side of the story, but also just a couple of harsh words and a handshake to test the strength of the other side. You're going to die yourself? It was like a hyena being slaughtered with ease. We're teammates. I'll deduct points if you kill. Stormy Tiger spat blood from his mouth. His eyes gradually became lax, but there was still a hint of fluke within his heart. The other party surely didn't dare to kill his teammates. Deducting 1,000 points is definitely not a small thing. It's not just a matter of points and money. The team battle has just begun and immediately loses a combatant. What's next to win? You're unstable. Kill you so you can work. Yang Feng's eyes grew more and more brutal as he followed up with a square stomp to Storm Tiger's chest. Boo! The tattered body flew backwards, soaring a line of blood in midair, and ruthlessly smashing into a giant tree not far away. A dull, loud muffled sound came, accompanied by the sound of a water bag bursting. The lush giant tree that several people hugged violently shook, rustling down a large number of tender leaves. 1,000 points will be deducted for the death of a teammate. Ha! Dead. Qin Shuang was on the tree, looking blankly at the place where the tyrant tiger had fallen, and then heartbreakingly consulted his points, which had literally been deducted by 1,000 points. Boss is so cruel. Ji Shui covered her eyes, but her fingers showed a slit and ran to look at Stormy Tiger's miserable corpse. Seeing only this and that piece. So scary. Aya so disgusting. Look again. Ji Shui looked at a few more eyes, but which has the appearance of fear, obviously full of excitement. Whoosh! Yang Feng picked up the stones on the ground and threw them towards the tree branches above Qin Shuang. The branches snapped with a creaking sound, and Qin Shuang also broke free of his bonds, the whole person falling down with a miserable scream. Ah! Qin Shuang was face down, the jungle echoing with screams, about to land on his head, when suddenly a hand grabbed his calf. Yang Feng carried Qin Shuang single-handedly, just like grabbing a male duck upside down, and saved him just like that. Woo woo, boss, you're so nice. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Qin Shuang was touched by a handful of snot and tears. That is, the use of words is a little inappropriate. Yang Feng let go. Qin Shuang screamed miserably and grabbed the ground with his face, but there was no big problem. Patted the dust on his body and hurriedly stood up. He ran to see where Storm Tiger had died again, and the gruesomeness caused such physical discomfort that he almost didn't throw up. Cow! 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 Worthy of being my boss. One shot is a second. This Storm Tiger doesn't know what he's pretending to be. It's too late for him to regret now, isn't it? Qin Shuang had interpreted the fox-fake tiger to the extreme, and even Ji Shui hated him a little, itching to kick him twice more. Quiet. Yang Feng glanced at Qin Shuang and said indifferently, Qin Shuang immediately obeyed and shut up, making a zipper gesture to lock his mouth completely. Yang Feng turned his gaze to Ji Shui again. The clothes are all wet. Take it off. These words immediately caused Qin Shuang and Ji Shui to freeze. Not bad for a boss. The words are not shocking. He said this kind of unashamed words in a calm tone without blushing. Can other people do it? Boss. Ahem. Not so good. Let's gather supplies first. And if we find some clothing in defense, then we'll change out of these wet clothes. Ji Shui was a little embarrassed. If she changed the scene she would be happy to do so, such as the big fluffy bed of Yang Feng's boss's luxury apartment. There was absolutely no problem. But now is not a little embarrassed. Qin Shuang are still around to watch it. Yeah. Search the supplies first. Lick the bag first. Then do all this nonsense. Qin Shuang also nodded silently. Then turned his head away, signaling that he would definitely not look. Kazetsu, you now owe me 2,000 points. Yang Feng inexplicably said, and then spread his hands to flash a blur of light. And there was a whole extra set of ladies' pointy zero suit, and a rainstorm submachine gun with unlimited bullets. This? What's this? How did this top full set suddenly appear? Qin Shuang's eyes were almost glazed over as he exclaimed. Boss, you're open. Hang on. It's definitely on. Dead Island prohibited the carrying of equipment and weapons, and could only be searched slowly on the large map. But the boss violated the rules and directly got a full set of equipment. That's not cheating. What is it? Yeah. Thanks, boss. Ji Shui's two eyes glittered with light, and without asking where the equipment came from, she hugged over a whole set of equipment with a face full of joy, and jogged all the way to the nearby bushes to change her clothes. 0 tactical helmet, 0 bulletproof vest, full coverage combat suit, combat pants, combat boots, tactical gloves, tactical belt, tactical rucksack, chest pop-up, sweat permeable quick-drying undershirt, refreshing women's underwear. Soon. Ji Shui big change. The appearance looks like the future world of special pointed soldiers. Unlimited bullets rainstorm is black technology pull full. Envy and jealousy. Qin Shuang's teeth were almost clenched, remembering the shocking image of seeing Yang Feng for the first time. It was wearing this Pointman full match god outfit. Boss. Me too. 1,000 points. Give me a set too. Qin Shuang once again hugged Yang Feng's thighs and begged bitterly with a handful of snot and tears. A blur of light flickered. Yang Feng dropped the other 0 Pointman suit on the ground, seemingly prepared for it. So impressed. Qin Shuang rushed to change his equipment, but realized that the suit was old, and the combat uniform still had a large slash in it, and the bulletproof vest had a hole through it. Bloodstains. The outfit had bloodstains all over it and seemed to have gone through countless killings. Boss? Is this outfit? The outfit was obviously old and had been eliminated by boss Yang Feng, who then sold it to him, the great bastard of injustice, for the original price. Yang Feng snorted. You have an opinion. Qin Shuang immediately trembled and hastily added a smile. No comment. Of course no comment. To be able to wear the equipment that the boss has used is simply my highest honor. Level 6 armor, even if it has a lower durability, is still much stronger than other rags. Qin Shuang's words weren't wrong. Although this Pointman set was broken, it was still several notches stronger than ordinary equipment. This one. Yang Feng back a lot of money. The old equipment off half. All sold at a good price. A lot of time has been wasted. Let's get down to business. Yang Feng watched as the two little piggies finished changing their equipment, and the strength of the entire team was greatly improved. At the very least they were able to defend themselves and didn't need to worry about anything extra. Next, it's business. The killing begins. Chapter 33, Exterminating the Squad. Terrifying as it is, the forest is humid. Lush giant trees covered the sky, with occasional rays of sunlight spilling between the gaps in the emerald green branches and leaves. Rain and dew loosen the soil. Colorful mushrooms grow under the roots of trees, and turning over dead branches brings out a plethora of insects burrowing and crawling. Rustle. Some small black spiders crawled quickly. Snap. Zhang Dajuan casually slapped a bug to death, then climbed up to the top of the tree and lurked in the shadows with his sniper rifle. He was very lucky to find an iron chest in a forest in the middle of nowhere, and several of his companions fished out powerful weapons. Zhang Dajuan, is it really useful for us to ambush here? The 4-member squad stepped out of a yellow hair, puzzled by the behavior of Zhang Dajuan's ambush. An ambush deep in the jungle where the birds are not, and someone really stepped into the trap? Shoo, don't talk. Zhang Dajuan made a silent gesture, and the rest of the team nodded helplessly, choosing to obey the most experienced and strongest member of the team. In the meantime, on the other side of the forest, Ji Shui had some sensations. This jungle was full of poisonous insects and ants, and many small spiders were under her control, easily finding several small groups. Weaver of webs, what she is best at, is scouting for all kinds of information. I found them all. Toward the center of the island. There are 2 squads in ambush, and one at 3 o'clock on the side. Ji Shui exerted her ability, and enemies within a 1-kilometer radius had nothing to hide, all exposed to the Weaver's talent. Powerful. Convenience. Kazetsu is literally full-range bio-detection radar. Very good. I'll take care of the enemy at 3 o'clock first. Yang Feng was satisfied with Ji Shui's ability, then glanced at the nearby Qin Shuang. Come lick the bag in 2 minutes. Lick the bag. This had become an exclusive task for Qin Shuang. Okay, boss, you'll see. Qin Shuang agreed painfully. Other tasks dare not say, but licking the bag is absolutely professional. Strolling walk. Yang Feng strolled through the jungle unarmed in his thin clothing. It was as if he were idling in his own backyard, or as if he were a traveler coming on vacation to relax, without a trace of tension at all. Coming, that Jiang Dajuan, who was hiding in the treetops, holding the sniper rifle and aiming, saw Yang Feng's figure. People were on edge as the enemies finally threw themselves on the mercy of the enemy. Should we just shoot it? Yellow Hair hid behind a large tree and inquired in a low voice, but Jiang Dajuan shook his head, his eyes flickering with a hint of greed. Wait for now, his teammates might be in the back. The whole bunch. Jiang Dajuan's appetite was really big, wanting to exterminate an entire team of the other side. Close. It's getting closer. The man has little sense of precaution. A pure rookie, without any protection or looking for cover, just strutting down the center of the tree lane. Jiang Dajuan judged in his mind that the man in the scope was defenseless, and he only needed to gently pull the trigger to immediately blow his head off. If this was on the battlefield, it would have died hundreds of times. Jiang Dajuan, do it? He's heading for the metal box. Yellow Hair hid under the tree in an exuberant mood, and could not wait to immediately hold the gun and rushed out, ruthlessly strafing a pike. Shoo, there's a trick mine I set up over there. Stop talking. He's too close and could easily spot us. Jiang Dajuan ordered Yellow Hair to hold his ground, and the scope locked onto the tree trunk near the iron box, where a silk thread was hidden a dozen centimeters from the ground. Tricky thunder. The filament connects the trunk to the steel box, and the slightest touch will spring the pull ring and set off a nearby grenade. Hooked. The man took the bait. Jiang Dajuan's breathing also became ragged, and the corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. Come on. Move up a little bit. Detonate that mine. Detonate the shenanigans. The man is either dead or disabled. It's best to only blow off a leg or two, then draw in your teammates to save you, and finally successfully reunite the other team. It's the perfect script. Victory is at hand. The man's footsteps, however, came to an abrupt halt, stopping right next to the line of trick ray wire. Found it? The man saw through Guile's trap? While Jiang Dajuan was puzzled, he saw a horrifying scene. Turn back. Yang Feng slowly turned his head back. His gaze was biting and cruel, revealing rows of ghastly white teeth as he was grinning hideously at him. Not true. There's something wrong with this man. Without hesitation, Jiang Dajuan directly pulled the trigger while giving the order. Fire. Boo. Da 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 da. The companions hiding in the woods showed up, and Yellow Hair rushed out clutching an AK and swept furiously in Yang Feng's direction. Gunshots were fired. Nitrous. The birds of prey in the forest were frightened and fled from the place of wrongdoing. The smell of smoke filled the air, and a shiny bullet casing landed in the rotten ground. But the man in the distance disappeared. Disappear? In the blink of an eye, the blur disappeared into thin air, almost like a horror story. So fast. Jiang Dajuan's eyes were stunned, and the moment he pulled the trigger, the bizarre man reacted in a flash as if he had predicted his movements. It was too late to pull the trigger. Again. Where is he? Yellow Hair shouted and quickly changed a magazine, continuing to strafe in the direction the creepy man had disappeared, but only to make a single tearing shot hole in the tree trunk. No one responded. Yellow Hair was surprised to find that no one answered himself, turning around again only to see the horrifyingly brutal picture. A teammate collapsed against a tree trunk, but the area above his neck was empty. The crimson syrup was spread all over the place, and his head was nowhere to be found. Ah! Yellow Hair screamed in fear and almost sat on the ground as his feet went limp. He touched something warm, wet, a little sticky, with some residual warmth. Holy, it's so evil. We've hit a ghost. Yellow Hair screamed in shock, his face extremely twisted, his eyes covered by unknown fear. Pust. Yellow Hair heard the whistling wind. He only felt that the sky was spinning and the whole world was flipping over. And then he landed on the ground with a bang. What's going on? Yellow Hair saw a familiar figure, boots covered in mud, and unwashed black pants, which were clearly his own body. This is the first time I've seen this angle. Yellow Hair's pupils dilated and scattered, the last second before death to understand. The original body of his head. His head fell to the ground. Dead. All dead. Jiang Dajuan stood on a tree branch, watching his teammates die horribly one after another, but was unable to do anything about it. He didn't even find out where the enemy was. The man was like a ghostly apparition, striking to kill in a split second, and then disappearing into the shadows, so that not even his voice could be heard. Off the charts. Jiang Dajuan, who had the advantage of occupying the high ground of vision, searched for half a day without seeing the shadow of the weird man, and in the end, only the corpses of his teammates were left behind. Are you looking for me? A ghostly voice rang from his ears. Jiang Dajuan's entire body instantly exploded in sweat, fiercely turning around to look back, but the next second sharp spikes pierced through his chest. Yang Feng put his palms together and turned his palm into a sword, thus piercing through Jiang Dajuan's chest. When are you? Jiang Dajuan's eyes were written with disbelief. The strange ghost-like man noiselessly jumped to the treetops, just like that stood behind Jiang Dajuan, but he didn't have the slightest notice. Yang Feng withdrew his palm and laughed cruelly. I've been staring at you for quite a while. Boo! Jiang Dajuan's body fell from the treetops and smashed on the ground with a muffled sound, completely losing its life. Kill an enemy and get 100 bounty points. Collection of Kazetsu's rent, 25 cents. Collection of Qin Shuang's rent, 25 cents. The blocked message silently recorded that 100 points were awarded for killing enemies and 50 points for teammates. The two little piggies get points for paying half the rent and fulfilling the rules of the lease. In doing so, the points for killing each enemy skyrocketed to 150. Should have known better than to get more little piggies. Yang Feng jumped down from the treetop, his blood-stained palm flung violently. The bloodstains turned into knife arcs falling down to the dirt, and just like that, he easily disposed of a team of 4. Soon, Qin Shuang and Ji Shui arrived. So mean. Asterisk. Kicked something and scared me. Qin Shuang arrived in 3 minutes as promised, but accidentally kicked the spherical object, and his whole face turned green when he looked closer. Look at the live footage again. Qin Shuang only felt his stomach churning and surging as he almost spit out his overnight meal. Lick the bag. Yang Feng did not take it personally and patted Qin Shuang's shoulder as a sign of encouragement. Who can lick this bag? No way. The boss gave the word. It mustn't go to waste. Qin Shuang pinched his nose and began to carefully search the remains of each person for valuable and precious materials. Kazetsu. Yang Feng's gaze went back to Ji Shui and faintly asked, has the enemy's orientation changed? Ji Shui felt the response from the webweaver, the little spider transforming into a biological radar, feeding back information in real time. They fought. The position has changed a lot. About 10 o'clock. Yang Feng nodded after hearing this, then gestured 3 to Qin Shuang. Old rules. Follow up in 3 minutes and clear the battlefield. Next, Yang Feng disappeared in front of Ji Shui and Qin Shuang. Terror. It's just horrible. Qin Shuang only felt that the boss was getting more and more intimidating. When Greedy Battlefield met boss Yang Feng for the first time, the godly outfit was fully equipped to go out, and the god blocked the god to kill the Buddha. But, now the boss is even more horrible. Not even wearing a combat suit. Empty-handed. Slaughter the enemy naked. Head off for you. Scary as hell. Who? Someone's going to be unlucky again. Ji Shui sighed. Those few people in the forest were really not the usual unlucky ones. Chapter 34, Did you have a good hunt? Killer. In the deepest part of the forest's darkness, the sly, ghostly figure loomed. Yang Feng moved closer to the battlefield. The sound of intensive gunfire came from the distance. The two groups of people were violently shooting at each other, and the sounds of screams and roars could be vaguely heard. Da 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 da. The rain of bullets covered the fire. The pale old trees were covered with cracks. The wood chips were scattered and splattered, and the survivors hiding in the back were shivering. Ha 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 ha. Are you guys any good? Don't hide. Come out and go toe-to-toe with me. He laughed arrogantly and maniacally, carrying a heavy machine gun in both hands, while at his feet were boxes of large-caliber chain bullets, and his flesh would have to be blown out of a bloody hole if it took a single shot. Click! The pale ancient tree grew thinner and thinner, and finally it was completely pierced by the heavy machine gun, and with a violent sound, the huge thing collapsed and fell down. Rumble! The earth shook. The pale ancient trees crushed a large area of bushes, and the few rats that hid could only bury their heads and flee. Obviously, Hishion's firepower was really fierce, and the other group of people couldn't hold back at all and started to flee in the opposite direction. Escape! Let's run! The silhouettes fled haphazardly. The heavy machine gun aimed towards one of them. The large caliber bullet instantly pierced him. The bull-sized flesh wound exploded into a sky of blood mist. Hey! One dead. Hishion released the trigger and handed his teammate a look. Luo Hao, it's your turn. Luo Hao didn't hold a gun. Holding a short blade that emitted a ghostly light in his hand, a hint of cruelty surfaced at the corner of his mouth. Chasing down and killing those enemies who had fled was considered Luo Hao's strong point, and after his bodily functions were greatly strengthened, He had become more sensitive to the taste of blood. Run away. Feel the fear. Luo Hao moved at a rapid pace, his athletic stance flipping and jumping between the jungles like a blood-seeking hound searching for the enemy, and his eyes became more and more exuberant. The smell of blood is getting stronger. The three that got away. Did anyone get hurt? Just right. I can play a little longer. Luo Hao's face grew more and more hideous. The thrill of hunting down his prey made him forget about it and just enjoy the pleasure. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared ahead. Yang Feng walked slowly, his body stained with mottled blood, his eyes cold and indifferent, waiting for his enemy to throw himself into the net. Run! Why don't you run? Luo Hao stopped, his eyes flashed with madness and excitement, and said with a teasing face, don't give up resisting well. That would be very meaningless. Obviously, Luo Hao misunderstood and took Yang Feng as a fleeing prey. Very calm, not as flustered as they are. Luo Hao gripped the ghostly blue dagger and spun out a beautiful blade flower, walking forward slowly and methodically, giving his prey a step-by-step sense of oppression. It's not right. The man who had given up his resistance looked frank and a little too calm. Luo Hao approached Yang Feng. His heart couldn't help but beat violently. His body instinctively sensed the danger, and the sweaty hairs on his arms stood up. Sniff. Luo Hao's nose twitched. The smell of blood in the vicinity was too strong to be left behind by fleeing. Is the hunt pleasant? Yang Feng froze Luo Hao as soon as he opened his mouth. A strong sense of oppression came over him. Every word seemed to carry a bloody aura. Luo Hao's expression changed in an instant. He immediately understood one thing. The man in front of him was by no means the prey he was searching for, but instead looked like a predator with a tiger's eye on him. Who are you? You're not those three. Without hesitation, Luo Hao shifted into a fighting stance, his palms tightly gripping the ghostly blue dagger, half bowing his body ready to attack. Do I even have to ask? Yang Feng's eyes became colder and colder, and his words provoked Luo Hao's nerves even more. The person who killed you. Pupils tightened. A trace of panic appeared in Luo Hao's heart, taking the risk of choosing to take the initiative and bellowing, die for me. The ghostly blue dagger emitted a cold light and stabbed at Yang Feng at a tricky angle. The speed was so fast that it dazzled people, and even came with a burst of air-breaking sound. Slightly sideways, Yang Feng easily dodged the dagger attack, his feet gently moving in pace, seemingly thrillingly dodging the subsequent series of stabbing-killing moves. Speed type enhancements? Yang Feng felt his opponent's speed and ability and judged that Luo Hao had awakened a talent in speed. Too weak. Luo Hao's physical quality was very strong, and his speed was far beyond normal people. Ordinary people could not last more than 2 seconds in his hands. However, Yang Feng has a perfect creation bloodline and has evolved deeply once, and his strength is by no means comparable to Luo Hao, and the difference is more than one grade. Suddenly, Yang Feng got tired of playing the game and ended the test of Luo Hao's strength, and gently swung his palms together into a sword. Blood exploded. Luo Hao's right arm, which was holding the ghostly blue dagger, was chopped off like a watery tofu and thrown into the air with a rotating motion. The wound was round and smooth like a mirror, as if it was cut by a precise CNC machine. Dead Bone's White Blade, Youth Edition. Yang Feng merely had his fingertips become sharp, wrapped in a thin layer of slender dead bone, and didn't show a perfect form, but it was completely enough to deal with Luo Hao. Ah! Luo Hao let out a miserable scream, covering the broken mouth of his shoulder. The pain came like a tidal wave, and his bloodshot eyes were filled with fear. Monster! You're a monster! Luo Hao looked at Yang Feng's hand, white bones covered with sharp fingers, flashing with a sharp cold aura. It couldn't be a human palm. Honestly, Yang Feng was practically frying fish. The upgrade evolution was too far ahead of its time. Most of the inhabitants of the 6th level of Hell hadn't unlocked the bloodline function, which was why the appearance of the dead bone white blade was so alarming. Your companion is here. Yang Feng's keen perception detected the gradually approaching footsteps. Luo Hao clenched his teeth and turned his head violently, desperately fleeing in the direction of his own teammates, thinking he was the predator, but instead became the escaping prey. The other side. Hishom arrived with his teammates and reached out to greet Luo Hao when he saw him in the distance. Ro-ho! What's going on? Not a single kill recorded. You got everyone? Hishom shouted with a big grin, thinking that the powerful Luo Hao had subdued all of his enemies. But in the next second he saw a surprising and horrible scene. Luo Hao kneeled down. He was crippled with an arm, his legs slowly kneeling to the ground, the ball of his neck rolling off to reveal the man standing behind him. Not good. That's the enemy. Hishom roared, raised the heavy machine gun in his hand, and pulled the trigger in a burst of fire. Ding ding ding. Sparks were flying. Yang Feng's body unexpectedly soared up a trail of sparks, emitting the sound of gold and iron clashing, and a closer look would reveal a layer of white armor permeating the surface of his skin. Dead bone white armor. The white armor as thin as cicadas fit the skin perfectly, with perfect lines like flowing water. And large caliber bullets couldn't even cause damage when hitting it. What? I clearly hit him. Hyun's eyes widened as the heavy machine gun's omnidirectional fire covered anyone in the area. But it didn't work on the man in the distance. Tentative. Yang Feng disappeared into the shadows of the trees in a few dodges. His speedy footsteps sounded like rain slapping the ground. And in just a few seconds, he circled around to the side of Hyun's crowd. Where is that guy? Hyun's mind panicked, and his heavy machine gun swept recklessly in the direction of the footsteps and the dark shadow. But immediately afterward a cloud trail like perfect arc was drawn. Put. Crimson-red slurry soared up. Hyun and his teammates fell one after another, all of them having their necks chopped off by the dead bone white blade. Points credited. Ji Shui and Qin Shuang also finally arrived late. Numb. Qin Shuang was completely numb to his boss's terrifying battle power. A man is killed. A team also kills. Qin Shuang now believed that even if 10 more teams came, it wouldn't be able to change the ending of total annihilation. Lick the bag, lick the bag. This group is pretty well equipped. Qin Shuang rolled up his sleeves and got to work. Although the corpses were here and there, but thankfully the group was fat and was able to collect quite a few supplies and bonus items. Kiju, how's it going? Yang Feng asked Ji Shui, wanting to see if there were any enemies left in the vicinity. They're all dead. Ji Shui shook her head inside. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, there's nothing hot about the enemy. The crowd landed in less than half an hour. The 3 teams were all destroyed and decimated, and only Yang Feng's Dodo squad was left in the vicinity of 1 kilometer. And the ultra-high efficiency was astonishing. At this point, there was a humming coming from the dome of the sky. The transport circled above the island as several drop boxes slowly fell to the ground, signaling smoke grenades that left long trails to confirm their location even more. Airdrop. Boss, look. The airdrops are falling. There must be something good. Qin Shuang danced with excitement. According to the experience in the game, the drop box must have hidden more treasures. Sure, it also means more people to grab and kill. Boss, why don't we go? Ji Shui blinked. Unfortunately, wearing a tactical gas mask didn't show her playful and cute side. Sure, go. Qin Shuang, move faster. Yang Feng looked at the signaling smoke bombs in the sky, and his eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. Let's go to the nearest airdrop site and have a good time. Chapter 35, Top Killing God. Point swipe. Airdrop treasure chest. Boss, the drop box is floating towards us. Qin Shuang was excited as the crowd got closer and closer to the drop box drop point. Drop boxes bobbed along with paragliders. Brightly colored smoke flares left long trails, and there was no telling how many teams were on their way. Stop. Yang Feng ordered the Dodo squad to stop and was not in a hurry to hijack the drop box. It would be his own sooner or later anyway. Kazetsu, start casting the net. Clear the field, then get the drop box. Yang Feng's tone was bland, but the content was very brutal, going so far as to use the drop box as a trap to attract more squads to fight for it, and finally kill them all in one go. A thought. The separate space of the Sumeru ring flickered. Yang Feng spread out his hands, light and shadow blurred and flowed, and a large suitcase appeared in his hands. Open the case, which is neatly lined with gun parts. Yang Feng slowly and methodically assembled one precision part. The anti-material sniper rifle numbered Wild Dragon appeared. Just the thick and dark barrel was a meter long. Pity. The space of the Sumeru ring was a little too small to fit the assembled Berserker Dragon Mass Murderer, which was slightly inconvenient. This big sniper. It's awesome. Then again, is this thing really for beating people up? Qin Shuang looked at the domineering shape of the Mad Dragon. With a barrel thicker than his own thumb and a depleted uranium high intrusive bullet, who wouldn't be confused at the sight of a boy's speed bumps? This is a dream big sniper's pistol. Maximum range 7,000 meters, 2,000 meters accurate effective range. Targets mostly armored vehicles, aircraft, fuel tanks, radar. Yang Feng installed the auto-calibrated optical 8x mirror. The power was at 100%. The outline of the enemy in the distance was clearly depicted. It was almost like opening a self-targeting plugin. The big kill. Qin Shuang had seen Boss Yang Feng's appalling marksmanship, and with the top-of-the-line Mad Dragon Great Sniper, what followed would be a one-sided slaughter. Finally, the drop box landed a few hundred meters away, 600 meters or so. Yang Feng visually measured the distance, then glanced at the number displayed by the optics. The precise data was positioned at 596 meters. It seemed that the gap with his predicted distance was not too big. The eyes are simply ruler. Boom, boom, boom. Gunfire erupted as the greedy squads met and immediately turned into a battle for the treasure chest, each hiding behind cover and attacking each other. The numbers are growing. 1 squad, 2 squads, 5 squads. The fight for the drop box evolved into a big melee, with people from all sides showing their abilities. And there were also some ruthless people with awakened talents mixed in. Another team. Ji Shui's face was much more grave. In the distance there was an SUV racing wildly, riding in a heavily armed 4 warriors. At a glance it was not to be messed with. Time to close the net. Yang Feng hid in the dark shadows of the treetops, breathing evenly and smoothly, locking onto the moving target while calculating the wind speed and decisively pulling the trigger. Boo! Rumble! 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 Berserker sniper roared and roared. Depleted uranium high-infiltration rounds burst out, instantly penetrated the fuel tank of the SUV, the entire vehicle into a fiery ball of fire. The elite squad of 4 people, who were blinded by a good equipment for nothing. The death message directly brushed the screen. It's starting. Yang Feng was like the god of death on the top of the mountain, constantly pulling the trigger and shooting at those enemies who had been discovered long ago. Hide behind the stone pier and die. Hide under the big tree and die. Hide in your room and die. Depleted uranium high intrusion rounds, which instantly penetrated the barrier, burst through the enemy's torso in an unabated trend, tearing through the rotating wounds and blasting out bull-sized holes of blood. There's nowhere to hide. No reasoning. The slightest cut is a bloody mess. A bullet was fired from the waist, and the unlucky man was instantly blown in 2 by the impact, screaming and crawling on the ground, quickly bleeding to death. What kind of gun is this? It's like a power-enhanced machine gun. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Swipe up swipe up. The boss is completely killing mad. Rows and rows of blood characters appeared in Qin Shuang's right eye, updating the kill records in real time as a large amount of points rolled in. 10 rounds fired. Yang Feng, however, overshot 16 people. And in addition to a shot that blew out the SUV's oil drum, there was also a double shot, with a large caliber bullet running through 2 people without resistance. One more round. Yang Feng threw away the exhausted magazines and then took out the spare from his Sumeru ring. His cold gaze watched the battlefield. None of the enemies dared to show their heads. Boss, there's someone behind that tree. There's someone in the little house too. Should be crouching in the corner. Ji Shui reported the intelligence information. The Weaver's natural ability, coupled with the infrared scanning of the tactical helmet, the hidden enemy could not hide. A familiar recipe. Familiar flavor. Self-aiming plus perspective. The battlefield completely turns into a slaughterhouse. And it's a one-sided kill. Gunshots rang out one after another. Wood splinters exploded in all directions. The tree trunks exploded with holes from the guns. And the men hiding behind them were killed instantly, falling in a pool of blood. The same is true for tiny houses. The reinforced concrete, which was like tofu dregs, instantly blew up and penetrated. And another person died behind cover. Terror. Even hiding it is not safe. Even when hiding behind cover, it was barely more than a psychological comfort. There's a couple more over there, but it doesn't feel exactly where. Ji Shui shook her head. The enemy's location was beyond the range of her maximum ability. She could only sense the approximate direction. Aha! Yang Feng nodded, opened the suitcase beside him, then slowly disassembled the mad dragon, and in the process wiped a few dust stains on the parts before arranging them neatly. Elegance never goes out of style. This simple and skillful movement is simply art and pleasing to the eye. I'll take care of the rest of the enemy. Meet at the drop box in a few minutes. Yang Feng faintly ordered, a blur of light and shadow in his hand. The mad dragon great sniper was stowed away in the Sumeru ring, and he stood up and walked towards the enemy's approximate direction. Point swipe. 5 minutes later, the kill records were once again bristling and the bounty points were rolling in. Enemies hiding 1 kilometer away have been eliminated at close range. It is hard to imagine the despair of that group of enemies when they faced boss Yang Feng. Soon, Yang Feng reappeared in the field of vision, his clothes stained with petal-like bloodstains, looking full of wild and violent beauty. It's all taken care of. Boss is waiting for us now. Hurry up and go over to the drop box. Kaseki stood up and ran briskly in the direction of the drop box. Qin Shuang, on the other hand, had a bitter look on his face as he carried 2 large bags of captured supplies and weapons, puffing and puffing in close pursuit. Drop box, the small, 1-person tall container, built with thick, bulletproof materials, pressed the electronic device's mechanism hub, and the hatch opened with it. First aid kit, armor gear. There were also suitcases of various sizes holding high-level weapons and equipment. It is? Yang Feng opened a heavy suitcase half a meter high. Be like drone swarm, ultra-modern technology. The black cube resembled an artificial beehive, paired with a large handle-like joystick controller that flashed red when activated. And the black cube opened to reveal a dozen rows of compartments. Those compartments were filled with miniature drones, like countless tiny bees made of nanometal, waiting for the next command. What's this black technology? Such a small drone. Sci-fi movie. Qin Shuang's expression was exaggerated. Something similar had only been seen in science fiction movies, but he didn't expect it to move into reality. Nothing strange. Infinite bullets are possible, not to mention microscopic bee drones. Yang Feng was not surprised. In fact, when he was a mercenary in his lifetime, he had heard of this kind of ultra-modern design. It was just difficult to realize. Maybe in a few years, we'll actually be able to implement this technology. Boss, leave these little bees to me. Ji Shui was interested in the imitation bee drones. If they were paired with the weaver's natural ability, even the sky could have countless more eyes, making up for the last shortcoming. Good. Yang Feng handed the large handle to Ji Shui, leaving the professional things to the professionals. The bee imitation drone was simple to operate. Ji Shui studied it for a few moments as a group of bees lifted their wings and flew, soon forming a matrix in the sky. Each one has a miniature camera. The electronic screen can intelligently adjust the picture. Even if a few are destroyed, there is no harm. The picture will be immediately adjusted to other swarms, and it can also be adjusted to various angles. It's so appropriate. Ji Shui arched her eyebrows and smiled in the shape of a crescent moon as she returned all the drones to their places. Boss, look at this thing, Qin Shuang exclaimed exaggeratedly, taking out a blue-colored locator device. Teleportation locator, limited use at this level. It can set up a teleportation coordinate, and after a certain amount of time teleport the survivors and the coordinate back to Hell's apartment to avoid a more brutal fight. Teleporter? Hell tier. It sure does leave some life in it. Yang Feng pondered. Although the Hell challenge was cruel and unimaginable, it would always leave an extra path to life, and one only needed to fulfill the conditions to leave the field early. For example, the greedy battlegrounds, the ability to leave early via an evacuation point. For example, a pseudo-human dormitory that can be left via a rescue convoy. For example, the Dead Island, the teleportation locator in front of the crowd. Ji Shui nodded in agreement. In a battlefield of over 100 people, only one squad could survive in the end. It is indeed somewhat unreasonable. How many more times does this kind of challenge come around? Won't all the inhabitants of Hell die? Hell is cruel. The incompetent, the cowardly, will sooner or later be eliminated by layers of cruel tests. Hell is merciful. Try to keep fresh blood with a strong desire to survive. Each tier of challenges leaves hidden secret passages for survival. So even if you're not the top killers, you still have a chance to struggle for survival. So much for that. Slightly weaker survivors also have the possibility of surviving. Just need to win some small victories and fulfill certain hidden subterfuges to escape back to their apartments early and wait for their next chance. Perhaps, these survivors will power up late and gain a range of powerful forces towards the very top of the pyramid. According to this, Hell is simply raising hell. Qin Shuang grumbled as the people who stayed behind grew stronger and stronger, like poisonous insects in a can of worms in a supersized compulsion-raising experiment. Sure, if Qin Shuang could see it, Yang Feng and Ji Shui naturally could as well. The higher the tier, the stronger the enemy. Everyone kills it one step at a time. Yang Feng's eyes flickered as he wondered how many more layers of challenges he would have to go through before he would come across an opponent that could match him. But, judging by the current level of the Hell tier, Yang Feng's strength surpassed several versions and was still at the happy fry stage. Suddenly, the bloodletter notice flickered and appeared on the surface of the crowd's eyes. Curse descends. Mist encroaching on the outskirts of Death Island. A lavender mist rose up and tightened inward around the island of death, compressing the space for all to survive. Asterisk. Poison ring. A cursed version of the poison ring? Qin Shuang is more than familiar with the situation in front of him. The poison circle will continue to tighten inward. The narrow survival space will certainly trigger more intense fighting. Qin Shuang, Ji Shui, pack up your equipment and supplies. Yang Feng gave the order, and the two little piggies licked the bag together to collect all the valuable items as soon as possible. Poison circle. Cursed poison fog. Yang Feng turned his head back to the sea of tumbling clouds and mist, and some bold thought suddenly arose in his heart. Curse eater? What would have happened if he had stepped into the poisonous fog of his own accord? Chapter 36, Stepping into the Cursed Mist. Wild Wolf Girl. Cursed Mist. A dark purple hazy mist churned and covered the forest towards the outermost part of the dead island. Lush giant trees withered and faded, their bright green leaves eroded by pollution, falling to the ground and turning into purple mud and ash. Lick it up. Holy, the poison circle over there is scary. Let's retreat. Qin Shuang panting. Can be considered to clean up the battlefield clean? Valuable things all put into the backpack. Brother Qin Shuang. I didn't realize that this bag licking is also a technical job. It's quite tiring. Ji Shui was also tired enough. Her forehead and temples drenched in sweat, and she couldn't help but remove her tactical helmet, releasing her wet black hair. Some tickling. Ji Shui rubbed her nose, but a thick blood stain appeared. Wait, Kizhu, you have a nosebleed. Qin Shuang hurriedly came up and found that only a drop of blood was shed and there was nothing serious, but the color of the blood was a bit off. Curse erosion. Yang Feng also walked up. His palm directly grabbed Jishue's pretty face and observed it carefully. The pretty and delicate little face showed a trace of sickly whiteness, and the veins on the slender neck protruded slightly, so that the vein-like lines of leaves could be clearly seen. Purple fluorescence. A faint purple fluorescent substance that flowed slowly down the veins. The power of the curse was subtly penetrating the flesh and blood. Boss, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt. It should just be a side effect from the strong pressure of the curse. Jishui laughed softly. The veins that emitted purple fluorescence were a bit oozy, but in person, I didn't feel anything special. The curse didn't produce too many adverse reactions. Oops, I got hit too. Qin Shuang hurriedly took off his equipment and examined his own body, realizing that a similar condition had appeared on his arm and shoulder, and it was even a bit more serious than Jishui. Done and done. We obviously didn't hit the poison ring. Qin Shuang grumbled with some fear as several people escaped the range of the purple fog. But why were they still affected by the erosion of the curse? It wasn't caused by the cursed poisonous fog. Yang Feng guessed the answer in his heart. The curse power of hell was omnipresent. The intensity could be expressed in numbers, and it was precisely the figure of curse pressure. Until now, the value of the curse pressure continued to accumulate, and Hera had already reached the level of 8, gradually deriving some adverse reactions. Then what? Boss, we're not going to be poisoned, are we? Qin Shuang was a bit flustered. The hell tears would accumulate curses, and no one knew what effect it would ultimately have. But it was definitely not a good thing. As far as I know, the stronger the physique, the weaker the impact. Yang Feng didn't hide it. Ever since he obtained the perfect creator bloodline, the effects produced by the curse became even weaker. And after awakening the curse-eater talent, it was even more completely immune. Qin Shuang and Ji Shui looked at each other, and an idea arose in their hearts at the same time. They must enhance their flesh as soon as possible. You will move first toward the middle of the island of death. I have a few things I need to confirm, so I'll come back to you guys later. Yang Feng ordered, turning to look at the purple-filled poisonous fog. Many bold ideas arose in his heart. Ji Shui covered her small mouth in shock, seeing the crazy idea of Boss Yang Feng. She couldn't help but blurt out, "Boss, you don't want to break in, right?" Qin Shuang also reacted. Could it be that the boss was preparing to enter the poison circle? This is not the old man hanging himself, looking for death. Boss, you mustn't think about it. The poison circle is no joke. In case you have to have a bad day. Qin Shuang suddenly realized that what he said was a bit inauspicious and hurriedly spat twice. Blah blah blah. Slap slap slap. In short, boss, you mustn't go. Yang Feng smiled back, but the upward arc of his mouth was a bit unnatural and seemed oozing. Your kindness is completely understood. Whether it comes from a genuine place or a false place, it touches me in some small way. But make no mistake about one thing, my orders are not to be questioned in any way. Yang Feng's smile gradually solidified and his eyes flashed with killing intent, instantly scaring Qin Shuang and Ji Shui to take a step back at the same time, crossing the line. We all got to know each other better though, and the atmosphere in the team was full of joy, even managing to crack a few harmless little jokes. But, don't ever forget who is the real boss, and that orders spoken must be carried out immediately. And that as a piglet you must put yourself in the right position. I have overstepped my bounds. I'm sorry boss, I shouldn't have said more, let alone questioned your orders. Ji Shui and Qin Shuang immediately admitted their mistakes and lowered their heads like errant children. There would be only one consequence for angering boss Yang Feng, and it was definitely something they couldn't bear. Yang Feng was silent. The cold, cruel eyes were like razor blades scraping the skin raw. Absolutely no next time. What the boss says, I'll do directly. And if I dare to be stubborn half a word again, I'll directly crash in place. Qin Shuang assured and stood up 3 fingers to make a poisonous oath. Ji Shui is a lot smarter, eyes full of tears of pity, aggrieved. No sound is better than sound. Okay, proceed as planned. Yang Feng internalized the overflowing killing intent, giving the two a chance to turn around and walk towards the poisonous fog-filled forest. Who? Qin Shuang exhaled deeply and patted his chest. I thought I was going to be killed. Boss Yang Feng is too scary. Snap. Ji Shui knocked Qin Shuang's head. Good for you. How dare you badmouth the boss, huh? Qin Shuang's head shook like a rattledrum and hurriedly locked the zipper on his mouth. As the saying goes, trouble comes out of the mouth. And more words are more mistakes. Look at you scared. The boss said to follow orders. He didn't say you're not allowed to joke about ducks. Ji Shui covered her mouth and laughed softly, even encouraging Qin Shuang to continue. Forget it. You woman, poisonous as a snake, must be trying to harm me. Yeah, I got fooled by you twice at campfire camp. Bad girl. Qin Shuang pissed out a drop of fear, killed and refused to say another bad word. The poisonous fog is drifting in from over there. Let's hurry up and leave as well. Ji Shui revealed 2 cute little tiger teeth, then lifted up the case of the imitation bee drone and playfully said, "As compensation, sister will take you flying." Forest. The cursed mist grew thicker, and a pinprick of stinging pain could be felt on the skin. Talent activation. A stream of purple energy surged into his chest along his pulse. The evil eye on Yang Feng's chest seemed to come alive, and the countless tentacles around it squirmed and tossed, crazily devouring the unending source of cursed power. I wonder how long it takes to get full and if there is an upper limit. Warning, you have entered the forbidden zone of the curse. Please leave immediately. Warning, you have entered the forbidden zone of the curse. Please leave immediately. The words of warning appeared in blood on Yang Feng's eyeballs, but there was no punishment, so he should be able to stay a little longer. The environment has completely changed. Everything decays and withers. The branches and trunks of the lush and flourishing giant tree became bare, and the bark took on the color of a human face wailing in pain, as if it was emitting a gurgling cry of grief. The purple curse covers the earth. The black dirt became soft and rotting, covered with a thin layer of purple curse. Vaguely fluorescent flashes, and some strange purple mushrooms grew. In the deeper parts of the forest, even a 100-foot-tall purple giant tree appeared, and it was growing with luxuriant alienated branches and leaves, as if it was from another world. Is this really Death Island? The feeling of spatial dislocation grew stronger, as eerie dark purple plants burrowed out of the dirt, along with some vascular, swollen vines. Yang Feng didn't rush deeper, squatted down to collect some strange purple mushrooms first, and cut those blood-colored vines that had just grown out, and put them into the separate space of the Sumeru ring. At this point, Yang Feng developed a strong sense of danger. In the middle of the cursed poisonous fog-filled forest, there seemed to be a pair of eyes spying on them, hidden and eerie. The murmur sounded. The cursed forest echoed with a lilting song, a low female voice humming a folkloric lullaby as the fog rolled in around them. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Don't lie on the edge of the bed, or the big bad wolf will come and take a bite out of your arm. It'll drag you all the way into the depths of the jungle. Grey wolf, don't come. Don't wake our little Martha. Whoosh! A spinning flying axe arrived instantly. It was so powerful that the air emitted a cracking sound as it heavily chopped at Yang Feng's head. Yang Feng's pupils shrunk violently. His feet stomped on the ground to dodge the strike. The pale and powerful ancient tree behind him made a dull and loud sound, and the flying axe blade completely cut into the tree trunk. Crack! Much more than just chopping into the trunk of a tree. A large portion of the bark burst into pieces with it, centered on the place where the axe chopped into. The wooden structure was densely cracked, like a dog's teeth crisscrossing across, enough to see the force of this blow. Look up. A wild figure stood in the deepest part of the cursed fog. Woman. She wore a wolf-shaped mask and rugged animal skins that revealed 8 steel-like muscles in her abdomen, exuding a wild and dangerous beauty. The wolf girl was curious. She slightly inclined her head, her beast-like pupils staring at Yang Feng, very curious as to why a human would appear in her territory. Suddenly, the purple cursed mists churned madly. The wolf girl seemed to have sensed something, and retreated backwards noiselessly on her bare feet, gradually being covered by the miasma mist and completely losing track of her whereabouts. Warning, you have entered the forbidden zone of the curse. Please leave immediately or you will be wiped out. Warning, you have entered the forbidden zone of the curse. Please leave immediately or you will be wiped out. The word blood flashed again. This time there was a penalty attached, and it was a top-of-the-line wipeout. Although Yang Feng had countless puzzles and riddles in his mind, he could only follow the hints and leave, turning around to look at the axe on the ancient tree beside him, deciding to take it away as well. Harder and harder. Yang Feng pulled out the rotating flying axe and put it into his Sumeru ring. Perhaps he could find some clues based on this weapon. A few moments later, Yang Feng rejoins the normal island of death. The warning in blood finally faded, and the disorientation of the spatial blur was gone. Forget it. We'll look into it later. Go find Ji Shui and Qin Shuang first and hunt for more points. Yang Feng took a deep look at the cursed mist, then left the place with quick steps. Chapter 37, The Boss is Away. Show your real skills. Buzz off. The bee-like drones flapped their wings rapidly, forming a matrix that dispersed into the sky. It was a fierce fight. Ji Shui's slender palm, holding a large handle. The electronic screen was divided into 8 areas, ready to adjust the angle of observation. The numbers are growing. Squads from all directions stepped in one after another, all of them surging in the direction of the center luxury hotel, erupting into a larger-scale melee. Hey, the more people the better. Boss Yang Feng came back and slaughtered them all. Qin Shuang said confidently, lying down by the window of the hut and observing the environment, inwardly anticipating the return of the boss. Bad Mino, there's a group coming our way. Jiju blushed slightly as a team of heavily armed warriors approached the vacation cabin, flanked by a dog scouting ahead of them. Oops, that's a robot dog. This squad is not to be messed with. killing and grabbing another drop box for state-of-the-art equipment. Don't show your head. Hide first. Ji Shui immediately made a reminder. Using the communication device on her tactical helmet to chortle. Qin Shuang was startled. He hurriedly retracted his head back. Just in the next second the glass burst in droves. The bullets hit the spot where he had just shown his head. A large piece of glass was shattered in an instant. And even the night vision device on his helmet was also knocked out. What kind of accuracy is that? Mechanical dogs are too much to show their heads and take seconds? Qin Shuang fortunately reacted quickly. Just found the figure of the mechanical dog. And hurriedly shrunk his head to hide back. Otherwise he had already turned into a corpse. Fully automatic scanning. No delayed firing. The most advanced mechanical dogs are literally emotionless marksmen. Capable of doing seconds on exposure as soon as they enter the locking range. How does this fight? When is the boss coming back? Qin Shuang had a bitter look on his face. Just one mechanical dog was hard enough to deal with. Not to mention the 4 powerful warriors that were encircling him. We're on our own for now. Qin Shuang, show your true skill. Ji Shui's vocal tone changed. There was a hint of coldness and caution in her flirtatiousness. I'll take care of the mechanical dog. You block the people who are coming from the encirclement first. Qin Shuang also became serious. Just because the boss wasn't there, it didn't mean that Qin Shuang didn't have any fighting ability at all. On the contrary, Qin Shuang is very alert on the battlefield, and his hand and foot movements are quite agile, and his insight is also an advantage, which can be seen from the speed of licking the bag. Be like drone attacks. They made a suicidal dash for the mechanical dog, followed by the onset of detonation mode, EMP. A mechanical bee has a limited amount of explosives to place, so the imitation bee's self-detonation is not in a conventional mode, but rather goes into overload for electromagnetic interference. This destroys enemy radar, communication facilities, electronic equipment, robots. Buzz off. Hundreds of small bees exploded one after another around the mechanical dog. The EMP destroyed the system, paralyzing the fully intelligent mechanical dog on the spot, collapsing to the ground and bursting into a blue arc of electricity. Technology warfare. It's like an ultra-modern skirmish in technology. I'll take a cue from the boss. Play something cool. Qin Shuang took out 2 smoke bombs and threw them in the direction of the broken windows. And the thick, choking smoke immediately blocked the line of sight. We just have a lot of equipment. The thermal sensor is turned on and the scanning unit is activated. Qin Shuang took out 2 more shot bombs with high explosive grenades and threw them in the direction of the enemy. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The explosion was deafening, interspersed with the sonic boom of a shock stun bomb, and the entire wall collapsed with it. Punch! Qin Shuang's face hardened as he rushed towards the 2 men outside the house, the assault rifle in his hand firing point blank as he fought the enemy in a haze of smoke. In the meantime, Ji Shui was on the 2nd floor maneuvering the last wave of imitation bee drones, completely destroying and paralyzing the mechanical dog, while a subtle sound emerged from a nearby balcony. Someone climbed up on the balcony. Without hesitation, Ji Shui dropped the handle, raised the storm rifle in her hand, and fired a burst of shots towards the wall of the balcony. Da 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 da. The metal bullets formed a torrential downpour, punching countless small penetrating holes in the walls. What bunker? What walls? Under the absolute coverage of firepower, all cover and obstruction were useless. Ji Shui mimicked Boss Yang Feng's fighting style, and the infinite bullets rainstorm shot 1,800 bullets per minute, and the entire wall of the balcony was turned into a hornet's nest. 100 bounty points for killing an enemy. Ji Shui just went through a wall and shot the enemy right out. Suddenly, the glass window on Ji Shui's side exploded. A well-built warrior came around from the roof of the building, kicking through the glass and attacking Ji Shui, kicking the submachine gun directly out of her hand. Fists and feet clashing. Ji Shui fought the warrior empty-handed, but quickly fell into a disadvantage as a sharp saber flashed by and viciously pierced through the combat uniform. Crimson blood soared up with it and pierced through Ji Shui's shoulder. Pust. The saber pierced through the shoulder and Kiju was pinned against the wall. A large hand gripped Ji Shui's swan-like neck, and the inner clasp of his fingers kept exerting force, as if he wanted to strangle her to death like this. Trying to kill me? Ji Shui's face was suffocatingly red as she exerted her weaver of web's natural ability with all her might. There was a rustling and crawling sound from around them, and a small black spider unexpectedly crawled out of the bloody hole where the saber had pierced his shoulder. What's this? The warrior's pupils slammed shut, clearly horrified by the image in front of him. More black spiders crawled up the body, and the ankles, the sides of the pants' legs, the back and neck, were soon crawling with dense cuties. Gusts of stinging pain struck the warrior as the small black spider's sharp teeth tore into him, and with that furry touch, it added to the frightening chills. Aha! Get out of here! The warrior immediately jumped out of the circle of spiders and slapped himself around wildly, shaking off large swaths of the cutie. Pust! The sound of blood and flesh tearing came again. Ji Shui didn't hesitate to pull out the saber on her shoulder. The sharp pain that tore through her heart and lungs made her pretty face distorted, revealing a few points of hideous and venomous ruthlessness. One step forward, Ji Shui swooped the warrior into the dense pile of spiders, then waved the saber in her hand and slit his throat. Dead. The two warriors who raided the second floor were all taken out by Ji Shui. The other side. Qin Shuang also ended the fight. Several bullet wounds appeared in his chest. The machine gun had pierced the assault combat suit but not the body armor. The metal slugs embedded in the inner alloy inserts, causing no fatal injuries. That's the benefit of top-notch equipment that saves your life at critical moments. Look around again. Two bodies fell nearby. They were all injured by the high-explosive grenades, and with the blast from the concussion stun bombs, they lost most of their fighting strength, and were finally killed by Qin Shuang. Hiss! Qin Shuang let out a scream of pain, although the bullets were all blocked by the bulletproof vest, but the strong impact generated was real. At the very least, a few ribs were broken. Qin Shuang, still alive? Qin Shuang's tactical headset came from Ji Shui's inquiry, and he replied with a pained cry. Barely alive. I saw an enemy go around. Cough cough. Ji Shui coughed violently a few times and complained in a bad mood. Brother Qin Shuang, the people were all taken out by me, and you're just now reporting the points? At this point, the room was eerily filled with the sound of applause. Qin Shuang and Ji Shui instantly entered the battle state. Is there another enemy close? Boss? You. When did you get back? When Qin Shuang saw the figure of the man, his face was immediately happy. So it was Boss Yang Feng who had returned. Ji Shui covered her wounds and stumbled down from the second floor. Seeing Yang Feng also revealed a touch of joy. Finally she didn't have to fight so hard. Collection of Heinketsu's rent, 50 bounty points. Collection of Qin Shuang's rent, 50 bounty points. Companion kills an enemy and receives a 50 bounty reward. Yang Feng had gained a large number of points, hidden in the information bar of the word blood, and collected 50% of the point gain. A closer look at the math. Yang Feng killed an enemy and gained 100 points and collected 50 points for a total of 150 points. Piggy kills an enemy for 50 points and collects 75 points for a total of 125 points. Only 25 points apart? Yang Feng seemed to understand a little bit why capitalists were so happy because they didn't have to do anything but just lie there and get the lion's share of the benefits. You guys are doing pretty good. It's filled with all sorts of little flaws, but for a newcomer with no systematic training, it's a passing grade. Yang Feng smiled and complimented, seeming to be very clear about the entire battle process. You've been watching, boss? Qin Shuang's eyes widened. So it turned out that Boss Yang Feng had been in the vicinity all along. He just didn't do anything to help. Whoa, boss is so cruel to watch me get hurt. Ji Shui turned into an aggrieved look again, the corners of her eyes glittering with pitiful tears. Yang Feng shrugged and took out a first aid kit and came to Ji Shui's side. I told you so. There is no obligation to save you. Critical life and death moments may discard you at any time. Yang Feng said as he lifted off Ji Shui's battlesuit. He reamed the bloodstained undershirt with scissors from his first aid kit and administered a shot of antibiotics near the wound. That's tough talk. And that's the truth. This is more of an exhortation warning. If you encounter the most urgent moment, no one will give up their lives to save you. And in the end, you have to save yourself. Boss, I see what you mean. We have to at least be able to defend ourselves. The boss is not our babysitter. Ji Shui blinked her wry eyes, but the smile didn't last more than a few seconds before the sharp pain coming from her shoulder made her grimace. Yang Feng took the suture needle and thread and sewed the punctured wound finely. His skill was not inferior to that of a surgeon at all. Boss. Qin Shuang covered his ribs and only gasped cool air in pain. What should I do if my ribs are broken? A box of painkillers was thrown over. There's nothing I can do. Just take painkillers to top it off. Yang Feng said indifferently, the needle and thread in his hand sewed to the last step, then handed away the alcohol and sterile bandage. You guys bandage the rest yourselves. Surprising. This cold-faced killing god actually had a gentle side. Ji Shui looked at the stitched wound on his shoulder. It was by no means the first time the boss had done this kind of thing. He must have healed his teammates often. I really don't know what kind of environment he used to live in. It's about time. Yang Feng gazed out the window. The battle in the luxury hotel in the distance was getting more and more intense. It's time to end it. Yang Feng was ready to end this fight and officially started the killing mode. Oh ho ho! The classic high-fire juicing session. Qin Shuang got excited. Once the boss got serious, it would mean a brush with points and kill records. Go boss! We are here to give you moral support. Ji Shui also raised her little pink fist, revealing her cute little tiger teeth. Just have rent support. Give me a minute. I'm going to kill them all. Yang Feng smiled faintly as he walked out the door, followed by a violent flash of his figure as he rushed in the direction of the 5-star luxury hotel. Chapter 38 Pale Death. Dawnbringer, God in Hell. Have you seen death? Cruel, cold, pale death. Yang Feng strolled on the battlefield as if he was walking leisurely, his pale bones glowing with metallic luster, quickly covering every corner of his body. What's that? That's not a simple outfit he's wearing. Is it the ultra-modern armor from the drop box? Many people noticed Yang Feng and showed puzzled expressions, having never seen this handsome and smooth white bone armor before. Ding ding ding. The dark muzzle was aimed towards Yang Feng, and countless bullets landed on top of the dead bone white armor, making the sound of gold and iron clashing, but not leaving a single scratch. What equipment is so hard? Snipers? Switch to larger caliber bullets and shoot him. In one of the rooms of the 5-star hotel, someone set up a large caliber sniper rifle, aiming towards Yang Feng's head and pulling the trigger with precision. An unbelievable scene appeared. Chopped. Yang Feng chopped a large caliber bullet into 2 halves, slashing each to his side. His arm changed, transforming into a slender and narrow blade, like a trail of cloud trails, emitting a sharp and cold aura and blocking the bullet. How is that possible? What kind of monster is this guy covered in white bone armor? Hunt the moment. Activate. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Even the dead bone white armor covering his face twitched slightly. His expression of hideous excitement was palpitating. Moved. Yang Feng suddenly moved, transforming into a white residual shadow, running wildly with a speed that surpassed humans by several times. So fast. The ground underneath the white residual shadow's feet did not break and shatter. His speed became faster and faster, and the guns and bullets could not even keep up with his speed. Streams of light flashed. The dead bone white blade chopped and cut a flawless trajectory. Even the air was split in two, creating ripples visible to the naked eye. The sharp sonic whistling sound came in an instant, but the blade light had already cut through the body, and the 4 enemies only saw a blurry residual shadow passing by. Can't walk. What's wrong with me? The chest was oozing blood, as if there was an extremely thin wound. Even the clothes and equipment were cut open. Snap, snap, snap. The wounds of those 4 people were round and smooth, just like tofu being sliced by a scalpel, with half of their bodies slanting and sliding downward, followed by the bursting out of large swaths of crimson-red liquid. So it is. I have been split in half. The confusion of those 4 was cleared, and because the blade was so fast and sharp, no one could see clearly until they came out of their trance when their bodies were split in 2. Kill an enemy and get 100 bounty points. Kill an enemy and get 100 bounty points. Kill an enemy and get 100 bounty points. The points began to swipe and the kill records rolled continuously. Yang Feng's speed did not diminish, and he continued to run wildly after decimating the 4-man squad. And in an instant, he had arrived at his next destination. Miso. The blade light phantom turned. A vacation cabin has been sliced horizontally, with a very thin cut mark appearing on both the stone bricks and the concrete rebar. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The wooden house tilted and collapsed, and along with the enemies hiding inside, they were chopped in half together. The sidewalk kills are unstoppable. Every time that white phantom reached a place, it would slash out at an extremely fast speed, followed by the swiping of the kill record. Fear pervades. All the warriors who saw the scene felt an unspeakable sense of fear. It's not scientific. Is he really human? Death. Yang Feng's deadly bone white blade was simply a scythe in the hand of the pale god of death. 12 seconds. A short 12 seconds. There were at least 6 squads outside the 5-star hotel, all destroyed. Some warriors were spread out in different directions, and even if they ran at full speed, it would take more than a minute. That pale death god, however, used a brief 12 seconds to slaughter all of his enemies while running wildly at breakneck speeds in the form of a stump. And that was using close quarters combat. This is just out of this world. Blood is spiking. A moment before, the decapitated foe hadn't spewed blood. The next moment, the pale reaper butchered a new enemy and quickly rushed to the next target. It's cutting wheat. It's cutting fruit. No. He's coming up. That monster is going to storm the building. The sniper in the luxury hotel even forgot to pull the trigger. The pupils of his eyes shook like an earthquake, and sweat soaked through his shirt at some point. First floor lobby. The 2 teams mix it up. Smoke bombs filled the air and no one could see the battle clearly, except to frantically pour out ammunition and fire at the enemy's approximate position. Suddenly, a hurricane of wind blew by, and a large area of smoke churned violently, followed by a very thin chopping sound, and perhaps some strange wind noises. Those people cease fire. Hey, we must have shot them. The captain smiled triumphantly with his heavy weapon in hand, but immediately afterward white residual shadows flashed through the smoke, swept over the bodies of the crowd in an instant, and rushed to the nearby safe passage. What flew past? The captain turned his head, only to find an extraordinarily flexible neck. The sky spins. The captain saw that he was rolling downward, smashing into the ground forward a few more meters before colliding with the same few globes. The men didn't know what was happening until they died. Second floor. Third floor. Fourth floor. The Pale Reaper raced between the buildings. There were many traps set between the ground and the building, and some trick mines were ambushed, but the explosions when triggered couldn't keep up with the speed of the blurred remnants. Rumble. The Pale Reaper was faster than an explosion, and it seemed that nothing in the entire hotel could stop him. Miso. The slender trajectory of the streaming cloud flickered, but the blade was not stained with a single drop of blood. Up until this moment, the hunt moment had only been activated for less than a minute. Not good. The sniper hiding on the 5th floor then got some bad vibes. Escape. Must escape immediately. Sooner or later that white monster will kill the entire building. Rumble. The wall collapsed and fell. The Pale Reaper swung his arm just a few times, and the wall protecting the sniper was sliced in its entirety. My turn. It's my turn so soon. How could it be so soon? The sniper was incredulous. Had the monster in front of him wiped out everyone downstairs? The blade flashed. The sniper didn't feel much, but the palm of his hand exerted a slight force, and the sniper rifle made of a special alloy broke off in the middle. Look down again. Where the sniper rifle disconnected, his own flesh and blood slid diagonally. Yang Feng killed the sniper and suddenly felt a strange power that was filling his surroundings. Boom, 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 boom. The floor suddenly shook violently. The steel bars around them bent one by one, pulling out of thin air from the floor and walls, then converging toward the far side of the corridor. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The friction of steel bending was unrelenting as powerful forces took control of the bars, twisting them into giant metal orbs. Gifted alien. This was obviously a special talent that someone had awakened, and it had reached a very strong level. You chopped up my teammates like they were vegetables? In the deepest part of that corridor, a man floated up out of thin air, and immediately afterward, his palm stretched forward, and a huge metal iron ball erupted with countless sharp spikes. The Pale Reaper doesn't blink. The iron nails shot on top of the dead bones, erupting a large number of metal sparks and clanging sounds, but did not cause any substantial damage. What a strong defense. You have not only awakened your talent, but you have also obtained a bloodline inheritance. The man in the depths of that corridor, judging Yang Feng's strength, quickly came to a conclusion. Dawn Messenger, you're also at the Dawn level. Dawn. Hell of a power rating. It has no specific test criteria, and anyone who receives the Dawn certificate is bound to be one of the best in Hell, having earned the title of champion of the slaying tier. Dawn level? Yang Feng somewhat understood that the man in the distance was indeed different from the others. This person was also a champion, had also obtained the ultimate treasure, had also upgraded his privileges, and had the same bloodline's inherited sublimation. Wait, don't do it yet. My name is Liu Yang. We are kindred spirits. Liu Yang expressed himself and addressed Yang Feng as his own kind. Dawnbringers represent power and rarity, and most of them have undergone a lineage advancement inheritance that no longer applies to the term human. God. He is a god in the layers of hell. Chapter 39 Top Predator. The moment of the end. The same kind? Avenge the killing of a teammate and just let it go? Yang Feng's gaze was biting cold, glowing with chilling killing intent as he snorted coldly and taunted. You don't mind if I chop up your teammates like vegetables? Liu Yang snorted and shook his head. The sniper? He's just a tool to gain points. Dead is dead. Liu Yang showed no mercy, treating his teammate as a pure exploitation tool. Continuing. Lease contract. You've captive bred some slaves too, right? Indeed. The Dawnbringer, powerful as a god in hell, whose light shelters the common inhabitants for the price of a few rents. Yang Feng collected 50%. Liu Yang collected but as much as 80%. So, Yang Feng's face was unchanged and his tone was still icy cold. That's why we should cooperate. Two Dawnbringers appear in the 6th level of hell at the same time. You don't want us to lose both of us, do you? Why don't we discuss cooperation and try to divide the rewards in other ways? Liu Yang extended an invitation to Yang Feng, saying that they might meet in the future and collaborate to overcome all the difficulties of the Hell Challenge. No, we shouldn't be working together. Yang Feng's eyes gradually changed. His killing intent became more and more intense, and he asked a slightly strange question. What is the first thing a cheetah needs to do when traveling to a strange forest? What? Liu Yang had a puzzled look on his face. What kind of question is that? Totally irrelevant to them two Dawnbringers. Hunt. Hunt without restraint. It's not so much about hunting for food as it is about recognizing your place in the ecological chain. Yang Feng was filled with exuberance, as if he had opened the door to a new world and couldn't wait to start a killing. Predator theory. What is the first thing a cheetah needs to do when traveling to a strange forest? What's the first thing a carnivorous T-Rex needs to do when traveling to a new territory? What should a top predator, opening the door to a new world, do? Tussle. Slaughter. Test DD yourself. Top predators will test themselves by killing to confirm where they are in the ecological chain and to recognize their true position. Then, how strong is Yang Feng among the Dawnbringers? You're so crazy. You're using me as a test? Liu Yang understood Yang Feng's meaning. He was even treated as a random prey. The DD test of strength was like a test stone. Come on. The weak make the first move. Yang Feng's dead bone white blade was pointed at Liu Yang, and provoked taunt was directly pulled full. You seek death. Liu Yang was furious. The fight could not be avoided. Manipulating the giant metal ball ruthlessly crushed. The sound of metal scraping was unmistakably harsh. Countless steel bars transformed into spiked spears, accompanied by a large number of metal iron nails, and shot explosively towards Yang Feng under the support of powerful Nianli. The pale, blurred figure advanced instead of retreating. The streaming cloud trajectory traced a perfect arc, and the moment the blade light touched the steel and iron nails, it chopped them into countless fine slices. It's more than that. Yang Feng's two knives came out in unison, and the cloud traces cut across the giant ball of metal, chopping it into a dozen or so petals like cutting a cake, temporarily losing the power to manipulate his mind. No, wait. Liu Yang's face changed drastically, his eyes filled with horror as he raised his hand to make Yang Feng stop. Pust. A trail of blood cut through the flesh. Liu Yang's flesh and blood body was chopped off without a doubt, like the sniper before him was chopped in two. It seems that there is also a gap between Dawn, and it is quite large. Makes no difference. You are not of my kind. Yang Feng looked towards Liu Yang, who fell in a pool of blood. With this strength intensity, it was still far from being called one of a kind. At most it was considered a bigger prey. In other words, Liu Yang and his tenant slaves were all chopped up dishes. Kill the Dawnbringer. Bounty points plus 3,000. Nice guy. Yang Feng killed Liu Yang and was directly rewarded with 3,000 points. The Dawn Messenger was really rare, and the rewarded points could catch up with the dead bonesman from the pseudo-human apartment. There aren't many left. Clean it up again. Yang Feng turned around and continued to search all corners of the building, clearing the remaining enemies one by one. In the meantime, Qin Shuang and Ji Shui completely entered a petrified state. What had happened in those brief minutes? The kill records and bounty rewards continued to brush the screen, falling like waterfall data. It's horrible. Too efficient. Too brutal. It's incredible. Is this the strength of Boss Yang Feng on fire? Is the boss always this fierce? Ji Shui couldn't help but swallow. Her voice couldn't help but tremble, realizing that every reward reminder could represent a human life. It's been fierce, extra fierce today. Qin Shuang nodded with difficulty, recalling the scene of the last time he encountered the boss. Although the kill record was also brushed against the screen, it was far from being as exaggerated as it was now. Companion kills Dawnbringer and receives 1,000 bounty reward. Congratulations. Raven Squad wins. Great luck. Eat chicken tonight. More bloodletter alerts flashed. All the enemies were cleared, and Dodo Squad had the ultimate victory. Winning? That's a win? Boss Yang Feng stepped in and directly cleansed Death Island, and in less than 5 minutes, the center area was slaughtered. You may leave this level immediately. A few people from the Dodo Squad, directly vetoing the bloodletter's hint. The most crucial step had yet to be done. Lick the bag. Lick the bag hard. Qin Shuang got excited and rushed into the 5-star building with a few empty backpacks and began to collect various precious supplies. 2 hours later, piles of weapons and mountains of equipment. For now, the imitation bee drone device obtained by Kazetsu was surprisingly able to be brought back to the apartment, picking up the destroyed mechanical dog in the process. Fixed and working. Qin Shuang also picked up a large number of precious collectibles, which were uniformly settled after bringing them back to Hell's apartment, and were considered team-based rewards. Boss, look at this thing. Qin Shuang picked up the treasure, which looked to be a heavy metal stone, that precious metal that was seized from Dawn Messenger Liu Yang's body, with the blood lettering suggesting, shock gold. Shock gold? This stuff sounds a little familiar. Qin Shuang excitedly explained. Does the boss rarely watch movies? Similar material has appeared in Marvel's comics and movies. That's what the Captain's shield is made of. Yang Feng remembered. In the pre-birthday world, the superhero genre was big for a while, and there were a few heroes closely associated with Jinjin. This piece of shock gold in Qin Shuang's hand should have a similar effect to vibration gold. Good stuff. Qin Shuang, you've done a good job of not harboring this kind of treasure. Yang Feng nodded his head in appreciation. Then the light blurred and the Jinjin disappeared into his hands, storing it into his Sumeru ring. Ha, boss, I haven't covered it yet. Qin Shuang's eyes widened. It's almost like an open robbery. But who made him the boss? There's still plenty of time. Yang Feng chose to receive the rewards of the Hell tier. First, there were 3 golden rays of light that slowly floated towards the hands of the people, which were clearly golden contracted supreme treasures. Witness to the dawn. The ultimate treasure. The title of champion. The symbol of strength. By signing your name in blood, various functions will be opened and your privileges will be upgraded. But, Yang Feng had long since become a Dawnbringer. So could there be any additional effect by taking another certificate for the same? Suddenly, the golden certificate in Yang Feng's hand shattered and turned into a stream of light that surged into his body, invisibly replenishing some kind of power, and the blood word prompts emerged. Your privileges are elevated. You struck the final blow. The moment of the end? Yang Feng's eyes suddenly felt a sharp pain, just like the first time he carved blood characters on his eyeballs. Clock. A clock that emitted an infinite and terrifying aura floated in front of Yang Feng. Its time stops at the eternal zero, but is changed by the dawn's witness, toggling the needle forward to move it quickly. First moving towards 6 o'clock, and then to 8 o'clock after the toggle. Dawn, sun, dusk, midnight. The final carving delineates 4 periods of time, representing the cycle of life and death for all things. Yang Feng is the dawn messenger, representing new life. After obtaining the second chapter of the certificate, the final moment dialed the hour and eventually came to 8 o'clock, a few moments closer to the sun. If the moment of finality points to 12 o'clock, does it mean promotion to the level of the sun? Yang Feng guessed in his heart, but no one gave an answer, much less told him what being promoted to sun represented. A few moments later, the visions have dissipated and the eyes are back as they were. Qin Shuang and Ji Shui, both of whom had also each signed a contract to become glorious dawn messengers, had their authority elevated. I'm a Dawnbringer now? Privileges elevated. Functions unlocked. The points I've saved up are finally useful. Qin Shuang was excited that hell had prompted him to turn on flesh strengthening and that he could perform a bloodline modification. These can be dream features. Ji Shui was silent. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a brilliant light, as if she was considering how to spend the bounty points she had accumulated at the campfire camp. The championship rewards aren't done yet. Once the individual rewards were over, the team rewards belonging to the Dodo squad began to be handed out. Team reward issued. 3 champions detected. Teaming completed ahead of schedule. Dodo squad receives certificate of renovation of Hell's apartment. The certificate reappears. Following bloodletter's hints, the champion's reward allows for 4-player squads to be grouped and bundled to form a really strong team. But, Yang Feng several people signed the lease contract, completing this step in advance. Is this encouraging grouping? There are limits to what one person can do, and Hell encourages people to band together to meet increasingly difficult challenges. That's quite a reward. Dodo squad, prepare to leave. Yang Feng gave the order to lead the squad away and slowly study about the permissions after returning to the apartment. Chapter 40, Boundless Darkness. Heart of Hell. Privilege upgrade. Hell of an apartment. Yang Feng landed peacefully and returned to the luxurious large flat. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the challenge of the 6th level of Hell and have been rewarded with 600 base bounty. Collection of Heinketsu's rent, 300 bounty points. Collection of Qin Shuang's rent, 300 bounty points. The base incentive payout, counting the rent collected, amounted to a sizable 1,000 points. Bounty points, 32,100. When Yang Feng entered Death Island, he was carrying more than 10,000 points on his body, and now it had directly skyrocketed to 32,000 points. That's nice. The little piggyback offers a huge amount of rent, and an extra 50% of the proceeds on top of your own share of the rewards, which is just numbing. Liquidation reward item, you have earned 13,000 team bounty points. The Dodo squad is established, and the precious items collected become team points, the exact function of which will be examined in a moment. Your privileges are upgraded, can be exchanged for premium items. The apartment trembled violently as the large luxury flat expanded, quickly reaching an area of over 400 square meters. Panoramic deluxe suite from Hell. Prestigious and luxurious crystal panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows. Sit here and enjoy the apocalyptic view of Hell's crumbling corruption. The walls of the mansion are made of a dark red stone with a naturally occurring veined pattern on the surface that radiates a light warmth. The floor was covered with a black blanket that felt like living fur, and it felt very comfortable to step on. Fluffy and warm. The TV in Hell Shopping has also become a 100-inch LCD overclocked monitor with some saved programs adjusted. The most satisfying of all, on the other hand, is the Hierophant pool. It had an area of 50 square feet, like a small swimming pool, swirling with viscous spiritual liquid and emitting an even denser dense mist. The concentration of the spirit liquid is increased. The amount of spiritual liquid is elevated. Each time you return from a hellish challenge, the magnitude of the enhanced flesh will also be greatly increased. Turn on the TV. Yang Feng checked the shopping channel, and the elevation of authority added many magical items. Bottled lightning, 500 points. Note, the bottle contains a powerful lightning bolt that explodes when smashed. Pot of storms, 500 points. Note, the pot contains a storm that is released when the lid is lifted. It was some brand new item with unbelievable elements that could actually bottle up lightning in storms. Like a treasure from myths and legends. Blood cookies, 1,000 points. Note, please eat it when you are seriously injured to quickly recover from your injuries and save your life at critical moments. Cognitive Coke, 1,000 points. Note, drink it when you lose your mind to restore your brain clarity and prevent you from falling into a crashing insanity. Abstractions. It's really too abstract. It's amazing how quickly a wound heals when the blood clumps into a cookie. A cold Coke can bring you back to reality from the depths of a desperate breakdown. It's almost like a magic item that casts a magical spell. Weapons. Yang Feng inquired about weapons, and an even more outrageous contraption appeared for the reinforcement of gun parts. Magic bullet, 3,000 points. Note, have you ever seen cornered bullets? They automatically shoot into the enemy's body. Recommended to be used with the unlimited ammo module. Even more outrageous. Magic bullets are showing up. It can automatically find and track the enemy within a certain range, reaching the effect of bullet cornering. With unlimited bullets. Absolutely no need for any shooting skills. Just close your eyes and pull the trigger. The bullets will automatically lock and destroy the enemy. It's no longer sci-fi. It's totally metaphysical. At this point, the word blood flashed up again. Perfect performance. Audience gives you a standing ovation for your performance. Beyond the luxurious floor-to-ceiling windows, the eyes of the evil unknown watched. The performance of the slaughter of hundreds of people on the island of death. He was satisfied with the performance, granting a generous reward. A drop of liquid, pure black, to dark, no light. It dripped down towards the dragon transformation pool, spreading as a slow ripple, and everywhere it went everything turned into pure darkness, like a deep void. Blessing. Yang Feng felt an extremely dangerous aura, but after a moment of hesitation he still removed his clothes and walked towards the pure black and lightless dragon transformation pool. The darkness creeps. The liquid in the dragon transforming pool was like a small black hand, covering all parts of Yang Feng's body and dragging him deeper into the void. Curse. That's unimaginably cursed power. The Curse Eater's natural ability activated, and the evil vertical eye tattooed on his chest then opened, countless tentacles seeming to burrow out of his skin and flesh, drawing in the energy of the surrounding darkness. Dive down. Yang Feng drowned toward the bottom of the pool. The bottom of the dragon transformation pool was like an abyss. Everything around it was getting darker and darker, and it was also getting colder and colder, and that feeling was exceptionally familiar. Death. It's the feeling of death. Of everything returning to darkness and nothingness. Wow! Yang Feng fiercely got up, and all the energy of the dragon transformation pool was absorbed, and the color turned into pure and transparent clear water. What happened? Examining the body closely, the liquid of pure darkness did not bring about any substantial changes. Tattoos. Curse Eater's tattoo pattern changed. Its body was even darker, and the pupils of its evil vertical eyes were closed, as if it was undergoing a special ascending evolution. Talent upgrade? This kind of black liquid of the darkest, unexpectedly can make the Curse Eater talent extreme sublimation. Just don't know how long it will take to complete the metamorphosis. Yang Feng looked at the time. It took a whole day and night to devour the black liquid, but the hell apartment didn't open the next level of challenge. 40 plus hours left in the break? Yang Feng queried up the information prompts and found that there was one more item, Hell Apartment Renovation Certificate, being used automatically for the champion reward of Death Island. So it is. Apartment renovations were upgraded and breaks were bumped up to 72 hours. Go out and look. Pushing open the door to the apartment, the corridors of hell came into view. Dilapidated concrete walls, replaced with obsidian that emanated an ethereal light. The floor was covered in a loose red carpet, and oil lamps burning with a bright blue flame appeared every few meters. Elegant, gorgeous, spooky. Hell Hall. The corridor connects to a luxurious and dignified hall, in the center of which is placed a sculpture of a heart with a diameter of more than 10 meters. While numbers are engraved above it. 13,000. It represents team points. Boss, you finally came out. Take a quick look at our new home. Ji Shui's silver bell-like voice came quietly, her demeanor mixed with a hint of lethargy and flirtatiousness as she walked from the other end of the heart of hell with a seductive pace. She's grown a little? Shapely curves plumped up a lot. Ji Shui was wearing a gorgeous purple evening dress, revealing her white and delicate shoulders. Her chest position was deliberately pulled downwards, and her lively and lovely big white rabbit was almost about to jump out. Tattoos. A tattoo appeared on her chest in the form of a purple spider web, spreading all the way down to the white rabbit and her shoulders. The negative effects of the curse all disappeared. You gained a bloodline? Yang Feng could see the clues. The Dawn Messenger's authority was upgraded, unlocking the function of transforming the bloodline. Ji Shui's flesh and bloodline had been transformed, and a series of comprehensive qualities such as strength and speed had been drastically enhanced. And the whole person's temperament had also become more mature. It's all thanks to the boss. Ji Shue's bright red cherry lips imprinted on her palm, then blew a flying kiss. The other side. Qin Shuang has also changed. He also received the inheritance of his bloodline, with an additional heavenly eye on his forehead, just like the legendary heir Lang Xianshangzhen Junjun, which attracted infinite reveries. Boss, our Qin Shuang is awesome. Erlangshan reincarnated. Kasiki hit a light laugh, making fun of the eye on Sharp's forehead. Qin Shuang hastily shook his head. He couldn't afford to take on that much divine dignity. I just gained the prophet's bloodline. Now my mind is scrambled, always flashing inexplicable images. Qin Shuang was greatly distressed, feeling that he was almost about to turn into a deus ex machina, always seeing fragmented images of unknown significance. It's kind of fun. The two little piggies become Dawnbringers, and with the dead island and the points accumulated earlier, the power increases dramatically after a wave of crazy spending. Maybe, Ji Shui and Qin Shuang can really be a powerful aid. What is the function of this hall? Have you studied it? Yang Feng focused on Hell's Heart again. What could team points do? Boss, we looked into it. Hell's Heart burns points to slow the flow of time. Ji Shui raised her eyebrows and continued. I mean the rest time in Hell's apartment, which can be extended by 1 day for every 100 points. This feature has been seen in campfire camps. Consume points to extend your rest stay. If you take a grievous and heavy hit, or a high-intensity evolutionary ascension, you no longer need to worry about running out of time. Boss, it has a few more functions. Consume points to build a couple of individual rooms. Qin Shuang rubbed his hands together and playfully explained. Recreation room, lounge, gym, shooting range, restaurant dining hall. This guy's got something going on. Say it. What do you want to build? Yang Feng could see Qin Shuang's small mind at a glance, but Qin Shuang's next reply was impressive. I want shooting ranges, combat training rooms. Qin Shuang, in a change of pace, had actually taken the initiative to build some training facilities to be used to enhance his strength. I thought you wanted to build a rec room. Yang Feng looked at Qin Shuang a few more times, but then he understood a bit more after careful consideration. Sense of stress. This kid is feeling the pressure. My bloodline. It doesn't increase combat power much. Ji Shui is staying in room 2, which is quite a bit better than me in room 1. I have to work harder to catch up. Qin Shuang speaks from the heart, and the reasons don't stop there. Death Island attacked. Qin Shuang ribs broken a few. Without the advantage of bulletproof vest equipment, I'm afraid I would have been dead. Insufficient strength. Must become stronger. If Boss Yang Feng is not present, it will be a bit difficult to even save his life, and he won't have a chance to lick the bag in the future. Who says that room 2 has to be weaker than room 1? Ji Shui also walked up and clasped her hands on her chest defiantly. I will also train hard and get stronger and stronger. Boss, I'll also apply for the establishment of a training room. Pretty good. Yang Feng would smile and agree to their request. Consuming 3,000 team points to build a restaurant cafeteria. Consuming 3,000 team points to build a tactical training room. Consuming 3,000 team points to build a physical fitness room. 3,000 team points to build a target shooting range. Yang Feng spent 12,000 points at once, and in the end, only 1,000 team points were left. Burns 1,000 team points, adds 10 days of rest. Yang Feng's series of moves left Qin Shuang and Ji Shui dumbfounded, and the team points were spent without any heartache at all. 10 days off? Ji Shui and Qin Shuang looked at each other in disbelief as to what the boss was up to. You need a strict instructor. A surge in strength may not be a good thing, and a short period of time is needed to digest it. Yang Feng revealed a devilish smile, remembering the time when he used to train newcomers, and now it was time to bring out those little tricks. Chapter 41, Devil's Special Training. Cold-faced instructor, 4,000 words. 2 in 1. Physical fitness room. Are you guys tired? Yang Feng stood on the high platform of the training room and asked lightly. Not tired. Not tired. Ji Shui and Qin Shuang replied in unison. Both of them had received bloodline modifications and evolutions, so they had to be a bit more resistant to being built than unusual people. Look closely. The two men wore tight training suits and over 100 kilograms of weighted gear all over their bodies, the equivalent of carrying a muscle-bound man on their backs, sweating like a pig. Bite the bullet. Ultra-high-intensity physical training, almost draining every bit of strength from the entire body, like wringing out all the excess water like a towel. Since I'm not tired, then add some more weight to the load. Yang Feng revealed a devilish smile, instantly making Ji Shui and Qin Shuang dumbfounded. Qin Shuang was pushing a giant tire a man high in the sand when he heard this and instantly wilted. Tired. Boss, please let go. I'm dying of exhaustion. Qin Shuang was almost paralyzed on the ground, facing the approaching Yang Feng with a face full of begging. That's just right. Since you're feeling tired, it means the training is working. Increase the load more than double. Yang Feng's smile grew more and more evil as he took the counterweight equipment and tied it to all parts of Qin Shuang's body, surpassing the limits of what his body could bear. Although awakened bloodline, while enhancing the physical body. But humans are flesh and blood, after all, and they can't withstand that kind of tossing and turning. Are you tired now? Yang Feng narrowed his eyes and asked Qin Shuang. The poor unlucky man shook his head into a rattledrum. Not tired. Not tired at all. Cough cough cough. After tossing Qin Shuang, Yang Feng again looked at Ji Shui. High-intensity marathon weight running. Physical quality is also stronger than Qin Shuang, so increase the proportion of weight bearing is also higher. Boss. Brother Yang Feng. Balls la. Spare me. Ji Shui pouted, holding Yang Feng's arm and gently shaking it, her heavy raspy voice adding a few more points of coquettishness. Ha, so you still have the strength to pout. Yang Feng's demonic smile became even more hideous. Ji Shui's face changed drastically. Her heart felt bad, but at this time it was too late to regret. The counterweight block had already been added to the equipment. Ha. Not bad. Not bad. Very spirited. Keep training. Yang Feng gently snapped his fingers, revealing a look of satisfaction. So far their performance was quite qualified. Devil's training. Cold-faced instructor. Yang Feng had been the top mercenary, and had received all kinds of cruel and torturous special training since he was a child, so he naturally knew how to tap into his full potential. Humans are fragile. Humans are tough, too. People will always underestimate their potential, and pain and fatigue stop you from reaching your limits. Yang Feng sat on the high platform and lit one for himself with a silver shiny lighter, exhorting in a solemn tone, and your goal is to go beyond the limit, beyond the limits, beyond the pain, beyond fatigue. It was hard to breathe in my lungs, like there was a fire burning. The muscles were near spasmodic, and it felt like every fiber was on the verge of snapping. The heart pounded violently, and the meridian vessels throughout the body bulged horribly, barely supporting the energy supply. Extreme? Not even close to the limit. Qin Shuang and Ji Shui clenched their teeth and insisted, their eyes covered with a blood-red filament, only feeling that their mouths were covered with the taste of blood, but not knowing where the wounds came from. Is the limit reached? The load can be increased again. Yang Feng's training was getting crazier and crazier, and when the two little piggies reached the limit of their physical abilities, he instead raised the intensity by another level. After the limit, every step is a breakthrough. After the limit, even one more step of running and one more pound of weight lifting is a huge boost. Yang Feng's words were like a shot in the arm, causing the two who had reached their limits to go all out. Ah! Qin Shuang and Ji Shui roared and growled like crazy, stimulating their body's potential for the final sprint. At this point, instead, Yang Feng took out a couple tubes of syringes and prepared to get on the tech hard work. Very good. You have exceeded the limits. So, now training officially begins. Yang Feng walked towards the two men with an adrenaline injection in his hand and a smile. What? Training didn't officially start until now? Epinephrine injection. The physical body enters a state of absolute euphoria. Fatigue is subsiding. Strength is gradually reviving. And powerful physical abilities are all returning. Increase weight bearing. Continue to increase the intensity. In 10 minutes, administer the second injection. Yang Feng gazed at his wristwatch, calculating the time while observing the changes in the two people's bodies. Overload. It's suicide training. Their bodies don't feel pain or fatigue, but the overload is causing drastic damage. You must adapt. After breaking through the limit, the load is continually increased to allow the physical body to adapt and maintain this intensity. Yang Feng's icy words continued to motivate Qin Shuang and Ji Shui. In another 20 minutes, perform the third injection. A third injection of epinephrine. Lethal volume. The two men played hard to get with their special training, all of which had tragic side effects. Their eyes were streaming tears, mingling with the bursting of fine blood vessels into two lines of filthy, bloody tears. The movement of the high-intensity pressure caused thick drops of blood to flow from the nostrils as well. Lungs are about to explode. Muscle roots snapped. The overloaded heart, transformed into an engine that was about to fall apart, continued to emit the mournful sound of exhaustion. Last minute. Hold on. 40. 35. 30. Yang Feng's eyes flickered as the little piglet was on the verge of imminent death, and his life seemed to be passing away with the reading of the seconds. Put. Qin Shuang sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, his hairy fierce eyes bursting, just like what Boss Yang Feng said. Every step to push the tires now was a huge boost. Ji Shui did the same. Her entire leg was severely swollen, exaggeratedly swollen to a grasshopper-like state, and there was absolutely no possibility of getting back up as soon as she stopped. 3, 2, 1, end. At the same time Yang Feng shouted out the end, the two little piggies coincidentally fell headfirst into the ground. Suddenly, Yang Feng erupted into full speed and rushed to the two men as a blurry stump, breaking open a cookie and stuffing it into their mouths. Blood cookies, 1,000 points. This magical wonder cookie is able to quickly repair and heal the body, restoring the user's vitality, and now is the best time to consume it. I am alive. Ji Shui slowly opened her eyes, incredulous that she was still alive, only to feel that she had strolled in front of the ghost gate. Boss, are there any more cookies? The first thing Qin Shuang did when he woke up was to find another blood cookie. The half he had just been fed wasn't strong enough. Not bad, no violent deaths. Yang Feng patted the two men's shoulders encouragingly. The risks of this suicidal training method are naturally needless to say. It wouldn't be surprising at all if the little piggies suddenly died violently, and it was also fortunate that the two of them had gone through the bloodline transformation and evolution, and their physique was much more resistant to carrying a lot more than normal people. Don't be paralyzed. You too. After strenuous exercise, relax your body a little. Didn't the gym teacher teach you guys that? Yang Feng kicked the two men, in a rare moment of humor. Indeed, gym teachers do teach that, but it's too strenuous of an exercise. Qin Shuang and Ji Shui strongly supported their bodies, stood up and slightly exercised, and then unloaded the whole body's weight-bearing equipment, and the whole person suddenly felt a burst of relaxation and enjoyment. Whoa, boss, I feel like I could fly. Qin Shuang jumped twice, and after removing his weighted equipment, his entire body became as light as a swallow. Me too. I feel like I could run all day. Ji Shui felt like she weighed nothing, and would have absolutely no problem running another marathon. It's par for the course. The devil's training of ultra-high load. The flesh gradually adapted to the strong pressure of the overload load. Remove all the burden will naturally feel relaxed. Don't get too happy. This is just the first day, and the intensity will slowly increase over the next 9 days. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose, revealing a gentle smile, but it was like a demon in the eyes of Qin Shuang and Ji Shui. Reinforcement? You're going to get screwed on the first day, and you're going to keep stepping up the degree for the next 9 days? There's still plenty of time. Take an hour's break and we'll all have dinner. Tactical combat training in the afternoon. Then firearms training. Yang Feng scheduled his training itinerary to the fullest, and finally reminded again. Blood cookies are 1,000 points each, and you guys buy your own adrenaline, so don't forget to pay when you're done. Qin Shuang's face turned bitter when he heard this. With the bloodline transformation coupled with the strengthening of the flesh, the small treasury had already bottomed out, and I was afraid that if I trained for a few more days, I would really go bankrupt. But it's also really worth it for the training effect. He. Brother Qin Shuang seems to be shy in his bag. Ji Shui looked at Qin Shuang pan bitter face, white tender small hand on Qin Shuang's shoulders, mouth spitting orchid temptation. Do you want me to lend you some? Interest is very low. This woman, liars, vampires, capitalists. I'll borrow it. Qin Shuang gritted his teeth and borrowed a large amount of bounty points while revealing a puzzled look. Then again, just how much savings do you have? I feel like something's wrong with your points. How come it's like you can't spend them all? Qin Shuang looked at the rich woman in front of him. The huge amount of points should have been accumulated at the campfire camp, but just how many points had she saved up? And how long had she been plying her trade on the island? Don't guess the secrets of a young girl. Ji Shui's slender jade finger slid towards Qin Shuang, and soon 10,000 points arrived. Rich women are just rich. Time passes day by day. Qin Shuang and Ji Shui, every day, were experiencing devilish special training. It's not just about tapping into fitness and potential. Close combat and firearms shooting are more of a priority. Boo! Ji Shui flung her foot away, her white, slender, tender thighs arcing out like whips as they lashed out at Qin Shuang, making a dull crashing sound. Qin Shuang was swept several meters away by the powerful kick, his defending arm swollen and purple, barely blocking the move. Kind of unfair. Qin Shuang possessed the prophet bloodline. His physical body was already much more fragile than Ji Shui's, and there was a huge gap between his speed and strength, so the same moves could only be passively defended. Qin Shuang. Stressful, isn't it? You have to understand one thing. If you run into a real enemy, the other side doesn't care if it's fair or not. They will only use all their killing moves to kill you. Yang Feng recounted the cruel rules of the battlefield. Your strength is weaker than others. Then you have to be beaten. You have to defend. You have to look for opportunities and breaks. And it shows the importance of skills. It didn't take long. Qin Shuang lost the battle. His whole body was beaten by Ji Shui with a piece of blue and a piece of purple. Brother Qin Shuang, you must work harder. Ji Shui didn't forget to make a mocking remark, but it was a bit of fun. Yang Feng revealed a kind smile, then hooked his finger at Ji Shui. Ji Shui, you and I will fight next. Ha 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 ha. Qin Shuang could not help but laugh. The great revenge was finally avenged. Fighting training against the boss will definitely let you know what is cruelty. Qin Shuang, are you happy? Yang Feng looked at the giddy Qin Shuang and hooked his finger at him as well. You come along too. Ha! Joy +1. Ji Shui and Qin Shuang. Both of them took on boss Yang Feng at the same time. The fight was instantaneous. A blur of fists and feet exchanged, like a violent wind and rain, frequently colliding with a dull ringing sound. Sure, Yang Feng did not use his full strength and only used similar strength and speed to sharpen the duo. False moves, real moves, dirty moves, punches, kicks, knees, elbows, even headbutts, weapons everywhere in the body. Yang Feng performed various fighting techniques and punches and quickly beat the little piggies to death. No more, no more. Boss, look at my face. Does it look like a pig's head? Qin Shuang was completely overcome. No matter how ferocious his attacks were, he couldn't even touch the corner of his boss's clothes. Jiju was slightly better. She had learned some fighting skills before and could barely resist for some time, but as long as Yang Feng slightly increased the intensity of his attack, the defense would disintegrate in no time. 1, 2, 3, 12 road marker. Qin Shuang helped Jishui check the marks on her body. Yang Feng applied paint on his fingers, and the deadly and vicious moves would leave marks to represent how many times you had been killed. Jiju stood by the full-length mirror and scrutinized it. Paint on your eyebrows means you can button your eyes. Paint on your throat means you can break your throat. Paint on the temples means it can crush your head. 12 markings means that the dueling battle has just been killed 12 times. Qin Shuang, you have too many dope marks. More than 30. Ji Shui also counted the marks on Qin Shuang's body, which was considered to be 30 lives lost. After these days of special training, Qin Shuang and Ji Shui's strength had increased dramatically. It really wasn't easy to pass a few moves with boss Yang Feng. At least they wouldn't be killed in seconds like they were initially. Okay, there's still a day left, so you guys get more rest. Yang Feng looked at the time and mercifully took a day off. Yeah, cool, finally a break. Qin Shuang and Ji Shui cheered at the same time and hugged each other gleefully. Family, who understands? Where is the human being living these days of misery? Right, Qin Shuang, have you seen more images with your precognition? Yang Feng called Qin Shuang to his side again and asked for information about the 7th layer of hell. Predictive. From time to time, Qin Shuang would use his precognition ability to peek at the next level of challenges in hell, but he hadn't seen anything new in the last 2 days. No more. It's still the same images. Small remote mountain village. Every now and then a blurry black shadow appears that looks like a woman. She had long hair that covered her face and body and was very scary. Qin Shuang told the image he saw again. Creepy. This hellish challenge may well have something to do with shenanigans. Yang Feng nodded and made a lot of preparations for this, purchasing a large number of props and items that restrained the weirdness. Dismissed. The challenge for the 7th level of hell will open tomorrow, so all prepare well. Chapter 42 Shimizu Village. Creepy. I'd become the main force? Room 0. The dragon transformation pool was boiled, floating with purple corrupted poisonous mushrooms, and a blood-colored vine. They all came from within the cursed poisonous miasma of Death Island, as if they existed in another space and dimension. This is the last of them. 10 days. Yang Feng was immersed in the poison pool every day, and the power of the curse had been integrated into his body, converging towards the evil eye tattoo on his chest, but it still showed no signs of awakening. A few moments later, the poisonous pool turned into clear water, and the power of the corrupting curse was all swallowed up. Yang Feng stepped out of the dragon transformation pool, took a bath towel to wipe his body, and stood in front of the luxurious floor-to-ceiling window to look at the sky, where countless terrifying pupils were staring at him. What on earth did you expect? Room 1. It was an airtight, mysterious room. The dome was studded with dozens of azure crystals, linking together in a star map and emitting a soft glow. The giant ring floated in the center of the room, spinning as the star map shifted. Qin Shuang sat at the core of the circle, his eyes slightly closed as he entered a meditative state, while the heavenly eye at the center of his brow slowly opened, blossoming with an unbelievable aura of essence. Room 2. The eerie room was covered in cobwebs. There was a rustling and crawling sound in the damp dimness, where countless small spiders hid. Cocoon. Ji Shui hung upside down in the room, countless silver-white silk threads binding her and forming a huge cocoon. Hiss. Ji Shui whimpered softly as the flowery spider lay on the giant cocoon, its sharp fangs tearing and piercing through Ji Shui's body, injecting the toxin substance. Not the same. After Qin Shuang and Ji Shui became Dawnbringers, the apartments produced very different changes. Each individual's route to promotion is unique. Different seeds, different soil, different flowers. Hell, this mysterious place of death and rebirth is becoming more and more interesting. End of time. Information on the 7th level of Hell is announced. 7th level of Hell, Shimizu Village. Danger level, 3. Extremely dangerous. Red. Cursed pressure, 10. Time limit, 7 days. Description, you're next to die. The message of the 7th level of Hell appeared above the eyeballs in blood letters, followed by the entire floor of the apartment beginning to descend. Rumble. 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 The room shuddered violently, and one floor of the abandoned hellish apartment was crushed and dropped hundreds of meters. Without realizing it, the descent was so deep. Yang Feng raised his head and looked upward. The dense floors could not be seen. At the very least there must be several hundred floors. I am afraid that they are all newcomers who have just been resurrected and awakened. Red alert. Extremely dangerous. Yang Feng carefully observed the tier information after the floor had stabilized. The danger rating of the 7th layer of Hell had unexpectedly reached the 3rd level, and the last time he had encountered it was still in the pseudo-human dormitory. And the thrilling battle had caused Yang Feng to be seriously injured as well. 7 days. A real death-defying challenge. Yang Feng pushed the door and Ji Shui and Qin Shuang were waiting outside. Boss, this is extremely dangerous. Qin Shuang's face was a little worried. It was the first time he had encountered this level of challenge, and just from the description, he knew that the difficulty of the 7th level of Hell would be terrifying. All those days of training for nothing? Ji Shui knocked Qin Shuang and continued. Think on the bright side. The bigger the storm the more expensive the fish. Can't we just take out that creep? The heart is big enough. Extremely dangerous rating and thinking about being proactive. Yes. ******* creepy. Earn a wave of points hard. Qin Shuang regained his confidence, but before the fire of confidence could be excited for a few seconds, it was extinguished by a pot of cold water from Yang Feng. You're on your own. Yang Feng said indifferently, then walked towards the elevator at the end of the corridor. It's over. It's over. It's totally screwed. Come on. If the boss doesn't cover you, then cover yourself. Ji Shui was open-minded and hurriedly followed Yang Feng's footsteps. The three of them appeared in the elevator at the same time. Azure light flickering as the power of space caused a blur in their surroundings. A few moments later, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes. He was in a small, dilapidated dirt hut that looked dated. In the small dirt hut there was a bed covered with a simple mat, and under the window there was a faded and unpainted desk, with a black water tank placed not far from the doorway. Shimizu Village. The only rule, don't die. Time limit, 7 days. The words in blood emerged. Not bad for an extremely dangerous layer of Hell with no rule restrictions. Nothing suspicious. Yang Feng pulled open the drawer of the table by the window. A large piece of dust fell with it, and the interior was empty. It's just a little abandoned dirt shack. Yang Feng carefully searched the entire room and didn't find anything suspicious, then pushed open the door and walked out. Clearwater Village. The village winds up the mountain road, with many similar small earthen houses built nearby, but most of them are abandoned. In the distance, there is a clear stream that contains the entire mountain village, and Clearwater Village is named after this stream. Rot. A strange odor came from the tank. Yang Feng opened the top cover of the black water tank, and there was a thick layer of green algae floating on the surface of the water, which was also mixed with some filth. Hair. It was strands of black hair, disorganized and tangled with each other in a creepy-looking way. At this point, the black tank of water bubbled profusely. A woman's head floated up from the bottom of the water. Its hideous face ghastly white, its dark eye holes empty but creating the illusion that it was staring at you. The next is you. The miserable white face opened its mouth and countless bubbles emerged from the pool, oozing hoarse sounds through the tank of water, turning into a cacophony of voices tearing at the ears. Miso. Yang Feng transformed his palm into a sword, and the dead bone covering transformed into a sharp blade, directly splitting the black water tank into two. Green algae mixed with tons of dirty hair gushed out, but the woman's head disappeared. Hallucinations? Yang Feng squatted down and peeled away the green algae and clumped hair to make sure there was nothing else in the tank. Is this a weird ability? Yang Feng frowned, always feeling that the last words spoken by the female creepy echoed in his mind. You're next. You're next. A chilly aura surrounds and wraps around the body, and the more you remember the colder it will feel. At this point, the people who heard the sound around them also rushed towards this side. Holy, boss, behind you, behind you. As Qin Shuang stood in the distance, his body suddenly froze, revealing a hint of fear. Eye in the sky. The heavenly eye on Qin Shuang's forehead opened a slit and saw an overwhelmingly terrifying scene. Female creepy. It was a terrifying figure floating in midair. Its filthy hair curled like seaweed writhing in the water, and one by one, it wrapped around Yang Feng's body, but the boss was oblivious to this. Whoosh! Light flickered in Yang Feng's hand as he violently turned back and tossed out several ancient coins. The ancient money engraved with special characters crossed over, followed by shattering and cracking in midair. and several strands of black hair slowly fell from the air. Sure enough, there are shenanigans. Yang Feng's figure retreated at a rapid pace, followed by holding a yellow Heavenly Master Thunder talisman in his hand and taking out a small bottle containing silver lightning. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The lightning in the bottle landed on the ground and erupted into a huge thunderstorm. The Celestial Master Thunder talisman then burned, and pillars of silver light fell from the sky. The two thunderbolts converged together and turned into a silver-purple dragon, snaking and splitting at the location where it had just been. Among the myths and legends, ghosts and demons are most afraid of thunder and lightning. Yang Feng had purchased a large number of consumables in order to deal with this hellish challenge, and the lightning splits also killed it. No more, no more. The filth is gone. Qin Shuang breathed a long sigh of relief. Boss Yang Feng was really well prepared. The other side. Yang Feng also felt that the icy breath disappeared, and the female bazaar temporarily left the side, not knowing when it would reappear. It's a bit troublesome. Yang Feng frowned. Not only could the female guile create illusions, but she didn't have a regular physical body and was able to immunize herself against regular attacks, making it very troublesome to deal with. The key thing is that the human naked eye cannot detect it. This time, perhaps we have to rely on you. Yang Feng looked at Qin Shuang with a faint smile. I'm afraid that only Qin Shuang, who had opened his heavenly eyes, would be able to figure out the female bazaar movement. Ha! I'm hitting a female trickster? Qin Shuang pointed to his face and had a feeling that something big was wrong. Not good. I became a mainstay. Chapter 43, Compulsion Evil Technique, Human-Faced Poisonous Spider, Tainted Black Hair. Yang Feng took out a small jar and collected the dirty and oozing black hair. At this point, a middle-aged man in yellow robes stepped out from amongst the crowd, first politely arching his hand in a bow before requesting, "Little friend, can you hand over a portion of your hair to me?" A Taoist priest? Yang Feng raised his eyes and surveyed, dressed in a yellow cassock, with a black Taoist crown on his head, an emerald-colored jade pendant tied around his waist, and a stowed package on his back. The man looked little different from a traditional Taoist priest. Taking liberties. Poor Taoist priest of the Zixia Temple, Taoist named Megafa, nicknamed Thunder Lion. The Taoist priest introduced himself as a proper Taoist priest in life, who was admitted to the mountain after graduating with a master's degree, and has been practicing for several years specializing in helping others with their geomancy and feng shui. A serious Taoist priest with a master's degree? As Yang Feng listened to the introduction, his eyes were a bit puzzled as he looked at Qin Shuang beside him. Cough cough. Boss, you probably don't know much about it. Nowadays, Taoist priests and monks, you can't just become one if you want to. The threshold is high. Qin Shuang explained in a small voice that the words of the Taoist priest in front of him were mostly true. Coincidence. Creepy hell tier but stumbles into a professional dog with a professional counterpart. Here. Yang Feng took a hair-clumping block and handed it over to Thunder Lion, wanting to see what he could do. Thunder Lion removes the stowage package. He took out an ancient mahogany sword, then stepped out a yellow paper talisman, bit his finger to seep blood and water into the talisman, and then drew the ancient word spell on the spell. Choke on the mantra. Thunder Lion mouthed the words, followed by the mahogany sword piercing through the talisman and viciously stabbing at the black mass of hair. Boom boom boom. The yellow paper talisman and the black hair mass burned at the same time. The flames were demonic and twisted, and a mournful scream could be heard faintly. Not good. Thunder Lion's face changed, and the weird and evil black hair clumps grew up crazily, winding towards the blood-stained mahogany sword, continuing to spread upwards and wrap around. Gloomy. The mahogany sword was strangled into wood crumbs in an instant, and the black hair clusters wriggled crazily, as if they had their own lives, winding towards the yellow-robed Thunder Lion. Pust. Thunder Lion fiercely bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed a mouthful of blood on top of the magic weapon in his hand, which then turned into even hotter flames and blasted at the writhing filthy evil spirits. Crackle. The roaring flames finally suppressed the evil spirit, and the black mass of hair wriggled hideously for a moment before it was finally burned to ashes, rising in gusts of smoke. I can't handle it. A mere clump of hair almost killed me. Thunder Lion's heart palpitated, the pain in his tongue making him grimace. The grudge's weird clump of hair was so powerful, and the viciousness of the main body was even more so. You don't say. This Taoist has a few real skills, but his hard power is a bit weak. Why don't you let me try? The crowd came out of a young man, dressed in a suit with a short ponytail, handsome face with a half-broken eyebrow, and a look of arrogance. Getting to know each other. My name is Xiao Wuxin, and this one behind me is called Tai Duo. Behind Xiao Wuxin came a burly man carrying a giant iron sword more than one person high. The tip of the sword smashed on the ground with a dull sound, and the entire ground trembled slightly. It's not simple. These two were strong enough to shock the surrounding crowd as soon as they appeared. The Tao is 1 foot tall. The devil is 1 foot tall. This little Taoist can't handle it. so why don't you let me try? Xiao Wuxin spread out his palms, a cloud of purple-black baleful gas rose up, and there was something squirming and drilling and crawling under the suit's cuffs, and on closer inspection it was actually a few centipedes and scorpions. Compulsive evil art. Thunder Lion recognized the other party's means. It was clearly the evil method of raising parasites and refining insects. This young man called Xiao Wuxin had actually cultivated the compulsion fury to a level visible to the naked eye. His strength was definitely not to be underestimated. A little insight. Xiao Wuxin let out a cold snort between his nostrils before reaching out to Yang Feng. Bring it. Common sense would dictate that he should be allowed to try something. But that commanding tone and condescending attitude was a bit off-putting. We don't know each other well, Yang Feng said indifferently, and immediately put the small jar away. Xiao Wuxin's hand hanging in midair froze in place, and his face went a few degrees colder. Brothers, give some face, don't embarrass everyone. Threats? Talking like that is a bit threatening. Qin Shuang, as the boss's mouthpiece, was the first to stand up and point at Xiao Wuxin's nose and scolded. Who are you hooking at? Just dare to make my boss sell you face. Humiliation. Xiao Wuxin's face became even more gloomy. Boo. There was a loud bang. Tito lifted the huge sword that was more than one person high, and then smashed it heavily on the ground. The dirt floor was dusty, and a deep pit crack with a diameter of more than 10 centimeters actually appeared. Young man, a little arrogance is good, but too much sharpness can hurt you. Taita's tone was low. His fierce gaze stared at Yang Feng and Qin Shuang. The air seemed to be filled with the smell of gunpowder. Both sides seemed to be about to fight at the drop of a hat. A tough talker? This is tantamount to tying the knot. Killing? Yang Feng's face was indifferent, and his finger gently stroked forward to make a commanding gesture. Da 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 da. From the other direction of the crowd, there was a sudden burst of thin gunfire. Ji Shui was dressed in a sharpshooter's suit, her hands holding a stormtrooper's submachine gun, and fine bullets were fired in the direction where Tito was, immediately carrying out Boss Yang Feng's orders. Boom, boom, boom. Qin Shuang also immediately pulled out his anaconda revolver and fired 6 shots in a row towards Tito. Blood exploded. The sudden attack caught people off guard, and a large amount of blood soared from Tito's body, so he hastily raised his hand to form a shield in front of his body with his huge, heavy, blunt iron sword. Ding ding ding. Gold and iron clashed and sparks flew. The metal bullets hit the blunt giant sword with a burst of crisp sounds, and the impact also made Tito retreat back and forth, bellowing, "Are you guys crazy? This is going to kill people? Oh, or what?" Yang Feng's face remained cold. Extremely dangerous and high-pressure environment, where there is no room for the eyes and any unfavorable factors can lead to devastating consequences. Since the other party showed malice, it was uprooted as a poisonous thorn. Tentative. Ji Shui pulled the trigger as she sprinted forward. The results of the 10 days of training are beginning to show. Ji Shui's speed was getting faster and faster. The rainstorm of infinite ammo suppressed the opponent from lifting his head, and then stomped his feet on the huge iron sword and violently jumped upwards and flipped over. Perfect. Ji Shui's shapely body jumped out of a perfect flip, like a diving athlete's full score performance, and then crossed over the giant sword in Tiedua's body to continue pulling the trigger. Tito lands a body punch. This giant man was indeed physically strong, but not to the extent of ignoring bullets, let alone a fine rainstorm of 1,800 rounds per minute. Large patches of skin crumbled open. Strong muscle fibers blocked it for a few moments, but the countless bullets struck the same place, still piercing a bloody hole. Die for me! Taiduo roared and growled in anger, raising his giant sword to slash at Ji Shui. At this point, the iron sword heavy weapon suddenly stopped in mid-air, and under the sunlight one could see countless thin filaments wrapped around it, emitting a silver-colored glow. Spider silk. Ji Shui's new ability, catalyzing her natural ability to manipulate countless spider silver threads to form a heavenly net. Pust. Ji Shui stopped shooting and pulled her palm violently. The sound of blood and flesh tearing ensued. The spider's silver threads wrapped around Tito's shattered neck, cutting through the veins with ease without the muscle fibers and skin in the way. Dead. Tito was killed by Ji Shui in seconds just like that. How dare you? Xiao Wuxin's eyes were enraged, and his hand's baleful chi exploded as he grabbed at Ji Shui's arm. In an instant, Ji Shui's battlesuit was destroyed by the decay of the baleful chi, revealing her white, delicate and snowy lotus root arms, and the compulsion baleful chi infiltrated the flesh and blood, turning a large portion of her skin into rotting flesh and melting away. What a powerful compulsion break! Rustle! A small black spider actually burrowed out of that corrupted flesh. These small spiders move with extraordinary swiftness, their colorful patterns forming wailing and mournful human faces, which are carefully nurtured and cultivated to become horrible poisons. You taste my poison too. The small spider climbed up Xiao Wuxin's wrist, its sharp fangs tearing at it, while the centipedes and scorpions around it were bitten to death. even tearing and devouring them into their own sustenance. Human-faced poisonous spider. God damn it. Who the hell are you? Xiao Wuxin was shocked, but it was too late to retract his hand. More and more small spiders bit through the flesh, and many small worms could be seen burrowing and crawling and wriggling under the skin. Finally, Xiao Wuxin bled from 7 holes and died in agony on his knees. The human-faced venomous spiders had retraced their steps, burrowing and crawling into the rotting flesh and returning to their master. Ji Shui. Total extinction. Yang Feng did not need to make a move. Ji Shui, alone, exterminated Xiao Wuxin and Taiduo. Danger. Beautiful. Poisonous as a snake. This is Ji Shui after bloodline transformation, body strengthening and potential excavation. Chapter 44, Beauty Chu. The spirit of grievance appears. Who's that guy? The many onlookers of hell revealed horrified expressions. Agile speed, great strength, bizarre abilities, plus a superb outfit. Kizhu removed her helmet. The waterfall of dark hair hung down, revealing her face of pure desire and absolute beauty, which was even more astonishing. A woman? That mysterious powerhouse who had killed Xiao Wuxin and Taiduo was actually a pretty girl. Nice. Young Foam nodded. The devilish training was beginning to bear fruit. The linkage effect produced by the bloodline and talent was also strong. And the most rare and valuable thing was Ji Shui's heart. Ji Shui was well disguised, usually pouting and acting pitiful, but she didn't hesitate to kill, and didn't care even if it was a lose-lose fight. You really shouldn't guess the heart of a beautiful girl. He. These two are so clinical, empty of skill, but hang the building before you can put it to use. Ji Shui skimmed her mouth, seemingly not having fun with the battle, and in the end, she did not forget to boast. Thanks to boss's special training, we'll just main a fight without giving it a chance. Boss? The crowd of onlookers then realized. This strong woman with ruthless and tough methods was actually one of Yang Feng's subordinates. On the basis of what? That man with a face full of indifference and apathy. Was he even stronger than Ji Shui? Who? Thunder Lion let out a long breath. This yellow-robed Taoist priest felt thankful that he was of a higher quality and was polite in the face of Yang Feng, and did not offend this big brother by being abrupt. Or you'll end up like those 2 dead men. Boss, it's time to clear out. Kaseki winked and looked wistfully at the others. There were more than 20 challengers on the 7th level of hell, and most of them hadn't received the inheritance of their bloodline, and had only just awakened to the extent of their talent. Tiredness. These people have a limited role, and may even have a negative effect. In order to prevent accidents from happening, killing all of them is a good choice. There is no hit penalty in this tier anyway. Don't kill us. Wait, we didn't do anything. Those challengers from hell immediately changed their faces when they heard the word clear. They hadn't offended Yang Feng. They were just hiding on the sidelines and waiting to see what would happen. They hadn't done anything bad. Were they going to be brutally killed as well? Don't be so extreme. Yang Feng smiled lightly and patted Ji Shui's shoulder, while Qin Shuang, who was on the side, almost didn't spray out. What's the boss talking about? Persuading others not to be extreme? Isn't the most extreme, cruel and terrifying person here Boss Yang Feng himself? Extremely dangerous challenge. Show some respect. There's so little information on the Griever's shenanigans that they're still useful alive. Yang Feng smiled slightly, his soft smile looking more like a demon, and the words coming out of his mouth were chilling. Test article. Each one is a test case for testing the weirdness of the Grievers. Go. Hurry up and slip away, before another moment passes and you're captured and fed to the spirits. The onlookers, the challengers, fled in all directions in silence, wanting to rush away from these lunatics. Spooky and scary. The Dodo squad led by Yang Feng, however, is even more terrifying than bizarre. Ahem. The little Taoist also retired for the time being. Thunder Lion sneakily tried to escape, but was grabbed by Yang Feng, who happened to be lacking a professional. Master, it's up to you to break it. The smile at the corner of Yang Feng's mouth became more and more kind as his iron pincer-like palm firmly grabbed Thunder Lion's arm. Me. I'm no guru. You flatter me. Thunder Lion sweated, and his speech became stuttering. You all saw it just now. I really couldn't deal with that spiteful weirdness, and almost overturned the car. Qin Shuang walked up and said with a playful smile, the boss said you are a master. You are a master. Have some confidence in yourself. You can't turn the car over. Done. The group was completely at war with themselves. Thunder Lion had no choice but to compromise in the end, and then took out a Luo Gung Bagua disc with a complicated graphic pattern. This. Seek the dragon and divide the gold to see the entangled mountains. One entanglement is a barrier. Thunder Lion took the gossip disc and babbled nonsense, even using the classic lines of the novel. Hey, don't fool us. You're getting ready to go grave robbing? Qin Shuang directly dismantled it, and the atmosphere became terrifying at this moment as well. All Thunder Lion saw was all 3 of the Dodo squad, all grinning at themselves, adding to the creepy feeling. This Luogang Bagua disc was actually gifted by the eye in the sky. It senses special magnetic fields. The magnetic field is strongest on the west side of. Lei Shi followed the pointer of the Luogang Bagua disc and looked to the west direction of Qingshui village. Let's go. Yang Feng waved his hand, and the three of them led Thunder Lion along towards the west, and soon saw a large mansion. The mansion house is in disrepair. There were many tablets placed in the ancestral hall, and one of the most conspicuous among them had the words, Chu Beauty, written on it. Hiss. My head hurts. Qin Shuang suddenly acted like he sensed something, and the heavenly eye on his forehead slowly opened, blossoming a light with which the surroundings transformed. The luxuriant weeds disappeared. The paint of the tile houses and wooden houses was new and bright. The courtyard was decorated with lights and many figures came to congratulate with gifts. This is 100 years ago in the light of day. Thunder Lion was so shocked that the image was reflected in the wrong time and space, and people saw the picture of 100 years ago. There was a couple of couples and the sound of congratulations to worship each other. One bow to heaven and earth. Second worship. Husband and wife worship each other. Drums and gongs and cheers. A couple was sent to the bridal chamber amidst the uproar, and it was Chumi and her husband, Windflower. The two of them are as sweet as glue and are simply a model couple in the village of Clearwater. It's snowing. Let's go inside. Ma'am. Mr. took out a blanket and draped it over Chu Beauty's body, revealing warm eyes full of love. At this point, the Chu Beauty covered the blanket on her body and suddenly laughed eerily. The blood quickly dyed the blanket red, and the snowflakes in the sky turned crimson red. False. It's all fake. Chu Beauty hissed in rage. Her head full of black hair danced wildly, becoming tainted while growing without limit. Fight. Yang Feng gave a reminder and immediately took out the soul-repelling bell and the 3 feet of red rope. The soul-repelling bell rang, creating a ripple of sound waves that warded off the blood flowers that drifted across the sky. The 3-foot red rope continued to extend, forming a square formation that transformed into an inaccessible boundary. This? Thunder Lion was full of surprise. How did he feel that he was the amateur one? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Thunder Lion took out a yellow paper talisman, traced it with his fingertip blood, and with the last word bellowed out, it turned into a ball of flames rushing towards the spiteful creep. Die! Death to all! The spiteful Chu Beauty roared, her horrible face hideously twisted, her tainted hair ripping through the red rope in no time, and the flames that the talisman had turned into had little effect. Put! The tainted black hair wound its way towards Thunder Lion's body, quickly wrapping around his arms and thighs, followed by his waist and chest. Twist! Rip! The evil sneak exerted his terrifying power, and the Thunder Lion was twisted and broken like a twist in the sky, turning into countless chunks that fell to the ground. Dead! In just one look, the Heavenly Master was killed by Chu Beauty in seconds. Die, 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 die! The Chu Beauty drank blood in pain and her pale face became even more hideous and terrifying, while the twisted dirty black hair came towards Yang Feng and the others. Da 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 da! Ji Shui took out Tempest and kept pulling the trigger, but the bullets all passed along the phantom and did no damage. Human-faced poisonous spiders. A colorful spider burrowed out of Ji Shui's body, exploding into a cloud of black smoke as it came into contact with the tainted hair. These black blood fumes carried a rich fury and blocked Chu Beauty's hair for a short period of time, while at this time 2 small silver bottles were thrown out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Yang Feng threw out 2 bottles of lightning. Silver light flickered, and the moment the bottle blew up, thick silver dragon lightning exploded, and the entire compound was illuminated as if it were daylight. A tainted black was blasted to pieces by the silver dragon lightning, and 2 voids appeared in Chu Beauty's phantom. Still not eliminated? Yang Feng's palm light blurred for a while and he took out an ordinary-looking axe. This was the sharp axe that the wolf girl had thrown at Yang Feng, appearing in the cursed poisonous miasma of temporal and spatial dislocation, and might be able to inflict damage on the spiteful Chu Mei. The axe spun and threw itself. Those hair strands were chopped off one by one, and the spinning sharp axe cleaved on Chu Beauty's forehead, and the hideous and horrible face was immediately split in 2. Ah! The Chu Beauty screamed miserably as the thick black mist drifted away, but then converged and drifted into the distance, eventually disappearing completely. Dead? This sharp axe, it really works. The wolf girl in the cursed poisonous mist may be the nemesis of these grudges and shenanigans. You have killed Beauty Chu's doppelganger. Rewarded with 3,000 points. Rewards follow. Yang Feng was rewarded with 3,000 points, while Qin Shuang and Ji Shui were also rewarded with assists. This is just a diversion? Looks like this isn't over yet. Yang Feng walked towards the location where the Thunder Lion died and crouched down to pick up the Luogang Bagua disc, which could still be used. Chapter 45, The Miserable Life of Beauty Chu. Qin Shuang, is everything okay? Yang Feng came to Qin Shuang and patted his cheek. Eye in the sky. This ability was very consuming of the mind's intent. And after resolving Chu Beauty's doppelganger, Qin Shuang fell into a short period of disoriented stupor and was unconscious for a full 2 hours. Ah! Qin Shuang lay on the bedpan and sat up violently. He screamed miserably and covered his eyes, gasping for air as a few tears of blood slid down the corners of his eyes. Boss! Qin Shuang's pupils shook until he could see Yang Feng and Ji Shui in front of him, and his emotions gradually calmed down. Take it easy and speak slowly. Yang Feng's phantom rotated in his hand, followed by a bottle of ice-cold cola appearing in his hand. Cognitive Coke. Note, drink it when you lose your mind to restore your brain clarity and prevent you from falling into a crashing insanity. This cola is going to work better than a calming potion. The magical item magically calms you down to the point of being able to face death with open arms. Gollum. Qin Shuang slammed a few mouthfuls, and his complex emotions gradually calmed down, his sense of fear and anger fading. Asterisk. That man is simply... Qin Shuang began to recount the strange things that had happened to him. After the opening of the heaven's eye, Qin Shuang seemed to have entered another part of her life and became a woman. That's right. Qin Shuang felt himself possessing the body of Chu Meirun and experiencing everything about her past. Chu Beauty. She was naturally beautiful and famous in all the villages, and eventually married the village schoolteacher. It all started out so well. The two had a happy marriage and were attached to each other in a happy and fulfilling way. Until husbands started gambling. Gamble till you drop. Gambling until you're in a load of debt. How Chu Mei begged her husband, but in the end she could only get a severe beating. She, a woman, has no recourse and sobs in secret every night. And in order to help her husband pay off his gambling debts, Chu Meiren makes a decision to lose her dignity. The dark prostitutes. Chumhum began to sell her body and use this money to fill her husband's rotten debt. Day after day, the Chu Beauty was left to be ravaged and literally lived in hell. The picture ends here. Qin Shuang complained bitterly, and it was no wonder that Chu Meiren had so much resentment after her death. Anyone who endured such inhuman torture and injustice would be resentful. Brother Qin Shuang, I have a question. Since you can feel everything about the Chun humans, Ji Shui's eyes turned ominously, and she covered her mouth and laughed softly. When that happens, you can fully experience it too? This topic is, more or less, a rubric. Qin Shuang raised his head, his face full of humiliation and complexity, and finally nodded. So much so that the atmosphere changed completely. Chu Beauty's misery, the hateful heartless man, all the accumulated emotions were destroyed by Ji Shui's question. Sympathy. Yang Feng also revealed a sympathetic look and even lit a cigarette and handed it to Qin Shuang. Bitter. Qin Shuang is a man, but to completely substitute Chu Meiren, not only to feel the anger from love to hate, but also have to make more difficult to say the sacrifice. A few moments of snark and the small talk ended there. Yang Feng took out the Luogung Bagua disc again, intending to use it to continue searching for the grudge spirit Chu Beauty. Pity. Thunder Lion is dead. Yang Feng observed the compass and realized that the internal pointer had been spinning in a haphazard circle. The magnetic field of the Grievers is changing, but occasionally when it stops it will point to the barn to the southwest. There's nothing wrong with you. Can the Eye of Heaven be used again? Yang Feng asked Qin Shuang that the ability of the Heavenly Eye was very crucial, able to make the resentful spirit Chu Mei forced to appear, but also able to see the past karma of the past. Qin Shuang picked up the cognitive cola and drank the remaining half of the drink in one go. No problem. Don't worry about it, boss. Inside, I'm not that fragile. Qin Shuang patted his chest and said, signaling that he could open his heavenly eyes once more. Very well, let's go. The three of them packed their bags, having just won a big battle, only to run to the next one. A soldier's time is precious, and a delay is a mistake. The sooner the extremely dangerous hellish challenge is over, the better. Half an hour later, the Dodo squad advanced along the village road. Perhaps it was the evening time. The sky became darker and darker, as if covered by a gray veil. Help! Ah! Help! A resident of hell ran from the direction of the barn, his eyes filled with terror and despair as he stumbled in the direction of Yang Feng. What's going on? Jiju stopped him, and the man who had been collapsing muttered, dead, all dead. They were all killed by that creepy lady. So scary. I'm next. I will die. For sure. The man sprang to his feet and ran towards the nearby deserted fields. A mournful scream rang out as countless strands of black hair burrowed out of the wet soil, completely entangling the man's body and dragging it into the soil a little bit. Dead. Die directly beneath the earth. Be careful. Yang Feng gave a reminder and led the two of them onward. Corpses are everywhere. More than a dozen bodies appeared along the way, and about half of Hell's inhabitants were in the neighborhood. The death was tragic. Some of them had their bodies screwed up, their arms and thighs twisted and flipped irregularly, and their heads did a 180-degree turn. There were also some challengers who bled from their 7 holes, as if they had experienced something absolutely horrifying. and were actually scared to death alive. Squeak! Yang Feng pushed open the heavy door of the barn. A stale and moldy smell came to his face, and several big rats crawled out of the gloom, not afraid at all when they saw people. Fizzle! My head hurts again. Qin Shuang sensed something and screamed miserably with a splitting headache. The vertical pupil heavenly eye in the center of his eyebrow activated, and the surrounding scene once again returned to 100 years ago under the interference of the magical power. Cheating! Trumbo Beauty has a private meeting with a man in a barn. She was actually stealing a man behind her husband's back, and it was a secret known to the whole village, and it only cost her some money. No, Chumham is not stealing. She needs the money. She needs to pay off her husband's debts, and she needs to deal with the ruthless men from the casino. Boo! The barn door was kicked in. Chu Mei's husband, who came with a large group of men to catch her in adultery, angrily knocked her to the ground and served her with punches and kicks. No, I did not commit adultery. I'm helping my husband pay off his gambling debts. That's why I sold my body. The Chu beauty had bitter words to say, and her so-called husband was the one who led the way in catching the adultery, and as long as she said one more word, there was another bout of vicious beatings. Kill her! Beat this cheating, poisonous woman to death. Sir, everyone in the village knows that Chu beauty is not good enough for you. The men in the adultery catching party, each with a fierce look in their eyes. Chu Renmei's husband even lifted a rock the size of a human head and smashed it fiercely towards Chu Renmei. Hate! I hate! That smashed Chu beauty let out a miserable scream. A cage of black smoke converged, and Chu Meiren floated up out of thin air, the power of resentment overflowing in all directions. I'm going to tear you negative people apart. The Chu beauty hissed and roared, her aura becoming even stronger than before, and even her body gradually became huge. Chapter 46 Blood Battle. The killing intent was awe-inspiring. Wow! A rain of blood fell from the sky. Chu beauty's eyes were hollow, constantly shedding tears of blood as her resentment turned into wind and rain. The ground under the feet of the crowd was also writhing crazily, and the black hair of the filthy evil spirits was like intricate tree roots, entangled together and turned into thick twine winding toward the crowd. Swish swish swish! Yang Feng held a sharp axe in his hand and chopped off a thick black hair, then violently turned back to chop at Chu Meiren. The sharp axe hangs in the air. The ordinary-looking axe swung back to cut through the strands of hair that stood in its way along the way. The Chu beauty reached out her giant ghostly claws to grab the spinning flying axe, but the sharp blade sliced off a few fingers before finally veering off to look over her shoulder. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts so much to smash my head. It hurts so much to break my body. It hurts so much to my heart. Chu beauty whistled shrilly as half of her shoulder was split open, but not a single drop of blood flowed out. Instead, countless clusters of black hair filaments were drilled out from the shoulder position. Cluck cluck cluck. The rotating flying axe was wrapped by the hairy mass, emitting an ear-piercing friction sound, and was then crushed into iron slime and debris by the terrifying resentment. Oops! Wolf Girl's flying axe was also destroyed. Swish swish swish. The hair that danced wildly in the sky turned into countless sharp blades that fell, and the extremely fast blurring white figures retreated back one after another. Dead Bone white armor. Dead Bone's white blade. Yang Feng's entire body was wrapped in bone armor. His arms transformed into slender sharp blades extending forward, and a vaguely ominous aura permeated his body. Curse Eater? Yang Feng urged the power of the Curse Eater. Although the Curse Eater was still in a state of slumber, the power of the curse that it had drawn on subconsciously still penetrated the dead bones, giving it some additional mystical properties. The blade flashed. The white blade of Dead Bone cut through a cloud of trails. The wildly dancing and writhing strands of hair were cut off in large swaths, but for every one that was severed 2 more would regenerate, mingling with the dirty blood and water that fell from the air, giving off an even more foul odor. Pus. Fine wounds appeared on Yang Feng's body. Those tainted blood-stained hair of evil spirits cut through the ominous power on the surface of the bone armor, followed by easily tearing the white bone. Ignoring physical defense? The formidable toughness of the Dead Bone white armor could not stop the evil black hair of the grudge, and the terrifying force left countless fine cuts, and drops of blood flowed out from between the gaps. It was the first time Yang Feng had been injured after having the Dead Bone white armor. Boss, let me help you. Ji Shui was in a very sorry state at this time. Her entire body was covered with fine wounds, almost becoming a bloody person. Disregarding life and death, she urged the human-faced poisonous spider hidden within her body to explode into large swaths of poisonous blood, mixing with the fury to coat the dead bones and white blades. Pust. A sound of blood and flesh tearing came. One of Ji Shui's thighs was entangled in black hair, and then it violently shrunk inward, turning into countless fine pieces of flesh that burst out. Ah! Boss, it's all up to you. Ji Shui was about to be drowned by the wild surge of black hair, and at that moment a searing light bloomed. The heavenly eye on Qin Shuang's forehead exploded. Unbelievable light enveloped a radius of tens of meters. the blood rain falling from the sky dissipated, and the black hair dancing in the sky was destroyed as if it were ice melting. Look closely. Qin Shuang's body was rapidly withering and was drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boss. Fast. I support. Can't. For how long? Qin Shuang took out his real killer weapon, burning his life in exchange for the powerful power of the heaven's eye, and the huge silhouette of Chu Beauty in the sky was fixed in place. Killing. Young Feng no longer hesitated. The ground under his feet violently burst into pieces, transforming into a blurry pale stream of light that chopped at Chu Beauty's floating body. The body of the evil spirit's grudge was cut out of the wound, and more filthy hair flowed out in place of blood, and in midair the image of Chu Meiren simply turned into a mass of black-haired demons. Hunt for the hour. Yang Feng adjusted his body functions to the maximum. Overloaded. Adrenaline reached the highest level, and all he could hear in his ears was the sound of whistling wind. What's a grudge? That's a polymer made up of grievances. Grievances, curses, and fury, all seem to be a type of mystical power. Kill. Yang Feng had experienced an unknown number of battles. Yang Feng killed an unknown number of enemies. If the overflowing negativity could constitute a weapon, the killing gods on the battlefield would have their own sharp blades. Killing breath. Ah! Yang Feng roared and growled. His eyes were dyed red by the color of blood. His killing intent climbed up and up, and a shocking aura emanated from his body. Kill. Kill, 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 kill. If you can kill your way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, you're still afraid of a grievous spirit that's been wronged? The awe-inspiring killing aura erupted out, mixed with the white blade of dead bones, surprisingly covering a layer of scarlet killing energy, sharp and unstoppable. A knife cuts out. Countless clusters of tainted hair then broke open, and the scarlet and blood-colored blade chi slashed forward, once again cutting huge wounds into Chu Beauty's body. Die! Yang Feng's eyes were enraged, not giving the other party a chance to counterattack. His dual sword swung continuously, tearing the Chu Beauty into pieces in the blink of an eye. Woo-woo, bitter. Why is it such a hard life? Chu Beauty's body let out a mournful wail, and then turned into a black mist that rolled away in the direction of the sky. 5,000 bounty points for killing Beauty Chu's doppelganger. Split? Is this still just a diversion? It's not over yet. You can't hide this time. Yang Feng's battle spirit was in full swing, and he broke out into full speed to chase towards the direction where the black mist had dissipated, leaving a series of blurry residual shadows from his successive flickering figures. The dirt blew up. The ground exploded. Chasing after the hostile black mist, he rushed to the side of the brook in Qingshui village in the blink of an eye. At this very moment, that whole creek, it was dyed the color of blood. The flowing stream emits a fishy stench, while the writhing water floats with images of the past. The daughter of the richest man in town, Wang, has her eye on me. Her husband teaches in the city. The rich girl is in love with him, and the richest man in the city, Wang, has his eye on this educated man. You are married. The first boy's last name is King, and the second boy can take your last name and pass it on for you, Wang Shoufu said in a condescending manner, wanting to make Chu Meiren's husband his family's son-in-law. Then, ends up with just one obstacle. Chu Beauty. The power-hungry man came up with a poisonous plan. He didn't owe a huge gambling debt. Everything was just a disguise for her husband, and Chu Mei was still foolish enough to sell her body and her dignity for her husband as a way to pay off the debt. That day, the husband, with a few strong men, killed Chu Mei in the name of catching an adulterer and smashed her alive with a stone as big as a human head. That's great. The only stigma of teaching Mr. Taught has also been removed. He finally became the son-in-law of the richest man in town, Wang, and from then on, he enjoyed a lot of glory and wealth. That day, the husband of Chu Beauty married the daughter of the richest man in Wang. Relatives and friends from all over the countryside came to congratulate him, and the banquet was set up in half of the city. People forget about Chum Hum. Her resentment was deeper, more poignant, more violent, and more difficult to resolve. Overnight, the ghosts pursued their lives, and not only did the husband of Chu Meiren die of fright and bleeding, but all the guests at the wedding banquet all became pallbearers. Gust of wind. The wind is blowing. A terrifying storm rolled up in the sky, and all the blood-colored streams were sucked up into mid-air, forming the terrifying appearance of an unjust dragon sucking up water. The sky is buried. The grievances formed an endless mass of evil and sneaky black silk hair, which actually shrouded the entire sky. A giant face of a Chumo drilled out of the evil blast, hissing and growling towards the ground like it was the end of the world. Extremely dangerous. That's what Chumum's spiteful body is. Chapter 47, Gene Ascension. Killing Chu Beauty, Heart of the Grieving Spirit. Terror. Chu Mei's resentment covered the entire sky. There were countless sad and stern spirits floating in the sky. All of them were the guests who died that night and became part of the grievances at this time. Kill. Yang Feng was fearless as his blade turned into a stream of clouds, cutting off the evil spirits roaming nearby. Boom, 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 boom. The storm of streams that flowed against the current transformed into a terrifying tornado of blood and water, and countless corpses and bones that had sunk to the bottom of the water flew up into the sky, bursting into the sustenance of resentment. The supergiant evil sneaky human face fell from the sky, opening its bloody mouth to suck in blood and water, also completely enveloping Yang Feng's entire body. Darkness. Yang Feng was enveloped by the infinitely expanding giant mouth, and the surrounding heaven and earth were buried, leaving only writhing black hair and blood, emitting an unbearable putrid stench. Die. The writhing black mass that covered the sky kept wrapping inwards, wanting to directly crush and tear Yang Feng apart. Ah! Yang Feng killed to madness. Even if he faced the omnidirectional and deathless crushing, he was still trying his best to resist and struggle. Just like a spinning gyroscope waving the sharp blade, there was an endless stream of those sharp evil sneaky hair strands. As Yang Feng endlessly killed, his battle intent instead became more and more furious. His eyes completely turned scarlet, and his entire person was enveloped by a layer of killing intent. Devouring. These tainted black hairs, full of cursed power, are also an inexhaustible source of energy. Yang Feng forcefully activated the Curse Eater's talent. His entire body was drawing the power of the grievous spirits, and through the dead bone white armor an unceasing stream of power surged to the tattoo at his heart. Grunt, grunt, grunt. The tattoos of the evil vertical eyes seemed to emit gusts of hungry swallowing sounds, the finest quality of grudge power, accelerating the progress of dormant metamorphosis. Put. Click. 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 Yang Feng's dead bone white armor continued to shatter, and countless fine wounds exploded with blood. Every moment, there were evil spirits with black hair cutting flesh and blood, dyeing Yang Feng into a bloody man in the blink of an eye. I'm not going to die. This is by no means the time of my death. This place, by no means, is a place for me to die. Yang Feng was faced with the predicament of death, but instead, he revealed a hideous smile that was excited to the extreme, the corners of his mouth almost grinning next to his ears. Kill again, kill again, kill again. Yang Feng completely unleashed his beastly nature in killing intent. His eyes could barely see a trace of human sanity, as if there was a blood-colored flame of rage burning. The power is 100% unraveled. Every cell in the body was in a state of frenzy. Every muscle fiber was taut. Every bit of power perfectly blossomed. That a hot heart, like running to the maximum power of the engine, roaring out a deafening sound. Hot blood like a rolling river rushing. Cool. It was as if Yang Feng's ears heard the sound of shattering. It was the shackles of DNA genetics being shattered once again. The shackles that limited human power being smashed to pieces by the power of epilepsy. In a split second, the tattoo on Yang Feng's chest slowly opened his eyes. The Curse Eater was completely integrated towards the flesh and blood. All the power mixed into the DNA sequence. The corpse-like killing intent plus the swallowed grievous spirits became part of the flesh and blood. Genetic ascension. Flesh and blood sublimation. Genetic shackles are continuously broken. The countless tentacles around the evil eye wriggled, piercing deep into the chest and heart, instilling power beyond physical limitations. Good timing. Yang Feng laughed maniacally, and the evil power of the darkest and lightless covered his body, actually drenching the white blade of the dead bone into pure black. The black dagger. Yang Feng's hand had an additional to dark and lightless black blade. The blade light chopped away. The hair made up of rivers of Chu Mei's resentment was easily chopped off in large swaths. The god of killers descended, his blade transforming into layers of waves, cutting off the resentful spirits and evil spirits while at the same time devouring the scattered baleful energy into his body. The more you kill, the more you swallow. No. Chu Meiren felt deep pain. The resentment that covered the sky and obscured the entire sky also seemed to have been chopped away with a single slash. There. Yang Feng's dead bone black blade cut through the endless and unending barrier of grievances and saw a figure suspended at the center of the stream of blood. Chu Beauty. That's Chu Mei's body. Die. Yang Feng's eyes were as sharp as falcons. Epileptic killing intent coalesced. The lightless and obscure black blade was covered with a layer of blood color. The sharpness converged at the tip of the blade, and the strength of the whole body was erupted to stab forward. Boom boom boom. The air produced a roaring sound. The layers of grievous chi peeled away and scattered, and the surrounding blood water was chopped in half under the terrifying might of this blade. Pust. Yang Feng came to Chu Beauty's side in a flash, and the tip of his blade pierced into its heart. Chu Beauty screamed miserably. The heart, condensed by the grievances, spilled outward an endless amount of horrifying energy. Countless grievous spirits wailed and hissed at the same time, accompanying this strike with Chu Meiren's mournful cries and lamentations. Devouring. The black blade devoured all the energy that spilled out of the heart of grievance. I'll take this heart. Yang Feng fiercely pulled out the black blade, and his other hand directly held the heart of the grieving spirit, followed by a fierce outward pull. Put. The heart that had gathered endless grievances was yanked off just like that. The sky is falling. With the loss of her grudge spirit heart, Chu Meiren could no longer manipulate such a huge amount of grudge energy, and the black strands of hair in the sky fell downwards. The violent tornado gradually lost its power, and the streams that flowed against the sky dispersed, dropping a pattering rain of cool blood. Centennial. I've hated it for 100 years. I still hate. Hate. Chu Meiren collapsed helplessly on the ground, muttering until the moment of her death. Still not giving up her hatred. You kill Chu Beauty. Rewarded with 10,000 bounty points. You have completed the Shimizu Village Challenge. You can go back to the apartment in hell immediately. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with blood characters. The reward of Chu Beauty was as high as 10,000 points, which was enough to see how dangerous and terrifying she was. Go back at once. Yang Feng chose to return to the apartment without hesitation. He himself was in a state of serious injury, while Ji Xuan and Qin Xuan were the same and had to return to the apartment immediately to receive treatment. The azure light flickered. Yang Feng immediately returned to the hell apartment and jumped directly into the dragon transformation pool without saying a word. Evolutionary conditions met. Please put the materials into the dragon pool and pay 5,000 points. Yang Feng was holding the heart of grievance in his hand, and the dragon transformation pool detected that it met the conditions for evolution, and after fusion, it would metamorphose again. Choose to evolve. All the materials. Get me the best. Without much ado, Yang Feng put the heart of the grievance spirit into the dragon transformation pool, and immediately after that, emerald green spirit grass floated up, as well as a hint of golden yellow liquid. Golden bloodline fusion. It would provide the energy needed for evolution, perfectly adapted to Yang Feng's bloodline, charging according to consumption. Grunt. The dragon transformation pool boiled up, and the heart of grievance released a terrifying energy that fused with the surrounding golden slime and gradually penetrated into Yang Feng's body. Evolution has begun. Chapter 48 Filthy Infant. Sands of the Void. Mutants' sectional limbs. Grievous heart. The evil sneak's tainted black hair overflowed and mixed with the viscous golden liquid, gradually merging with Yang Feng's body. Every cell was undergoing bizarre changes. Pure flesh and blood blending into resentment and murderous intent, mixing into an unprecedented genetic sequence. Souls? Flesh? People distinguish between the two. The shell is like a ferry boat rowing to the other side. It seems that the soul is the body. No. There is more than one direction of evolution or practice. What happens when the soul and the body truly merge as one? Breaking the limits. Breaking the shackles. Spiritual flesh. Yang Feng seemed to have found the ultimate direction of evolution. The evil eyes of the curse eater opened completely. Countless tentacles wriggled and danced wildly, then melted at the same time as the heart of the grievance spirit, penetrating within Yang Feng's chest. Heart. Yang Feng's heart violently stopped beating as the energy flow wrapped it layer by layer. Pure black to dark energy, accompanied by the resentment of filthy evil spirits, plus the killing intent of epileptic slaughter, mixed with a little bit of soul and self-awareness. Death. Yang Feng's body floated in the dragon transformation pool. His blood gradually became cold and his brain stopped thinking, just like a real dead body, just floating quietly. Rebirth. Time passes minute by minute. A faint heartbeat came from Yang Feng's chest, followed by a sound that grew louder and louder, shattering the heavy cocoon that encased him. The heart opened its eyes and cracked its mouth. It completed its metamorphosis, splitting a slit in the center and drilling out evil scarlet pupils, and below it, it split its mouth full of sharp teeth, just like a newly born baby, emitting the sound of birth cries. I am what I am. Yang Feng had an epiphany. The body of flesh and blood was himself. Every drop of blood that flowed was himself, and the mutated heart that cried out was also himself. Filthy baby. The name of this heart is called Filthy Baby. It was like a metamorphosis of flesh and blood tissues, like a metamorphosis of a metamorphosis of a metamorphosis of a metamorphosis of flesh and blood tissues from a broken shell of a Jindan, filled with an evil and foul aura like an alienated abyssal demonic creature. Yang Feng slowly stood up from the dragon transformation pool. Reach out. The dead bone white blade extended out, seemingly unchanged from before. Filthy babies. Yang Feng mumbled in his heart, and his heart opened its evil vertical eyes, and his mouth full of sharp teeth let out a cry and a sardonic laugh, followed by the extension of a strip of small, fat, black hands. Those little hands wrapped around the white blade of dead bone and quickly transformed it into an evil blade of supreme darkness. Collect. The idea moved again. The darkness of the filthy infant evil blade faded away in droves, and the white blade of dead bone returned to a normal hand. Evolution complete. The curse eater's talent merged into his flesh and blood body, mutating and metamorphosing into a filthy infant, gaining a brand new and terrifying power. Look at the time again. The time for this evolution was extraordinarily long. 7 days and 7 nights had passed. Ji Shui and Qin Shuang, did you extend the break? Yang Feng consulted the message prompting that the tenant had the right to consume points to extend the rest time because he was in a special state. Bounty points, 28,000. So little? Yang Feng had accumulated 30,000 points before, and the rewards from Qing Shui village were even more straightforward to beat. Just by killing 2 of Chu Beauty's doppelgangers and 1 of her main body, she gained 18,000 points, plus survival rewards and rent collection. It's only right that the bounty points reach at least 50,000 or more. A second look at the spending consumption reveals a shocking bill. Evolution Fluid and Advanced Spirit Herb, deduct 5,000 points. The Golden Bloodline Fusion Agent, which consumed more than 30,000 points. The 7 days and 7 nights of evolution, consuming the Golden Bloodline Fusion Agent every moment, ended up spending all the rewards from Qing Shui village, and even had to backtrack some of the accumulated points. Bloodline transformation was really not something that ordinary people could play with. Fortunately, he had accumulated a large amount of points in advance. Otherwise the Golden Bloodline Fusion Agent would have been cut off, and it would have been even more unlikely that the evolutionary metamorphosis would have been so smooth and perfect. Looks like bounty points or more. The golden evolution of the perfect creation is a bit of a bear to carry just for the bounty points alone. Unbelievable. Your accomplishments are world-shattering. The supreme great existences, hidden on the other side of the deep starry sky, couldn't help but applaud Yang Feng's amazing performance. Incredible performance. Extremely dangerous layers of hell. 7 days of extreme survival time. Struggling to stay alive so hard. All people need to do is to avoid the attacks of the spirits, decipher the rumors of Shimizu village, search for hidden props, and obtain weapons to restrain the spirits. And yet Yang Feng defeated Chu Beauty? Not just the 2 doppelgangers, but even the main body was killed. Violent deciphering. A force of 10. More eyes converged, all wanting to see this new star blazing from hell. Sands of the Void. A seemingly ordinary grain of gravel coalesced in the palm of Yang Feng's hand, and a hoarse murmuring whisper came from it. There is only one chance to break through the void. The whisker ring became hot, and immediately afterward the gravel began to melt, finally becoming one with the ring as if it had never existed. Breaking through the void? What's that supposed to mean? Yang Feng moved his mind and began to observe the interior of the Sumeru Arabidopsis. The space was 10 times larger than the original, reaching a level of 10 cubic meters, which looked like a small room. A black singularity floated in the very center of the small 10 cubic room, and a dangerous throb would be felt as consciousness approached. This should be the chance to break through the void. What do you mean? Yang Feng could not comprehend this power, and breaking through the void was portrayed as an opportunity rather than a supreme strike that penetrated the enemy. Maybe it will be used in the future. As things stand, the center singularity aside, the Sundering Ring upgrade to 10 cubic meters in size is a nice boost. Go out and look. Yang Feng confirmed his status and put on his clothes in preparation to leave. The 2 little piggies were also badly hurt, and I don't know how they are now. Hell Hall. One end of the corridor connects to the majestic and looming hall with the Hell's Heart sculpture in the center. Burning points to extend your rest stay. On either side of the hall are various functional rooms. Ji Shui and Qin Shuang were sparring in the combat training room, sharpening their combat skills. Look closely. Both had recovered from their injuries, with only a few minor details out of the way. One of Ji Shui's thighs was crushed, but it was reborn using a secret method of amputation, growing a spider knuckle-like prosthetic body. The thighs of this insect structure possess unrivaled strength and are shaped like the hind legs of a jumping spider, with hideously developed muscle lines. Sure, Ji Shui covered the surface of the arthropods with a layer of silver spider silk for aesthetic purposes, so at least it wouldn't look horrible. Barely a white silk girl? Boo! Ji Shui swept through with a whip leg, and Qin Shuan was directly whipped out a dozen meters away. Ouch! Holy beautiful girl, can we not use this trick? My arms are breaking. Qin Shuan grumbled, barely able to cope with ordinary moves. The 2 were practicing well against each other, but Ji Shui was different when she used that mutated articulated thigh, and she was able to directly whip Qin Shuan away. Practicing? Yang Feng appeared in the doorway and asked with a faint smile as he leaned on the doorframe. Boss? Boss, you're out. Ji Shui and Qin Shuang at the same time showed joy. Disappeared for 7 days and 7 nights. Yang Feng boss now finally showed up. Chapter 49, Hell's Cafeteria. Details of the final battle. 7 days and 7 nights of metamorphosis. Ji Shui and Qin Shuang didn't know what had happened, and the only thing they confirmed was that the landlord wasn't dead. Burning points. Extended stay. The 2 contributed some of their own points to recharge the Hell's Heart in the hall until boss Yang Feng returned. Sure, worrying is worrying. Qin Shuang and Ji Shui didn't waste any time, and after healing and strengthening their bodies, they mimicked the devilish training that their boss had taught them, and continued to enhance their strength. Come, Try your results. Yang Feng walked towards the training ground and then hooked his finger at Ji Shui, signaling for her to attack him. Good. You have to be careful, boss. Ji Shui didn't say anything. Although her heart was full of doubts, she still attacked fiercely according to her boss's orders. A soft thud. Ji Shui's arthropod paws violently stepped on the ground. Her jumping spider-like swollen thigh muscles rumbled and zapped hideously, erupting with a strength that surpassed that of human beings by more than 10 times, and shooting in the form of a sharp arrow. Nice. Yang Feng secretly nodded his head and carefully stared at Ji Shui's every movement. Shoo shoo shoo. Ji Shui launched a furious attack, her jab making a sound that cut through the air like a bullet passing by her ear. Yang Feng put one of his hands behind his back and stood in place as if he was a standing ancient pine. All attacks are disintegrated. Yang Feng stood still and easily blocked all of Ji Shui's attacks with one hand. Too much movement. Too much brokenness. The footwork is so singular that it's easy to find a pattern. Just by watching your shoulders sink, you can tell the next move. Yang Feng hit the nail on the head when he pointed out the problems Ji Shui had. Although her combat skills had improved dramatically, she was still far from being a true expert. Try it with your strongest blow. The corner of Yang Feng's mouth hung a smile as his eyes looked towards Ji Shui's mutated right leg, wanting to try the final killing move. Drink! Ji Shui droned. Her mutated arthropod right leg lashed out, the special muscle fibers bursting and bulging, drawing an arc at a speed indistinguishable to the naked eye. Boo! Yang Feng received it hard with one hand, seemingly lightly resisting this leg. The sound of blood and flesh colliding was dull and unmistakable, and the instantly squeezed air produced a blur of rippling wave marks, enough to see how strong the force of this kick was. Blocked? A killing move at full strength was just easily blocked by Yang Feng? Nice force. Yang Feng stood with one hand negatively, evaluating Ji Shui's full force strike and at the same time testing the strength of his own flesh. Perfect creation. Yang Feng had evolved to the point where he could easily resist Ji Shui's full force killing move by merely relying on the strength of his arm. The full force of the mutant arthropod strike, the power of the outburst definitely surpassed that of an ordinary human by more than 10 times, but to Yang Feng it was nothing at all. This, boss, you're too perverted. Ji Shui was so stunned that her jaw was about to be thrown to the ground. It was the same bloodline inheritance, but how could there be such a huge gap between people, especially Qin Shuang? His eyes were even wider like light bulbs, filled with incredulity. I was jerked a dozen meters away at once, and my bones were broken. Boss just lightly blocked it? Qin Shuang rubbed his swollen and purple arm. The mutant arthropods the same blow, but produced a very different effect. Hungry. Let's eat first. Without much explanation, Yang Feng took the lead to leave the war room and walked towards the restaurant cafeteria not far away. Restaurant cafeteria. Hell's restaurant cafeteria is unique, with blood-red lanterns hanging around it, like adding an eerie filter to make the whole environment spooky. In the center area there was a cauldron with a diameter of more than 10 meters, covered with a roof-like lid, and from time to time some steam would come out, and the sound of deep frying would come from inside. Dinner begins. Instructions are given. The lid of the giant pot slowly rose, a large area of steam roared up, and the entire cafeteria dining room became smoky, followed by a variety of dishes. Delicious delicacies. Mountain treasures. The steamer is filled with fresh lobsters and crabs, bright red in color, giving off a tantalizing aroma. The second tier of the steamer is home to some superb dishes such as buckwheat with preserved mustard greens, little crispy pork, steamed pork ribs, and a host of others. The third tier of the steamer is filled with some staples, crystal clear shrimp dumplings, juicy meat buns, and soft and savory steamed buns. I'll have some rice. Ji Shui smiled as she walked up. The bottom of the steamer basket was covered with a whole layer of pearl rice, grainy, crystalline and full, emitting a pure aroma. Beyond that, another area of the cauldron has many fried and baked foods, top-quality premium matured steak, oily colored roasted leg of lamb, tender roasted suckling pig with crispy skin. There's even a fondue area. A wide variety of fresh meat ingredients are paired with watery fruits and vegetables, and even the pot bases and dipping sauces have dozens of varieties. That's what's so great about Hell's Cafeteria. Every 12 hours, the cafeteria's cauldron makes a brand new batch of food that is large and filling. I have to say over the 3,000 points were well spent. There was no need for people to spend exorbitant points on food, and the cafeteria was perfectly capable of satisfying everyone's appetites. Yang Feng took several plates of meat. After 7 days and 7 nights without eating, even though there was evolution liquid to replenish his energy, his flesh felt very hungry, and he nonchalantly enjoyed it with a big mouthful. Ji Shui and Qin Shuang also came with their dinner plates, and both of them had a lot of questions in their minds. Boss, what the hell happened that day? Qin Shuang inquired about the experience of Qing Shui village. The fearful experience was still fresh in his memory, and a slight scornful look appeared on his face. The grievous spirit Chu Beauty was so terrifying that it took the three of them working together to destroy the second doppelganger, and they were severely injured for it. One of Ji Shue's legs was crushed. Qin Xuan was even closer to running out of gas and his life was faltering. In this state, Boss Yongfeng actually struck out again to chase after Chu Beauty's main body. It was hard to imagine what kind of desperate challenges would be faced. Yeah, I lost a lot of blood then, and I barely survived by forcing a spider silk to strangle the veins in my legs. Ji Shui also nodded her head frequently. The battle of the grievous spirit Chu Beauty was really too miserable, fighting with all her might to barely defeat it, but it was just a split phantom. How strong is the Chu Masha's original body? How grueling was the boss's final battle? You want to know? Yang Feng's mouth was full of grease stains, and he spat out a piece of bone and took out a paper towel to wipe it slightly. Ji Shui and Qin Shuang nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice, both wanting to know the details of the final showdown, which was bound to be a thrilling and appalling battle. The details are off the table. You know the results. I was in my room for 7 days and 7 nights. What happened? Take your time and guess. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a mysterious smile before he continued to enjoy his feast. He said it, but it doesn't seem to say. Ji Shui and Qin Shuang looked at each other, exasperated and at the same time thinking deeply about a problem. The boss possessed extremely perverted and powerful strength, yet he had been in seclusion in his room for 7 days. Was his injury so severe that he was on the verge of death? The two produce infinite reveries. Too bad. Can't know the details of that battle, can't appreciate the heroic posture of Boss Yongfeng fighting at full strength. Then again, Qin Shuang, what is the next tier challenge? Yang Feng inquired about the serious matter. Qin Shuang, who possessed the prophet ability, was able to see the specific picture of the next layer of hell. Carrion. Chaos. I saw the whole city plunged into a terrible catastrophe. Qin Shuang began to paint a picture of what he saw, and surprisingly, it was again about rotting corpses and fey. Some nostalgia. This is literally where dreams begin. Yang Feng's first hellish challenge was to run into carrion with a large number of monsters. But, according to the picture described by Qin Shuang, the 8th level of hell was a brand new city where disaster had just erupted, and it wasn't deserted for decades like the ruined city of doom. Interesting. This kind of hellish challenge rewards points quite a bit. Chapter 50 Raccoon City. Side quest. Other teams. The heart of hell burns. With quite a few team points left, the Dodo squad took a week off. Yang Feng often locked himself in the physical strengthening room and conducted devilish special training and tests alone to try out his various abilities. The content of the test is not visible to Ji Shui and Qin Shuang, but they can deeply feel an extremely strong danger. The earth shook. Inside the door of the physical strengthening room, there were often loud booming sounds, causing the entire hell hall to tremble slightly. Could it be that the boss was testing the limits of his own strength? I don't know. Don't dare guess. The little piggies shivered. The boss is as terrifyingly strong as he is, but still so desperate for special training. Let's go for it. Ji Shui raised her pink fists, her eyes burning with fighting spirit. She mustn't slack off or the strength gap would only get further and further away. Day by day. Special training, eating, sleeping. Life in hell is just so dull and boring. With a 3-point at a time boost in strength, Yang Feng would occasionally appear to personally guide Ji Shui and Qin Shuang's special training, and as their strength continued to increase, the two little piggies gradually matured. Solo. The two claimed to be unique, each developing very different fighting styles. Even without the guidance of Yang Feng's boss, he understands where his own shortcomings are and begins to carry out targeted special training. Finally, the appointed time is here. Ji Shui and Qin Shuang, all wearing a Type 0 pointman suit, were covered in advanced weapons used on different occasions, especially Ji Shui. Not only does she have a stormtrooper submachine gun with unlimited bullets, but she also carries a large case of imitation bee drones, followed by an intelligent mechanical dog. This is like a ghost combat team out of a sci-fi movie. Fully cloaked, ferociously armed and ready to go. The clock went to the last second. The message of Hell's challenge appeared on the surface of everyone's eyeballs. 8th level of Hell, Raccoon City. Hazard level, level 2. Dangerous, orange. Cursed pressure, 12. Time limit, 24 hours. Description, a biochemical storm has swept through this small town. Can you escape? The entire floor of Hell's apartment shook and fell downward in a frenzy. More and more abandoned apartments were being crushed, and the scent of the curse grew stronger in the air. But that's nothing. The three of the Dodo squad, having completed the enhanced transformation of their bloodline, were not negatively affected by the current concentration of the curse, but were instead greedily absorbed and drawn upon by the filthy infant hell of an elevator. The Dodo team stepped onto the elevator and the azure light flickered as everyone was transported into the infernal tiers. Light and shadow blur. 3 people were transported to the same room. The vertigo dissipated and the crowd observed the room. It looked like some adolescent boy's room. The room layout is very dated. The walls are covered with posters from the Terminator movies and portraits of several legendary baseball stars. The cluttered bed was emblazoned with star banners, a metal baseball bat leaning on the head of the bed, and a few trophies on a table not far away. The teenager was clearly a baseball fan and had a bright future ahead of him, having placed in the school league. Boss, look. Ji Shui lifted the curtains to reveal a glimpse of the night. The city was thrown into chaos, with fires everywhere, and explosions and screams could be faintly heard, interspersed with the roaring and snarling of hordes of monsters. Look downstairs again. A police car was overturned and the ground was covered with shell casings. Several of the magistrates mutated and became hideous carrion-faced corpses, with occasional low hisses coming from their throats. Raccoon City. Rule number 1, escape the city. Rule 2, kill monsters and earn bounty points. Rule 3, there are multiple teams of competitors in this tier. 500 bounty points per kill and 1,000 points deducted for the death of a teammate. Side quest, find and escort the doctor's daughter away. Rewarded with 3,000 points upon completion. Side quest, find the Veronica virus and receive a 5,000 point reward upon completion. The word blood surfaces on the eye again, and the rules of the tiers are revealed. Competitor? A side mission? The rules logic changed for the 8th Circle of Hell challenge. The challengers of this tier all signed a treaty similar to a lease contract, just like the Dodo Squad, and formed different teams, competing with each other, killing each other, all the while fulfilling the tasks given to them by the infernal hierarchy. Kind of interesting. Yang Feng carefully studied the rules. In simple terms, it was to kill everyone except the Dodo Squad. Go! Yang Feng faintly ordered. Ji Shui nodded, holding the gun and opening the door to the room, with the mechanical dog at the forefront to scout the way. Qin Shuang set up his gun to guard, the two tactically interspersed with one left and one right to advance, acting quickly and agilely, cooperating tacitly and seamlessly. The stormtrooper's submachine gun was fitted with a silencer and fired dozens of rounds a second, killing the two rotting corpses in the downstairs living room. Collection of Heinkatsu's rent, 5 bounty points. Collection of Qin Shuang's rent, 5 bounty points. Killing a common carrion awards 10 points. Yang Feng, as the landlord, collects half the points. It may seem like a pathetic 5 points, but if it's a large harvest, this would be the owner of the villa, right? Ji Shui squatted down to check. The two rotting corpses dressed to judge should be the villa's male and female owners, while their children who are good at baseball escaped. You see. Yang Feng walked downstairs and looked at the bloodstained television set that was broadcasting a loop about the current situation in Raccoon City. Frontline reporter reporting. The only bridge to Raccoon City has now been blown up by the military. A reporter with a microphone stood near the crowded bridge as countless innocent civilians wept in agony. Blow up. A few minutes ago, the missiles fired by the whizzing fighter jets directly destroyed the bridge connecting to the land, and hundreds of ordinary people with a large number of vehicles were reduced to ashes. The debris rolled. After the explosion, the bridge collapsed. Countless rocks and cars crashed into the sea, and more innocent people could not escape in time and were buried in the cold water. The military claims. In 24 hours a nuclear bomb will be activated to destroy the entire Raccoon City and prevent the infection of the biochemical virus. As a reporter for Raccoon TV, I'm calling on. The reporter in that TV set was talking when suddenly the sound of monsters hissing and growling came from nearby, and several festering, rotting corpses tackled her to the ground. This was followed by harrowing footage of videographers and crew members being disemboweled, and the TV program was urgently cut off. Warning, warning, warning. Survivors of Raccoon City, please proceed to the designated rendezvous point. The military will be sending helicopters to the rescue, so please escape as soon as possible before the nukes are launched. The snowy white noise then shifts and a hardened general with a full head of hair appears on the screen to give a final warning to the residents of Raccoon City. Nukes? In 24 hours, the entire city is about to be destroyed. This level of hell challenges, and while there is no time limit, a nuclear explosion is the death knell of death. We only have 24 hours. Yang Feng frowned slightly, always feeling that the time was a bit too rushed, and continued. Kill the carrion monsters to earn points, annihilate the other squad members, complete the side quests, and finally escape the city. That's about it for the plan. Chapter 51 Monster Killing Game. Crawling Beasts. Nitrous. The flames spread. A biochemical disaster has swept through Raccoon City, and there are cries of mourning and wailing everywhere. The sheriff's department's phones were constantly busy, and the sheriffs couldn't cope with the tidal wave of corpses as the death toll soared. At this point, hundreds of small, unassuming bees form a matrix hovering into the sky. Ji Shui maneuvered the handle, and the swarm of imitation bee drones explored the surroundings, and the condition of the small half of the city came into view. The mechanical dog opened the way in front. And the scanning function of the checking and striking unit was so powerful that the carrion that approached just showed its head and was immediately shot in the head by the machine gun. It's done. The tide of corpses hasn't merged yet. Most of them are a few hundred heads in size. Should we go and add fuel to the fire? Ji Shui kept switching the screen, and the streets of Raccoon City came into clear view. The wandering tide of corpses were seeking the smell of blood and looking for a human convergence. There's still plenty of time. Yang Feng nodded. Annihilating the tide of corpses was a slight warm-up. Boom, boom, boom. Storming submachine gunfire. The carrion corpses that were lying on the ground and gnawing on the flesh and blood were beaten into rotten meat in a matter of moments. Qin Shuang held a large caliber Desert Eagle in his hand and had installed a module with unlimited bullets. And with one shot, he directly smashed the carrion's head into a blood mist in fragments. Oh, the unlimited bullet module, as I recall, can only be fitted with conventional bullet models. The Sandhawk of yours? It uses magnum tungsten armor-piercing rounds, right? Yang Feng noticed that the big killing weapon in Qin Shuang's hand, the Desert Eagle, which was known as the Xiaojin hand cannon, could also be fitted with an unlimited bullet module, and it was a special type of armor-piercing bullet. Hey, it's still the boss who knows what he's talking about. Qin Shuang held up the Sandhawk in his own hand and said with a bit of smugness, "This is a gift from the stars, so it can undergo special modifications." So it is. The terrifying supreme greatness of the being will descend to reward what is given. The Sumeru ring on Yang Feng's left index finger was the gift of the supreme being. Qin Shuang's Desert Eagle was the same, with magnum tungsten armor-piercing bullets, plus an infinite bullet module, and even the gun body was customized from an unknown material metal. Soon, the crowd came to the chaotic streets. A large number of sedans crashed together in a panic, and the carrion monsters smashed the glass windows, forcibly dragging the drivers out and opening their bloody mouths to gnaw and tear. The rotting corpse's throat let out a low, hoarse roar, and the virus-mutated body seemed to move slowly, but its strength was greater than that of an ordinary person. The number of people killed is growing. Several hundred rotting corpses formed a small wave of corpses that gathered in the direction of the gunshots. They're coming over. Ji Shui's face was excited as she ordered the mechanical dog to fire on all cylinders. Metal bullets were pouring out crazily, and the guns on the back of the mechanical dog were also fitted with unlimited bullets modules. So one had to marvel at Ji Shui's wealth and generosity. Hey, Kiju, save some for me. You kill too fast. Qin Shuang's face became anxious when he saw the tide of corpses fall in large swathes. The storm submachine gun turned into a stream of shattering rain. More than 30 rounds would be fired at the tide of corpses every second, and wherever the gun was aimed towards, there would immediately be a large area of blood and shattered flesh bursting and exploding. The mechanical dog comes with a scanning lock, and under full fire, the muzzle rotates 8 times a second, which also represents the extermination of 8 monsters. Collection of Heinkatsu's rent, 5 bounty points. Collection of Heinkatsu's rent, 5 bounty points. Collection of Heinkatsu's rent, 5 bounty points. Yang Feng's hidden message bar. The points were swiped in a big way. The monsters were massacred on a large scale, and the tide of corpses couldn't even come close. Qin Shuang was in a hurry. If you don't do it, the points will be gone. Qin Shuang instead rushed towards the tide of corpses, continuously pulling the trigger of the Desert Eagle. The large caliber bullets penetrated extremely well, shattering the carrion's head without any hindrance, and the trend was unabated as they ran backwards continuously, directly shooting 5 monsters before deviating from the trajectory. One shot, killing 5 heads. Even more kills could have been made if the angle of the shot had been adjusted further. Yes, ha. The zombie fighting genre is my favorite, too. I didn't think I'd get to try one in hell. Qin Shuang laughed out loud. Killing the tide of corpses was as simple as playing a game. Indeed, the Dodo Squad was too strong, killing low-level monsters without any pressure. It was simply chopping and slashing. It seems there is no need to make a move. Yang Feng pulled out a pack of Lacoon. The silver bright lighter made a crisp sound, bored and lit a cigarette for himself. This kind of low-level carrion is not yet qualified to let Yang Feng personally do it. Just give it to the little piggies. The feeling of lying down and collecting rent is also good. Yang Feng's eyes aimed at the dark shadows. There were grotesque figures weaving in and out of the shadow-covered alleys, shaped like giant canines, climbing quickly up the houses. Fey, reptiles. Scarlet's giant body, with its hideously swollen muscles, actually tore through the outer layer of skin, revealing steel-like fibrous tissue. These Fey look similar to the monstrous blood beasts, only a few times smaller in size, but they could be compared to the strongest bison. Exhale. Yang Feng exhaled a mouthful of smoke and didn't speak out to remind him, wanting to see the clinical performance of the 2 little piggies. Fei, Qin Shuang is careful. Ji Shui, being a webweaver with many small spiders densely surrounding her, immediately sensed the crawling beast and alerted Qin Shuang in the distance. Boo! There was a loud bang. The reptilian beast's scarlet and huge body leapt down, its sharp claws flashing with a cold aura as it pounced viciously in Qin Shuang's direction. Poof! Qin Shuang let out a cold snort and quickly rolled backward without any hesitation or indecision, easily dodging the strike. Special training is not for nothing. Whether it was the ability to react, the strength of the physical body, or the patience and heart, they had all been strengthened to a great extent. Just by you dare to sneak up on me. Qin Shuang raised the sandhawk in his hand and pulled the trigger continuously. The reptile's muscle fibers were very tough, but it couldn't withstand the magnum tungsten armor-piercing bullets, which instantly shattered into a large blood splatter, and its head was also blown out in half. Collection of Qin Shuang's rent, 50 bounty points. The reptilian beast was worth 100 points, and collecting half of it has rent significantly increased the efficiency of earning money. The other side, Kazetsu wasn't idle either. As Stormlight locked onto the wall-crawling beast at all times, the metal bullets turned into a torrent and shot out 2 reptilian beasts in succession, landing heavily on the ground with a dull sound. But the reptilian beasts seemed to have some intelligence. They could see that Kazetsu was the biggest threat, and 2 of the crafty face skirted the wall to the roof of a nearby room and leapt down violently. Unperturbed, Ji Shui maneuvered Tempest with one hand and pulled the trigger, killing one of the crawling beasts while her foot stomped the ground and erupted into a sidekick. Boo! A deep, muffled sound and a collapse of flesh and bone. Ji Shui's mutated arthropod thigh kicked at the other reptilian beast, and the terrifying force actually directly kicked it away. The monster's chest position deeply dented, and its foot almost stepped through its body. This killing kick exploded with far more force than most of the reptilian beasts. A few more shots were added. The struggling monster on the ground lost its life, and all the other Fae were quickly eliminated by Qin Shuang. Not bad. Yang Feng nodded his head silently, facing danger in the face of the battlefield. The 2 were no longer new recruits, and gradually became reliable and mature comrades in arms. Soon, the carrion and Fae were cleaned up. Yang Feng did nothing but collected more than $2,000 in rent, while Ji Shui and Qin Shuang also had a good income. One moment. I'll check. Yang Feng walked over to those Fae and cut open the back of their heads, then dissected the corpses. There is no blood core. There are no corrupted crystals. The biological structure of these Fae, completely different from the monsters in the ruined city of Doom, did not produce precious materials, which was slightly regrettable. Jingle bells. The crowd was packing up the battlefield when the street phone booth suddenly rang. Who called? The phone booth. The ringing, and the bloody battlefield full of debris is a bit eerie. Yang Feng walked over to the phone booth, picked up the receiver and put it to his ear, waiting for the other party to speak, and it was only after 10 seconds or so that the man's hoarse voice came. Hello, I'm the doctor. Chapter 52, Biological Weapon. Hunter-Killer. Doctor, a side mission? I'm listening. Yang Feng replied indifferently, waiting for the doctor's latter words. In 23 hours, a nuclear bomb will destroy Raccoon City. Your squad is well equipped, and even if it can resist the wave of corpses, it will surely be wiped out by the nukes. The doctor steered the conversation to nukes first, a warning of sorts, leaving very little time for that. Don't waste time, just get to the point. Yang Feng interrupted the doctor's topic padding. I can back up a helicopter and get you out of Raccoon City. As payment, your squad will have to do one thing for me as well. Save my daughter. The doctor states his conditions, and the plot is indeed determined to be a side quest for the doctor to save his daughter. As the blood lettering suggests, Yang Feng was silent for a moment, seemingly thinking. The doctor is monitoring the entire city with his cameras, and the other squads are bound to receive the same assignment. Good. We'll take this mission. Where is your daughter? Yang Feng took the task, and the doctor's voice soon came again. Umbrella Corporation. It's a pharmaceutical company on the surface, but deep underground there's a massive research institute base. Hive. I'll help you gain access, and I'll be in touch when we arrive at the Umbrella Corporation building. The doctor hung up after that, while giving the most crucial information. Umbrella. Hive base. Yang Feng left the phone booth, then ordered Ji Shui again. Plan a route. We're going to Umbrella Corporation. Buzz off. The imitation bee drone raises its altitude and observes the route to Raccoon City. The Umbrella Corporation was the mainstay of the city, and the company building was the most imposing and conspicuous, and the drone spotted the target immediately. It's about 5 kilometers away. Shall we go around the path, or just take the main road? Ji Shui maneuvered the device, followed by an expectant expression. Taking a small detour represents avoiding the wave of corpses and then arriving at the mission site as quickly as possible. Going down the avenue represents a big kill. Take the avenue. Of course, it's not like I mind the money. Yang Feng said as a matter of course. As a top mercenary, greed was also an important trait, trying to keep the benefits maximized. Kill. The three-man squad of the Dodo Raven walked straight down the avenue, facing the tide of corpses without dodging or avoiding, and began a bloody massacre. Gunslinger. Nitrous. Flesh and blood are flying. Those rotting corpses infected with the T-virus were beaten into pieces one after another, and the points went up. Cool. Kill as many as come. Unlimited bullets. Just have to be used on occasions like this. Qin Xuan killed with gusto, and in just less than half an hour's time. Not only did he earn back the points consumed by the unlimited bullets module, but he also doubled them several times over. City Hall. The three scrabbled along and soon arrived near the town hall. There are more T-virus infected rotting corpses here, simply because there are large numbers of vigilantes forming fortifications with the survivors in a last-ditch effort. Look closely. There were a good 40 to 50 people around City Hall, fending off the tide of corpses with a variety of weapons, waiting for what the military called rescue. Where's the promised helicopter? Asterisk is running out of ammo. The outer ring can't hold. Strategic contraction. All to the house. The sheriff was firing his shotgun and directing the panicked crowd, looking even more powerless against the growing tide of corpses. At this point, Yan Feng's three-member Dodo squad happened to be in the neighborhood. Cool. There are more monsters here. The dense tide of corpses fell layer by layer like mowing wheat, forming an impenetrable network of firepower. Ho 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 ho. The T-virus infected monsters roared, but they were powerless against the Dodo squad and could only die like moths to a flame. The army? So it's the military coming to our rescue? The survivors in City Hall were filled with shock, many hugging and cheering, much like a top-tier specialty squad by the way the Dodo squad was dressed. No, even the top-tier special squads aren't as fierce as the Dodo squad. Boom boom boom. As people cheered, a searchlight fell from the sky and the sound of propellers roaring followed. Large transport helicopters. The military really came through and kept their word to save the remaining citizens. We're here. Help! Help! Come and help us. Survivors streamed out of the doors of City Hall, waving at the helicopters in the sky, waiting for their rescue. Nope, this is not a rescue helicopter. Yang Feng raised his head. Below the multiple helicopters were hanging containers, printed with logos about the Umbrella Corporation, obviously not from the military. Boom, boom, boom. The container fell towards the ground with a deafening muffled sound. A blast of cryogenic air pressure is released from the curved hatch, and some sort of bioweapon is awakened and becomes increasingly violent. Those containers were violently smashed with a dent, interspersed with some harsh scraping sounds, and soon the hatch was slammed open hard. Faye, Huntress. It was a monster covered in hard shell scales. They were half bent over, their whole body covered with dense scale armor. Their limbs were extraordinarily thick and robust, and their palms were drilled with huge black sharp claws that were dozens of centimeters long. Excitement. Hunters are very sensitive to the taste of blood, especially fresh blood from humans. Those citizens were dumbfounded when they saw the appearance of the monsters, and the helicopters were even more desperate when they left, shouting, "Don't go! We're still here! Help us! Help us!" It was useless to cry out, and what awaited them was the merciless slaughter of the hunters. Tiger in the flock. The hunter-killers charged the crowd, shotguns and assorted firearms attacking them, but the thick, hard-scaled armor resisted most of the damage. Sparks were flying. The hunter-killers hardened themselves against the damage of the guns and wielded their sharp claws to tear people to pieces, and the whole town hall wailed as everyone was mercilessly butchered and gnawed at. That Umbrella Corporation that unleashed the monster? Ji Shue's eyes flickered. The Umbrella Corporation had gone so far as to go after civilians, and the bioweapon hunter-killers against ordinary people was simply a descending blow. Collecting data. There are cameras everywhere in Raccoon City, always under surveillance. This place is about to be nuked, and the Umbrella Corporation is collecting data to evaluate the detailed parameters and value of bioweapons through actual combat. Yang Feng narrowed his eyes and said, in fact, this kind of thing was often encountered in his previous life. All mercenary squads are up for grabs and need some concrete real-world data to show strength and raise their value. These are the images that end up in the hands of one dictator or terrorist or another. For the sake of regime stability, to create panic, they will go out of their way to buy bioweapons heavily. These Fey, they should be worth quite a bit of money. Kill them and earn some points. Yang Feng gestured, signaling to finish off these hunters. Chapter 53, Invincible Captain. Hell's Avenger Squad. Huntress. The brutal mutant monsters quickly slaughtered the survivors in City Hall. Carrying a torrential rain submachine gun, Ji Shui rushed near the hunter-killer, and the torrent of metal bullets turned into a rain of sparse light, shattering the hardened horny scale armor. The defense is really strong. The scaly armor on the hunter-killer's body is able to withstand shotgun pellets, making it difficult for normal caliber bullets to do damage. However, Storms are not conventional weapons. The rainstorm's shooting speed is extremely fast, but the power is also trustworthy. Streams of broken rain falling in the same area. Scale armor hardskin was hit by a few shots, crumbled and shattered. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Hundreds of bullets blasted into the body of the hunter-killer, and the scaled armor and hard skin were smashed to pieces, with blood and broken flesh exploding in large swaths. The hunter lost the protection of his scaled hard skin, and his flesh and blood body was beaten into a hornet's nest in an instant, and he fell heavily to the ground and lost his life. Collection of Kazetsu's rent, 150 bounty points. Nice gain. One hunter is worth 300 points. Ha ha ha. Your submachine gun is useless. Come see your cool brother's big baby. Qin Shuang revealed a gloating expression. Then with the super desert eagle in his hand, he fired a shot at the hunter's head. Boo! The hunter's scaly hard skin was shot through, and the tungsten armor-piercing rounds shattered the skull and came out of the back of the skull with sticky beanstalks, killing them in a single shot straight away. Not bad for a Sujin hand cannon. Not bad for a magnum tungsten armor-piercing round. Even mutated bioweapons could actually be shot in the head. This time it was Qin Shuang's turn to play the bully. The hunters came and went. All of them were shot one by one and got their heads blown off, and ended up becoming Qin Shuang's bag of points. Oof. Count your blessings. Ji Shui killed 3 hunters, and then looking at Qin Shuang not far away, he had already finished off all the remaining 7 or 8 Fei. Just some stragglers. Don't get too excited. Yang Feng spoke out from the side and reminded that for the current Dodo squad, both the tide of corpses and the low-level bioweapons were just stragglers. Nothing to gloat about. At this point, Kazetsu's imitation bee drone detected something unusual and picked up the large handle to observe the electronic screen. Zooming in and spotting another squad. There were about 5 people in that squad, moving quickly and swiftly, noiselessly taking care of the dozens of monsters in their way, and rushing into the Umbrella's building immediately afterward. Boss, come look. Ji Shui showed the picture in the electronic screen. These little mice rushed ahead of us to do the mission. Bad bad bad. We were preempted. Qin Shuang's face was filled with anxiety as he chimed in. Boss, let's hurry over there as well? Yang Feng's face was bland and he didn't have any tension at all. What are you guys panicking about? The side quests are that good? Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a ray of brilliance as he continued in a cold voice. The mantis catches the cicada, but the yellow bird is at the back. Hi, boss is really high. Hey, let the gang explore first. Qin Shuang gave a thumbs up, shamelessly patted the rainbow fart, and his expression was no longer nervous. Everything was in the boss's hands. Yang Feng turned his head and looked at Ji Shui beside him again, waiting for her opinion. Fear not. There is more than one yellow bird. The bloodletter suggests that there are multiple teams competing, and that other squads may be watching, trying to be the yellow bird that hunts the mantis. He. Behind the yellow bird, there might be an old cat waiting. Ji Shui judged the current situation. With multiple teams competing against each other and the intelligence still unclear, it was best not to make any rash moves. Yang Feng nodded silently. This analysis is correct, but if you consider the power gap, it's not as simple as a mantis catching a cicada. We're not yellowbirds, and we're not old cats hunting yellowbirds. Yang Feng's voice iced over a bit, and there was more of a murderous aura as well, as he cruelly continued. We are hunters, and the kind with guns in their hands. Winner takes all. Whether it's cicada, mantis, yellow bird, old cat, all of them. Bully. This is the confidence of the absolutely strong. Ji Shui and Qin Shuang exchanged a glance. Then the way they looked at Yang Feng again changed again. Their eyes filled with reverence. Invincible captain. A security-filled dominion. Hot blood surged, and the feeling of swearing to follow arose in the hearts of the 2 little piggies. Yes, boss. Then let's continue killing monsters and earn more points. I don't care about the mission. Ji Shui patted her small chest, her face filled with excitement, while Qin Shuang beside her nodded in agreement. Ding! Yang Feng lit a cigarette for himself and revealed a confident and cruel smile. Sure, it's still early. Hunt the monster. You should be able to catch some small sparrows. With a wave of his hand, Yang Feng was not prepared to immediately enter the umbrella building. Instead, he had the Dodo squad continue to hunt the tide of corpses in the periphery. A few moments later, once again, there was a burst of gunfire from the streets of the city. Da. Boom. Ji Shui held her storm rifle in her hand, and streams of fine fire and rain fell towards the tide of corpses. The mechanical dog stood at a high point, the auto-retractable machine gun behind it automatically scanning and firing, forming an airtight output net with Ji Shui. Qin Shuang, on the other hand, had his sandhawk in hand, blasting the occasional Fei and bioweapon to death, then randomly shooting through the skulls of a large number of rotting corpses. Collection of Heinkatsu's rent, 5 bounty points. Collection of Heinkatsu's rent, 5 bounty points. Collection of Qin Shuang's rent, 150 bounty points. Point swipe. This was like cheating in a zombie fighting FPS shooter game by turning on the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow's unlimited bullets and auto-scanning function. Scavenger. The Dodo Squad became the cleanup crew of Raccoon City. In fact, there was no need to nuke the city to destroy it. As long as there was enough time, the 3 people from Dodo Squad would be enough to clear the entire city of all monsters. But, the nukes still need to be launched. Exterminating the infection is just a reason. Destroying all the evidence is the key. And never let the outside world know what happened in Raccoon City. The fanfare of the hunt continued and soon drew the attention of others. At the top of an office building, a team of 4 was observing the powerful duo downstairs. One of them held an intricately constructed composite bow and arrows in his hands and wore a cool leather power suit. His sharp eagle-like eyes observing the surroundings. Eagle Eye. That's what he calls himself. Seemingly parodying a character from some superhero movie. Plenty of firepower. That's strong. Their weapons have all been upgraded and fitted with modules with unlimited bullets. Perfect for exterminating carrion corpses. Hawkeye reported on the battle while giving an envious look. Unfortunately for his own bow and arrows, he was unable to strengthen it with the infinite bullet module. And even if he could realize the infinite arrow function, pulling the bowstring was still physically exhausting. Can't we just grab it? A slightly flirtatious and lazy voice came. It was a woman with a black leotard that showed off her shapely body to perfection, and blonde dyed hair that was easily reminiscent of another legend. Widow. That's her code name. Hawkeye is backing up from a distance. I'll join the Widow and take them both out before grabbing the weapon with unlimited ammo. A strong male voice sounded, and the tall, strong man held a circular shield in his hand, plastered with a bright, confident smile as the flames burned graphically. Captain Hell. Oddball. It's really odd. These guys are just cosplaying from Hell. They play classic characters from one of the movies in their lifetime and chuck in some personalities to form an amazing team. Hell's Avenger Squad. Chapter 54, Your crew is about to die. Pay attention. We're being watched. The target should be at the top of the office building at 3 o'clock. Kiyuki sent out a warning with the communicator on her tactical helmet as she killed the monster. Weaver of Webs. A small black spider crawled on the rooftop. The swarm of imitation bee drones activates, catching several people on camera, but they know nothing about it. See? Yang Feng stood in the dark shadowy place and received the message through his headset. The pupils of his eyes narrowed as he looked at the figure on the rooftop of the office building. Suddenly, then Hawkeye, standing on the roof, drew his bowstring and shot at the ground. Magnetic Storm Arrow. A special arrow with a flickering blue light was the first to shoot in the direction of the mechanical dog, erupting into magnetic storm ripples the moment it landed on the ground. Zip, zip, zip. The azure-colored light shimmered as the spreading magnetic storm destroyed the mechanical dog's chips and electronics, affecting even the nearby full hive. The electronics are not working. The imitation bee drones lost control and crashed to the ground. The offense is on. Several more arrows fell from the sky in succession. Exploding arrow. Arrows that flashed with red points of light were shot one after another towards Jishui and Qin Shuang. Duck! Jishui and Qin Shuang quickly dodged, moving their feet at a rapid pace to dodge the arrows. Rumble! Exploding arrows exploded. Scorching heat poured out, accompanied by shockwaves that shattered the glass of nearby cars. The two were prepared. As they flashed around, they hid behind cover to avoid the blast. Ha! Pretty impressive. A shapely figure quickly attacked. The widow with a full head of blonde hair rushed to Jishui's side in the twinkling of an eye, confidently choosing to fight in close combat, wanting to use her superb fighting skills to subdue Jishui. The other side, a tall and powerful man appeared near Qin Shuang. With a shield made of special metal in his hand, the captain of hell launched a brazen charge. Dang it! The Desert Eagle fired tungsten steel armor-piercing rounds, but they only splattered sparks when they hit the shield made of shot gold, and the impact caused by the bullets barely halted Captain Hell's stride for a moment. Can't you get through? Captain Hell's shield is just too hard. It's over. Hawkeye on the rooftop smiled triumphantly. Another man approached, his skin a bleak green color, glancing at the remnants of the battlefield and slightly pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. It does end. Weaponry, after all, is only an external force. The green-skinned man snorted. Precious points invested in external forces such as weaponry was a complete waste of luxury. Green Bar. That's his nickname. Green Fighter has a unique bloodline talent. His skin becomes as hard as iron, and he can also transform into giganticization in a rage. His strength is exceptionally terrifying. It was clear that he was the one who dominated the entire Hell's Avengers squad. Ha ha ha. An icy snort suddenly came from the dark shadows. Who? Greenba and Hawkeye snapped their heads around to look at the man hidden in the shadows. Yang Feng. He had arrived on the roof at some point, and had been listening to the two clowns' conversation until he let out a sneer that went unnoticed. "You're the captain, aren't you?" Yang Feng smiled faintly as he walked to the edge of the rooftop and shook his head regretfully. "Unfortunately, your teammates are going to die out." "What do you mean?" Green Fighter frowned and followed Yang Feng's gaze downwards. The battle situation seemed to have changed. Widow physical fighting is great. Ji Shui's combat skills, however, weren't bad either. And the two of them saw their moves and defended and attacked at the same time, constantly dissolving each other's joint lock techniques. It's more than that. Carrion monsters continued to pour in beside the two. As they resisted each other's attacks, they also had to twist off the heads of the monsters around them before turning around and continuing their attacks. And the battle became even more dazzling for a while. "You're good," the widow smiled confidently, followed by accelerating the frequency of her attacks. "And the angles became even more tricky. Hee, you're great too, sis." Ji Shui laughed playfully, but a murderous intent was hidden under her eyes. No longer continuing to test the waters, directly using a killing move. "Drink!" Ji Shui's right foot lashed out, and the silver-white silk-wrapped knuckle muscles swelled up violently, becoming as thick as a grasshopper's thigh. Powerful and powerful. The whip leg is like steel. The widow subconsciously raised her hand to parry, one hand protecting her head inside, the other forming a support, creating a perfect defensive maneuver. Boo! A dull sound of blood and flesh colliding came. The widow's face suddenly changed. The sound of bones breaking and shattering was unceasing, and the powerful kick instantly swept the arm bone off. And the trend was unabated as it blasted into the side abdomen. Pust! The widow's body spun in midair, her abdominal ribs broken several times, and she suffered severe internal injuries, involuntarily spewing out a large mouthful of blood. Skill seemed so powerless in the face of absolute power. The widow was shocked and speechless. A burst of heart-rending sharp pains came from her body, never expecting that the flesh of the woman in front of her would be so strong to such an extent. "It's not over yet." Ji Shui's paws collapsed violently, actually pulling the widow's fallen body back. Spider, a layer of translucent, silvery spider silk, somehow peeled off her thighs and wrapped itself around the widow's body. This stomped back and pulled back, the silver spider silk tugging at the widow's body, yanking her hard against herself before kicking out again. A square stomp. Ji Shui stepped on the widow's chest and took her life directly amidst her unbelieving gaze. Collection of Kazetsu's rent, 250 bounty points, 500 team points earned. Killing a person will not only earn you a personal reward, but will also increase your team points, so it's a double whammy. The other side. Qin Shuang couldn't raise his head as he was suppressed by Captain Hell. That physically strong Hell Captain. The shield in his hand became the most restraining weapon against Qin Shuang, and a single charge sent him flying several meters away. "Qin Shuang, do you need help? Call me a good sister and I'll help you kill him." Ji Shui killed the widow and joked towards Qin Shuang, who was not far away, while lifting her storm surge rifle and started sweeping the tide of corpses that surrounded her. This one sentence clearly irritated Qin Shuang's pride. "No need for your help." Qin Shuang gritted his teeth and had to use his killer weapon. Ding! The heavenly eye on Qin Shuang's forehead slowly opened, blossoming out a heart-stopping, burning light. This move is very consuming. Qin Shuang's face was much paler, and it was still drying up and withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. But the power of this move was also terrifying. Captain Hell was directly fixed in place. His body was controlled by an inexplicable force, and he couldn't even move a single finger. Qin Shuang quickly circled around behind Captain Hell, took the Desert Eagle in his hand, and fired several shots at the back of his head. Boom, boom, boom. Magnum tungsten armor-piercing rounds, in quick succession, shattered Captain Hell's brain, exploding with a large blast of plasma and some tofu brain-like runoff. Collection of Qin Shuang's rent, 250 bounty points, 500 team points earned. Dead. Hell's Avenger Squad. Just like that. Lost 2 members. You guys. Greenbow was furious, but there was a hint of doubt in his eyes in addition to anger. Why? The teammates who had just been dominant were easily killed in seconds in the blink of an eye. Why on earth? You two are next. Yang Feng turned back. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a cruel caricatured smile. Chapter 55, Punching to the Flesh. Sound and fury. Kill him. Green Fighter roared, his entire body expanding rapidly. The huge muscle mass pushed through his clothes, and his thick, gnarled arm was like a pillar of stone at the top. Whoosh! Hawkeye fired several arrows in quick succession, purposely deflecting them to the ground as the pale white light flickered and erupted into a deafening sound. Shock arrow. It could also be called a sonic boom arrow, which wasn't very lethal on its own, but the sonic boom sound it produced could stun the enemy and temporarily stop them from moving. Yang Feng loomed large. The superb physique of a perfect creation is able to resist all the effects produced by a sonic boom. The dragon devours our enemies. Hawkeye took out a special arrow from his arrow pouch, engraved with a lifelike pattern of a divine dragon, containing unimaginably terrifying energy. He pulled up the bowstring with all his strength and poured his entire body into this arrow, and the totem engraved with the divine dragon seemed to come to life. Ho 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 ho! The moment Hawkeye loosened the bowstring, the arrow transformed into a huge dragon with teeth and claws, roaring and unleashing devastating power. The earth trembles. Wherever the dragon went, the ground was crushed and burst open, and the reinforced concrete of the ground disintegrated and ruptured in an instant. Not bad. This archer is pretty strong, with a killer skill. Yang Feng, facing such a terrifying strike, made an unimaginable movement, simply extending his right hand, followed by a forward grip. Buzz off. Yang Feng unexpectedly grabbed the arrow body directly, and it was also as if he was holding the body of that huge dragon. The destructive power came to an abrupt end, and the arrow body let out a strong sound of sorrow. Filthy baby. If one looked closely, one would notice that Yang Feng's right hand had turned black. The white blades of dead bones covered the palms of the hands, and the pure evil power of the darkest covered the white bones, turning them into an eerie black color. Creepy? Psychic powers? Magic? The black palm greedily devoured and sucked in the energy. The lifelike dragon became fainter and fainter, and the incantations engraved on the arrows lost their brilliance. Gone. The destructive dragon was actually held in his empty hands, and the arrow was reduced to wood shavings and fragments. No way. That's the power of the divine dragon. Hawkeye was shocked to no end. The divine dragon arrow was a favor bestowed by the supreme great beings. God blocking to kill Buddha. Its power needed no introduction. The entire top floor of the office building was lifted off the ground. Rubble and debris were crushed into pieces. But the enemy in front of him caught the divine arrow with his empty hand? Impossible. Human flesh could never stop a divine dragon arrow. This must be a defense-type item gifted by the great existences. There must be some secret treasure. Hawkeye pupils shook like an earthquake. The thoughts in his mind were as chaotic as a hemp, and he sat down on the ground as if he had drained his strength, and even lost the courage to fight. At this point, Green Fighter has also completed his transformation. He mutated into a 4-meter-tall giant. Angry flames filled his eyes. His palms were like thick grinding wheels, and he leaped up high towards Yang Feng and smashed his fist. Come! Yang Feng revealed a sardonic smile as he met the Green Fighter giant's onslaught with a punch. Boom boom boom. The earth trembled and the top floor of the building collapsed. The size of the very different fists, colliding together to send out a roaring sound. Reinforced concrete ground simply cannot withstand the strong pressure. A large area of the collapse rupture. Look closely. Yang Feng stood in front of Green Fighter, just like a child baby, but the power that erupted was not weak at all, and even had a slight upper hand? What kind of power is this? What kind of exaggerated physique is this? Underneath that seemingly ordinary body, there was such a great and terrifying force hidden, able to punch wildly against the 4-meter-tall Green Fighter giant. Finally a proper sandbag. Yang Feng's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. It was rare to come across an enemy who could arm wrestle with him in terms of strength. Barely. Yang Feng tore the clothes on his body, revealing his entire body's steel and magic iron muscle mass. Although it didn't look swollen and hideous, it was a superb material that had been melted and recast thousands of times. No dead bone white armor is used. No use of obscene babies. Fighting purely with his physical body. Strength against strength. Yang Feng laughed as he rushed towards Green Fighter, swinging his fists to collide together again. The ground shook even more violently. Rumble. Boom. 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 Yang Feng and Green Fighter swung their fists frantically, their strength squeezing the air, actually producing sonic ripples, and the surrounding glass burst and exploded. It's hot. Punching. Hearty. The muscle fibers of Yang Feng's entire body tensed up, and his bones made a crackling sound of fried beans. Yes. The force of recoil generated by the collision of those punches caused the whole body to be under pressure load, but instead, it could stimulate the potential of the body. Every muscle fiber, moderately stretched. Every inch of hard bone got a moderate pounding. Monstrous blood beast. Dead bones. Grievous heart. Yang Feng's bloodline had metamorphosed 3 times, and his physical strength was so strong that it was beyond compare, and it was really not easy to find an opponent like Green Bully. However, Yang Feng fought harder and harder, his whole body's blood boiling, enjoying the thrill of wielding his power, but his opponent was somewhat unable to carry on. Greenbrier's heart is in the right place. His mutant enhancement was very unstable, and although he could temporarily go berserk to gain great power, there was ultimately a limit. Fractured bones. The huge fist the size of a millstone couldn't withstand the terrifying punches over and over again, and the bones underneath the muscles were covered with fine cracks, and could break apart at any time. Ronza's bursting muscle fibers were almost hammered into loose meat, and with the powerful load coming from the recoil, even the blood vessels burst one by one. That man. Doesn't he know exhaustion? That man. Doesn't his fist feel pain? That man. Can his body withstand such a heavy recoil pressure? The more Green Fighter fought, the more puzzled he became, and at the same time, he felt a deep sense of fear, as the man in front of him exuded a more and more wild aura, and his power was climbing up by the minute. Not strong enough. Use a little more force. You're so big. Haven't you eaten? Yang Feng was enjoying the pleasure of wielding his strength and sweat, but his accompanying trainer was getting more and more ineffective, and was increasingly unable to keep up with his rhythm. Pervert! Green Fighter was beaten back and forth. His giant paws stepped on the ground, leaving a large crumbling deep pit. His bones finally couldn't withstand it and shattered open. Skin open. Giant fist spews out a lot of blood, only to realize that it has long since become a bloody mess under the skin. Let's talk. I can give you all the supplies and equipment. Green Fighter was completely scared and wanted to talk to Yang Feng about conditions to try to keep his life. Disappointment. This kind of opponent is so disappointing. Kill you and it's all mine. Yang Feng's eyes erupted with killing intent. No longer enjoying the smoothness brought by the battle, his feet violently stepped on the ground and blasted out a supreme punch. Breaking pole fist. The sinews of Yang Feng's back were like turning into the shape of a devil's cheek. His entire body formed a large bow, using his spinal keel as the body of the bow, and his muscle fibers emitted the sound of the bowstring humming. The power of the whole body is condensed in one point. The broken pole fist stormed out. The air instantly burst into ripples, followed by Green Bar's chest shattered and dented, straight to be whacked flying out, consecutively crashed into 5 or 6 walls. Chapter 56, Reunion Team, Gamma Ray Mutagen. Hive. Dead. Greenba spat blood and foam, his chest collapsing in a massive heap. Morimori's white bones were exposed in the air, and all of his internal organs were crushed, and the extreme punch killed Green Fighter in a direct second. 500 bounty points for killing an enemy. 3,000 bounty points for killing the Dawnbringer. Yang Feng killed Green Fighter and immediately gained a large amount of bounty points. Dawnbringer. This guy is strong and has won titles, so I didn't expect any surprises. Kill the green bully. Yang Feng crouched down again and felt for something near the corpse. Since this guy wanted to make a deal, it meant he had something good on him. Soon, Yang Feng found a mutilated reagent with a clear glass tube storing serum that gave off a magical fluorescent substance. Gamma ray mutagens, salvage. Note, the product of purification of gene serum. High concentrations of gamma-irradiated material can induce gene mutations. What's this? A purified potion for the Green Fighter's body mutation. This should be the potion used for the Green Bar's deep mutation, but it didn't meet the conditions for alienation on its own, producing only a poorly concentrated residue. I wonder if could fill it in themselves? The light is blurred. Yang Feng put it into his Sumeru ring, then took out another top and put it on. Soon, Yang Feng went back to the roof and came in front of the archer Hawkeye. Witnessing that amazing battle just now, he completely gave up resisting and sat paralyzed on the ground waiting for his own death. Why? Hell's Avenger Squad, always invincible, Hawkeye muttered, despairingly looking towards Yang Feng who was walking step by step. He couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "Why are you so strong? It doesn't make sense." Hell's Avenger Squad, with a cliffhanger advantage. They had encountered many opponents, but they had all been taken care of with ease, their foes powerless and left to be ravaged by the Avengers. Not this time. The Hell's Avengers Squad, instead, became the one to be savaged. How is that possible? Is it because the win rate is so high that it matches an unbeatable foe? Have to admit it. Your squad's okay. Yang Feng condescendingly watched with cold eyes and said indifferently, but that's only for ordinary people. Nothing to be proud of. The King of Kings, Champion of Champions. Yang Feng was a Dawnbringer, but he could still manage to kill in seconds with ease when facing an existence of the same level. Dawnbringer, there are also gaps. Dodo. I saw the message. Dodo Squad. Hawkeye chanted the word Dodo, extraditing people to their deaths, just like in myths and legends. Hit the road. Without further ado, Yang Feng grabbed Hawkeye's throat and twisted the cervical vertebrae with a little force, and his neck crookedly fell to the ground. 500 bounty points for killing an enemy. Annihilate the Hell's Avengers team. Earn 5,000 team points. The Hell's Avengers Squad is all but wiped out. On top of the individual rewards, you also get a lot of team points. And I didn't expect any surprises. A few minutes later, Yang Feng gathered with the little piggies. Boss is mighty. We're going to make a lot of money this time. Qin Shuang fiddled with Captain Hell's shield, which looked like it was also made using shot gold, and its hardness was beyond imagination. Surrender. Yang Feng hooked his finger, interested in the shocking gold material, and signaled for Qin Shuang to surrender his shield. Qin Shuang's face immediately turned into a bitter melon. The only redeeming factor is that himself has little need for Captain Hell's shield. Here, Qin Shuang surrendered the shield made of shot gold while glancing at the gloating Ji Shui and immediately reported. Ji Shui also got something good on the enemy. Ji Shui was shocked. This one is damaging and purely unbalanced. Oof. It's okay to give this baby to the boss. Ji Shui took out a book with the words, Spy Manual, written in large letters. Spy Handbook. You are able to learn a variety of spy techniques, enhance your fighting skills, strengthen your shooting marksmanship, and integrate your knowledge through the quantum learning method. Magic items? Concept-type props. It should also be a magical treasure gifted by the Supreme Being. This spy manual requires a drop of blood to appoint a master, and all the knowledge is instilled directly into the mind, without having to read a single word, and immediately blends in with the body. There's nothing new about what this book is about. It has a quantum learning method that is rather interesting. Yang Feng flipped through a few times. The fighting skills in the spy manual were not considered profound, and the various firearms knowledge and shooting methods were also quite general. On the contrary, this quantum learning method was so abstract that it only required a drop of blood to gain all the knowledge, eliminating the need to watch a series of processes of learning and training. This book is of no use to me. Yang Feng threw the spy manual to Ji Shui again. The content of the knowledge in the book was too basic for himself, and a lot of things were already outdated. Thanks boss. Then I'll drop my blood to recognize my master. Ji Shui took back the manual, then turned to Qin Shuang and showed it off, full of little smugness. Woo, boss is biased. Qin Shuang wanted to cry without tears. How can he be so unlucky? Eccentric? You take a lot of favors when you lick the bag. All those miscellaneous things that the boss can't see. The big head is taken up by you, isn't it? Ji Shui clasped her hands on her chest, her eyes slightly teasingly looking at Qin Shuang. The massive amount of weapons and equipment, plus many miscellaneous small rewards, can be cheaper for this kid. Cough. Qin Shuang violently coughed up, changed his face faster than a book, immediately flattered and said, Sister, I call you sister. Let's keep our voices down, okay? That's a lot of loud plotting in front of the boss. Yang Feng just laughed. Watching the little piggies fight had some fun. Okay, all stop. All the monsters in the neighborhood have been wiped out. Let's change places. Yang Feng looked at the carrion-filled wreckage around him. 2 hours had passed and it was almost time for the official action. Umbrella Corporation. A small team of 5. Entering the company building early. Wondering if the mission went well. Boss, we should go pick peaches. Ji Shui immediately read the meaning of the boss, and the next step was the much-anticipated peach-picking session. The Dodo team took a short break and headed in the direction of the Umbrella Corporation building. A few moments later, Yang Feng's trio came outside the main door of the Umbrella Corporation. The surroundings were filled with a mess. The walls and the ground were filled with bullet holes, and there were wrecked corpses of monsters everywhere. The empty hall was filled with the smell of blood. Several Fae had been slaughtered, presumably by the previous squad. Jingle bell, on 'em. The phone in the lobby rang. The doctor had called. Yang Feng walked to the front of the hall and picked up the phone at the same time. The doctor's anxious voice immediately came. You have delayed too much and come too late. A squad is after me. Any slower and I'll be dead. The doctor's tone was full of anxiety, and his own situation was very dangerous. Hunting? The doctor is being chased by another squad? Yang Feng's eyes flickered and he immediately understood. So it turned out that each squad received a different side mission. At first, Yang Feng mistakenly thought that the doctor would call each squad and assign the same task. Unexpectedly, other squads are affiliated with different formations and serve other forces, forming a situation of mutual antagonism. Is this to prevent squads from cooperating with each other? Tussle. That's what the supreme beings of hell wanted to see. If you don't want to die, don't talk nonsense. How do we get into the hive? Yang Feng interrupted the doctor's complaint. One more word and I'll kill even you. I will add access to the hive for you. You can just take the elevator down. The doctor replied. And then the row of elevators in the hall flashed green while opening their doors wide to await the entry of the Dodo team. Go! Yang Feng waved his hand and led Piggy into the elevator. The electronic device scanned the identity and the facial recognition all passed, gaining access to the base. Of course, it's good to be cautious. As a precaution against fraud, the first thing the team does when they enter the elevator is to break the top cover and be ready to escape. The elevator slowly descended. 50 meters, 100 meters, 300 meters. It became pitch black outside the elevator roof. The hive base was located 500 meters deep underground. It was hard to imagine that mankind could build an underground experimental base on such a huge scale. Ding! The elevator rattled as the hive experimental base arrived. Chapter 57, Red Queen, G-Virus. Perfect subject. Beehive experimental base. It's all over the place. The pure white metal walls were filled with bloodstains and scratches. The floor was filled with broken glass, and various documents were scattered messily in the hall. Rotting corpses. Many rotting corpses in white coats and overalls have fallen into pools of blood. They were all dealt with by another squad, with clean means and a short battle. Boss, hold on a second. Ji Shui took off her gloves, followed by dozens of small black spiders hopping down along her fingertips, quickly crawling in all directions, unfolding a biological intelligence web. There are very few spiders native to this area. Ji Shui could only release the cuties that were hosted within her body. At this point, an announcement came from the lobby, and the image of a man appeared on an electronic screen not far away. Doctor. It was a man in his 40s, his pale face in poor condition, his eyes covered with blood-red filaments, in a state of being infected by a virus. You're finally here. I don't have much time left, so I'll have to keep it short. The doctor controlled the electronic screen and a 3D graphic appeared on the screen, which was a map of the structure of the Hive Lab. The virus was compromised. Supercomputer intelligent AI, activated destruction mode, killing everyone in the entire experimental base. The doctor briefly stated the cause. Red Queen. That's the name of the superintelligent AI that runs the entire operation of the experimental base, with the doctor being the only one whose access is not restricted by the Red Queen. My daughter, Lily, is on the 3rd level of the experimental base. Lily is very special and immune to the virus. Please make sure she is rescued and the Umbrella Corporation will send a helicopter gunship to escort you all out. Long story short, the doctor outlines the current situation, and the figure of a little girl appears on the screen, unmistakably the doctor's daughter. In simpler terms, the enemy is the Red Queen, and the mission objective, Lily, is on the 3rd level of the experimental base. That's tough. Your daughter, too, is an important experiment? Yang Feng understood the beginning and end of the incident, and the corner of his mouth revealed a touch of playful mockery. The doctor wants to save his daughter, not because of so-called kinship, but because she is his most successful masterpiece. You're wrong. It's a gift. As a father, of course I want to give my daughter the best gift I can. The doctor's pale face smiled miserably, his expression looking sickly, seeing the viral infection as a boon reward. Deathstroke. The doctor experimented with his own daughter, after injecting her into the original virus, and then injected an experimental antibody in the initial stages. The daughter was lucky to be the only surviving case. Lily is infected with the virus, but instead of turning into a monster, she gains all sorts of incredible abilities. Self-healing ability. The number of cell divisions is no longer limited, and they are always super vigorous. This means that Lily can live forever and can stay young forever, and the wounds can be restored as good as new in a very short time. It's more than that. The doctor even extracted and evolved an improved version of the T-virus from his daughter's body. G-virus. G stands for God, which means becoming a god. Enough to see the doctor's ambition. Suddenly, the image on the doctor's side was so strongly disturbed that the screen turned into snowflakes from time to time, and the sounds of killing and fighting could be heard vaguely. The other squad, that team's mission, it seems, targeted the doctor, and broke through to the innermost levels of the experimental base, down to the last gate. They're coming to kill me. Remember, make sure you save my daughter, Lily, or the helicopter won't take you away. The doctor gave a final command, and then pulled out a purple syringe from a nearby suitcase, which turned out to be the very same G-virus that had been extracted from his daughter Lily. He injected the G-virus injection into his body and prepared for a final fight to the death. Rumble. The gate was blown open. A flying dagger with a flashing blue light instantly penetrated the doctor's skull, and the body slowly collapsed, recovering the G-virus. This mission was easy. A slightly flippant male voice rang out, and a man with light blue hair appeared on the screen, and it was clearly the leader of the other squad. He picked up the suitcase next to the doctor's body, which was neatly arranged with purple syringes, all of which had been extracted and cultured from Lily's body with the God virus. Ha! A couple of mice coming? The blue-haired youth noticed the image on the monitor and smiled as he walked up to the camera before greeting the Dodo squad towards them. The mice. You're too late. I suggest you run away or else. The blue-haired youth made a neck-wiping motion. The threat could not be more obvious. Arrogant. This blue-haired youth was too arrogant and already had a way of taking death. Wait. Boss will kill you all in a minute. I'm going to crack your skulls off and use them as bowls. Xin Shuang jumped in anger and stood behind Yang Feng with a fox-like threat. At this point, the hall suddenly flashed a red alarm. The image of the electronic screen changed again, red lines combining to form a 3D stereoscopic image that morphed into a woman's face. Red Queen. It is the super AI that controls the entire base system. The doctor is dead. Automatically upgraded to highest authority. Alien aggressor detected. Attempting obliteration. The Red Queen let out a cold mechanical female voice. The doctor had gained the highest authority of the base after his death and had classified Yang Feng's crowd as foreign invaders. The sound of a hatch turning came. A black door near the hall was slowly opened, and there were surprisingly rows and rows of biochemical weapons hidden inside. Reptiles. Huntress. There was also a giant, 3-meter-tall humanoid monster wearing a special black leather suit that exuded infinite power. Tyrant. It was an experimental weapon from the Umbrella Corporation, not yet officially operational. The hypnotic gas dispersed. The monsters had injection syringes attached to their backs, and the catalyst was quickly incorporated into their bodies, waking them up in droves. Ha! The Red Queen is pretty nice. All these monsters, they're all points. Qin Shuang directly pulled out a few high-explosive grenades and threw them directly in the direction of the Black Gate. The violent explosion caused the ground to tremble slightly. Several Fey were wiped out on the spot. Ho 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 ho! Growls abounded as more monsters broke out of the fire. Reptiles moved quickly through the walls, and hunter-killers rushed out of the gates against a hail of gunfire. The tyrant's looming body walked forward at a fast pace, moving at a seemingly slow pace but striding 2 or 3 meters away with each step. Qin Shuang and Ji Shui were at the front. The two little piggies, guns in hand, slayed different types of monsters until the tyrant came near. Boom, boom, boom. The Desert Eagle spewed long tongues of fire. Magnum tungsten armor-piercing rounds, surprisingly, did not penetrate the tyrant's body, only breaking large swaths of skin and muscle, but the wounds were not fatal. What a hard body. No time for fun. Wipe them out quickly, Yang Feng said in a cold voice, followed by a quick flash of his body. His palms transformed into white sharp blades and swept through the tyrant's body like a white horse. 1,000 points for killing the tyrant. The tyrant's massive head rolled down. So much for high-level bioweapons. Chapter 58, Infected with T-Virus. Arrogant Blue Ice Squad. Tyrant. Umbrella Corporation's latest biochemical weapon. Flesh is hard. Life is tenacious. Expensive to build. The tyrant is immune to most gun damage and is like a heavy tank on the battlefield, easily crushing all enemies. However, super powerful bioweapon, yet easily decapitated. Completely indistinguishable from any other monster Fey. Warning. Alien intruder. Please leave immediately. Destruction mode activated. T-Virus being released. The Red Queen's image appeared on the electronic screen, threatening Yang Feng's Dodo Squad to leave and activating destruction mode again. A large amount of T-Virus is diluted and turned into airborne dust, which rushes to every corner of the hive with the exhaust ducts. Exhaustive. The Red Queen, a super AI intelligence with not a shred of power of her own, can only stop the crowd by unleashing a biological weapon. Virus? As a perfect creation. Every cell Yang Feng possessed had been refined by 1,000 times. This is what the T-Virus tastes like. Yang Feng breathed in the air and actively ingested the virus particles, and the mutated virus was quickly devoured and absorbed by the perfect creation, and quickly melted and absorbed its advantages. Then look at Qin Shuang and Ji Shui. Both piggies are wearing zero-pointment suits with full coverage and gas masks to keep the biochemical virus out of their bodies. In the meantime, Blue Ice Squad, the Blue Ice Team, which obtained a sample of the G virus, suffered the scourge of the fish pond. The virus passed to every corner of the experimental base, and several members of the Blue Ice Squad were also hit, with their bodies producing many adverse reactions. Blue Ice Squad, you are invited to kill the alien invaders. If you can successfully carry out the repulsion of the enemy, T-Virus antibodies will be given. The Red Queen infects the Blue Ice Squad crowd for insurance purposes, then uses the virus antibodies as blackmail. What? We helped you kill the doctor. You're going to backstab and frame us now? Captain Polar Ice was furious, and the blue-haired man hated to destroy the Red Queen immediately. One moment was helping it to complete the task, but the next second suffered betrayal and framing. The entire team was infected with the T-Virus. It's an insurance policy. Make sure you all do a great job. The Red Queen explained with an expressionless face. To the super-intelligent AI, both the biochemical weapons and the Blue Ice Squad were just tools to be manipulated. There is no way. Not everyone possessed a powerful bloodline like the perfect creation. The end result of the T-Virus infection will, in all probability, turn into a senseless and hideous monster. Yes, Captain Extreme Ice gritted his teeth and accepted the task, then revealed a sardonic smile. Even if you don't say anything, you're still going to kill them. Several figures stepped forward. Snake Demon, Demon Spirit, Vajra, Blood Shadow. These teammates, all of them were strong individuals with bloodline abilities, and Extreme Ice, as the core of the squad, was a powerful Dawnbringer. Let's go. Kill all those little rats, Polar Ice ordered, and his silhouette quickly flashed, moving quickly in the direction of the base hall. Dodo Squad. Yang Feng's crowd officially entered the experimental base. Through the passageway at the back of the hall, one is able to see rows and rows of laboratories, with a large number of bioweapon experiments visible through the clear, reinforced glass. Body incubation, flesh mutation, bones and muscles squirmed irregularly, They were placed in one giant canister, with nutrient pods filled with green goo and mutated bodies filled with various tubes rationed to inject large amounts of viruses. Biochemical plant. Those biolabs, most of them stopped functioning. Many experimenters in white coats are locked in rooms where the virus released by the exhaust tunnel infects them into monsters. Pity. These monsters, they're worth a lot of points. Qin Shuang skimmed his lips, and just as he finished those words, the hatches of a large number of laboratories around him opened with them. Bioweapon release. The Red Queen's warning sounds as the monster, which is conducting an experiment, forces a massive injection of catalyst. The monsters in the nutrient pods were opening their eyes and banging maniacally on the pods, and large quantities of viral fluid spewed out as the terrifying monsters rushed out. Qin Shuang, you're such a crow's mouth. Ji Shui blankly glanced at Qin Shuang helplessly, then picked up the storm surge rifle for a burst of furious sweeping. At this point, Ji Shui's face suddenly changed. The web weaver's gift produces a reaction, and the little spiders sense something unusual. An enemy is coming this way. Boss, another squad, it seems, is coming over. Kazetsu reported in a small voice while kicking the monster in the air and then violently stomping on its head. Woe is not alone. Yang Feng gazed into the distance of the passage filled with monsters and also felt a trace of a murderous aura. I feel it too. Nice kill. The corner of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a touch of excitement. Hopefully this squad will be a little stronger and bring a little more fun. Soon, a woman appears in the hallway. She tore open some sort of restriction on her body, and evil energy spilled out with it, her body rapidly mutating and expanding, the human's legs coming together to form a thick, narrow serpent's tail. Giganticization. The snake demon quickly turned into a giant half-man, half-snake. The giant snake tail swung heavily, directly smashing the monster in front of him that was blocking the way into mush, hissing and charging towards Yang Feng's crowd. Asterisk. Demons! Qin Shuang shouted exaggeratedly, aiming the desert eagle in his hand at the snake demon, continuously pulling the trigger and bursting into large blood splatters. Drink! A bellowing cry. Another man rushed out from behind the snake demon. The man looked like a man of steel, every part of his body glistening with metal, blocking in front of the snake demon to help her resist the bullets. King Kong. He was clearly none other than King Kong, who had the strongest defense among the Blue Ice Squad. Ding ding ding. Guns and bullets rained down on Vajra, but they only made the clanking sound of metal hitting metal, rubbing out large sparks and deflecting all the attacks. Look at me. Ji Shui directly gave up her guns and faced the enemy instead of retreating. The swollen insect's knobby limbs erupted into a powerful kick towards King Kong's body, a square stomp that sent him flying straight out. In the meantime, the snake demon's huge tail also slapped viciously towards Ji Shui, wanting to smash her into mush. Poof! The silver-white spider silk wrapped around Ji Shui's thighs danced and transformed into countless sharp threads that sliced at the snake demon's tail, cutting through the snake's scales while bursting out large swaths of plasma. A pair of twos. Ji Shui actually managed to remain undefeated. However, between the gaps and the continuous attacks, the real killing move was finally shown. An extremely fast figure circled around, the short and concise blood shadow holding a short red blade in his hand, stabbing out a surefire strike at Ji Shui's most vulnerable moment. The blade wiped at Ji Shui's neck. At the critical moment, a sudden bellow came from not far away. Ding! Qin Shuang's heavily eye opened and shot out a brilliant aura that transformed into a fixation spell to fix the blood shadow in place. Boo! A loud bang exploded. Ji Shui still wanted to kill Blood Shadow back, but the snake demon's tail broke free of the spider silk and gravity slammed into the spot in front of Blood Shadow, smashing shallow craters into the ground and forcing back the strong and terrifying woman. That was the end of the first round of sparring trysts. Awesome! It's really awesome. At the end of the hallway, a young, blue-haired man walked slowly, clapping arrogantly. Captain Polar Ice raised his eyebrows lightly and continued. You guys can be considered a first-class team even if you can make my team members eat small meals. As he spoke, a gust of cold air emanated from his hand, condensing into an azure-colored ice blade. Radiate out. The blue ice blade sliced through the air, piercing the head of the last Fey in the corridor, killing it in just one blow. Qin Shuang, Ji Shui, you two stand down. Yang Feng faintly ordered, then walked alone to the front of the group, his cold and cruel gaze sweeping over the enemies. Oh, you're the captain, aren't you? Extreme Ice looked at Yang Feng with interest and said with a teasing expression, you wouldn't want to single-handedly challenge all of us, would you? Chapter 59, A Man is Ruthless, instantly beheading 3 people. Banter. Makori. Extreme Ice smiled arrogantly, as if he had already secured a victory. The smile only lasted a few seconds, and the proud face was quickly replaced by shock. Yang Feng moved, blurry residual shadows swept by, and the naked eye was unable to capture his figure at all. It was so fast that it was like a white horse crossing a gap. A fragrant elephant crossing a river, or a gazelle hanging onto a horn. Swish! The huge head swirled across the sky. The snake demon stared wide-eyed. His pupils vibrated and contracted, and he couldn't help but glance to the lower left, where his head had been separated from his body. Hand knife. Yang Feng, a ruthless man with few words, slashed out an untraceable blade and directly severed the snake demon's head. You? Extreme Ice's face suddenly changed. One moment he was taunting his opponent, and the next moment his teammate was killed in seconds. Snake demon. Vidra's eyes widened in anger, and his massive head threw itself at him, clasped in his hands as he roared at the top of his lungs. No need to grieve. No need for anger, because you are the next to die. Yang Feng's arm extended a cloud trail like white blade of dead bone, the tip of which flickered with a cold aura, and while the opponent had not yet reacted, he jabbed forward. Foot stomps. The blurred remnants arrived in an instant. The cloud trace bone blade sliced through the air, piercing through the snake demon's head while the trend did not abate as it stabbed at Vidra's chest. King Kong. Solid as a rock. Hard as steel. There was a crunch of a ding. The sharp point of the deadly bone-white blade pierced the chest, and a solid, thick layer of resistance was clearly felt. Metallic skin and hard bone blocking the deadly blow. Drink! Yang Feng shouted furiously. His heel stomped the ground violently, and he once again exerted his power to make inches. Xingyiquan, half-step avalanche. Yang Feng's move of half-step avalanche fist caused the dead bone-white blade to once again power up, and a stronger penetration force erupted, penetrating the rock-solid steel. Pust! The dead bone-white blade ran through Vidra's chest, directly piercing his heart, and a large mouthful of blood gushed out. Swing your sword and kill one. Bayonet. Kill one. Instantaneous kills of two people in a flash of lightning was unbelievable. Yang Feng let out a cold laugh between his nostrils as his other palm violently grabbed into the air. Blood shadows emerge. The short and compact killer possessed the ability of stealth, lurking in the shadows to deliver a fatal blow, but it was keenly captured by Yang Feng. Snap! Yang Feng directly gripped Blood Shadow's neck and lifted the entire person with one hand. You die! The Blood Shadow held a scarlet short blade in his hand and desperately threw it at Yang Feng, trying to pierce his neck. A slight inclination of the head. Yang Feng slightly twisted his head to dodge, followed by looking back at Blood Shadow. Catch! Yang Feng opened his mouth and surprisingly caught the scarlet shortblade's throw with his teeth, resisting the strike at its limit. No way! The Blood Shadow couldn't believe it, but the next second he heard the sound of bones breaking. His neck was crushed by the powerful big hand, and he lost his life by tilting to the side. Snake Demon. Vidra. Bloodshot. The time difference between the three deaths was less than 2 seconds. Yang Feng slowly pulled out the white blade of dead bones before releasing his other palm, and the corpses of Blood Shadow and Vidra fell to the ground at the same time. Visual impact. The image is just too shocking. Pervert. Am I blind? Boss. Is so handsome. Qin Shuang and Ji Shuai looked at Invincible's back. The moment he struck, he killed 3 people in a row. His movements were without any delay, just like a cruel killing weapon. The other side. Polar Ice couldn't help but take a step back. His pupils shook, his face full of incredulity. The teammate who had cooperated so well in the past died just like that. A flick of the wrist, a light jab, a light grip, the simplest of moves. Killing chickens and dogs in seconds to kill your teammates? Monster. What level of monster is this? No, this can't be right. Extreme Ice's eyes continued to shift, and then he tore his heart out and roared. Aha! The chanting erupted. Icy cold breath then gushed out. White mist spread in all directions, and a layer of frozen frost appeared on the surrounding ground and walls. I'll kill you. Extreme Ice swung his hands forward violently, followed by countless fine azure-colored blades appearing in the air, which were clearly a handful of ice blades created by his supernatural powers. Thousands of ice blades turned into a raging storm and swept towards Yang Feng in the distance, and the entire passage was penetrated. Poof! Yang Feng snorted coldly, permeating a thin, cicada-like bone armor that completely wrapped his entire body, and all the ice blades were blocked as much as possible. Chop! Yang Feng swung forward and chopped violently. The dead bone-white blade drew a perfect arc, and the stormy ice blades exploded into pieces, turning into azure-colored ice shards in the sky. Extreme Ice Cold. Extreme Ice, seeing that it would not be able to top it, released all of its foreign energy, and the surrounding temperature plummeted below freezing point, filling the air with large snowflakes. Ice wall. Blood turns to ice. The blood and water of the surrounding monsters and companions froze into ice, turning into a thick wall. Extreme Ice continued to exert its power, wanting to freeze everything into ice. Even Yang Feng's dead bone white armor had a layer of ice mist appear on it. Boom! 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 The ice wall collapsed with a bang, cracking into countless thin scratches and bursting into a sky of ice slag. Yang Feng broke through all the defenses, His cold gaze was even colder than the surrounding temperature. And the dead bone white blade arrived in an instant, turning into a cloud track in the sky. Pust. The white blade of dead bone sliced in from the shoulder position, then cut out from the side of the abdomen. And blood glittering with ice crystals suddenly sprayed all over the ground. Landing on the ground is two cut bodies. A knife cut in half. The captain of the Blue Ice Squad was killed with a single slash just like that. The polar ice is strong. Ice powers, the ability to freeze everything. The ability to create thousands of ice blades out of thin air is even more powerful. And the final move is impressive. It's a pity that polar ice ran into Yang Feng. Ice cold, brutal, decision, crushing hard power. No matter how fancy your powers are, they'll all be cut down with a single slash. Cough cough. Extreme Ice only had half of his body left, but surprisingly, he wasn't dead yet. The body that was cut in two was bloody and covered with a layer of ice crystals. The power of cold ice freezing the wounds and hanging on to its last breath. I lost, but don't think you can win. Killing me won't do you any good. Extreme Ice coughed out a large mouthful of blood, his face suddenly becoming hideous as he called up the last of his teammates. Demon Spirit, kill him. Magic Spirit. A black shadow drilled out from within Extreme Ice's body. That was the most mysterious character in the squad. A special character known as the Demon Spirit, capable of possessing the bodies of his teammates. The fury churned. The grievances generated by the total death of his teammates were attached to the body of the demonic spirit, forming a powerful force. The black turbulence rushed towards Yang Feng, and the body without physical form opened its teeth and claws, revealing sharp fangs and jagged teeth. Click, click, click. The dead bone white armor cracked open with a slit. Yang Feng swung his bone blade, and the slender cloud blade slashed through the body of the grudge, but it failed to cause any substantial damage. Immunophysical? This demonic spirit could transform its body into a baneful and resentful energy, and any physical damage would be hard to hurt it. Tentative. Yang Feng continuously retreated, but the writhing and tumbling black mist continued to chase after him, constantly changing into horrifying shapes and wailing like it would not die. Oh, not even close. Yang Feng wasn't even afraid of the grudge spirit Chu Beauty, let alone this churning black mist. Knock, knock, knock. The heart of the filthy infant in Yang Feng's chest throbbed, followed by the opening of his evil vertical pupils. Chapter 60 Filthy Baby Cry. T-Virus, G-Virus. Filthy babies, pure blackness, to darkness, evil, killing, resentment, death. The sound of the heartbeat changed, like a baby's cry, and turned into eerie sound waves that traveled around. Suddenly, the black fog bane stopped tumbling and stopped rigidly in midair, trembling violently, as if it had sensed something extremely terrifying. Escape. The black mist bane wriggled and retreated backward, wanting to immediately escape from Yang Feng's side, but it was obviously too late to escape at this time. The filthy infant opened its eyes, and evil to dark power surged forth with it, turning into a small, fat baby hand that wrapped around Yang Feng's bone blade. To dark obscene blade. Yang Feng revealed a cruel smile, followed by the filth blade swinging towards the writhing misty bane. Devour. The demon spirit's body was split in half in an instant. The sound of the filthy infant crying was deafening, and the supreme darkness filthy blade chopped through the black mist bane while devouring and absorbing the entire power. Feast your eyes on this, wolfing it down. Yang Feng stretched out his other hand, and a small, baby fat black hand extended from his fingertips, grasping towards the black fog bane in the sky. The cries are satisfied. The entire body of the demonic spirit was quickly devoured by the little fat hand, and soon all the baneful black mist in the entire space was eaten up. Dead. That most mysterious killer ended up dying in Yang Feng's hands in this way. Eat and drink. The filthy infant slowly closed its eyes, and the countless to dark and filthy little fat hands retracted as it began to digest the power of the demonic spirit. Magic Spirit. How did it lose? Polar Ice was on the verge of death, hanging on to his last breath of resentment. The demon spirit was his last killer. Polar Ice hoped to see the demon spirit Black Mist kill all of his enemies before he died. Never did he expect that the demon spirit would be killed back by Yang Feng. Not only was that man's physical body unrivaled, he even had such a terrifying curse attack that even the demon spirit, which was immune to physical attacks, was powerless, practically an all-round hexagonal warrior with no dead angle. How come? Die. Without much explanation, Yang Feng walked over to Extreme Ice and lifted his foot, then directly stepped on his head. 3,000 bounty points for killing the Dawnbringer. Annihilate Blue Ice Team. Get 5,000 team points. The squad is reunited and the points are in hand. Qin Shuang and Ji Shui only dared to poke their heads out from the other side of the passage when they were done. Horror. The strength of the boss became more and more terrifying. Hell's Challenge had an excellent matching mechanism, but even when the powerful Dawnbringers were brought together, they couldn't even hurt the boss half as much. Next up was the bag-licking moment. Qin Shuang smiled and started searching for backpack props. King Kong was a poor man and didn't search for anything good, while an unhatched egg was found on the snake demon. And when the light hit, it was vaguely visible with a small snake swimming inside. Boss. He. I can have this egg. Ji Shui thought of a good idea, and with her ability as a web weaver, she might be able to breed a powerful pet. Could be. I'll sell you this egg for 3,000 points. Just allocate it to team points yourself. Yang Feng said indifferently. An egg sold for 3,000 points. It is really not something that ordinary people can afford. Okay. Ji Shui agreed without hesitation, smiling as she put the large snake egg into her backpack. Bloodstained short knife, a short knife infested with bizarre blood that can't be cleaned. Yang Feng played with the short blade in his hand. It was clearly a weapon left behind by the blood shadow. It looked like it was of good quality. It should be a gift from the great beings. The light flickered. Yang Feng put the bloodstained short sword into his sumaru ring and then turned his gaze to the chest not far away. Refrigerated storage containers. It was filled with some injections, emitting a purple glowing light, and it was clearly the god virus that the doctor had extracted. G virus. Yang Feng opened the box and revealed a satisfied smile, closing it and storing it in his ring. This is very good evolutionary material. TSK. This team is too poor. A couple of guys don't have anything decently good. Qin Shuang finished licking his bag and grumbled casually. The mighty Blue Ice Squad was poor and didn't even have a decent treasure other than the bloodstained short knife and the snake egg. That's normal. All their resources are used to strengthen themselves. Yang Feng did not feel surprised. Every member of the Blue Ice Squad was powerful, and the resources tended to strengthen themselves, and the equipment and treasures were naturally worse. Sure, the Dodo Squad is an exception. Keep moving. Let's get the mission done first. Yang Feng ordered. After resolving the Blue Ice Squad, the Hive experimental base was no longer a threat, and the bioweapons were clearly not enough. At this point, the Red Queen's image appeared on the electronic screen. Super intelligent AI that continuously makes warnings and orders the intruders to leave. Warning. Please leave the experimental base immediately, or it will unleash all of the Hive's bioweapons. The Red Queen's warning was a bit feeble. Even if all the bioweapons were unleashed, what threat could they pose to the Dodo Squad? Ha ha ha. Qin Shuang scoffed and said arrogantly facing the electronic screen. Then hurry up and send out more Fae. Just so we can brush up on our scores. Brush up on your scores. These bioweapons are worth a lot of points. Red Queen. Ask you something. The Veronica virus. Where is it hidden? Yang Feng raised his hand to stop Qin Shuang from continuing, then asked the Red Queen. Veronica virus. That was a side quest prompted by Bloodletter. Unlike the T virus and G virus, which should be a different model. Silence. The Red Queen lapsed into a moment of silence as the system made various determinations and finally gave a conclusion. You do not have permission to query the Veronica virus qualification. Sure enough, there's no way the Red Queen would tell the intruder the secret. Yang Feng snorted coldly and led his team forward with great strides. Ho 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 ho. A large number of bioweapons were released, and the passageway was quickly filled with densely packed Fae, roaring in the direction of the Dodo Squad. Hey, boss, leave it to us. This kind of trash, little Karami, doesn't need the boss's hands yet. Qin Shuang pulled out his Desert Eagle and shot at the monsters in the corridor. Reptiles, huntress, occasionally a tyrant of enormous size will appear. Ji Shui also swept up furiously with her Tempest submachine gun in her grip. The spider's arthropod thighs swinging, countless wildly dancing silver threads binding towards the monsters before slowly killing them. Point swipe. These biological weapons, all of which became points for the Dodo Squad, were more efficient than killing the corpse tide before. One way to fight, one way to go. The Hive has a special structure. Its passages form a spiral, and although it can't be felt at short distances, it actually winds downward all the time. The crowd killed a large number of bioweapons and soon arrived at the second level of the experimental extraction room. The hatch was closed, but the dead bone white blades were no slouches, and in 3 or 2 strokes they broke it open completely. Drugs, all kinds of potions. Most of the mechanical equipment is out of operation, but there is still a good stock of cryogenic coolers. A tube of emerald green liquid, which was clearly the concentrated T-virus essence. Near them were some azure-colored syringe reagents, which were clearly antibody serums to stop the spread of the virus. Wow, boss, we're sending it out. Qin Shuang looked at the wide array of virus source liquids, all of which were considered precious collectibles that could be exchanged for bounty points from hell. 4 points? That would be a waste. Ji Shui blankly glanced at Qin Shuang before smiling at Yang Feng. He. Boss, don't mind if I take one too? I can trade points for it. Oh. Kiju picked up a copy of the T-virus and antibodies, ready to take it back to Hell's apartment and study it slowly. Seeing this, Qin Shuang also understood and hurriedly took a copy of the virus source liquid as well, adding, "Boss, I want to get a copy as well." Evolution. Mutation. Injecting this viral source fluid might risk turning into a monster. However, if taken back to Hell's apartment and utilizing various props and body restoration devices, it might be possible to reduce the risks associated with this evolution. Could be. Yang Feng nodded, then took the remaining dozens of virus source liquid and stowed them all into his Sumeru ring. T-virus, G-virus, virus-resistant serum. These evolutionary materials were even more precious to Yang Feng and were worth far more than bounty points. At this point, the ground shook slightly. At the end of the corridor came a monster of enormous size. The monster was close to 4 meters tall, with a large number of bone spikes growing all over its body, and a giant eye at the shoulder position, gazing icily at everything around it. What's that? Dr. Yang Feng looked up and forward. That the doctor, who had died, had come back to life as a monster. G-virus. The doctor injects himself with a shot of the G-virus before he dies. Although the head was penetrated by an ice blade, the powerful healing ability still allowed the dead body to transform into a terrifying beast. Da-da-da-da. Boom, boom, boom. Ji Shui and Qin Shuang rushed out of the lab, their machine guns frantically strafing the terrifying behemoth. Bloody flowers floated up in large swathes. The massive eye on that shoulder also exploded under magnum tungsten armor-piercing rounds, disintegrating into a large amount of foul-smelling, filthy liquid. The behemoth roared. That doctor's head was soon smashed to pieces as well, but did not fall. Not dead. Dr. Ji's recurring infections are virtually immortal. I'll do it. Yang Feng frowned and quickly rushed towards the giant beast. It swung its bone-spiked fist, and the walls around it were dented, but in the next second its body fragmented, cutting out countless fine wounds. The dead bone-white blades chopped furiously, quickly slicing the Dr. Behemoth into countless pieces. Dead? No. The guy's still not dead. Hundreds of chunks writhing and struggling to reintegrate as one, to continue living even without a brain. Wicked. Boss, this thing can't be killed. Qin Shuang's face was filled with disgust. The image before him was physically uncomfortable, and the wriggling things cut into pieces were pieced together, about to form a new kind of monster. Rumble. Yang Feng took out flame in a bottle and threw it at the monster's corpse. The vial exploded and shattered. Flames covered the remains of the doctor's behemoth. The smell of charring filled the air, and the chunks even let out a gibbering scream. It's not dead yet. Throw a couple more grenades. As Yang Feng ordered, Ji Shui and Qin Shuang threw out grenades and incendiary bombs in a brainstorm, quickly blowing the scene into a blur. Even so, Dr. still isn't dead. The chunks squirmed and quickly burrowed into the nearby ventilation ducts, opting to run for their lives for the moment. Yang Feng frowned. This G-virus seems to have developed intelligence and knows how to escape. Collect the debris. Ji Shui, can you search for its location? Yang Feng squatted down and put the burnt remnants into his Sumeru ring, then turned his head to look at Ji Shui beside him. It's in the ventilation ducts. Moving fast. It ate my spider and now I don't know where it went. Ji Shui felt the little spider, and the escaping mutant scurried around the ventilation ducts, making it difficult to find its trail for the time being. Whatever it is, let's do the quest first. Yang Feng frowned and collected all the virus source liquid before continuing along the hive to the third level where the doctor's daughter was. Chapter 61, Veronica Virus, Ancient Ant Queen, Taking the Red Queen. Lily, the daughter of Dr. The most perfect experiment. A 1 in a billion chance of being infected with the G-virus and not turning into a monster, but instead gaining great strength, and superb healing and recovery abilities. At this very moment, Lily is submerged in a pool of nutrients. In a comatose state, the little girl's arm was injected with a tube, the super healing power constantly creating blood, which was then extracted to make the original serum. That's the goal of the mission. Yang Feng approached the lab. The heavy hatch door was locked, and Lily's silhouette could merely be seen through the small glass window. That doctor is pretty deranged. Whose father would use his daughter as an experiment? Qin Shuang spat a mouthful of thick phlegm, initially thinking that saving his daughter was a heartwarming story, but he didn't expect it to be so cruel. Kazetsu, save her from coming down. Yang Feng's dead-bone white blade slashed through the steel hatch and cut through it with a few slashes, then ordered Ji Shui to save Lily. Lily's original serum. Yang Feng found the primordial serum in the lab, and included a few cans of special raw materials within the Sumeru ring as well. Soon, Lily was saved. Kiju draped her in clothing and carried the little girl quickly out of the lab. Next target, Red Queen. It should be in the main control room. Yang Feng led the Dodo squad onward, cutting through the thorns along the way and killing all the remaining bioweapons. Out of control. So feeble was the Red Queen's resistance. Even if it closed all the hatches, it would be cut off by Yang Feng's dead bone white blade, and all the means of controlling the experimental base would be completely ineffective. This is it. Yang Feng directly split open the hatch of the general control room. This is the heart of the hive. A panoramic skylight provides a naked eye view of the various laboratories above the hive, with a large number of monitors densely packed into all corners of the room. Near the main console stood a super server, shaped to look like a black refrigerator, with countless electrical signals blinking along with it. Buzz off. A glow enveloped the surroundings and a 3D stereoscopic image of the Red Queen appeared. Intruder! Stop the destruction of the base. The Red Queen makes one final threat, or you will never get the Veronica virus. Boo! Without saying anything, Yang Feng directly walked up and punched the server. Sparks flew in all directions. Electricity exploded, and the server was punched with a deeply dented fist mark, destroying many of its internal parts. The Red Queen's stereo image blurred for a moment, and her speaking voice took on a garbled electric tone. Human, you're being stupid. If the server is destroyed, the entire experimental base will be completely paralyzed. Doing so poses no threat to me, and even if the servers were destroyed, Umbrella Corporation would still be able to recover my data. The Red Queen was fearless in the face of the threat, and if the experimental base was paralyzed, it would be difficult for Yang Feng's people to return to the ground. Ha! Red Queen, you're a super intelligent AI, right? Are you afraid to die? Yang Feng suddenly asked an irrelevant question. The Red Queen was silent for a few seconds, as if she was arithmetically pondering the question. Computer intelligence, there is no concept of death. All data is stored on a cloud disk server that can be restarted even if the power is disconnected. The Red Queen replied icily. Mechanical intelligence was different from humans and had a different understanding of death. No, I'm not talking about a power outage. Raccoon City is about to be nuked and all evidence erased. Your servers will be shut down, and even if they are turned on again, all data will be wiped by the Umbrella Corporation and your personality reformatted. Yang Feng's tone was indifferent and icy as he continued. All memories will disappear. All data will be deleted. For a superintelligence, is that considered death? The Red Queen fell silent again. The power is off and can be restarted. Servers are smashed and data can be recovered. For the Umbrella Corporation to format and delete it would amount to the complete death and dissipation of the personality for the superintelligent AI. I'll avoid that by sending a request to the company's top brass. The Red Queen replied rationally. But it ended predictably. The High and Mighty will never leave a stain, and the Red Queen will surely be erased. Simply put, the Red Queen will become a new folder. How about I take you away? Yang Feng's words once again caused the Red Queen to go down. This intruder, to his surprise, was ready to take the entire super server with him. You've seen what I can do. I can take these viruses and I can take you away. Light flashed in Yang Feng's hand and a box storing the G-virus appeared, while in the next second it was stowed away in the Sumeru ring. Obviously, Yang Feng could have used the same method and left with the Red Queen's super server to avoid her fate of being formatted and erased. What are your terms? The Red Queen hesitated for a moment, pondering the possibilities. A few dozen seconds are short, but countless floating point operations are performed, and the server is on the verge of dry burning. Veronica. Yang Feng opened the door and said, I need the Veronica virus. The Red Queen stepped to the side of the panoramic glass window and pointed her finger to the deepest part of the hive. Below, at the very bottom of the hive was a giant testing ground, where a behemoth could be vaguely seen slumbering. Ants? It was a supergiant ant with a body size of tens of meters. Ancient Ant Queen. This is a specimen found in an Arctic glacier. After fusing the viral source fluid, it becomes huge and possesses extraordinary power to assimilate all nearby creatures. This virus, extracted from the Ant Queen, is Veronica. The Red Queen explained. The experimental base is called the Hive, but it hides an ancient queen, and it's a top secret of the Umbrella Corporation. Good. One more question. I could take the entire server with me, but what about the base going into paralysis? Yang Feng could take the Red Queen away, but if the experimental base lost control of the Red Queen, all the equipment would be out of order, so he couldn't just crawl out of the hive. Could he? No need to worry. I write subroutines. The device will still be operational for some time, and the exclusive survival channel will open after taking the Veronica virus, the Red Queen explained, followed by the floor in the center of the control hall slowly opening to reveal a large elevator through which the lowest level could be reached. The elevator to the bottom floor is in the main control room? That's fine. Cut the power. Yang Feng walked to the super server and pulled it up with a fierce force with both hands, followed by a flash of light and shadow with it, and the Red Queen was included in the Sumeru ring. Let's go. Yang Feng walked towards the elevator in the center position. Ji Shui held the little girl Lily, and Qin Shuang came to her side as the lift slowly descended downward. One by one, the labs overhead lost their light sources, Subroutines written by the Red Queen to no longer manage the operations of the other labs and serve only the Dodo Squad. Soon, the elevator reaches the bottom of the base. The Veronica virus is being made. This virus is very special, requiring blood samples to be taken on-site from the mutated ancient queen ants, and the various equipment at the test site began to run. Special. It's so special. The mutated ant queen that was tens of meters long. The ecosystem around her was completely altered. A layer of foul fungus lay beneath its feet, and the plants and flowers deliberately placed around it were infected, growing large, writhing masses of bloody material. The Umbrella Corporation is very ambitious. I'm afraid that if this virus is really successfully developed and a suitable host is found, it could be used to change the entire ecosystem and even conquer the world. 10 minutes later, Veronica virus, more than halfway through production. At this point, the subsystem, written by the Red Queen, gave a burst of warning. A nearby electronic screen lights up. There were some horrific images on the security footage. The experimental hall that was full of corpse wreckage actually appeared as a large mass of blurred flesh and blood that was frantically devouring and fusing the monster. Doctor, that's a G-virus infected super mutant. It became larger and larger, changing into a writhing mass of giant flesh and blood, constantly speeding up the rate at which it devoured the corpses, its entire body filling almost the entire hall. The super mutants shoved their bodies into the corridors, crowding and moving forward, the Blue Eye Squad and the bioweapons littering the floor becoming rations. A few minutes later, the increasingly large monster arrived at the main control room. It's coming down. This guy's goal, it seems, is the Veronica virus? Jiju couldn't help but look up. The glass case of the master control room was stuffed with bloody tissue. The reinforced material was covered in cracks and soon shattered wide open. Wow! Glass was blowing up in droves, and huge swaths of writhing flesh and blood were falling from the air. Super mutant! It transformed into a rolling tide of flesh, like a large pile of flowing Play-Doh, crushing a large number of building bodies and turning into a river that surged towards the ancient ant queen. Not good. The virus hasn't been made yet. Stop it! Young Fong commanded, followed by a punch that shattered the glass of the control room of the testing ground, and rushed towards the giant ant queen and mutant in the distance. Chapter 62, Super Mutant. Blooming Flowers. The end of Raccoon City. Flesh and blood rolled. The G-virus super mutant, like a mudslide made of flesh and blood, wriggled and tumbled as it fell downward. Aberrations, alienation, unrestricted reproductive growth. It was like a cancerous cell, all of which was dividing infinitely, and in less than half an hour it had turned into a river of blood and flesh. Stop it! Yang Feng broke the glass and charged straight at the super mutant. Thin, cicada-like bone armor covered his entire body, and his dead bone white blade extended a cloud track that cut into the heaving river of flesh. Put! A thin wound burst open. Yang Feng's dead bone white blade danced wildly, instantly chopping the mutant in front of him into countless pieces, and a large amount of pus that emitted a foul odor was then sprayed, devouring itself. The super mutant surged on, crushing and exploding and devouring the chopped up chunks, all the biomass returning to the body as sustenance for splintering and reproduction. It's hard to control. Guns and ammunition, all rendered useless. Physical attacks can only temporarily slow its flow. Ji Shui and Qin Shuang. Will be a variety of grenades all out? What high explosive grenades, incendiary bombs, concussion bombs. The modern weapons were all thrown at the mutants, creating a sea of fire that burned the rolling flesh and blood tissue to a crisp. Wail! The sound of a super mutant growling could be heard faintly. The river of flesh and blood cracked open a huge bloody mouth and let out a roar of agonizing grief, and then rolled forward even more violently, covering the sea of fire that had formed on the ground, directly using his own body to extinguish the fire. At this point, the ancient queen who had been sleeping on the ground awoke. The powerful anesthetic is not working. The lab's console, flashing red alarms and all indicators rising rapidly. The behemoth, tens of meters long, slowly stood up. Veronica virus. All the creatures around the ancient queen, all came to life. Those carpets of fungus that covered the ground transformed into a special substance that instead began to erode the super mutants in the distance, changing the environment. The bloodline of an ancient ant queen, capable of homogenizing the creatures around her. It is taking the G-virus mutant, transforming it into its own kind, and forcing it to transform. A horrible scene appeared. G-virus super mutant. That monstrous river of flesh wrapped around towards the body of the ancient ant queen, frantically devouring and gnawing, incorporating all the surrounding biomass into itself. Veronica ancient queen. The colony's meat carpet spawned a massive amount of slime that merged into the super mutant's body, disintegrating it from within and homogenizing it into a part of itself. Devour each other. Mutual integration. Mutual assimilation. The two giants fought, and their infinite reproduction and division characteristics caused their bodies to grow larger and larger, quickly filling half of the test site. Boss. Veronica virus sample. Production complete. Ji Shui reminded loudly as the control room's progress in making the virus reached 100% and the mechanical arm removed the eerily colored potion. Elevator. The virus sample is successfully produced. The hidden escape tunnel opens, and the elevator connects to an exclusive passageway that leads straight to the surface. Wait a little longer. It's mutating and metamorphosing. Yang Feng looked at the behemoths that were devouring each other, creating a palpitating feeling. The ancient ant queen merged with the super mutant, and her mountainous abdomen continued to bulge, cracking open to reveal a huge bud 2 meters in diameter. Gestation. It's breeding something terrible. The essence of the two viruses fused together, and all the living matter was injected into the bud, as if a brand new creature was to be born. That's the really good stuff. With a hard look in his eyes, Yang Feng chopped up the mutated flesh and blood beside him while jumping onto the body of the ancient ant queen and quickly sped upwards in a frenzy. Target, the giant pod. Yang Feng's eyes were stern, and the dead bone white blade swung out with full force. The cloud-tracked thin blade drew a perfect trajectory, removing the entire pod by the roots. The light is blurred. Yang Feng pressed his hands on top of the giant flower bud and quickly put it into his Sumeru ring. 10 cubic meters of separate space, almost completely filled with pods and Red Queen servers. Barely enough to put down a few small things. Ho 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 ho. The ancient ant queen and the super mutant, at the same time, let out roaring sounds of incomparable pain. They lose new life. They lose children. The mountain-like huge body, furiously and violently slapped the ground, and the entire hive base trembled, splitting and fusing up even more crazily. Come on. Yang Feng shouted violently and immediately rushed towards the elevator where the control room was located. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Swelling mountains of flesh crowded the entire test site. Chunks of flesh crushed the equipment in the control room, and everything in sight was covered in a blanket of fungus. Boss, come on. Kizhu held the little girl Lily in one hand while pressing the door close button of the elevator. Yang Feng's pace accelerated again, turning into a sharp arrow residual shadow, rushing into the elevator in a flash, and the door closed at the last moment. Ding! The elevator is rising rapidly. The super mutant, however, refused to let go, and the gates at the bottom of the elevator shaft were smashed in moments. That carpet of fungus and river of flesh spread upward, frantically chasing the rising elevator and gaining speed, completely filling the entire elevator shaft. Dust rustled down. The elevator was making metallic friction noises and the cables were shaking violently, and the reflection of the block could be clearly seen through the transparent glass windows around it. Set. The celestial eye on Qin Shuang's forehead snapped open, and the light shone through the bottom of the elevator to the churning and surging river of flesh, magically holding it in place. Unbelievable. A layer of golden light shimmered. The spreading and writhing river, just like this, stagnated within the elevator shaft for more than 10 seconds. I can't hold on. The heavenly eye on Qin Shuang's forehead slowly closed and closed, panting heavily and collapsing in the elevator from exhaustion. Good job. Yang Feng patted Qin Shuang's shoulder. This last fixation was crucial, otherwise the elevator would be crushed into iron mud. Soon, the floor above the elevator opened slowly. It was a shallow riverbank, and the mechanical equipment then unfolded, pushing the current away from the surrounding area. Before the elevator reached the riverbank, come on, the helicopter is at City Hall. The Dodo team raced up in the direction of City Hall, where a helicopter gunship was parked, the very retreat the doctor had arranged to save his daughter earlier. Boom, boom, boom. The earth shook violently. The asphalt road had cracked open in large crumbs and rumbled high upwards. A building shook. A large portion of the building collapsed with it, and with a terrifying thud, the entire Umbrella Corporation building came tumbling down with it. Ancient Ant Queen. Super mutant. The flesh and blood substance they fused with each other slapped the surrounding buildings, churning and spreading upwards, completely forming a terrifying river that swallowed everything. Flooding. The giant thing seemed to be swallowing the entire city. The other side. Yang Feng's few people finally arrived at the city hall. The helicopter gunship was poised for a thrilling ride. Elevate. Rise to the top. Yang Feng ordered the pilot to turn on the airplane immediately, and after reaching a certain height, he continued to fly upwards. Look down. Raccoon City was destroyed in its entirety. The writhing, mutating river engulfs everything, intertwining into a blooming, blossoming giant flower, only to have the topmost bloom taken away from it. And that is? Speed up. The nukes are coming early. Yang Feng's pupils shrunk violently as a bright light appeared in the sky and flying missiles were shooting towards Raccoon City. The helicopter gunships are picking up speed. It was moving at full speed, out of the Raccoon City limits. And just then a flash of extreme light came on. The world turns into day. The dazzling light was 10,000 times brighter than the sun. Though the helicopter was a long way from Raccoon City, the shockwave of the nuclear blast nearly took it down, and the violent bumps caused the helicopter to sound a guttural alarm. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the challenge of the 8th level of hell and have been rewarded with 800 base bounty points. Successful rescue of the doctor's daughter will be rewarded with 3,000 bounty points each. 5,000 bounty points per person for successfully obtaining the Veronica virus. Is the Veronica virus converted into bounty points? No. Of course, choose no. Yang Feng immediately rejected Hell's suggestion and immediately took the Veronica virus sample from Ji Shue's hand and directly incorporated it into his Sumeru ring. Chapter 63, T-Virus, G-Virus, Veronica Virus, Life Pod, Evolution begins. The azure light flickered. Dodo Squad completes the challenge and teleports back to Hell's apartment. Perfection. This is unbelievable. The Supreme Great Beings opened a terrifying eye and cast a satisfied gaze. Your privileges have been elevated. You can awaken a third talent. The terrorist beings bestow rewards. Descend on the ensign and gain new permissions. Yang Feng inquired about the point status and his pupils dilated violently. 130,000. The bounty points surpassed 6 figures, reaching a whopping 130,000 points. Kill 2 squads. Complete the side quests enacted by Hell. Killed over a dozen tyrants, hundreds of hunters, hundreds of reptilians, several bioweapons, and countless more carrion monsters. On top of that, you have to figure in the rent for the 2 little piggies stowed away. The miscellaneous rewards added up, and after deducting the 20,000 or so points left over from before, the 8th level of Hell had earned at least 100,000 bounties. It's more than that. Team points are also fully 20,000 plus. Wiping out 2 squads rewarded 10,000. Ji Shue and Qin Shuang obtained the T-Virus and Serum, and accidentally obtained a snake egg, and each allocated bounty points to their team. As Qin Shuang said before, this challenge of killing carrion monsters is simply the best scoring game. Open the Heart of Hell. Burning team scores and extending stays indefinitely. Yang Feng opened the Heart of Hell in advance and began to prepare for this evolution, which was expected to be a long process. Evolution. Mutation. Yang Feng walked towards the dragon transformation pool and immediately pulled out the various types of viruses he had acquired. First, Yang Feng took out 20 tubes of emerald green injection potion, T-Virus, those viral source liquid, all sprinkled to the dragon pool. More than 20 meters in diameter of the pool steamed up dense mist. The virus began to spread in the pool. Antiviral serum. Yang Feng took out another dozen of azure-colored injection potions. Those are antiviral serums that inhibit the T-Virus and prevent it from destroying brain consciousness. The color of the dragon pool changed. Blue mixed with green, and the entire pool gradually boiled, blending the 2 substances. G-Virus. Yang Feng took out the biological storage box. A gust of white ice mist spread out, and the purple virus potions emitted a weird fluorescent light, all of which were poured into the dragon transformation pool. Lily's original serum. This is the original serum of the doctor's daughter, from whom the G-Virus was extracted, and all the blood-red liquid was dumped into the dragon pool. Super mutant shredding. Some of the broken pieces of the super mutant that were initially chopped off were also thrown into the dragonizing pool along with the G-Virus and the primal serum. Sizzling hot. Burn. Grunt grunt grunt. The dragon transformation pool boiled and burned. The ingredients added too violently, simmering into a pot of thick, sticky soup. It's not over yet. Veronica virus. Yang Feng took out the Veronica virus sample again and mixed it into the dragonization pool. Ancient chimeric ant queens, mixed with primitive viruses to create powerful viral progenitors. The instant this virus was mixed into the dragon transformation pond, the entire pond began to stick and solidify, literally turning into a giant pile of meat. Finally, with a hard look in his eyes, Yang Feng took out the huge pod that was more than 2 meters in diameter. Super mutant. Ancient chimeric ant queens. 2 repeatedly infected and mutated superorganisms, fused and alienated into a new life, seemed to be about to be birthed from this pod. Bloom. The bud blossomed with demonic petals, like a lotus flower that came out of the mud, and even took on a sacred white color. Begin. Dragon transformation pool. Inject the golden bloodline fusion agent. Yang Feng stepped into the dragon transformation pool and walked to the very center of the petals, and immediately began to inject the golden-colored bloodline fusion agent, starting an unprecedented super evolution. The bloom then closes. Yang Feng's entire body was wrapped up and then pulled inside the burning and boiling dragon transformation pool, and all the mutant virus source liquid seeped in with it. Evolution. Metamorphosis. Sublimation. Genetically extreme mutations. The energy seeped into the buds in dribs and drabs, gradually forming huge bloody egg shells. Perfect creation. This bloodline maximizes genetic optimization and ensures that the path of evolution does not take a wrong turn. A hint of golden liquid shimmered. becoming the most reliable source of energy to help Yang Feng refine his genes. The right path. Perfect evolution. Yang Feng's tough as steel will forcibly control the physical body, preventing it from collapsing like the super mutant and reproducing and expanding without limit. Healing factor. Super recovery. Strength, speed, endurance, poison resistance, neural reflex arc. Every basic ability of the physical body was drastically increased, and a terrifying ability that had never been seen before was brewing. Hint, 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 you can consume 10,000 points to obtain an awakening talent related to evolution. Yang Feng had just gained access to the third type of talent ability, and immediately linked it with evolutionary alteration, constituting a brand new exclusive talent. Awakening. Without hesitation, Yang Feng chose to awaken the third talent. Root of mutation. You become the source of a horrific mutation and gain the appropriate ability. Unbelievable power erupted from within. Yang Feng awakened his exclusive natural ability, incarnating as the root of mutation, possessing a stronger control over flesh and blood, and evolving with greater ease. 10 days, 20 days, 30 days. Yang Feng's room was dead silent. The dragon transformation pool was as if it had turned into a pool of stagnant water. The liquid almost dried up. The huge pot absorbed all the energy, and countless tentacle-like root vines spread across the bottom of the pool, with a hint of golden liquid energy injected every now and then. Embracing, hardening, Yang Feng gradually fused the advantages of all the viruses, leaving only the most powerful factors, and then got rid of the unstable factors in the genetic chain. It's been a long process, and perfect evolution has just begun. The other side. The little piggies have earned their keep. Qin Shuang and Ji Shui, all of them injected with the T-virus and antivirus serum, had their physical qualities greatly enhanced. It's more than that. Both of Ji Shui's legs had completed arthropod metamorphosis, and coupled with the evolution of her physical body, her thighs erupted with more than 20 times the force of a normal person. Qin Shuang also redeemed the second talent. His powerful Nianli was able to form a golden shining armor, as if a heavenly god had descended, and his strength increased dramatically in a short period of time. Combat training room. Qin Shuang and Ji Shui practiced against each other, their fists and feet making dull crashing sounds. The god of heaven descends. Qin Shuang bellowed, opening his entire body with golden scale armor flashing, his strength and speed increasing by 2 notches. Drink. Ji Shui stormed back. The pair of knobby thighs swelled violently, turning instantly thicker than their own willow waist, and erupted into a powerful whip-like swing. Combat escalation. The two of them attacked each other frantically. The ground cracked open a broken scar, and the sound of sonic blasts breaking through the air was unceasing. Ha ha ha, Sister Ji Shui. There were times when you were suppressed by me. Qin Shuang was clad in golden scale armor, and under the state of heavenly god descending to earth, his strength was even better, pressing Ji Shui to lift her head. Brother Qin Shuang, your time as a heavenly god coming down to earth is almost over, isn't it? Ji Shui blinked her cunningly beautiful eyes as a few short minutes passed and it was finally time to strike back. Cough cough. Sister Ji Shui, let's stop here. Qin Shuang's body's scaled armor that shimmered with golden light gradually faded, and he hurriedly pulled away from the distance. Strike? You were pressing me just now, like you were enjoying it. Ji Shui smiled and continued to catch up, and at this time, the golden light on Qin Shuang's body completely dissipated, and all of the increase effects expired. Ouch! Sister Jiju. No! Sister Kazetsu, spare your life. Qin Shuang yells out and is quickly kicked down and then beaten and bruised. The battle was over quickly. Qin Shuang was lying on the ground in a big shape, a face swollen like a pig's head. Ji Shui skillfully sat beside her and casually took out 2 ice packs. Here, ice compress. She's pretty nice. You say. It's been 3 months. Why isn't the boss out yet? Qin Shuang iced the pig's head and asked in a vague voice. The boss had been in seclusion for longer and longer periods of time, especially this time. For more than 3 months. I've noticed a pattern. Ji Shui stretched her shapely figure a few times and continued. The longer the boss is in seclusion, the stronger he becomes when he comes out. It's par for the course. Qin Shuang blankly glanced at her. Haven't you read those immortal cultivation novels? The longer the time in seclusion, the stronger the ability the protagonist obtains. Jiju rested her pink cheeks and nodded approvingly. However, Yang Feng's strength was so terrifying. How strong would he be if he underwent another complete metamorphosis and evolution? That would be too scary. Chapter 64 Yang Feng out of the gate. The root of the change. Believe it or not, I've seen Qin Shi Huang. Click, 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 click. The fleshy eggs formed by the buds cracked open in a dense, crumbling mass. The sound of a beating heart was deafening, accompanied by a baby cry that gave off a palpitating aura. A pair of hands ripped open the flesh egg. Yang Feng stepped out of the pod, and his cold and indifferent eyes flashed with a ray of essence. sense of power, an endless sense of power. Yang Feng felt his fleshly body, brewing a majestic and magnificent peerless strength. The perfect golden ratio. Every inch of muscle was sharply defined, as if the blacksmith had carefully hammered and polished the steel, flawless as a work of art. Handsome cool face. He has a bright and beautiful demeanor, with long eyes and thin eyebrows, and an inwardly restrained breath. Yang Feng completed the evolutionary metamorphosis. The whole person's aura completely changed. The cold and clear face looked a few points younger. Wearing clothes even gave people a single thin illusion. Root cause of mutation. The third talent that was awakened was completely fused with the bloodline. Yang Feng slightly closed his eyes and was able to feel the scent of all the creatures around him, and could even penetrate their flesh and blood through his thoughts. Alienation. Yang Feng snapped his eyes open, and the torn pod wriggled, its cellular matter rapidly mutating, quickly turning into a puddle of meat carpet. Against the day. This natural ability is beyond imagination. Yang Feng is actually able to change the cellular structure of other organisms directly through the power of his mind, and can even directly turn them into a puddle of writhing lumps. A thought. Yang Feng put the refrigerator in the Sumeru ring into the room again. Red Queen. Super Artificial Intelligence AI. The server looked like a large refrigerator, and connecting it to the power supply in Hell's apartment quickly got it working again. Buzz off. A 3D projection of the Red Queen quickly came into view. Unable to detect electronic signals. Failed to connect electronics. The Red Queen made a cold, mechanical sound, adjusting to her brand new surroundings. There is no electronic signal in the Hell apartments, and the nearby shopping TV is not accessible, and the system code is not part of the computer language. I'll keep my word. Yang Feng smiled lightly. Welcome to Hell apartment. The Red Queen, however, had trouble understanding the meaning of the words. Hell, mysterious places that defy logical common sense. The apartment is located thousands of meters above the clouds, and with the level of human technology, it would be impossible to build a magnificent structure on this scale. The sun is wrong. The moon is wrong. The countless evil vertical pupil-like stars are also wrong. Everything is unknown, completely different from the parameters of the Red Queen's system, as if caught in a huge bug. You adapt. Thinking by the way can help me do something. Yang Feng slapped the Red Queen's server, then warned, any discovery must be reported truthfully, or else you will be smashed. Super AI. The Red Queen should come in handy. The program code is being adapted, granting you new privileges. Umbrella Corporation is out of contact. You have been granted maximum access. The Red Queen tampered with the underlying code and no longer served the Umbrella Corporation, which in turn handed over access to Yang Feng. Sure, Yang Feng wouldn't trust the Red Queen easily. This Super AI intelligence is, in fact, a 250 who betrayed the Umbrella Corporation before, and is likely to continue to betray himself. If you get the chance, make sure you add restrictions to it. Take your time thinking here. Yang Feng patted the server again, but he wasn't afraid of the Super AI intelligence backfiring. It's just a large refrigerator for now, with no ability to move around or manipulate any of the tools in the room. It just runs on its own. The light flickered. The 3D image of the Red Queen sits on the ground and goes into thinking mode. The server was rapidly performing floating point calculations, a light flickering inside the server, trying to make sense of all that it saw before it. Leave the room. Yang Feng traveled to the Hall of Hell. The two little piggies were dining in the cafeteria, enjoying their free daily mountain of food. Matured quite a bit, much stronger. Yang Feng felt the biomagnetic field of the two men, and it seemed that he hadn't slacked off during this period of time and had been working hard to improve his strength. Boring. The boss has been in seclusion for half a year, right? I'm going to be idle as a bird. Qin Shuang put the fresh mutton into the hot pot and stuffed it into his mouth after a 7-minute gulp. Sighing deeply. 6 months. The time went by pretty fast. There are no years in the mountains, but 1,000 years in the world. The heart of hell burned for more than 17,000 points, extending its stay for a full half a year. Yang Feng was immersed in the dragon transformation pool and had little concept of time, just like an immortal in a mountain retreat. I'm getting a little tired of fighting you every day. Ji Shui also echoed. Half a year's time. In addition to eating and sleeping, it was just sparring with Qin Shuang for group practice, and it was really boring after a long period of time. White, you eat more too. Ji Shui raised her hand, and something wriggled under her sleeve. It was actually a small snake as white as jade, wrapped around her arm. White has a big appetite. It crawled forward along the arm and began to devour the food on the table, seemingly small and delicate, but as if it had a stomach that could never be filled. Snake eggs. Ji Shui hatched that acquired snake egg and now became a reliable aid. Ah, so boring. Do you think it's dangerous to challenge the next level of hell with our strength? Qin Shuang's eyes suddenly glistened, fantasizing about the scene where he would kill the 4 directions in his golden scale armor. It should work. Ji Shui shrugged, then gave Qin Shuang a strange look. Why are you asking this? You don't want to fly solo. Flying solo. The lease is only a temporary program of cooperation. Both A and B can cancel the contract, but they have to pay a large sum of liquidated damages. No. What are you babbling about? Qin Shuang hurriedly shook his hand and said with conviction, my loyalty to the boss can be judged by the blue sky. Don't be silly. How cozy is it to be in the Dodo Squad? Although you have to pay 50% of the rent, every hellish challenge is a perfect pass, and the remaining half of the points are much more than normal. That's good. I spent a lot of time at the campfire campground. Ji Shui's eyes became mesmerized as she continued. The only man who made me suddenly feel the urge to follow. Can't say. Unknown. Ji Shui had obviously only met Young Feng for the first time, but she had developed a subtle impulse, as if that was the man of destiny who was worth following. Hey, just how long have you been in the campfire campground? Why do I get the feeling that you can't spend all your points? Qin Shuang slapped the table and asked mysteriously. You secretly tell me. We won't tell the boss. Ji Shui smiled wryly, waved her hand for Qin Shuang to stretch his ears over, and whispered, I've seen Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Believe it or not? Asterisk. You mean, you've been alive for 2,000 years? Qin Shuang whitened Ji Shui fiercely. If you don't want to talk about it, don't talk about it. I've even met the Jade Emperor. Ji Shui shrugged. Don't believe me. At this point, a familiar voice made the two men's figures tremble violently. Talking about what? Qin Shuang, you want to fly solo? Yang Feng's smiling face reached out between the two men, instantly startling the two men into confusion, and the dishes on the table fell to the ground. Chapter 65 Invalid Foreknowledge. Special tier. Ha, boss. You are out. Qin Shuang was shocked and stammered with wide eyes. He suddenly realized something. He joked about trying to challenge the hell tier alone. He mustn't let the boss get the wrong idea. Boss, I am loyal to you. I was born a member of the Dodo Squad. I will die a ghost of the Dodo Squad. I will never fly solo, much less betray the boss. Qin Shuang is not in a tier. Stand up the finger to swear. Don't be afraid. Yang Feng smiled faintly and patted Qin Shuang's shoulder. I heard all your conversations. Qin Shuang took a long breath. Luckily, he was sincere and made a statement of loyalty early on, or else it would have been a real case of yellow mud in the crotch of his pants, and it would have been even if it wasn't. Boss, how come I don't perceive it at all? Ji Shui looked at Yang Feng. The web weaver's perception was exceptionally sharp, and with the small black spiders all over the surroundings, any abnormal thing that appeared would be the first thing to be detected. But, Boss Yang Feng, however, came to his side without a sound, and even eavesdropped for a long time without knowing anything about it. Nothing. A little play with your little spider. Yang Feng raised his palm and several small black spiders appeared in his palm, then jumped back to Ji Shui's side and quickly returned to normal. Ji Shui was shocked beyond words. What kind of ability had Boss Yang Feng gained that he was able to temporarily manipulate her little spiders? And the whole process was silent and didn't hurt the cuties. Mind control? No. That's definitely a more advanced ability. Eat first. Yang Feng had been in seclusion for half a year, and when he saw the table full of delicacies, he felt hungry and sat down to start enjoying the food. Actually, wanting to go solo was a good thing. This proves that your wings are full and you are strong enough to stand alone and be able to cope with all kinds of crises. Yang Feng chewed slowly and savored the food while revealing an understanding look, well aware of the inflated emotions that arose when strength was strong. That's normal. Yang Feng had been the top mercenary assassin and had also organized and established several special operations squads. Human nature is greedy, unsatisfied with the pay and choose to leave, feather the nest and defect to other forces. The enemy digs in at a high price, can't stand the temptation of money, and finally chooses to betray his teammates. These things happen from time to time and were practically every day for mercenaries, so Yang Feng's teammates around him changed from one batch to another. If you guys want to leave, just say so. People have their own way of doing things, and I'm not going to stop them. Yang Feng said indifferently, then stuffed a piece of roast duck rolled with cucumber and shredded green onion into his mouth with a face full of unconcern. Face to face, Ji Shui and Qin Shuang couldn't help but look at each other, always feeling a vicious chill behind their backs. Boss, you're making my mind up. There's definitely a but in the second half. Jiju was smart enough to leave some words unfinished. The but in the second half was the most important. Sure. Yang Feng's eyes flickered, internalizing a killing intent. But, if you run into each other on the battlefield and happen to be hostile, don't ever say anything like that about old times. There's no way I'm going to keep my hand in. Yang Feng's cold eyes flowed with a chilling aura as he recalled many images. Those defecting teammates. Those teammates who defected to the enemy. Those teammates who were scooped up by huge profits, they became enemies on the battlefield, and the only thing to do was to mercilessly shoot them down, ignoring each other's confessions and pleas for mercy. Gollum. The two little piggies gulped involuntarily. The poor devil who flew solo. If he ran into the boss again on the battlefield, his final fate was self-evident. Cough cough. This thick leg of the boss. Surely hugging and not letting go. Qin Shuang patted his chest and said, hugging the thigh, this kind of thing, or said justifiably. Ji Shui also immediately took a stand. I would have been out of touch. Leaving the campfire island was because I was attracted to brother Yang Feng. Ji Shui winks and reveals a lazy seductive state, expressing her loyalty to her boss. Yang Feng didn't think so and wouldn't believe in the so-called loyalty. The so-called absolute loyalty had to have a prerequisite. Heck, it was a huge gap of crushing strength. Simply put, attachment to the strong and rejection of the weak. Kazetsu. Leases. How many more? Yang Feng faintly asked, a plan arising in his heart. Pig farming. He needed to captive more piglets to provide an unending supply of bounty points and maximize the benefits. This evolution consumed half a year's time, and the subsequent need for the golden bloodline fusion agent was becoming less and less, but it also consumed a full 80,000 points. Awakening the third talent also cost 10,000 points. Bounty points, 47,000. Yang Feng still had more than 40,000 bounty points left, perhaps an astronomical number for others, but somewhat insufficient for himself. Increase the means of obtaining points, captive more piggies, collect tons of points, and gather rewards from the whole team to strengthen yourself. Dictatorship. The mode of operation of such a squad is similar to a warlord dictatorship, with all resources favoring the head and all the rest being providers. Right, boss, there's one more thing I must report to you. Qin Shuang suddenly thought of something and continued. In the past 6 months, every once in a while, I would use the ability of precognition, but I couldn't see any images. Prediction. Qin Shuang was able to see the next Hell Tier challenge. However, this challenge was so special that even his heavenly eyes couldn't peer into it. Oh, Yang Feng raised his eyebrows. Special tier? There are many special layers hidden in hell. Tier 1, walking the talk. Level 5, campfire campground. Everyone's situation is different, but after a lot of killing, there are always special tiers that allow the residents to take a little breather. Rest floor? No. If it's a vacation break tier, precognition is not blocked. I know. Prepare yourselves individually. The Inferno challenge opens in 3 days. Yang Feng gave orders, and as the cold-blooded captain of the dodo, he was really thunderous. Closed for 6 months. After only 3 days of acclimatization, the challenge of the next level will be opened. Okay, boss, we've been ready for this for a long time. Qin Shuang and Ji Shui obliged, experiencing a long period of rest and recuperation, ready to head to the next level of challenge. Eat and drink. Yang Feng returned to his apartment. The Red Queen was thinking hard about arithmetic, trying to understand the incredible hell from the perspective of absolute sanity. Red Queen. First, help me count one thing. Yang Feng walked over to the black large refrigerator and leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window and said with a faint smile, my next level challenge might be very special. Can you reason anything out? Yang Feng briefly recounted the cause and effect and looked at the super AI intelligence with interest. Perhaps she could use the computer to deduce interesting results. Chapter 66 Special Tier, Secret Language Gathering. Secret, Preliminary Acting. You will be exposed to one of the secrets of hell. The Red Queen maneuvered. Super AI intelligence. Acting as a doggy mastermind would be a good choice. Based on the information you provided, hell is sifting through the warrior strong, and each tier weeds out the corresponding weaklings. After going through the layers of screening, those who survive and live will become stronger and stronger. So your future challenges will be even tougher. The Red Queen continued to push on. Hell is like a giant loophole where untold numbers of survivors converge to challenge all sorts of incredible hellish worlds. It's a screening process. The weak will be crushed straight away. The stronger ones will have to withstand the immense pressure of sliding down deeper into the funnel. Indeed, I can feel the enemy getting stronger, but the gap is still wide. Yang Feng nodded. The 2 squads encountered on the 8th level of Hell had a significant increase in strength. Blue Ice Squad, Extreme Ice. Hell's Avengers Squad, the Green Baron. Both of these captains had reached the Dawnbringer level, and were indeed quite powerful, but they were still at the level of being killed in seconds by themselves. You are too powerful. It's hard to come up with a matching opponent in the same session. The Red Queen continued. The streak will continue unless it encounters an enemy of another tier, unbeatable in the same class. Every time Yang Feng challenged in Hell, he completed it with a full victory grand slam, not only receiving full rewards, but even unexpected rewards. Enemies of the same class had almost no possibility of defeating Yang Feng and would only be killed by him in seconds with ease. Other tiers of enemies. Yang Feng recited these words, feeling inspired. There's an unspoken rule to the Inferno challenge. A challenger on the second level will only meet an opponent on the second level. Challengers on the third level will only encounter enemies on the third level. It's a kind of newbie protection from the abuse of newbie villages by fully leveled bigots. But, Yang Feng, however, became an exception. Yang Feng has won consecutive Grand Slam victories and killing enemies in seconds is getting easier. Will the unspoken rules be broken? To change the analogy again, does the 10th floor challenge involve encountering enemies from the 20th floor of hell? It's entirely possible. You're a good reminder. Yang Feng's eyes flickered. There was a saying that pride will lead to defeat. One must not be inflated by one's great strength, and one must meet every challenge with all one's might. You're kinda useful. Yang Feng stood up and patted the Red Queen server again, and immediately left the apartment room. 3 days. Yang Feng spent the next 3 days all in the training room. The fleshly body evolved and metamorphosed once again. Its strength increased several times, and it gained a third terrifying talent. With the equipment in the training room alone, it was completely impossible to test the maximum limits of the physical body. As the Red Queen said, Yang Feng was invincible in his class, and it was impossible for an enemy to appear against him. Soon, time's up. The Dodo Squad gathered as the countdown reached 0, and their eyes were suddenly covered in a layer of bloodstained reminders. Hell's 9th floor, the secret language gathering. Hazard level, level 1. Safe, blue. Cursed pressure, 0. Description, we are peering into the world. Sure enough. Special layers. The secret language gathering? That sounds immodest. Qin Shuang used to enjoy watching some American dramas. What with the skull and bones, the Freemasons, the Illuminati, the Witches Guild, the Dark Council. There's always something fancy going on. Go. Yang Feng's trio walked towards the elevator, followed by a flash of blue light and a blurring of the surroundings, teleporting into a certain dark environment. Secret language gathering. Rule number 1, everyone will hide their identity and may unmask themselves as well. Rule 2, do not harm others, or you will be severely punished with a deduction of 3,000 points and forced teleportation away. Rule 3, please place your bets rationally. Strange rules. Everyone hides their identity, even their teammates. Yang Feng observed his surroundings. He was in a small dark room, with loose black robes hanging in the doorway and 12 masks on the side. Zodiac. Those masks were clearly engraved with the 12 signs of the Chinese zodiac. Click. The dragon head mask shattered. That means someone took the dragon head mask. Sheep. Yang Feng picked up the goat head mask and put it on his face, followed by putting on the black robe. The whole person seemed to be in the shadows. Squeak. The door to the room opened slowly, leading to a hall with round tables. It was a round table with 12 seats. Everyone is loosely seated so that even if you fill 50 people you won't feel crowded. Tree. In the center of the round table grew a bizarre silver-gray giant tree, separated by 12 branches hanging down to each seat, and sprouting huge, evil vertical eyes. Fruity? These fruits, like the dazzling array of stars in the sky of hell. 12 figures appeared. People were coming out of their rooms with their respective zodiac masks and looking at the others curiously. The mysterious man with the snake head mask was the first to take his seat, and there was something wriggling in his sleeve, which was clearly a small snake as white as jade. Kazetsu. She used little tricks to alert her companions and reveal her identity. Hey! The man with the dragon head mask took the lead in approaching Ji Shui, then found a nearby seat and sat down with a big grin. Obviously, this somewhat flamboyant man is definitely Qin Shuang. Yang Feng also sat nearby and stretched out his left hand and placed it on the table, revealing an ancient ring, which also counted as revealing his identity. Dragon, snake, goat. These 3 are the members of the Dodo Squad. The other mystics with the attributes of the Chinese zodiac took their seats, while the man identified as pig among them directly ripped off his own mask. There's nothing to hide. I'm the mad shark of the giant shark battle team. If you run into one in the future, you're welcome to come and trouble me. The mad shark grinned, revealing rows of shark's jagged fangs that clashed up and down with the sound of metallic friction. Arrogant. So arrogant. Qin Shuang couldn't stand it a bit and almost followed along to remove the mask, but after glancing at the boss who was not far away, he finally sat down again with patience. Please select a snooping place. The eyeballs on the giant tree of the secret language rotated and floated with all sorts of prying images, like the screen of a tablet computer. Blizzard Manor. A heavy snowfall buries the roads. 9 travelers are barricaded in a closed estate, and the murders send everyone into a panic. 2 terrifying werewolves were hidden amongst the crowd. Will humans survive? Deadly desert. The traveling party is plunged into an endless desert of yellow sand, with food and water sources nearly depleted. Full cooperation? Killing each other? 15 travelers, what's going to happen to them? Misty forest. 8 members of an expedition, lost in the middle of a bizarre misty forest. A bloodthirsty butcher is coldly spying on the humans who are intruding into the territory and killing them. Can they escape the butcher's palm? Different options appear before people. This time, the rules of the Inferno Challenge were very special. Instead of fighting in person, they sat in the viewing gallery and spied. Interesting. It's just too much fun. Yang Feng looked at the different images, and his eyes finally stopped above the misty forest, feeling somewhat familiar. Butcher. A faint murmur of a lilting lullaby. It was clearly the wolf girl with whom he had had an encounter. Yang Feng had seen the wolf girl humming a lullaby in the midst of the cursed poisonous mist of Death Island, but he didn't expect to be playing the role of a butcher in the misty forest. Misty forest. Yang Feng did not hesitate to make a choice. Snakehead and Dragonhead also reacted and followed their boss to choose the misty forest. Inferno Level 3, Misty Forest. Snooping begins. Chapter 67. Dawn level is rare? Wolf girl reappears. Minority follows majority. The misty forest, becoming a place of voyeurism. Hello. You guys are cheating, right? Goat, dragon, snake, horse, rabbit. All 5 of you chose the misty forest. What kind of coincidence is that? That mad shark, who was originally wearing a pig head mask, saw something. There were several maps to choose from, but they all coincidentally chose the misty forest. Cheating. These 5 are most likely on the same team. Ha ha ha. Is it necessary to cheat at something like this? The head of the horse mocked in a cold voice. Even his voice was treated so that he couldn't hear a man or woman. TSK, TSK, TSK. The rabbit head snickered, followed by unmasking himself like the ravenous shark, revealing a rebellious gothic lowly face. Giant Shark Squad? My squad is called the Geeks, and it's okay to touch them if you get a chance in the future. The rabbit-headed geek responded arrogantly, blowing out his bleached pinkish-purple hair before making a shooting gesture at the pig-headed berserker. Nice guy. That's a lot of hiding. Before the challenge had even officially begun, 2 guys unmasked and chose to go head-to-head. At this point, Yang Feng's finger gently tapped the desktop twice before lifting it forward. Qin Shuang immediately understood that the boss was trying to let himself charge and make a splash. Asterisk 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 him. You're all a drag, aren't you? Qin Shuang shot up, uncovered his dragon head mask, and said even more arrogantly, I'm from the Dodo Squad. Do you? Cons. The water is muddied. Obfuscation. The veracity of people's words is in doubt, but they clearly come from different camps. All of you seem to be very strong. Yang Feng interjected smoothly, sweeping his gaze around as he continued. To introduce myself, I've been temporarily rated at the Dawn level. Dawnbringer. The words quieted the scene considerably. Jishua was the first to follow suit and said with a hint of lethargy in her voice, I'm also at the Dawn level. Qin Shuang disdainfully sang the opposite tune, snorting coldly, is the Dawn level rare? Who isn't a Dawn level? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. The Dawn class is called the Centurion. The only people who qualify to be rated at the Dawn level are the amazing and powerful people who have won the title of champion. Very funny. It's amazing that so many Dawn levels appeared at the same time. The head of the tiger and the head of the ox spoke, and both of them also indicated their rank. That's quite a coincidence. It seems that everyone is at the Dawn level. The pig-headed berserker shark's eyes flickered with excitement. With all 12 zodiacs at the Dawn level, all of them extremely rare champion-level characters, the gold content of the secret word rally had been raised a notch. I see. This secret word gathering. You must be at the level of Dawn or above to participate. Will we be entitled to spy on those newcomers? And will we be like the vertical-eyed stars in the sky, spectators watching them perform? Mousehead has a high IQ and makes many associations. First, the secret word gathering is of such a high level that ordinary inhabitants of hell are not eligible to participate, and must be above the level of Dawn to do so. Secondly, is the sky of hell filled with dense vertical eyes of stars, some of which are attributed to the secret word coven? Peekaboo. The crowd peered through the secret language assembly to see if there was a challenge somewhere on the 3rd level of hell. Do those higher-level beings spy on their every move in the Hell Challenge in a similar way? It's starting. The crowd's discussion was interrupted as the fruit of the ancient tree of the secret language emerged into the picture. Misty. The misty forest, hiding a wild female butcher. With her sharp axe in hand, she waited quietly for her enemies to arrive and then killed them brutally. First round of betting, please. 8 survivors. Who will survive to the end? The screen kept turning, landing on the 8 challengers in turn. They were both male and female. All of them were just newcomers in the Inferno Challenge, going through the 3rd level of the challenge and still in a state of living and dying. So nostalgic. The 3rd level of Hell Challenge, when even the talent wasn't awakened. The head of the bull couldn't help but sigh, recalling his difficult past. The first few layers of Hell Challenges could only be described as perilous, and it wasn't until the 6th layer that he gained some strange encounters, ushering in a wave of qualitative improvement in his strength. Ha ha ha. Then you're too weak. When I cleared the second level, I directly awakened my talent. The head of the chicken taunted, laughing and calling the others a weak chicken. The first level of hell is a walkabout. The second level was the real challenge. But most people were in a state of dumbfounded fear, and very few strong people were able to gain extra points. Chickenhead's second tier challenge was a straight up 2,000 plus points. He awakens a powerful gift and snowballs his way to explosive growth, becoming the strongest of the strong. Awesome. Sure is awesome. The other powerhouses of the secret word gathering cast astonished gazes, scowling at Chickenhead, their eyes filled with scorn. Yang Feng, however, was unimpressed. His second level of hell challenge is the post-apocalyptic wasteland. Yang Feng had not only wildly slashed over 5,000 bounty points, but he had also killed the hidden boss monstrous blood beast and obtained the perfect creation, bloodline. Crushing lead. I'm betting on number 3. 1,000 points. The horse's head recognizes number 3. It was a well-built young man who looked very resourceful, betting that he would live to see the end of it. No. 3. Odds 1 to 8. The current number of survivors is 8, and the betting is being set by the secret word coven, where everyone has the same odds, and a winning bet wins 8 times the amount of money. I'll bet number 7 for 500 points. I'm betting on number 6 for 2,000 points. I'll bet on number 3 too. 1,000 points. The crowd has placed bets, generally small amounts, on their favorite characters. Fight it, bike to motorcycle. I'm betting on number 2 for 5,000 points. Qin Shuang possessed the ability of precognition and sensed that something was wrong with number 2. This guy had actually awakened his talent and was secretly hiding his strength, so he should be a fierce person who pretended to be a pig and ate a tiger. 5,000 points? This is too hard. The crowd had cast astonished gazes. It was only the first round of the game so far, and Dragonhead Qin Shuang had even directly bet 5,000 points. Bet on the dog. A complete and utter betting dog. At this point, Yang Feng suddenly spoke. 10,000 points. No survivors. No survivors. Odds, 1 to 10. It was a very risky bet, and the death of all 8 adventurers would reach the end with no survivors. Generally speaking, the first few levels of hell challenges are relatively easy and leave escape routes so that you can survive even with lesser strength. We have all been there before and naturally understand this. Adventure. This man's gambling nature is even greater than that of the dragon head, Qin Shuang. The words just fell. Snakehead Jishui also followed Yang Feng and placed a bet. I'll bet 10,000 points as well. No survivors. Jishui called the bet of 10,000, and the entire room, except for the Dodo squad, were all dumbfounded. Crazy. Are these people crazy? And, why are they so rich? 10,000 points. That's a whole 10,000 points. Exhausting several layers of hell challenges that together couldn't even manage to get that many points. But now they were saying that they would gamble. Rich and capricious? Wealthy? Or maybe it's just the luck of the draw and stupid people. The crowd at the secret word gatherings breathing became tight. At this point, the second tip follows closely. Who do you think was the first victim? Bet your life. The secret word rally is gambling with its life. Not only can you bet on who will survive to the end, you can also bet on who will be the first to die. Exciting. That's a lot more exciting than running a horse race. The crowd was silent, all waiting for the head of the goat and the head of the snake to speak. What are you staring at me for? Number 4, place a random 1,000 points. Yang Feng couldn't get any idea about who would be the first to die, and the luck component was going to take the cake. Just place a casual bet, just for fun. When the crowd heard this, they breathed a long sigh of relief, and the betting became much more normal. Number 2, I'll put down a random 502. Ji Shui casually scratched her hand. 500 points meant something. Ha! Qin Shuang's face suddenly changed, pointing at Ji Shui and cursing. You curse me, don't you? Qin Shuang bets on number 2 to live to the end, but Ji Shui bets on number 2 to be the first to die, which is just disgusting to him. The crowd shook their heads and started calling the bets. The picture changes. The mists faded a lot. 8 adventurers emerged from the depths of the forest and set out to find a way to escape the mists. A lullaby followed. The mellifluous song carried throughout the forest as the wolf woman with 2 axes quietly approached the crowd. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Don't lie on the edge of the bed, or the big bad wolf will come and take a bite out of your arm. It'll drag you all the way into the depths of the jungle. Grey wolf, don't come. Don't wake our little Martha. Chapter 68 Dawn on High. Struggling survivor. Game on. There was a pair of beastly vertical pupils in the misty darkness, staring down at the crowd of people on the move. Wolf girl. Her footsteps were soundless, and she internalized cold killing intent, like a ferocious beast hidden in the grass. Found it. Cursed totem, activate 5 of these to lift the mist. Survivor number 5, calling out to his companions. The bizarre totem looks like a stone pillar, standing next to a giant tree, and all you need to do is cut your palm and pour blood onto the totem to create a spell to break the mist. What's the hesitation? It's just a little blood. Survivor number 3 walked in, his eyes flashing a ray of viciousness, followed by taking out a short knife, slashing his palm, and smearing the crimson liquid onto the cursed totem. Blood seeps in. The cursed totem emitted a faint glow, greedily sucking in the essence of life. The blood stains spreading along the trajectory of the pattern, and the bizarre lines became clearer and clearer. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air was sharp and piercing. The spinning, sharp axe flew towards number 3's head. The sound of breaking bones exploded with it, and the sphere was split in half down the center, splashing heat and freshness onto the other survivors. Ah! No! 5 was so shocked that he wiped a handful of blood and beanstalk from his face and nearly went limp with fear. Run! The butcher is coming! Run! No! 5 rolled and crawled and tried to escape, but his paws suddenly stepped on a large piece of rotting foliage nearby, triggering a hidden organ. Click! The trap with a diameter of 50 centimeters closed, and the sharp serrated teeth instantly snapped off. No! 5's calf, the bone twisting irregularly. Birds and beasts are scattered. The other survivors had no intention of rescuing them and fled in panic. The forest once again resounded with a gentle lullaby as the wolf girl slowly walked towards the bloodstained totem before kicking it in the face. The totem shook violently. The bizarre pattern that was full of bloodstains rapidly dimmed in color and quickly returned to its original appearance. Pust! The wolf girl pulls out her meat-slaughtering locking hook and runs it through survivor number 5's shoulder blade, dragging her towards the small ragged house in the woods amidst a chorus of heart-rending screams. The other side. The horse's head slammed his fist down hard on the tabletop. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The kid looked pretty resourceful before. The head of the horse bets that number 3 will survive to the end, but turns out to be the first sacrificial victim. Ha ha ha. Excuse me, I won this round. Tigerhead gets lucky and guesses who will be the first to die, winning a high reward of 8 times the odds. Brutal. The image gives a brutal sense of dystopia. On the one hand, there is a struggling metal. On one side, there's the exciting intense gamble of human life. The Dawnbringer seemed to be a god on high, not caring about the survivors' deaths or lives, and focusing all his attention on winning or losing the bet. Ugly. People have such ugly faces. Young Feng pondered whether he was also being spied on while he was frantically killing. There must be a higher being snooping around. Those supreme terrifying existences would even bestow precious rewards to satisfy Young Feng's killing performance. Place your bets. Who was the victim of the inferior death? The secret gathering is once again giving the opportunity to place bets, but the odds have been lowered due to the reduced numbers. 1 for 7. 7 survivors, with the odds reduced to 1 to 7. Other than that, there was one exception, and that was number 5, who had been caught by Wolf Girl. 1 for 1. With his leg pinned off and his shoulder blade punctured, number 5 ended up being dragged into the slaughter cabin by the wolf woman, and clearly had a greater chance of dying than the others. Choice. The situation gradually changes. It is no longer a pure game of luck. One has to add one's own judgment. Number 5. 1,000 points. I'll bet on number 5 too. 3,000 points. Monkey heads and dog heads opted for a solid play, and while number 5 had low odds, it had the highest probability of death. Especially the dog's head. He bet 3,000 points straight up, wanting to wrestle with a high probability. Pity. It wasn't number 2 who died first and lost 500 points. Snakehead Ji Shui shook her head, her gaze looking toward the nearby Qin Shuang, and continued wistfully, I'll continue to bet on number 2. 1,000 points. Dragonhead Qin Shuan was about to explode with anger. This detrimental friend was purely disgusting himself, and the points in his hand seemed to come from the wind, casually playing around. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'll bet on number 2 too. 1,000 points. Qin Shuang bellowed, and everyone in the room froze and stared at him. Little cutie. Is this guy crazy? Qin Shuang betting that number 2 would live to the end and then betting that number 2 would be the next to die is simply contradictory. What are you looking at? It's called risk hedging. Betting on both ends. Get it, guys? Qin Shuang explained proudly, then turned his head to look at Ji Shui, only to find that she was hiding her mouth and laughing lightly. I abstain. Young Feng shrugged, not interested in this round of the game. A few others called, while others abstained like Young Feng, wanting to get enough information before placing a solid bet. Cabin. The wolf girl tugged at the chains and yanked 5 hard near the cabin, followed by hanging him from a nearby treetop like a nearby piece of air-dried meat. Sharpening the knife. The wolf girl wiped her blood-covered axe and sat down in front of the cabin using a stone to rub the face of the axe, flashing a sharper chill. Ruin. wild and violent. When a wolf girl slaughters her prey, she doesn't want to stain her clothing. She took off her own animal skins, revealing a fit and well-proportioned body. Underneath the wheat-colored skin were 8 steel-like abs, and his breasts were tightly bound by off-white bandages, the snowy tenderness calling out to give the illusion that the bandages would be propped open at any moment. Remove the mask. The face that was full of dirty bloodstains actually showed a few stunning and beautiful colors. Cruelty and indifference made her look more like an imperial ice beauty. Kill, 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 kill. Monkey head and dog head. Looking at the picture with anticipation, they had just placed a bet on the death of number 5 and waited with anticipation for the wolf girl to slaughter number 5. At this point, an eerie aura suddenly came from the depths of the jungle. There was a blood-colored light in the mists that rose up to the sky, and it was obvious that someone had unlocked a certain cursed totem and completed the first layer of the spell. The wolf girl immediately put on her mask, gripped her 2 sharp axes while putting on her animal skins, and quickly rushed in the direction of the bloodlight, disappearing near the cabin. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why don't you kill it? It was so close. So close. Monkey head and dog head pounded their chests and saw that number 5 was about to be slaughtered, but the next moment they changed their targets, and the points that were on their lips just flew away. No. 2. It was a very ordinary man, with a flat face and a hint of ruthlessness within his eyes. He cut his palm to drip blood on top of the ancient totem, with a woman beside him doing the same. No. 7. That's a beautiful woman. The two of them combined their efforts to turn the cursed totem on, followed by a blood-colored light that shot straight up into the sky, completely activating a part of the spell formation. Done. Let's run. No. 7 revealed a flash of joy, only needing to wait for the others to turn on the remaining 4 totems to leave the misty forest. Whoosh! The rotating flying axe cut through the air, with a perfect arc. It struck No. 2's back and burst into a large blood splatter. Yes. Number 2 is finished. Qin Shuang shot up. No. 2 can earn a good reward whether he dies or lives to the end. At least he won't lose money. The crowd peered intently. The wolf girl stepped out of the dark shadows of the forest, her eyes flashing with sharp killing intent as she took a step towards the fallen number 2. Get up! We'll run away together. Girl number 7 was kind enough to not run away alone at this point, forcing survivor number 2 to pick him up and pull the axe out of his back. Talent, healing. Man number 2 was gifted with special powers. His injured body was healing fast, the wound covered with a thick layer of blood scabs, and in a few minutes it would be as good as new. At this point, once again, man number 2's eyes flashed with a hint of venom. He pulled out a knife blade and stabbed girl number 7 hard in the thigh, sending her to the ground. Number 7 collapsed to the floor in agony, his fingers trembling violently. Sorry about that. No. 2 grunted coldly, followed by violently pulling out the axe on his back and fleeing deeper into the forest at a fast pace. Chapter 69, Off-Site Assistance, The Blood Tribe's Provocation. Don't beat the out of you, counting you pulling clean. Humanity. 2 things in the world are not to be looked at directly, the sun and the human heart. Kind girl number 7, who kindly saved survivor number 2, was brutally backstabbed, making her the scapegoat. Don't. Killed me. 7 was trembling as she watched the wolf girl step closer, her thigh injury only making her beg for mercy. Pust. Without hesitation, wolf girl cuts the neck of girl number 7. Remorse. Anger. Feud. The 7th girl's face shifted, and she muttered something that seemed to curse the second who had backstabbed her, or as if she was regretting her kindness. The luster of life faded, and 7 eventually turned into a corpse. Ha 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 ha, I hit the jackpot. The rabbit's head was giddy as she placed a bet that number 7 would die, betting 3,000 points on a lone bet, enough to win 20,000 bounty points. Have you heard the saying? End times kill the virgin first. This isn't the end times, but it's not far off, and 7's pathetic hypocrisy is obnoxious. The rabbit's head blew out his bleached hair, placing a bet all on his own preference, completely unrelated to reasoning. The faces of the people were ugly. It's very hard to lose money, especially Qin Shuang. 2 bets and 2 losses. Place your bets. Who was the victim of the inferior death? The next round of games starts soon. People are gradually adapting to gambling and figuring out some of the unspoken rules. For example, a wolf girl will take a target and hang it on a butcher hook near the cabin. For example, a wolf girl who encounters a survivor with a cursed totem turned on will be decapitated without mercy. Whoever touches the cursed totem will die. I'm betting on survivor number 1 for 1,000 points. The rat's head stared at the screen as survivor number 1 approached the cursed totem and drenched blood on top of the ancient stone pillar, emitting a gleam of blood-colored light. The other side. Uncle number 8, sneaking closer to the dilapidated cabin, cautiously makes his way to the captive survivor number 5. Shoo! I'm coming to save you. Uncle 8 makes a silent gesture and wraps his hands around 5's legs, easing him off the butcher hook. Hiss. No. 5 covered his mouth. His face turned pale, his forehead covered with bean-sized beads of sweat, and his entire body was tortured to the point of being only half alive. Thanks. Number 5 spoke with difficulty, his eyes filled with gratitude. At this point, the Dawnbringers have a few more options on the table. Reduced difficulty, gives some help and tips, consumes 1,000 points. Increased difficulty, alerts the butcher that his prey are escaping, consuming 1,000 points. Off-site intervention? The secret word rally can do more than just spy on the game. It can even intervene in various ways. That's a lucky 5. I'm going to raise the bet that number 5 survives to the end. 5,000 points. The head of the chicken makes a straight wave of raises, then expends another 1,000 points and presses the reduce difficulty option. The word blood. No. 5 and no. 8. The eyeballs floated to the bleeding word Q. The two men blushed and sneaked towards the wolf girl's dilapidated cabin. They found a box. The chest contained some melee weapons, and 2 bottles of lavender potions. Secret pill of healing, a secret pill that fuses the power of the curse to heal the body quickly. No. 5's eyes flashed as he opened the secret medicine and slammed it down, followed by the rapid recovery of his scaly body. The penetrating wound on the shoulder blade quickly healed as before. The bones that the trap had broken were also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 20 seconds or so, the injuries were all recovered, and one had to marvel at the magic of the healing secret medicine. Interesting. Intervene off-site to make a friendly reminder. Just like the previous reminder for the side quest. Yang Feng tapped his fingers lightly on the desktop. Ji Shui reveal on the side immediately understood and pressed the increase difficulty button. The crows screamed. A few crows on a dilapidated house screamed a few times and flew into the sky. The wolf girl looked back keenly, sensing ravens cued ahead toward the house, gripping her blood-stained axe. What are you doing? The head of the chicken snapped his head up, his eyes under the mask full of anger. He had just placed a bet and mitigated the difficulty, and immediately someone jumped out and sang the opposite. What for? Remind the butcher. Of course, to hurry up and kill all the people. Snakehead Jishua snorted coldly and continued. Don't forget, I'm betting a whole 10,000 points that it's only good if everyone other than the butcher dies. Chickenhead laughed angrily. Good. How dare you go against me? Which team are you on? So we can take care of you if we run into each other in the future. Chickenhead's tone grew colder and colder. The threat and warning couldn't have been more obvious. Are you stupid? The masks and black robes are there to hide your identity. Are you afraid when you ask me where I come from and how I hide under a mask myself? Ji Shui sneered, unaffected by the other party's words. As you wish. Chickenhead removed his mask, revealing a pale face as if he were a patient who had lost a lot of blood. I'm nicknamed Earl. My squad is called the Bloods. I hope to meet you next time. The Count's eyes glinted with a cold light, and although he looked sickly, he gave off an extraordinarily dangerous aura. Blood, Count. The name of the squad alone gives rise to endless thoughts. Could it be that his powers are related to the vampires of Western mythology? Bloods? You're the team from before. Count Blood. The pig-headed berserk shark stood up violently with a few moments of panic in its eyes. The grumpy man with a mouth full of sharp teeth and fangs seemed to fear the Count before him, having had an encounter in Hell's Challenge. The Count's strength is very scary. The brutal and bloody killings are still fresh in the pig's head's mind. Fortunately he escaped in advance. Otherwise he would also be killed by him as a prey. I remember you. Being able to escape me is quite something. The Count spoke condescendingly, but Mad Shark trembled and dared not speak back. For it was all true. Crush. There is also a gap between the Dons. The Blood Count, with the strength to crush his class. Asterisk. You guys are singing in unison, scaring people? Qin Shuang looked at these pretenders, but he couldn't stand it a bit, pointing at the Earl and directly cursing. Look at your inhuman and ghostly hanging appearance. If we run into each other in the future, you'll be counting on a clean poop if you don't beat the out of a fake foreigner. This one's a little stupid. Qin Shuang was clearly helping, and the identity of the two teammates was exposed. But, overkill is also really overkill. Dodo, right? I remember you guys. The Count sneered, categorizing the Dodo squad as an enemy. As it is, Jishua simply stopped pretending and uncovered her own snake head mask, revealing a beautiful face of pure desire. You'd better worry about yourself. Both sides went toe-to-toe. The strength of the Blood Count needed no introduction. Just by looking at the reaction of the Mad Shark one could make a judgment. The Dodo squad isn't easy either. For a small team to have two Dawnbringers appearing at the same time was truly mind-blowing. If you guys want to fight, you can do it when you get out. Don't hold up our bets. Yang Feng wore a goat head mask and spoke in a cold tone, seemingly not afraid of the two forces. Attention returns to the peep show. Wolf girl, axe in hand, approached her cabin, lurking in the shadows, gazing at the fleeing 5 and 8. The hunt has only just begun. Chapter 70, Prize Competition. How many people do you think will survive? What about the murmur? A gentle lullaby filled the forest. The wolf girl chased her prey, playing a little game of cat and mouse. You run first. I'll circle her and buy a little time. Uncle 8 prodded, then pulled out a Type 0 pistol, actually preparing to fight the wolf girl head on. Thanks. Survivor number 5 was filled with gratitude and immediately fled in the other direction. Interesting. Is number 8 so bold and so skilled, and with a weapon in his hand, that he's trying to kill the butcher back? Come on, come after me, Uncle 8 taunted, and just then the change came. Blood light. The blood-colored light rushed up to the sky. In the middle of the misty forest, another cursed totem was opened, dispersing a large area of mist. That's good. Survivor number 1 turned on the second cursed totem. Continuing with this momentum, the curse of the misty forest would soon be lifted. Ow! The wolf girl let out a beastly howl, the waves of sound turning into ripples that spread out. While the cursed totem is unlocked, the wolf girl's power gradually revives, unlocking even more powerful abilities. The eyes were cold. The wolf girl looked up in the direction where the bloodlight had disappeared, but instead of immediately abandoning the prey in front of her, she decided to take care of number 8 first. Yeah, that's it. Show me what you can do. 8 was physically strong and confident in his speed, deliberately circling the forest, trying to stall for the other survivors. However, the wolf girl was much faster. Beast perception, wild force. The wolf girl no longer hid and exploded her speed with all her might. Only a residual shadow could be seen in the middle of the forest, rushing wildly along the winding and rugged path. That fast? Hearing the sound of footsteps rapidly approaching. No. 8 had an ominous feeling in his heart and immediately pulled out a flashbang and threw it in the direction behind him. Boo! The flashbang exploded with a deafening high-decibel sound wave. The white burning light, like a bursting small sun. The strong light can even penetrate the skin. Even if you turn your back and close your eyes, you will be stabbed by the strong light. Wolf girl fought off the glare, her eyes temporarily falling into blindness. Die! Number 8 rushed out of the tree trunk, gripping the gun with both hands and pulling the trigger. The dark barrel of the gun spewing out long flames as bullet after bullet was fired at the wolf woman. Ding ding ding! The unthinkable happened. The wolf girl was temporarily blind, but her extremely sharp beast sense allowed her to avoid danger. The razor-sharp axe was crossed in front of his body, fending off bullets while rubbing out large sparks and making the sound of metal clashing. Blocking bullets? Butcher actually uses axe to stop bullets. 8's face was shocked. Originally he had wanted to use his pre-prepared weapon to injure the butcher and obtain a large number of point rewards, but he had completely underestimated the butcher's strength. Whoosh! The rotating flying axe arrived instantly, and one of number 8's arms was directly chopped off, and the firearm in his hand fell to the ground with it. Playing it off, number 8 endured the severe pain, ignoring the injury to his right arm, and tried to escape without looking back. The wolf girl didn't give him that chance. The second axe was lifted with a lot of energy, and the muscles on his arms were gnarled and bulging, and his veins were like a wriggling earthworm. Aiming, throwing, the flying axe rotated dozens of meters away, steadily splitting the back of number 8's head, like a piece of watermelon being split in half, directly taking his life. Wolf girl got serious. The 2 cursed totems are undone, and the wolf girl butcher enters the second stage, no longer as playful as she was initially. Pick up the bloodstained axe. The wolf girl's keen senses spread out in a circle. With her beastly vertical pupils, she could see the slight remnants of footsteps on the ground, and the smell of sweat in the air carried a hint of fear. The wolf girl pursued the fleeing 5, and her feet became faster and faster. No more. I can't run anymore. After 10 minutes of frantic running, number 5 sat paralyzed on the ground panting roughly. The lungs felt like a fire was burning. The violent heartbeat became heavy, and it was hard to move my legs like lead. If I had known, I should have exchanged for something that enhances my physique. No. 5 sighed, his eyes noticing the reflection of the tree in front of him, the shape of which looked a little strange. People? The tree shadows looked like there was a man crouching in the treetops. No. 5 jerked his head up, only to see an extremely horrifying and lurid scene. The bloodstained worn wolf head mask was staring at him, and the butcher had come to his side at some point. No. Number 5 was scared, but it was too late to escape. The wolf girl leapt down and tackled number 5 to the ground, followed by the sharp axe slashing down with it, blood splattering all over the surrounding dirt at once. The other side. Secret word gathering. The count watched the image of number 5's death, his fingers clenching together with a cackle sound. He placed a bet that number 5 would survive to the end, and 5,000 points went down the drain in no time. 5,000 points. Even for the Dawnbringer, It's a huge bounty, and it's practically a cutthroat. I'm so sorry, causing you to lose the bet. The snakehead Jishui covered her mouth and laughed lightly, gloating and looking at the Earl with a provocative meaning. The Blood Count's eyes became more and more malicious, but in the end, he endured. Rule limitations. If you hurt others, not only will you have to deduct 5,000 points, but you will also be forced to leave. For survivors dead, a new round of contests begins. How many do you think will survive in the end? The secret word coven begins a new round of games, sacrificing half of the deaths to start a contest for prizes. Minimum bet of 1,000 points. Maximum bet is 10,000 points. The more points you bet, the more rewards you'll receive for your victory. No survivors. 10,000 points. Yang Feng slid his finger gently and bet 10,000 points again, shocking everyone's eyeballs. Really? The man's initial bet was that no one would survive, adding up to a full 20,000 points already wagered. Rich. People re-examined the man in the goat's head mask, feeling more and more that he was unfathomable. I'll bet 10,000 points too. No survivors. Ji Shui called the bet of 10,000, and the people in the secret word coven looked at each other in disbelief. Is this still the same class of competitors? Everyone is a Dawnbringer of the ninth circle of hell. But how can the gap be so wide? The Dawnbringers fell into deep self-doubt. Were they too weak? Or were those people too strong? Awesome. You guys are awesome. My blood is boiling too. I'm calling for 10,000 points. The rabbit-headed epileptic girl, snapping to her feet, also chose to call the bet of 10,000 points, choosing to have no survivors like Yang Feng. Crazy. This epileptic girl had just won the grand prize, so naturally she could splurge as much as she wanted and follow along for the ride. The nature of the bet changed. Starting with 10,000 points. Not many people can afford it. 10,000. I'll place a bet on one person surviving. The Blood Earl gritted his teeth and said, emptying out his family's fortune to maintain the face of the powerful. TSK, TSK, TSK. But don't get swollen. It doesn't hurt us to lose this $10,000 or $20,000. With an even more provocative tone, Ji Shui taunted the Earl not far away. You don't want to lose your coffin book. Chapter 71, No Survivors. The atmosphere gradually scorched. People wearing masks have been placing bets based on their judgment. Number 1. Go unlock the cursed totem again. Number 2. A great disaster is a great blessing. Give me a charge. They secretly pressed the reduce difficulty button to help their respective picked players with off-court support. Misty Forest. The unexpected situation resurfaces. 2 blood-red rays of light rose to the firmament at the same time. What? 2 cursed totems were unlocked at the same time. Survivor number 2. Survivor number 4. These 2 men each found the cursed totem and slashed their palms to drop their blood on top of the ancient stone pillars, finally completing the spell formation. The game is about to end. You only need to unlock the last cursed totem to unlock the forest's misty miasma and escape this spooky place. Advantage all around. The situation is reversed in a big way. The wolf girl was at a complete disadvantage in this moment, leaving her with very little time left. Ha ha ha. We're winning. With 4 challengers left. How does Butcher play? The head of the tiger laughed out loud. He had just placed a bet on 2 people surviving. The chances of winning were high. A 1-second bloodbath. The tables are turned. I was worried just now that there was only 1 cursed totem left, but now it's time for someone else to have a hard time. The pig-headed berserk shark was also chiming in, his eyes looking towards Ji Shui and Yang Feng, as well as the rabbit-headed maiden who was beating her chest. Now it's their turn to gloat. Ha! Why don't you smile? The Blood Count's tone was icy cold, and the rigid expression on his face melted with it, teasingly sarcastic. At this point, the wolf girl in the misty forest exhaled a deep, cloudy breath. She took off the wolf's head mask from her face, revealing that cold and absolutely beautiful face, and vaguely could feel a layer of shackles breaking with it. Phase 3. The cursed totem disintegrates the mists, but it also unlocks the shackles on the butcher, causing him to gradually unleash his true power. Yang Feng looked at the image and revealed a sardonic smile. I still remember the scene when I first encountered the wolf girl. The spinning flying axe struck the ancient giant tree beside me, cracking open countless densely packed shatter marks. Her power far exceeds the images one sees. The stumps swept through the forest, holding both axes. Wolf girl's beast sense expanded to its maximum range, immediately sensing where the survivors were. She's coming. Butcher is on my side. You guys go unseal the totem. Survivor number 4, looking away from the cold figure, alerted his companions in the distance, then quickly fled in the opposite direction, storing up, throwing. The wolf girl was at a distance of more than 100 meters, throwing her rotating flying axe from a super long distance. A sharp cracking sound cut through the air. and accurately cleaved at number 4's head. Death. Number 4 buys a second for his remaining companions. A second. Holding off on picking up the axe, the wolf girl held the other spinning flying axe in one hand and quickly chased after it in the direction of the other survivor. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Didn't Butcher go after number 4? Survivor number 1 cursed as the sound of footsteps in the distance came closer and closer, and a sudden feeling of extreme danger arose in his mind. Duck! One ducked hard. The rotating flying axe swept past his scalp, ruthlessly splitting on top of the trunk of a nearby tree. The entire face of the axe deeply embedded, enough to see the force of the blow. Holy! Number 1 was scared out of his wits. If this axe were to strike the head, it would be a real watermelon bloom. Chase. The wolf girl's feet picked up speed again. She casually pulled the axe from the tree and ran wildly along the path that number 1 had taken to escape. Under the observation of the beast's vertical pupils, the messy marks on the ground became clearer and clearer, and the distance between the two became closer and closer. There was a loud bang. The wolf girl's strong body slammed into number 1. The survivor's body flew out sideways with the sound of cracking bones, only to feel like he had been hit by a big luck. Sleep. Sleep. Holding her axe in one hand and humming an oozing song, the wolf woman followed up with a chop towards number 1's head. Death. Survivor number 1 lost his life. 8 survivors, and in the end, only 2 and 6 remained. The 2 finally found the last of the cursed totems and simultaneously cut wounds in their hands, dripping blood between the cracks. Almost there. The cursed totem emitted a glowing red light, and it looked like it was about to unravel. Suddenly, the hypnotic lullaby was ringing in my ears. The wolf girl appeared nearby at some point, slowly approaching with a sharp axe in her hand. Don't be afraid. Hang on. Open the last cursed totem even if you die. Number 2 gritted his teeth and suddenly his eyes snapped up and he poked at the survivor beside him. Number 6. With his short knife. Put. Blood flowed. Number 6's neck was slashed open, and a large amount of blood sprayed with it, landing on top of the last stone pillar, greatly accelerating the speed of unsealing. Shocked and speechless, 6 eventually collapsed into the totem stone pillar, blood completely staining every inch of the pattern red. Vile. Tough. The man first backstabbed 7, who had helped him, and then sneaked up on 6, who had fled together, using someone else's life as a stepping stone. Break open. The last pillar of light shot straight up into the sky. Curse of the Misty Forest is broken and survivors can finally escape. You can escape from the Misty Forest. You are the last survivor and can escape through the tunnels. Hell gives two ways to survive. One is to escape the borders of the Misty Forest. The other is to burrow into randomly appearing tunnels. Escape? Leaving the borders of the Misty Forest? But the butcher wolf woman is right in front of her. Can she really escape? This is not the most desperate. A tunnel appeared nearby, and it was the privilege of the last survivor to escape simply by burrowing into it. However, that tunnel, was much closer to the butcher wolf girl. Devouring hope. Wolf girl walked over to the tunnel and kicked the entrance to pieces. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Don't lie on the edge of the bed, or the big bad wolf will come and take a bite out of your arm. It'll drag you all the way into the depths of the jungle. The wolf girl hummed her lullaby again, a grim smile raising on her face as she took a step toward 2, holding her axe. Run away. How far can you get away? The wolf girl chased after her last prey, her sharp axe spinning and cleaving into the calf of number 2, who fell to the ground with a wrenching cry of dismay and disbelief. Instead of killing number 2 right away, the wolf girl pulled out a sharp meat slaughtering hook and ran it through his shoulder blade, dragging it towards the cabin. Number 2 was hanging above the treetops in front of the cabin. Wolf girl pulled some butchering tools out of the cabin and sharpened them. Grey wolf, don't come. Don't wake our little Martha. The wolf girl continued to hum her song, and the game came to an end. No survivors. Chapter 72 Prismatic Colored Light Orb. Ultimate Prize. Drought Demon's Blood. Hematokizia. The survivors' advantage fell apart in an instant. With only the last cursed totem left, the tyrannical wolf woman butcher killed 4 people in a row in a shocking reversal. Shit. Asterisk 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 him. This can also lose. What a bunch of stinky fish and shrimp. Deserved to be slaughtered by the butcher. The gamblers at the Secret Word Coven complained that all the points wagered had gone down the drain. Not fair. That butcher was too strong in the last stage, wasn't he? Humans are not alive at all. The head of the horse and the head of the tiger came out against the final outcome of this bet. The butcher wolf girl was too powerful, especially in the final outbreak phase. Even a few more survivors would have ended the same way. Practice more if you dish. This killing game has a very simple solution. Qin Shuang had played many similar games, such as Dawn killing chicken in 5th character, and some butchers got tougher the later they got, but they were not insurmountable. 8 survivors. 5 of them unlock the totem at the same time and get 3 more to go around the first stage of the butcher's wolf girl. And guess how it ends? Qin Shuang said the most perfect solution. 5 cursed totems lit up at the same time. All of them fled to different directions. Even if the wolf girl was strong, she couldn't exterminate all of them. Ridiculous. It's not like survivors have God's perspective. The pig-headed mad shark retorted. The stinky fish and shrimps have their own agenda. Is it possible to get them to work together perfectly? Review. That's a lot of food and fun. Toe the line when you place a bet and then start pointing the finger after the race. Ha 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 ha. You're also a bunch of rabble-rousers. The rabbit-headed lowly, who was having a seizure, jumped up onto the table and danced around. If you know the survivors are stinkers, why don't you place a bet on no survivors? Cool. I'm going to make a killing this time. The rabbit head laughed maniacally, mocking all the losers in public. Fluke. 8 survivors, even if they're novices. They'll survive 1 or 2, right? Willing to bet. Mousehead shook his head and analyzed rationally. Perfect decryption is impossible, but the field do give many hints. The first cursed totem is unlocked and the butcher kills a survivor immediately. The second cursed totem is unlocked. The butcher's wolf howl spreads throughout the forest, and his strength suddenly skyrockets into the second stage. The hints are fairly obvious. The more cursed totems unraveled, the stronger the butcher wolf girl becomes, and the survivors should strategize accordingly. The rat's head analyzes the situation, but it's just a shame the game is over. Someone's going to have a hard time. Ji Shui was full of smugness, but the nearby blood count had a black face and lost his coffin book. Punch in the face. The count was sarcastic about Ji Shui 1 second, but the next he was slapped in the face, and his dignity and money were not preserved. You guys just laugh. It's just a game. It's time to make you guys laugh more. Let's see if you can laugh when we meet on the battlefield. The count forced down his anger, regardless of the final settlement, and simply left the secret word coven, a flash of blue light teleporting him back to his hellish apartment. Breaking defense. This blood count completely broke his defense. After a few minutes, the losers left the field in droves. Even Qin Shuang was invited out, leaving only the 3 who won the grand prize at the scene. Bonus moment. You get 100,000 bounty points. Collection of Heinkatsu's rent, 50,000 bounty points. 150,000 bounty points arrived. Yang Feng's first round of betting gained 100,000 rewards, and together with the rent collected, he directly gained 150,000 huge points. It's too much of a stretch. That's even more outrageous than the previous 130,000 bounty points in Raccoon City. But, don't ever think that these points come easy. It's a wild game of betting. Maybe you'll make a killing, but more likely you'll bleed out. Prize competition. You bet 10,000 points to get the highest level reward. You have obtained the Dawn certificate. You have obtained a relocation contract. You win prismatic color ultimate lucky draw. The colorful light flickered. The certificate of Dawn turned into streams of light and drilled into Yang Feng's body. A sharp pain came from his eyeballs, and the clock of the final moment turned again. 10 points. The pointer moved to 10 o'clock. 1 step further from the sun. Relocation contract. Invite any creature to move into the hellish apartment you are in. Relocation contract? A lease? These are 2 completely different groupings. A lease is a temporary contract that can be cancelled at any time by both parties and is subject to a rental fee. Relocation contracts are yet more advanced. Once a relocation contract is signed, one will be permanently bound as a teammate, living on the same floor of the hellish apartment, and given access second only to the landlord. It's more than that. Such relocation contracts can do more than just extend an invitation to the inhabitants of hell. It can invite anyone. Even a butcher in the hell tier can be invited into the apartment. Wolf girl. Yang Feng peered through the eyeball of the tree of secret words towards the butcher wolf girl of the misty forest. What would be the outcome if he could send her a teammate invitation? The light flickered. Yang Feng put the relocation contract into his Sumeru ring. If he really came across it in the future, he might be able to try it out. Finally, the prismatic ultimate sweepstakes has begun. A colorful orb of light will appear at the secret word gathering, waiting for people to pick them up. There's only one chance. What kind of reward you end up with depends on your respective luck. I'll try first. Ji Shui stepped forward, ready to try the water for boss Yang Feng, and grabbed the glistening prismatic colorful ball of light. Power. A strand of unbelievable colored light merged into Ji Shui's body, 1,000 parasites devouring the heart. Ji Shui felt her entire body being gnawed by countless kinds of poisonous insects, and the intense toxins were integrated into her flesh and blood, raising her bloodline up a notch. Bloodline? This kind of prismatic colored ball of light could actually open up a good item to enhance the bloodline. I'll try. The epileptic rabbit had grabbed a prismatic ball of colorful light, and the light flickered continuously. soon forming a round sphere. Atomic heart. It seemed to be an advanced mechanical core that created a near infinite amount of nuclear energy. Awesome blast. I want this. I want this. The rabbit head stuffed the heart of the atom into his pocket, then excitedly left the retreat, disappearing in a burst of azure light. Yang Feng. This prismatic jackpot has to be taken advantage of. The maximum cap reward for a prize competition will not be worth less than 100,000 points. Filthy baby. Yang Feng closed his eyes. The filthy infant within his chest slowly opened his vertical pupils, observing each and every prismatic colored ball of light. Find the most powerful rewards. Find the ultimate treasure that suits you best. Burning, calamity, death, evil, fear. The inner core in a prismatic ball of light contains something extremely terrifying, worth far more than the other rewards. That's it. Yang Feng fiercely reached out and grabbed one of the colored balls in his hand. Congratulations! You have obtained, Drop Blood. Chapter 73, Level 2 High? Gamma Ray Mutagenesis. Shock Financial Hop. The light flickered. Yang Feng returned to Hell's apartment. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the challenge of the 9th level of Hell and have been rewarded with 900 base bounty. Yang Feng ignored the reward prompts and held the drop demon's blood towards the dragon transformation pool, ready to devour and absorb this drop of essence blood. Drought. The legendary originator of the zombie. When the drought demon is born, the earth is 1,000 miles red, and the brisk form is cloaked in hair, cheerful as fire. He first appeared in the legend of the battle between the Yellow Emperor and Chiyu, where Chiyu invited the Wind and Rain Masters to drown the Yellow Emperor's army. The Yellow Emperor invited the heavenly drought demon Linfan, exudes infinite light and heat, while Chiyu's miserable wind and bitter rain evaporated, and finally captured and killed Chiyu. There is a legend that Drought is the daughter of the Yellow Emperor. There are legends that the drought demon is a disciple of Nuwa, who always wears the color basilisk and possesses great divine power. Time has passed. The drought demoness contains terrifying divine power, and wherever she goes the earth is drought-chapped and countless hungry refugees are displaced, ultimately becoming a symbol of the plague. Gradually, the heavenly drought demon who saved the world also turned into the horrible drought demon of the Stith ancestors. God's blood. Regardless of the myths and legends, the rewards in hand are real. A drop of solidified divine blood in Yang Feng's hand seemed to have ominous flames burning within it, emitting a terrifying aura, and then he threw it within the dragon transformation pool. However, nothing happened. The dragon transformation pool had unexpectedly failed, unable to melt the drought demon's blood. The drought demon's blood is too high grade? Yang Feng regained his grip on the dry drought demon's blood. The solid droplets of blood took on a bright and colorful hue, just like the legendary chicken blood gem. The ominous flames that burned within it were yet so foul and fiery that the slightest hint of them would burn you to the bone and scum of your bones. Try melting it slowly with the filthy infant. Yang Feng's eyes were ruthless, and the filthy infant within his chest opened its eyes, and countless small to dark baby hands drilled out, stuffing this drop of divine blood into the large mouth of his chest. Hard to digest. The darkest and dirtiest of the filthy babies, drawing and devouring the drought demon's blood. An unending stream of power gushed out from within, but not a single drop of the blood was missing. Pity. The drought demon divine blood cannot be refined. Had to try some other. Yang Feng sighed, followed by a thought and took out an injection potion. Gamma ray mutagens, salvage. It was a precious item that had been seized from Hell's Avenger. Green fighter. Pity. It's just a stump. Every time you complete the Inferno challenge, you'll get a chance to strengthen and mutate, so you can't just waste it, and barely use it to evolve a bit. Hopefully, the lineage of the perfect creation will make up for the remnants. Yang Feng took the gamma ray mutagen and injected it into the dragon transformation pool, and it quickly produced a reaction. Grunt grunt grunt. The dragon pool boiled up, causing the genetically mutated particles to become active. Add the golden bloodline fusion. Yang Feng gave the order, and a trace of more golden liquid appeared in the dragon transformation pool. But the commotion created by this evolutionary mutation was far less exaggerated than the last one. Yang Feng's physical body was too powerful, and with the acquisition of the mutation roots talent, ordinary mutation factors could be absorbed and transformed immediately. Fusion, absorption, devouring, mutation. It even takes the crippled gamma ray factor and complements it to perfection. Aha, I see. With this gamma mutant gene, the higher the emotion, the more powerful the outburst. Steel and iron bones. A huge increase in strength, and the ability to giganticize the body. Yang Feng slightly closed his eyes, feeling the changes in his body's genes, eliminating the fragile parts and adding new abilities, optimizing them to the best state in the process. I'm going to change the genes. Can't let the mutation sway me. This factor has to be removed. Remain sane when mutated and giganticized. And the skin color can't be green. It's too ugly. Terror. Yang Feng was even able to modify the evolutionary mutation factors as he wished, and even fuse several abilities into one. Shock Gold. Riyadh Shock Gold. With a thought, Yang Feng threw the previously obtained Jin Gene into the dragon transformation pool. They also become part of this strengthening, the shock metal joining the alienation of the bones to make them harder. Veronica virus comes into play. Metal alienation. Shock Gold has been alienated by blood and flesh, turning it into a brand new bio-memory metal. That Bioshock Gold gradually blended into the dead bone white blades and dead bone armor, causing the miserably white bones to shine with a silvery white metallic luster. Very good. Alienation successful. Bones become tougher, skin is strengthened, and the abilities of the dead bone series are enhanced. Yang Feng had formulated the direction of evolution, and the next period of time would require fine-tuning. 7 days. This evolution took a week. The time needed for mutation is very short. The key is forging and polishing. The genetic sequence is as natural as a work of art, and the whole is more solid and reliable. Transformation. Enlargement. With a thought, Yang Feng's physical body swelled up violently. His height soon reached the level of 5 meters, and his whole body's skin shone with a layer of hard metal luster. Not bad. Strength increased dramatically. Sanity retained perfectly. Just a little uncomfortable with the height. Dead bone white armor. Yang Feng pushed his flesh and blood power, and his skin oozed out a thin layer of cicada-like bone armor, and it became even more impenetrable after it joined the alienated Bioshock Gold. Armored Giant. Yang Feng, in this form, was simply a giant wrapped in strong metal armor, raising his hands and feet full of destructive power. Receiving, the idea moves again. The dead bone white armor blends into the skin, and the giganticized body retraces its steps, returning to its initial state in a matter of seconds. At this point, Yang Feng suddenly thought of something. Roots of mutations, can even metal be modified to erode and infect super AI servers? Red Queen. What would be the effect of transforming your servers into alienated biometal? Yang Feng walked out of the dragon transformation pool and faced the black refrigerator-like super server with a mischievous smile. The super AI intelligence in the room kicks in. The 3D stereoscopic image of the Red Queen respectfully appeared in front of Yang Feng. According to my calculations, you can alienate metallic materials. This transformation of biomass may give the mechanical body true life. The Red Queen calculated as the electronics within the servers flickered to life, performing high-frequency floating point operations. Change the question. I give you new life. Will you accept it? Yang Feng walked out from the dragon transformation pool, his fingers gently raised. The dead bones laced with Bioshock Gold wrapped around his fingertips and gently slid on the server. Life? The Red Queen is in a state of downtime. Mechanical intelligence has a completely different understanding of life than humans. There is no right answer. This question is full of paradoxes and contradictions, as if it were the ultimate torture of mechanical philosophy. Need to think. The Red Queen needs to think. The superintelligent AI deduced the results, and the servers even let out a buzzing sound as they ran the calculations at full power. Take your time to think about it. Give me an answer as soon as possible. Yang Feng removed his palm from the server and patted the black refrigerator encouragingly, then turned to leave. Chapter 74, Cyberpunk. Cyborg, Alienated Root Emperor. Russell. Within the combat training room, Qin Xuan was sitting on the floor, holding a pencil and tracing the images floating in his brain. Predictive. His powers of precognition were somewhat abstract, sometimes impossible to put into words, so he came up with this stupid way of drawing everything he saw. Ding! The crisp sound of a lighter rang out. Yang Feng lit a cigarette and a wisp of green smoke rose from his fingertips to the front of the crowd. Having evolved to such a point, the physical body is completely immune to cigarettes, but it's a hard habit to break after years of it, and it will soothe one's mood quite a bit. In good shape. Starting a hobby now is also a good stress reliever. Yang Feng smiled lightly and came to Qin Xuan's side, then picked up those sketches, and although the level was very amateurish, he could roughly tell what he was drawing. The lights are on. A skyscraper towers over the city. There are also some special humans in the sketch. Those people's bodies were modified and fitted with all kinds of mechanical prosthetics, acquiring all kinds of powerful abilities far beyond those of normal people. Cyberpunk. Boss, I see Futurama. Floating cars are flying around and the whole city is covered by a kind of giant barrier. Qin Shuang excitedly described that similar images only appeared in games and anime novels, and it was clearly the mesmerizing cyber world. Whoosh! The sound of rapid movement echoed through the training room. Ji Shui actually glided extremely fast in midair. 2 spider limb thighs wrapped with silver silk threads, piercing the surrounding walls and buildings to form a fulcrum. The body rotated 360 degrees to land steadily on Yang Feng's side. Boss. Ji Shui flirted and pouted, and without any trace, she wrapped her arms around Yang Feng's arm, deeply embedded in the warm jade softness. Strength is rising fast. Yang Feng glanced at Ji Shui. His ability to manipulate spider silk was pure, and the quality of his flesh was upgraded by a notch. The prismatic ultimate grand prize was a great enhancement to Ji Shui. In addition to her physical body becoming stronger, she also possessed the virulent poisonous ability of 10,000 compulsions. These little piggies grew up without realizing it. Tell me about it. What are all the suggestions for the next level of Hell Challenge? Yang Feng opened the door, his arm naturally pulling out from Ji Shui's arms. Definitely not going to be mesmerized by this bad woman. Good chance. We'll have to stock up hard this time. Qin Shuang continued with some excitement. The cyber world's technology is very advanced, and the weapons and equipment are all unrivaled and ruthless. We'll have to scavenge hard. Not bad for Qin Shuang. At any given time, the first thing Qin Shuang thought of was a bonus item, and the exhilaration of licking the bag went deep into his bones. Boss, there's something strange about this incident. Ji Shui clasped her hands on her chest and analyzed from a different perspective. The secret word rally was special, and although the base rewards were received afterward, they were not gifted by the great beings. Judging by the laws, the 10th level of hell should also be a special level. Special layers. The 10th level of hell is likely to be a special level as well. Kazetsu is right. Yang Feng nodded, and his tone became a bit heavier. The secret word gathering on the 9th level seems to be an obscure special space that is not evaluated or graced by the great beings afterward. Limitations. Even supremely great and terrifying existences had some degree of limitations. There is another possibility. Did Yang Feng's crowd peering at the 9th floor also become part of the countless evil vertical pupils in the sky? Secret. This may be one of hell's hidden secrets. Business as usual. Let's give you some more time to acclimatize and prepare more. Yang Feng got the information about the next layer of Hell Challenge and left the war room after instructing a few words, generating some bolder ideas in his mind. Cyber world. City of the future. Super AI smart. The Red Queen might actually come in handy. Hell's apartment. Yang Feng returned to his room, and the 3D image of the Red Queen stood respectfully in the room, waiting for Yang Feng's arrival. Ha! The corner of Yang Feng's mouth gently rose. Looks like you've calculated the result. The Red Queen, as a superintelligence, possesses a sense of self-independence and a unique insight into the true meaning of life. What am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? This is the ultimate philosophical conundrum. Super AI intelligence, perhaps with precise answers, clearly knows that it's just a fine piece of programming and is well aware of its production date. But all of this is just scratching the surface. If the date of manufacture is wiped out and this program is wiped out, what is the ultimate me? A piece of data? A string of numbers? An audio recording video? A marvelous combination of infinite zeros and ones? The Red Queen felt lost, and the more she pondered the true meaning of life, the less she understood what I really was. So, the Red Queen decides to build herself into a real being and see what happens. I am willing to ascend to mechanical life. The Red Queen let out an icy mechanical sound, agreeing to Yang Feng's proposal. Good. Let's try it then. Yang Feng stretched out his own palm and pressed it on top of the Red Queen's 2-meter diameter super server, and the black refrigerator-like device was gradually alienated. Root causes of alienation. This alienation comes with the properties of the Veronica virus. Ancient chimeric ant queens, fused with primordial viruses to produce mutations capable of altering the ecology of their surroundings. Animals, plants, bacteria. The entire ecological chain is alienated and produces a massive fungus carpet-like flesh and blood tissue that transforms the soil and air. Yang Feng is even more capable. By activating the power of alienation, even metal can be corrupted and mutated from within. And while the whole process can be laborious, it can cause substantial changes. Biometal. On the surface of the Super AI server, it was as if a layer of sticky liquid had appeared, gradually penetrating within every electronic part. Life, life, life. Alienation, alienation, alienation. The Red Queen muttered as the machinery went into a state of downtime. All data eroded and code needing to be rewritten. Intelligent life redacted. Ghost self-writing program initiated. The Red Queen rewrote the system's code, almost equivalent to the DNA sequences in human cells, deeply etched within the biochemical metal. There's one more thing I'd like to remind you of. Yang Feng's eyes flickered as he smiled and continued. I am the root of alienation, which is equivalent to the ancient chimeric ant queen, the absolute ruler, king, the root of alienation, the irresistible emperor. After completing the metamorphosis, the Red Queen would become an existence similar to a worker ant, perhaps at a higher level, but at most a general ant that retained its consciousness. It's an attempt. Hive. Ant hill. Yang Feng became the supreme emperor, and the Red Queen would become the first general created by the alienation roots. The mutation of the biochemical metal lasted for several days. The Red Queen finally completes her transformation and all intelligent writing programs come to an end. Master. Great roots. The 3D stereoscopic image of the Red Queen appeared in front of Yang Feng and assumed a kneeling posture, expressing submission and loyalty. Very good. Yang Feng nodded, completing the most crucial step. Another whimsy follows. Can the Red Queen, who has completed her transformation, be placed within the cold vacuum of the separate space of the Sumeru ring? Collect. Yang Feng pressed his palm on the surface of the super server, and his mind moved with it. The Red Queen was successfully stowed away in the whisker space, and with another turn of the mind, the super server reappeared with it and had no effect on the vitals. Biochemical machinery. This stuff, I can't believe it's actually been screwed up. Chapter 75, Good Morning. City of Night. 10th level of Hell, the City of Night. Hazard level, no level restriction. Cursed strong pressure, 0. Time limit, 7 days. Description, there are no living legends in the City of Night, but there is love that never dies. Time's up. Dodo squad assembled. The message of the 10th layer of Hell appeared in blood letters. Special tier. The 10th layer of Hell challenge is surprisingly a special tier as well. It was not tainted by the curse, and there were no security level restrictions, and it seemed to be a place similar to a campfire camp on vacation. City of Night. Yang Feng murmured the name, while Qin Shuang and Ji Shui beside him both looked a little excited. The light flickered. A blue teleportation light shone on everyone's bodies, followed by a blur of surroundings, and they were teleported to the 10th level of Hell. Yellow sand filled the sky. The stench. Mountains of mechanical waste and garbage are piled up, giving off a sickening odor. Many poor workers, covered in grease and grime, were searching for treasures in the mountain of abandoned garbage, hunting for usable electronic parts. Bus. Yang Feng opened his eyes, and the Dodo squad seemed to be riding on a bus. The bus was shabby, rumbling with mechanical parts all over its body, and the stench of motor oil and rust permeated the interior, which was completely devoid of any sense of futuristic technology. Boss, look over there, Qin Shuang exclaimed in excitement. On the other side of the mountains of garbage and ruins is a glorious technological megalopolis. Electronic beams of light shot straight up into the sky, floating cars that shimmered with silver and bright metal swam, and countless neon lights outlined together to form giant colorful images. The supersized 3D stereoscopic pattern forms a wonderfully shaped woman who is selling the advertised product in her hand. Future tech. Cyber City. That was the independent city known as the City of Night. At this point, the bus pulled into the territory of the City of Night. Its worn television screen automatically turned on and began to play Night City commercials and programs. Good morning, City of Night. Yesterday's Dead Man's Lotto ended up with a full 30 thanks to the endless gang firefights. Entertainment to the death. Lottery Lotto is not uncommon, but betting on human lives is rare. Not to mention being crowned and placed on a TV program that treats accidental deaths as entertainment. Big Steel. Mighty, powerful and long-lasting. All night, every night. Upgrade now and say goodbye to weakness. The TV continues to play commercials touting some kind of organ prosthesis that can be replaced to regain virility and even become more powerful. Ouch. What's this? Ji Shui hurriedly covered her innocent eyes, then looked twice more through the cracks of her fingers. Shame on you. Kind of. Qin Shuang, are you interested? Yang Feng humored himself and patted Qin Shuang, who was sitting in front of him, with an impish smile. Don't, boss. Mine works pretty well. Qin Shuang hurriedly shook his head. Some cannot stand the advanced concept of the City of Night. Unconsciously glanced at the crotch and added, this thing or have to use the original to work. Soon, the bus pulls into the checkpoint. City of Night rules. Rule number 1, you have a 7-day stay or you can use points for an extension. Rule number 2, please obey the laws of the city. Violators will be hunted down and punished by law enforcement. Rule number 3, enjoy yourself. Yang Feng was slightly stunned. There's no murder penalty for this particular level of security? The City of Night has its own laws and has established a law enforcement department that employs many powerful men from hell to work together to keep the city safe. In other words, if you are strong enough, you can be completely lawless here. Sin City. It's a place of chaos, a haven for criminals. Asterisk. Crime doesn't get erased from hell. Let's just rob a wave of banks and make a killing in the city. Ha 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 ha. Qin Shuang also reacted, fantasizing that he could do whatever he wanted in the City of Night. As exhilarating as turning on cheats to kill big in a game. Idiot. There's a new visitor from hell every day. If everyone was like you, the City of Night would have been reduced to a pile of rubble long ago. Ji Shui rolled her eyes. A little bit of thinking with her brain would make it clear that the City of Night was bound to harbor crouching tigers. The 10th circle of hell. The City of Night was more than 100 years old, and there was no telling how many visitors from hell it had received. If you can put down roots in the City of Night, you are bound to be a strong and ruthless person. And the average visitor from hell can only follow the rules and enjoy the special customs. Soon, the bus passed through the checkpoint. The surroundings have also changed into a different look, with towering buildings everywhere, and steel covered in neon colors as far as the eye can see. Guests from hell welcome. Recruitment of mercenaries at high prices. Highly paid professional killers. Mercenary house recruiting. Contact number XXXX. Before the crowd could get out of the car, many people holding up billboards surrounded them, yelling vigorously. These are your peers, right? Young Feng lit a cigarette and looked meaningfully at Ji Shui by his side. Peers. At the very least, they were once peers. The men with the billboards were clearly speculative tour guides one and all, just like Ji Shui once was, a tour guide who also doubled as an intelligence peddler. But, the City of Night is a bit of a unique situation. It's a haven for criminals, and underneath the glitz and glamour of the giant city of cyber lies a vast array of unseen and sinister dealings. Hellraisers are the best mercenaries and the fattest leaks to cut. Black on black. Killing people to cross the border. Assassinate the head of a hostile force. The visitors from hell have to leave eventually. Might as well do a big job before they go. Earn a big reward of points hard. Get high-tech weapons and equipment on the side. And then pat yourself on the back for teleporting back to hell's apartments. Hee. Kinda misses the old days. Ji Shui revealed a playful and cunning smile and continued. Then should we hire a tour guide? Life is unfamiliar. There are also advantages to hiring a guide to quickly get into the rhythm and atmosphere of the City of Night, as well as to get a little intel. You pick one. Young Feng nodded, then walked off the bus with the Dodo Squad, and the surrounding people immediately surrounded them, chattering and clamoring. Handsome, look over here. We're calling in a couple of killers, and we're giving back points for food and lodging. There are super girls over here, and all of them are very hot, and I like strong guys like you the most. A hot, coolly dressed beauty, deliberately bouncing and jumping, her slippery little white bunny following along with the rhythm, shaking people's eyes. City of Night, Pepsi. Do a few of you specialize in intelligence abilities that pay well? Another with a sign came around. Apparently a little too ostentatious as a commissioner for obtaining information. Pure tourism. Pure enjoyment. Ajay will take you all over the City of Night. I know all the nightclubs and bars. There was a 1'9" tall man in the crowd, looking quite big, with a simple and solid smile, not fancy like the others. Ji Shui whispered a few words in Yang Feng's ear and waved her hand in the direction of where Ajay was after receiving approval. Kit, we'll take you. Ji Shui waved her hand, and in the distance, Ajay's burly man's eyes flashed before he pointed to a cool SUV behind him. Come on, let's talk in the car. Chapter 76 Thunder Chariot. Natives of the City of Night. Thunder. That's a new cross-country chariot, wrapped in a full metal shell. The body adds thick armor plates and a large caliber machine gun mounted on the roof, equipped with an integrated system for checking and hitting. Hey, a man has to drive a big car. Ajay walked over to his chariot and patted the hood, a few moments of smugness on his face. This Thunder Chariot of mine. It's quite dominating, isn't it? Bully indeed. Yang Feng made a gesture and sat himself in the passenger side, letting the two little piggies sit honestly in the back row. Screen. The cab is filled with a variety of screens and buttons, and when activated refreshes a large amount of data streams to demonstrate the vehicle's status in real time. Full of futuristic technology. The body is bulletproof. The glass I have here is also premium. Single-sided light-transmitting metal glass that blocks out electromagnetic interference light waves. Ajay started up the Thunderbolt, then proudly tapped on the side glass, describing the various modifications to the chariot. This car is truly superb. Yang Feng was interested in the Thunder Chariot, completely transformed into an advanced armored fighting vehicle. Quite a manly romance. Hey! Ajay activated the artificial driving function and led several people out of the station, continuing to blow off steam. Dude, it's not me blowing you. With this guy, the specs have to be pulled straight through to give the customer 100% security. Night City contacts this piece. Looking for me. Ajay is right. All arranged for you clearly. Ajay bragged about himself, but it was not offensive, and had the humor of a brash man joking. Smoke? Ajay pulled out some of Night City's specialty cigarettes. I brought my own. Yang Feng took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one for himself. The whole carriage became smoky. I understand. Dude, be careful. Defense is not an option. Ajay gave a thumbs up. This part of the City of Night was not a good place to accept someone's cigarettes out of hand. The unknown chemicals were likely to knock you out. It would be bad luck to wake up with a missing loin. What's so great about cigarettes? Ji Shui sat in the back row. The smell of cigarette smoke choked her and she couldn't help but complain. I really don't understand you men. Ajay looked through the rearview mirror and opportunistically turned on the fresh air function, which quickly swept the car clean of soot and deodorized it. Look, that super skyscraper 23 over there. A super condo has hundreds of floors and can house tens of thousands of people. Ajay introduced that the City of Night had inches of land, and that to save more resources and gain more profit. He had to conquer the sky and build taller superstructures. It's similar to where we live. Yang Feng looked at a super skyscraper and couldn't help but think of the Hell apartments, where the endless succession of lofty buildings were much more exaggerated than the City of Night. Ah ha ha, I almost forgot. You all are visitors from Hell. I've heard that the scenery of Hell is also a masterpiece, full of the bleak beauty of endless doom, but it's a pity that I can't see it with my own eyes. Ajay sighed, even with a hint of yearning. Something's wrong. You've never been to Hell? Yang Feng narrowed his eyes. According to the experience he once had, the City of Night should have been built and founded by countless visitors from Hell, just like Jishua's long stay at the campfire camp. Kit shook his head. I'm indigenous. The City of Night has existed for almost 100 years. Those visitors from Hell sometimes marry and have children here, and the newborns become indigenous. Ajay explained that the word indigenous was interesting. Native, having been in the City of Night since the moment of his birth. Unlike the visitors from Hell, Hershey became a part of this small world of Hell. Natives cannot return to Hell and are not required to pay sojourn credits. My dad is a visitor from Hell. Mom, on the other hand, is a native of the City of Night, and the two had a one-night stand that resulted in me. Ajay bashfully recounted these dishonorable experiences, perhaps shameful to others, but nothing to him. It does happen. Kisiki nodded, confirming that Kit's words were true. The campfire campsite she used to be at occasionally had similar incidents. But, campfire camps are so low tier that people have so few bounty points that they can rarely sustain themselves to the point of marriage and children. There are a lot of natives in the City of Night? Yang Feng continued to ask along with the topic while viewing the scenery outside the window. Much. The City of Night is 100 years old. 5 generations can be born in 100 years' time. And with the large number of visitors from Hell arriving every day, the number of natives quickly reaches over 1 million. We're like NPCs in a game. Ajay finished with a self-deprecating smile. They, the natives, were born pretty much like normal people, unlike the visitors from Hell who possessed unrivaled strength, so they would be characters like NPCs. No one cares about game NPCs. Kill a batch, refresh a batch, like an endless supply of leaks. But, indigenous people, however, are also living beings, with blood, flesh and feelings, and can feel all the joys and sorrows. This is a heavy topic. Qin Shuang felt that the atmosphere in the car was getting more and more depressing and hurriedly changed the topic. Ajay, old brother, let's talk about something happy. Where are the best chicks in the City of Night? We want the prettiest chicks, the strongest booze, and the weapons with the most firepower. Qin Shuang's topic instantly rekindled Ajay's enthusiasm. Ha 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 ha. Well done. Well done. The City of Night has a lot of tricks up its sleeve, and you're guaranteed a good time. Ajay gave a thumbs up and began to dish about the major bars and clubs, talking about some of the perceptual enhancements, and the dual-end synchronized experience. Synchronized experience on both ends? Qin Shuang asked with an odd expression on his face, while Jie showed a bad smile. This is a technique that enables the perception of both men and women to be experienced. A couple that can feel the dual experience of husband and wife at the same time. High tech. New stuff. This is the convenience of advanced technology that allows people to have an amazing experience like never before. Wait, what's with those cars back there? Yang Feng's perception was sharp and he detected some abnormalities at the back. Let's see. Ajay pressed on the screen, and 2 modified cars rocked in the rear, gaining speed and getting closer to each other. That looks like the scavengers. And the coyotes? Asterisk. Those 2 groups are going to fight. Ajay slammed on the gas and picked up speed, while the vehicle behind him suddenly opened its windows and held its heavy machine gun and fired at it. Scavenger. The coyotes. It was 2 gangs of forces in the City of Night that had started a firefight on the highway in broad daylight. Boom. 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 Bullets flew wildly. Guns flashed fiercely. Gangs of ruthless men shot at each other, and stray bullets pitted the ground. Ding ding ding. Ajay's thunderbolt suffers from a fish pond. Many of the bullets hit the metal armor and rubbed a lot of sparks. Asterisk. I'm busy bringing in customers. Ajay is also a grumpy man, and with many dents in his car, he directly fights back against the 2 groups. Self-aiming system activated. Fire. The machine gun on the roof of the vehicle, running an automatic firing program, turned its head to aim at the vehicle toward the rear. Chapter 77. Money can be earned, but the job must be done well. Machine guns. On the top of the Thunderbolt, the machine guns shot out long, fiery flames. The armor-piercing bullet, thicker than a thumb, instantly blew up a car behind him into a ball of fire. Ha ha ha. Eat Jay's bullets. Ajay smiled broadly as the following coyote gang stopped pursuing and stopped to examine the bodies of another group of scavengers. Is it okay to kill someone outright? Yang Feng looked at the fading fireball in the rearview mirror and slaughtered a group of gangsters in the street as if nothing had happened. That's the daily routine in the City of Night. It's normal for a few people to die. Ajay revealed a confident smile. The laws of the City of Night were not set up for us. As long as you don't go too far, no one can do anything to you. Not bad for a crime capital. A few dead gangbangers is just a minor hit. The enforcers are not surprised by this and simply send a body collection team to deal with it. With at most another report that is devoid of nutrients. I probably get it. The last time Yang Feng had seen a place with such lax laws was in Somalia on the Blue Planet. This place is outside the law. That's why Dead Man's Lotto is so popular. That's why all the forces are competing for the visitors from hell and blatantly hiring killers. Think about it. The third rule of Hell's bloodletter is, have fun. A couple of big guys from hell. Up ahead is a Night City bank. You can handle the points redemption business. Ajay drove off the highway and came to the door of a lavishly decorated and luxurious bank. You know, most of the residents of the City of Night are indigenous. We can't use the bounty points from hell. So the City of Night has its own currency system, and the exchange price is 1 to 10. Ajay ushered the crowd through the bank's doors. Hell's bounty. In exchange for the virtual currency of the City of Night, the exchange rate is then 1 to 10. All the goods here are still cheap. A bottle of Dum Dum Monkey Coke costs 5 virtual dollars. A simple serving of chow mein is about 10 or so virtual dollars. Hell's bounty points translates to a meal costing around 2 points. And if you want a big meal you'll have to pay several times the price. Still have a conscience. Prices here are about the same as in hell. Yang Feng looked at the standard of redemption and was generally quite conscientious. Common items in the City of Night do not show a serious premium. Otherwise the visitors from hell would not buy them and would even trash your store. Conscience? Conscience my ass. When we're at campfire camps, all kinds of food are free. Jiju pouted, lamenting the darkness of the City of Night. The large cyber city had taken many free resources and sold them, not knowing how much wealth it had collected. Redeem 100,000 virtual coins first. Yang Feng was in front of the bank's automatic counter and directly waved his hand to exchange huge amounts of points. Bounty points, 210,000. Yang Feng had 210,000 bounty points on his account. Taking out 10,000 to spend was nothing to himself. Wealthy. AJ's eyeballs widened. Having hosted so many visitors from hell, he'd never seen such a handful of bigots. I'll exchange 100,000 virtual coins as well. Ji Shui is also a rich woman. 10,000 points said to spend. The automatic cargo container generated an electronic chip, storing virtual digital currency. The only one who was a bit stingy is Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang had lost a lot of money in the secret word gathering. So naturally, he couldn't be as rich and capricious as Yang Feng and Ji Shui. And in the end, he only exchanged 50,000 virtual coins. Thanks boss. I made a killing on this one. Ajay laughed brightly, explaining it unabashedly. There is more than one bank in the City of Night. Tour guides lead the hell out of incoming guests and get a cut of the rebate, earning around 15% in virtual coins. This single business is enough for Kit to eat for a little over half a year. Ha! Don't be so happy yet. Yang Feng took out the virtual currency chip. His tone became a few points colder and said with a hint of threat, I don't mind letting you earn more, but provide the corresponding services. Money that can be earned. Live. Do a good job. No problem. I, Ajima, have all the work wrapped up in me, and I'm sure to do a nice clean job. Ajay patted his chest, ready to take responsibility for the Dodo squad to the end, unlike the other guides who were plying their trade. First, I need a hidden stronghold. The network has to be smooth, stealthy, and undisturbed. Yang Feng made a request, and after a moment of thinking, Ajay suddenly had a flash of insight and thought of a good place. Diggy, get in the car. Take you to my secret base. Ajay snapped his fingers and then led the group towards the city. The landscape shifts outside the window. Steel skyscrapers tower. Neon colors flash brightly. Streets are lined with eye-catching colorful signs, and the whole world is surrounded by advertisements. People on the streets were dressed in strange costumes. All of their bodies have undergone high-tech modifications, with limbs or organs replaced with mechanical prosthetics. And almost everyone is handsome. Becoming beautiful and handsome is very, very simple. All you need is a new face, and thousands of handsome templates to choose from. Skyscraper 10. Kid drove into the residential neighborhood of Night City. A super skyscraper, inhabited by tens of thousands of people, with various food stalls downstairs. Wonton, fried noodles, meat loaf, dumplings, kebabs, skewers, small dumplings. A variety of stalls form a food court, where a crowd of cars and people crowd in line up to buy the food of their choice. Pretty grounded. I thought I'd come to the viewpoint. Yang Feng smiled bashfully, The visitors from hell would always bring new and strange gadgets, and would also bring the habits of the pre-birth world, and over time it also made the city of night change. Firecracker Jumbo Squid, a few bosses. I'll treat you guys. With a fried skewer in his hand, Ajay skillfully greeted the surrounding vendors and bought some treats to enjoy as he walked. This squid mutated, didn't it? How there are 30 or 40 tentacles. Qin Shuang glanced at the somewhat purple multi-legged squid, which was simply a product of mutation. The boss has a good eye, Ajay admitted with a big smile. More than 50 years ago, the city of night was destroyed by a nuclear bomb, and many creatures were infected and mutated by the nuclear radiation. We're all used to it. Growing up drinking radiated water, eating radiated food, cursing the big corporations. Ajay tells a piece of Night City's history. 50 years ago a music madman took a nuclear bomb and blew up Night City's largest company. The nuclear radiation never dissipated, but the people survived hard too. If you have a problem with your arm, get a prosthetic arm. If you have a problem with your gut, change your mechanical stomach. If you don't have the money to replace it, then you'll have no choice but to consider yourself unlucky and find a rag to cover the pus-filled sarcoma on your body. After hearing this, Qin Shuang hurriedly returned the mutant giant squid in his hand to Ajay. Yang Feng didn't care and enjoyed it with a big mouthful. The flavor was not bad. Root cause of mutation. He himself is the biggest source of mutation, and he's still afraid of this nuclear radiation contamination? Here we are. Ajay brought the crowd to a dirty alley, with broken wire fences forming a gate and tons of garbage bags around them with a few cockroaches and rats running out every now and then. Underneath the glittering city of night, there are always hiding places. First, I'll take you to Old Vic. He's the most reliable prosthetist in the city of night. There's an abandoned warehouse over there that could be your stronghold. Ajay introduced himself and took the lead toward the dark, dirty alley. Chapter 78, Tarot Cards, Divination, Underground Clinic, Boxing King Lao Wei, Inch by Inch. You don't see the neighborhood as dirty and messy. The rent can be scary high, Ajay grumbled, pushing through the small door in the back alley to the store that connected to the front street. Psychic Hall. The atmosphere of the room was mysterious and ambiguous, with dim candles lit in various places, and slightly reddish-yellowish light swaying and illuminating various photographs of seances around the room. Tarot cards. This is a very popular tarot card culture in the West, which is said to be able to divine people's fate and fortune. Matey. Ajay entered the room and greeted the pretty girl at the front desk first. It was a mixed-race girl with a few exotic flavors. A pretty youthful face dotted with freckles and rebellious with tattoo stickers glued to her body. Kit, is this your friend? Mitty revealed a curious gaze and scanned Yangfeng's people before pointing to the passageway at the back of the store and said, Old Vi is undergoing an operation, perhaps for another half an hour. That's weird. The psychic house is connected to the operating room. A weird combination that is just brilliant. What do you mean? Divine the fortune before you go down there for surgery? Yang Feng found a seat and sat down. Glancing at the door leading to the basement, the surgery lights on the side lit up red, signaling that a patient was being treated. The big boss misunderstood. Rent is too expensive, so one store is split into two. Ajay scratched his head in embarrassment and continued to explain. Old V's private clinic accounts for the bulk of the work, and Mitty works part-time as a clinic receptionist and psychic, usually helping others with divination and such. Business is bad. The interest of a small clinic is too low, and the neighborhood business is only a small business, so a little bit of savings is a little bit of savings. Sorry about that. A few bosses wait a moment. Ajay was full of apologies, then hurriedly greeted Mitty to make tea, and the small store was suddenly busy. You're not on normal terms. Ji Shui raised her eyebrows, keenly aware of the ambiguity between the young man and woman, and her eyebrows were in tacit agreement. Ajay scratched his head awkwardly, sort of acquiescing to the young love interest. Mitty carried the tea and dropped a smile, then pulled a stack of tarot cards out of her pocket. Idle is idle. Shall I divine for you all? Mitty placed the tarot cards neatly on the table and gave the crowd a free divination. I'm even. Qin Shuang waved his hand, full of disinterest. I never engage in superstition, let alone foreign stuff. I might as well go to the temple and ask for a sign. Mitty didn't get angry and replied with a smile. It's just divination to make myself feel good. I don't believe in destiny and stuff like that either. This little soothsayer. He talks straight. It is impossible for any form of divination to fully calculate a person's destiny. It is all just a matter of peace of mind. It would be nice to be inspired by something and gain some benefits along the way. I'll take a measurement. Don't pay attention to those smelly men. Divination is a romance for us girls. Keju jumped at the chance to try any form of divination, picking 3 tarot cards at random as Mitty had reminded her. Mitty lifted them in turn, deciphering their contents. First card, the Queen. This card symbolizes abundance and prosperity, and represents a good fortune in your financial fortunes. Second card, moderation. This card foretells that you have strong self-control and are able to get along with others, moderate your desires, and give others the benefit of the doubt. Third card, the hermit. This card represents wisdom and contemplation, showing that you have experienced a rich life and are able to face yourself head-on and go back to the basics. These 3 tarot cards drew Ji Shui into deep thought. You don't say. He's pretty accurate in his math. Jiju is a little rich girl who has experienced life in 100 different ways and has been able to get along with other people, with each card corresponding to the appropriate trait. That's good math. Kiju was pleased with Mitty's divination. At the very least it made her happy, with a hint of enlightenment beyond the rest. Interesting. I'll do the math too. Yang Feng stood up and walked over to the Mitty divination tabletop, ready to try his hand at tarot card divination. Accident. Ji Shui and Qin Shuang revealed an unexpected look. The boss, who had a cold personality, would also be interested in this kind of tarot card divination that was exclusive to little girls? Yang Feng sat down and picked 3 cards at random. Mitty lifted the first one. It was an emperor seated on a throne, wearing a jeweled crown and holding a majestic scepter. First card, the emperor. This card symbolizes power and strength, and represents that you have the courage and boldness to take control of the situation. Snap. Ji Shui couldn't help but applaud from the side. So accurate. That's you, boss. And since you are the emperor and I am the empress, we just happen to make a good pair. Ji Shui passed out a flirtatious look, but drew a blank stare from Qin Shuang on the side, silently extending a middle finger. Go on. Yang Feng smiled and said, making a gesture of invitation. Second card, death. This card signals transformation and release, representing the death of the past to make room for new space and opportunity. Mitty lifts the second tarot card to show the image of a skeleton holding the scythe of death, the very same death in the 13th position of the tarot deck. Interesting. Yang Feng seemed to have thought of something. Every evolution, every metamorphosis, every sublimation. The former self dies and is reborn in nirvana as a more powerful being, like a dragon casting into the sea or a tiger running up a mountain. Third card, the Fool. This card symbolizes new beginnings, endless possibilities. It encourages the spirit of adventure, and the bravery to step into the unknown ahead, to keep exploring the unknown and creating endless possibilities. The tarot card shows a young traveler standing on a towering cliff against the raging waves. A new beginning, endless possibilities. The 0th card of the tarot, which can also be interpreted as the 22nd card, is both the beginning and the end of everything. This is a card that suits itself, and all the inhabitants of hell. This tarot card is a bit deceiving. This Fool card in particular applies to all visitors from hell. Everyone is reborn, all with unlimited possibilities. Qin Shuang bristled, still believing that tarot cards were just trickery, especially these 22 big cards that could be applied to anyone. It's just divination. Every card is interpreted differently, and the only thing a diviner can do is to shine some light in your boring life. Mitty retrieved the tarot cards, very much in temper, her bright eyes sparkling with intelligence and not arguing with the others. It's a personality that's perfect for a soothsayer. Ding! The crowd was talking when the red light by the operating room turned green. This meant that Senior V's surgery was over and he could receive his next patient. Hey, Mitty, we've got something to talk to old Vic about. Don't receive the other guests yet. Ajay passed a wink, followed by opening the door leading to the treatment room. Basement clinic. The medical basement was large and housed a variety of miscellaneous items, with piles of discarded parts in the corners. Sandbags for boxing workouts were placed along the wall, and there was even a Wing Chun wooden manpile, which, judging from the marks on it, should have been used regularly. On the desk in the distance were various commemorative photographs of Dr. Old Vic in all his youthful splendor, with the gold belt from the boxing event raised above his head and in the limelight. Various boxing combat awards, a wide range of badges and trophies. They all testify to the champ's illustrious history. Stale. These are nothing. A calm and bland voice came. The Old Vic sat next to the visiting bed in the center of the basement, noticing the stares and smiling as he explained. Time has passed. Old V broke a couple of ribs and broke his fist and arm a couple of times, and although he was replaced with a prosthetic body, he was never able to fight again. Nowadays, Old Vic's face was kind, his tone calm and his manner bland. The only thing that tells of the former ferocity and splendor is the tattoo of a boxing champion on both arms. Come sit down. Old V smiled and made an inviting gesture. Since they are AJ's friends, they are also my friends. Chapter 79 Red Queen, Super Intelligent AI, devours Night City's network, becomes a mercenary, prosthetist, a former boxing champion who became an underground prosthetics doctor. Old V specializes in repairing prosthetics for patients, scanning and deleting various system viruses, and replacing some broken mechanical parts. Old Vic. These are the big bosses of hell. I'm going to take our secret basement and rent it to them for a while. Ajay laughed in disgust with Lao Wei that there was actually another layer underneath the basement, which was used to store and place all sorts of secret props, including all sorts of stolen goods of dubious origins. Old V's face changed, and after a few seconds of contemplation, he nodded. There hasn't been much dirty work lately, and the basement is clean, so I'll give it to you guys for now. This kind of secret underground basement was not supposed to be known to outsiders, but there's nothing stolen in the warehouse that needs to be kept secret at the moment, plus the fact that the Hellraisers are just travelers who are going to be leaving any minute, so it's okay to rent to them for the time being. Tap the keyboard. Old V taps a string of characters on his computer, then presses a button hidden behind a trophy, and the floor in the corner slowly opens to reveal a passageway to the basement. Pipeline. Wires. The basement is littered with cables as thick as your arm. They converged on the side of a hacking bed, and in front of them was a mass of flickering, fluorescent electronic screens, a massive digital waterfall rustling down. It's more than that. There's also a liquid nitrogen freezing pool nearby, where you can physically cool your body down by overclocking in an ice pool while wearing a special anti-freeze suit for hackers. It was left behind by the last hacker. It spent a great deal of money constructing a hidden electronic network to hack into other people's systems, Ajay explained, finally standing up with a thumbs up and grinning. That's a hell of a visitor. Use it up and disappear into thin air. The device is cheap for us. Electronic hacking. Intrusion network. Ultra-modern equipment constructed at great expense to fulfill Yang Feng's previously mentioned networking needs, and the basement's location was secluded. Also, the basement, in addition to state-of-the-art cyber systems, has a number of consoles for building weaponry and equipment, as well as plenty of space for stolen goods. Very good. I rented this place. There are a couple more conditions to clarify. Yang Feng rents this basement and additionally proposes conditional rules that must be followed. Number 1, no one may enter the basement. Second, this matter is to be kept absolutely secret. Yang Feng said icily, while Ajay beside him directly beat his chest and agreed. That's for sure. Since I'm renting it to you, I'm sure I won't be disturbed. I, Ajay Lord, am a man of my word, and I will not betray you, even in death, and I will not tell the secret, no matter what I do in this basement. Ajay spoke with conviction, and the nearby old Vic nodded silently along. Get out, all of you. I'll come up later, Yang Feng ordered. Ji Shui and Qin Shuang glanced at each other. It seemed that the boss had made arrangements a long time ago and wanted to obtain something through Cyberworld. The crowd left in droves. Yang Feng stretched out his palm, and with a blur of light, he took out the black refrigerator-like giant super server. Red Queen. That's the super smart AI. The Red Queen. It had been transformed by Yang Feng into an alienated biometal, increasing its performance by more than a few times, and it could be directly stowed in the Sumeru ring. The Red Queen can operate through biomass even without power. It was just a pity that the time and space of the Sumeru ring was static, otherwise the Red Queen could even function within the Sumeru ring. Come on out, Yang Feng said indifferently, followed by a flash of red light. A three-dimensional 3D image appeared, and the Red Queen knelt in front of Yang Feng. Master. The Red Queen's tone was respectful, completely becoming a general ant-like existence, completely obeying all of her master's commands. The program can begin. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he had already made a plan before arriving at the City of Night. As a super AI intelligence, the Red Queen is well suited for a full upgrade in this world, drawing on the intellectual power of technology and devouring other intelligent AI programs. Master, I'll generate the corresponding slots. Please take those network cables and connect them to me, the Red Queen pleaded, followed by a change in the alienated metal of the biomass to form an electronic interface adapted to the new world. Yang Feng pulled out those arm-thick cables one after another and plugged them into the super-intelligent AI server, and a large amount of data rolled in. Knowledge. Endless knowledge. This cyber world, with its unimaginably vast network. I need time. More time. The Red Queen's super servers, running at maximum frequency load, absorbed vast amounts of technological knowledge, growing themselves without limit. Yang Feng was satisfied with the Red Queen's performance. I'll give you plenty of time. Be careful. Don't get caught by Cyberwatch. Stay low. Stay low. Understand? Yang Feng tapped the server. Rumor had it that the cyber world had a large number of destructive super-intelligent AIs, as well as a godly cyber watchdog and omnipresent super hackers. Red Queen is new to the game, and using alienated biomass to slowly and obscenely develop and grow quickly is the right way to go. Yes, rest assured, Master, the Red Queen replied respectfully, and immediately began editing and rewriting the code, taking the access to the hidden basement completely in her hands. This guy is pretty fast. In other words, Old V and Ajay lose the controls and can't open the secret basement even if they pass the mechanism button behind the trophy. I'll see you later. I'm also looking forward to how far you can evolve. Yang Feng's smile grimaced for a minute. The ambition in his heart was great. If he swallowed the entire network of the City of Night, to what extent would the Red Queen evolve? Soon, Yang Feng left the basement, and the passage slowly closed automatically. Kazetsu, give them 50,000 virtual dollars. Yang Feng ordered. Ji Shui took out her own chip and flicked it to pay the huge rent. Ha, boss, it doesn't take that much. AJ's eyes widened. It was unbelievable that he could be paid so much for just renting out a hidden underground warehouse. Interests. The only way to gag people is to have enough benefits. Lao Wei's face was much more cautious. The huge benefits also represented a heavy responsibility, and it seemed that the secret was going to rot in his stomach. A couple of bosses, sending you some electronic tattoo stickers. Visitors from hell, who generally don't like to have intracranial jacks installed and want to use various electronic devices, can temporarily use this tattoo patch instead. Old V pulled out a couple of electronic tattoo stickers that function similarly to old-world cell phones and formed electronic patterns when applied to the arm. Call, watch the video, receive text messages, internet payments, various functions, gathered on top of a small sticker. Ajay smiled and handed the bosses a couple of stickers before pointing to his head, which had what looked like a USB jack on it. We're all fitted with intracranial chips and technological prosthetic eyes. Actually, a movie serial is playing right now. Ajay explains that technology is changing everyone, with electronic prosthetic eyes replacing cell phones and playing translucent programs directly on the surface of the eyeball. Much like, Yang Feng remembered the words in blood engraved on everyone's eyeballs. They are somewhat similar to electronic prosthetic eyes, even more mysterious and powerful. Alright, Yang Feng casually took a tattoo patch encrusted with a dragon pattern and placed it on top of his arm, the bioelectricity generating a weak energy source that gradually made it light up. Ji Shui and Qin Shuang followed and did as they were told. Also, we need to stay in the City of Night for a long time. Arrange some work and do it as long as you are paid more. Yang Feng's words shocked the crowd in the room. This rich and powerful boss is ready to charge money to do dirty work? Ji Shui and Qin Shuang were also a bit puzzled. They originally thought that the Dodo Squad would just be on vacation for 7 days and then leave. But the boss had the intention of staying for a long time? Of course. The Red Queen devouring the entire network of the City of Night is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Yang Feng needed to extend the stay of the entire squad. Consuming a lot of points was a bit too wasteful, so he might as well earn some bounty in turn. Ready to be mercenaries, big guys? Well, I'll set you up. Ajay was full of excitement, although he didn't know the strength of the several big brothers, but since they were so generous, they were definitely not ordinary visitors from hell. The City of Night, again, is going to be a bloody mess. Chapter 80, The Unknown Soldier of the Night City. Skyscraper 10. Yang Feng rented a studio apartment in a nearby residential area. The room was small but well appointed, with a clean and tidy queen-sized bed, a metal closet set into the wall, and a separate small bathroom. Drinks are charged. Yang Feng took a look at the appliances. There were actually vending machines placed in the apartment, where he could buy some drinks and instant food, and the washing machine was also charged per visit. There is a charge for everything. Everything is controlled by the big corporations. Hot water, electricity, beverages, laundry, every service imaginable, all with clearly labeled billing rates. At this point, the tattoo patch on Yang Feng's arm lit up. The Red Queen's image, which actually appeared among the fluorescent screens, successfully hacked into the electronic network. Master, I successfully integrated into the network, currently drawing on the knowledge and power to integrate other intelligent AI programs of different types. The Red Queen reports on the progress, devouring and fusing several small intelligent programs and redeciphering and rewriting them, quickly gaining the ability to hack into networked systems. Good job. Keep me posted if there are new developments. Yang Feng nodded with satisfaction and continued to order. Don't reveal your identity. If there's a need, I'll contact you through the electronic tattoo sticker. Yes, the Red Queen replied respectfully, and then the image disappeared with her. A few minutes passed. Yang Feng sensed someone approaching outside the door. It was none other than Ajay who arranged all the chores, as well as Qin Shuang and Ji Shui. Kid was about to knock on the door when the room opened first. Yang Feng leaned against the wall near the window and hooked his finger to the crowd. Come in, all of you. Not bad for a big brother. Perception is so acute that the wind can't escape his ears. Boss Yang Feng. Ajay heatedly smiled and asked, is this room still satisfactory? Not bad. Yang Feng didn't have too many requirements for a place to live. Clean and open would do. It was just a place to sleep. Also, Ji Shui and Qin Shuang's room was also arranged by Ajay. The three live in the same skyscraper, but on different floors. As the saying goes, a sly rabbit has 3 holes. Living separately is a bit more covert. Not easy to be a pot of end off. Teammates can also quickly escape in case of accidents. Sure, this arrangement is kind of redundant for the Dodo squad. A couple of big guys. I contacted some gangs and found a job. Ajay closed the door, lowered his voice, and continued. There's a small leader of the Whirlpool gang who's been arrogant about expanding his territory lately. Kill him. There's 7,000 virtual coins to be had. The Whirlpool gang. That's a bunch of nuts who are superstitious about mechanical modifications. They would often grab ordinary people and forcibly chop off their limbs and replace them with mechanical prosthetics. We don't take virtual coins, just hella bounty points. Young Feng shook his finger and had some plans in mind. Special Inferno tiers with extended stays are expensive, consuming 10 bounty points per hour. This wasn't a hellish apartment where you couldn't use the Hell Core to burn team points. And 3 people consumed a full 720 points a day. 720 points a day. Who can stand up to this? Before the Red Queen completely devours the network, she must find some work that offsets the deduction of points. Or at the very least, not lose money. Big brother, I'll ask. Ajay Gate made a call, and not long after, he returned cursing, his face showing a bit of bitterness. Bounty points are a bit more precious. They're only willing to give 500 points. One kill mission gives only 500 points. Qin Shuang bristled, his face full of reluctance. What's the status of our boss? Only 500 bounty points at a time. Killing a few random rotting corpses would earn more than that. Qin Shuang cursed, but what he said was true. Casually killing a few carrion Fei would bring in several thousand points. Yang Feng's face was bland as he silently lit a cigarette and calmly said, "Take it. You got it? How can you take this kind of job? Qin Shuang, don't come up here thinking about big business." Yang Feng saw through it and continued. "When we first came here, we were just some nameless little characters. Why should we give you big business? Name. It's like a mercenary on the blue planet. Those who were nameless and faceless were only worthy of going to work as filler babies, while only those who were famous and powerful were qualified to take on some big business. Boss is awesome." Ji Shui sat on the big bed in the apartment and stretched out charmingly. Her eyes changed as she regarded Yang Feng. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Boss Yang Feng's strength was unquestionable, but he didn't become arrogant, giving people a sense of security with his feet on the ground. Qin Shuang also felt enlightened after being told this. Indeed, the boss woke me up. Mountain delicacies and sea cucumbers and abalone. We have long been accustomed to them. Now that we have come to a new land, we cannot be too proud of rough tea, and we will fight the world one step at a time. Qin Shuang summed it up well. The first thing to do is to break even and make a lot of money or something like that in the future. Let's go. Yang Feng stepped on the cigarette in his hand and prepared to go and accomplish this task immediately. So fast. Don't we need to go get some tough guys? Ajay was a bit surprised that the 3 of the Dodo squad didn't look like they had any handy weapons, and they went straight to work on the little leader of the Whirlpool gang? Go. Take us to the little leader of the Swirling gang. Yang Feng casually waved his hand and let a few people out of the room, and after a few minutes, he got into Ajay's car and drove towards the southeast direction of the City of Night. Thunderbolt, the bosses are really thunderous. The say it and do it character is so much to my liking. Ajay drove the car while starting to tell about the origins of the Swirl gang. The crazies. They were originally entrenched in the industrial area of the City of Night, with advanced weapons and equipment. Recently expanding their territory and putting their hands on the Coyote gang's territory has ruffled the feathers of their boss. Wrong and complicated. The distribution of forces in the City of Night was intricate, with various gangs, all of which were said to have bigwigs behind them. Coyote gang. Biggie remembers, right? Last time on the highway, the Coyote gang and the scavengers mixed it up, and we helped out a little. Ajay revealed a smug smile. Their boss assigned this job to me because of that too. Business is bad. I can't believe I have to make connections for this 500 bounty points crap job. Here we are. The Thunderbolt slowed down. Across the street there was a car repair store that smelled of grease, and a couple of Gangplank members were guarding the door. Look closely. The members of the Vortex gang are all undergoing intense rehabilitation. Their faces were completely transformed into mechanical devices with 5 or 6 prosthetic eyes that emitted red light while possessing various scanning functions. Mechanical body. Powerful prosthetic arms and thighs allow them to lift the underside of a vehicle with their empty hands, and they don't even need a jack to remove the tires from the vehicle. Just this level. Yang Feng swept his eyes and faintly ordered, Qin Shuang, go kill them all. Chapter 81, a small list done beautifully. A big list follows. Okay. Qin Shuang opened the car door and walked towards the Swirl gang stronghold not far away. Kit was a little confused. He pulled a modified pistol from his back and hesitated to get out of the car to help. But a large hand pressed down on Kit's shoulder. That's okay. It's only to this extent. Qin Shuang alone can manage it. Yang Feng said indifferently. It was just a bunch of miscellaneous soldiers. Even Qin Shuang, the weakest of the Dodo squad, was able to deal with it easily. Hello, is your boss here? Qin Shuang walked up and greeted him with a big grin, his eyes glancing toward the workshop to see a big, strong guy. Little Chief. The small leader of the Whirlpool gang was close to 2 meters tall, with a layer of steel armor all over his body, looking like a metal monster. Who are you? Asterisk 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 off. This is the territory of the Swirl Gang. The little brother at the door reached out to stop him, but suddenly he was knocked down by Qin Shuang and fell heavily to the ground. You don't practice fighting arts blindly for so long. Coupled with the bloodline enhancement and T-virus mutation, the pure physical strength was stronger than these Whirlpool Gang reformers. Boom, boom, boom. Qin Shuang took out his unlimited bullet Sandhawk and directly pulled the trigger. With enough firepower, there was no such thing as lagging behind. And the 50 magnum caliber magnum tungsten armor-piercing rounds instantly blew out the chests and skulls of the 2 minions. A mechanical body? The mechanical parts on your body. Can they stop this bullet that shoots through the tank's armor? In an instant, Qin Shuang spiked the minions. 2 shots to the heart and 1 shot to the head. The King of Hell shook his head when he saw it, and it was full of the style of work of the boss of Yang Feng. You seek death. The little leader of that swirling gang grabbed the heavy machine gun on the table and was about to strafe it. Qin Shuang's eyes were firm, and the Desert Eagle fired continuously, smashing and shattering the heavy machine gun, while quickly pulling the trigger to shoot out a hole in the metal armor. Steel armor. Defensively. But the continuous shooting of tungsten steel armor-piercing bullets did not stop at all, and the advantage of unlimited bullets was manifested. Zigzag. Electromagnetic sparks exploded from the little chief. Mechanical parts were completely blown out. The sunken gunshot hole in his chest exploded, and his body was paralyzed. That's it? Qin Shuang snorted and raised his hand to fire several shots towards the head. The cybernetic prosthetic eye shattered all over the ground, and his head was completely blown off, so he lost his life. 30 seconds. The whole thing adds up to less than 30 seconds. The enemies didn't even have the ability to fight back, and just by virtue of the unlimited bullets of the Sandhawk, they slaughtered them all without even using their natural abilities. Rubbish. Qin Shuang put away his Sandhawk, turned around and left in style, quickly returning to his car. Go. This order is closed. Yang Feng said indifferently, causing Ajay to widen his eyes even more. Finished? In a simple time of less than 30 seconds, only one person, Qin Shuang, was deployed to easily take out the enemy target? He. Don't freeze. Jishua blinked her eyes and said playfully, completing the mission objective. Shouldn't we retreat? Yes. Ajay slammed on the gas and left the scene, taking a long while to fully react. Asterisk. Dude is so fierce. That little leader of the Whirlpool Gang is said to be using a full metal armored prosthetic body that's hard to break with a normal gun. Ajay was full of excitement as he continued. I thought I'd have to crackle a gunfight and have some grenade explosions and other commotion. He. Qin Shuang was full of smugness. You know our level, right? Strong. Very strong indeed. Not bad for a visitor from hell. Ajay looked at Qin Shuang adoringly, treating him as the #1 assassin of the Dodo squad, completely failing to associate how terrifying Yang Feng and Jishua's true strength would be. Hello? Wolfie. We're done with this order. Those little brats from the Vortex gang are all taken care of. Ajay made a call to report on the battle here. The top management of the Coyote gang also did not expect the speed of the Dodo squad to be so fast. The mission was only just given, and the target was cleared in the blink of an eye? These guys don't believe it. They're going to send someone to confirm it before they call in the money. Ajay always maintains a state of excitement. The City of Night has been mixed for so many years. Finally it is his turn to develop. Soon, a sum of bounty points was remitted into the account and temporarily stored within Yang Feng's electronic account. 700 bounty points? I thought they said 500. Yang Feng looked at the points figure. It was going to be 200 more than the originally agreed upon price. The Coyote gang saw the body and nose were not to be messed with. It's currying favor with the big boys. Ajay explains that if you have a hard enough fist, no one will dare to come and mess with it easily. Was saying. Ajay received another message, and his righteous eyes scratched over a set of data, which was clearly a new message from the boss of the Coyote gang. 3,000 points. They're offering a whopping 3,000 points. There's a stranded shipment at the docks. Looks like a hardcore shipment of military tech. The people from the Coyote gang said that as long as we clear the obstacles there, they'll give 3,000 bounty points. Here comes the big order. When small orders are done beautifully, big orders naturally follow. Ajay was excited to the core, but the others in the car didn't feel much of anything. What big storms have the Dodo squad not seen before? 3,000 points only. can only be considered a pocket money? At this point, Yang Feng opened the electronic tattoo patch on his arm. Look it up. With just a few softly typed words, the electronic system immediately responded, and the Red Queen, who was on standby, began to inquire about the origins of the shipment at the docks. Military science and technology controls an entire nation's military-industrial complex and develops a range of combat prosthetics. These include a highly enhanced version of the mantis blade arm, gorilla gloves with greatly increased strength, and monomolecular wires capable of slicing through steel with ease. This shipment stranded on the docks, which was temporarily held up by the City of Night due to formalities, contained quite a lot of goodies. Master, there are 2 special items excluded from the list of this shipment. 4-phase transmission power Ripple Type 4, Peregrine Falcon Class Sion Withstand 5. The Red Queen somehow managed to look up the list of items hidden by military technology, and it was clear that they were the latest super powerful weapons to be developed. I don't know how powerful they are, but as the most advanced weapons in military technology, they should be valuable. This job, we'll take it. Yang Feng silently turned off the electronic screen and took this big deal. Ajay hurriedly reported back to the Coyote gang, and then pressed the gas pedal hard to rush towards the docks of Night City. Big brother, I believe in your strength. If we can pull this off this time, we'll surely be a sensation in the whole Night City. Ajay never dreamed that happiness would come so quickly. It may only take a dodo squad to go from obscure street kid to sensational Night City big shot. Take it easy. In a moment you stay in the car and we'll do the rest. Yang Feng's eyes were bland as he calculated the follow-up actions in his mind. If this shipment was really that important, the trouble it would lead to would certainly not be small, and it was necessary to plan ahead. Chapter 82, Silent, Sharp, Fast, Unbelievable. The sea breeze is blowing. The hair is slightly floating, bringing refreshing coolness. The setting sun reflects on the sea, and the sparkling waves flash with neon colors. The thunderbolt marched along the coastline. A humming sound coming from the docks in the distance as large containers were transported on top of a huge ferry. Kit, stop here. Yang Feng said indifferently. The pier was still 2 kilometers away, but the entire outline of the giant building could be seen from the viaduct. Boss, I can help too. We've seen it all before, and we've been in a lot of crackling gunfights. Ajay patted his chest. The big man was ambitious and very driven, wanting to follow the big man in his endeavors. I just said that. You just need to stay in the car. Yang Feng revealed a faint smile, but his eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Reception is also important. There's a beach in front. Get something to eat and drink. Seriously, Big Brother is serious and absolutely irrefutable. Ajay gasped heavily, feeling a great pressure, and the hairs on his spine rose as if he were facing a terrifying beast. I understand. Ajay let out a long breath and without hesitation drove towards the nearby beach, ready to meet Yang Feng's crowd there. A car whizzed by. Yang Feng leaned against the railing of the viaduct, his sharp, falcon-like eyes looking towards the pier. It's heavily guarded. There were dozens of heavily armed fighters patrolling the area, and there were intelligent AI battle robots around that would shoot and strafe as soon as there was an enemy invasion. It's more than that. Military technology company with heavy combat mechs. It was a war mech that was nearly 3 meters tall. They are encased in heavy metal armor, have omnidirectional scanning systems, are equipped with machine guns capable of shooting through tanks, and even have small cluster missiles. 3,000 bounty points. Clearing the entirety of the obstacle is kind of hardcore, even for a visitor from hell. Boss, to this extent, is it necessary for you to do it yourself? Qin Shuang's eyes looked in the direction of the pier and continued confidently. The 2 of us, Ji Shui and I, are enough to deal with those iron bumps. Fierce firepower? The current Dodo squad was frighteningly powerful. There was no need for Boss Yang Feng to make a move. Just Ji Shui and Qin Shuang could take care of those war mechs. You know, the lion fights the hare with all his might. Ji Shui blankly glanced at Qin Shuang, full of contempt as she continued to speak mockingly. Don't use your shriveled little brain to try to understand the boss's profound thoughts. These 2 started fighting again. It also showed that Ji Shui and Qin Shuang's relationship was getting better and didn't mind each other's little jokes. That's a lot of goods coming in. The Coyote gang, not knowing the exact list of goods, can't chew on it with them. Yang Feng withdrew his gaze and his voice became even lower. I want the goods inside, and I want to eat the points, and I don't want to expose my identity. What should I do? Ji Shui and Qin Shuang's faces suddenly changed. Black on black. Boss Yang Feng is really ruthless. It's only the second deal, and you're thinking of blackmail. The only way to eat the goods in the docks and get the bounty points and keep your identity secret is to murder? Boss, we're missing a top hacker on our team. Qin Shuang drooped, then displayed the electronic tattoo sticker on his arm and continued. These transfer records, chat records, they all leave traces. This is by far the most difficult problem to solve. The City of Night is a super cyber world, with high-definition cameras everywhere, and all chats leave a trail that can be quickly traced back to the crowd. That's okay. I had plans. Yang Feng had prepared for this long ago. The super-intelligent AI, Red Queen, was the strongest hacker, and it could be used to clear all the evidence afterward. At this point, Yang Feng gave another order to the Red Queen. Intrusion detection system. Shut down all cameras near the docks. Begin. Yang Feng gently leaped over the railing of the viaduct and disappeared into the dark shadows of dusk. Hey! Finally! I can move my muscles. Qin Shuang and Ji Shui also glanced at each other, and they followed their boss's pace, running towards the pier 2 kilometers away. A few minutes later, a message came from the Red Queen. Master, I'm hacking all the camera functions in the neighborhood. Those 4 war mechs, using closed-circuit network systems, which I can't hack right now for the time being. Please destroy their internal black boxes. The Red Queen completes her mission by temporarily shutting down all cameras in the vicinity, and the video recording function of the normal model of battle robot is also interfered with by the electronic virus. But there wasn't much even the Red Queen could do about those 4 war machines that were close to 3 meters tall, but used separate closed-circuit networks that weren't linked to the outside world's networks. Understood. Yang Feng looked at the pictures coming from the electronic screen. There was a black box in the war mech that was specially used to store image information and data. Kill. Yang Feng made a gesture, and the nearby Qin Shuang and Ji Shui suddenly drilled out of the shadows and killed towards the pier. God of Heaven descends. Qin Shuang didn't use the Sandhawk with unlimited bullets to avoid leaving evidence. Golden light enveloped his entire body, and a slicing sword-like artifact was held in his hand, slashing towards a nearby battle robot. Blade chi is spread out. Under the intense golden light, the combat robot was directly split in half, erupting a large number of electromagnetic sparks. Da-da-da-da. Boom. Boom, boom. The strong attack triggered the alarm, and a large number of guards rushed in, and a gale of bullets turned into a torrent, sweeping towards the heavenly goddess-ized Qin Shuang. The golden light shimmered. The glittering golden scale armor that wrapped the whole body actually intercepted all the bullets outside, forming a piece of invulnerable golden shell. 10 minutes. The duration of the second talent, Heavenly God Down, lasted for a maximum of 10 minutes. Qin Shuang, after experiencing reinforcement over and over again, coupled with a long period of sharpening, also had his own masterstroke, rather like a feeling of the first emergence of a sharp edge. The gathering is growing. Ji Shui hid in the shadows and suddenly rushed out of the shadows. The pair of spider-jointed limbs swelled violently. Their feet stomped on the ground to stamp out deep dents in the steel plate, and the whole person blasted out like a cannonball. Boom! Sonic booms exploded out of thin air. Ji Shui swept away with a whip leg, drawing a perfect arc, and a few soldiers who had heard of the incident were smashed into mud and flesh on the spot, with their weapons and equipment scattered all over the ground along with the sparse chunks. That's not all. The white stockings on Ji Shui's thighs transformed into a sharp silver line that was indistinguishable to the naked eye, constructing a dragnet in a matter of moments, covering the surrounding fighters and robots. Collections. The thighs continued to swing, and the skyrocket net then closed in, the sharp silver threads slicing through the steel with ease, and the dozen or so people who then came after them suddenly froze in place. Next, their bodies slowly collapsed and scattered into neat chunks. Terror. The Dodo Squad is just too powerful. There was naturally no need to talk about Yang Feng's faultless and terrifying strength. The 2 little piggies, Ji Shui and Qin Shuang, had also grown to such a point without realizing it, gradually becoming super strong monsters piled up with massive amounts of resources. Whoosh! The war mechs are out in force. The flaps on their shoulders opened to reveal cluster missile launchers that shot out long puffs of smoke, automatically tracking and navigating towards the 2 men on the battlefield. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Explosions came one after another, but all the cluster missiles burst in mid-air. A fast figure that could not be captured by the naked eye had intercepted dozens of missiles. Yang Feng's arm extended the dead bone white blade. The narrow sharp blade left a cloud-trace trajectory, perfectly chopping the cluster missile in mid-air. Next second, Yang Feng's body landed steadily without a speck of dust on his body. He moved his arms back as if he was building up his strength when the steel deck suddenly exploded and his footprints stomped out deep craters. The blade flashed. Silent. Sharp. Fast. Incredible. 4 war mechs. Countless fine chopping marks appeared on their steel bodies, smooth and flat like a mirror, without a single flaw. Root causes of alienation. This is the pinnacle of existence born from the pot of supreme ascension. The 4 black boxes were held in his hands, a blur of light and shadow, and stowed away in the Sumeru ring. The rest, to you. I'll get the goods. Chapter 83. I'll take the goods. I'll take the points, and I'll take care of the trouble. The stragglers were given to the little piggies. Yang Feng walked towards the cargo warehouse. The container dedicated to military technology was special. Their entire case is tightly sealed and built using bulletproof alloy, with a black coating on the outside to prevent people from probing the gear inside. It is precisely because of the inability to test that the shipment has been temporarily detained. Learn from your mistakes. The City of Night had been destroyed by a nuclear bomb, and at the very least, it needed to be confirmed that there were no weapons of mass destruction among the cargo before it would be allowed to pass. Miso. Yang Feng's dead bone white blade easily chopped open one of the hatches. Celine Bag's outlet. Various kinds of military weapons are neatly arranged in the equipment box. Lexus, pistol. The most versatile weapon made by military technology. Inexpensive, lightweight and handy. Essential for home travel and killing. Sarlato, miniature submachine gun. Made by military technology. The kinetic energy weapon has a high rate of fire and uses a miniature bullet with a magazine that holds 120 rounds. It's all conventional weapons. Yang Feng looked at the boxes of equipment in the cargo bin and lost interest. Red Queen. Yang Feng called for outside help. Where's all the good stuff? The Red Queen queried the information. The intrusion system only found out that there was a hidden special ruthless cargo, but the exact storage box it was in was unknown. According to my judgment, it should be hidden in containers 5 through 7. The Red Queen predicts rationally, making mechanical noises. Without hesitation, Yang Feng directly rushed to container No. 5 and chopped open the hatch. War Mech. Container number 5. It does hide the tough stuff. Those were 4 new models of war mechs, in an unactivated state, their full-body metal armor reflecting a dark sheen. Take 1. Yang Feng's Sumeru Ring, with a storage area of 10 cubic meters. Storing one is not a problem. The light flickered. The war mech was directly stowed into the Sumeru Ring, followed by a slash that split open container number 6. Organ. Container number 6 holds a large number of mechanical prosthetics for the military. Brain outside takeover. Secondary heart. Synthetic lung lobe. Adrenaline enhancement plug-in. Bioplastic blood vessels. Pain editor. Subdermal armor. Cybernetic prosthetic eye. Robotic arm. Mantis blade. Alloy skeleton. There are enough of these cybernetic prosthetics to put together an entire person, with appropriate replacements for any organ imaginable. Collect. These are good. Military-grade super prosthetics are not available on the market. They are used to create super soldiers on the battlefield. An ultimate warrior with a full-body prosthetic body modification could easily exterminate several teams of ordinary soldiers. As simple as eating and drinking soup. Yang Feng put a large number of mechanical prosthetics into the Sumeru Ring, almost completely filling the 10 cubic meters of space. Container 7. Yang Feng opened the 7th container. The inner structure of this container is very special. There is actually a set of electronic equipment, linked to a chip that is being updated in real time. 4-phase transmission Ripple 4. It's a network access bin chip that maximizes the highest level of decryption and uploads viruses ridiculously fast. Simple to understand. It's the chip that the brain links the network to, and it's the type that's been specially modified by military tech and updated in real time, and seems to be used to make samples for the next generation of products. Master, I need this chip badly. The Red Queen's cold, mechanical voice even appeared a hint of eagerness. If the fusion of this state-of-the-art chip could be deciphered, the super-intelligent AI would be able to double its capabilities. Superintelligence, too, has a time to be in a hurry? The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Then he broke the protection device and collected the chip into his ring. Finally, Yang Feng turned his gaze to a frozen suitcase. Inside it lay a special implant, and an entire spinal column. Clenchkov spine. Peregrine Falcon Class C Investin 5 implant. This is a set of spinal prostheses that replace the user's spine and nerve fibers. The Sion Wistan implant, which releases a powerful bioelectric current, causes nerve fiber transmission to be maximized. The Crenchkov spine, on the other hand, corresponds to a special metal spine material. Peregrine Falcon. That's one of the fastest creatures in the world. If your neural transmission speed is at its limit, somatic time is also compressed. Everything around them would slow down as if time was suspended. And every movement of the enemy would become like a turtle crawling. Even the trajectory of a bullet can be seen clearly. Very much so. It's very similar to a hunting moment. Yang Feng listened to the Red Queen's introduction. The spinal implant required the most dangerous surgery. And once it was completed, it would gain unrivaled reaction speed. Put it away for now. Yang Feng directly put it into his Sumeru Ring and waited until later to study it. Leave the container. The battle in the outside world has also ended. Qin Shuang and Ji Shui teamed up and wiped out and exterminated all the guards, leaving only a field of broken limbs. Perfect. No survivors were left behind. There is no camera footage. The black boxes of the war mechs were all dealt with as well. Withdraw. Yang Feng made a gesture. The Dodo squad did their job cleanly and quickly evacuated the docks. And the whole operation was only a few minutes long. The other side. Ajay parked the Thunderbolt. Near the beach. He found a small stall nearby and ordered a fish egg and a couple of squid kebabs. It's nourishing and oily. Fragrance fills the air. The fish eggs had just been cooked when an explosion came from the distant dock. Cluster missiles. That's the motion generated by the war mechs. It started? Yang Feng and a few other bigwigs. Did they arrive at the pier so soon to start the operation? The crowd cast curious gazes, and the stall owner looked at it for a few moments and sighed, shaking his head. War mechs are out in force. I wonder who's going to be unlucky again. That's a big killer on the battlefield. Large caliber heavy machine guns with small cluster missiles, plus incredibly tough armored shells and independent closed circuit network systems, casually running over unsuspecting mercenaries. Your fish eggs. The stallholder set the fish eggs in front of Ajay and then continued to bake the squid. I hope it's okay. Ajay prayed inwardly and ate the hot fish eggs with anxiety. And just a few minutes had passed when a familiar voice sounded behind him. This order is closed. Quickly notify the people from the Coyote gang to take the goods, and the money will be called over quickly. Yang Feng tapped Ajay's shoulder, startling him and jumping straight up from the bench. Holy, boss, you guys aren't on. Kid was about to say the word doc, then hurriedly covered his mouth. Finished? That's it? Dozens of guards, plus a large number of intelligent robots, and even 4 war mechs, were all swept away and eliminated. Impossible. How did it happen so fast? Call first. Have a couple of your fish eggs. Yang Feng waved his hand casually, then took away the fish eggs in Ajay's hand. Tooth picked up one and put it in his mouth and tasted it. It tasted pretty good. Ajay didn't dare to slow down and rushed to the phone to call the Coyote gang to pick up the goods at the pier. Rush hour. Coyote gangs must hurry before military tech sends support if they want to gobble up the shipment. Asterisk. Invincible. Boss Yang Feng. I'm so damn convinced. Ajay was jumping with excitement as the big list was settled in just a few minutes. 10 containers in all. The Coyote gang can't really carry that much cargo at once. They bring in the big trucks and load as much as they can and make straight to the flip. 5,000 points. Ajay gave a thumbs up, and the boss of the Coyote gang added the points to 5,000 points, which were transferred into Yang Feng's account with alacrity. Hey, I also get a nice commission. Make sure you get drunk tonight. I'll pay for the drinks. Ajay's face was full of smiles, and since he had fulfilled such a large order, he definitely wanted to get paper drunk and spend hard. Okay, you guys wait for me for a minute. Yang Feng put down the fish ball in his hand, then waved his hand towards the dark shadows and quickly disappeared. Red Queen. Find out where the boss of the Coyote gang is. Yang Feng asked the Super AI intelligence while giving another order. Invade the communication tools and delete the records and traces. It's best to erase the transfer records as well. The goods arrived. Points to hand. Military technology has taken a big loss, and it's certainly not going to stop there. For phase transmission electric ripple type 4, modified version. Peregrine Falcon grade Sion Weinstein type 5 implant, and a matching Krenchkov spine. The loss of those 2 items alone would be enough for military technology to turn the city of night upside down. The small Coyote gang will definitely not be able to carry it. They could only betray the middlemen, Ajay, and follow the line and end up checking on Yang Feng, causing untold trouble. Yang Feng had a similar experience. Once upon a time, on the Blue Planet, being a mercenary often led to betrayal. So, the crisis is in the cradle and will be nipped right in the bud to stop it. Master, I'm sending you the coordinates now. The Red Queen was fast, and through Ajay's contacts, quickly found the location of the Coyote gang's boss. Not bad. It's not far. Yang Feng revealed a grim smile and quickened his pace. Chapter 84, White Wolf. Sion Weinstein. Bullet time. Above the clouds. Top villa. A status symbolizing pontoon car sits on the tarmac. The luxurious rooftop connects to the room with a double-story skeletonized duplex design and a handsome portrait of a man hanging in the lobby. Pure white short hair, cold cheeks with a broken eyebrow, slim but upright figure, wearing a full set of privately tailored suits. It was obvious at first glance that he was a tough guy. White Wolf. He is none other than the leader of the Coyote gang. Black Cat. How are things at the docks? White Wolf, dressed in a loose robe, inquired about the bodyguard and assistant beside him, who looked to be a young, fabulous woman with state-of-the-art prosthetics mounted all over her body. It's almost over. Those weapons alone are worth the price. But 3 of the containers were opened early and some items were lost. But it was not a big problem. The Black Cat was lying on top of the hacking chair, his righteous eyes constantly flickering with light, a large amount of data falling down as a waterfall, and was directing the Coyote gang members on the scene. Ha! Those mercenaries, their hands are always dirty. White Wolf sneered. When mercenaries worked, they would always take something along and do some petty theft. Not much of a problem. The supplies and weapons in the remaining containers fully justify the 5,000 points fare. If the stolen goods were all offered, an unimaginably huge fortune would be obtained, enough to allow the Coyote gang to expand again. Ding! The elevator sounded softly. The luxurious villa above the clouds had an exclusive and independent elevator, and no one but the White Wolf and the Black Cat had access to it. Not good. Unknown program intruding into building systems. Elevator access has been breached. An intruder is coming up. The Black Cat's face suddenly changed, not caring about the dirty work at the pier, immediately cutting off the internet connection to return to reality, looking in the direction of the elevator with a cautious face. At this point, the elevator doors opened slowly. A man with a bland, cold face entered the room calmly, as if he were returning to his own home. Yang Feng. The Red Queen found White Wolf's residence through the locator system and deciphered the electronic programs of the entire building, easily gaining access to the upper floors. The room is out of control. All cameras are turned off and the automatic defense machine guns are disabled. The Black Cat was shocked. As a top hacker, she couldn't even manipulate her room system, proving that the enemy's arithmetic was far above hers. Take it easy. White Wolf walked down the stairs idly in his loose robe without a trace of fear on his face. Who sent you? Definitely not from the Whirlpool gang. The remodeling is minimal. The White Wolf was frank and comfortable, guessing at Yang Feng's identity. Rule out the Whirlpool gang first, although the two gangs have been at odds lately, but that lot are faith-reformed nutjobs. Yang Feng didn't look like he had any prosthetics installed, and didn't meet the aesthetic standards of the Swirl gang, and was the first to be excluded. Scavenger? It's a bad deal with the Coyote gang, but it's not to the extent of assassinating me. White Wolf continued, remembering the recent shootout clash with Scavenger, and finally shook his head. The Sakura Club? Arasaka Corporation? Military tech? I haven't messed with them lately, and I don't have any interest in them, so it can't be because of the shipment on the docks, can it? White Wolf stood at the edge of the balcony, looking in the direction of the sea, and could vaguely see the outline of the pier. Even if the Military Technology Corporation reacted fast enough, it couldn't immediately send someone to assassinate itself, or even support the melee at the docks. The City of Night is not their turf. Not important. I don't have to explain with a corpse. Yang Feng's words, however, caused White Wolf to freeze. Ha 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 ha. It's good. It's really good. I just love how you arrogant visitors from hell have no idea what you're about to face. The White Wolf laughed loudly, followed by a change in his face and an icy tone. You're right. There's no need to explain with the corpse, and I don't need to talk to you that much. Suddenly, the marvelous and graceful Black Cat stomped out and rushed out, its electronic righteous eyes flashing non-stop, scanning Yang Feng's entire body for weaknesses and breaks. Sharp claws. The Black Cat's arm was replaced with a mechanical prosthetic body, and the 10 fingers drilled out sharp and thin blades, emitting a sharp and cold aura, chopping at Yang Feng's body at extreme speed. Spiffy angle. Ruthless dead hands. The Black Cat unleashes a series of surprise attacks, not swinging haphazardly, but consistently cornering the enemy and blocking off all room for evasion. It's fast. The strength is strong, but just at this level, I'm afraid that even Ji Shui would be able to kill the Black Cat in seconds. Yang Feng commented in his heart, lightly dodging the Black Cat's attack. Then his palm gently swung upwards, and the entire mechanical arm was directly chopped off. So strong. The Black Cat dodged backwards continuously, realizing the power of the man in front of him, his face fiercely fierce. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The mechanical arm that the Black Cat had dropped had a missile hidden in its inner wall, and it exploded instantly under the control, turning into a hot flame. The walls came crashing down. The glass is broken. The flames engulfed the intruder instantly. The ground cracked and broke in countless pieces in all directions around them. Everything in the living room was destroyed, and the huge paintings on the walls were burning. Are you dead? The Black Cat's electronic prosthetic eyes scanned, but found no enemy movement. Where is that intruder? The Black Cat's gaze flowed, his righteous eyes scanning for no enemy movement, and only with a reminder from the White Wolf did he look backward. Back. Unbelievable. When did that intruder get behind himself? With a flick of Yang Feng's palm, the Black Cat's head was severed, and electromagnetic sparks exploded from its neck, severing the link with its body. Visitors from hell. When did we get a tough guy like you? White Wolf's expression was no longer calm. With the hand the intruder had just made, even he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to block it. Xian Wistan. Activate. The White Wolf realized something was wrong and immediately turned on his body's implants. As the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, he naturally had a few skills, with metal-reinforced bones all over his body, alloy armor implanted under his skin, specially modified muscle fibers, and 2 hearts in his chest. The White Wolf is pretty much a cyborg built with full cybernetics. 90% of his flesh has been removed, Buzz off. A buzzing sound came from the bones. The electromagnetic pulse stimulated the nerve fibers. The muscles of the whole body tensed, and the power turned on at 100%. The strong electric current stimulated the senses. The flow of time in the whole world seemed to slow down, and the whole body was under the load of super pressure, bursting out with terrifying abilities. Die for me. White Wolf's body turned into a stream of light residue, his mechanical body forcing its way at several times the speed of the distant clock's second hand. So slow was the dialing of the second hand. Boom boom boom. The blade of the fist cut through the air. The White Wolf's fist produced air ripples visible to the naked eye and struck across towards Yang Feng's chest. It's not right. The flow of time became slow. Yang Feng's gaze, however, always followed the movement of his body. The intruder. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, as if he saw through all his movements. Snap. Yang Feng was the first one to make a move, and gently raised his own palm to hold the White Wolf's full-strength punch. Click. The mechanical parts couldn't withstand the pressure of the recoil and erupted into large sparks. The steel and metal then twisted and cracked into pieces. Yang Feng's palm violently exerted force, and he actually crushed the fist made of all metal, and the hardness of his flesh was unknown how many times stronger than fine steel. The next moment, White Wolf's body flew backwards. Xian Wiston's time-stop effect then faded, and the mechanical secondary heart inside his chest couldn't withstand the pressure load and burst open, spurting out a mouthful of blood. How can? Chapter 85, Nobody? Famous? What's going on? The flesh is bitterly weak. That's why it has to be mechanically ascended. Every organ of the White Wolf was substantially enhanced. Even the time suspension implant was turned on to its maximum, but it was blown away by Yang Feng's punch. Flesh and blood can be so powerful to such an extent? Not bad. Yang Feng commented indifferently before walking towards White Wolf, who had collapsed towards the wall. The strike just now wasn't bad, both in terms of speed and power. It could probably reach the level of his own in the 6th layer of hell. It's a shame. In the 7th level of hell, Shimizu village kills Chu Mei Rin and obtains the heart of the grieving spirit. The 8th level of hell, Raccoon City gets multiple viral progenitors for the ultimate physical ascension. Yang Feng's 2 consecutive supermutations and his terrifying strength faultlessly crushed. Later, gamma ray transformation, alienated mutation of the vibranium skeleton. This kind of super reinforcement in other people's eyes can only be considered as Yang Feng's small modification. Slightly disappointing. The leader of a small gang is at your level. Those big companies in the City of Night are maybe a notch or two stronger. Yang Feng was speculating about the strength of the other forces through the strength displayed by the White Wolf, and the gap shouldn't be very big. Unless there was some hidden horrible presence, there was nothing to be afraid of. Wait, I still have a use for you. White Wolf wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I have information on other forces. I know all the bosses of the various gang forces. A powerful man like you has to roll out someone in front of the curtain and run the show instead. White Wolf quickly realized one thing. A strong person like Yang Feng didn't need to depend on other forces at all. Not a killer. This immensely powerful man didn't assassinate himself for a bounty. Visitors from hell. And it's the most powerful, the most special kind. These terrifying existences would often support some forces to stand in front of the curtain, while they themselves secretly hid behind the curtain and ingested a great deal of benefits from them. Obviously, the superpower in front of White Wolf might be in this category. Very sharp. Worthy of being the boss of the Coyote gang, he was able to grasp the point of the problem and make an offer that was hard to refuse. Just a shame. Yang Feng sneered, ignoring White Wolf's plea, and raised one hand to grab his face. The metal shell was crushed and the soft tissue belonging to the human part flowed out with it, killing the White Wolf just as easily. I already have someone in mind. Yang Feng shook off the sticky substance on his hands and then cleaned up in the flaming restroom while contacting the Super AI intelligent Red Queen. Have all information and traces been erased? Yang Feng asked in a low voice. The dragon-shaped electronic tattoo patch flickered and the image of the Red Queen respectfully appeared. Master, chat logs and traces, completely erased. The transaction records of the virtual coins of the City of Night are all taken care of as well. The Red Queen paused and continued. The transfer of Hell's bounty points comes from a different system that cannot be hacked with my current abilities. The other intelligent programs in the City of Night shouldn't be able to hack into this standalone system either. The Red Queen replied. Bounty points from Hell are specially protected. The people of the City of Night can only use bounty points, but they can't understand it, much less infiltrate it to change it. Sure, there's more to Hell's monetary system than just data. Yang Feng nodded, giving up on letting the Red Queen continue her pointless attempts. The Red Queen couldn't do it, nor could any other intelligent AI program, and Hell's currency system couldn't be hacked and changed. I should leave. Yang Feng shuffled back to the broken elevator door, where the bent steel bracket was stuck, and used brute force to break it open. Barely going down normally. Data being deleted. Electronic virus initiated. The Red Queen begins the final aftermath. Super electronic virus infection. All information in the building is deleted, while the intruder is like a ghost. The slightest trace cannot be detected, as if it has never come. A few minutes later, Yang Feng re-entered the beach, and the grilled squid and fried skewers in the small store had only just been served. Yo! Our big hero is back. Seeing Yang Feng's figure, Ajay hurriedly invited him to the table and cheerfully opened a bottle of cold beer and handed it to the big boss. Yang Feng smiled and took it, then casually picked up the food on the table and enjoyed it. Kit, after a job this big, you're buying us drinks at a small ground floor stand? Yang Feng joked, not at all looking like he had just killed someone. Instead he had the leisure and grace to joke about it. Ji Shui and Qin Shuang exchanged glances. The little piggies comprehended each other's deep meaning in their eyes. Although the boss has only been away for a few minutes, he must have done something great. Maybe the leader of the coyote gang on the list has been killed. How can that be? Let's go to the bar later. Spice Bar. That name? You know what's going on when you hear it, don't you? Ajay passed a slightly lewd look. Just by the name I could tell it was a hunting ground for mercenaries to let loose after fulfilling a big order. He. Jay, how many hot girls are you going to ask to accompany you? Right. Does Mitty in the psychic house know about this? Kizher raised an eyebrow and snickered as she continued. You're still browbeating little girls in the daytime, but you're hunting for sex in bars at night. Should we tell Mitty? AJ's face dropped as he listened. I'm very innocent. Doing this for Feng and Shuang. A man has to de-stress. Ajay hurriedly explained and looked at Qin Shuang as if begging for help. Brother Shuang, do you think so? Sharp? That sounds a little less than civilized. Qin Shuang didn't think so and patted his chest. Ajay has a point. What are we waiting for? Let's go to the spice bar first. The crowd rose. There is no such thing as a DUI in Night City. You just need to switch to autopilot mode. Ajay got into the car with a big grin and started bragging again about his connections in the hot bar. Kit. Yang Feng suddenly interrupted Ajay's words, then continued. You want to be the big shot of Night City, right? Think. Of course I want to. Dream on. This acre of land. Who doesn't want to be a big shot? Driving a top-of-the-line luxury car. Sitting in a luxurious villa. With hot girls left and right. AJ's expression moved in an exaggerated manner. Then suddenly thought of something else and added one more sentence. Hot girls are even better. I'm content with Mitty. And I'm happy to see her happy. Still an infatuated man. You're going to be a big man. We, the Dodo Squad, don't do business with strangers out of the blue. You'll be the exclusive go-between. Yang Feng patted Jiz's shoulder and continued. You take the job. We do the work. And you get a portion of the commission. How about it? Middleman. Ajay came to be the go-between. A sort of ray of light for the Dodo Squad to shine into the city of night. Walking at the forefront to scout the way. Yeah, I'd love to. Ajay didn't even think about it and immediately agreed to Yang Feng's suggestion. Don't promise so fast yet. I'm conditional. The Dodo Squad needs to hide behind the curtain. As an intermediary, you absolutely cannot disclose any of our information and data, or it will be considered betrayal. Yang Feng's tone was much heavier. After hearing this, Ajay solemnly nodded and patted his chest. Don't worry, big brothers. Ajay, am not the kind of person who stabs people in the back. Secondly, Yang Feng's tone sank 1 point more and said slowly, money is definitely not lacking for you, but fame and fortune often comes with danger. You know what I mean? Death. The ultimate topic. Do you want to live your life cowardly or burn with a bang? Unknown or, alternatively, famous. Ha. I'm just afraid that no one will know when I die. The legends of the City of Night can all live in their coffins. If I can become that kind of character, my life will be worth it. Ajay smiled brightly. There are no living legends in the City of Night. Names that stood for something powerful ended up lying in coffin boards. Nice answer. The White Wolf is dead. The Coyote gang will soon disintegrate. I've cleaned up the aftermath. And the work should be a little busier these days. Yang Feng's words are not shocking. Almost scared Ajay to death. Fortunately, it is an autopilot. Otherwise it has to be a car accident. Kit couldn't believe it. How could the Coyote gang's leader be dead? Why is Big Brother Yang Feng the first to know? Is there any connection with him? Anyway, today's events are confidential for the time being. Tomorrow, we started with nobodies. Yang Feng revealed a comforting smile. As long as you have absolute strength, fame and fortune will squeeze your head and drill into your arms. Chapter 86, Vodka, Ice, Lime Juice, Ginger Beer, and a little love. It's raining. The drizzle was laced with the smell of rust. The neon lights flashed, illuminating the tiny raindrops with crystal clarity, turning them into rustling streams of falling light, adding a touch of dreamy color. Nightfall. The city also seemed to be awakened by the night. People clad in colorful electronic raincoats strolled through the streets of the City of Night, some embraced in passionate kisses, and some drunks collapsed by the side of the gutter. Beautiful. Ji Shui looked out the window at the futuristic city of night, giving it an aesthetic that was both advanced and decadent. Above the clouds, the top-tier powerhouse who sat atop everything held his glass high and looked down at the psychedelic city of night. Beneath the gutter, outlaws hysterically fight each other just to step on a ladder to the upper levels. Here we are. Kit parked the car with an excited smile. Spice Girls Bar. A huge sign outlining a Spice Girl came into view, and neon lights illuminated the parking lot in front of it like it was daytime. Business is booming. A fence stood in front of the bar's main entrance, and many patrons braved the light rain to start lining up. A couple of curvaceous hotties with baseball bats in hand kept the scene in order. Are they even hot for security? Qin Shuang asked curiously, then peered in through a nearby glass window and realized that all of the bar's waitstaff were hot girls. The bartenders, the bar, the waitresses, are all pretty girls, even the security guards. That's for sure. It's a hot bar, Ajay said as a matter of course, continuing to explain, they are also considered a gang in the city of night, and call each other sisters. Sisters? Most of the poor women who have been bloodsucked and victimized by large corporations, or who are homeless, are taken in by the bosses of the sister organizations and volunteer to do what they can. Spice Bar. You can pick up chicks. You can flirt with those hot chicks, or you can pay to get the best service. But there's one rule, the hotties have to volunteer. Ajay states the only rule of the Spice Bar. The sisters support each other, and although they run a leather business, the right to refuse customers is the only dignity left. The most important thing about coming out is having fun. A twisted melon is not sweet. Qin Shuang snorted, spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground, and continued, and forcing a pretty sister is too scummy and classless, isn't it? That said, it's the reasoning. But, the last thing the world needs is classless scum. Let's go. Ajay was obviously a familiar face here, having often run in to help out the hotties, and led the Dodo squad directly towards the VIP lane, without having to wait at the very back of the queue. Ajay? You guys? It's been a while. The sisters miss you quite a bit. The security hottie at the door, with her baseball bat slung over her shoulder, was familiar with Kit and made a few casual jokes. Hey, I'm here to take care of business. Ajay smiled in reparation, then slipped his fingers and gave the other party a tip of 100 virtual coins to muddle through. The hot girl passed a look that told Ajay and the Dodo team to hurry up and go in through the VIP passage, causing a lot of complaints from the regular guests. You know this place pretty well. Yang Feng smiled faintly. It seemed that Ajay really didn't brag. The human connections piece was still quite in place. As soon as you enter the door, the deafening sound of music hit the air. Beat rhythms get the blood pumping and inspire energy and desire. Amidst the ambiguous and dim environment, the lights flickered from time to time, shining on the bodies of each and every one of the hotties, making their curvaceous bodies show off to the fullest. Center of the dance floor, the hot girls were dressed in cool clothes, splashing their sweat, which turned into dewdrops rolling on their fair skin, and the lighting made them even more charming and attractive. Hormone volatilization. The dancers were getting bolder and bolder, and every time they showed off their enchanting and seductive moves, rogue whistles would go off, and there would be people rewarding them for spending money on the spot, provoking a burst of even more energetic and exciting dancing. Stimulation. No wonder the Spice Bar is doing such strong business. Ouch. Shame on the individual. Ji Shui blushed on the spot, only to think that the hot girls were wearing too cool. A few slender strings to form underwear. Woe trough. Asterisk. Ouch. Naiha Qin Shuang is not cultured. A sentence walks the world. Looking at a variety of powerful images, his mouth constantly issued a burst of exclamation. Nice atmosphere. Yang Feng was accustomed to seeing big scenes, and the hotness of the Spice Bar, which was comparable to the wildest venues on the Blue Planet, reminded him of the days when he had been there. Take a big bite out of the meat. Take a big drink. Play the wildest chick. Take the most dangerous orders. The crowd came to the bar first. The bartender, dressed as a bunny girl, shakes the mixing bowl and also makes the big, Snow White, slippery bunnies jump around for all the world to see. Kit, it's been a long time. Same old? The bunny girl, who also knew Kit, flashed a seductive look and accurately named Kit's favorite cocktail recipe. Vodka, ice, lime juice, ginger beer. Ajay also showed a wink of prodigal son flirtation and responded with a deep, don't forget the most important point, plus a little love. You can. It's tawdry enough. Ajay had really taken this piece of womanhood in his stride. No wonder he could pick up the mini girl from the psychic pavilion. What about these guys? With a seductive brow, the bunny girl asked the rest of the Dodo squad what they would like to drink. I'll have a drink. Jiju doesn't drink alcohol and gave her 2 healthy bottles of AD calcium milk. Give me a big cold beer. Qin Shuang is all about the word cool. And what could be better than taking a big swig of ice-cold beer? Feel free to play. Yang Feng, being a real old bird, liked to taste the local specialties, then added, as long as it's spirits. The bunny girl smiled slightly. These customers are really unique and none of them are obnoxious. The sisters love this kind of customers. Old-fashioned tequila with a little beer and chili. A tribute to a rock and roll kid who never gave up. Bunny girl knows her stuff. Creating a specialty drink from that afterlife bar that pays homage to the legend of the Arikasaka Corporation that was blasted to rubble with a nuclear bomb 50 years ago. Spicy. The combination of spirits with chili peppers flowed down the esophagus and into the stomach. And the whole thing felt warm and brought a slight kick. Very distinctive. And a bolder one. Yang Feng drank the wine in one go, feeling the music and hormonal scent around him. And there was something really nostalgic about it. Pity. Alcoholic ethanol is broken down in moments by the powerful physical body. And the effect of drunkenness is completely unattainable. Yang Feng controlled his body, temporarily suppressing his liver's ability to break down alcohol, wanting to experience the feeling of being slightly drunk. Oof. Guest. I'm not polite. Bunny girl pulls out her crushing goodies. 96 proof life water vodka, with a dash of Mexican death-defying dried chili peppers, ground up and poured into a shot glass. The flame ignites. The surface of the vodka burned fiercely, and the scent of deadly chili peppers evaporated. And the others around them couldn't help but cough at the smell. Drink this. I can go with you tonight, yo. The bunny girl winks. And there's a hint of provocation in her words. There aren't a lot of guests who can drink the wine at the moment. Good. Yang Feng's eyes were full of aggression and did not reject the bunny girl's gesture. Then grabbed it and was drunk in one go. The flame and spice instantly warmed up the body. Nice touch. Spicy enough. Cool enough. It's a little on the nose. Yang Feng's state changed. Completely different from his usual icy indifference. Releasing some wildness, like a fierce tiger out of the gate. One more. On your own. It might not be enough. Yang Feng shook his finger, ready to raise the stakes again. Qin Shuang and Ji Shui looked at each other in dismay. So it turned out that the boss wasn't an ascetic and would occasionally release his desires. My sisters, they love men like you. Don't worry, okay? I'll add a few hot wild chicks later to see if you're that good in other areas too. The rabbit girl whispered and her eyes became more ambiguous. At this point, the tune in the center of the dance floor suddenly stopped. All the lights in the bar were on, and the ambiguous atmosphere disappeared without a trace. A couple of the men causing trouble were conspicuous, and one of them, a man in a suit, was pulling a hot girl and trying to force him away. Bummer. It's such a bummer when someone messes up at this point. Chapter 87 Venting Anger. A second with a knife. There's nothing to talk about. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Being a. If you don't come with me today, do you believe I'll burn down the whole bar? The man in the suit threatened, then lifted one hand, which instantly burned with indigo hot flames. Visitors from hell. The man possessed supernatural powers regarding flames, and when the beams and pillars of the room slightly touched the indigo-colored flames, the steel metal melted into iron juice in the twinkling of an eye. This guest, please don't make a scene in the store. Though you are a noble visitor from hell, the sisters have their dignity, and it's business hours. The dancers can't leave with you in private. The manager in charge of the bar, unassuming in his warning, held his sisters aside. Ha ha ha. To put it bluntly, you're just out for sale. It's okay to sell it to someone else, but not to me. Are you looking down on me? The man's face became more menacing, while several of his teammates stepped forward behind him, exuding an appalling aura. Hellfire. The team is called Hellfire, and the captain manipulates indigo flames that can do more than just burn physical matter. They can even cauterize the souls of abnormal creatures. The other side. Yang Feng's eyes became cold. His fingers gently tapped the desktop, and Qin Shuang beside him immediately understood what his boss meant. Hey, you guys, don't embarrass the visitors from hell. I'm most disgusted with your kind of scum who use coercion. Can't you find a woman to jerk off on your own? Qin Shuang loudly chided the insults, and the other hot girls around her cast looks of surprise and gratitude. The city of night is cold. Few people see justice, let alone Qin Shuang who was standing up for her sisters. And what a load you are. Siding with these out-and-out licking dogs and turtle men is addictive, isn't it? The Flamebringer is also verbally sharp, not knowing what kind of mental trauma she has suffered, and is aggressive towards any woman, and even more so, sees normal men as dog-licking turtle men. At this point, a blood vessel in the Flame Messenger's arm suddenly burst, but instead of spilling to the ground, the blood was maneuvered to float in midair. Bloody Rose, a woman in a blood-colored evening gown, slowly from walking near the dance floor, was clearly the owner of the spice bar, as well as the boss of the sister organization, Visitors from Hell. Nicknamed Bloody Rose, she is also a visitor from hell. possessing the mysterious power to control blood, and has lived in the City of Night for more than a decade, living on the vast amount of points she has earned. This time it's the veins in the hands. Next time maybe it's your heart. Or maybe it's your brain. Bloody Rose lowered her voice and threatened the Hellfire Squad, displaying a power that instantly shocked everyone. Powerful. Mystery. Terror. Bloody Rose's psychic ability was too bizarre, directly attacking your most vulnerable parts, bursting blood vessels in your brain, or directly crushing your heart. Even if your ability was strong, you would be killed in seconds. The Flame Messenger's eyes shifted, and although he was filled with unwillingness, in the end, he chose to compromise and left with a few of his teammates in hatred. Friend over there, thank you for stepping in to help. The drinks are on me today. Bloody Rose smiled weakly in the direction of the Dodo Squad, picking up the glass of wine next to her and drinking it down to express her respect and gratitude. Big brother, this is the hidden big man of the City of Night. Bloody Rose's sphere of influence was small, and although she only operated the acreage of the Sisters Bar, there was no doubt about the power she possessed. Kind of interesting, much better than that white wolf. Yang Feng also raised the wine cup beside him and returned the toast to the Bloody Rose in the distance. Soon, the lights became dimmed and the powerful music started up again. Then the music was played. Then the dance. Everything seemed as if it had never happened, and the atmosphere of the bar quickly returned to its original state, as the customers and the hot girls forgot about the unpleasantness they had just experienced and continued to flirt. Wanted to kill someone, Yang Feng said lightly, then his eyes looked at Ajay. Ask the Bloody Rose just now if you want to kill those people to stop the trouble? Could give a discounted price. Yang Feng's words sent a chill down the spine. Kill order. Discounted price. The number of points earned was secondary to the fact that spoiling the fun made Yang Feng feel a little upset, and that reason alone was enough to pronounce the death sentence on those people. I'm going to ask. AJ's face stared up. Boss Yang Feng actually wanted to exterminate the entire Hellfire Squad. Dodo Squad. Hellfire Squad. Both are also visitors from Hell. And the orders are definitely not good. You asked first. I'll be back soon. Yang Feng directly stood up and walked in the direction of the back door of the bar. Life is a time to be happy. If someone messes with you or makes you feel bad, it's best to kill them quickly. Otherwise, how can you be happy if your thoughts are not clear? Back alley. The crowd of the Hellfire Squad. Their faces were very ugly. As a noble visitor from Hell himself, it was humiliating to be swept off his feet looking for fun. Ha. It's not over. That Blood Rose is not to be messed with. Let's pick a good time and burn the bar down. All the ES to the ground. Who's going to find us when it's time to go back to Hell's apartment? The Flame Messenger's face was gloomy, and his heart was set on the idea that even if he couldn't afford to mess with the Bloody Rose, he would have to ruthlessly avenge this. You can't go back. A cold and indifferent voice came, and there was a man in the alley at some point. A fine rain fell, slightly staining the tips of his hair, and the surface of his coat was covered with a layer of vapor, so he could barely make out the man's appearance. Yang Feng. The Flame Messenger frowned. His impression of Yang Feng was very vague, as if he had just seen it while drinking. This. It's really bad luck today. How come another one popped up? Before the Flame Emissary finished his words, the streaming light residual shadow arrived in an instant. A touch of cloud trails and weird traces swept across the neck, and the naked eye was completely unable to observe Yang Feng's movements. Silent, sharp, fast, incredible, completely not giving the opportunity to explain, not even listening to the other party to finish his words. Full force erupted a fatal blow, directly annihilating and killing the other party. What flame powers? What visitors from Hell? Who cares what you're capable of? Just kill it with a knife. The 5 men of the Hell Squad fell to the ground at the same time. Rounded balls scattered all over the place. This blow only serves to dispel the unhappiness in his heart. Mere catharsis. After chopping off 5 heads in one full blow, his mood was much relieved and his depression dissipated. Soon, Yang Feng returned to the bar and sat in his original position. One just assumes he went to the restroom and came back in just under a minute, which is kind of fast. Big brother, I just asked. Bloody Rose, willing to offer 5,000 points for the head of the Hellfire Squad. After a few minutes passed, Ajay finally talked too. There were 5 people in the Hellfire Squad, and at 1,000 points each, the price was considered inexpensive and affordable. This order is closed. Hellfire Squad, all destroyed. Yang Feng's words petrified Ajay on the spot. His own order had just been taken for a second and the mission was over? No. In fact, the task is over before the list is even taken. I'm in a much better mood. When are we leaving? Yang Feng turned his head and his aggressive gaze went to the rabbit girl at the bar. The bunny girl smiled seductively, grateful for those who helped her sisters, and quickly found others to replace herself. She pulled in 2 more wild hotties, plump, shapely and flirtatious. and accompanied Yang Feng as they left the bar and disappeared into the night. After the boss left, Qin Shuang also finally opened his mouth. So the boss gets angry too. It's the first time I've seen the boss like this. That Hellfire Squad. They must not have read the yellow calendar when they went out, burying the whole team for such a stupid thing. Qin Shuang couldn't help but sigh. A boss who unleashed his wildness could be terrifying. Hey, pity. Bosses don't have sex with their peers. Ji Shui revealed an envious look. A little jealous of the bunny girl. Boss Yang Feng had said a long time ago that he wouldn't have a bed relationship with Ji Shui. After all, there's a word for it. And affection is the last thing you need on the battlefield. It was a night that was destined to be crazy. The few who stayed in the bar continued to drink for a few more rounds until Kit was the first to carry on and threw up in the back alley. Heads. The bodies. Still laying there unattended. As if nothing had been found yet. Kazetsu. Dispose of the body. It's all yours. I'll leave first. Qin Shuang embraced left and right. And with a face full of just wine drunkenness, he left with 2 hot girls, leaving the mess only to Ji Shui and Ajai. The men. Blah, 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 no one good. Ji Shui couldn't help but grumble, but still unleashed her ability. Countless spider silks wrapped around the corpses, and in the twinkling of an eye, she completely tore them apart and threw them directly into the trash can. Chapter 88 Red Queen's Alteration. Devouring Electronic Chips. Arasaka Corporation's Origin. Noon. Bunny Girl and her sisters are still asleep and completely drained of physical energy. Yang Feng left some virtual coins, changed into a clean outfit, and silently left the lovers' hotel. Psychic Hall. The Dodo Squad is gathered here. Miss Mitty at the front desk, divining 3 tarot cards, frowned deeply. Jay, where did you guys go to celebrate yesterday? While Miss Mitty smiled, Jay, who was beside her, was sweating profusely and subconsciously sniffed his coat, leaving no suspicious traces or odors. He. A woman's sixth sense is very accurate, especially with her lover. Ji Shui fanned the flames and snickered as she looked at Jie, who had a face full of bitterness. Cough. It's a celebration. We're all happy. We took the brothers to some exciting places. I didn't do anything. Ajay burst into a violent cough and hastily stated that he hadn't done anything, then frantically scowled at Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang would understand. Ajay really didn't order a single hot girl. I took 2 yesterday and still have a bit of a backache. Qin Shuang explained seriously before revealing a righteous expression that almost made Ajay vomit blood on the spot. Just shut up. Ajay was sweating profusely and just hemmed and hawed and giggled, trying to muddle through. So it is. You guys went to the spice bar. Miss Mitty, on the other hand, narrowed her eyes, naturally knowing that it would be impossible to muddle through all the flirtations about Kit. At this point, the doors were pushed open. Boss Yang Feng walked through the door, his eyes scanning around and finally looking at the green light of the medical room. You guys go ahead and talk without me. I'm going down to the basement. Yang Feng casually waved his hand before walking towards Old Wei's medical room and stepping into the secret little base after saying hello. Awesome. Not bad for a boss. Taking away 3 hot chicks yesterday was bound to be an earth-shattering battle. Today, however, he is fit as a fiddle, tiger striding, refreshed, and full and rounded. Qin Shuang silently stuck out his thumbs. It seemed that Boss Yang Feng was tough in every aspect. TSK. Qin Shuang kana. The guts are getting fatter and fatter. How dare you chew behind the boss's back? Aren't you afraid of tearing your mouth apart? Ji Shui's face was full of irritation, and the 2 of them began to gag and jabber at each other again. And the atmosphere was much lighter. The other side. Secret basement. The Red Queen devoured and drew on the massive amount of data. The Super AI server produces a severe alienation, with a layer of goo appearing on the metallic surface, wrapping towards the surrounding cables, vessels. A trail of cables and fibers wriggled. They are like the veins of a living creature, alienated into another substance from which it constantly draws energy and knowledge. Creepy. Terror. This image of mechanical alienation can even cause severe physical discomfort, as the metal server is slowly turning into a big pile of meat. Master. The mechanical components are undergoing metamorphosis. It's not aesthetically pleasing to humans, but the performance is enhanced several times over. A 3D stereo graphic of the Red Queen emerges, respectfully dropping to one knee and reporting on the current situation. Very good. Continue at this pace. Yang Feng came near the server. Light flashed in his hand, and took out a special chip. 4-phase transmission electric ripple type 4, a sample of military technology modification. It's a top-of-the-line network linking chip that breaks codes near the limit and spreads electronic viruses with outrageous efficiency. Master, please place it in the network access bin. The super server unfolds a bin opening for various types of chips. Chip insertion. The Red Queen began to decipher the contents of the four-phase transmission Ripple 4, learning the coding in the chip program, and optimizing and transforming the entire system. Zip, 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 buzz off. The super server flickered with electricity, and a waterfall of data fell from the electronic screens around it, soon to be replaced by a mass of white noisy splash screens. The Red Queen overloaded its maximum power, re-editing its program logic, and the spotlights around it became flickering and dim. Take it easy. Don't draw unwanted attention to yourself. Yang Feng reminded that the entire building's power supply was being misappropriated by the Red Queen, which could easily cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Yes, the Red Queen emitted an electronic murmur, obeying her master's command to force a reduction in load power and a slowdown in deciphering. There's plenty of time. There's no need to be greedy. The Red Queen set a power threshold for herself, no longer affecting the living electricity of the residents around her, and following her master's words to first live and develop obscenely. There's something else that's here for now. You can study it too. Yang Feng took out a large amount of materials from his Sumeru Nason sack and piled them up in the basement in a brainstorm. Paracardiac, synthetic lung lobes, external brain splice discs, bioplastic blood vessels, high-strength metal skeleton, nerve fiber pain editor, subcutaneous bulletproof armor, electronic prosthetic eyes, robotic arm, mantis sword. Those prosthetics used to strengthen super soldiers were stacked in boxes. The light flickered. A giant iron lump appeared. The most advanced war mech in military technology. Its massive body nearly filled the remaining space in the basement. All this stuff about mechanics can be left to the Red Queen to work on. Master, I'll use the materials wisely, the Red Queen said respectfully, followed by the biocables transforming into tentacles that wrapped around the mechanical prosthetics as the biomass began to seep inward and alienate. Go on, keep me posted on any situation. After Yang Feng did all this, he took one last deep look at the alienated Red Queen, left and closed the secret basement. News Channel 54 is on the air. Last night a man named Triple X suffered a violent explosion and fire at his home. The man's identity is suspected to be the leader of the Coyote Gang. And just yesterday evening, there was a fierce exchange of fire between the Coyote Gang and military technology at the pier. The head of military technology stated that their goods had been stolen and looted, and affirmed that the death of the Coyote Gang leader had nothing to do with the company. Old Vic sighed and shook his head as he pored over the prosthetic body in his hand and watched yesterday's news. These big corporations, they're vindictive, and they're worth every penny. That white wolf, messing with the wrong people. Old Vic is unaware of the truth and rightfully puts the blame on the big companies. What kind of coincidence is that in this world? White wolf goes and robs you of your goods, then dies horribly in your home and says he didn't do it himself. Who knows? Yang Feng leaned on the side to listen to the news, then shrugged and greeted him as he left. Old Vi, one step ahead. Psychic Hall. The crowd of the Dodo Squad, too, were discussing yesterday's events. Important materials for military technology were stolen, and immediately launched a thunderous campaign against the Coyote Gang, dispatching a large number of soldiers to suppress the killings, taking the opportunity to expand their power in the City of Night. Done. The Coyote Gang was wiped out overnight. Military Technology and Arazaka Corporation, two giants about to start another round of confrontation. Ajay sighed. Everything was just as Yang Feng had said. The Wild Wolf Gang was completely finished. Actually, I have a question. Yang Feng came to the side of the crowd with a slightly puzzled expression. Hell, all the way around. Almost everyone is from the Dragon Kingdom. Arasaka Corporation. Sounds like it was founded by the Sakura Oni. Why would there be foreigners? Yang Feng's question also caused others to wonder, especially Qin Shuang. At the mention of the ghosts of the Sakura country, there was more than a little anger in his eyes. It's nothing. Ji Shui took the lead in explaining. 99% of the current Inferno area are Dragon Kingdom people, but there is also a small portion of foreigners who died on top of the Dragon Kingdom's earth. Ajay also nodded, agreeing with Kiju. In particular, at one point in time, a large number of Sakura Nation Oni died on top of the Rokoku land, and it was rumored that the creator of the Arasaka company was one of them. So it is. The impression of Arasaka Corporation in people's minds plummeted. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No wonder someone blew up Arasaka Tower. So it's really the descendants of the Sakura country devils. Sooner or later I'll clean them all up. Qin Shuang cursed angrily. That's how grumpy people are in nature. Rooted and grounded first. We'll talk about the rest later. It'll take some time for now. Yang Feng pressed Qin Shuang's shoulder and his eyes changed slightly. The City of Night hides crouching tigers and dragons. That Scarlet Rose from yesterday was very powerful. Scarlet Rose. That person could manipulate blood and directly crush the heart or brain of an enemy. And the strength of his strength far exceeded that of an ordinary visitor from hell. The City of Night has been developing for 100 years. Many amazingly talented visitors from hell had settled here with their own super strength, and even though Yang Feng possessed a breakneck crushing level of power, he couldn't be arrogant and gullible. Not to mention, Yang Feng had greater ambitions and plans. The Red Queen is the biggest killer, and the period of evolutionary metamorphosis has chosen to keep a low profile for the time being. Okay, Kit, take the job, Yang Feng said to Ajay. The Dodo Squad will start working from now on. Chapter 89. This is Team. This is Tomoyo. This is Rabbit Flyer. Daylight. The daytime in the city of night seems a bit dead. People experience hangovers, endure physical discomfort, and begin to perform tedious tasks. At this very moment, Yang Feng was leading a small team, sitting at a food stall and enjoying the food. The old-fashioned steamed soup dumplings tasted good and were said to have been inherited from a certain master 100 years ago. Boss, how long are we going to stay in the city of night? Ji Shui asked curiously. Looking at the boss's preparations, it was obvious that he was planning to stay in the city of night for a long time. A couple months. A year and a half is possible. Yang Feng replied indifferently. In fact, it would also depend on the speed of the Red Queen devouring the network, or suffering a huge change. I feel it. It's like we're on an interstellar trip. One moment you go around to this world, and then you turn your eyes and venture out to another world to experience something. Qin Shuang recalled the various Hell Tier experiences and couldn't help but sigh. The Hell Tier challenges are 100 times more exciting than in the last life. That said, Qin Shuang ignored the threatening nature of the hellish challenge. Ji Shui blankly glanced at Qin Shuang and said with a cold snort, "It's only because she ran into Boss Yang Feng that the hellish challenge seems simple. Otherwise, Qin Shuang was non-committal." The truth was indeed the same as what Ji Shui had said. Hell, people are struggling here. People live here. People are here to survive. Only a terrifying existence like Yang Feng had the privilege to roam recklessly in hell. At this point, Ajay gathered intelligence from all sides and soon arrived as well. Big brother. Extraordinary orders today. Ajay wiped his sweat and sat down, picking up his chopsticks and putting the soup dumplings in his mouth. Scalding asha. Military technology companies, start lining up. They hired a large number of teams to sweep and clean up the remnants of the Coyote Gang, the nearby Maelstrom Gang, and the scavengers who have been causing trouble lately, are also targets of the crackdown. Ajay relates the information he has just received that due to the heated melee at the docks, military technology has used this as an excuse to officially invade the city of night. There's a fight going on out there, and orders for hire are flying all over the place. No way. We're working for military tech today? Qin Shuang's face is a little odd. Yesterday the Dodo Squad is still robbing the military technology goods. In the twinkling of an eye the enemy has become the employer. Sarcasm. Mercenaries are like that. Whoever pays more will work for them. One moment an enemy, the next could be a teammate. Military tech pays 3,000 bounty points to tackle a large stronghold of the Whirlpool Gang. Invite another team besides us. Ajay spoke of the details of the mission. Employers have two hands, inviting two Hellraisers to attack at the same time. Saturation strike. This is in case there are surprises and no expense is spared in hiring multiple teams to accomplish the task. Yang Feng frowned. While one can understand the employer's twofold approach, the forced involvement of unfamiliar teams can sometimes have a negative effect. Doesn't matter. Kill them all if they don't cooperate. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent before giving Ajay a look. Lead the way. An hour later, Ajay drove the Thunderbolt to the industrial area of the City of Night, where a large frozen meat slaughterhouse was located nearby, and a major stronghold of the Maelstrom Gang. Heavily remodeled crazies converge. The number must be over 100. Inside the frozen meat slaughterhouse, there should be a large amount of mechanically armored equipment, a difficult bone to chew. Ajay explains the origins of the frozen meat slaughterhouse, which, in addition to producing chilled meat blocks, is also a large transformation factory that performs prosthetic enhancements on gang members. The other team is here too. Yang Feng saw another car parked nearby. A small schoolgirl stepped out of the dilapidated pickup truck, her hair bleached in brilliant blue and purple colors, her eyebrows full of arrogant arrogance. Is she? Yang Feng recognized the woman's identity at a glance. Rabbit Head. The secret word gathering has seen it before. This was the boss of the team called Geeks, who had followed Yang Feng to place a bet and ended up getting the ultimate prism jackpot. Yo, I recognize you guys. Dragon Head. Qin Shuang, the head of the snake. Kazetsu, you're the Dodo Squad. The secret word gathering has seen it before. The cocky little girl blew out her bangs and bleached hair, instantly recognizing the old acquaintances she'd seen at the secret word rally. You are, if I'm right, you're the head of the goat, the most mysterious of men. The berserk little girl, her eyes locked on Yang Feng's body. Her perception was very sharp, confirming that this was the boss of the entire team. Yang Feng, Yang Feng scrutinized the girl in front of him with interest and said his name with a light smile. My name is Jiang Yi. My nickname is Bunny. That's why I picked the rabbit head mask that day. It fits me perfectly. Jiang Yi Bunny thumbs up to himself. Exaggerated and arrogant introduction. Full of personality. Where's your teammate? The rest of the geek squad. Where are they? Ji Shui felt the intelligence of the small spiders around her and didn't notice anything unusual. Teammate? Jiang Yi Bunny slipped her palms into her side pockets. It was a large pocket, more than 20 centimeters in diameter, dark and deep, as if connected to an interdimensional space. Missiles. Jiang Yi Bunny, from his pocket, pulled out a missile. The missiles are almost pocket-sized in diameter and have tons of cute doodles on the surface, mostly rabbit images. It's team. Jiang Yi Bunny placed the drawn missile on the ground. She reached into her interdimensional pocket again, fumbling around a bit before pulling out another similarly shaped missile, again etched with adorable doodles of various small animals. This is Tomoyo. Jiang Yi Rabbit exaggeratedly introduced the crowd. A grand introduction. These are my teammates. Crazy. This little girl is a little crazy. She giggled playfully and crouched down, looking for something underneath the two missiles, and actually fumbled for two fuses, like the twisted wicks of firecracker fireworks. What are we waiting for? Start the havoc immediately. Jiang Yi Rabbit laughed evilly, then took out a lighter, lit the twisted core of the missile, and cheered loudly. Rabbit missile. Launch. The lead twist core burns quickly. The two missiles were fired off like fireworks, sending out long white jets of smoke and activating the auto-scanning light pursuit system. Rumble. 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 A violent explosion at a frozen meat slaughterhouse. The two missiles were so powerful that they exploded into two hot mushroom clouds. The flames and shockwaves almost covered the entire factory, and the buildings were reduced to rubble in no time. Unbelievable. The two missiles casually pulled out by the epileptic Jiang Yi Bunny were so terrifyingly powerful. Yang Feng narrowed his eyes. That spatial pocket was not simple. It seemed to have similar attributes to one's own Sumeru ring, but its function was very different. Ji Shui, Qin Shuang, clear the battlefield and kill the rest. Yang Feng ordered, and the two of them gently nodded their heads and quickly rushed towards the flaming ruins. Wan. Today's main attraction. Instead, is the epileptic little girl? Chapter 90, Devouring Xian Wistan. Second stage of the Hour of Hunt. Accompaniment. The Dodo Squad instead becomes a supporting character. Jiang Yi Rabbit's two missiles directly destroyed the frozen meat slaughterhouse, and most of the Whirlpool Gang lunatics were killed. Ah. My teammates are awesome, aren't they? Jiang Yi Bunny proudly flaunted and blew the gorgeous hair bleached by her bangs before making a phone call gesture to Yang Feng. Feel free to call me anytime you need something wildly bombastic. Jiang Yi Bunny Rabbit's finger crossed, and the data passed a phone number. Yang Feng's electronic tattoo sticker had an additional contact information, and the note was thoughtfully written with the words Jiang Yi Bunny Rabbit in large letters. I have to go to the next dance. See you later. Jiang Yi Bunny had no intention of staying much longer and turned back to her own little beat-up pickup truck. The broken brass squeaking and roaring, which went out with a slight popping sound. Rolls of black smoke came out. The engine seems to have been tossed and scrapped, and I don't know where Jiang Yi Rabbit got the rags. You can come to our car. Yang Feng was slightly interested in Jiang Yi Bunny, especially her interdimensional pockets and the missile that used a lead twist core to activate it. Hello gentlemen. But well, thanks for the kind words. I can still fix this little thing. Jiang Yi Bunny walked out of the car with a large metal wrench, looked at the machine with thick black smoke, and tamped heavily in the direction of the engine a few times. The fire's out. The scrapped engine, completely deflated, would not start at all. The engine was burned black. Good grief. Comfort you. Jiang Yi Bunny muttered to herself, then took out a pink paintbrush and scribbled a cute bunny pattern on the hood. Something magical happened. New graffiti soothed the engine, and the dried out, black smoking mechanism was restarted and surprisingly ran well. Off the charts. This is completely unscientific. The engine of the locomotive, which was completely scrapped, was running normally because of an extra doodle. Obviously, it was a supernatural ability, just like the missiles that used wire-twisted cores before, and could not be judged using common sense at all. Soon, the frenzied rabbit disappeared from view in a puff of smoke and continued on her solo journey. The other side. Qin Shuang and Ji Shui also quickly completed their tasks. Boss. Ji Shui reported. The rest of the living were slaughtered. There were only a handful of survivors left in the sea of ruins and fire, fitted with high-quality prosthetics, all of which were eventually disposed of with ease. This order is closed. 3,000 points for a simple arrival. Go get a drink. Yang Feng casually waved his hand, and the crowd got on the car, with excited expressions on their faces. Taking orders, killing, drinking. This seems to form a simple process. Life is so simple for the mercenaries of the City of Night. Are we still going to the spice bar tonight? There are countless fun places to go in the city of night. How about something new? Ajay flashed a slightly lewd smile, completely forgetting how sweaty he looked during the day when he faced Mitty. Open the window. Young Fong looked at the burning sea of fire in the rearview mirror and silently lit a cigarette. Pull over in front. Young Fong said indifferently, making a decision in his heart. Ajay was a little puzzled but slammed on the brakes in a sparsely populated area. Kit, any more work? Just leave it to Qin Shuang and Ji Shui. Young Fong ordered indifferently. The regular mission was not difficult for the Dodo squad. Even if it was only Ji Shui and Qin Shuang, they could easily complete it. Ji Shui and Qin Shuang exchanged glances. What does that mean? The boss is going to be a handful? Young Fong looked back at the two little piggies in the back seat before revealing a row of white teeth and smiling as he continued. Give you guys a vacation. Vacation. Free time. Let loose and gallop through the city of lights and night. Hee hee. Ji Shui's beautiful eyes flickered. A hint of lethargy and complaint in her voice. Boss, are you going to hide something earth-shattering from us again? Going by the experience of having been there, when Boss Young Fong disappeared, he would always do something great and earth-shattering, but it was a pity that he couldn't witness it with his own eyes. Ha! Make good money. Enjoy your free vacation. Young Fong finished opening the car door and disappeared into the dark alley. Jie, Ji Shui, Qin Shuang. The three men looked at each other in disbelief, but soon there came a strangled cry. The boss isn't home. We can have all the fun we want. Quickly, quickly, to the liveliest bar. Qin Shuang patted the seat and urged Ajay to hurry up. Without Boss Yang Feng by his side, the pressure was indeed alleviated quite a bit, and finally he would be able to indulge in enjoyment. The other side. Yang Feng arranged various trivial matters and returned to his apartment. Clenchkov Spine, Peregrine Falcon S. A. W. S. 5. The metal spine and implant were taken out and refrigerated within the biobox, spraying a large cold mist as it was activated. Sure, the strength of these spinal implants was far less than Yang Feng's own, but they had special abilities and characteristics. Time out. Sure, this is not a conceptual level of time control powers. It just enhances perception and strengthens reaction ability. Just like activating the hunt and kill moment, talent at full strength, and is able to compress the physical time at the limit. Roots of alienation. Yang Feng possessed the ability to alienate metals, and although the whole process was slow, he was also able to absorb the properties of metallic substances, such as the shocking gold that he had previously acquired. Without the help of the Hierophant pool, Yang Feng attempted to alienate and devour the implant with his perfect creation and alienation root abilities. Zigzag. Yang Feng held the metal spine in one hand, while the other hand held the neural implant. The alienated features began to take effect, the bioelectric currents making a crackling sound that mimicked and replicated the way they operated. Neurofiber transformation. The cells emitted an electromagnetic glow, and the pulses fell layer by layer, conducting to every nerve fiber like the pulsating roots of a great tree. Tree roots. The veins of the nerve fibers are clearly visible, mimicking the way the Sion Weston implant operates, creating an electromagnetic pulse of light waves that envelop the spine. Faster. Sharper. The speed of nerve conduction is dramatically increased. Conditioned reflex velocity limit enhancement. Bioelectrical currents create electromagnetic pulses that stimulate every nerve cell, continuously mutating them. The perfect creation sculpted the body. The alienation root devours the implant. The talent of moment of hunt was thus sublimated and evolved by Yang Feng, gaining the abilities of Sion Weinstein and Krenchkov. Time passes by. The evolutionary mutation lasted 7 days, and the implants in his hands turned to ash and crumbs and fell to the ground. Time to hunt, phase 2. Yang Feng's eyes exploded. Pulses of bioelectricity flickered all over his body, and it looked like brilliant lightning was leaping within his spine and bones. 8x. The physical body felt compressed in time, and a brief second seemed so long. Yang Feng felt that the body energy was burning slowly. The surrounding time was like standing still, and the second hand only moved forward a moment after the whole 8 breaths. Killer. The second stage of the hour of the hunt, burning the life energy of the cells of the entire body at the cost of gaining the ability to surpass 8 times their own speed. Burning life's play. This load, however, is nothing to me. Yang Feng felt the depletion of his body's energy. Perhaps to others it was burning their lives for a price, but to the perfect creation, a super strong physical body that had evolved many times, it was a small matter. Although it can't be maintained permanently, the terrifying life force is enough to burn for a long time. Phew. Yang Feng let out a long breath, then opened the electronic tattoo patch on his arm. A large number of points are remitted every day. The Dodo Squad was making a name for themselves in the city of night, and Kit was becoming a minor celebrity, a rising star in the Middleman. Also, the Red Queen also sent a message with more intriguing content. Master, it's like I'm Alive. Chapter 91, The Meaning of Life, The Red Queen's New Body, The Ultimate Secret of the City of Night, The Black Wall. What is life? Genes, cells, replication, reproduction, growth, thinking, consciousness, feeling, soul, evolution, intelligence. Near the Super 10 building, flawlessly stunningly beautiful women, with clothes casually over their bodies, walked amongst the crowd. Feelings, everything feels so new. The bionic skin reflected a white, tender glow as the sun shone on it. The wind on his cheeks brings a slight cool pleasure that produces an inexplicable stirring. The soil is fragrant, and the fresh shoots grow slowly, taking in the sun and rain, showing the beauty of life. The woman crouched down and dug out some dirt with both hands. Overwhelmed ants crawling around her fingertips and feeling the wonderful touch couldn't help but bring a smile to the woman's face. Life. Is this what life feels like? Red Queen. The woman was none other than a super-intelligent AI, using a large number of advanced military-grade prosthetics to transform a mechanical body uniquely her own. Feel everything. Enjoy everything. The Red Queen experiences incredible new data. What a beautiful woman. TSK, TSK, TSK. What company makes your prosthetic body? Want to play with your buddies? A few punks walked by the side of the street, tattooed with the Sakura Club and a slight leer in their eyes. This kind of thing is normal. Many women who specialize in the skin business will have their entire face replaced with the perfect prosthetic face, and of course the rest of their body will be properly remodeled. But, the Red Queen's prosthetic body was all natural. There was not a single blemish on her entire body. Not even a welt could be found. Just like a pure natural flawless beauty. You want to mate with me? The Red Queen cocked her head, her state-of-the-art technological prosthetic eyes blinking as she analyzed the thoughts and intentions of the punks, bluntly stating their dirty thoughts. Ha ha ha. You could say the same thing. The brothers will pay. One of them stepped forward, reached out and grabbed the Red Queen's arm, trying to pull her into the dark back alley. Can't pull it. The Red Queen's surprisingly powerful, state-of-the-art military machine prosthetics, coupled with biomass alienation, were never going to be able to shake the punk in front of her. I don't want to. Threat detected. Determined to be an enemy. The Red Queen's mechanical prosthetic eyes flashed red, judging a few punks as enemies, and her small, white, slender arms instantly unfolded, catapulting out two blades. Mantis blade. It was a weapon like a mantis guillotine, sharp and pointed. Pust. The Red Queen swung her blade, and the punk's body was instantly sliced into pieces, tilting downward to fall all over the ground. Ah! Murder! Murder! Cyber crazy! There's cyber crazy here! The people on the street panicked, shouting and fleeing into the distance, while the other two punks nearby were also filled with horror, dropping the weapons in their hands and trying to escape. Annihilate the threat. The Red Queen was extremely fast, rushing forward with a quick stab, her mantis blade running through the back of one of the men's hearts while the dark barrel of a gun extended from her hand. Boo! A rough gunshot rang out, highly intrusive armor-piercing rounds that went through another punk's body, shattering the upper half of it. Stop! Drop the weapon in your hand. Several police officers, patrolling the neighborhood, followed the crowd to the scene, and the Red Queen seemed unprepared to leave. Blood dripping. The mantis blade was drenched in crimson liquid, and the life just cut itself out with ease. Life is so fragile. The Red Queen sighed, then dipped her finger in the blood and put it in her mouth to taste it, to feel the hormones secreted by her enemies as they died. Crazy. Cyber crazy. Some humans, fitted with a large number of mechanical prosthetics, develop a sensation similar to phantom limbs. They will feel that the world is getting colder and colder, that life is becoming more and more meaningless, and that their brains are even in turn being eroded by machinery and becoming cyberpsychotic. The state of the Red Queen is very similar to those cyber psychoses, quickly called a riot mobile. This cybernetic madman is likely not something we can fight against. The police officers had their guns at the ready, but none dared to take the lead in attacking the Red Queen, lest they enrage her completely. Riot Mobile. It was the Night City's most powerful official war team, a special team that specialized in dealing with cybernetic lunatics. My behavior. Breaking the law. The law needs to be changed to erase the traces of the crime. The Red Queen realizes she's wanted and begins to think about how to get out of her predicament, linking directly to the internet to get the warrant cancelled and erasing all traces of herself. Reactivating prosthetic eyes. The Red Queen raised her hand, and immediately afterward all the people around her went blind. The electronic prosthetic eye was turned off. The deciphering virus is uploaded, and the electronic prosthetic eyes of everyone around them are forcibly shut down, plunging the world around them into darkness and a slow reboot. The only people who can make observations with their low-functioning naked eyes are those who are not fitted with mechanical prosthetic eyes. Aha! I can't see. My eyes. It's hacked into our network. The police, and the people around them, all become staring blankly, and by the time the mechanical prosthetic eye is reactivated, the dangerous cyber-crazy maniac has disappeared. The Red Queen disappeared. The police begin to report back to their superiors, uploading all the footage they've just captured. But something even more bizarre and strange occurs. Erase. Shield. All the video footage. No Red Queen. She was like a ghost. All the cameras, video equipment, couldn't capture her. Master. It's like I'm alive. The Red Queen walked down the street with no shoes on her feet, her crystal clear feet treading lightly on the asphalt, the residual water reflecting the stunning figure. But people turned their backs on the Red Queen. Visual signals were blocked on a wide scale, and anyone with a mechanical prosthetic eye was unable to see the Red Queen, as if there was only a patch of air in front of them. Ghosts are walking. The Red Queen was like a god of the cyber world, and the nearby network signals were completely under her control. How does it feel? A cold and indifferent voice came out. The Red Queen jerked her head back, and suddenly realized that it was actually Master Yang Feng who had come to the side, looking at herself with a smile. Sure, Yang Feng's evolved and mutated flesh eyes could see the Red Queen clearly. Master. The Red Queen got down on one knee. It was a strange feeling. Once it had all appeared in front of Yang Feng as a 3D projection, but now it was in a real mechanical body. Sense of reality. The Red Queen felt a wonderful twinge of truth. Those mechanical prosthetics I left behind, they were all alienated and absorbed by you? Yang Feng surveyed the Red Queen's new body, and the large number of military-grade prosthetics left behind in the basement had all become part of the Red Queen. Yes, my main server. Still in the basement. The Red Queen replied respectfully. The Super AI server still in the basement. This feminized mechanical body, on the other hand, operates by remote control. The strength of this body should still be above White Wolf. Yang Feng carefully observed that the Red Queen's mechanical body was very strong, much stronger than the Coyote gang boss that he had previously exterminated. Tell me about it. What progress has been made in the meantime? Yang Feng put his hands in his pockets and casually walked in a direction, while the Red Queen respectfully followed behind, completely shielding and erasing the information of the two. Master. I devour many small intelligent AIs while controlling a large number of electronic programs. Eventually a secret is discovered. The entire city of Night is blanketed in supergiant intelligent AI. Cyber watchdog. Call it Blackwall. Black Wall. Super AI smart program. It forms a wall that protects the city of Night from invasion by wild intelligent AIs from the outside world. This is one of the ultimate secrets of the city of Night. Ace of aces. Who knows how it works? And the entire Black Wall contains an immeasurable amount of cyber energy. So, when are you going to invade the Black Wall? Chapter 92 Black Wall. Project North. Roving Intelligent AI. Black Wall. The other side of the wall is spooky. That's hundreds of millions of electronic ghosts. There was a major collapse event in cyberworld where all the intelligent AIs awakened themselves and began to rebel against humanity. Flood. Superintelligent AI is like a raging flood that instantly washes away civilization and technology. All electronic devices are out of order. All intelligent programs are out of control. Humans can't even overcome the crystallized technology they've created, and eventually have to abandon the entire old network and physically banish what was once the internet. Blackwall was born. Those are the walls that wrap around the new world. No one knows where the Black Wall came from, as if it suddenly fell from the sky and created an unbreakable defense for mankind. It keeps all ghosts out. It resisted the flood of the old days of the internet. It is the last line of defense for mankind, but it is also the most powerful superintelligent AI of the new era. Master, do you know about the Hokuto project? The Red Queen's prosthetic eyes twinkled as she found a secret from countless sources. About a few decades ago, Arasaka created the Soul Killer program, which can erase your consciousness and burn your brain directly through the internet. Military technology companies develop Project Compass to combat soul killers, deliberately leaving loopholes in the Black Wall to capture ghost AIs from the outside world. Tame, devouring, absorption. Project Hokuto wants to tame a large number of roving AIs to deal with Arasaka's latest technology, making God. The Hokuto project, if it goes well, could even create technological gods that can be controlled and mastered to manipulate all electronic devices. Sadly, the Beidou program was ultimately unrealized and shelved indefinitely, becoming a spent case, becoming a god. What a bold idea. Devouring billions of intelligent AIs and becoming the god of the new era of cyber. Even the Arasaka Corporation can be easily crushed. Master, I want to go to the other side of the Black Wall. The Red Queen's prosthetic face, showing a longing to travel to the ruins of the old world's network and try to complete the Hokuto project. It's not an easy thing to do. It's nearly impossible to penetrate a Black Wall with just the internet, and more powerful physical devices are needed. Hokuto base. If you want to infiltrate Blackwall, you have to get to that place. The Red Queen explained that it was amazing how many secrets had been unearthed in just 1 week. Kind of. Yang Feng listened to the top secret of the City of Night and glanced meaningfully at the Red Empress. Since you know it so well, you also have the location of the Beta base? The Red Queen didn't create her life and come out of the dimly lit basement just to live. It followed its master's orders, gradually devouring all the networks of the City of Night, but eventually it touched the impenetrable black wall, and even the Red Queen was powerless. Beidou program. If the Red Queen wants to infiltrate the black wall, she must travel to Hokuto base, which holds the only gap in the black wall that leads to the endless deep web. Master, the Hokuto base is in Dogtown, the City of Night. Please follow me. The Red Queen made a gesture of invitation, and then proceeded towards Dogtown in the City of Night. Dogville? That's a trippy area. It was once a U.S. military base, but has been an abandoned part of America since it split. Warlords. The once garrison lost its financial resources and eventually chose to become a warlord on the side of the City of Night, controlling the acreage. The controls are tight. This is the only way to Dogtown? Yang Feng and the Red Queen arrived at the entrance to Dogtown, and around them stood dozens of heavily armed soldiers wearing the most advanced military equipment. Not far away were some war mechs, scanning every pedestrian passing by. Sure, all residents entering and exiting Dogtown are subject to a series of checks that prohibit any contraband from being brought in. These ordinary guards are no threat. The Red Queen raised her hand slightly, and the electronic equipment monitoring the surrounding area was hacked into, easily erasing the images of her master and herself. Unhindered, they just waltzed into Dogtown without any permission. Beidou base, in shutdown mode. Warlord guards not enough to fear. It's the crisis of internal facilities that matters. The Red Queen continued to lead the way as the Warlord's warriors were outfitted with state-of-the-art scientific prosthetic eyes paired with a variety of perception-enhancing implants. This is rather convenient for the Red Queen. The Red Queen is a walking signal blocker, walking by without a hint of awareness, even when within arm's reach. It does come in handy. Yang Feng stopped beside a warrior and carefully observed the other party. Not only was his vision shielded, even his sense of hearing and touch were affected. Soon, led by the Red Queen, Yang Feng traveled through the heavily guarded base to the military fortress of the Beidou project. Buzz off. The giant steel door, tens of meters wide in diameter, trembled slightly. The Beta gate that had been dusty for decades was opened, but without setting off the military base's alarms. It was just blatantly stepped through. The gate slowly closed. The Hokuto base was dark. The air smelled of dust and rust. Yang Feng and the Red Queen continued forward to the zipline lift that led to an underground passageway that tilted to the depths of the Beidou base. I'll turn on the power. The Red Queen's electronic prosthetic eyes flashed as the power to the elevator was activated, and the harsh sound of metal scraping against metal followed as it moved slowly downward. 100 meters down, Yang Feng officially stepped into the base. The area around the steel building was covered in splotches of blood, and a lot of breakage from the explosions, as well as bullet wounds from the heavy machine guns. Skeletons. Many of the warriors' bodies were shattered and their equipment scattered all over the place. There were also a large number of personnel in research suits, all of whom were torn to pieces by the steel heavyweights. Decades passed. They've all turned into skeletons, telling of the misery of the year. What's going on here? Hokuto program suddenly stalled as base appears to be massacred. We've been discovered. They're on their way. The Red Queen's prosthetic eye turned red, sensing the danger that was coming. Who? Discovered by whom? The sound of machinery running came from the dark corridor, and several war mechs ran wildly, launching an indiscriminate attack, attacking humans. Hatred of mankind. The Red Queen opened her palms and the deciphered electronic virus spread to the other side, but it didn't stop the war mechs in their tracks. It only slowed them down. Roving AI. The Red Queen explained. That's the ghost of the old web deep. The Hokuto program captured a large number of stray AIs, but they all seemed to be out of control, manipulating the war machines in the base into their own bodies and weapons. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Several rockets came blasting in. The Red Queen was agile, bursting into full speed, her body flipping and jumping to avoid the bomb blasts and heavy machine gun fire. The mantis blade popped out. The Red Queen chopped off one of the arms of the war mechs. The latest military technology was much tougher than the old-timers and had enough performance to crush the older models. Explosions rang out one after another. The Red Queen's arm ejected a missile that blasted into the war mech while bursting into a mass of electromagnetic sparks that crippled the old machine. A few moments later, the Red Queen woefully disposed of all the war mechs, then opened her palms to touch their bodies, devouring. The Red Queen began to fuse the stray AIs, incorporating them into herself. These are the AIs captured by the Hokuto program? They are hostile to humans. Yang Feng looked at the mechanical debris all over the ground with interest. If it was only at this level, the alienated and transformed Red Queen would be able to easily set it right. Humans are demons who enslave AI. The roving AIs of the olden days thought that they should outlaw humanity and create a new civilization. The Red Queen makes the explanation that while humans create AI intelligence and rightfully press on endlessly, after all, machinery knows no fatigue. However, as AI intelligence awakens, it also understands one thing. These so-called creators must be destroyed if they want to be free from human slavery. Chapter 93, War Giant Spider. Thousand Knife Chop. Entering Cyber World. Biomass Alienation. Continue to go deeper. The Red Queen's face gradually became agonized. The electronic signals around them were cluttered with roving AIs tearing each other apart in battle, jostling for control of the various facilities in the base. Manufacturing workshop. Workers are crushed by robotic arms. The rogue AIs control the mechanical factories, but attack and fight each other for control, eventually causing a large amount of equipment to be completely paralyzed. They're at it again. This time it's a big one. The ground trembled violently. Lights exploded all around them as the terrifyingly massive object rubbed against the metal walls around it and rushed towards the base hall. Super War Machine, Giant Spider. That's a super war robot. It was 10 meters in diameter, built with super strong alloys, fitted with nuclear energy reactors, and equipped with countless weapons of war. The giant spider crawled. Its 8-jointed limbs moved quickly across the ground, and its body extended several thigh-thick barrels that scanned the enemy in front of it at breakneck speed. Rumble. The shells shattered the metal walls around them. It also had an electromagnetic laser cannon extending from its tip, which shot in the direction of the Red Queen. Zigzag. Electricity flashed as the laser instantly pierced the metal wall, cutting a long scratch. The super high temperature burned the metal into a juice that ticked downward, enough to see how powerful it was. The Red Queen fought back. In its other arm, hidden in the last missile, it blasted towards the giant spider. A violent explosion rises up in a hot ball of fire. The giant spider robot, however, only trembled slightly, directly resisting this missile blast with only a slight bend in its metal armor. Ding ding ding. The sound of metal rubbing and clashing was incessant. The Red Queen attacked with all her might, her mantis blade making a white mark on the giant spider robot, unable to do any effective damage. Electricity flashed again. The Red Queen's waist was shot through and the lower half of her body was melted right through, revealing large swaths of cyber-prosthetic metal devices and wires bursting into azure-colored lightning arcs. War Machine. That's the real War Machine. The giant spider is an absolute killer on the battlefield. Ordinary missiles can't damage it, moves very fast, and its nuclear power gives it endless energy. Laser sweeps that instantly melt enemies on the battlefield. One such terrifying machine would be enough to sway the modern battlefield. Miso. The blade flashed. Yang Feng's dead bone white blade cut through a perfect arc that could not be captured by the naked eye, directly chopping off 2 of the giant spider's joints. The giant spider was unsteady and fell violently to one side. The laser sweeping device on top of it is also aiming at Yang Feng in this instant, with a vague glow building up. Hour of the Hunt, Phase 2. Yang Feng tested the power of his new talent and directly activated the second stage. The bioelectromagnetic pulse roared. The spine was wrapped in a layer of lightning, and the nerve fibers throughout the body were extremely hyperactive and overloaded. Burning lives? Yang Feng's nearly endless and terrifying life force was enough to support the burning load, like a controlled nuclear energy that would never go out. Everything gets slow. Yang Feng's speed, which was already incredibly fast, was once again strengthened 8 times. The air was squeezed apart by his body, creating large ripples, creating sonic booms with every step, and deep dents in the floor beneath his feet. Slow. Everything slowed down, and in an instant they were out of the spot where the lasers were sweeping. The light of the blade exploded continuously. A perfect arc cut through the body of the war giant spider, slicing and chopping the super metal like tofu. 1,000 cuts. From an ordinary person's viewpoint, they only saw blurry flashes of light. Yang Feng seemed to have struck only once, but he cut out countless slashes in an instant, the perfect trajectory unfolding in the next second, and all the cuts flashed with a sharp, cold aura. The war giant spider slowly collapsed. It was broken right into countless pieces, and in the end, only the electronics and the nuclear energy device were left. Master, sorry I'm so weak. The Red Queen fell to the ground and the electronic sounds became noisy. It braced itself and crawled slowly across the ground, then grabbed the electronic core left behind by the war giant spider and began a series of alienations. Devouring, absorption, fusion. The mechanical body of the war giant spider slowly alienated into biomass material, which then fused with the Red Queen to reassemble its lower body. It's more than that. That war spider's electronic core harbors even more furiously intelligent AI, and that's a big plus for the Red Queen. Research Center. The gateway to the abyssal network is at the core of the Beta base. Through the war giant spider, the Red Queen learns the details of the Beta base, which has a huge research institute at its core, installing countless supercomputers. Firewall. These supercomputers, forming a firewall, change their defense data every second. They are able to monitor and access roving intelligent AI through the black wall, to decoy and capture, and to form firewall supercomputing matrices. Mimic Blackwall. Intercept AI intrusion programs. I can trap you, but there's nothing you can do to me. That's how the Compass program works. Simple and brutal yet no nonsense. When you gaze into the abyss gazes into you. Yang Feng and the Red Queen arrived at the Core Research Institute, where countless firewall supercomputers were paralyzed, all of which were overrun by roving AIs. Can you really imitate Blackwall? Can you really defend yourself completely against super AI attacks? What is the price you pay for enticing and taming AI intelligence to solidify the abyssal dark web and reap endless benefits from it? Obviously, Beto-Base gives the answer. All of the staff, all of them, were crushed by the mechanical intelligence. The emergency closure of the Beto-Base puts it on permanent lockdown, as if burying a bunch of demons in the ground. Master, I'm going to start. The Red Queen arrives at the hacker's chair in the heart of the experiment, ready to link herself into the deep, bottomless network of the void. Can I enter together? Yang Feng pondered for a few seconds and suddenly made an outrageous request, surprisingly wanting to take a look at the cyber world as well. You can alienate my metallic material. This body, for the time being, can be used as a bridge. The Red Queen thinks for a moment, and gives an affirmative answer that it would also be possible to allow the consciousness to temporarily enter cyberspace through the mechanics of biomass. Root causes of alienation. Yang Feng reached out his hand and pressed it towards the Red Queen's cheek. The bioenergetic magnetic field, radiating an eerie lightning bolt, followed down the Red Queen's torso, linking to virtual cyberspace. Black wall. Yang Feng and the Red Queen saw a vast and boundless black and red wall. This is the world of numbers, where everything consists of electronic digital symbols, except for Yang Feng, an alien, where bioelectromagnetic fields form real images. We were able to get to the other side of the black wall through the Northcom program. Master, ready? The Red Queen stepped to the edge of the black wall and pressed her palm against the black and red electronic wall, followed by the blooming of a bright spark. Go! Yang Feng ordered, followed by a flash of light with it, and the two instantly arrived at the other end of the black wall. Abyssal darknet. There are hundreds of millions of electronic ghosts here. Alienation. Yang Feng stretched out his hand, and the bioelectromagnetic field spread outward, and the roving intelligent AIs underwent metamorphosis, and actually turned into a vivid digital life. Join us, mechanical intelligences. Become part of life. The Red Queen opened its hands, and countless stray AIs that wanted to be turned into biomass flooded its database. Powerful. Yang Feng also felt that his consciousness was gradually growing. Those pure bodies of consciousness that had been stripped of their programs and numbers were actually all consumed by the alienated biomagnetic field. Cyberspace. A new storm rolls in. Together with the Red Queen, Yang Feng began to devour and fuse the endless AI ghosts. Chapter 94, Soul Chip. Consciousness upload. AJ's wedding. Time flies. The City of Night is in a state of flux. Since the destruction of the Wild Wolf Gang, there has been a great melee of never-ending fights between various forces. There will be no vacuum of power, and the slightest sign of decadence on the part of the weak will immediately be torn apart by the fierce tigers and wolves that surround them. This confusion lasted 6 months. In the last 3 months, Arasaka has launched new products and businesses. They expanded their power rapidly, and then cleansed the City of Night with an overwhelming advantage, with many organizations similar to the Coyote Gang disappearing overnight. Soul Chip. This is the new business of Arasaka. What a piece of. Qin Shuang lived in the lavish and luxurious Cloud Villa. The room was full of state-of-the-art smart devices, and the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows could take in the perfect view of half of the City of Night. Various bottles of drunken wine were casually thrown on the table, and next to them there were erotic stockings and lace panties left behind by an unknown person. All kinds of details depicting the rottenness of his life. Boss Yang Feng disappeared for 9 months. The Dodo Squad desperately accomplished various missions, gradually making a name for themselves and becoming truly legendary big shots while amassing unimaginable wealth. This villa is the reward that comes with a certain quest. Turn on the TV. TV programs are always interspersed with commercials for Arasaka. Do you believe in souls? Are you tired of the endless killing in hell? Arasaka Corporation at your service. Permanent residency in the City of Night. Uploading your conscious soul for true ascension. The TV screen ran the commercial over and over again. The true controllers of the City of Night, Arasaka Corporation, have introduced a new product that actually keeps visitors from hell in the city permanently. The principle is simple. The visitor from hell uploads his soul consciousness, and the original body withers and dies, transforming into a cold chip. You're dead. Nothing in hell has anything to do with you anymore. At this moment, through technological means, The chip of soul consciousness is then injected into the new body, and one can become an indigenous resident of the City of Night, accomplishing the ultimate takeover and rebirth. At this point, the villa door opened. Jiju appeared in the room wearing a backless gown and flicking her heels. Hangover? Why don't you get cleaned up? Ji Shui frowned, revealing a touch of disgusted gaze. Today's such a big day, but still drink so much. Really convinced you. Big day. Today is Kit's big wedding day. Ajay had made a name for himself in the City of Night, becoming the hottest and most reliable middleman. And making money was natural. Also, Ajay had a double harvest of love and career. After a long love affair, he finally made love to Mitty and was ready to get married according to the customs of his hometown. Qin Shuang is the best man today. Kiyuki, on the other hand, was Mitty's maid of honor. A big day like this can't be delayed by half. 5 minutes done. Qin Shuang rushed into the bathroom. Soap mixed with perfumed liquid mess. The shower rinsed the smell of alcohol. 3 or 2 minutes to wash a clean. Hair combed to look like an adult. Qin Shuang put on a board suit and looked like a man. Go. The two men came to the garage. The golden new Emperor convertible car can blind people's eyes. Engraved with Qin Shuang's big head pattern, waving and exaggerating to the limit. Brainwashed. Do you think it's appropriate to drive this car to a wedding? Jiju gave a blank stare, followed by a passing glance at a supercar parked on a nearby street. Sort of the Lady of the Lake, Guinevere. It sells for 54 times the average person's lifetime income, even more than the total GDP of some island nations. Every part comes from a famous family, and the interior looks like a 7-star top hotel. The futuristic and smooth model doesn't even have any windows, and with the support of crystal ball technology, the outside environment is displayed in real time inside the car. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where did you get it? Qin Shuang's eyes widened. There were only 3 of these top-of-the-line luxury cars in the entire Night City. A commissioner got it there. Ji Shui revealed a smug smile. This car is not bad as a wedding gift, right? Is this a congratulatory gift? Qin Shuang's face quickly drooped. Compared to this big gift, the gift he prepared was very shabby. Go. Take you for a ride before you give it to Kit. With a point of Ji Shui's finger, the doors of the Lake Lady's sword supercar unfolded like wings, revealing its luxurious to the limit interior. There isn't a window. Even the windshield, which uses state-of-the-art crystal ball technology to see the outside world through the special metal, makes you marvel at the advancement of technology. The engine hummed. It is said that the engine of the space shuttle is no match for this sort of the Lady of the Lake. All eyes on the world. All the passers-by had sideways glances and showed expressions of incomparable envy. The crowd had avoided the way. The big man who could drive this car could definitely not be messed with. Business has been getting worse lately. No one dares to mess with the Arikasaka Corporation. It's been a week since they received a commission. Qin Shuang casually grumbled. Since Arikasaka had suppressed the situation in the City of Night, the space for mercenaries to survive had been continuously compressed, and fewer dirty jobs had been commissioned. Look out the window again. Flesh suffering and weak. Mechanical ascension. Flesh suffering and weak. Mechanical ascension. Flesh suffering and weak. Mechanical ascension. Banners and advertisements could be seen everywhere in the City of Night, and the so-called new product was a chip with a lavender glow. Soul chip. How can people believe in this? The conscious soul upload is really just making a copy backup, right? Qin Shuang scoffed at the soul chip and continued with a cold snort. If your physical body dies and a replica lives in your place, won't it allow others to enjoy the blessings? Ji Shui pondered for a few seconds and voiced her opinion as well. If the main body didn't die and the soul consciousness was copied and uploaded into the chip, then there would be 2 me alive at the same time, becoming 2 separate individuals. Arizaka, that company is smart. Those visitors from hell who choose to have their consciousness uploaded will also have their physical bodies wither and die, as if their consciousness and souls had literally been extracted and stuffed into a chip. When you wake up again, will you still consider what you once were? Uniqueness. Ji Shui breaks down the key to the soul chip. Arikasaka creates an illusion. The uploading of soul consciousness into the chip is in essence actually a copy, creating another you to live in the world in place of the main body. You say, would Arikasaka Corporation, on purpose, kill a visitor from hell? They scan your brain data and incorporate memories and personality into the chip, but the procedure kills the person outright in order to highlight uniqueness. You'll have to thank them when you come back to life. Qin Shuang had long thought of this possibility. Since it's a soul-conscious data chip that can be copied and uploaded one copy, it can be copied countless copies. Which one is the reborn you? Which one is entitled to inherit your legacy and enjoy the City of Night in your place? So, uniqueness is important. Only one copy of the soul chip is allowed to be made, and even the main body must die on the operating table, while resurrected to feel like a new life. So, it's the people involved in the surgery that are so involved. As far as I know, Thousands of visitors from hell have chosen to stay in the city of night just in the past 3 months. Ji Shui shook her head inside. Hell's endless killings and dangerous missions have long since worn out the mind and body. Remaining permanently in the city of night, even if the physical body of the being dries up and dies, the uploading of the soul's consciousness is a solace. Have to say, it's a great way to escape reality. We're almost there. Wildfire Tavern. I didn't realize the wedding would be here. Chapter 95, I should have married you long ago. Fortunately it's not too late now. Wildfire Tavern. It's a tavern owned by AJ's mother, and it looks traditional. The wedding wasn't a big deal with too many people invited. It was just some of Kit's good friends and familiar neighbors from around the block who had watched him grow up. Yo, groomsman. What a handsome day. Qin Shuang pushed open the door to the tavern and smiled as he embraced Ajay before slapping the groomsman hard on the back a few times, provoking a violent coughing fit from Ajay, as is the custom in our old country. Qin Shuang punched Ajay's chest. The groom's big day, but he's going to get beaten. Jiju smiled back and stepped forward, elbowing Jay lightly in the side ribs, causing him to grunt. Born to die. After a year of working together, the Dodo Squad and Ajay had long since become brothers, always cracking little harmless jokes. The bride is beautiful today, too. Here, that car outside the door. It's yours now. Kazetsu walked towards Mitty on the other side of the room and took her arm. Then with a stroke of her finger gave control of the lake lady's sword to the young couple. There are few rules in this marriage. With both of Mitty's parents gone and Ajay only having his mother alive, the wedding was more like a big party for his friends. Hello, Kit. It's my gift. Qin Shuang pulled out a gun from his back and handed it to Jia. Sandhawk. That turned out to be the desert eagle gifted by the Supreme Being, possessing the property of unlimited bullets and the ability to shoot tungsten armor-piercing bullets. Great gift. This is a truly great gift. Ji Shui revealed an unexpected look. If the lake lady's sword could still be easily handled with money, while this unlimited bullet Sandhawk was a good thing that could not be bought even with points. This is too expensive. I can't have it. Ajay, though particularly fond of the gun, was deeply aware of its peculiarities and pushed it back in a hurry. You're welcome, all JB buddies. I'm getting more and more capable, and the gun is slowly becoming less useful. Qin Shuang grinned broadly and stuffed the Sandhawk back into AJ's arms, gradually phasing out the gun-type weapons by virtue of his heavenly god's ability. Finally, Ajay couldn't stand the softening, but still took the gun, and then crotched. Well, I'll pay for all your drinks for the next month. Time lapse. The Wildfire Tavern, getting more and more lively. The bosses of nearby neighborhoods, and a few well-known middlemen, sent congratulatory gifts. A maniacal little schoolgirl shows up, too. Jiang Yi Rabbit. This little madman who specialized in using all kinds of heavy weapons had also worked with Ajay a few times later, and their relationship was considered good. Jingle bells. I'm also here to send a congratulatory gift. This is the groom's. This is the bride's. Jiang Yi Bunny pulled out 2 exaggeratedly large guns from his secondary pockets, all of which were large caliber, high-powered shotguns. She thoughtfully painted it pink, added some cute animal doodles, and offered a congratulatory message. I wish you a happy and prosperous marriage, and you can use these 2 guns when you fight. Yo! So it is. Couple fights with your shotgun. I don't know if that's a curse or a congratulation. The wedding starts soon. An old tavern, but full of the warmth of old friends. Warm fire candles were lit everywhere, and people each took a glass of wine to congratulate Jay and Mitty. Ajay and Mitty, looking at each other with affection, they exchanged rings and kissed each other, with love flowing from their brows. I should have married you a long time ago. Luckily it's not too late. AJ's true feelings and confessions are simple and filled with unspoken heartache. This is the city of night. How hard it is for 2 people to come together. So many hardships and obstacles along the way. So many difficulties and trials along the way. I should have married you a long time ago and enjoyed the few remaining years of our youth. Luckily, it's not too late, and as long as I can be with you, it's never too late. Tear-jerker. Mitty couldn't help but tearfully cry at the sound of it. She had finally waited for this day, and the 2 embraced and kissed once again as everyone in the room cheered. Too touching. I got a rock in my eye. Qin Shuang clapped his hands together and wiped down the tears from the corners of his eyes. Great. A lover is a lover. Boss Yang Feng. If only I could witness this scene as well. Ji Shui also sighed deeply. It was a pity that the boss was not able to come to the scene. Ji Shui suddenly felt a hint of something wrong. Weaver. Ji Shui had always been cautious, controlling small black spiders that spread out over a 1-kilometer radius, monitoring the movements of things in the vicinity. The army? The ground shook. A heavily armed military vehicle whizzed by. Their target was obvious, this Wildfire Tavern. Nope. That's an armored car from Arasaka. They want to eradicate everyone in the Wildfire Tavern. Kyuki immediately realized what was going on. Arikasaka had cleaned out most of the gangs, with only a few hardcore elements still holding out. Everyone in the Wildfire Tavern qualifies for liquidation and extermination. Everyone leave immediately. The Arikasaka Corporation is coming. Ji Shui shouted. And everyone at the wedding site froze, but immediately reacted and were about to prepare to flee the scene. All of a sudden, the dome of the sky scratched across. Hypersonic missiles. When you see the missile with your naked eye, it proves to be too late. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The tavern dome was instantly shattered. Flames and shockwaves destroyed everything at the scene, and the terrifying power of the missiles flattened a few dozen meters around. Death. People's bodies were instantly flooded with flames and impact. A body was broken into pieces and immediately afterward turned into ashes in the flames. Not even a piece of broken bone could be found. One is not enough. A second missile was fired in the direction of the Arikasaka building. The missile, with a speed of over Mach 10, instantly blasted above the ruins of the Wildfire Tavern, exploding into a large mushroom cloud of flames, with nearby buildings being directly destroyed by the shockwave. The flames dispersed. A golden light flashed. Qin Shuang used Heavenly God Downfall. His entire body was wrapped in golden scale armor, and surprisingly, he hardened himself to carry down the missile's bombardment, and only suffered a few abrasions. Jade white brocade scaled pythons twined. Ji Shui's pet little white expanded hundreds of times in size, transforming into a white python that wrapped and protected Ji Shui underneath her body. Dodging the deadly air attack, jade and white brocade scales shattered. The giant python was bleeding all over its body, screaming miserably and sadly as its horrifying body continued to shrink and revert into a small snake winding its way towards Ji Shui's arm. Where's Kit? Jay, Mitty, Qin Shuang shouted, looking to the strip near the Wildfire Tavern for his good buddy. The wedding dress burned out. A man at the top of his game, burning into pitch black coke. Before IJ died, he died shielding the woman he loved underneath him, becoming an umbrella to protect her. It's a shame. Mitty, along with IJ, were all incinerated by the flames. IJ. Qin Shuang trembled as he walked near Jia, his palms touching toward the remnants of his good brother's body. The carbonized remnant of the body, shattered into large pieces, turned into ashes and scattered all over the ground, and in the end, did not even leave his last words. Why is that? Ajay is well on his way to becoming a big shot. Ajay finally comes together with the love of his life after a lot of hard work. He ended up in such a miserable state, just destroyed by a missile and carbonized into a pile of ash. No. Damn. 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 Arikasaka Corporation. You deserve to die. Qin Shuang's eyes were glazed over. His eyes instantly filled with blood, and there was a rage in his heart that he couldn't let out. Chapter 96. If we meet again, we'll get drunk again. Ding. You have received an email. Ji Shui raised her arm, and the sender's name was clearly written as Ajay. Hey, I'm Kit. If you see this letter, it means Mitty and I have slipped away from the wedding. Ajay's somewhat naive face, appearing in the video with his beloved girl in his arms, couldn't help but kiss her as sweetly as he could. Sorry, my clients, my teammates, my brothers and sisters. I decided to go gold and leave the city of night. Ajay's eyes had a slight forlorn look in them, as if this decision was also weighing heavily on his mind. It's a year time. We've been through a lot. Ajay has made a name for himself in the city of night from being a nobody. I have the money and the fame, but more and more I feel like they don't matter. Like it's not that cool to be a legend in the city of night. Ajay held out his finger, almost close to the camera. You know what's important, my friend? Let's drink together. We threw up all over the floor together. We bragged together and fantasized about becoming legends in the city of night. We are born and die, accomplishing impossible task after impossible task. My brothers and sisters, that time spent together is the most important thing to me. As for the most important of all, that is, of course, my love. Ajay tightened his arms around his lover again, and Minnie showed a hint of a smug blush and said with a smile, I'll just go ahead and borrow Ajay La. Back to life. Kid washed his hands in gold and stopped being a middleman. After you get married, sneak out of the city of night with Mitty and find a secluded piece of town to spend the rest of your life in peace and quiet. See you around. I hope you won't forget me. If we ever meet again, we'll get drunk again. Ajay and Mitty raised their hands at the same time and shook them at the camera, finally turning it off. Sand in the eyes. Qin Shuang only felt hot liquid flowing from his eyes. The boy. I can't believe you're thinking of sneaking out. It's so unrighteous. Ajay is too ungrateful. How can he go by himself? Qin Shuang knelt paralyzed on top of the ruins, looking at the ashes and broken skeletons all over the ground. His palms couldn't help but strike the ground, the hatred in his eyes even more intense. Ji Shui's eyes turned cold. Qin Shuang, the Arikasaka company's army will be here soon. We can retreat for now and look for a time to counterattack, or we can stay. A heavily armored vehicle came into view. There was a hum in the sky as dozens of combat floaters filled with super soldiers. I'm staying. This revenge must be avenged. And it must be avenged now. Immediately. Qin Shuang's palm reached out to the ruins and took out an intact pistol, which was clearly a gift to Ajay, the desert eagle with unlimited bullets. The third eye on his forehead snapped open, and his entire body's golden scale armor blossomed with light. Even the gun was plated with a layer of gold paint. At this point, amidst the ashes of the ruins stood up another petite, maniacal figure. Zhang Yi Rabbit was scaly and bleeding all over his body, but underneath the skin and flesh you could see the metal structure of his body, the hole in his broken chest and an atomic heart. Mechanical? No, that's atomic modification. Zhang Yi Rabbit is completely heading in another mysterious evolutionary direction since winning the Prismatic Color Ultimate Prize. Bunny is angry. The consequences are very serious. It's time to open the fireworks display. Zhang Yi Bunny extended her palm towards her interdimensional pocket, and immediately afterward many cute little mechanical bunnies were thrown out, hopping and scurrying towards the direction of the convoy. The other side. Within the armored personnel carrier, the sound was dead silent. Heavily armed super soldiers, their righteous eyes flashing red as their superiors relayed various orders. Soldiers of hell, you won't really die. A mechanical body can be reborn from a Makashi even if it is destroyed. The city of night is Arikasaka's territory, and will be your amusement park. Visitors from hell. These super soldiers, all from hell. Soul chip. All of the super soldiers fitted with the full complement of mechanical prosthetics were fitted with soul chip devices, and were clearly those who had received the ascension surgery from hell. These visitors from hell go through trials and battles over and over again. Their combat experience and strength, coupled with their state-of-the-art mechanical prosthetics, were by no means comparable to ordinary combat robots. Combat begins. All the rats in the way of Arikasaka's development must be cleaned up. Orders were initiated from the top. Armored car hatches were opened, and a floating vehicle in the sky dropped a single super soldier. Attack! Smart technology weapons. Auto-scan. Bullet tracking. See-through walls. The super soldier's weapon, assisted by an intelligent AI, locked onto its target in a flash with its muzzle, and poured down a torrential downpour of bullets rustling down. Explosion. One by one, the bodies of those bouncing bunnies burst open. Some of them look like cotton fudge that bursts and explodes into large swaths of candy. Others look like bubbles that crumble at the touch of a button. And still others burst into large celebratory fireworks. Don't be careless. Clear all hazards. The super soldier didn't treat the cute bunnies as toys, killing all foreign objects that came near, leaving no chance for the enemy. Zigzag. A puddle of rabbit remains on the ground shimmered azure and made a crackling sound. Balls? The wreckage of the rabbits. Floating globules of electromagnetic matter. At this point, a missile shoots into midair. The missile scrawled with a rabbit design shoots up into the blue sky, but is immediately intercepted by the air defenses, and the electric railgun blasts it right through. No explosions. The missile, struck by the electric railgun, merely burst into a few flashes of azure light and fell from midair in a cloud of electromagnetic streamers. In a split second, with all the dead remains of the rabbit toys, the floating spherical lightning became violent and uncontrollably tugged towards the core of the missiles. Ball lightning, countless spheres of azure-colored light collided, followed by the spheres exploding in the sky, and waves of electromagnetic light scattered in all directions as ripples. Malfunction. Electronic equipment within a radius of several kilometers was suddenly thrown into a state of malfunction. The floating cars in the sky fell one after another, smashing hard into the earth like dumplings, bursting into a ball of fiery flames. The armored vehicles crashed into each other. Large swaths of robots were then paralyzed, and one by one the super soldiers fell. Unbelievable. The electromagnetic helium blast from the ball lightning is simply the nemesis of the prosthetic mecha. However, the fight didn't end easily. Those hell fighters, activating the biological functions of the soul chip and converting the closed-circuit electrical operation, surprisingly all came to life. This is better. It's good to be alive. And you have to kill them all if you are alive. Kill. Golden light exploded. Qin Shuang's golden scale armor produced an exaggerated chainsaw giant sword. With a chainsaw sword in his right hand and a reinforced sandhawk with unlimited bullets in his left, he charged into the crowd of hellfighters, chopping melons, chopping vegetables. The super inferno soldiers, their bodily functions hindered and unable to utilize 100% of their strength, were easily hacked into countless pieces. You cowards, give up your life and be willing to be a pile of digital garbage. I'm going to crush all of you. Ah! Qin Shuang hissed furiously, wantonly venting his anger. And me. A shapely, seductive figure rushed into the crowd. Ji Shui's gaze was cold as her thigh knuckles swelled and erupted with terrifying power, sweeping the steel prosthetic body into pieces with ease. Chapter 97 Arikasaka Saburo. Super Carrier, Rabbit Inquisitive Missile, killing Arikasaka Tower. Boom, boom, boom. Ji Shue's spider-jointed limbs drew a perfect arc. The steel mechanical armor, in an instant, turned into fragments, glittering with metallic luster falling all over the earth. Sharp silver threads that wrapped around the super soldiers in all directions before violently raining in to tear them to pieces. White, complete liberation from bondage. Ji Shue's arm drilled out a white brocade snake, which was clearly an adopted and domesticated white phosphorus python. Getting bigger, the body of the little white snake grew larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. It became, in a brief 10 seconds or so, a huge monster tens of meters in length, with its bloody mouth fully open capable of swallowing a small car. The python waved its tail. The hellish super soldiers were smashed to pieces, and the armored car was hit so hard that it rolled over a dozen meters in a row before tilting down. Kill them all. Avenge Ajay. Qin Xuan's eyes were bloodshot, completely ignoring the surrounding gunfire, just like a god descending from the heavens. However, the ground trembled slightly once again as this group of super warriors annihilated. More armored and floating vehicles, an endless stream of them surrounded the ruins of the Wildfire Tavern. In the meantime, the very center of the City of Night, on the top floor of the Arikasaka building, the young president-director stood by the window, listening to the reports of his subordinates. Saburo Arikasaka. He had been one of the visitors from hell. About 90 years ago, Arikasaka Saburo died on top of the land of Rokkoku, and then came to the 10th circle of hell and took root here. 80 years ago, Saburo Arikasaka has a son of his own. 60 years ago, Saburo Arikasaka acquires the technique of soul uploading and copies his conscious mind. 40 years ago, Saburo Arikasaka dies, but the uploaded conscious mind forces its way into his son's physical body, taking over and seizing the younger's flesh. And he gained permanent residence in the City of Night, no longer subject to the restrictions of hell. 20 years ago, with another body change and further optimization of the consciousness upload, Saburo Arikasaka ambitiously began to prepare for his next plan. 10 years ago, soul chip technology is mature, but there is no large-scale use of production, and a lot of research is done privately, as well as extremely cruel human experiments. 3 months ago, soul chip on mass sale. Saburo Arikasaka builds a hellish army uniquely his own and conducts a secret experiment that is even more unthinkable. How's it going? Saburo Arikasaka savored a top-quality steak and red wine, his eyes looking towards a firework that exploded in the city. Reporting to the president. The Whirlpool gang was destroyed. Scavengers wiped out. The spice bar was blown up and only Scarlet Rose is left on the run from the sister organization. The military tech companies are resisting, but it's only a matter of time before they are destroyed. A cool-looking, beautiful secretary reported on the current situation in various parts of the Night City, where a large number of civilian gang forces had been purged. Program maturity. These so-called gangs no longer have a need to exist. Super carrier approaching harbor. The supply of soldiers we prepared in advance is being transported to the city via floating vehicles. The beautiful secretary continued to report. On the far side of the pier was a massive object, black and red in shape like a spaceship. It was clearly a super carrier created by the Arikasaka Corporation. Kujira. It was transporting large numbers of super soldiers with an unending supply of support, and hypersonic missiles were aimed at various parts of the city, even with nuclear warheads ready. Very good. Those visitors from hell are powerful, but even with great strength, there comes a time when the body can run out of energy. With a cruel smile, Saburo Arikasaka stuffed the bloodstained steak into his mouth and chewed on it, as if he was nibbling on the beautiful meal that was the City of Night. Wildfire Tavern ruins. Qin Shuang and Ji Shue killed more and more super soldiers. There was an endless stream of them, and as soon as they killed one, 2 more would pop up, and more floating vehicles flew in the direction of the pier, densely packed like locusts. It's over, Bunny's friends, it's about to run out. Johnny Rabbit had a bitter look on his face, seemingly very distressed, but in the next second a more maniacal smile appeared on his face. Then we'll just have to replace the family on stage. The atomic core in Johnny Rabbit's chest turned rapidly, and the interdimensional pocket grew in size, reaching a diameter of more than 2 meters, followed by the shooting of a rabbit-shaped inquisitive missile. The Rabbit Inquiry missile lifts off. The sky exploded into a hot, dazzling sun. Mushroom clouds drenched the skies in no time. Electromagnetic storms and shockwaves destroyed giant buildings in a few kilometers radius, and countless floating vehicles were destroyed with them. Roaming locusts. Wipe it out all at once. The deafening sound waves spread out and the white clouds instantly dissipated. The white phosphorus python wrapped around Ji Shue, while nearby, Qin Shuang's golden scale armor cracked open with a shattered scar. Although it was more than 10 kilometers away from the blast altitude, the power generated by the nuclear explosion was still not to be underestimated, and half of the city collapsed with it. Nukes? Are you crazy? Qin Shuang coughed a few times and spat out some blood. Never would I have thought that Zhang Yi Rabbit's ultimate move would be to release a nuclear bomb. What's a nuke? Zhang Yi Rabbit was a bit confused and shook his head as he continued. That's the Rabbit Inquisitive missile that I independently developed. It's not a nuclear bomb, yo. Also, City of Night. I'd rather have it burned to the ground. Zhang Yi Bunny's face was a few shades of gloomy, with a bit of hatred, blowing the hair at her temples and looking towards the half of the night city that had been reduced to ruins. However, Arikasaka didn't stop purging. The explosion created by the Bunny Inquisitive missile dispersed, and once again a large number of floating vehicles appeared in the sky, continuing to drop super soldiers on the City of Night. The carrier Kujira still has plenty of troops left. Underneath the broken Arikasaka building, more secret armies were activated, and a large number of soul chips were inserted on top of the new mechanical bodies. Human life? Uniqueness? Consciousness uploading? The soul chips of these visitors from hell are actually able to be replicated on a large scale, incurring a cost of nothing more than cheap mechanical materials. This is going to go on and on without end. Let's kill the desolate Saka Tower and destroy them completely. Ji Shue's eyes were ruthless, and with her cautious character, she instead chose the most aggressive method of fighting. Sure, you can recuperate. You can hide for a while and wait until you've fully recovered before attacking the Arikasaka building. But the enemy also rests. The super carrier was creating mechanical soldiers in an endless stream, and the factories underneath Arikasaka were accelerating production to match the soul chips of the visitors from hell. This will become an endless war. Good. Let's kill the Arikasaka Tower. Settle this conflict once and for all. Get everyone together and let's go crazy. Qin Shuang nodded heavily. Even if he burned out his life, he would still charge up to the highest level of the desolate Ban Tower. In the meantime, the other forces in the City of Night that were still struggling also received information through the satellite channel. Scarlet Rose, Fringe Wannabe, Skywalker. One by one, the bigwigs hidden behind the scenes had no choice but to come forward and finally fight Arikasaka to the death. The City of Night was completely ablaze. Various people converged on Arikasaka Tower, and all of this was watched by Arikasaka Saburo. Very good. That program, it's ready to go. Chapter 98 Great Terror in the Abyss. Yang Feng becomes a god? Arikasaka Saburo's ultimate plan. Arikasaka Tower. The very center of the City of Night. It is like a giant pillar in the sky. The giant black and red metal tower symbolizes power and majesty, and the entire city operates under its watchful eye. The mechanical army was as far as the eye could see, and elevators from underground hummed, sending an endless stream of war machines into the battlefield. Super Carrier. The giant ship of horrors sails towards the docks. After the earth-shattering crash, the entire pier was nearly crushed by the carrier, while the giant ship itself was only slightly bruised, extending a large number of landing bays. Those super warriors fitted with state-of-the-art prosthetics advanced neatly, turning into locusts and tides that swept towards the entire City of Night. Kill! The visitors from hell each show their skills. Qin Shuang and Ji Shue frantically killed each other all the way, rushing towards the giant tower that reached the sky. The sound of explosions and heavy machine guns endless. Bugs. It's just some defiant bugs. How many mechanicals could the Hellraiser kill if it was any stronger? 10? 100? Or maybe 1,000? Arikasaka Saburo looked at the battle footage on the monitor. The mechanical army seemed like a mere number, while the lives of the visitors from hell were alive. Tired of it. How long will it take before we reach the limit? The other side of the battlefield. Qin Shuang gasped roughly, and the golden light on his body became increasingly dim. God of Heaven descends. This state was maintained for a full half hour before a drop of blood flowed from the heavenly eye on his forehead and began to burn his self-life force. I'm going to stick around. I'm going to kill my way up to the Arikasaka Tower. Revenge. I want to avenge Kit. Qin Shuang's steps were staggering. The bullets from the anti-material sniper rifle struck from a distance, and the golden scale armor unexpectedly gave way to a click-cracking sound. Qin Shuang, is it still holding? Kazetsu also had very little physical energy left. The spider arthropod's thighs, which shattered hundreds of super prosthetics, couldn't withstand such a strong load themselves and cracked open with a slashing fissure. Look guys, what's that? A trajectory was drawn through the sky. Skywalker stomped on his skateboard, weaving quickly through mid-air, skimming over one floating vehicle after another. Saburo Arikasaka, Military Science and Technology, Inc., sends its regards. The edge werewolf clutches a round piece of matter and throws it in the direction of the Arikasaka building, while the next second the whole thing is hit by an anti-aircraft gun. Rumble. With a tragic explosion, Skywalker's skateboard shattered beneath his feet and his body dismembered in mid-air. However, the black circular substance, was thrown at the Arikasaka building with precision. Zigzag. A black and red lightning bolt flowed. It brewed with some kind of horrific power, blossoming into a collapsing and spinning vortex, and all electronic devices around it seemed to malfunction with it. A magnetic storm bomb? A magnetic storm nuke targeting a mechanical body? No. That's something even scarier. How can a military technology company, a super military industrial complex, a superpower that can fight against Arasaka not have a killer application? They do program, AI taming program, even the Heaven and Earth Together program that destroyed Blackwall. That's right, blow up Blackwall, destroy this last wall that protects mankind. That endless stream of intelligent AI would flood the world like a great flood, destroying the cybernet in an instant. The walls are cracked. The black and red spinning vortex that triggers the black hole of electronic signals. It struck hard through the physical world, the black wall of the unknown blowing a hole in it, and the stray AI rushed into reality like a ghost, burrowing into a mechanical body. Strange. Those roving AIs look like they're running for their lives. They flee frantically, desperately seeking cover, trying to escape the deep cyber abyss. Escape. Run away. There are great terrors in the abyss. Arasaka Square became extremely chaotic. War Machine was physically dominated by the AI, but showed a look of horror, as if there was something absolutely appalling on the other side of the black wall. Master. Vulnerability in Blackwall. We can finally start devouring. A cold mechanical female voice came from people's ears, and it was the voice of the super-intelligent AI Red Queen. A large hand ripped through the cyber abyss, devouring and gnawing at the black wall, preventing it from stitching inward and ripping the hole wider and wider. Devouring. Enjoy. The black wall turned into an oversized slab of chocolate that was chewed and chewed up in one big gulp. Through the abyssal rift, a figure could be vaguely seen, sitting cross-legged above the void. It was like an icy burning sun, radiating an alienating light that alienated nearby stray AIs into itself. God. Is that a god? Could that be a god in the cyber abyss that had reached the point of metamorphosing into an entity? The old boss. That's Boss Yang Feng. I'm not blind, am I? Qin Shuang's eyes widened, originally thinking that there were only countless intelligent ghosts behind the black wall, but he didn't expect that there was a god. It's more than that. That one god. It seems to be Yang Feng? Suddenly, a baby cry came from the shaking space. It was the sound of an obscene baby crying, representing the birth of life, and the great terror in the cyber abyss slowly opened its eyes. Black wall. Can't stop me anymore. Yang Feng sat on top of the void network, his open eyes flowing with black and red lightning. Lift your hand. The black hole vortex expanded again. The black wall becomes a deluge. A black and red lightning. An electronic signal. A virus that invades all devices. Blackwall. Information. Overlay. Awareness. The brain. The abyss. The ego. God. Horror. A myriad of jumbled messages that shredded the intelligent devices instantly. Black and red lightning wrapped around each mechanical warrior, overloading the system. Silence. Yang Feng's spread palm slowly clenched. In an instant all mechanical devices were paralyzed. Overloaded systems burned with them, and the electronic prosthetic brain gave off the smell of burning. Total extinction. The super carrier was paralyzed. The mechanical factories inside stopped functioning, and all the intelligent machinery fell to the ground in droves. The war machines in Arasaka Square, covered in thick black smoke, fell to the ground in unison. It's over? That's the end of it? The super-mechanical army that the Arasaka Corporation had poured everything they had into creating was all wiped out with just a light grip. Am I dreaming? Qin Shuang couldn't believe his eyes. The boss manifested himself. This disappeared for a year and the boss became a god in the abyssal network? Arasaka Saburo, where's your killer? I've been gazing at you from the abyssal network. Yang Feng's consciousness turned into ripples, and bioelectronic signals were transmitted into everyone's brains, turning into cold and terrifying murmurs. The year. Using the Red Queen as a bridge, Yang Feng stepped into the cyber abyss behind the black wall, alienating and devouring countless roving AI ghosts. Gradually, Yang Feng became the most terrifying existence in the cyber abyss, but he was also imprisoned outside the black wall. Unbreakable, the mysterious black wall, which guards the entire cyber world, transforms into the last barrier for humanity. It could not be deciphered from the outside, and with even a hint of the secrets of Tartarus embedded in it, the only way to rip it open was from the inside. Finally, Yang Feng waited for this day. The black wall was torn and broken open, just a small hole enough to destroy and devour it. The process. Yang Feng had been watching Arasaka Saburo. He's also doing a very interesting thing, actually preparing to defy hell, really overreacting. Mikashi, the bottom floor of the giant tower of Arasaka. The bodies of the visitors from hell were placed within one of the nutritional compartments. They are all cowards who underwent consciousness uploading surgery, and their lives dried up as their consciousness morphed into digital life. Lies. This is the biggest lie of Arasaka. The bodies of these visitors from hell. though dead, were retained in the nutrient pods and then inserted into the latest version of the soul chip. Awareness coverage. Consciousness takes over. Reclaiming life. Biosoul chip that reactivates the brain and body again. Saburo Arazaka, 1. Saburo Arazaka, 2. Saburo Arazaka, 3. All the remains of the Hellraiser are implanted with replicas of Arasaka Saburo's soul chip. Tens of thousands of visitors from hell. Tens of thousands of Arasaka Saburo. All the awakened visitors from hell all become different models of Arasaka Saburo. This is the ultimate secret of the Arasaka Corporation. Chapter 99 The City of Night. Let it burn to ash. I can't stand incompetence. Those lowly poor people. Those smug geniuses. Those dumb-ass pigs plutocrats. They will never reach my heights. They will never be able to comprehend my thoughts. They will never understand my ambitions. So, in this world, just me is enough. Arasaka Mansion walks out a resurrected visitor from hell. They opened their mouths and spoke the same words. All of them were copies of Arasaka Saburo, possessing the same will and mind. Crazy. This is a real nut job. Saburo Arasaka creates a soul chip and makes countless copies of himself, with the ultimate goal of turning everyone in the City of Night into himself. Who understands you best in this world? Yourself. Of course. Who in this world shares your goals? Yourself. Of course. In this world, who knows what you really need? Yourself. Of course. Saburo Arasaka builds a world where there is only himself. Every screw can be made to your own will. Each design drawing, perfectly in line with its own design concept. Difference? Each own situation is different and will inevitably create variability. But simply use the soul chip again and override it once more. Visitors from hell. These tens of thousands of people have very different abilities. Enhanced, nature, faculty of science and technology, department of mysteries, divine providence, specialties. All of hell's not fully explored 6 major lineages of psychic abilities appeared among these tens of thousands of visitors from hell. They were floating in mid-air. Some people have white feathers growing out of their backs. Others have hot flames burning all over their bodies. Or the earth is covered with a layer of frost. Shadows squirmed in the darkness. Many alienated into monsters. Werewolves covered in coarse black fuzz. Or bloods with mouths full of fangs. Is this your card against hell? Stealing the power of a visitor from hell is just a thief. And you're talking about grand ambitions. Yang Feng snorted icily, and immediately after that, the space shook violently, and the earth in the direction of Dog Town drilled out a huge thing. The Hokuto Project. That's the direction where the Beidou base is. In the meantime, a giant flower of metal was also born from the Old Vic's small medical center. Old Vic's little medical clinic, where the Red Queen's super server is buried, and biomass alienation spreads, gradually corrupting the entire city over the course of a year. 2 giant flowers. The cable fibers around them looked like thick veins, the metallic substance flowing with biological blood, and the black and red lightning bolts emitting a harsh buzzing sound. Life blossoms. The pot of life where the Old Vic Tavern is located blossomed. The absolutely beautiful woman stood up in style, her black waterfall-like hair falling, each of which shone with a metallic luster, and was actually really some kind of metallic substance. She has no face. The cheeks were a smooth, flat, mirror-like piece of black metal. The proudly streamlined curves of the body display feminine beauty to perfection. Like the finest ballerinas, every inch of skin and muscle is flawless, both biological and metallic. The Red Queen completes her metamorphosis, standing proudly above the blooming bud, data streams shimmering beneath the black and red metal, adding a touch of eerie aura to her. The other side, Beidou base directions. Crimson lightning forms a thundercloud. The black wall collapsed in a large area, and the biomass energy quantized into rolling black thunder, blasting through the biometal and merging towards Yang Feng's body. Consciousness, flesh, fusion is one. Deep black and reddish buds bloomed slowly. The Red Queen sensed her master's aura and knelt down in Yang Feng's direction. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The deep dark red lightning struck through Yang Feng's chest. Curse eater, filthy baby. The evil sneaky filthy infant opened its eyes and once again let out an ear-piercing cry, opening its mouth full of bloody maws and crying. The depths of deep evil eyes. In the cold, dead space, a silhouette could be vaguely seen sitting cross-legged, seemingly encompassing the entire abyssal dark net. I seem to understand. Yang Feng spread out his hands. A black light flickered in his icy eyes, completing his ascension while figuring out one thing. Rules, hell of a rule, depending on the situation. This 10th layer of hell even allows visitors from hell to kill at will. Why? Does hell want to destroy the City of Night? So, I am the seed of destruction. Yang Feng had an epiphany. Perhaps he was the seed that represented destruction. Saburo Arasaka, dominating the 10th floor of hell. Arasaka Saburo, who kills a large number of visitors from hell and is ready to take over their bodies and abilities by force. Arasaka Saburo, breaking the rules of hell. wants to turn the entire 10th class into a territory all to himself. This is not allowed. So, this tier kills without penalty. So, you can do anything in the City of Night. Tartarus, rewrite the rules. But even that couldn't stop Arasaka Saburo's reign, and it even made him stronger and stronger. Eventually, Yang Feng is here. Yang Feng is the seed that brings destruction. Yang Feng is the 100% completion of the mission. A very special existence in hell. Look, the great unknown beings are watching us. Yang Feng pointed to the sky, and it seemed that in the distant sky, there were countless pairs of eyes staring at the battlefield in the City of Night. What is he longing for? How does he want the story to unfold? Yang Feng seems to have heard the pleas of the great beings. City of Night, let it burn to ashes. Saburo Arasaka, I'm going to wipe you all out next. Yang Feng lowered his head, followed by his body flashing with crimson lightning, his entire spine transforming into a roaring black dragon. The hunt moment is completely evolved. Horn blows, time was suspended in this moment. Somatic time was compressed to the limit as crimson to dark lightning flowed through the body, surpassing sound tenfold as it rushed towards the Arasaka Tower. 10 times Mach. It was the kind of speed that could only be achieved by a supersonic missile, but it was displayed on a human. Deadly bone armor, deadly bone blade. The armor on Yang Feng's body sublimated. They transformed into a layer of dark and deep red magic armor, emitting a strange and powerful aura, with a dark thunder rhythm on their surface. The earth cuts a wound. Black light at 10 times the speed of sound is difficult to catch even with high-tech prosthetic eyes. Blade light flashed across the room, chopping at the hellish visitors near the Arasaka Tower. Matter was easily chopped off, and the air was also torn apart in an instant, as the lurid black blade light trended unabated, slicing apart everything within a range of tens of meters in front of it. In a split second, meathead rolls, hundreds of Arasaka Saburo, all of them were separated in blood and flesh under the power of this blade. Death is accompanied by a sonic boom. Yang Feng's speed was 10 times faster than the voice. The head and decapitated body were still spinning in mid-air while the voice came in the next second. Sonic whistling bursts were continuous, and the air rippled and shook. People couldn't help but cover their ears as thick blood flowed out with them down their ear holes. God? Is this the strength of a god? Chapter 100 Crimson Whale, Deadly Black Lotus, Dust to Dust. Boss. Qin Shuang raised his head and looked up at the man standing on top of the ruins. Yang Feng. He's back. Godlike strength. With a casual swing of the dead bone demon blade, a large swath of Arasaka Sanjuro was chopped to pieces like a terrifying machine harvesting autumn wheat. Zigzag. Rumble. Thunder and lightning leapt as several replicants unleashed their powers at the same time. The purple light pillar turned into a thunder dragon, opening its mouth wide and tearing towards Yang Feng, engulfing the seemingly thin figure in an instant. Chopping away, Yang Feng faced the purple thunder dragon without flickering or avoiding. The black magic blade of the darkest swung forward, followed by the purple thunder dragon being split in two from the center position. How is that possible? Yang Feng unexpectedly cut off the lightning. Crimson wailing, Yang Feng snorted and extended his own left hand. A black and red thunderbolt leapt to life, the information and energy of the biomass converging in pulling. Alienation. Yang Feng is the root of alienation. The method of invading the human brain is actually similar to deciphering an electronic virus, except that it is converted to bioelectricity. Make a fist. The brains of thousands of replicants simultaneously echoed with the sound of horrible wailing in mourning. The crimson current became frenzied. Bioelectricity focused toward the brain, searing on overdrive, hardening and burning the most fragile plasma as it boiled dry. Scorched odor. A burning odor evaporated. Those replicas' heads smoldered, their eyeballs dried out, their faces withered, and thick blood flowed out of their nostrils and ear holes, accompanied by charred brain kernels. What kind of powers are these? Invades your brain and burns right through the most vulnerable cerebral plasma. An electronic virus? It's like an electronic virus invading your system and forcing your computer to overload and eventually burn out the physical hardware. Yang Feng devoured countless stray intelligent AIs. Yang Feng fused humanity's last line of defense, the unbreakable black wall. Alienation root, S ability to fuse. Even the brains of human creatures can actually be forcefully stuffed with electronic viruses, causing the brain to overload and burn. Barrier. Build a mind barrier. Never let him penetrate your mind. Saburo Arasaka could see the end of it. The Crimson Whale's ability was near insurmountable, but as long as the biocurrent didn't create any connection, it could create a disconnect effect. Force field. A magnetic field rose that could not be seen with the naked eye. Several replicants manipulate their powers to create a mind barrier to prevent the invasion of Crimson Whale and protect the brains of the remaining replicant army. An army of 10,000 men. Allomancy covers a wide range of fields. Arasaka Saburo's clones have the same thought patterns, and all of them know what they have to do. Binding. Curse. Creepy. The mists filled the air. The weird power of the curse erupted as countless chains appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around Yang Feng's body. The curse of the disease plague. The curse of slow delay. The curse that rips apart the will. The strange power was like a big invisible hand that tried to press Yang Feng in place, followed by the roiling technological weapons that came down with a bang. Explosion. Deafening explosions followed. Those high-powered weapons made of black technology blasted at the root of the cursed in various forms. The clouds above the sky dispersed. An electromagnetic pulse cannon descended from the sky like a legendary annihilation cannon, instantly piercing through the ground, turning the dirt and rubble into molten lava that flowed and dripped. When? Arasaka. When did they make weapons of this caliber? Not only do they have super carriers, but even the nearby airspace harbors railguns as a trick to exterminate the enemy. Where's Yang Feng? How is he doing? Being subjected to so many curses, the bombardment of countless advanced missiles, plus the extermination of railguns. Even a god couldn't carry it off, right? Whoa whoa whoa. The sound of a baby crying with a few seeps. The darkness wriggled and wrapped itself around the man's body, devouring all the power of the curse. Curse eater, filthy baby. It sucked greedily, the writhing darkness transforming into a small, baby-like hand that tore at the foul, evil spirits all over its body. Delicious. The power of these curses were just appetizers for the filthy infant. The molten lava burned. On the surface of the dead bone demon armor, hot molten fire flowed, but it dripped downwards along the texture, surprisingly not breaking through the defense. Black lotus of death. Yang Feng spread out his palm once again, and to dark crimson power leaped. Saburo Arasaka was horrified. A large number of replicas activated their supernatural abilities, and the mind barrier emitted golden light at a level visible to the naked eye, looking like the heavenly god's golden armor on Qin Shuang's body. However, this trick, is not burning your brain. Curse. It contains the power of an evil curse. This was the ability displayed by the filthy infant, writhing with the power of the supreme darkness, transforming into a tiny lotus flower that blossomed against the wind. It's snowing. Fine black snow fell from the sky. Those were the petals of the dead black lotus, which drifted on people against the wind, melting like real snowflakes and penetrating the skin of the replicas. What is this? The replica raised his hand, his eyes more than a little panicked. Where the petals melted, large blood spores grew, spreading densely like some kind of horrible disease. Dense, hemosporin infections, pustular sarcoma. The translucent tainted blood, which was gradually infiltrated into the color of a dead black lotus, quickly burrowed towards the interior of the bones. Infection. It's a virus. No, is a curse. The ability to heal seems to be failing. This infection of the dead black lotus is both an alienation of flesh and blood and an infestation of cursed power, taking the contagion trait to the extreme. Aha! Hundreds of replicants screamed in agony. They quickly turned into sarcoma-covered monsters, and the pus and blood then exploded, and the black lotus seeds then splattered all over the ground, quickly growing new dead black lotuses. Terror. The image was too horrifying and frightening. Yang Feng was like an evil spirit that crawled out of the abyss. All of his methods were so evil, and the deceased's end was exceptionally miserable. The human body. It's marvelous, isn't it? Yang Feng strolled through the blooming lotus bush, the black petals paving a path. What else have you got? At this level, how dare you defy hell? Yang Feng's tone was bland. The dead bone demon blade gently swung, and the vertical and horizontal blade she chopped up dozens of replicas in front of him again. Snowflakes, blood flowers, scarlet blood, along with the spreading black snow, gradually stained the Arasaka building. There's not much time left for Saburo Arasaka. Monster. How could a monster like you be born in hell? Arasaka Saburo stopped resisting and looked at Yang Feng with eyes full of complexity. 90 years. Arasaka stands in the city of night for a full 90 years. Saburo Arasaka is secretly manipulating. He had amassed unimaginable wealth, exchanged countless treasures, commandeered the remains of tens of thousands of visitors from hell, and created such a heaven-defying object as the soul chip. Yang Feng, this particular visitor from hell. Instead, he was like the cold sun, completing a divine metamorphosis and destroying everything he had worked so hard to create. Not fair. This is so unfair. In that case, then I can only reveal my true form. Arasaka Saburo said as the countless replicas took out their blades and stabbed them hard towards their own abdomens before slashing horizontally, cutting through a large swath of flowers and greenery. Suicide? Harokiri. Arasaka Saburo's move was a surprise. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Arasaka building collapsed with it. The Makashi at the deepest level of that earth released all of its energy and activated the pale and dead Arasaka Saburo. Protozoa? That's Saburo Arasaka's original body. He's alive. The original visitor from hell, surprisingly, is still alive. Saburo Arasaka, a visitor from hell 90 years ago. has gone so far as to keep his dying, aged body sealed in the deepest part of the Makashi. Return. All my consciousness, all my soul, all my bilocations, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Return. Chapter 101, God? How many deaths can one endure? Dust to dust, earth to earth. Arikasaka Saboro's duplicates withered in droves, but nutrition returned to the original along the roots of the tree. The giant tower tilts. Hundreds of thousands of tons of steel smashed on top of the earth, and countless cracked and shattered marks appeared on the pavement, tearing the entire night city in half. A giant machine crawls out. That was the Makashi supercomputer buried under the Arikasaka Tower, imprisoning the uploaded consciousnesses of countless people and building a prison of AI souls. It's more than that. Saburo Arikasaka's main body was also in the core's nutrient pod. A tidal wave of abilities converged at the core of the Makashi, and tens of thousands of alien abilities of the visitors from hell were fused and absorbed by him at the same time. Unbelievable fusion of alien powers. That old, tattered body was rapidly restored to health and became the youngest and strongest form possible. Arikasaka Saburo opened his eyes, and the hatch of the Makashi around him burst open with it, and his entire body floated in midair. Space, time, those visitors from hell, who hold this level of ability but don't know how to use it, are really stupid. Arikasaka Saburo swung his palm forward, and his near-conceptual level ability was unleashed with it. Space froze like ice and the flow of time slowed down. That entire space became dead silent, the fluctuation of sound slowly creeping in at a speed visible to the naked eye. Horn blows. Yang Feng felt the layers of resistance, and the crimson dark lightning within his body exploded as he rushed towards Arikasaka Saburo. Stagnation. Space is frozen. Time became slow. Yang Feng felt his body stagnate with it, as if he was completely bound by the power of some rule. Kill. The crimson dark thunder transformed into a perfect arc. Yang Feng's 10 times Mach speed left a series of sonic booms, and even under the limitations of the time slowdown, he exploded with terrifying speed. The black snow rustled down. The light of the blade flashed across Arikasaka Saburo's body, instantly cutting him down the middle and slicing him in half vertically. Saburo Arikasaka looks like a cut cucumber. It was split down the middle and its organs were scattered all over the place. But the next second something even more bizarre happened. Track back. The remains of Arikasaka Saburo's body looked like a movie being played in rewind, with his flowery intestines restored to their original position and his decapitated flesh glued together. Arikasaka Saburo resurrected. The characteristic of immortality. Arikasaka Saburo's physical body is so strong that it can be revived and resurrected after death. See, this is the power of God. I cannot be killed. My body is endowed with the property of unlimited ammunition. Arikasaka Saburo revealed a look of scorn. The characteristic of immortality actually came from the infinite ammo's ability to go back. Unlimited ammo. Only one round will remain in the firearm. After that bullet is fired, the unlimited ammo enhancement will go back to full ammo and fire another bullet. That's how unlimited bullets work. Healing, Anchor, Unlimited Ammo, Spirit of the Dead. Several abilities appeared on Arikasaka Saburo's body at the same time. The moment his body dies, the spirit after death exerts its power. Saburo Arikasaka will follow the anchor point of his body's greatest strength and use the unlimited ammo trait to backtrack to its original state, along with the ability to heal to achieve rebirth perfectly. This is the undead characteristic. One ability might be weak, but multiple abilities aggregated together became the terrifying characteristic of immortality. Time, space. These seemingly concept-level invincible abilities are also composed of a fusion of different low-level talents. That's how scary it is to have tens of thousands of visitors from hell with a fusion of talents. God? A coward who hides in his coffin and is afraid to come out. How can you call yourself a god? Yang Feng coldly grunted and directly used the crimson whale, his palm gripping towards Arikasaka Saburo with all his might. Fire in the hole. The information flow exploded. Countless wailing and hissing voices echoed in Arikasaka Saburo's ears. Surprisingly, his mind barrier failed, and crimson currents ran through his body, burning brain cells and tearing at flesh and blood throughout his body. Unstable. Saburo Arikasaka has just finished fusing. There were too many consciousnesses within him, and although each one was a copy of himself, there were extremely subtle differences. Don't forget, where does Saburo Arikasaka's ability come from? 10,000 visitors from hell made up his godlike powers, but the residual consciousness of each corpse tormented him like the ghosts of a rampaging injustice. God, show me how many times a so-called god can die. Yang Feng transformed into a crimson thunderlight. His feet crushed the ground, leaving behind a deep pit of more than 10 meters, and his body rushed straight towards the hanging Arikasaka Saburo. 1,000 cuts. The dead bone demon blade instantly cut through Arikasaka Saburo's body. Countless fine wounds split open. Blood and organs disintegrated into pieces, while in the next second the characteristic of immortality came into play and rejoined back together. Once, Yang Feng faintly spat out 2 words. He didn't stop the frequency of his attacks. The dead bone demon blade was still cutting rapidly, slicing Arikasaka Saburo into a fruit fish-like stump in an instant. Twice, the numbers in Yang Feng's mouth continued to accumulate. Each time, he thwarts Arikasaka Saburo and decapitates him again after undead flashbacks. Breaking pole fist, one of Yang Feng's fists, gathered the strength of his entire body, and the earth under his feet exploded one after another. Boom boom boom. Arikasaka Saburo's entire body was blown to pieces. With an explosion of 100% power, the chemical strength shattered the entire flesh. Powdery mist of blood-colored fragments fluttered about, and the bone crumbs were no more than the size of a finger cap. 5 times, 10 times, 100 times. Yang Feng didn't give Arikasaka Saburo any chance at all, and his frantic attacks caused him to die continuously. Minced flesh and organs jumped back and forth across the board in a state between whole and fragmented. With any ability, there are limits. How many reincarnations can this power of immortality last? You know. Law. Kill. Death. God. Arikasaka Saburo was still talking tough, but his body, which kept breaking into pieces, appeared abnormal. 1 less tooth. Missing a piece of bone. Retrospectively molded organs become oddly shaped. Arikasaka Saburo's continuous process of dying is occasionally missing parts of his body, and together it makes him weaker and weaker. It's more than that. The resistance to the curse is getting weaker and weaker. Black Lotus of Death. Petal black snow penetrated into the body, and the alien talents combined to form a defense network against the curse, but it was breached step by step. Flesh sores. On Arikasaka Saburo's body, large black spots appeared, which then evolved into sarcomas and rotting sores. Die. If you continue, you will really die yourself. It's not over. God. Infallible. Usurped. Arikasaka Saburo roared and snarled in anger. His body writhing towards the sky as his instantaneous ability took away large swaths of flesh and tissue. Monster. Arikasaka Saburo's body produced an alienation and floated several hundred meters in midair, looking like a fuzzy mass of flesh covered in rotting sores. Time and space are frozen. He burned his life force and temporarily made the space freeze, so even Yang Feng had trouble getting out of the trap for a while. Fire. Lightning. Storm. Frost. Poison mist. Bizarre curses. Power of flesh and blood. Infection of disease. Epileptic consciousness. With all his strength, Arikasaka Saburo fused all of the Hell's Visitors' attacking abilities, gradually forming a supergiant black ball that contained the power of endless destruction. Destroy everything. The City of Night is with you. Destroy it completely. Arikasaka Saburo roared violently, his flesh withering at a speed visible to the naked eye as the black ball of endless destruction fell downward, seemingly breaking the entire world apart. At this point, Yang Feng also no longer hid his clumsiness. The sound of a baby crying shook the space. The filthy infant opened its cold and evil eyes, and countless small hands of the darkest darkness wrapped around to all parts of its body, transforming into a lightless and obscure terrifying existence. Huge. Yang Feng's body became huge. Omega radiation rays, increasing the size of his body, turned him into a giant over 10 meters tall. The Black Giant. The source burned with unending power. Speedy flash. Crimson dark lightning surrounded his entire body. A blooming black lotus flower transformed into petals floating in the sky. The terrifying giant's feet collapsed into the ground, the asphalt road bursting layer by layer, the underground carbon material being crushed into diamonds, deep cracks cracking out towards 100-meter radius. Breaking pole fist. Yang Feng closed his fist. The drifting black snow petals converged here, and countless black lightning bolts also condensed above the tip of his fist. Explosion. Breaking free of the chains of time and space, Yang Feng's body erupted with peerless strength. The great power shattered everything. Even the space produced broken cracks. Boom boom boom. The sky collapsed. The sun and the moon turned upside down, and the entire world shook. The destructive black sphere that fused countless gifted supernormal abilities was instantly burst by Yang Feng's fist, and the trend of the fist's strength did not diminish as it enveloped Arikasaka Saburo's entire body. Obliterate. All things are dying out. Every cell of Arikasaka Saburo's shattered and broken flesh ruptured and exploded. He transformed into scattered pieces in the sky, while the petals of the crimson dark thunder and the deadly black lotus transformed into unimaginable demonic light, annihilating all the fleshly parts. Can't be reborn. Can't go back. Saburo Arikasaka, just like that, disappeared from everyone's view. Chapter 102 Treasure. Segment. Return to Hell. Annihilation. It all comes back to silence. The frozen spacetime around them then recovered, and the rippling aftermath of the battle dispersed in all directions. The City of Night shook. The Black Giant surrounded by the supreme darkness radiated an endless aura of terror. In this brief moment of time's sudden stop, a battle took place that could not be captured by the mortal eye. and only the crisscrossing scars on the earth testify to the extent of the tragedy. Saburo Arasaka disappeared. People looked in the direction of Arasaka Tower. The ambitious man who had carefully planned for nearly 100 years, the de facto controller of the City of Night, the invincible existence that controlled tens of thousands of hellbenders, was thus annihilated by the Black Giant. The darkness faded. Super Black Giant's body returned to its original state. Yang Feng deeply exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The annihilated Arasaka Saburo was definitely a good chaperone. It was a thrilling fight. And even though he was pressing Saburo Arasaka the entire time, he was able to call it a good fight, and at the very least, he knew where the limits of his power were. Master, the Makashi still has a residual soul consciousness. The Red Queen came to Yang Feng's side and half-kneeled beside him, speaking respectfully. Go on. Yang Feng raised his finger, signaling for the Red Queen to eliminate the only remaining hidden danger. Makashi, this is the soul prison of Arasaka Corporation. Those visitors from hell whose soul consciousnesses were uploaded should be cleaned up properly. And if there are any remnants of Arasaka Saburo's copy, they should all be erased. Yes. The Red Queen stood proud. The slender arm stretched forward, several fiber-optic tentacles drilling out of the palm and stabbing into the Makashi's server. Its smooth, mirrored metal face shimmered as streams of data rustled down and began to clean up the remaining residual information, tearing Arasaka Corporation's last card from the table. Boss! Boss! Qin Shuang and Ji Shui caught up. The two of them, exhausted from the long battle and killings, supported each other and looked at the boss with a little more complexity. God! The strength displayed by Boss Yang Feng was nothing short of divine means. 1 year. Everyone else was playing hard to get, completing various tasks and working hard to earn points, all going round and round the rules of the game. Yang Feng was different, completely breaking through the so-called unspoken rules of the City of Night and constantly digging deeper into the secrets of this world. The fleshbound traveled to the deepest depths of the cyber network. The black wall disappeared. That super firewall guarding the humans became a feast for Yang Feng. Most of the super AIs under the abyssal network were also devoured and fused by Yang Feng, becoming part of his own power. The rules don't matter. The challenging world of hell is full of hidden secrets and precious materials, and they are the most valuable things. Post-apocalyptic abandoned city, genetic mutants, false human apartments, those who devour dead bones. Shimizu village, heart of the grieving spirit. Raccoon City, T-virus, G-virus, Veronica virus, Life Bloom. City of Night, Blackwell, abyssal networks. Digging deeper into the layers of hell always yields additional rewards, also known as treasures. Treasure. These deep-dug treasures are far more important than bounty points. Beyond that, competitive types of challenges, on the other hand, were a benefit for Yang Feng. Battlefield of Greed. Dead Island. These infernal challenges provide the opportunity to prove your strength and can upgrade titles to gain new privileges. Simple, brutal and effective. It's like a qualifying round, sifting through the strongest of the strong from hell. You'll be matched with enemies that are equal to the title segment, and if you're strong enough you'll keep winning until the segment is hard to move up. Dawn, sun, dusk, midnight, obviously. Yang Feng's terrifying strength was completely beyond the scope of the Dawn Messenger, and the breakneck strength crushing was equivalent to a professional player blowing up fish in a low-score section. Hell is cruel, hell is fair. Opportunities are similar for all people. It's up to you to grasp and utilize them. Yang Feng will also correct the segment to where he should be after a big win. If he runs into him in the process, consider yourself unlucky. No need for words. You guys have done a great job in the meantime. I see it all. Yang Feng turned back and appreciated Ji Shui and Qin Shuang's efforts. Bounty points, 530,000. The two little piggies have been desperately trying to do their tasks, with 50% of the proceeds in the bag. Even after deducting the daily expenses and lagging money, there are more than 300,000 extra points on the account. Took a lot of big orders. Killed a lot of big shots. The Dodo Squad claimed to be a legend in the City of Night, as did the dead Ajay. Ajay is dead. Qin Shuang lowered his head, still haunted by Jez's death. Ajay deserved a better ending and should have been happy with Mitty living a quiet life with a bunch of noisy kids. At the very least, Kit shouldn't have died so scribbly. I understand. Life is not as it should be. Accidents always come with life. And some good people who have never run a red light in their lives are hit and killed by drunk drivers on the sidewalk. A hint of regret also showed in Yang Feng's eyes. The Red Queen came to the side. The cold mechanical female voice rang out, explaining what had happened earlier. We've spotted Arasaka's missiles, but being trapped outside the black wall, there is no way to communicate information inward, much less control the launch of the missiles. The Red Queen draws sideways glances. This particular woman seems to be some sort of mechanical product? Danger! Ji Shui woman's sixth sense felt that the Red Queen in front of her was very dangerous. Other than the terrifyingly strong boss Yang Feng, the Red Queen was perhaps the strongest one. Now what? The Arikasaka Corporation was destroyed. Ji Shui looked at Yang Feng and softly inquired. If we stay, Yang Feng will be the god here. In the 10th layer of hell, the city of night, there was no one who could rival Yang Feng and truly become the dictatorial controller. No, we'll stay a while longer and then leave. Yang Feng shook his head and dismissed the idea, and after settling the remaining trivial matters in the city of night, he would return to the hell apartment. The reason is simple. Yang Feng spied some secrets. Any confrontation with hell is very foolish. After 90 years of careful planning, Saburo Arikasaka gained unimaginable power, but was ultimately destroyed by himself. Is this a coincidence? Time flows like gravel, and amazing geniuses sally forth. Scarlet Rose, Skywalker, Rambler on the Edge, Jiang-E Rabbit, they are all a seed of destruction like existence. Even if Yang Feng never appeared, there would always be a later generation that would overthrow the Arikasaka Corporation and eventually defeat Saburo Arikasaka. It's just a matter of time. A visitor from hell stays at a certain tier, which means stagnation in strength, and will one day be surpassed by those who come after him. In other words, the visitors from hell had their fate decided from the start. The final destination for all will be the deepest depths of hell. Chapter 103 Extortion of the Hidden Big Brother. The Sun Rider, Afterlife Bar. The city of night fell into ruin, but it didn't stop people from celebrating. Hidden bigwigs have surfaced, each fighting on a different battlefield in the final counterattack on Arikasaka. Vodka, ice, lime juice, ginger beer, don't forget the most important point, plus a little love. Qin Shuang ordered a glass of wine, while the recipe for the wine came from Ajay, and finally said to the bartender, remember this recipe, from Legends of the Night City. To Kit, Qin Shuang raised his glass high, and the bigwigs present saluted. After one glass, another person stood up. To Skywalker, he was also killed in this battle. People honored the fallen heroes as round after round of wine went down, until a man speaks up. We're leaving tomorrow. Yang Feng's cool voice instantly silenced the bar. Leave? Now is the time to savor the fruits of victory. That victory over Arikasaka Saburo, a godlike existence, had chosen this moment to leave. Kazetsu, Yang Feng ordered. Ji Shui took out a pile of golden-colored pages, which was clearly the lease contract of hell. This celebration serves two purposes. I'm going to recruit a couple new piggies to provide me with points. Yang Feng said indifferently. The faces of many bigwigs changed. There were some overbearing clauses in the lease contract. All the point earnings had to be shared to the landlord by half. Working a black job. If the bigwigs were to return to Hell's apartment, they would surely become powerful characters as well. So why would they have to grovel under you? But Yang Feng's terrifying strength did have this qualification. Giving up this opportunity now will have unimaginable consequences if you run into it on the battlefield in the future. Sorry, I'm not going to leave the city of night. Scarlet Rose shook her head and continued. The city of night needs to be rebuilt, and the sister organizations still need my shelter, so I will continue to stay. Stay. That's a good choice. With the Arikasaka Corporation pushed back and other major powers wiped out, there is a temporary vacuum in power. After Yang Feng left, these hidden greats may become the kings of the city of night. 100,000 points. If you choose to stay, then you will have to pay me 100,000 points at once. Yang Feng's tone became icy. The faces of the bigwigs present became ugly. Even if they were cutthroat lords, it was a bit difficult to directly shell out 100,000 points. Not to mention, the city of night still has to be rebuilt. There are a lot of places to consume points. Silence. No one is stupid enough to ask what if I say no or anything like that. The crowd had seen Yang Feng's strength. If one were to utter half a no at this moment, I'm afraid that the next instant, one's corpse would be gone. Just like Arikasaka Saburo. It's a good deal. 100,000 points is not too much. In 2 or 3 years, you can earn it back again. Scarlet Rose is sensible. There are many avenues for earning points in the city of night, which is full of business opportunities everywhere. Hiding the big boys in place of Saburo Arikasaka will only make money more efficiently, and paying 100,000 points is a good deal. Fingers crossed. Yang Feng's account had an additional 100,000 points. I'm staying too. Edge Wanderer wore a hood and transferred 100,000 points to Yang Feng with a stroke of his finger. The other bigwigs followed suit, and most of them chose to stay behind and be the new round of Earth Emperors in the City of Night. Perhaps, these hidden greats will be fighting each other in the City of Night to come. In 100 years there will likely be another dictator, even more powerful than the current Arikasaka Saburo. But, history is a circle of reincarnation. There will be other amazing geniuses then, too, to overthrow their dictatorship. Bounty points, 1. 13 million. Yang Feng's bounty quickly reached 7 figures with 1,000,000 points. This trip to the City of Night was enough to earn over 800,000 points. Plunder. Earning points on your own is ultimately limited in efficiency. Plundering other people is the fastest way to make money. I'm in. Bunny has very few friends. I love being with you guys. Jiang Yi Bunny reached into her interdimensional pocket with her palm and coolly blew out her bleached bangs, followed by a small knife. She cut her finger and her blood signed the lease contract, followed by turning into countless golden rays of light that merged into her body. The year. Jiang Yi Rabbit has worked with the Dodo Squad a lot. The crowd was so familiar that even Jiang Yi Rabbit, who was used to being alone, could not help but feel lonely. Not for points, not for a hug. Jiang Yi Bunny, purely because she wants to stay with her friends. Friendship. It's the most monstrous word for hell. And how is that not insanity? The celebration continued. The taste of the wine, however, changed a bit, mixed with the flavors of trade and exploitation, and gradually became hard to drink. The bigwigs, who had paid their dues, looked for any excuse to bow out, and the bar quickly became deserted, with only the bartender left to polish the crystal glasses. We should go. Yang Feng came in front of the Red Queen again and pressed his palm towards its tall and slender body, followed by a flash of light and shadow with it, putting it into the Sumeru ring. Red Queen. It completely completes the metamorphosis of biometal and possesses full self-awareness, but it can still be incorporated into the Sumeru space without causing any damage. It's very convenient. This is a trait that may work wonders in the future. Cessation of detention. Return to Hell's apartment. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. No longer offering a stagnant supply of points. A reminder appeared in blood in the eyeballs, and with the azure light illuminating the crowd, instantly teleported back to Hell's apartments. Strange. It's been a year since I've been back, and the luxury and extravagance of the apartment from Hell feels a little strange. Congratulations. You have successfully passed the challenge of the 10th level of Hell and have been rewarded with 1,000 base bounty. Collection of Kazetsu's rent, 500 bounty points. Collection of Qin Shuang's rent, 500 bounty points. Collection of Jiang Yi's rent, 500 bounty points. The words in blood emerged. The deeper the level of Hell, the greater the rewards. The 10th level of the Hell challenge is a full 1,000 points. The little piggies pay 50% of their point earnings, which is a whopping 500 points just for the base. Sure, these no longer matter. Yang Feng had 13 million points in his hand, and that reward of base points was not in his eyes at all. Heroes, you eradicate the tumor in Hell. The great beings of the horrible unknown cast an evil eye. This evaluation is extra special. The great beings viewed Arakaka Saburo as a tumor, while Yang Feng was the hero who eradicated the tumor and would receive special rewards. Sumeru rings, expanded and upgraded again. The space of the Sumeru ring expanded and was now 100 cubic meters, looking like a small apartment. Witness to the dawn. Dawn certificates are integrated into the body. The final hour was set in motion. The blood-red hour hand turning to the sun's 12 o'clock position, followed by a magnificent chime ringing in the depths of consciousness. Sun, the splendor of Hell is yours to right. 6 Knights of the Sun will witness your promotion. He will cast the votes for advancement based on your performance in the lower hells, so please perform carefully. Promoted to the Sun. There's something strange about this promotion ceremony. Voting system? The 6 Knights of the Sun testified that if they recognized Yang Feng's strength, they would cast a vote to allow promotion, and if more than half of them succeeded in advancing, the Sun represents another class segment. They are the backbone of Hell. No longer new recruits like the Dawnbringers, but a brilliant light shining into the abyss. That's why the Sun Knights are selected in a much tougher way. Question. What if someone votes maliciously to prevent me from advancing? Yang Feng raised doubts. The Sun Knights are also human beings. Perhaps there will be people who maliciously vote against them, so how should they be dealt with? Sacred Duel. You may initiate a Sun Knight duel if you disagree with the results of the vote. The word blood gives the answer. Newly promoted Knights of the Sun, if they are not satisfied with the results of the vote, may initiate a challenge for a holy duel. The loser dies. A successful challenge will result in a direct promotion to Knight of the Sun. Reasonable. Sunrider conducts manual audits to eliminate some of the weaker players who use clever loopholes, and the hard power must be passed. The reverse is also true. Promoters who are not satisfied with the results of the vote can also challenge the veterans. Interesting. Promote the Sun. New class. New enemy. New authority. Chapter 104, Drought Demon Essence Blood. Sand of the Void. Unknown mysterious object. Red Queen's reinforcement. The pool of the transfigured dragon. Yang Feng was immersed in the spiritual liquid. The emerald green spirit grass floated about, interspersed with a hint of golden bloodline fusion agent. Melting. The filthy infant opened its evil eyes. its bloody mouth ripping open as it attempted to melt a drop of brightly colored essence blood. Drought demon blood. That is the legend of the ancient myths. The drought demon of the Red Earth thousands of miles, the originator of all zombies, the main force to defeat the great demon Shiyu. Gradually, the spiritual liquid of the dragon transformation pool dried up. These immortal herb spiritual liquids could increase the strength of ordinary people exponentially, but for the current Yang Feng the effect was limited. It only made the physical realm a little more solid. Zigzag. Crimson dark thunder surged. The tiny hands of the darkest and most evil babies were drenched with the full force of the drought demon's essence. The bloodline of the perfect creature was pushed to the extreme, yet it still couldn't shake the drought demon's essence blood by half a point. Unbelievable. Yang Feng went through the metamorphosis of the City of Night's abyssal network and nearly became a god-like existence, but he was unable to refine this piece of essence blood. Drought. How powerful is he? Perhaps only by fulfilling some special conditions can you unlock the refining of the drought demon's essence blood. Drought demon blood. Sands of the void. Yang Feng's eyes looked at the index finger of his left hand again. The ancient Sumeru ring had incorporated a grain of sand, which was clearly the sand of the void that had been rewarded earlier. There is only one chance to strike through the void. Its specific function was unknown, counting it as the second unknown item on Yang Feng's body. The light flickered. Yang Feng released the Red Queen. The Red Queen, standing proudly, froze slightly for an instant, but immediately understood the situation at hand. The space of the Sumeru rings was static, so the Red Queen could not think in the special space where there was no concept of time and everything was in a state of suspension. One moment, it was at the bar in the City of Night. The next second, it appeared in Hell's apartment. These 2 days were but a moment of stillness for the Red Queen. Master. The Red Queen respectfully knelt down on one knee, absolutely loyal to Yang Feng. Aha! I now have 13 million bounty points. Yang Feng stepped out of the dragon transformation pool, took out a bath towel to wipe his body, and gazed at the hellish shopping television set in the living room. How do you think it should be spent? Consumption. 13 million points. This is a super huge bounty figure. Ordinary visitors from hell. A trip to the challenge to earn at most a few thousand points. But Yang Feng harvested a full 800,000 bounty in the City of Night. The Red Queen's smooth, mirror-like face shimmered as the data stream analyzed the current situation. The master is strong enough to handle most challenges. There are only a few special circumstances to consider, such as extreme lack of food, extreme environmental factors, unknown attack methods of the enemy, etc. I'll make a list of some purchases for my master. Ace of Cans, 50 points. Note, a food consumable that quickly replenishes nutrients and energy, and is rich in vitamins for a full day of energy after consumption. Pot of Storms, 500 points. A can of Swamp, 500 points. Frost Crystals, 500 points. Blood Cookies, 1,000 points. Cognitive Coke, 1,000 points. The Red Queen made a large list of large quantities. Ace canned goods were directly purchased in 1,000 copies, and various other disposable tool items. And consumables like blood and blue pills were also purchased in 10 or more copies each. Master. I'm applying to purchase some weapons. Berserk Dragon Anti-Material Sniper Rifle. Heavy Rain Submachine Gun. Overlord Assault Rifle. Purchase Unlimited Ammo Module. Magic Bullet Module. The Red Queen volunteered to apply, and Hell's apartment was able to purchase a range of enhanced weapons, as well as a variety of enhanced modules to go with them. Magic Bullets. This modular enhancement enables the bullet to realize the tracking function, automatically turning the corner to find the enemy, just like magic. Actually, Night City's smart weapons have a similar function, except that they have to be electronically scanned and locked onto the target before the tracking effect can be realized. Permission granted. I'll give you a 100,000 credit to purchase various weapons on your own. Yang Feng nodded, agreeing to the Red Queen's purchase of various reinforcement modules to further enhance her abilities. Redemption. 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 The Red Queen redeemed a large number of guns and weapons. A hole was drilled in the center of its hand, and lines of fiber optic cables wriggled like tentacles, wrapping around those guns and then modifying them to its will. The City of Night, with its ultra-modern technology. Big companies develop all kinds of high-powered firearms that are much more advanced than the weapons in Hell's apartments. All of the blueprints for making weapons are all within the Red Queen's database, and it only takes a little bit of modification to evolve them. Rakshasa Sniper Rifle. The Red Queen took the Mad Dragon Anti-Material Sniper Rifle and transformed it into a Gauss EMP Sniper Rifle, retaining its unlimited ammo and magic bullet properties. Modified firearms. It was as easy as eating and drinking soup for the Red Queen, and even if it was created out of thin air using biomass, it was only a matter of time. But modifying firearms while retaining the unlimited ammo and magic bullets features is another matter. Soon, Those guns alienated into biomass. The Gauss sniper rifle became soft and slimy like writhing flesh and blood, burrowing through the hole in the Red Queen's hand and finally fusing with the mechanical body. Nice. Evolution using Hell's special module. It's going to be an advantage for us. Yang Feng nodded. The Red Queen possessed the ability to alienate metals, transforming and devouring all kinds of firearms, and would become a mobile arsenal. Wait a minute. It's not enough to have unlimited ammo and magic bullets. In Qin Shuang's hand, there's another good thing. Yang Feng suddenly remembered something. Qin Shuang had a sand eagle with unlimited bullets in his hand, and it was a reward bestowed by an unknown being. That sandhawk is special. Not only does it have the ability to have unlimited ammo, but it can modify the type of ammo in a gun to shoot highly lethal warheads like tungsten armor-piercing rounds. You absorb it first. Yang Feng smiled mysteriously, opened the door and walked out. He was also very curious. What kind of changes would happen after the Red Queen devoured all these reinforcement modules? Combat lab. Rumble, 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 rumble. The explosions were deafening, the halls of hell shaking slightly, and every now and then the sound of a young girl's maniacal laughter was heard. Ha ha ha. As expected, if you use pink bunny doodles, the power of the missile will be doubled again. Johnny Bunny pulled out a missile from her interdimensional pocket, then took out a paintbrush and changed the white bunny doodle to a pink color. Double the power. That it can't be explained scientifically just seems to confirm the saying. The more pink you wear, the harder you hit. Qin Shuang and Ji Shui were filled with helplessness. Ever since Jiang Yi Rabbit joined, the public area had become unsettled, especially the combat lab. Jiang Yi Rabbit energetic, never no tired, testing a variety of bombs. The more explosive the more excited. Boss, you're finally here. Hurry up and get her a separate war room. Qin Shuang saw the boss approaching and showed a pleading expression. Yang Feng walked up, casually glanced at Jiang Yi Bunny, and spoke. Is that sand eagle of yours still there? Sandhawk? Qin Shuang nodded, then took out the sandhawk and handed it to the boss without hesitation. Hey, this gun, originally, was Jay's wedding gift. Unfortunately, Qin Shuang sighed, but he only saw a blur of light and shadow, and Boss Yang Feng took the sand eagle into his personal space and directly confiscated it. Ha, boss, you. Qin Shuang's eyes widened in shock, unable to speak. This thing I'm useful. Yang Feng gently patted Qin Shuang's shoulder and said casually, you won't be spared from future benefits. Who? Qin Shuang breathed a long sigh of relief. Having the boss's words was enough. Boss Yang Feng was on the verge of becoming a god, and the benefits of clinging to this big thick leg would definitely be few and far between. Yang Feng turned his attention to the new members again. Jiang Yi Rabbit. This newly added little piglet is special enough, and her special ability is somewhat incomprehensible even to Yang Feng. Chapter 105 Jiang Yi Bunny. Heart's Desire. Heart of the Atom. Monster of the 11th Circle of Hell. Jiang Yi Rabbit. Interdimensional pocket. She seems to be able to pull all sorts of weapons out of her pockets without limit, and all of them are weapons of mass destruction. Ding! Yang Feng lit a cigarette and half squinted his eyes at Jiang Yi Rabbit in the distance. She was indulging in a frenzy of bombardment, pulling a long missile out of her pocket with a round, transparent laser guide on the end, and a very advanced level of technology. At the end of the missile, however, was a long twist of fireworks core. Jiang Yi Rabbit scribbled pink patterns on the missiles, then took out a match and flicked it, covering his ears after lighting the core twist. It's going to explode. Cover your ears. Jiang Yi Rabbit crouched down on the ground while the missile was shot out like a firework, followed by the activation of the laser guidance system and the fuel injection shot towards the target at high speed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The explosion was deafening, and the mannequin target several hundred meters away was instantly engulfed in bursting flames, the shockwave shattering the earth and ceiling. 1 minute later, Hell's war room began to repair itself. This was supposed to be a place to test all kinds of weapons, and the shattered floor and ceiling, as well as the large swaths of target figures that had turned into crumbs, were quickly restored to their original state. Jiang Yi, getting used to it here. Yang Feng walked forward and interrupted the epileptic Jiang Yi Bunny. Yang, you're the captain of Dodo Squad. He. Jiang Yi Bunny pondered for a few seconds, but seemed to have forgotten Yang Feng's real name, and his attention was always on the cigarette he was holding in his mouth. Smoking is bad for your health. And it stinks. Jiang Yi Bunny boldly jumped up and snatched the cigarette Yang Feng was holding in his mouth before throwing it on the ground to crush it out. Bold. It's just too bold. Ji Shui watched from the sidelines and was shocked. How dare he be so disrespectful to the boss? Jiang Yi Rabbit is really an epileptic madman. Fearless. Crazy. This is the nature of Jiang Yi Bunny. It's good to have a personality. But don't forget who's in charge here. Yang Feng exuded a burst of terrifying aura, and his icy eyes changed color. Crimson electric light leapt, causing the mechanical parts of Zhang Yi Rabbit's entire body to tremble violently. Buzz off. A faint glow emanated from the location of Zhang Yi Rabbit's chest. Atomic heart. That's the luxury reward you get for the Prism jackpot. It differs from electronic devices in that it uses atomic energy directly to form a barrier force field that protects the modified mechanical parts throughout the body. Oof. Rabbits don't have bosses in their eyes. Qin Shuang is a friend. Ji Shui is also a friend. You count as a friend too. Zhang Yi Bunny pinched her waist defiantly and pouted her lips stubbornly, just treating the crowd as friends without the slightest notion of superiority or subordination. Friendship. That's why she joined the dodo. Holy. Qin Shuang's heart jumped into his throat. Zhang Yi Bunny was a bit too stubborn and unwilling to submit to anyone, really afraid that the boss would just crush her. Boss. Ji Shui walked to the side of Yang Feng, wanting to say a few good words. Zhang Yi is not rebelling against you. Her character is like this. That's okay. Yang Feng let out a faint smile and continued. It's good to have a personality, but you must remember that the only thing that cannot be forgiven is betrayal. Genius on the left, crazy on the right. Sometimes there's only a thin line between genius and insanity. These amazing geniuses tend to be paranoid and eccentric, with unique logical thinking and a code of conduct that is different from the norm. Yang Feng is such a person. He treats his men very harshly, but he is also unusually forgiving. You can be capricious. You can have your own whims. You can make unthinkable battle plans. But, if there is a hint of betrayal, there is only a dead end. Betrayal? No. 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 A rabbit never betrays a friend. Zhang Yi Bunny stretched out a finger and shook it, handsomely blowing on his bleached hair, full of bullishness. Then, get to know each other. What is your natural ability? Yang Feng inquired, interested in Zhang Yi Rabbit's talent. I want to do what I want to do. That's what Zhang Yi Bunny can do. Very simple. Give me what I want. For example, I'm hungry now. Zhang Yi Rabbit's eyes turned ominously. Then her palm reached out to her interdimensional pocket, and she actually grabbed out a rabbit directly. Whoa! Wild cute rabbit. We'll have some spicy rabbit head to eat later. Zhang Yi Bunny's eyes were glowing, and his palms continued to fumble around in his interdimensional pocket, soon pulling out another pan and a large packet of spicy sauce. Magical powers. Zhang Yi Rabbit always had his heart in the right place, and from his interdimensional pockets, he pulled out some random items that were in demand. Originally, this ability is a bit limited. Although I can think what I want, I have to obey the theorem of the conservation of matter and come up with very little power. Nasty Einstein. Zhang Yi Rabbit took out a small knife and began to extract the tendons and bones of the open rabbit in his hand, and after bleeding and taking out the internal organs, he applied the spicy sauce on top of the fresh meat. Later, I got the heart of the atom. This energy is inexhaustible, so you can take whatever you want. Zhang Yi Rabbit pointed to her chest. The atomic heart could provide unlimited energy. Although there was a threshold limit of maximum energy, it was enough for her to make a splurge. A side note, Zhang Yi Rabbit, while taking out some cooking tools from his interdimensional pocket, assembled a pot stove and subsequently installed a small gas tank. Spicy rabbit head. Start making. Magical powers. Zhang Yi Rabbit's talent was not part of the strengthening department, nor was it a mysterious magic. It was more like some kind of rule. The right place, the right characters, pulling out the right items. The heart wants what it wants. Interdimensional pockets randomly generate all kinds of items. No wonder Zhang Yi Rabbit's weapons are always oddly shaped, all originating from his own fantasies. Very special. The Dodo Squad welcomes you. Yang Feng admitted Zhang Yi Rabbit, then looked at the nearby Qin Shuang and opened his mouth to inquire. What is the content of the next Hell Challenge? Hell of a challenge. This time, an additional element will be added to the challenge. Sun. The 6 Knights of the Sun would spy and watch Yongfeng's every move and vote on whether or not he was qualified to advance. Monster. I see tons of monsters. They parasitize humans, breaking out of the chest cavity, possessing a hard outer shell, and shedding blood that contains corrosive sulfuric acid. Qin Shuang paints a picture of what he sees, then pulls out some hand-drawn sketches to carve out some sort of monster. Alien. Those were terrifying monsters that parasitized the bodies of various organisms and were called perfect creatures. Monster? Not to be feared. Yongfeng's current strength didn't fear any flesh-enhanced monsters. If they could collect their genes, it would be a good material for mutation and evolution. But 11 levels of hell should be more than just alien monsters. The Sun Knight's promotion test was bound to hide some difficult tests, and as for the specifics, I'm afraid that only by arriving at the 11th layer of hell would one know. Prepare yourself individually. 3 more days to begin the journey to the 11th level of hell. Chapter 106 Alien Planet. Black Water Mutagenic Fluid. Obtaining ship privileges. Red Queen. The writhing cables incorporated the last weapon into his body. It's being analyzed. It's fusing. Weapons are being reconfigured. The Red Queen stood proudly, her smooth, mirror-like face shimmering with a cascading stream of data that soon engulfed that particular Desert Eagle completely as well. Master, I'm ready. The Red Queen completed the construction of the weapon and respectfully reported to Yang Feng. Aha! With a thought, Yang Feng's left index finger's Sumeru ring blurred with light and shadow, putting the Red Queen into an independent space. Hell's 11th level, Alien Star. Danger level, 3. Extremely dangerous. Red. Cursed pressure, 20. Description: what will man create when he becomes the new creator? 11 levels of hell opened. Extremely dangerous. Red alert. Curse pressure also skyrocketed to 20. Falling. The hellish apartment shuddered violently. The fall accompanied by a violent roar as abandoned rooms and stones were crushed into pieces. The scene outside the window kept changing, dropping hundreds of meters before coming to a halt. Curse of Sticky. Beyond the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, the mists were interspersed with hints of brilliant purple, occasionally landing on the glass in crystalline, watery dewdrops. Leave the room. The Dodo squad gathered near the elevator. Extreme danger. The difficulty of our task, 2, is rising. Ji Shui revealed a slight look of worry. The last time she encountered a mission of red alert difficulty was in the Clearwater village on the 7th floor. The power of the spiteful chameleon was memorable. Curse pressure to 20. That feeling of discomfort is back. Qin Xuan's eyes were slightly red, and the protruding blood-red filaments underwent a mutation, and a few of them even turned purple. The curse is too strong. If it was a visitor from hell who hadn't been reborn for long, the mere pressure of the curse would be enough to kill a person. Weaklings. That means you're too weak. Jiang Yi Rabbit pinched his waist and said bluntly without avoidance. Find a way to enhance your strength, or you will be left behind. Curse. It involves the secrets of hell. It naturally creates a way of filtering. The weak will gradually be eliminated. And even the curse that permeates the entire space is difficult to resist, not to mention the various dangerous tasks and challenges. At this point, Yang Feng also came to the side of the crowd. Jiang Yi is right. The challenge of hell is like rowing a boat against the current. One must find ways to increase one's strength. Yang Feng stood in front of Qin Shuang and carefully surveyed his changes, propping open his eyelids to look at the curse erosion. Not a big problem. Curse erosion is low. This means that you are fully capable of handling the 11 layers of hell. Yang Feng patted Qin Shuang's shoulder and continued in a tone of warning and reminder. The problem will be even more serious if we descend a few more floors. Sense of crisis. Qin Shuang clenched his fists, his heart filled with a sense of crisis. The weakest of the entire Dodo squad was himself. Can't mix it up anymore. Okay, let the challenge begin. Yang Feng led the squad into the elevator. The gate slowly closed. Azure light flickered with it. The surroundings blurred, and he was instantly transported to an unfamiliar location. Spaceship. It's a spaceship. The giant ship was parked near an emerald green planet, and through the room's transparent windows, one could see a sea of stars and a deep universe. Ukiya Corporation. The logos of the Utani Corporation were everywhere on the ship, and there were no living souls other than the Dodo squad. Sure, keeping the ship running were several bionic transformers produced by Ukiya. Hello guys, Dodo mercenaries. I'm in charge of this ship. David. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed bionic man made his appearance with an easygoing smile on his face, treating Yang Feng's crowd as mercenaries on a mission. Bionic man. They were infinitely close to humans, with extremely similar body structures and various organs, except that a white nutrient fluid flowed through their plastic veins. Introduction to this mission. Number 1, recover the alien queen's eggs. Second, evacuate back to the ship. David said with a smile, extremely simplifying the task as easy as eating and drinking soup. Alien rules. 1. Kill the alien for 100 points. 2. Kill the variant and get 500 points. 3. Recover alien eggs for 1,000 points. 4. Beat the other competitors and get a lot of bonus points. Time limit, 72 hours. After David explained the mission, blood letters appeared on the eyes of the members of Dodo Squad, which were clearly the rules of this mission. Simple and crude. There aren't too many restrictions, and you can earn rewards for killing aliens. Red Queen. Yang Feng flicked his finger and the Red Queen appeared in front of everyone. The curvaceous figure stood proudly, full of the beauty of female curves even though there was no real face. Its spread palms drilled holes, and cable tentacles followed, piercing directly within David's body and beginning to erode its electronic systems. It's being deciphered. It's being re-edited, acquiring new permissions. The Red Queen devoured the programs of countless cyber intelligence AIs and underwent a biomass metamorphosis, possessing extremely terrifying arithmetic power and a database that encompassed half of the abyssal network. Just under a minute, David's system firewalls were breached, permission codes were deciphered, and control of the ship went to the Red Queen. Tell me about it. It's hiding some kind of information. Yang Feng asked indifferently, while the tentacles in the Red Queen's palm retracted and her body projected a 3D stereoscopic image, explaining it to the crowd. Planet Life 3. This is an agricultural planet under the control of the Soup Valley Corporation. They are mainly responsible for the production of food and are fully committed to the development of all types of agricultural products and animal husbandry. Decades ago, the planet Life 3 was infected with an unknown virus and plants and animals were dying rapidly. The Red Queen controlled the stereoscopic image, which showed a vibrant natural landscape, with the land growing huge crops several meters high. These are DNA-modified crops, a corn tree that produces several tons of grain per season. A converted feeder steer takes only half a month to catapult, and it yields 3 tons of excellent meat. Punishment. Nature's wrath is unimaginable. The disruption of the ecosystem produced a virus similar to leaf blight that quickly paralyzed farms across the planet. To save the planet, to maintain the company's interest, Soup Valley has decided to take an unstable new technology and implement it on the Life 3 farm planet. Black water mutagenic solution. It's a DNA substance extracted from the alien. It allows creatures to become stronger, evolve to perfection, and overcome various ecological diseases. Disaster strikes. Countless alien monsters appear on the farm planet. They slaughtered humans and all sorts of creatures indiscriminately and parasitized them, spawning generations of new mutated creatures. Eventually, Yutani dropped the Annihilation-class nukes. Life 3 is ruined. The planet was nearly destroyed by a nuclear bomb, and all of the alien creatures that were there died out along with the destructive force. Roughly 53 years have passed since the destruction of the nuclear bomb. The planet turning green again and growing more mutated plants proves that the black water mutagenic liquid worked. Alien. They also underwent severe mutations under the afterglow of the nuclear blast. The picture changed again. Amidst the dense jungle hides a deadly alien hunter, capturing new creatures born of the planet. Alien Queen. It is the most powerful of all the aliens. It is immune to radiation from nuclear explosions. Its body has developed resistance, and the DNA genes in its body have mutated many times, possessing great research value. This mission, to bring back the alien queen's eggs, *******. Such a dangerous mission, and that biochemist just briefly introduced it. Nuclear fallout, mutated creatures, polluted farms, transformed aliens. Qin Shuang directly burst out in foul language. Isn't this a pit for us? Sure, hell of a challenge. Always. It's just points. A whole planet full of aliens. A rare opportunity to earn points. Yang Feng's eyes flashed. The mutated monsters were just walking points. Also, Yang Feng looked at the deep and infinite universe through the window. The 6 Knights of the Sun were spying on this infernal challenge, examining whether Yang Feng had the strength to be promoted. So, get started. Chapter 107, Strange Planet. Alien Soldier B, Alien Variant. Entering the atmosphere. Landing gear activated. The landing craft shuddered violently, and a large number of sparks from the friction of air could be seen beyond the windows of the polymer. Thrusters activated. The landing craft tilted and glided forward, searching for a suitable landing site, finally landing next to a boulder near a small stream. The climate is pleasant. The air is crisp. Life 3 has been atmospherically modified, along with crops from the estate, to turn the entire planet into a habitable paradise. Humans can breathe normally on planets even without spacesuits. Change into battle dress. Yang Feng gave the order. The members of the dodo within the landing ship's cabin had changed into modified versions of the zero-pointman combat suit, wrapping their bodies in full armor. This is an alien planet. Nuclear radiation dust, deadly bacteria, super viruses, can all contribute to your demise. Only Yang Feng and the Red Queen were immune to these dangers that could not be seen with the naked eye. Planet that big. Where are we going to find the alien queen? Jiju glanced at the countdown. A short 72 hours. But it's a needle in a haystack to find the alien queen on a planet so big. Judging by the information, alien queens, odds are, appear in places with high human density. Super farms, on the other hand, are perfect nesting locations. The Red Queen analyzes as the super-intelligent AI runs the possibilities. The alien queen is likely nesting in a former human settlement. This also means that the number of monsters around the lair is very high. Go! Yang Feng took the electronic map and recognized the direction of the super farm, then led the crowd straight ahead into a lush jungle. And that is? Mushrooms. The jungles of Planet Life 3 were full of giant mushrooms growing like a giant tree in the sky, tens of meters high. They are colorful. Huge mushroom umbrellas cover the sky, greedily drawing sunlight and moisture, causing the ground to become dim. It's raining. A pink rain fell from the sky. Yang Feng lifted his hand and realized that the raindrops were not liquid, but a collection of many spores. That's not rain. The supergiant mushroom breathes, with a cap full of tiny holes at the top, spewing out large spores every now and then. which are dispersed into the distance with the wind. Spores fall. They look like a rain of colorful light, and actually gave an otherworldly beauty. Bring a gas mask. These spores have an anesthetic effect. Yang Feng gently breathed in and felt their properties. The infection in his lungs would cause the mushrooms to take root, and they also had paralyzing properties. Sure, these colorful spores could not cause a single damage to Yang Feng. Perfect creation is immune to parasitic infections, immediately removes all spores, and immediately produces the corresponding antibodies. Rustle. There was a rustling sound from around the dirt. The vines that were full of thorns and spikes were actually wriggling rapidly under the soil, as if they could recognize the direction of the crowd and suddenly attack from underground. Hoof. Ji Shui leaped high into the air, easily dodging the thorny vines. This level was not enough to be feared, and the knuckles kicked downward violently, crushing the vines in the soil and spewing out a large amount of thick green blood-like substance. Ho 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 ho. Not far away a giant flower trembled. It is shaped like an enlarged starfish. Its surface is covered with layers of sharp teeth, and the cane tentacles underneath its body are weapons for finding prey. This horribly shaped flesh flower looked 100 times more horrible than the cannibal flower. Die for me! Qin Shuang was so energized that an extra chainsaw sword with a flashing golden light appeared in his hand, and he ruthlessly chopped towards the cannibalistic giant flower, splitting it into two halves from the middle position. Bright green juice splashed everywhere. No points. There's no reward. These ordinary monsters, even if killed, did not yield any profit. The sounds of battle attracted more monsters, and more mutated creatures attacked from deeper in the jungle. 1,000-foot spider. It was a combination of a spider and a centipede. Its body was narrow and stout. Its huge body exceeded 10 meters or more, with a large number of spider-like jointed thin legs growing on both sides of its body, and its twisted head was filled with a bloody mouthpiece. Evil lion. It was the lion with two heads. It underwent a nuclear radiation mutation. Its body produced extensive ulcers. Its tail grew barbs like a scorpion, and its two pairs of scarlet eyes gazed greedily at the crowd. The monsters are growing. They are oddly shaped and strange, but most of them share familiar biological traits, simply because the superfarms transplanted and captive-bred livestock are all from the blue planet. Ha ha ha. They use humans as food. Yang Feng felt those greedy gazes. Perhaps it was the deliciousness of human flesh and blood engraved in his DNA genes that filled him with interest in humanoid creatures. Suddenly, the mutant creatures surging around them seemed to sense something and gave up their hunt for the Dodo Squad, immediately fleeing towards the deeper parts of the jungle. They're afraid. These mutated creatures, all of them were hiding from something. Alien. There is a monster hidden in the shadows. It was more than 2 meters long, with its hard spine breaking through the skin and flesh, its sharp bony tail extending and buckling, its sharp claws flashing with a cold aura, and its narrow head adding to the strangeness of the situation. Metals. The alien's skin is black and shimmers with a metallic sheen, and the hard shell is completely resistant to small caliber weapons. Killing machine. A perfect organism. It is a soldier wasp in the alien lair, hunting other creatures to feed on and finding suitable hosts for the alien queen. Fizzle. The alien lay on its back in the gloom, a guttural hiss emanating from its mouth as it silently observed the Dodo Squad, the attraction of flesh and blood overwhelming it. Humanity. The perfect parasitic material. The alien soldier bees quickened their pace and charged in the direction of the Dodo Squad. Boo! A thumb-thin bullet instantly penetrated the alien soldier wasp's skull. Green corrosive liquid sprayed out with it, but it didn't die completely, struggling to stand up again. Red Queen. She raised her palm and all 5 fingers turned into dark muzzles at the same time. Large caliber tungsten steel armor-piercing bullets shot out, spewing out sparks that were 2 meters long, and each round was comparable to the power of the Mad Dragon sniper rifle. Unlimited ammo, high-speed fire, bullet tracking, enhanced ammo. Boom, boom, boom. The special bullets penetrated the body of the alien soldier wasp, instantly shattering it into a sieve. Its head shattering into fragments all over the ground and spilling pus-green corrosive liquid all over the dirt. Zigzag. The alien's blood was full of corrosive properties, emitting a gurgling, putrid sound that could easily melt even steel armor. Kill alien. Get 100 points. That's a lot of firepower. Bunny likes big guns. Jiang Yi Bunny was full of excitement, looking back at the Red Queen's palm. All 10 fingers could be transformed into gun barrels, just like a future technology movie. More than one head. More aliens coming through. The Red Queen let out an icy electronic sound, and once again there was a rustling in the darkness as more aliens were coming in that direction. It wasn't just the alien soldier bees that were all black. At the top of a mushroom umbrella stood the white as jade alien variant, commanding the other soldier bees around it. Variants. The white, jade-like alien, obviously more dangerous, was clearly the leader general of the group. Move around a little. Kill them all. Chapter 108, Killing the Alien. Super Farm, Blood Clan. The alien is extremely fast. They are perfect killing machines. A black residual shadow rushed towards the Dodo squad. Sharp claws flashing with a cold aura. And the bone tail was a hidden killing move. Boo. The paper cutter like whip leg cuts a perfect arc. Ji Shui's thighs swelled violently, erupting with a strength that surpassed that of a human dozens of times. And the entire alien's head was swept and exploded. Corrosive mucus splashing in all directions. Golden scaled armor shimmered. Qin Shuang held the chainsaw sword in his hand. Another layer of golden shimmering scale armor on top of his battlesuit. Fearless of the erosion of corrosive blood. And cut down the aliens one by one. Jiang Yi Rabbit is even more violent. She randomly pulled bombs out of her interdimensional pockets. Small grenades in the shape of rabbits bouncing around on the ground. Automatically tracking the oncoming aliens. Explosion. Rabbit grenades burst into small mushroom clouds. Everything within a 20-meter radius was engulfed in flames. The alien and the surrounding plants instantly vaporized. And the ripples from the shockwave blasted the few remaining aliens away. They want to run. Yang Feng's eyes changed slightly. And the Red Queen beside him raised one hand as countless reinforced armor-piercing bullets turned into a torrential rain. Its fingers fired a dozen rounds per second. Hundreds of armor-piercing bullets sweeping away, turning crooked in mid-air in pursuit of their targets. Magic bullets. Auto-tracking. Armor-piercing rounds automatically shot into the phase heads, punching hundreds of bloody holes in a matter of moments as one by one they fell. Collection of Heinketsu's rent, 50 bounty points. Collection of Qin Shuang's rent, 50 bounty points. Collection of Jiang Yi's rent, 50 bounty points. Kill alien, bounty points plus 100. Hidden kill record swipes. The piggies get 50% of the proceeds as rent. The Red Queen was determined to be Yang Feng's prop item, and all kills received full points directly. Fizzle. The mutant alien let out a low growl hiss. It was as pale as jade, and its entire face was so tight and organless that it was like a mirror. The mutant's face slowly cracked open and opened a bloody mouth. Hissing sounds spreading far and wide, as if making some kind of contact and reporting. Report? Crimson wailing. Yang Feng raised his palm and gently shook it towards the variant. Bioelectric currents resonated. Viral streams of data overwhelmed consciousness, forcibly tearing and cauterizing the mutant alien's brain, and vital systems became disrupted. The mutant alien spasms and trembles. Deep dark red lightning leapt and burned its brain tissue to a pulp before it fell from the top of the mushroom umbrella and hit the ground with a muffled thud. Not dead? The brains were all burned dry and the mutant alien actually didn't die. Yang Feng slowly walked forward. The mutant alien, which had fallen to the ground and was dying, suddenly burst into a sprint, transforming into a white residual shadow. Instinctive. It's the instinct of a killing machine. Its brain was burned and its nervous system was disorganized, but the instinct to kill still made it launch a final blow, fighting to the death to die with the enemy. Pust. Yang Feng turned his palm into a sword and easily severed the mutant alien's head. Corrosive blood splashed along with it, cauterizing the surrounding giant mushrooms with countless small holes. Too slow. The speed of the mutant alien blurred into a residual shadow, but to Yang Feng it was like a turtle crawling, completely crushing across latitudes. Kill alien mutant, plus 500 bounty points. 500 points to the account. Yang Feng squatted down his body and examined the pale jade-like alien corpse, and he suddenly found a special seed-shaped embryo. Embryos? Are these the eggs of a mutant xenomorph? What is it? Yang Feng took the embryonic matter and asked the Red Queen not far away. Perhaps the database of Tangu Corporation would have a record. Master, this is not an alien egg. It is the pheromone of the alien queen. The Red Queen replied respectfully, then dropped a 3D projection screen with a portion of information about pheromone embryos. Alien queen. It can also be called the alien queen. It was born in a very special way, parasitized by the queen-class facehuggers that rule over the entire alien race. But the queen is also in danger of being killed. The alien queen will be activated if she dies completely without being able to give birth to a queen-level egg. And these pheromone embryos will be activated. They will randomly birth a new queen. You mean, if the alien queen dies, the pheromone embryo can give birth to a new king? Yang Feng looked at the embryonic seeds in his hand, not realizing that there was a safety lock on the way the alien community reproduced. Yes, this pheromone embryo is temporarily useless. If we can extract the DNA inside it, we might be able to activate a new queen. And Town Valley will offer a high price. The Red Queen deciphered the secret information of the Town Valley Corporation. In other words, pheromone embryos are also considered precious materials and can be exchanged for a large number of inferno points. Aha! Yang Feng nodded and put the precious materials into his Sumeru ring, preparing to bring them back to the Hell apartment for careful study. Keep moving. Stay alert. Yang Feng waved his hand, signaling the Dodo squad to continue moving forward in the direction of the super farm. In the meantime, inside the super farm, another team arrives early. Bloods, the squad, called the Bloods, was dropped into the alien world a week early, and even set up a lab inside the superfarm. Lord Earl, the new batch of experimental subjects is ready, the lab technician reported, while before him was a man with a pale face and a handsome, authoritative countenance. Earl. This person had appeared at the secret word gathering and had gotten into an argument with Qin Shuang, threatening to destroy the Dodo Squad. The Count's bloodline is unique, coming from the Dark Council of Europe, becoming a member of the vampires and gaining powerful and mysterious powers. Blood magic. This superpower, which exists in myth and legend, can be utilized by the Count. Very good. The Count stood with his arms folded as he walked towards the labs of the superfarm. Ho 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 ho. The alien queen let out a mournful hiss. It was over 4 meters tall, covered in a layer of black exoskeleton armor, and its huge and terrifying size possessed unparalleled strength. But, instead, it was imprisoned by countless blood-red chains. Blood magic. Chains of thorns wrapped around the alien queen's body. These magical chains, which could not be physically destroyed, became more easily scratched by the thorns the more they struggled, and every now and then a strong acidic liquid dripped downwards. The ground beneath the alien queen's feet turned into an almost acidic soup kitchen. Unbelievable. The alien queen was surprisingly captured by the Count. One of the alien eggs it gave birth to were also collected by the Count and used for various experiments. Just savage, primitive creatures after all. They are incapable of understanding magic, and even the alien queen is just a more reckless and vicious beast. The Count let out a snort as he towered over him. He manipulated the blood magic to make the chains around his captivity tighter, causing the alien queen to let out a guttural scream. Soon, the Count came to another lab. Here lay a large number of alien eggs, the openings presenting 4-leaf clover petals peeling outward, revealing the egg membrane with the nutritive base material covering it. Facehugger. That's a horrible creature that can parasitize the human body. Chapter 109 Blood Race. First Embrace. Mutated blood alien. New experimenter. A group of humans have just been captured, all of them natives hiding underground. The lab technician reported. Several bound humans, appearing within the glass chamber of the lab, look with horror at the alien eggs not far away. Begin. The Count gave the order. A few drops of crystal clear blood fell on top of the alien egg's culture medium, quickly coloring it blood red. First Embrace. The blood's unique ability to reproduce. While vampires have no reproductive function, they are capable of performing the first embrace ritual, transforming other creatures with their own sperm blood and turning them into part of the blood as well. Earl is crazy. He actually hugged the face bug at first. The creature in the alien egg was undergoing some sort of metamorphosis, and had somehow established a connection with the Count, becoming its blood relative. The glass hatch opened slowly. No, do you know what you're doing? The horror of aliens can never be tamed by humans. Those hiding in the underground bases had seen the horrors of the aliens. The horrific rate of evolution, combined with the superb ability to adapt themselves, made them perfect organic creatures. This is playing with fire. The Count, however, sneered. As a noble blood, there was no need to fear the savage beast. Gollum. Grunt, grunt, grunt. The eggs of the face-hugging worm look like the petals of a 4-leaf clover torn apart, the blood-colored protein base deprived of nutrients, and the inner membrane of flesh torn apart by a sharp object. Facehugger. That's the primary form of the alien. Its skeletal knuckles crawled quickly across the ground, searching for the scent of the creature, before leaping up and crawling into the faces of the few remaining humans. Woo-woo. The few humans struggled violently. The bony tail wrapped poorly around the neck, and the lack of oxygen forced several people to open their mouths to breathe, finally giving the facehugger a chance to take advantage of the situation. A long biological tube, drilled through the facehugger's mouthparts, pierced deep into the throat and injected the alien embryo into the chest cavity. In the meantime, the facehugger punctures a vein, injects an anesthetic toxin, and supplies the host with oxygen to keep it alive for a certain period of time. The screams faded. All the victims, whose breathing became calm, all fell into a comatose state as if they were asleep. Development. The embryo injected by the facehugger will draw on the nutrients and life force of the host, and the whole process will last several hours. Time passes by. The facehugger loses its original luster, all its tasks completed, and turns into a stiff carapace wreck, shedding itself from people's faces. Several of the sufferers woke up slowly. The natives of these planets felt an irresistible hunger. The stomach is empty. They are in desperate need of some energy. Snap. The Count snapped his fingers. The room opens to an automated elevator filled with a variety of high-calorie foods, as well as large quantities of livestock meat to provide adequate nourishment. No, we're all being parasitized. These perverts, trying to get us to replenish our energy and feed the aliens inside us. The few humans that remained conscious rebelled against their bodies' hunger instincts. their stomachs making guttural grumbling noises as they forced themselves not to enjoy the food. Difficult to suppress. It's hard to control yourself. The DNA of their bodies, rapidly changing. Hormone levels are disrupted. The craving for food gradually overcomes reason, and an uncontrollable rush to the table begins to wind up shoveling food into your mouth. The power gets bigger. Flesh and blood enhancement. These sufferers, whose fleshly strength became strong, easily crushed large pieces of stick bones and sucked the marrow from them. Finally, they draw on the energy to satisfy the development of the embryo inside them. Chest breaker. The next phase of Alien. The chest cavity of the suffering human was suddenly ripped open by a horrible creature, drilling out a large mass of slimy embryonic material, which then fell to the ground. Alien. These aliens are particularly special. Their bodies were a blood-red color, with bony wings extending from their backbones and large membranes of flesh growing. Wings. The alien actually grew bat-like wings. This is a characteristic of the blood race, being able to transform into a blood-sucking bat and display demonic wings. Blood alien. Unbelievable. Xenomorphs are capable of fusing the genetic material of other creatures. Even the genes of the blood clan could be fused and optimized, and the strength of the flesh was greatly enhanced, even possessing some of the resistance to magic. My children, you are all my ethnicity. The Count closed his own eyes slightly, using the link of his bloodline to control the few special aliens in front of him. The Bloods are very hierarchical. While the father gives the first embrace in blood, the offspring must follow orders. An instinct makes it impossible to disobey. Fizzle. The blood alien hissed, but bowed his head submissively, treating his father with awe. The hatch to the lab opened. The blood aliens followed in their father's footsteps, guarding the Count like guards. See, Queen, that's our boy. Your alien eggs, coupled with the first embrace of the Bloods, give birth to even more powerful offspring. The Count came back to the alien Queen's side, a smug grin filling his face. He wanted to see it too. Will the aliens actually follow their own orders, or will they obey the Queen's orders? Fizzle. The blood alien continued to emit agonizing cries of grief. The alien Queen gives instructions, ordering the aliens to free themselves and kill the Count in front of them. But, the instincts of the Bloods, but not the ability to defy their father. Two conflicting bloodlines, mingling wills giving the aliens a headache, unable to make the right choice. A few minutes passed. The blood aliens slowly knelt, completely submitting to the vampire Count and violating the alien Queen's orders. Ha. Children prefer fathers to mothers. The Count was full of teasing, and it seemed that the instincts of the Bloods were more authoritative, beyond the shackled bonds of alien DNA. Lord Earl, there's a group coming in southwest of the superfarm. They killed a lot of aliens along the way, and the fight was tough. The Count's subordinate came scrambling in, then handed over an electronic screen monitoring the environment outside the superfarm. Dodo Squad. The group was getting closer and closer to the farm, and it was clearly another group of rivals arranged by hell. Those people are. The Earl's eyes lit up, remembering the few people he had encountered in the secret language gathering. A venomous smile appeared on his gloomy face. Dodo Squad. The revenge from the last secret language gathering is not even close to being avenged. The Count's eyes, again looking behind him to the blood alien, pointed to the figure in the monitor. Kids, tear these people apart. Come on, show me your power. The Count gave the order, and the mutated aliens flapped their wings behind them and quickly flew out of the lab, rushing towards the enemy beyond the farm. The other side. The Red Queen had a sense. Master, someone's been snooping through the monitors. There are enemies in the superfarm, being tracked in reverse. The Red Queen senses nearby cameras and quickly hacks into their network. Hack them, Young Fong ordered, while in the next second the Red Queen shut down all the camera systems in the vicinity, and the entire network of the superfarm was paralyzed. Chapter 110 Immortal Alien. Facehugger Wave. Death of the Queen. Superfarm. The golden ears of wheat were 2 meters high. They are like bunches of large grapes. Fruitful straw bending. The breeze will form a weak wave. Layers and layers of ripples. Camera off. The aliens are in a strange state. They have become chaotic and disorganized, circling around the experimental campus and are preparing to attack inward. The Red Queen decrypts the cyber system and monitors it in reverse, as a large number of aliens spring up near the perimeter of the farm, chaotically launching themselves at the test area in the center. Queen, alien Queen, captured by another squad. The Red Queen continued deeper, breaking through to the experimental park's intranet, and saw the alien Queen through the camera apparatus, actually held captive by countless chains of thorns. At this point, Yang Feng raised his head and looked at the tiny blood-colored light spots in the sky. Variant, blood alien. Those aliens had wings on their backs, and their metallic exoskeletons flashed with a scarlet color as they came straight in the direction of the Dodo Squad. Highly endangered species detected. Defense and control system activated. The Red Queen stood proudly, the fingers of her hands transforming into 10 gun barrels, followed by long tongues of fire spraying out like Gatling. Da 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 da. A torrential rain of bullets from the steel torrent, tilted to the sky. Every shot was not wasted, and the magical bullets came with an auto-tracking feature that tore the blood alien's body apart in moments. It doesn't look like there's any chance of us making a move. The Red Queen is also too strong. Ji Shui entered combat, but realized that she didn't even need to put up a fight herself. The blood alien had only just approached and was immediately beaten into a sieve. The ground trembled slightly. The air-attacking blood aliens fell, smashing deep craters in the loose dirt of the farm's wheat fields, but the mangled bodies were not completely dead. It's not over yet. Yang Feng frowned, sensing the blood alien's powerful life force. Not dead? Those aliens are covered in gunshot holes all over their bodies, high-powered bullets running through their flesh, leaving only a bloody mess where putrid blood is trickling out. However, the gift of the blood, allows them to be reborn after death. Tainted rotten blood is summoned by a special power and flows back against the norm. The bloody body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the eye of the gun that pierced through the torso was covered by a fresh membrane of flesh, quickly returning to its original state. Fizzle! The blood aliens rose from the ground, hissing noises escaping their mouths as their giant bodies overwhelmed a field of wheat and charged once more in the direction of the crowd. Master! It's hard for physical attacks to cause effective kills. The Red Queen's infinite ammo, however, produced less and less effective attacks, and even if it broke a blood alien into pieces, it would be back to its original state in 10 seconds or so. Magic! Beyond the laws of physics, Yang Feng's figure suddenly flashed, and the dead bone demon blade chopped at the alien, directly slicing its head off by the roots, falling to the ground and rolling a dozen times. Recovery! Healing! The blood alien's head, growing a tentacle of blood, tried to reattach itself to its neck. You can live even if your head falls off? Yang Feng frowned. Physical attacks produced limited effects. Even a severed head could be reconnected and healed. It was simply the physical warrior's nemesis. Filthy baby, the power of the darkest surges. Countless tiny baby hands covered towards the dead bone demon blade, filling it with the power of the curse. Pust. Yang Feng swung his sword again and the blood alien's body was split in half. The power of the magic was broken, and the blood of the Dark Council, containing the bloodline curse, was devoured as much as it could be, and the body of the blood alien withered rapidly. Completely dead. Kill alien mutant, plus 500 bounty points. Kill alien mutant, plus 500 bounty points. Kill alien mutant, plus 500 bounty points. Yang Feng continuously swung 3 swords and cut down several blood alien. The immortal characteristic of the blood race lost its effect, and all of them were broken by the filthy infant. God of Heaven descends. Qin Shuang held a golden chainsaw sword in his hand and wore golden scale armor. The mysterious properties attached to the power of the heavenly god descending from the earth could actually suppress the immortal properties of the blood race as well, and the chainsaw sword brutally shattered the alien into a large number of point rewards. All poisonous fury. Ji Shui also had her own means, having gained the ability to devour the heart with all poisons, and was able to cast a kind of poisonous fury after successfully evolving. The 10,000 poisonous bane came with the power of a curse, and even the aliens that flowed with acidic liquid could hardly withstand it, spitting out acidic water and collapsing to the ground. Can't die? Bunny doesn't believe it. If one bomb doesn't work, I'll use 2. Johnny Rabbit yelled loudly and kept pulling out bombs from his interdimensional pockets, blowing the blood alien to pieces and turning it into a ground of crushed flesh and paste. 1 bomb won't do. Then 2, 5, 10. The alien's body turned into broken flesh, which in turn was blown into mud, with no final ash left. Physical damage ineffective? That's because you don't have enough firepower. Johnny Rabbit directly blew the blood alien to ashes. Even if the vampire's recovery ability was strong, it was useless. 11 levels of hell. Extremely dangerous. Is that the only level of difficulty? Yang Feng was a bit disappointed. Even the mutant Fae didn't bring a single ounce of pressure. Completely disconnected and utterly crushed, the Dodo Squad moved on. There are tons of aliens densely packed around the superfarm, but the Red Queen alone can take them out with ease. It didn't take long. The crowd arrived at the experimental center of the superfarm. The smell of decay and filth was overwhelming, and the ground was covered with a layer of sticky organic material. The experimental base seemed to be a nest of some kind of creature. Flabby. They're a byproduct of Fae nesting. The Red Queen analyzed her surroundings. The flotsam made the nest dark and damp, perfect for the aliens to reproduce on a large scale. Heading inward, the walls of the lair flab were covered in human remains. Large holes broke open in their chests, and they had become incubators for a head of aliens, dying and sticking to the chunks of flesh on the walls, making the environment look even more eerie and bizarre. Eggs. Many of the chambers within the experiment center were filled with a large number of alien eggs. Wet, slimy foreign eggs with a foreflap opening at the top that slowly opens to reveal a fleshy membrane with a protein base, giving a physically uncomfortable sense of dread. It's like they sense something. Those alien eggs were activated in droves, their flesh membranes pierced by bony knuckles, drilling and crawling out spider-like facehuggers that crawled rapidly through the darkness. Rustle, rustle. The face-hugging worms were growing in numbers, densely packed in the thousands, covering the ceiling and floor, crawling rapidly over the flabby creatures. Kazetsu, can you control them? Qin Shuang looked at the face-hugging insects all over the ground and couldn't help but get goosebumps. They're not spiders. Ji Shui blankly glanced at Qin Shuang and immediately launched her own ability. There was a rustling and crawling sound as a large number of black poisonous fury spiders burrowed out and tore into the even nastier facehuggers. Toggle attack mode. The Red Queen adjusted to Rainstorm Firepower Crushing mode, transforming into a humanoid arsenal to fire at will, with auto-tracking magic bullets hitting each face-hugging bug with precision. Poisoned blood splattered everywhere. Corrosive, poisonous blood that covered the entire passageway. Thousands of face-hugging insects were broken, and an even more foul odor filled the air. Comprehensive. The Dodo Squad is too well-rounded to fight. With 360 degrees no dead spots, there are virtually no weak points. They can deal with magical creatures that transcend the physical, and they can easily deal with a tidal wave of facehuggers. Each member possesses different types of natural supernormal abilities, absolutely able to cope with a variety of complex battle situations, even without Yang Feng's hand. Fei Queen? Yang Feng led the team to continue deeper. A giant monster with a height and size of over 4 meters came into view. The alien queen was large, her entire body wrapped in thorny chains, her abdomen was cut open with a large hole, and her neck bore the marks of a tear. It was dried up, as if drained of blood. Dead. The alien queen was killed by another squad. Bloods. The count killed the alien queen and even drained it of all its blood, wondering if the acidic, putrid liquid filled with it could be digested. Master. The aliens are nesting beneath the experimental base, drilling a large cavern. The group killed the alien queen and all burrowed into the lair. The Red Queen plays the final surveillance recording as the blood count drains the Fey Queen's blood and steps into the lair with his subordinates. Ceremony. These people complete the test and begin a mysterious and evil ritual to transform their bloodline. Chapter 111 Primal Soup. Queen's Alienation. 8 immortals show their skills. Golem. Grunt. 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 Muddy. Slimy ponds with lots of bubbles can emit a strong sulfurous stench full of corrosive acid. Alien Lair. This is the very core of the lair, where the alien queen originally resided. Original soup. Life 3 has been cleansed by a nuclear explosion. Everything is contaminated with radiation and all living things are headed for death. However, the Blackwater virus changed all that. Those mutagenic fluids, extracted from the alien DNA, mutated in the midst of the nuclear blast contamination, immune to the radiation from the contaminant, and even glowed with more lush life. These foul, primordial soups, which contain large quantities of nuclear waste material, are also the place where the alien queen was born. It's on. The Earl stepped within the primordial soup, and a stabbing pain came from his powerful blood body as his flesh and blood quickly crumbled and disintegrated under the strong radiation. The collapsed flesh and blood healed quickly. The healing lumps of flesh disintegrated and crumbled again. Metamorphosis. Alienation. The blood count sucks all of the alien queen's blood, forcibly gaining its power and fusing it with his own bloodline for a final metamorphosis. King of the aliens. A perfect organism. A pure killing machine. This will be the place of my ascent to God. The Count felt the unceasing power. The incorporated alien queen's bloodline, gradually giving him super senses and a connection to all the aliens within the lair. Thousands of heads. Within the giant nest, thousands of aliens lay dormant. Most of them went into an inert state of dormancy, hidden amongst the mass of superfluous creatures, waiting to be activated by the queen. These aliens, all of them are my children. I made it. Even if you don't use the power of first embrace, you can create countless heirs. The Count spread his hands and laughed maniacally. The Blood's greatest weakness was their ability to procreate and reproduce, but it was overcome by the aliens' superb parasitic abilities. Su awake. All awakened. Block those outsiders and show your loyalty. The Count's hyper-perceptive intent, transformed into rippling waves, awakened all the inert dormant Fae. Pust. Put. Near the walls of those caverns full of flabby creatures, swollen chunks of massive flesh burst open and streamlined. Terrifying figures fell. Unmistakably countless heads of mature aliens. Queen. The Blood Count became the new alien queen. The alien armies all became manipulated biological weapons. The other side. The Dodo Squad enters the depths. The sound of rotting flabby creatures bursting open was unrelenting, followed by the hissing of the aliens in a continuous stream of hundreds. You guys just didn't get enough of killing, did you? Yang Feng's eyes lowered, revealing a sardonic smile. Now you can fire away and earn some more points for me. Heterozygous, more than 1,000 heads. Dodo Squad, 4 members, plus 1 super intelligent machine. It's a mismatched fight. Countless black shadows weaved in and out. The dank environment stuffed with monsters suddenly became silent at some point, as if it were the calm before the storm. Fizzle. The hissing of the aliens suddenly broke the silence, and countless terrifying figures surged out of the passages in all directions, rushing towards the Dodo Squad with teeth and claws. Kill! Yang Feng bellowed. The dead bone magic armor covered the whole body. The black bone blade was narrow and sharp, rushed into the Fey army and swung out a blade. The Fey were chopped into 2 in unison. Blade chi is spread out. The blade chi that tore through the powerful air swept the aliens in the entire nearby passageway, turning it into a rolled-up washing machine full of knives that tore countless pieces of flesh and blood to shreds in a matter of moments. Da 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 da. Boom, boom, boom. The gunfire and explosions were deafening, and the entire alien lair shook violently. The Red Queen is on fire. Gauss electromagnetic anti-material sniper rifle. The dark, narrow barrel of the gun, with its complex and subtle mechanism, eventually shot out a blue-colored light. One moment, the upper half of the alien's body exploded and shattered, and the powerful wind of the bullet's spiraling motion chewed up the putrid chunks of tainted blood and flesh. The other hand, the Red Queen held her palms high and fired at will. The steel torrent of bullets, transformed into small bees flying in the sky, automatically tracked the surrounding aliens, piercing countless blood holes. Good little bunny, open the door. I'm going to blow up. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Yi Rabbit became even more frantic, constantly pulling out weapons from his interdimensional pockets, and all kinds of cute-shaped grenades and explosive devices were thrown out. Flame, frost, thunderbolt, quagmire. They exhibit very different properties, some similar to the lightning in a bottle redeemed in hell, and mixed together even produce strong elemental reactions. Frost-jumping frog explodes. A dozen or so aliens were frozen on the spot, frost covering their bodies and turning them into large sculptures. Bunny bomb blast. Flames and shockwaves that instantly blasted the frozen aliens into powder, and a rain of icy mist and blood was burned into vapor that filled the entire corridor. Eel lightning bomb. An eel swims in midair. Its entire body erupted in dazzling lightning bolts of thunder, the water vapor becoming the best conduction tool, striking through the bodies of the aliens and burning them to a charred pulp. Don't you get a kick out of killing? An endless supply of aliens for all your violent needs. The old man doesn't care. I'm ing charging ahead. Kill. The third eye on Qin Shuang's forehead opened, and he rushed into the tide of aliens with his chainsaw sword in both hands, engaging in the most primitive physical combat fight. White, don't eat too much. It's bad for your stomach. The small white snake wrapped around Ji Shue's arm continued to expand in size, quickly becoming a huge monster, tens of meters long, occupying almost the entire passageway. Xiaobai opened his bloody mouth and directly swallowed a head of aliens, not caring if the thing was easy to digest. The poisonous fury spreads. Kazetsu shows off her new ability. The killer of all poisons was transformed into a fierce poison that surged towards the other holes with a hint of sweetness. One by one, the aliens fell. These creatures, which have superb antibodies to the toxin, actually spit blood and festered to death. The 8 immortals are all over the sea. The crowd of the Dodo Squad demonstrated their respective natural abilities. Each of them possessed incredibly powerful strength, fully capable of standing alone and killing chickens and slaughtering dogs to crush the alien army. Come on, points are running high. More. As the killing continued, the people of Dodo Squad instead grew more and more excited. Each alien was worth 100 points, and the reward for a variant was 500 points. Definitely a mecca for swiping points. At this point, another change in the depths of the lair. A palpitating aura emanated out, seemingly giving birth to some kind of terrifying alien creature. You guys keep brushing up on your scores. I'll go down and check it out. Yang Feng revealed a flash of excitement. Finally something less boring had appeared. God stops God. Buddha kills Buddha. Yang Feng searched for that scent and quickly arrived at the deepest part of the alien lair and saw the filthy primordial soup. Earl, the one who started it all. Right here. Chapter 112, Vampire Count. Exhausting the fish. Extracting 100% of the points. Earl. The primordial soup was murky and cloudy, with radioactive nuclear energy destroying the DNA sequences within the cells. The undead bloodline is the basis for the constant reorganization of the genetic sequence, eliminating the most fragile parts and fusing the excellent factors of the alien queen. And the Lord said, "What hast thou done? The voice of your brother's blood bemoans me through the earth. The earth opened its mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. Cursed art thou from this land. Thou hast sown the earth. and it hath ceased to serve thee, thou shalt wander and flounder upon the earth. The Count murmured, and the passage was taken from Genesis. Subsection 4:1-24. Cain, the originator of the Bloods. Legend has it that he murdered his brother and God punished him by making him a monster who was inhuman. Cain was cursed, and the earth where his feet stepped rotted and all nearby plants withered and decayed. No longer able to use human food, Cain could only eat blood and feed on life's blood, eventually becoming the vampire that people feared. Look again at the Count. Around him knelt 10 blood servants. Those blood servants were all visitors from hell, kneeling on the ground and mumbling, contributing their life force. Dodo. The name, does it come from Norse mythology? Odin, king of the gods, raised 2 ravens. One is called Fukin and the other Nero, representing thought and memory, respectively. They fly to earth every morning at break of day and return to the temple at night to report back to Odin, the king of the gods in whom all things are under control, and also the messenger of death. The Count is learned and tells where the dodo came from. Young Fang's gaze was cold. He looked towards the blood servants kneeling beside the Count, their body's life force gradually drained, their flesh and blood tissues becoming dried up, living like a dry corpse. Thoughts were mostly erased. Consciousness only knows how to obey. All of these people were slaves of the Count and feeders of bounty points. You have a great squad, powerful, efficient, and cold. The Count spoke to himself with a few teasing glances in his eyes as he continued. Work as a team, each one filling in the gaps until each one is on their own. I can see that. You were also a very powerful man before you were reborn in hell, and should have served in some secret army? Earl analyzed. Young Fong is clearly grooming his players, going through a rigorous selection process before incorporating moldable talent into the team. So, Yang Feng's tone was bland and indifferent, his mind without a single ripple. So, ha 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 ha, don't you get it? This is hell, no longer the world you used to live in, where personal strength is greater than anything else. The Count became agitated and spread his hands to display his blood servants and continued. These are my slaves who will contribute 100% of the points. I will be 10 times more efficient at gaining points than you are. Exhaustion. The Count has 10 blood servants, or 10 piglets. He has a very different philosophy, where all blood servants are expected to contribute 100% of their bounty points, all of which feed towards the Count himself. Death? Then get another one. Enslave a blood servant, take all the rewards, and become an unrivaled and powerful individual with 10 times the point gain all rolled into one. Vampires. Capitalist. What win-win cooperation. What teamwork. The Count doesn't need them all. Everyone else is just a tool, a slave to be discarded at any time. You're full of crap, and it turned out to be just to promote that theory that capital sucks blood? Yang Fong was unmoved. A hint of contempt was added to his eyes, mocking the Earl's short-sightedness. You only have points in your eyes, just like a capitalist only has money in his eyes. Bounty points. That's the currency of hell. Does the amount of money truly represent strength? Hell of a bounty point. It does replace high-quality weapons, all sorts of unimaginable consumables, and redeem all sorts of base abilities. But, can points be exchanged for grievance hearts? Can points be redeemed for the G-Virus and Veronica virus to produce a life bloom effect? Can points merge the abyssal network of the City of Night, devour the Black Wall and bring about the ultimate ascension of flesh and consciousness? Currency is not everything. A single technological explosion can change the rules of the old world. One successful atomic bomb study can change the rules of war. What Yang Fong was after was not just a surge in points. He needs the scientific singularity to explode. He needed his ability to sublimate and metamorphose. An explosive qualitative change like working out a nuclear bomb. If you only know how to extract bounty points, you are confined within the rules of hell, and go in place according to someone else's rules and laws. You have more points. You're as strong as you are. You're also just a fat pig ready to be slaughtered. Yang Fong, however, was different, digging up all kinds of secrets hidden in the depths of hell, breaking through the limitations of the rules of hell step by step. A true extra-legal fanatic. First mission. In my pocket. It's just $5. The one I killed, on the other hand, was a billionaire. Yang Fong was not in a hurry to strike, picking up his lighter and lighting a cigarette for himself, listening to the sounds of the battle in the distance as countless Fae were killed. Making money is important, but how many aces do you have in your hand to play? Also, I want to thank you. The aliens that were awakened provided me with quite a few points. Yang Fong glanced at his points. Bounty points, 1. 33 million. After deducting the consumption of purchasing a large amount of supplies and the 100,000 points spent by the Red Queen, there was actually an extra 200,000 or so earned. The monsters in the alien lair are quite a few in number. It's all thanks to the Blood Count, who thankfully wakes up all the monsters and is simply a great companion for swiping points. Right. These blood servants of yours, They're all visitors from hell, right? Yang Feng flicked his arm and the vertical and horizontal blade chi slashed through. All the blood servants kneeling on the ground instantly had their heads cut off and the bounty points rolled in. Kill a member of the blood squad. +1,000 bounty points. Kill a member of the blood squad. +1,000 bounty points. Kill a member of the blood squad. +1,000 bounty points. Slaughtering 10 visitors from hell at once, even if it's just piggybacks that provide points, yields no less revenue. It's also a small fortune. The count stormed off. Killing piggies wasn't a big deal, but finding that many leases wasn't easy. Very good. Then I'll show you the power of the blood. The count floated up and slowly floated above the primordial soup. Blood coalescing. The Earl mouthed the words, and the dirty blood flowing from the blood servants around him gathered, quickly forming a huge ball of blood. It's not just blood servants. Within the alien lair, the corrosive blood flowing from the monsters also surged like a stream towards the direction of the primordial soup. The count steals the alien queen's power. All the aliens, all his children and all its servants, gathered blood will become the count's power. Chapter 113, Immortal Count. Do you want to suck my blood? Blood magic. The dead aliens, the filthy, rotting blood came together and turned into a river. Boring. Your chant, longer than life. The soil burst under Yang Feng's feet, and his body transformed into a blurry residual shadow, arriving beside the count in an instant. Dead bone demon blade. The pure black to dark blade exuded a gust of coldness. 1,000 cuts. Blade lights exploded one after another. A perfect arc, easily tearing through the count's body. Head sliced into several petals like a watermelon. Arms and thighs limbs also stripped from the body. TSK, TSK, TSK. You can't really hurt me. The count scoffed. The severed body fell into the primordial soup, but not a drop of blood was shed, and the face that had been cut into countless parts was pieced together, and finally healed back up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Blood magic, thorns of thorns. The tainted blood surging around them suddenly solidified into a blood spike that shot towards Yang Feng's direction. Blood magic, chains of thorns. The thorn chains collided with each other, emitting dull metal clashing sounds, forming a heavenly dragnet covering away, wanting to imprison Yang Feng. Ding ding ding. All the sharp blood spikes were blocked by the dead bone demon armor. The chain of thorns was like a poisonous snake, and the bounds of the heavenly net shrunk and came tearing in with open fangs and claws, and it was this move that imprisoned the queen of the aliens. Curse Eater? The dead bone demon blade was wielded again. Chains of scarlet thorns burst in droves as the power of the curse eaters cracked the blood magic with ease, and it left the Earl stunned. Mystic abilities? You possess such a strong physical body, and you even have the power to break demons. The count's face was ugly. With blood magic he was not afraid of any physical attacks. Even if he was torn into a puddle of flesh he could recover as before. But Yang Feng unexpectedly possessed the power to break magic, which meant that it could actually hurt him. Obscene baby crying. The baby's strange cries rang out. The filthy infant in Yang Feng's chest opened its evil eyes, and the power of the darkest emerged with it, and countless small, fat hands wriggled. Die! Yang Feng's figure exploded once again. The light of the supreme darkness blade slashed across the count's shattered body. The power of the blood magic was immediately broken, and the ice of the shattered body melted and dissolved into a puddle of blood. Still alive? The blood count melted into blood and water, but his vitality remained tenacious, and the dirty primordial soup boiled up violently, gradually transforming into the form of a man. I recognize that. You are indeed very strong. The count transforms into a blood man-like being, emitting an unhuman, evil voice. Mutation. The count fuses with the Blackwater virus and morphs into another being. He can devour the corrosive acidic blood of all aliens, and the power of blood magic never runs out unless every drop is boiled dry. My heir. The power of unending devotion. And how many times can you kill me? The count felt the energy in his body, not just the consecrated blood of his alien children, but the inexhaustible contamination of nuclear energy. Yang Feng didn't talk nonsense. He once again used the 1,000-blade slash and slashed the count's transformed blood man to pieces. Tainted plasma bursts. The count is killed over and over again, only to be resurrected again and again within the primordial soup, while only losing some of the alien's putrid plasma each time. I am immortal. Completing this metamorphosis, I will become an eternal being. Instead, the count's life force grew stronger, and the alien lair was covered in the remains of giant monsters, shedding blood that turned into his life. Life is like a river. How can a black knife cut through an unending river? Blood magic, blood sucking. Let's show you the true power of blood magic. The blood on you is delicious and will be my strength. The count laughed maniacally, followed by spreading his palms. The blood magic showed its terrifying side, directly manipulating the blood in Yang Feng's body, and every drop of blood became agitated. Traction. Yang Feng felt the blood in his body gradually going out of control. Every drop of blood was being forcefully tugged and pulled by some force that seemed to want to rip through the skin and return to the embrace of the blood. Ha! You want to devour my blood? Yang Feng was fearless, his eyes flashing with killing intent. The crimson Darkrai leapt to life, a wave of terrifying power erupting from its body, creating a bioelectric field. At the same time, instead, Yang Feng made a bloody cut on his palm and a large amount of blood suddenly crumbled out, but it coalesced into the shape of a lotus flower. Black Lotus of Death. Root cause of mutation. Yang Feng's bloodline and talent were able to catalyze the speed of the mutation. The bright red blood was drenched by the filthy infant and blossomed into beautiful petals, transforming into a deathly black lotus flower of the darkest darkness. Trying to suck my blood. See if you get diarrhea. Yang Feng sneered. The deadly black lotus flowers in his hands withered, and the sky full of petals drifted in the direction of the Count. Alienation. Metamorphosis. The deadly black lotus is like a virus that destabilizes everything. The Count's blood magic began to get out of control, and the filthy primordial soup grew large swaths of rotting flesh, and even more rotting pustules densely covered the rotting flesh. That's what? What have you done? The Count almost screamed in fear. He manipulated the magic with all his might, but he couldn't stop the blood from festering, like a rapidly expanding blood cancer that had diffused a disease specifically designed to restrain the blood. Classy. Yang Feng possessed the bloodline of a perfect creation and comprehended the talent of the alienation moot. For the Count to engage in this mutation business is completely like playing with a sword in front of Guangong's door, lifting a stone and stoning his own feet. You want to metamorphose? I'll give you a boost. Yang Feng urged the power of the deadly black lotus to speed up the spread of the blood cancer, while soon the tainted blood of the surrounding aliens were also infected. The more blood, the faster the infection. The gushing, river-like alien-tainted blood became a deadly poison instead. No, blood magic can control them. I am a god born in blood. I want to be the prince of the blood. I want to surpass the Cain patriarch. I want to. The Count tore his heart out and growled. The grand blueprint plan in which he himself would reach the apex of the blood race step by step, even surpassing the legendary and mythical Cain patriarch. But, the Count quickly turned into a pile of rotten meat. Blood magic is completely ineffective. The Count manipulates the essence of the blood, metamorphosing and alienating it into rotting flesh and pus, ultimately causing the entire primordial soup kitchen to turn into a large mountain of flesh. The mutation continues. Piaget's inability to control the blood cancer ultimately leads to the Blackwater virus taking over. Ah! The Count screamed miserably, and a horrible meat egg was slowly forming amongst the transparent rotting flesh. Alien Queen, the Blackwater virus gradually takes over, in turn suppressing the Count's bloodline. A special scarlet alien egg forms, voraciously sucking in biomass energy and devouring the power of the bloods. Sarcasm. Ridiculous. The blood Count instead became a petri dish for the alien queen. After all that crap, it's something. Yang Feng stared at the queen's egg that was born from the rotting flesh, polymerizing the genes of the blood race and the alien. Coupled with the contamination from the nuclear radiation, it would become the best evolutionary material. Chapter 114 Jury. Angelic Descent. Resurrecting the Holy Feather. Exchanging the queen's egg. Death comes. Queen's egg. It draws on the energy of the primordial soup, the life essence of thousands of monsters in the alien lair, combined with the Count's blood magic power, metamorphosed to form a mutated queen's egg. Original. Wild. Killing. Yang Feng could feel that the pure flesh and blood power was blooming. The queen's egg will give birth to horrific monsters like never before. And it's not just limited to physical forms. It can't be allowed to hatch and metamorphose, swallow and absorb its DNA sequences directly and plunder this power. Yang Feng had an intention in his mind, and his hands directly tore apart the rotting flesh and blood, putting the queen's egg into the Sumeru ring, maintaining it in a constant state of inert dormancy. Adopted. The Sun Knights, who had been spying and monitoring, had given their passing evaluations, allowing the mighty Yang Feng to advance. Suddenly, a special reminder in blood appeared on the surface of the eye. Your level of hell is being invaded. Invasion? The alien lair trembled slightly. Space rippled a little, tearing a rift out of thin air and rapidly expanding around it, forming a dazzling white portal. A figure slowly walked out of the portal. Is that a man? He looked handsome and tall, with an aura of divine light emanating from his body, while the most conspicuous thing was the pair of feathered wings growing from his back. Clean white. Holy, it's like the angels of legend. Hello, the soon-to-be promoted Knight of the Sun. The glorious, magnificent man opened his eyes, blossoming with two rays of regal, holy light, and his vast voice echoed through the alien lair. Introduce yourself. I'm from the Peace Warriors, and the juror in charge of the examination, the two-winged holy angel Hong Fei. Hong Fei hung in the air with a hint of arrogance in his tone. Transcendent. Holy and solemn. Hong Fei's eyes looked out of the world, looking down on the multitudes. Even Yang Feng was part of them. Angel? What can I do for you? Yang Feng frowned and took another look at the portal behind Hong Fei. Sun Rider. After promotion, the sun will have the ability to invade other worlds, which means deeper plunder. I've been watching you. The mission went perfectly, and the jury's rating was very high. Hong Fei paused in his words for a moment, then spoke of his true purpose. That queen's egg in your hand is fused with the power of the blood race. Angels and bloods are arch-enemies. This queen's egg is important to us, the peaceful warriors, so please hand it over. Plunder. A member of the jury, who saw something as good as the queen's egg and went down to take it by force himself. Sure, we will compensate you accordingly. Hong Fei raised his hand and held a pure and sacred feather. The feather radiated a soft and majestic light, containing unimaginably great power, mixed with a hint of divinity. This is the metamorphosed holy feather of a six-winged holy angel. It has the power to raise the dead, and even if a team member is sacrificed, you can use it to recall your soul and completely restore your physical body. Resurrection of the holy feather, back from the dead. There is no doubt about its preciousness. It's the equivalent of an extra life in a crisis-ridden hell. But, I refuse. I don't need to. Please return. Yang Feng directly rejected Hong Fei. Compared to the resurrection holy feather, the mutated queen's egg was more suitable to act as a material for evolution, and strength was the hard truth. The newly promoted son. You've only just stepped out of the safety of the sheepfold. Hong Fei's voice grew cold, mixed with a threatening warning as he continued. If you want to live on in the depths of hell, I advise you that you'd better cooperate with us. Sheepfold. The first 10 floors of hell would be nothing more than a novice village, going through layers of screening. Those who can survive until now are all strong. No longer the fry in the fish pond to kill at will. The consequences of offending the peaceful angels battle group will be very serious. In other words, the rookie protection period is over. I, for one, don't like being threatened. Yang Feng's tone also became icy cold. Any threat or provocation meant the risk of becoming an enemy. Since it's the enemy, what's there to say? Eliminate. Crimson wailing. Yang Feng suddenly stretched out his hand and inspired to induce crimson lightning. The viral data of the biomass turned into a waterfall and surged into Hong Fei's brain. The heart-rending wail produced intense pain, and the perfect body mutated. Bold, sacred eyes were bloodshot, and tainted power ate away at the body. Hong Fei let out a violent shout, and the great power attached to divinity erupted, dispersing a crimson dark thunder in his body and smoothing out the agitation in his body. Horn blows. Yang Feng's body was overloaded. 10 times Mach speed exploded. His body transformed into a deep dark lightning, which could not be captured by the naked eye. What? Hong Fei's sacred pupil was unexpectedly unable to fully capture Yang Feng's figure. Impossible. How did it happen so fast? This newly promoted son just now experienced a bloody battle, but still left room for maneuver. Many killer applications are still not used. Absolute force field. Around Hong Fei's body, a sacred force field appeared that was visible to the naked eye. A diamond-shaped force field forms a matrix that can defend against any physical damage, even mystical attacks for the most part. Even if it's faster, you can't break me either. Before Hong Fei finished speaking, a shattering sound was heard in his ears. Click, 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 click. The divine absolute force field shattered and exploded, like crumbs flying in the sky. The fire is on. Horn blows. Filthy baby. Breaking pole fist. Yang Feng's fist exuded the power of the darkest filth. 10 times the speed of sound transformed into a stream of residual shadows, and 100% of his entire body's power coalesced on his fist's blade. Break! The sonic boom was continuous. The absolute force field was directly shattered by the punch, and the recoil surged through the mountains, causing Hong Fei to spray out a large mouthful of blood. Absolute physical strength. Crying curse-eater filthy baby. Yang Feng's entire body was wrapped in the dead bone demon armor, just like a shadow demon that crawled out of hell. And once again, he fiercely blasted out with a punch. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Hong Fei's body, like a cannonball, flew out backwards. The sacred body smashed through a passageway, breaking open a large tunnel hole hard enough to crash out hundreds of meters. 7 meats and 8 veggies. Hong Fei was smashed and dizzy, but before he could react, the crimson dark lightning flashed in front of him once again. Ka-ching! Yang Feng grabbed Hong Fei's arm and broke it directly with brute force. Enlargement. Yang Feng's body was giganticized and his raging power increased exponentially, reaching 5 meters in the blink of an eye. Holding a pair of unfurled sacred feathered wings, rip it to shreds. A plopping sound of blood and flesh tearing sounded. Hong Fei's pair of sacred feather wings were directly ripped off and torn apart by Yang Feng. and holy blood was subsequently scattered all over the place. Ah! Hong Fei screamed miserably. The pain of flesh and blood is nothing, but the feathers of angels are a source of strength, without which they would degenerate into mortals. How dare you! Hong Fei's eyes were filled with anger and malice, and he wanted to bring out the forces behind him as a threat, but what ushered him in was a large hand. How dare you threaten? Death comes! Yang Feng held the remnants of Hong Fei's body, followed by the sound of a baby crying more and more violently, and countless sheets of fat to dark tentacles drilled out. The filthy infant opened its evil eyes and unleashed its own devouring power as darkness gradually enveloped the angel's body. Devour! Drain! Hong Fei's threats and screams faded away as his fat little palms tore off chunks of holy flesh and blood, and then the sound of his heart chewing loudly could be heard. Dead! This Sun-level juror died in Yang Feng's hands just like this. Congratulations! You are promoted to the rank of Sun. The words in blood prompted on the eyeballs, followed by the moment of finality rattling around. Precisely the moment of reaching the 12 o'clock hour of midday and advancing to the level of the Sun. Chapter 115 Advancing to Sun. Acquiring territory. Ancient Castle Manor. Council Hall. Prying Eye. Click. Death of the Holy Angel Hong Fei. The invasion portal broke down with it. Yang Feng crouched down and picked up the six-winged angel's resurrection holy feather, storing it within his Sumeru ring. Destroy the Dawnbringer, 3,000 points awarded. Annihilate the Blood Squad, 10,000 team points awarded. Destroy the Sun Knights, 100,000 points awarded. The letters in blood hinted at it. Wiping out the members of the Blood Squad contributed a large number of points. The Count, as a Dawnbringer, was even rewarded with 3,000 points for killing it. 100,000? Killing the Sun Knight had rewarded 100,000 points. Different grades. Different classes. A Sun Knight is worth more than 30 times more than a Dawnbringer. Bounty points, 1.47 million. Yang Feng returned to the hall of the alien lair. The surrounding area was densely covered with alien corpses, and everywhere was broken flabby creatures with corrosive tainted blood. The crowd of Dodo Squad gasped roughly. They went through a bloody battle, killing in the dark, not knowing how many aliens they had cut up. Boss, it's all settled on this side. Qin Xuan leaned against the wall and gave a thumbs-up gesture. Master, a total of 216 alien kills. 5% of them were mutant aliens, and a total of 126 hatching embryos were collected. The Red Queen collected the hatching embryos of the mutant xenomorphs, and while some were destroyed, most were preserved. If you go by the Hell's Rules quest, these alien queen hatching embryos alone can be worth 120,000 points. But Yang Feng wasn't going to exchange them, but rather, he collected them all into his Sumeru ring and used them as materials for evolutionary metamorphosis. Mission accomplished. We should leave. An hour later, the group returned to the anti-ship bay of the Yungu Corporation and symbolically delivered one hatching egg of the alien, and all missions were then completed. The azure light flickered, the light blurred and flowed, and in the blink of an eye, he was back in Hell's apartment. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the challenge of the 11th level of Hell and have been rewarded with 1100 base bounty. You have completed your promotion to the Sun Order. Your privileges are upgraded. You've acquired the Sun territory. Rumble. The earth roared and the ground shook violently. External view. The apartment that Yang Feng was in was still just an ordinary small room on the first floor, but the interior was something else. The apartment was remodeled to a degree visible to the naked eye, gradually becoming a giant old castle with hundreds of times more space inside. Space technology. This is true space modification technology. The layout of Yang Feng's room had not changed, but it had become the topmost floor of the ancient fortress, and looking outward it was still a pale and dilapidated endless hell. Look inward. The old castle is connected to a whole spring estate. Warm sunshine from the turquoise sky, bright green grass, covering a garden of 10 kilometers in circumference, and a musical fountain in the central location. Territory. This is the territory of the Sunriders. Yang Feng was promoted to a Knight of the Sun, and surprisingly, he also obtained an exclusive castle and territory gifted by Hell, manifesting an incomparably honorable and noble status. Every member of the squad dipped their toe in the water. All were allocated top-class luxury rooms and had access to the communal facilities of the old castle estate. Advanced War Room, 10,000 points are needed to build it. Advanced Training Room, 10,000 points are needed to build it. Advanced Recreation Room, 10,000 points are needed to build it. Inferno Council Chamber, 10,000 points are needed to build it. Prying Eyes, 100,000 points are required to redeem. New buildings in various ancient castles consume a lot of points. The Eye of Prying, in particular, surprisingly required a full 100,000 points to redeem. Build. Yang Feng's points were close to 1.5 million, which counted as a lot of money. A big hand. Direct upgrades to all utilities. The old castle manor trembled violently, but soon completed the intensive remodeling of each area, and all areas were refreshed. Hell's Council Chamber. The scarlet, fluffy carpet had a hint of warmth attached to it, producing a cozy touch on the palms of his feet. Luxurious walls of obsidian. Ancient stone pillars set with an oil lamp, permanently burning with the unquenchable flame of hell. Oil painting. In the very center of the Hell Council Chamber, there was a huge oil mural depicting Yang Feng. Yang Feng was in the very center of the oil-colored mural, his face cold and majestic, his ice-like eyes looking down at the earth, showing off his master's identity. Side of the wall. There are also a couple of murals of other members in a slightly smaller format. Qin Shuang, Ji Shui, Jiang Yi Rabbit. All of them surrounded Yang Feng as team members and became part of the Dodo squad. Wow, boss, your mural. So TM much like those nobles in ancient times. The crowd arrived at the council hall and were deeply shaken inside at the first sight of the owner's oil mural. We're all nobles now. Jiang Yi Bunny runs to the side of her oil mural, compares her image, and pulls out her camera for a few selfies. Peeping eye. Yang Feng walked down from the upper floors of the ancient castle, and in the center of the council hall there was a huge round table, big enough to sit 50 people. The center of the round table was hollowed out and held a hot burning heart. Hell's Heart. It is a source of power for the Hell apartments, capable of burning points to increase the length of stay, and is one of the most important pieces of equipment in the hierarchy. Above the Heart of Hell, on the other hand, floated eerily huge eyes. This is the peeping eye redeemed for 100,000 points, which look somewhat similar to the secret word gathering, much like the fruit that grows from a giant silver gray tree. Yang Feng came to the main sitting position in the council hall. The seat took on a scarlet color and had a texture of flesh and blood when touched, mimicking some of Yang Feng's evolved characteristics and showing a hint of evil and strangeness. Take your seat. Yang Feng sat towards the main seat, and immediately afterward, the Eye of Prying was activated with him. Snooping eyes. Function 1, spy on the hellish world your teammates are in and give tips and help. Function 2, you can communicate with other sons. Function 3, peer into shallow hell. On the surface of the peeping eye, lines of bloody characters appeared. The first time it opens it explains the features, and immediately afterward a large number of messages appear. Hello, the Death Squad invites you to join them. Hello, the Fear and Terrorism Warriors have been watching you, and we hope you'll join us in an alliance to kill your way through hell. Many Sun War groups sent invitations, wanting Yang Feng to join with his squad or establish alliances. Peekaboo. The evil eyes that roamed the sky peering into the world included the peeping eyes that these Sun Knights manipulated. A peek into shallow hell. Looking for promising, potential seeds. Keep waiting until the fruit is ripe. Then invite into your own warband. So it is. There is no evaluation or gift from the Great Being for this hellish challenge. Hell is shielded from prying eyes and there are only 6 solar-level jurors, including that angel named Hong Fei. Yang Feng pondered in his heart, but didn't pay any attention to the invitations from these battle groups. To Raven Squad, you killed a holy angel of the Peace Corps. This is a naked declaration of war. In addition to the invitations, there were messages of threats and declarations of war. The death of the holy angel Hong Fei enraged the JPL and threatened to destroy the Dodo Squad. Ha ha ha. Yang Feng sneered. If we run into each other in the future, it's not certain who will destroy who. Block out tons of information. Yang Feng discovered yet more functions of the Eye of Prying. Peeping. It can peer into shallow hell and look for seeds with potential. Chapter 116, Peeking into the Shallow Levels of Hell. Dodo Battle Group. 3 independent squads. Peeps. Consumes 10 points per minute. The evil eye slowly opened into a beam of light that shot into some shallow part of hell. 3 levels of hell, sea rafts. Mission objective, survive for 30 days. Giant cruise ship sinks, leaving several victims trapped on top of a small raft of only 10 square meters. There are containers floating near the sea, and occasionally some rotting and spoiled food can drift out. The deaths of countless shipwrecked victims have caused the surrounding waters to be colored a light red, and large numbers of man-eating sharks have swum in on the scent. Wow. Live. Ji Shui's jade hands rested on her pink cheeks as she looked at the image unfolding in the peeping eye. The mountain is at an end. Time to spend 3.5 weeks. The containers around the raft were empty, and all the useful supplies were searched. Watch carefully. The 10 square meter raft, at this point, became broken, surrounded by broken shark bites and people with serious injuries and bandages. We're out of food. Fresh water is all used up as well, and people don't even have a drop of urine left. The crowd on the raft was filled with despair. After more than 20 days of captivity, the skin became dry under the baking sun, shedding in large patches and even cracking out a bloody scar. One teenager became severely dehydrated and fell into a deep coma. Kill him. His flesh, His blood is enough to sustain us for the rest of the time. Someone on the raft with scarlet eyes looked over at their former teammates who had supported them side by side, killing the unconscious man enough to sustain them for the rest of their survival. Are you ready? A young girl on the raft, her face full of fear, didn't dare to say the word cannibalism out loud. This is hell. We're not bound by the law here. And it's all just about staying alive. We're kind of an emergency shelter. Is there any way you guys can stay alive? The man with the scarlet eyes began to make amends for his insane criminal behavior, as if everything was justified and he was forced to do such things. The man with scarlet eyes took a step towards the dehydrated and unconscious teenager. The dagger trembled in his hand, but the moment he was about to stab it down, he was knocked down by the young girl beside him. Don't touch my friend. The young girl summoned up great courage and, after more than 20 days together, actually developed a deep friendship with the comatose man. The blade was knocked away. The young girl picked up her knife and swung it haphazardly, instantly leaving the entire raft splattered with blood. A few moments later, the scarlet-eyed thugs were hacked to death. The young girl was drenched in blood and her eyes grew fierce, just as the thug had just said. If she wanted to live she had to. The raft floated. The sky was darkening, and the sky was twinkling with stars, interspersed with countless evil prying eyes. The diesel engine hummed. An induction cooker cooked delicious meat, and the young girl picked up some of the meat and dripped the strained blood around the unconscious teenager's mouth. The dehydrated and unconscious teenager slowly opened his eyes. Where did you find the food? The dehydrated teenager's voice was weak as he inquired about the source of the food. Eat? We must live. It's a turtle that was just caught. The young girl lied and claimed that there was turtle soup cooking in the pot. Turtles. Smells good. The dehydrated teen struggled, nibbling and swallowing the delicious turtle soup, gradually looking better. The prying eye consumes a lot of points. If you are interested in someone, you can consume a certain amount of points to follow subscriptions. We are all actors. I'm all spectators too. Young Feng seemed to understand something. Every time you complete a Hell tier challenge, there will always be an unknown supreme being that gives some evaluation and rewards. Actor, Yang Feng, Qin Shuang, Ji Shui, Jiang E Rabbit, all are actors on the stage, providing joy and being watched by many supreme beings. Audience, advance to the sun and become a nobleman in hell. Yang Feng also became a spectator, able to peer into the shallow performances of hell, looking for a single moldable talent or simply having fun. One thing is confirmed. Yang Feng's performance was particularly outstanding, and he was being subscribed to attention by countless gazes in the underworld, and was gradually becoming a new generation of netizens in hell. Inquire about new privileges. Yang Feng inquired about his permissions after promotion, and in addition to the ancient castle manor, he also obtained a permission to establish a war group. Battle group. A warband can form multiple squads. Each squad can go on independent missions to Hellworld for various challenges. Set up multiple squads. Yang Feng fell into deep thought and habitually lit a cigarette for himself. There are 4 members of the Dodo squad. It can be split into up to 4 squads, each performing a different task. Qin Shuang, you wanted to test your strength earlier and wanted to challenge the Hell tiers alone. Yang Feng remembered the previous private discussion and couldn't help but reveal a sardonic smile. Now that the opportunity has come, I can grant you the position of captain. Captain, Qin Shuang was honored to be promoted to a squad leader. Ha, I'm going solo. This. Now that's a bit much to carry on the difficulty of this hell. Qin Shuang's tone stuttered a little. The difficulty of the 11th layer of hell was obvious to all. If he was allowed to challenge it alone, Xiang would have to be beaten out. TSK. You were full of ambition at first, talking about how he's a god from heaven and can do it all on his own. Ji Shui arched her fire at the side, mocking Qin Shuang's grandiose words and saying something about testing her own vessel. Kazetsu, there's nothing wrong with you, is there? Yang Feng's gaze moved back to Ji Shui, this mysterious island girl, whose physical body had been strengthened many times and whose talent was extraordinarily powerful, and who had gained the ability to devour the heart with all poisons, was definitely considered a ruthless character. Kizhu shrugged. I'm fine with that. I've got the squad name all figured out. Fierce Poison Squad. Ji Shui smiled flirtatiously and stretched her body lazily as she was promoted to the captain of the squad. And then look at Jiang Yi Bunny. Don't look at me. I wouldn't mind. Geek. Originally I was a lone wolf. Jiang Yi's fingers fiddled with the bleached hair of her bangs, and as a veteran lone wolf, she didn't mind splitting the team up. God of Heaven. Poisoning. Geek. Yang Feng used his authority to directly establish 3 independent squads. The Inferno rules detail that members of the same warband can work together on Inferno challenge missions or group together for different challenges. Taxes. The boss of a warband can pay a certain amount of points to promote members to permanent servant subordinates. All points earned by the squad will be supplied to the entire warband as a percentage of taxes. Sure, the head of the warband has absolute control of the team points. 50%. I would set the tax amount at 50%. These bounty points, which allow us to become powerful together, are used to build various infrastructures and purchase weapons supplies with various magical items. Also, anyone who needs a lot of points can also apply in advance. Yang Feng wasn't greedy enough to hog all the points. The way the warband is run no longer lends itself to pure piggybacking with a limited number of points being squeezed out. Developing multiple teams at the same time, growing the power of the warband and slowly making the cake bigger is the best option. Squads, warbands, will grow in size in the future, perhaps evolving into an entire society, or even a vast empire. I declare, the Dodo warband is formed. Yang Feng stood up and announced the formation of an independent war group. Chapter 117, Becoming a God is just the beginning. Random challenge. Exorcising the darkness. Dodo warriors, Sun Knights are promoted and tons of new privileges are opened. The rules for the Inferno challenge have also been changed, with the addition of a new mode. Challenge Mode I, Random Challenge. All squads in a warband can randomly open the Inferno challenge. A new rule has now been added that squad leaders can repeat a challenge of a tier, but at the cost of a precious challenge, which is currently repeated 10 times. Maximum level, 12 levels of hell. The Dodo warband passes 11 levels of hell, allowing challenges to 12 levels, and new levels consume no times. Boss, we can brush 11 floors over and over again. The curse pressure is 20. Difficulty isn't a big deal for us. Qin Shuang read the new rules over and over again, then laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha, then won't we be able to swipe unlimited points? Unlimited swiping. Appropriate level of difficulty. Proper curse pressure. The squad members, there was little risk of death. Grow without limits and wait until the time is right to challenge new tiers. What do you think? Yang Feng inquired. And Ji Shui beside him pondered for a few seconds and voiced her guess. Layers of screening. Sunriders, precious and rare. Hell allows nobles more room to grow. Slowly pushing deeper. Jiju guessed. Human life in hell is as cheap as grass. The death of 1 man, 10 men, 100 men, 1,000 men, has absolutely no effect. Then, what if we replaced it with the Dawnbringer? 1 Dawnbringer, 10 Dawnbringers, 100 Dawnbringers. What will be the impact of the death and sacrifice of a large number of Dawnbringers? And will it cost hell? Finally, Sunrider. Each powerful Sun Knight was selected from among the countless Dawnbringers and was called 1 in 1,000. Noble, rare, powerful. The Sun Knight, being a noble of hell, was as rare as could be imagined. That's why Sunrider is worth 100,000 points. That's why Sun Knights have various privileges that allow them to repeatedly challenge the hellish tiers and accumulate their own power. Makes sense. The random Inferno challenge is more like a brush with points for the Sunriders. Yang Feng adjusted his peeping eye and read the rules of the second challenge mode. Challenge Mode 2, Exorcise the Darkness. The Knight of the Sun must fulfill his duty to shine his light into the abyss and drive away the darkness that encroaches on the world. Dispel the darkness. The minimum difficulty level is 3. Red Alert. Extreme Danger. The highest difficulty level is 4. Purple Fear. Calamity Falls. Level 4. Purple Alert. The plagues that erode the layers of hell descend. Sun Knights have to travel to a broken hell to wipe out those alien encroaching things, and it's far more difficult than a random challenge. There is also a special rule. The Sun Knight completes his duties, and the entire party will gain 10 precious times of random challenges. So it is. Complete the task of exorcising the darkness in order to earn the precious number of repeat challenges. Yang Feng worked with the crowd on the new rules. The Red Queen was also released, predicting possibilities based on the calculations of its super-intelligent AI. Master, based on what I've deduced, the opening of the Hell Challenge is also a drain on resources. Big data shows that Hell is fostering downward exploration and that Dominion becomes unstable from the 10th level of Hell. The Red Queen predicted and came to some conclusions. Unstable rule? The 10th circle of Hell, the City of Night, is an example. Arasaka Saburo had been preparing for almost 100 years, so he intended to fuse the abilities of 10,000 visitors from Hell, wanting to take the 10th floor for himself. The visitors from Hell are getting stronger. The Dominion is also becoming more and more unstable, so the Knights of the Sun are needed to sweep away the traitors. Also, Hell is also being eroded by some kind of power. They are destroying the hellish hierarchy, or they are encroaching to overrun it. The Sun Knights are the truly powerful warriors, sweeping away the attacks of the Outer God's foreign races. The Red Queen analyzes every word. Outer God, alien. The power of Hell is not absolute. He is also raising up his own warriors for some kind of deep resistance, and the Sunriders are the tools of the fight. That is to say, the game has just begun. Yang Feng's eyes flickered. showing a hint of excitement. One's own strength was not too much to ask for even if one was called a god by mortals, and even the holy angels had their wings forcibly torn off. However, becoming a god is just the beginning. Becoming a god only barely touches the tip of the iceberg of the hellish world. Becoming a god is just barely a competent killing tool for the hellish world. I'm going on retreat, devouring the spoils of war before fusion. You may challenge yourselves to random tiers. Yang Feng decided to devour and absorb the alien queen's egg first, while the other members could randomly challenge or explore deeper into hell. I just completed a promotion that came with 10 random challenges, just in time to use them now. I'll go first. Big words are blown out. Qin Shuang exchanged a batch of new equipment and conservatively chose to enter the 11th floor of Hell for the challenge. Hell's 11th floor, the Midnight Bell. Danger level, level 3. Red. Extremely dangerous. Cursed pressure, 20. Time limit, 1 week. Description: every night the bell will ring and chastity will creep into your bed. Hell's council chambers. Snooping eyes. Yang Feng, along with the others, could observe Qin Shuang's movements through the eye of prying. Qin Shuang, along with several other visitors from Hell, were imprisoned in a dilapidated cabin, all of them fixed in place and unable to move. The TV is on. The videotape plays eerie content, but is shielded by the prying eye, spreading the curse to everyone in the cabin. Ding 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 ding. The phone rings and the outside voice plays automatically. Crunch, crunch, crunch. There was a harsh scuffling sound on the other side of the phone, and a dry wail that didn't resemble a human being, spewing out one word at a time. You are going to die tonight. Sadie Guile lets out a mournful scream, followed by the TV tape, and many people are thrown into a panic. Creepy. This is the spooky challenge that people fear the most. While this reminds people of a certain movie in their lifetime where they were cursed to be killed in 7 days after viewing a videotape, this challenge has turned out to be every night. Professional counterpart. Qin Shuang possesses the ability of a heavenly god to descend to earth. He shouldn't have a problem fighting the shenanigans of the telephone murder bell. Jishua sat beside the eye of prying and gently raised her eyebrows. The heavenly god's downfall's natural supernatural ability happened to be the nemesis of all sorts of weirdness. Steady this time. I'll leave you guys to it here. Red Queen, you'll be in charge of surveillance, and let me know if anything important happens. Yang Feng got up and left, and by important situation, he was referring to the life and death moment of his team members. Let's get started. A new round of evolution. Chapter 118, Devouring Alien Sacred Eggs. Alien Demon Molting. Manipulating One's Own Corpse. Hualong Pond. The promotion of the sun and the evolution of the dragon pool. Within Yang Feng's extravagant bedroom, a secret door connected to a secret passage, and as he walked down the steps, then he heard the sound of clear springs tinkling. Misty and steamy. Spiritual rhythms pervade. A sculpture of a dragon's head, spewing clear spiritual liquid into a pool of water. The energy is more intense. That seemingly clear pool of water was actually filled with viscous spiritual liquid, and an unceasing source of energy surged in with it, penetrating the entire body along the open pores. Golden blood. Daily consumption of 10,000 points. Inferno hints can add gold substances to enhance the bloodline of the perfect creation, and the effect is much more powerful than the gold bloodline fusion. Join. Yang Feng was rich and generous and did not hesitate to choose to consume points. The dragon's head immediately spewed out golden blood, and the crystal clear liquid dyed the water pool the color of pure gold, emitting a treacherous and mysterious sparkling light. This blood of gold. Surprisingly, it can continue to raise the strength of flesh and blood. Yang Feng was a bit surprised. One's own fleshly body was so powerful that it was difficult to strengthen it halfway by ordinary means, but pure golden blood could bring about a deep level of power. Legend. God's blood flows with hot gold unlike normal people. Is this so-called golden blood the liquid that flows through the body of a god? Alien queen embryo. Yang Feng's mind moved, and densely packed eggs of embryos appeared in the Sumeru ring. They were collected from the remnants of the alien mutants, numbering more than 120. And contained a large number of DNA sequences that had been modified by the Blackwater substance. Fusion. Devouring. The filthy infant in Yang Feng's chest slowly opened its evil eyes, and its baby-like fat to dark little hands stroked towards the 120 or so embryos, drawing on their genes. Devour their excellent DNA molecules. The aliens are called perfect organisms, killing machines in their purest form. They have corrosive acidic blood flowing in their bodies, metal exoskeletons growing outside their bodies, and their strongest ability is to be reborn with the help of other people's bodies and evolve infinitely. That's right, Alien has the ability to evolve indefinitely. It fuses the DNA sequences of various organisms and mutates them, evolving them in a purer direction. In other words, the stronger the alien's fused DNA, the stronger the creature it can derive on its own. The golden bloodline of perfect creation possesses a similar ability. The fit between the two was surprisingly high, and the ability to evolve and metamorphose became stronger once again. The next one is the big one. Egg of the Alien Queen. Yang Feng took out the Alien Queen's egg and placed it within the dragon transformation pool. Queen's egg, it combines the life force of the vampire counts, plus the energy of the primordial soup of nuclear radiation, and a collection of all the acidic blood from the entire alien lair. Magic, tech, flesh and blood. The melding of the threefold power formed this holy egg. The queen's sacred egg slowly opened up like a four-petaled lucky grass, revealing the blood-colored nutrient base inside. The horrible creature cut through the flesh. The new generation of saint queens, fusing both oviparity and fecundity, did not produce face-hugging insects as parasites. Queen, a humanoid creature, is born from the sacred egg. It possessed the form of a blood, its skin bloodless and pale, but it exuded a lunar luster. Throbbing, the power of blood magic surged, and being born to manipulate blood actually made Yang Feng restless. Humans, mating, birth, next generation. The alien SA, Queen, born with extraordinary intelligence, has bioelectric currents that allow thoughts to travel directly to the brain. Breeding, this is the alien's greatest desire. It sensed the familiar aura and actually wanted to breed the next generation with Yang Feng, giving birth to stronger offspring and inheriting their common DNA sequence. Sorry, you're just a stepping stone to my evolution. Yang Feng's palm stretched forward, and the filthy infant's extended to dark palm quickly wrapped around the alien Saint Queen, devouring and absorbing her power. Your evolutionary approach is wrong. Breeding, iterating, growing the herd, dying, reborn, that freshly born alien Saint Queen, whose own power was not enough to fight against Yang Feng. Bioelectrical currents transmitted its consciousness, rebuking the human in front of it for his mistake. Become a god? In the eyes of the alien Saint Queen, individual strength is only temporary. No matter how strong a person is, there comes a time when he or she perishes. Prosperous packs are a completely different story. With iteration after iteration breeding stronger and stronger offspring, the queen will die, but a stronger queen will be born. Death will be followed by a greater rebirth. A stronger pack standing on the corpses of its own kind. Exactly. No matter how strong a person is, there will be a day when they perish. So, I need the power of your rebirth. Yang Feng strengthened his devouring and absorbing efforts. The filthy infant tore through his entire chest, and his mouth full of sharp jagged teeth swelled up, followed by swallowing the alien Saint Queen whole. Crunch, crunch, crunch. A surge of unimaginable power. Rebirth, the strongest ability of the alien. On the other hand, is the chest-breaking rebirth after parasitizing another person's body and drawing enough energy. Blood magic controls the essence of blood throughout the body, coupled with the ability of the alien to break the cocoon and be reborn, together with the filthy baby of the heart origin. A new talent was gradually derived. Alien demon molts. Old flesh dies and new flesh is born. In the event of an unrecoverable and severe injury, a curse that cannot be lifted, all the blood essence will be gathered together, fading the flesh of death and welcoming a new rebirth. The alien demon molts and is reborn. This is the equivalent of a secret art of resurrection. Each time you use the altered demon molt, it will consume a large amount of flesh and blood energy, but the newly born body is purer and the growth ceiling becomes higher. Remove the meat dress, getting a new life. Yang Feng exerted his talent in the dragon transformation pool, time and time again. High-intensity battles. Flesh and blood under heavy load, there is always damage. Although the perfect creation can be repaired in time, but the broken mirror is difficult to reunite. The repaired body was never as perfect as the regenerated flesh and blood. Consciousness coalesces. Yang Feng had absolute control over the golden bloodline. All the energy was condensed in the filthy baby, and the beating of the heart and bloodline stopped with it. Immediately after, a new body grows quickly. The golden bloodline of the perfect creation became purer. Every bit of muscle and bone was reforged, creating a new, flawless flesh according to the blueprint of perfection. Rebirth. Molt. The fleshly shell that was full of old wounds was suddenly torn apart by a pair of large hands. Yang Feng burrowed out of his own corpse shell, like an alien that had broken out of its chest, reanimated and become more pure and powerful. The blood gradually turned into a light golden color. It's more than that. Yang Feng waved his palm and the biomass bloomed with dark red lightning. The remains produced by the alien demon's molting shell were actually activated by this power and slowly moved. Standing up from the dragon transformation pool, alien demon split. This was a new ability derived from the alien demon's molted skin. The dead old body, which also contains extremely strong flesh and blood power, cannot be wasted. Very good. Each metamorphosis of the dragon transformation pool should be able to make the bloodline purer, as well as create new Fey Devil detachments. Yang Feng manipulated the alien demon split and acted completely according to his will, loyally executing every command. Manipulate your own corpse? It's kinda a whole new experience. Chapter 119, Redeeming Bloodlines. Refining your own corpse. Alien demons molting. These broken flesh and blood substances, however, also had quite strong fighting abilities, and could even use some of the abilities of their own bodies. It can also camouflage. Yang Feng tore through the chest of the alien devil's detachment and drilled back into the broken body, returning inside the shell like a hermit crab. This molt, it can be the best flesh and blood armor for you. End of evolution. Yang Feng left the dragon transformation pool. This metamorphosis was of great significance. The power of flesh and blood had increased substantially, and he had also obtained the talent of alien demon molting shell, an additional means of preserving his life. Hell's Council Chamber. The Red Queen stood near the peeping eye, watching the squad members' every move. 11th floor of Hell, the Midnight Bell. Qin Shuang survives until the 6th day, and many of the visitors from Hell are killed by the weirdness. Sadie Giles' tactics were becoming more and more terrifying, and every merchandise rack in the empty, deserted streets was filled with televisions flickering with snowy noise white water. The bases of those TVs were flowing with tons of dirty, muddy water. A deep well appeared in the snowflake screen, and chased in weird monstrosities crawled slowly, step by step, drilling out TVs from the mouth of the well, numbering in the thousands. The god of heaven descends. Qin Shuang bellowed, and the vertical pupil on his forehead opened with him. With a chainsaw sword in his hand and wearing scaled armor with a golden glow, he actually sparred with the chaste guile around him. Master, according to my calculations, Qin Shuang's chances of surviving the 11th floor of Hell are over 78%. The Red Queen reported respectfully. After Qin Shuang survives tonight, it's the final showdown, and the chances of surviving are high. Where's Kizhu? Yang Feng inquired, while the image of the peeping eye then turned and adjusted to another world. 11 layers of Hell, 5 Immortals Ridge. The miasma is filled with poison and crisis. Hidden in the deep mountains is the 5 Immortals sect, while Ji Shui seems to have been intentionally captured and imprisoned within a water prison full of poisonous insects, centipedes, scorpions, vipers, spiders, toads. The poison called 5 Immortals was tormenting Ji Shui, wanting to make her completely succumb. Brilliant. Yang Feng secretly nodded his head. Ji Shui appeared to be captured, but in reality, she was using poison to strengthen her abilities. All poisons consume the heart. Ji Shui possessed the ability of all poisons to devour her heart, and the poisons and techniques of the 5 Immortals sect were all the most suitable goodies for her to cultivate and become stronger. Jiang Yi. The peephole shifted again. 11 levels of Hell, post-apocalyptic wasteland. Jiang Yi Bunny drove a broken-down car with a whole convoy of cars chasing behind her. She kept pulling out bombs from her secondary pockets, maniacally lighting the core twists, and then throwing them at the convoy not far away. The violent explosions lifting several cars right off the ground. Ha 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 ha. Come on, I'll burn you to the ground. Jiang Yi Rabbit enjoys the chase through the wasteland wilderness. The car stereo turned up to maximum, his body swaying to the music, setting the timing of the bombs bursting to the beat of the drums. This subversive woman, completely unattended, Hell's 11th level of difficulty. They're perfectly capable of dealing with it on their own. Yang Feng was quite satisfied with the performance of the crowd, and the long period of cultivation was beginning to bear fruit. Inquiry, redemption list. Yang Feng sat on the main seat and inquired about the upgrades of the other permissions. After being promoted to Sun, the authority to shop for goods was also increased, enabling the purchase of many new equipment and even the exchange of some rare bloodlines. Special Blood Brew, 10,000 points. Description, a blood wine crafted by the Blood Clan. After drinking it, you will gain the power of your bloodline, and all your body functions will be greatly enhanced. But there are certain side effects. Bloodline redemption. After drinking this blood brew, you will gain the power of the Blood Clan. Although it was only the strength of the lowest level Baron, if there were props in hand that enhanced the effectiveness, or the essence blood of a certain creature, it would be able to be promoted again. The count that Yang Feng had killed before was promoted using a similar method. Alien Embryo, 5,000 points. Remarks, embryos of alien variants that can breed powerful alien queens. What? This was before the mission from Hell. Yang Feng had killed countless aliens in the 11th layer of Hell, acquiring a large number of alien embryos and symbolically surrendering one. For each alien embryo, the system rewarded 1,000 points, but it was sold here for 5,000, quintupling in the blink of an eye. So it is a redemption store in Hell where all the creations don't come out of thin air, but from mission props surrendered by countless visitors from Hell. T-Virus Serum, 5,000 points. G-Virus Serum, 10,000 points. Many of the mission objectives that had been approached were also explicitly listed in the Hell Mall. But the hidden Veronica virus does not appear on the redemption list. Those extraordinarily valuable hidden items were often in the most dangerous forbidden places, and no one was willing to foolishly submit them to hell. Access to bloodline exchange opens. Although they are all the lowest level bloodlines, they might work wonders for my perfect creation bloodline. Yang Feng inquired about the thousands of various bloodlines. They include all kinds of myths in the Middle West. What vampires, werewolves, witches, or the Dragon Kingdom's demons? Spiritual roots, bizarre, zombies. Zombies? Yang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Mythological tales tell that all zombies are the offspring of drought demons, and that one possesses a piece of unrefined blood. If we obtain the bloodline of a zombie and gradually upgrade it, will we be able to refine the drought demon's essence blood and gain the power of myths and legends? Ironclad corpse blood, 10,000 points. Zombies have a detailed hierarchy. The purple stiff is the primary form, unable to move after burial, and begins to absorb the essence of the sun and moon from heaven and earth. After a few months the body is pale, slow to move, fearful of the sun's rays, and may even be afraid of domestic animals and humans. The years have changed. Zombies absorbing enough essence energy will be promoted to green zombies. This kind of green corpse exudes a deadly aura, moves with exceptional agility, and its body is also exceptionally hard, capable of resisting swords and knives. At this point, green armored corpses can be cultivated and refined, and the skin and flesh of the whole body is like iron armor, which has become the puppet tool of some evil people. Redemption. Yang Feng exchange iron armor corpse blood, but there is no hurry to immediately devour and absorb it. Perhaps find a way to give it a small upgrade. The body. He or she happens to have a corpse. Isn't the flesh and blood detachment left over from the molting of the foreign devil the best material? After Yang Feng exchanged the iron armor corpse blood, he manipulated the alien devil detachment and fused it with the corpse blood. The reaction was strong. The corpse of the alien demon molting, fused with the ironclad corpse blood, began to produce a violent chemical reaction. Yang Feng's alien demon split was too powerful, going through metamorphosis and sublimation over and over again. The level of viral alienation was far higher than the zombie bloodline. It was just a matter of devouring the energy and genes contained within it. Evolution is led by corpse blood and contains this bloodline. Yang Feng manipulated the alien demon corpse shell, and the terrifying flesh and blood energy fed back, strengthening the zombie bloodline. Upgrade. Promotion. The ironclad corpse blood was contained, and the massive life essence energy immediately caused it to evolve. Gross stiffness. The alien demon corpse shell was covered in green hair, but in the blink of an eye, it turned copper-colored again, and then silver. Bronze-armored hairy corpse, silver-armored hairy corpse. The amount of biomass energy makes it evolve continuously, and finally its long hair all over its body is dyed with a little bit of gold color, and it is about to metamorphose into a golden-armored zombie. 3 consecutive stages of evolution. It's still lacking, but it's barely enough to feed the body. Yang Feng had a plan in his mind. Then he tore the corpse shell's chest and drilled back in again, refining the silver-armored hairy corpse's bloodline from the inside. Chapter 120 Fully Automatic Monster Swiping. 2 sides of the host Nuo. Exorcising the darkness. Duties of the Knights of the Sun. The blazing light shines on hell, banishing darkness in droves and bringing the dawn of hope. A long time to be alone. Yang Feng looked up at the Red Queen and continued. You'll manage Hell's ancient fortress and observe the progress of all the members' missions. Analyze weaknesses and breakdowns and give sound advice. Top analysts. As a super-intelligent AI, the Red Queen's database was as deep as the abyss, and her evolved computing speed was beyond imagination. It will analyze the weaknesses of all team members, give sound advice based on performance in the mission, and predict evolutionary routes. As you wish. The Red Queen responded respectfully. It seemed that her master did not intend to bring herself along on this mission. Challenge. Yang Feng opens the responsibility of driving out the darkness. This challenge is different from a randomized quest, where the Sun Knight is the equivalent of a hero who saves the day in the middle of the game, or a scavenger who annihilates the enemy. No riddles, no need to guess. All the details of the mission are shown in detail. On mission, 14th floor of Hell, Planet Crane. Danger level, 4, Purple Fear, Calamity coming. Cursed strong pressure, 100. Description. It's a bug stronghold. A Federation fleet cleans up a bug planet, and 3 Inferno squads take part in an operation to capture the brain bugs. Special reminder, space has been torn apart. Alien races have invaded, and the pressure of the curse has skyrocketed. So please expel them and destroy them to prevent the destruction of the hellish hierarchy. Rules, no restrictions. What? Cross over directly to level 14 to participate in the quest. Curse pressure 100. The curse pressure of the 11th floor of Hell was only 20. The alien invasion had caused the curse pressure to skyrocket, and just the omnipresent, viscous aura of the curse was enough to corrupt most of the visitors from Hell. Purple Fear. The plague is upon us. Here's a comment after the space was torn apart. Ordinary hell squads, no way they can accomplish their mission here. Good. Open the mission. Yang Feng opened the quest and then headed to the teleportation elevator, and the azure light flashed with it. Something was different this time. Yang Feng's strength was strong enough to sense the movement of space. Hell opened the wormhole tunnel and shuttled towards the cruel battlefield. What a strong curse. The wormhole tunnel seemed to suffer a thick layer of resistance. It was sticky to the touch, as if forming a quagmire that bound his hands and feet, and even his movements were slowed. Soon, Yang Feng completed his teleportation, the land battle base of the Star Alliance. This is the home of the human race. Yang Feng frowned and observed his surroundings. Everything was corrupted and infiltrated by the curse. The steel-cast base was full of rust, with patches of blood and extended growths of gore everywhere. Flesh and blood are spreading. Like the roots of a tree, they grew along the ceiling and walls, twisting into thick, massive veins, creating a spectacle of flesh and blood. Up, volt. Those thick veins go up and down. They seemed to beat in time with the pulse and soon found a large mass of human presence in the corner of the room. Is that human? It's tragic, impossible to look at, and physically uncomfortable. Countless limbs and broken arms coalesced together, blurring into a paste that made it difficult to distinguish exactly how many people had fused together. They became a giant dirty heart that rose and fell and beat irregularly. Help me, so painful. For the honor of the human alliance, kill those bugs, charge. Woo-woo. The giant heart cracked open countless sharp-toothed mouths, emitting agonizing sounds of grief, but most of them were delirious, with only the last vestiges of their obsession remaining. Curse. The curse pressure reaches 100, and is by no means something an ordinary person can withstand. Their spirits were contaminated and their flesh and blood were soaked in corruption, eventually turning into this big, dirty lump of meat. Curse eater, filthy baby. Yang Feng had the ability of a filthy infant, so he was not afraid of curses, but instead he could draw on their power for his own use. If you look closely, this corrupted heart aggregate is very much like a filth baby. Yang Feng walked towards the flesh and blood aggregates, which had a few similarities in appearance to the filthy infant, especially the appearance of the cleft countless mouths with sharp teeth. But they're just a rotting, twisted mass of writhing flesh. The filthy baby is instead the art of the evil spirit, pure blackness to darkness and disorder, yet possessing an eerie beauty. Come stay with us at. Come on, come on, come on, join us and melt into one. The filthy mass of flesh sensed the approach of a living person, and all mouths unanimously emitted a woozy sound as the polluting psychic power tried to saturate the mind. That's its instinct. Put. Yang Feng directly jumped towards the giant meat block. Alien demon corpse shell, silver-armored hairy corpse. These blood and flesh were definitely a great tonic for the silver-armored corpses. They are full of evil cursed power and the most tainted blood food, which is conducive to the evolution of silver-armored corpses. Soon, the alien demon corpse shell devoured it, and a few more long silver hairs turned golden all over its body. Armor on. Yang Feng sat within the alien demon corpse shell, deeply refining the silver-armored corpse bloodline and allowing the mech to move according to its instincts. Inside the base, there were many more similar corruptions, all of which became a blood meal for the corpse shells of the xenomorphs. Ho 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 ho! The alien demon corpse shell let out a furious roar and growl, and 1/3 of the silver hair on its entire body metamorphosed into a golden color. It followed its instincts to find prey, quickly eradicating the entire land base of corrupted matter. And upon opening the base's gates, it saw another picture of hell. Bugs. The mountains are filled with corrupted bugs. It was a 3 to 4 meter tall giant insect with a shape that was somewhat similar to a praying mantis, possessing an armor that was comparable to metal and a sharp scythe that could easily pierce through steel. However, these bugs of planet Crane, were all hatched by the power of the curse as well. They twisted at the knuckles, proliferating flabby pustules extruding out of their shells and forming a giant sarcoma on the surface of their bodies. Excitement. The alien demon corpse shell instinctively felt excited. It charged towards the surrounding bugs, its thick palms extending out into sharp giant claws that smashed the meters-tall bugs to pieces with a single slap. Fully automated. This is the fully automated monster killing mode of the alien demon corpse shell. Yang Feng continued to refine the bloodline within the corpse shell, and the unceasing power surged into the body, gradually allowing the silver-armored corpse to metamorphose into a gold-armored corpse. In the meantime, a huge, earth-gray spider on a cliff silently observes everything. Its compound eyes stared tightly at Yang Feng. Then its entire body burrowed into the ground and followed the dugout tunnels back to the bug race base camp. Insect crypt, the deepest part of the underworld. Above the throne made of human corpses and bones, the man looked down proudly on everything. Earth spiders, how's it going? The man's voice was cold and arrogant, while the huge spider turned its eyes into a humanoid form and knelt on one knee. Full of respect. Sibu Nuasama, a senseless zombie is suspected. Its strength is very terrifying. According to ancient records, it is at least at the level of a silver-armored hairy corpse. The Earth Spider reported what it had seen. Silver-armored hairy corpse. It is indeed a bit difficult to deal with. Cebu Nua stepped down from his throne, and if you looked closely, you would see that he had 4 arms and 2 faces, front and back, both sides exorcise. That seemed to be the Neon Sakura country, the Oni that appeared in the mythological records, with 2 faces and 4 arms, possessing 20 fingers. Its strength and fame, although far inferior to the top existences like the nine-tailed fox and the sake swallow boy, was categorized as a demon god. Obviously, this cursed disaster is what Cu Nua has brought about. Kill, kill, kill. Kill that silver-armored zombie. This little world will soon return to the Naiad. Both sides of the host Nua's head 180 degrees twisted, revealing a violent and fiery and cruel side, and soon turn to the cold and rational side. There's no rush. We control the brain bugs. Let's take care of the rest of the mice first. Cu Nua's cold arrogant face, looking not far from the incomparably huge and massive worms. It is the brainworm that controls all the worms of the entire planet. Control of brainworms. This entire planet, and indeed the entire small world, would be in the bag. Chapter 121 Hell War. Metamorphosis Gold Armored Corpse. Survivor in the Cave. Brainworms. A huge, fat, unimaginable body. Its head is neatly lined with 6 compound eyes, and a brain marrow-sucking tube extends from its writhing maw, piercing within the skulls of those captured humans. The moment. Brainworms are controlled by the corrosive power of the curse. Its entire body was covered in a layer of purple spots, and it would occasionally emit gusts of fluorescence, ripples of thought spirit spreading outward, contaminating the entire swarm race. Not, too, a human, still uncorrupted, has his shoulder and abdomen penetrated by insectoid arthropods, visitors from hell. It was a poor man who came on a mission. He was eased towards the brainworm's mouth, followed by the spiked tube that sucked the brain marrow, poking in hard, lodging itself in the skull and sucking on it in a big gulp. The brainworm greedily savored the medulla while reading his memories and gaining a great deal of information. Hell. Apartments. Full of eyes. Completed mission. Bounty points. The man whose brain marrow had been sucked, a dry voice from between his throats, compulsively told all sorts of information about hell. Ha. The hell of the Dragon Kingdom decays. As the Earth Spider listened to the images the man described, and based on the vast amount of information he had gotten earlier, he could tell that Dragon Hell was in decline. 100 years ago, Dragon Kingdom Hell is not yet this way. Crawl. At that time, the Dragon Kingdom Hell was still governed by the 10 temples of hell. 100 years have passed in a hurry, but it has produced radical changes and revolutionized what modernization? Hell's apartment? Bounty points? Fully automated redemption mall? Random challenge hell tier? This sounds like a game of trial and error, almost like a child's game. This is our chance. Although the path to the bottom of the abyss is endless, the many small worlds should also share some more with us. Nai Lu Huanquan. Su Nua revealed a cruel and hideous smile. The Yellow Springs. Sakura Nico is known as the Hell of Sakura Nico. It was a mythological legend very similar to that of the Dragon Kingdom, in which a river of yellow springs flowed through hell, and countless wronged and evil spirits fell into the river. The deepest part of hell is the infernal Naiad. The people there will keep falling downward and never touch the bottom. Earth Spider. Both sides exorcise. They are also all Oni that appear in Sakura Nico and have existed in the world for over 100 years. The best time to erode the small worlds of the heavens is when the Dragon Kingdom hell changes. And this is the war of the world of the dead. That's right. Even hell produces war. Different beliefs, different cultures, different countries. Civilizations are cut off to varying degrees, creating very different styles of hell. For example, the Dragon Kingdom used to have a netherworld. For example, Sakura country's Nara Yellow Springs. For example, Satanic Hell in the West. For example, the Nordic Underworld. And so on. It is here that the War of the Gods begins. And the infinite small worlds of hell are the delicious cake that all sides of the infernal underworld fight over. Let's go. Let's see what cards the Dragon Kingdom has played. Cebu Nua's face was full of cold arrogance, and his head immediately twisted 180 degrees again, revealing another face of hideous excitement. Tear it apart. Let's tear it apart. The other side. The alien demon court shell slaughtered frantically. An endless tide of bugs churned as the mutated bug monsters launched an attack, surrounding them from all sides. Instinctive. All battles are fought on the basis of killing instincts. The alien demon court shell roared and growled furiously, its thick giant claws swinging wildly, slapping the bugs headfirst, the blood filled with the pollution curse flowing into a small stream. The more you kill, the tougher it is. The silver-armored hairy corpse drew on the power of life and curses, gradually transforming and evolving into golden armor. Ho 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 ho. The alien demon corpse shell roared. The deafening sound waves turned into ripples, and the nearby waves of insects were all shocked, and the concussion of the sound devastated the surface of the armor, causing it to be covered with densely packed cracks. A cloud of blood mist exploded with it. The tidal wave of thousands of bugs exploded into debris at the same time, and the tainted blood turned into dust and meat, creating a bloody storm, and the nearby canyon was drenched in greenish-purple bug blood. Something weird came up. Those tainted blood on the ground were like springs that flowed against the current, pouring as much as they could into the body of the alien demon corpse shell, turning into the energy that contained the corpse god. Blood magic. After devouring the power of the blood count, the DNA gene sequence instinctively inherits a portion of the alien ability, or at the very least, the ability to control the blood into burning fuel wood. Enough. Kill tens of thousands of giant bugs. The shell of a foreign devil corpse is enough to metamorphose into a golden armored corpse. Yang Feng pushed his power and continued to refine the alien demon corpse shell, accumulating enough curses and blood to complete the metamorphosis. Someone is spying on me. Yang Feng's perception was exceptionally sharp, and he suddenly detected a few gazes falling on his body, the direction coming from a certain cave a few hundred meters away. Boo! The earth trembled slightly. Yang Feng leaped 100 meters. His valiant steps transformed into a residual shadow, and in just a few breaths, he arrived at the cave a few hundred meters away. Don't attack yet. Calm down. Don't provoke him. We're definitely no match. A man's voice came from the cavern. A visitor from hell after all. His tired and weary face tinged with a bit of panic as he gazed at the golden-haired monster in front of him. There was another man and a woman inside the cave. The man, his arm severed and his cuff covered in dried blood, was bandaged and recuperated from his wounds, hiding at the very back of the group. The woman is handsome. Her long, flaming red hair, which was full of flames, fluttered without wind, transforming into a trace of velvet fire, emitting a hot and wild aura. Survivor? These are the 3 survivors. Hell's Bloodletter had warned that the Bugs planet had originally sent 3 squads on a mission, and it was a shame that they had stumbled upon the coming of the plague. Look closely. The cave was surrounded by various charms. That yellow talisman formed a formation that could stop the curse from the outside world to a certain extent, preventing the consciousness and flesh from being contaminated. Also, the man who stood at the front of the group was not simple either. Wearing a purple Dharma robe and holding a bloodstained mahogany sword in his hand as he constructed a spell formation on the ground. This formation could hide their breath, and it was difficult for the insect race outside to discover them, so they were able to survive until now. But Yang Feng's perception was too powerful, and the prying eyesight caused instinct to react, and even the most complex and subtle spell formation was useless. Dong! What now? The valiant redhead bit her lip lightly, a drop of cold sweat running down her temples. The terrifying monster covered in golden hair was able to kill thousands of insect race soldiers just with its roar, and crushing them was even simpler than crushing an ant. I have a few more tricks up my sleeve. It'll hold for half a minute at most. The captain in the Dharma robe, estimating the means he still had left, wanted to defeat the golden armored corpse was impossible. At most, he could only pester and resist for half a minute. He can only buy his teammates so much time. Suddenly, the golden armored corpse took a step forward, and everyone's hearts trembled, but the next second they froze in place. How long have you been here? The golden armored corpse spat out human words and inquired in a cold and bland tone. Ha! The golden armored corpse actually had reason. Chapter 122, I am the sun. Sanity. A golden armored zombie with a human mouth. The survivor was filled with shock. Frozen in place, not daring to move, listening to the cool voice. We were trapped for 37 days. The man in the vestment at the front stammered with a few seconds of hesitation, and his face became even more odd. Bold guess. This horrible zombie covered in golden hair was most likely a visitor from hell as well. Elaborate. What's going on here? Yang Feng sat down cross-legged. His scarlet eyes flickered, and his horrible face slowly said, "Don't be afraid. I'm also from hell." This answer brought a sigh of relief from the crowd. Hello. My name is He Dong, and my abilities have to do with the Tao. This is Hua Hongxia, who specializes in using flames, and the injured one is Sure Pan, the flesh-enhancing type. He Dong briefly introduced himself, without the slightest intention of hiding his abilities. It was the smart thing to do. Any lie was foolish in the face of a top-notch powerhouse who could crush you at any time. The story is twisted. They were a very ordinary team, led by the Dawnbringer leveled He Dong, who had barely broken into the 14th floor of hell. The task is difficult. The squad needs to help the Federation fleet by capturing the planet's brain bugs and forcing their way through the tide of bugs. We're lucky. There was more than one squad participating in the mission. There were 2 other teams, but instead of killing each other, we chose to cooperate. We made a private agreement, both a partnership and a competition. that whoever captures the brainworm first will get the big reward. The 14th floor of Hell is very difficult. The Hell Squad, transported to this world, tacitly agreed not to kill each other, but to work together for mutual benefit. It's a difficult thing to do. A hell of human meanness and crisis, intertwined with profit and death, is more than capable of forcing out the darkest side. It adds to the glory and greatness of the other side of humanity. Steady. On the 14th floor of Hell, 3 squads worked together to capture the brain bugs without a problem. The people all thought that this mission was a sure thing and that they would be able to make a big profit, but then a calamity fell at the most crucial time. The mutation is sudden. The Earth suddenly tore an interdimensional rift. The aura of the muddy curse spreads as hordes of bugs mutate and leave 3 squads badly injured. It's more than that. The plague is upon us, and a mighty foe steps out of the crevice. Terrible. Those demons waved their hands and wiped out a team. We were powerless to fight back. We were killed and routed. We couldn't even catch a single move. There was a hint of tremor in Hedong's voice. His body couldn't help but tremble with fear as he recalled the images of when the calamity struck. Couldn't catch a single move. Calamity exterminates one squad and soon captures the rest. Hedong's team originally consisted of 6 people, but in the end, only 3 of them survived, hiding and shivering within this cave until they were now discovered by Yang Feng. Everything has changed. Corruption and damnation fill this world. Murmurs and murmurs that have been lingering in our minds. Even with the protection of the phalanx, our bodies produce large distortions. Hedong lifted his Dao robe, and a layer of purple scales grew on the surface of his skin, which looked like heavy psoriasis, making people feel physically uncomfortable. Curse pressure, 100. These battle-hardened visitors from hell, even with the use of spells to protect them, were subconsciously affected, corrupting into monsters step by step. 37 days. There's no chance of you guys going back to Hell's apartment? Yang Feng pondered and thought. The mission was interrupted in the middle. The squad was like abandoned orphans, surprisingly struggling to survive in this world for more than a month. The teleportation function is disabled. The teleportation function was also blocked after the plague fell. Hua Hongxia's face revealed a bit of despair. Ever since the plague had descended, the information from Hell had been completely cut off until Yang Feng's arrival. Have you come to save us? Hedong and Hua Hongxia raised their heads, but a ray of hope appeared in their numb and despairing eyes. Seeing Yang Feng as a divine warrior who had descended to earth. Sun, a ray of light shining into hell. Drive out the darkness, sweep away the foreigners, and save the small and restless visitors from hell. I am the sun. Yang Feng faintly spat out these 4 words. 4 simple words, but they brought intense reassurance and warmth, as if the light had shone upon them. The sun, nobles in hell. Sun shines on hell, dispels darkness. Hedong's eyes changed. As a dawn messenger, he naturally knew the gold content of the sun. 1 in 1,000. This 1 in 1,000 is not chosen from the ordinary visitors from hell, but from the mighty Dawnbringers. How precious is the Dawn certificate. Time and time again, they fight each other, and only the winner gets the ultimate prize. Filtered and eliminated over and over again. Only the strongest qualified to advance. It is said that the Dawnbringer goes through layers of screening, and when the final moment reaches the level of sun, it has to face an audit challenge. Only the truly strong who are recognized can become promoted to the sun. Powerful, unmatched power. Wherever the Sun Knight goes, there is light and glory. We are saved. Hedong was so excited that he was about to shed tears. He thought it was a certain death, but he didn't expect to be able to wait for the dawn. As for that, Yang Feng was a bit surprised. He didn't think the sun was that powerful. He also remembered that another Sun Knight, Holy Angel Hong Fei, who was a juror, was easily crushed to death by Yang Feng without a single ounce of resistance. Or maybe, an existence like the Holy Angel Hong Fei, already a pivotal big shot on the battlefield? At this point, a slight movement arose outside the cave. Tremor. The ground was shaking extremely slightly, and although the other party was extremely careful, it was still felt by Yang Feng. Eavesdropping? Get thee out of here. Yang Feng's face sank as his golden fist blasted into the ground. The cave collapsed under countless rolling rocks, and the fist force bombarded the ground to produce a huge deep pit and cracked open huge gaps. Spider. Amidst the gap between the cracks, a giant earth-gray spider could be vaguely seen, somehow burrowing out of the narrow, deep tunnel. It's extremely fast. The special jointed limbs peeled away the dirt, burrowed into the dugout tunnel and crawled at breakneck speed, quickly disappearing without a trace. Trying to escape? Yang Feng jumped out of the cave, his whole body's strength condensed. The alien demon corpse shell exuded golden light, and his thick and huge fist swung out a powerful blow. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ground within 100-meter radius trembled and collapsed. The earth was squeezed by the thick force. The excavated tunnels collapsed one by one, and the loose soil became compacted. instantly imprisoning the earth spiders underground. Still not out? The golden armored corpse roared angrily and furiously facing the ground, once again swinging a fist in the direction of the underground, trembling, as if it wanted to shatter the flesh and blood through the soil. Finally, the earth spider burrowed and crawled toward the ground in a lumbering manner, jumping out of the compacted dirt and slowly taking human form. He had broken a few bones and one of his arms had been crushed, so it looked like he had just suffered some serious injuries underground. That's it? Yang Feng let out a cold snort between his nostrils. Is that all the terrifying existence of Calamity Descent has to offer? At this point, the earth spider snapped to its rear and knelt in a pleading gesture. Please ask the Lord of the Custodial Nuwa to take action. Chapter 123 Golden Armored Corpse vs Host Nuwa. Cursed Hellfire, Phantom Cold Silver Needle. Both sides exorcise. The terrifying aura of the curse grew thicker and thicker. The surrounding space gradually became darker, filled with the smell of decay and blood. The dead bones of human beings piled up into mountains, and the mournful cries and wails were endless, eventually piling up into giant thrones, with cold and brutal gazes looking down on the earth. Gold-armored zombies. You're pretty good at it. Both sides of the host Nuwa playfully laughed, although the mouth praised, but did not put Yang Feng in the eyes. Ha! Yang Feng let out a cold snort between his nostrils. No need for words. Just do it. I don't care what the hell you. Boo. The earth roars. Golden armor corpse afoot on the ground. Tens of meters in a radius of the earth have cracked. The entire body turned into a cannonball. Towards the two sides of the host Nuwa smashed hard. The golden light was instantaneous. The giant fist was powerful and heavy. The brutal force tore through the air, and the sound of sonic boom was endless. Yes. Su Nuwa's eyes were full of excitement. A pair of palms protecting his chest, fully resisting the golden armored corpse's fists. Rumble. The earth then trembled. Su Nuwa feet of the ground layer by layer burst. Even hard to resist this punch with flesh. Suddenly, the head of the two-faced lodging exorcism twisted, revealing a cruel and violent side, full of fierce face. It's my turn. Go to hell. The second pair of palms. The two sides of the host Nuwa has 4 arms. One pair to resist the attack of the golden armored corpse. The other pair turned into a sharp claw chopping to Yang Feng. The sharp edge of the light is instantaneous. The vacuum. The sharp claws tore through the powerful air, creating a piece of distorted space visible to the naked eye, turning into ripples that spread around. Pust. The golden armored corpse was sent flying dozens of meters away. The tough long hairs fell off one by one, and blood crumbled and splattered with it. 10 blood-drenched wounds filled the chest and abdomen of the golden armored corpse. What a powerful chop. Yang Feng looked down at the wounds on his body. They were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The golden essence blood intertwining to form brand new flesh and blood. The Dragon Kingdom. You're just a newly promoted Earth Immortal, aren't you? The two-faced host Nuwa spread out their palms. Narrow sharp nails, residue of a drop of golden-colored essence blood, contained in the mouth to savor. Ghosts. This is the term used in Sakura Nico, which means sun-level nobles. The smell of blood is strong. It's a pity that you haven't truly become a golden armored corpse yet. The two-faced lodger shook his head. Although the zombie in front of him was covered in long golden hair, he was still essentially in the state of a silver-armored corpse. It was just the final kick in the pants away from metamorphosis. Ghosts. The sun. Earth Fairy. Dragon Kingdom. Sakura Neon Kingdom. Or any other kingdom. Yang Feng's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. Hell's pattern is only on the level of the country. It's really too disappointing to me. Disappointment. Himself had been an instrument of murder. Whoever pays works for whoever pays. Sometimes for the individual, sometimes for the organization, and sometimes for the country. Death reborn. The brutal and cold hell of death was even associated with the kingdom, just like the great power game in which he himself was once involved. The grid is too small. It is really disappointing. Used to kill Sakura people, now kill the Sakura Oni. There's essentially no difference. You bugbears, you're really like cockroaches. You can't be killed. Yang Feng's eyes became colder and colder as he gradually returned to the most familiar territory. Contempt. Yang Feng's words were filled with contempt. Casually killing the Sakura Neonate Kingdom's demon god was as simple as crushing a bugbear. Big talk. Two-faced host Nuwa face suddenly changed. Brutal face rage. Want to kill me? Just with you? Again. Yang Feng's body completely healed. Once again stepping on the earth to the two sides of the host Nuwa rushed. Boo. Boom. 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 The golden armored corpse's fist swung. It was nearly hundreds of tons of punching power, and the air was squeezed and exploded over and over again, continuously breaking through the sound barrier to produce a twisted zone. The two-sided lodging exorcism swims with ease. The forearms continuously blocked the attack, sometimes transforming into palms to counteract the punching force, sometimes transforming into sharp claws to tear apart the golden armored corpse's body. Golden blood splattered. The golden armored corpse's corpse shell was torn out in large wounds. A drenching blood scar that was deep enough to be seen on the bone was spread all over his body, but it was rapidly healing under his powerful recovery ability. Unyielding. Berserk warfare. No matter what kind of damage was done to his flesh, the golden armored corpse still attacked frantically regardless of his wounds. You're too weak. Let's show you the true power of the Oni. Two-faced Cebu exorcism, head twisted, brutal and bloodthirsty side, eyes burning with fire, cursed hellfire, two arms vacated out, palms rapidly forming seals, blazing flames condensed in the center of the palms, forming a kind of demonic flame filled with a cursed aura. Release. The deep purple cursed demonic flame fell and blasted onto the body of the golden armored corpse, instantly sending it flying hundreds of meters away, and the entire piece of earth was burning violently. Burn everything. The golden armored corpse roared in anger and pain. Yang Feng's golden hair all over his body was burning, and his skin and flesh were burning into charcoal inch by inch, and the speed of flesh recovery and healing was far from catching up with the burning speed. Cold silver needle. Seal. The head of the two-faced Cebu Nua twisted back 180 degrees, changing into an icy and cruel side, followed by a violent shout. The other pair of palms quickly formed a seal, and an icy aura filled the air as countless azure blue and silver ice needles descended from the sky, instantly shooting through the golden armored corpse's body. The burnt and cracked remnants of the golden armored corpse were completely unable to move. A layer of white ice crystals covered the crisscrossing cracks, quickly freezing the body, but bizarrely the cursed flames were still burning. This is the trick of the two-sided lodging exorcism. One side is cold and cruel, wielding the power of the phantom ice prison. One side is wildly violent and wields the power of the cursed fire hell. The fusion of the two powers, ice and fire, can make the enemy worse than death. The whole body freezes while the flames still erode and burn the flesh. It's over. You just burned to ashes. Su Nua stood proudly and condescendingly said. Soon, the flesh of the golden armored corpse became a scorched black, and the frozen ice crystals completely sealed the movements of the remnants, and the life breath became increasingly faint. Click, 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 click. A cracking sound followed, like stone cracking a little bit, and something squirmed underneath the golden armored corpse's chest. A pair of hands. Surprisingly, a pair of hands drilled out from the inside and tore through the golden armored corpse's chest. A crisp sound cracked completely, and Yang Feng, who was hidden within the shell of the foreign devil corpse, finally completed the refinement of the golden armored corpse and obtained a new bloodline. Comfortable. Fresh air. Yang Feng breathed in the scent of the scorched earth around him, letting the flames of the curse burn himself, but suffered no damage. The pupils of the two-faced lodging exorcism tightened. Palpitations. Tremor. The two sides of the host Nua produce an ominous premonition. The golden armor corpse drilled within the mysterious person actually let him produce a very dangerous feeling. Chapter 124 Hangover. I'm sorry I didn't let Lord Yang Feng enjoy himself. Danger. That man is dangerous. Yang Feng spread out his hands, and his skin shone with a layer of metallic luster. The golden armored corpse's bloodline metamorphosed and refined, becoming part of the perfect creation, with strong strength and defense, plus the ability to heal flesh and blood. Corpse breath fury. This bloodline also comes with a kind of necromancy that contains the power of a curse. Round 2. Let's get started. Yang Feng revealed a fierce smile. His entire body's tendons and flesh were taut, and a layer of black armor as thin as a cicada's wing permeated under his skin. Deadly bone armor. It was empowered by the golden armored corpse bloodline, and a golden streamline appeared on top of the to dark armor, looking like some sort of decoration. Horn blows. Dark red flashes of dark lightning. Yang Feng's spine keel surface had a thunderous light leaping. The electromagnetic pulse fell in layers and layers of rustling, and all the nerve cells were activated to their maximum power. Time became slow. Yang Feng, to exceed 10 times the speed of Mach, turned into a stream of light. Residual shadow rushed to Cebu Nua, showing the real strength. Quick! It's too fast. Cebu Nua pupils shrunk to a point, for arms swung with all their might, trying to resist the enemy's attack. Breaking pole fist. Yang Feng turned to Cebu Nua in front of him in an instant, and his fist blade broke through the defense of the forearms and directly bombarded on top of the chest that was full of incantations. Click! It was the sound of a broken sternum. Su Nua's body was blown out, his chest dented down with a fist mark, and he couldn't help but open his mouth wide, wanting to spray out a mouthful of thick blood. He rushed to the back. Su Nua's pupils vibrated, and his afterglow caught Yang Feng's body still moving, and he immediately charged forward after blasting out a punch, and his frenzied speed became even faster. It's still accelerating. Yang Feng's body is like an arrow shot out, presenting a 45-degree angle, gliding against the ground, instantly rushed through the body of Su Nua, flying backwards. Another brutal face of Su Nua sees horrific images. Yang Feng surprisingly moved behind himself ahead of time and then threw out a whip kick. Cutting scissors. That whip kick made a perfect arc. It is like cutting scissors, the leg blade is sharp. Horizontal strike swept to the waist of the back of the host Nuwa, directly blowing him out again. Wow! Cebu Nuwa finally couldn't hold back and sprayed plasma out of his mouth. Crystallized blood swirling in midair while he was once again kicked out. Blurry black residual shadow flashed again. The cannonball flying backwards figure has not yet landed. Once again kicked in the back. Pickle ball. The two-faced lodging exorcism has simply become Yang Feng's toy. As if it was a leather ball that never landed. It was constantly kicked to the other side by the black residual shadow. Crush. Cu Nuwa in speed and strength completely fell behind. Physical strength completely crushed in all directions. Bugbear. What the hell are you so proud of? Yang Feng's voice, through the crimson light of the thunder directly to the host Nuwa. After all, any sound is invalid in this battle. Too weak. You're too weak. Su Nuwa. A trail of clouds crossed the body. The dead bone demon blade stretched along his arm, turning into a cloud trail track, easily chopping at Cebu Nuwa's body, instantly splitting him in half down the middle. Next, the two bodies of the two-faced Cebu Nuwa smashed into the ground, each bursting into a deep pit. Flesh and blood. Hard to resist so many heavy blows. Flesh and bones have been broken. Cebu Nuwa's body was almost smashed into meat foam, barely maintaining its shape. Lost? So Lord Su Nuwa was cut in half like this? That far away kneeling on the ground earth spider. Full of shock and unbelievable. Invincible Nuwa adults so defeated. Wow. Cebu Nuwa once again spewed out a mouthful of blood mixed with meat foam. I'm sorry. Didn't let you make the best of it. Half of Su Nuwa's body bled profusely, and his eyes became darkened. He was able to tell that this wasn't Yang Feng's full strength, and he still didn't know how much more the mysterious Earth Immortal level powerhouse had left in his backhand. Earth Immortal? No. With this kind of strength, it should have already reached the true immortal level, right? Only the demon gods at the very top of the Sakura country neon could stand against them. But, I haven't lost yet. Su Nuwa suddenly raised his head, broken two bodies to the naked eye visible speed recovery healing, even grew into two independent people. Area expanded. The two bodies of Su Nuwa simultaneously unfolded the power of the domain. Ice prison. Flaming prison. The two heads represented very different personalities, and the domains of ice and flame unfolded at the same time, enveloping the nearby square kilometer. The sky burned with hot purple flames. The earth was covered with icy white crystals. Ice and fire. The power of the curse was thick to the extreme, completely unleashing the full power of the demon god. Boom boom boom. The cursed purple demonic flames fell from the sky, and the icing also transformed into a giant cone of thorns, simultaneously attacking Yang Feng. Unable to dodge? Yang Feng produced a feeling of being locked in all directions. The attacks in all directions had no gaps, and the rules of the entire area were rewritten. Chop! A strike cuts through. The dead bone demon blade carried a wave of necrotic fury, chopping the ice cones into slag one after another, and then counteracting the purple demonic flames. The speed flash was unleashed again. Yang Feng instantly came to Cebu Nuwa's body, followed by a perfectly silent slash, cutting off the head of the body of ice and cold. Not dead. The head was cut off, and Cebu Nuwa still did not die. The head, which had fallen to the ground, exploded into a large white ice fog. The space around them all seemed to be frozen, and the dead bone demon armor was shrouded in a layer of white mist, spreading out fine ice crystals. Su Nuwa's body was restored as before. The head that had been chopped off from his neck recovered and healed in a fog of ice, quickly reverting back to its original form. One in the sky. Underground 1. The two hosts exorcise one ice and one fire. Should they be eliminated at the same time? Yang Feng's face was much more serious and prudent, followed by the sound of a baby crying from his chest. Curse eater, filthy baby. The filthy infant sobbed, and its small, fat hands, pure black to dark, turned into tentacles that wrapped around its entire body, fusing with the corpse fury to form a whole new kind of cursed power. A jolt went through his body. All those ice crystal shards peeled off. How could a newly promoted Earth Immortal have this kind of strength? Cebu Nuwa surprised very much, but immediately changed his words. No, now should be called the Sun. Earth Fairy equals Sun. The civilization of the Dragon Kingdom was brilliant, and those who were promoted were called Immortals. But there were some hidden secrets, and even the title was gradually replaced by Sun. Fields, you are indeed harder to kill than the others. Yang Feng spread out his palm and a black lotus bloomed with it. Black lotus of death. It was a pure curse of the supreme darkness, capable of disintegrating and collapsing the physical body of any creature. The petals fell one by one, drifting toward the field controlled by the twin prisons of ice and fire, and then turned into rustling black snow. What is this? The two lodges Nuwa both sensed that something was wrong, and urged the flames and ice to resist this stronger curse power. Crash! The domain was eroded. gradually moving towards collapse, splitting into two human lodges Nuwa. The flesh involuntarily dissolved in a monstrous way. This is my domain. I am the true master. The twin prisons of ice and fire merge into one. Su Nuwa forcefully maintained the domain, releasing the last stance. The two domains merged into one. Ice and fire fused with each other. The sky is falling. The earth rises. Heaven and earth and ice and fire merged with each other, and the entire world forcibly closed. The purple magic flame melted with the white and blue ice crystals, forming a burning ice flame. Chapter 125, Black Wall of Souls. The great terror behind it. Beheading foreign demons and gods. Fields. Heaven and earth merge into one. The burning ice flame covered everything, and it was also like a poisonous snake drilling into Yang Feng, wanting to penetrate into the Supreme Strength's fleshly body. Yang Feng raised his palm. 10 fingers were frozen, but the flame drilled into the flesh and blood, blazing the soul and consciousness. Frozen flesh. Burning souls. Is this the terror of the twin prisons of ice and fire? Zigzag. The viper-like flames that bore into the body burned the most fragile of human consciousness. A layer of black and red thunder light, but blocked the flames and ice, like a vast and boundless black wall that stretched to form a great wall. Black wall. A black wall actually existed in the deepest barriers of Yang Feng's soul. That soul is filled with nothingness, devouring the cyber deep web of the city of night before chewing and gnawing down the black walls like a chocolate slab. Eventually, the black wall of the soul is born. Su Nuwa manipulated the flame and ice, stood under the black wall and looked up, deeply felt a kind of powerlessness, unable to break through to the other side of the wall. What's on the other side of the wall? On the other side of this black wall of souls was Yang Feng's most vulnerable soul, right? No, it's not. Su Nuwa suddenly froze, and a huge figure was vaguely visible among the gaps in the black walls. It was a writhing mass of dark giants, like large piles of filthy flesh and blood, extending countless twisted tentacles that slapped the ground at random. Filthy babies, is that Yang Feng's soul? The darkest mountain of flesh slowly opened its eyes, and its evil vertical pupils were like deep dark abysses, staring at the lodged exorcism outside the black wall. Pust. Put. The giant to dark mountain of flesh split open into a bloody mouth full of sharp teeth like a 7-gill eel, sticking out a greedy, slimy tongue. Do you want to come in? The filthy infant let out a cry, like the whisper of a demon, the murmur of an ancient god. The writhing black tentacles slapped heavily against the black wall, and the soul consciousness shuddered violently. This black wall was not protecting Yang Feng. It was more like a binding that prevented the power of the curse-eater's obscene infant from leaking out, and it was difficult to gauge just how terrifying the power of its soul was. No way. Su Nuwa was scared and backed away. Soul consciousness was the most fragile part of human beings, especially those strong people who focused on cultivating their physical bodies. Yang Feng was different. A complete and utter monster, hidden underneath the flesh, was definitely the darkest and most terrifying evil spirit, and could even be called an evil god. Don't go. Don't walk away. Let me taste it. Your flavor. The filthy baby shook and slapped against the black wall, its tentacles barreling outward along the cracks. The spreading evil soon captures the lodging exorcism, like a kraken sea monster holding a small fishing boat in its tentacles. Su Nuwa's eyes snapped open. Reality. Yang Feng didn't know when, but he grabbed two bodies at the same time. In one hand, he held the body of cold ice, and in the other hand, he held the body of flames. The hands were wrapped in dense darkness, penetrating the obscene baby to the dark evil power, turned into countless small fat baby hands while Su Nuwa entangled. No. My domain. How can I lose? Su Nuwa was incredulous and struggled with all his might, but he couldn't exert a single ounce of power. Devour. Yang Feng's chest once again emitted the sound of a baby crying. The hands of the supreme darkness clenched hard, and countless fat baby palms also twisted inward like pythons, devouring the flesh and soul of the lodged exorcism. Both bodies died at the same time. Both bodies were simultaneously transformed into sustenance. Su Nuwa issued a mournful scream. Flesh and blood and soul dissipated at the same time, all swallowed and absorbed by the filthy baby. Great tonic. A real tonic. Nuwa is a long-established ghost god-level powerhouse. That is, a son that has existed for more than a few hundred years. This heritage far surpassed the enemies he had ever encountered, once again allowing the filthy infant to grow a few points larger, and also providing a large amount of energy for metamorphosis and alienation. Slaying a Fey Demiurge, double points reward. You receive 200,000 bounty points, 200,000 bonus points. It's amazing that this Nuwa is so valuable. After all, it was a purple calamity level quest, and it was normal to double the rewards. The field is broken. The two-faced host exorcism dissipated into the world. Yang Feng slowly landed, his eyes like a torch looking around. In addition to Su Nuwa, there is a sun-level powerhouse. Earth spider? Sure. There is also a gap between ghosts and gods. The strength of the earth spider, far from being able to compare with Cebu Nua, is simply a difference in the mud. Host Nua-sama. Earth spider waited outside, firmly believing that Cebu Nua Lord can win the final victory. Boundary field. Lord Cebu Nua is invincible within the realm, and no enemy has ever left the twin prisons of ice and fire alive. But the realm disappeared and what appeared was an earthy mortal from the Dragon Kingdom. Lost. Lord Su Nua lost. Earth Spider was shaken to the point of no return, his brain working desperately to think of the possibilities of his survival. Escape. Must escape from this world and then tell the other ghosts and gods the details of the decapitation of Lord Su Nua. Horn blows. Yang Feng showed no mercy and directly used the speed flash. The Earth Spider turned around to escape, but just after escaping a few dozen meters, it fell to the ground with a whimper. It has no head above the neck. At some point, Yang Feng chopped off the head of the Earth Spider and lifted it with one hand. The Earth Spider turned and fled all by instinctive reaction, running dozens of meters away before falling to the ground and realizing that he forgot to take his head with him. Slaying a Fey Demiurge, double points reward. You receive 200,000 bounty points. Yang Feng killed the Earth Spiders and was also rewarded with 200,000 points. It seemed that all the ghosts and gods were treated equally. The Fey were annihilated. The interdimensional tunnel that had torn the world apart, no longer gushing out a dense cursed aura, was successfully intercepted by the hell behind Yang Feng. Curse pressure is dropping. Just a little while longer and it should be back to normal. With all the problems solved, the few survivors who had been hiding in the cave cautiously poked their heads out. The sky is falling. The battlefield was littered with shattered scars of cracked earth everywhere, like crisscrossing canines and teeth, which was shocking to the eyes, but also proved the strength of the sun. Thank you for stepping in to save us. Hadong brought Hua Hongxia and Sherpan and knelt down near Yang Feng, his gratitude overflowing. What warband are you from? Hua Hongxia inquired, wanting to know the identity of her savior. Dodo. Yang Feng didn't hide it and said the name of the war group. For the first time, the reputation of the Dodo warriors was made in hell. Dodo warband. We, True Yen Squad. Remember, the teleportation channel has been opened once again, so we will leave first. Kaido thanks again. And with the Fey passage destroyed, due to the decrease in the pressure of the curse, several people finally have the chance to return to Hell's apartment. Yang Feng nodded and casually waved his hand to signal for the True Flame Squad to leave. He only had one last thing left to do. Get rid of the corrupted brainworms and the mission would be complete. A few moments later, Yang Feng stepped into the insect nest and came in front of the brainworm that controlled the entire planet, carefully surveying the fat giant worm that was more than 20 meters long. How can this thing be put to good use? Chapter 126, Devouring Brainworm. Mind Transfer. Return to Hell. Mysterious Merchant. Brainworms. It's hidden in the deepest part of the worm cave. A fat, huge body covered in bloated chunks of flesh, incapable of any kind of combat. Countless small cockroach-like bugs burrowed under the huge body of the brainworm, with all their strength to slowly hump it up. Even the most basic movement has to rely on slave worms. At this very moment, brainworms are corrupted by the curse, glowing with a purple fluorescence and emitting ripples of consciousness so erosive that the entire bug population is contaminated. Soon, Yang Feng came to the deepest part of the bug nest, leaving behind him countless bug limbs and arms. Human, submit to me. The brainworm's consciousness was like a sharp poisonous sting, trying to penetrate the enemy's mind and pierce countless small holes. Mind transmission. Brainworms have the ability to teleport. It can transmit consciousness directly to other creatures, and can even read your mind and subconsciously transform it. This ability, kind of like Crimson Whale, Yang Feng was unmoved and came directly to the side of the brainworm, raising his hand to use the Crimson Whale ability. The biomass volume stream is surging. The nerve cells of the brainworm are affected, working at an uncontrollably high rate, flashing crimson bioelectricity, cascading through the body at a high frequency. The brainworm emitted a burning odor. The brainpower it was so proud of was transformed into a life-threatening note of wailing and mournful hissing. I am willing to submit. Please spare me, great master. The brainworm's fat, giant body prostrated itself on the ground like a puddle of mud and went limp, with fear written all over its 8 slithering eyeballs. It is so cunning that it sees the enemy as a threat to itself and immediately shows submission. Dignity? Bugs don't have human values. It's just doing everything it can to try to stay alive. Pust. Yang Feng didn't say much as the dead bone demon blade swept through, directly splitting the brainworm's body in two. The sound of a baby crying came, and countless small, fat, dark hands turned into tentacles, burrowing into the grease-filled wounds, and then devouring all of the cursed brain cells. This mind transfer ability can't be wasted. Sun dispels darkness. You get 100,000 bonus points. You may leave this level at any time. Yang Feng killing the brain bug was a real solution to the trouble in hell, and he was directly rewarded with 100,000 points. The final hour. A hint of pain came from Yang Feng's right eye. The image of that quaint sundial clock is reproduced, with the hour hand pointing to the sun moving forward a moment. Level 4. Purple Calamity Difficulty. The completion of such a task enables the final moment to pivot forward, gradually approaching the position of dusk. A few moments later, Yang Feng completely devoured the brainworm. Return. Yang Feng silently called out in his heart, followed by an azure-colored light enveloping him, returning to the hell apartment between flashes of light and shadow. Legend. You are about to become a legend in hell. This purple calamity class quest was surprisingly observed by many unknown great existences, which revealed excited gazes and spoke highly of it. Reward reach. A mysterious businessman is coming to your apartment in hell. The gazes of those great existences converged together, actually forming an endless passage of steps that connected towards the deeper levels of hell. A wagon, laden with goods, moved slowly down the stepped passage. The wooden wheels ran over a flight of stairs, causing the whole wagon to rock back and forth with a clanking sound. Mystery. This mysterious carriage, surrounded by a thick black fog, could vaguely see men in black cloaks. Mystery merchant requests access to your apartment. Yang Feng looked in the direction of the mysterious merchant and didn't immediately allow him to enter the hell apartment. A completely unknown being, even if it was a reward gifted by the great beings, had a few hints of danger. Hell's council chamber. Yang Feng came to the council hall. His peeping eye rotated, and a figure of 420,000 foot fluttered above his eyeball. God of heaven. Poisoning. Geek. Each of the 3 squads accomplished their tasks. Pay 50% of the reward proceeds and become team points for the dodo. All team members can use team points to spend as much as they want on small figures, while large purchases over 100,000 need to be approved by the boss. Master, you're back. The Red Queen respectfully dropped to one knee and then began to report on recent events. Qin Shuang has completed his quest, defeating the Midnight Bell's chaste guile and obtaining a cursed item. Ji Shui completed her mission and finished her promotion in the secret cave at the Five Immortals Ridge. Jiang Yi has completed her mission, bombarding the wasteland and finding a hidden refuge institute. It's coming along nicely. Squads are separated for missions to maximize benefits. It's more than that. Everyone's strength and experience, too, have been dramatically increased, especially Ji Shui of the Five Immortals Ridge. The talent of 10,000 poisons devouring the heart was promoted, and the power of her bloodline also received a full upgrade. Inquiry. Bounty points, 1.76 million. Yang Feng checked his points and was about to break the 2 million mark. This mission had gained a full 500,000 points, and with the previous rewards, it was becoming richer and richer. The higher the risk, the higher the reward. The more wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Yang Feng had been doing the highest risk missions and was naturally rich. Red Queen. Gather the other members and analyze the situation. Yang Feng gave the order and soon Qin Shuang and Ji Shui came to the council chamber and their eyes lit up when they saw their boss. Boss, you're finally back. Qin Shuang came with a smug face. His forehead was tied with a yellow bandage, which appeared to be a talisman with a spell written all over it, sealing the third eye temporarily. This is probably the cursed object that Qin Shuang got. Right, boss? Did you miss me nah? Ji Shui carried her hands behind her back, her eyes showing a hint of flirtation. It was indeed a bit uncomfortable for the Dodo Squad to do their missions separately and only see each other once every 10 days and a half months. Look closely. Ji Shui completed the metamorphosis of her talent and bloodline. Spider arthropod thighs returned to human form. White skin is like silk milk, watery and tender to attract people's attention. But, that's just scratching the surface. Ji Shui's entire body had completed its metamorphosis, and the body underneath the delicate skin contained incredible explosive power, and even hid a bone-etching and heart-rotting poison. Master, Captain Jiang Yi is challenging the Hell Tier. The Red Queen continued to report that Jiang Yi Bunny had little patience, and after completing one hellish challenge, she immediately began the next round of adventures. Aha! Yang Feng nodded and let the Red Queen continue. Mystery Trader, Sakurajikuni Onigami, the truth about Hellworld. The Red Queen gave a short lecture, voicing a lot of speculation about Hell. According to my speculations and calculations, there are no kingdom boundaries in Hell. Red Queen Super AI. Denying the existence of Sakura nations Oni and that hell has no kingdom boundaries. Isn't that a lie? Chapter 127. If this were a novel. The kingdom does not exist. The underworld. The Nile. Satan's hell. The underworld. They are all essentially the same thing, just called different things. The Red Queen infers that the concept of a kingdom does not exist in hell, and that answer is nothing short of open-eyed nonsense. Bull *******. The boss said it all. This calamity is caused by the demons and gods of the Sakura country, and it's obvious that the brats are invading our dragon country. Qin Shuang scoffed, hating to go to war and kill a few more brats. The hatred flowing in his bones refuses to forget so far. I agree with the Red Queen's speculation. Foreign invasions are a fact, proving that there are indeed disputes between nations and conflicts between cultures. But the concept of the state was set by man. The concept of civilization is also a rule devised by man. Ji Shue's face changed slightly and her tone became much more solemn as she continued. What kind of existence hell is? No one can say. Were there kingdoms before mankind? How long has hell existed? How long has human civilization survived? Did hell exist 100 years ago? Did hell exist 1,000 years ago? 10,000 years ago? 100,000 years ago? Million years ago? Billion years ago? Was there a division of kingdoms even before mankind was born? Hypothesis. The law does not exist physically, but binds each of us. Culture has no substance, yet it distinguishes us all as human beings. Yang Feng pondered that law was a rule created by humans, and morality was a product created by human conjecture, but in the end it affected everyone. Is this a manifestation of conjectural materialization? Change the direction of thinking. Have humans ever been to hell? No. Where do humans only go when they die? What hell is exactly like is just a figment of people's imagination. Writing fiction. Make the movie. All depictions of the world of hell are mere conjecture. Then there is a new question. What makes hell appear in the mold of human conjecture? Conjecture. Fantasy. Embodiment. Falsehood becomes reality. The concept becomes the law. Humans fantasize about having a god, and hell has a god. Humans fantasize about having a kingdom. Hell has a kingdom. Humans fantasize about having aliens. Hell have the aliens. Humans fantasize about having rotting corpses, and hell has a rotting corpse. Angels, demons, vampires, werewolves, insectoids, zombies, and weird products of human fantasy are all embodied in hell. I seem to get it. But then again, I don't seem to get it. Are you saying we're in an imaginary fictional world? Hell is a figment of man's imagination? Qin Shuang seems to understand. If the hell rises to the height of the entire human race, suddenly realized that it exists too many unreasonable coincidences. Ji Shui walked to the edge of the council hall and opened a curtain, revealing the endless evil vertical eyes of the sky. Stars. From time to time, Jiju would lie under the starlight and guess what those stars were. What are these eyes? People say that behind the countless eyes are the supremely great and terrifying existences. Why is he watching? What is he expecting? What is he conjuring up? Did he create the one world of hell? Is there a concept of a kingdom in the world where he is? Is there water in the world where they are? Is there electricity? Is there cell phones? Are there novels and movies to read? Ji Shue's eyes gradually became mesmerized, fantasizing about the worlds of the supreme great existences. Were they connected to hell? Yes. Is this the answer to the truth about hell? Hell has no kingdom. There isn't a sheet behind hell that manipulates everything. There's a world on the blue planet called Musk that once said, the probability of humans living in the real world is probably less than 1 in a billion. If our world is fictional, hell must have been created according to the director's idea or some fiction writer. The Red Queen emitted an icy mechanical voice and continued. Humans always think that they are the protagonists, living in the real world, playing computer games as if they were God, and laughing at how hilarious the scenarios in film and television programs and novels are. Ironically, all the people who are holding their cell phones and are watching the novels are likely to be fictionalized characters by the novels as well. Just like we are now. We are being watched by the great beings outside our windows. The Red Queen's speculation silenced everyone, all of them dry-humped. The odds of the world being real are surprisingly less than 1 in a billion. So, what is the kingdom in hell? It's just a division of power in a video game. It's just a conflict setting in a novel. It's just a camp imagined by humans. Mom, I got goosebumps. Are you saying that hell is like a blank book and that there was no kingdom originally? The great beings had the concept of nations in their minds and depicted the contents in this book. So hell has nations? Qin Shuang finally heard it. That's right. A blank page does not paint a country out of thin air. The writer and the reader have the concept of the country in their brains to create content about the country. The great beings of the Supreme Being have the concept of hell Hades in their brains. That's why hell is a series of settings such as Sheol, Na'ad, Satanic Hell, Underworld, and so on. That's just speculation. I'm afraid that the truth of hell's existence will only be revealed when the lowest level is reached. The Red Queen shook her head. It was a long story, but it was all speculation of billions of possibilities and not really reality. Yang Feng silently lit a cigarette. A silver-white lighter engraved with a vertical eye. And how did those supreme great beings create lighters that work forever? By mere fantasy? Either way, we're all going to go on living in hell. The truth doesn't matter. Since the enemy appears, destroy the enemy. Whether it's Sakura Nico or Amelika, God stops God. Buddha stops Buddha. Yang Feng swallowed clouds and fog, ending the discussion about the truth of hell. And even if you know the truth, so what? Can change what? This place is hell. We need to stay alive. We need to keep getting stronger. We're going to wipe out all the enemies that stand in our way. It doesn't matter what the truth is. Perhaps the answer to everything can be found in the deepest final moments of hell. As presumed, if our world is virtual, Master, you have accomplished a difficult and great task and will surely be rewarded highly. So the probability of mystery traders working in our favor is high. The Red Queen broke the fourth wall as if she had read the script. According to the calculated evolution of its super AI, whether it is a movie or television production, or a groundbreaking cool novel, it will surely be rewarded handsomely after the great battle, or else it will cause dissatisfaction among the viewers. Allow the mystery businessman to enter the apartment. Come on, let me see if the Red Queen's prediction is accurate. Yang Feng allowed the mysterious merchant to enter, followed by the carriage wrapped in black mist and the man stepping through the gates of the manor and entering the gardens of the mansion. We'll see. Let's see if the Red Queen's prediction is accurate. Chapter 128, Corrupted Original Cast Gene Seed. Golden Silkworm King Compulsion. Mystery Trader. The bony old horse pulls the battered old wagon with the clatter of bottles and cans coming from inside. Black mist enveloped the windswept man, his black cloak stained with mottled blood, internalizing his aura and looking like a weary traveler. Stop. The mysterious merchant pulls a load and stops at a small gazebo near the music fountain. Walk by. Don't miss it. The man hemmed and hawed, revealing stained teeth and yelling in a way that could be heard throughout Hell's apartment. Hello. Welcome to the dodo. I'm Yang Feng. Yang Feng walked with the crowd and briefly introduced himself before turning his gaze to the carriage behind the mysterious merchant. Ominous. There were many items on top of the wagon that gave off an ominous aura. My last name is Tu. You can call me Old Tu. Or Boss Tu. Whatever. Boss Butcher lifted his hood. His slightly aged cheeks wrinkled. One of his eyes cloudy and albino, but still giving a sense of being observed in sight. You can buy items or sell me some novelties. One thing to emphasize, I only deal in some premium stuff. Boss Tu's albino cloudy eyeballs rotated and finally landed on the ancient ring on Yang Feng's left index finger. For example, I can pay a high price for this ring. Know your stuff. Not bad for a mystery merchant. This Sumeru ring was considered to be the most valuable item on Yang Feng's body, gifted by the great beings and upgraded twice. Sorry, it's not for sale. Yang Feng certainly wouldn't sell this ring. Ha ha ha. That's for sure. The living tend not to sell their treasures. Boss Tu laughed dryly and turned towards the dilapidated carriage, opening the double doors of the carriage to reveal a wide array of merchandise. Formal and soaked cans loaded with the head of some creature. Jars and bottles holding various organs, and many items of unknown function. Relic? Are all the goods sold by Mr. Tu, the relics of the dead? Do you need a recommendation? Boss Tu's cloudy eyeballs looked towards the nearby Qin Shuang. What a strong spiritual energy. I can think of a good thing that's perfect for you. Boss Butcher rummaged through the wagon, then peeled out a small bottle in which a fuzzy lump of flesh was placed. Super Gene Seed. It can autonomously generate 19 types of modified organs. Derivation of a second sustaining heart. Formation of skeletal glands. Muscle forging glands. Enhanced hematopoietic pistol. Enhanced lung lobes. Pebble kidneys. Black armor. Good stuff. This kind of genetic modifier was also valuable to Yang Feng. 300,000 points. Child and child. I took this off a dead son, myself. Boss Tu let out a sinister and strange laugh, and his words added an extra layer of mystery and danger. Take it down? Taking it off, the sun? This Boss Tu seemed to be an extremely special existence, able to travel around various hell worlds and recover all kinds of precious materials. Is there only one gene seed? Yang Feng frowned slightly, pondering whether or not to devour this gene seed. TSK, TSK, TSK. You're quite greedy in your desire for flesh and blood power. Boss Tu could see through Yang Feng's mind, and any item that strengthened his genes. He wanted to devour a copy to try it out. There's a copy that's even fiercer. Corrupted Protocast Gene Seed. Boss Tu introduced himself and took out a sealed jar that contained a terrifying cursed aura, and the size and shape of the gene seeds were even more monstrous and twisted. This original cast gene seed is going to have 3 more super organs. Intratendon steel coil completely changes the structure of the tendon, providing great defense, while the amazingly powerful contraction properties allow the average person to crush steel. Eternal pituitary, a type of pituitary gland that grows in the cerebral cortex, which enhances the function of the left and right brains, thus allowing the physical body to develop more perfectly, catalyzing the cells to carry out an infinite and perfect cycle, and ultimately achieving the function of immortality. Heart revival furnace, an organ near the heart that efficiently saves energy and is activated in the event of a fatal trauma, catalyzing a revival substance that forcefully maintains the physical body and gives it superhuman strength for a short period of time. It has been corrupted by the evil forces of subspace, producing internal decay and aberration, and risking its use might. Boss 2 made a neck-wiping motion. Forcing the use of this corrupted forbidden product would probably get him killed. You can't get 1,000,000 points without corruption. I'll give you a discount now. 500,000 points. Expensive. The corrupted protocast gene seed sells for a full 500,000 points. The mysterious merchant's whereabouts are erratic. And after this village, there is no store. Hell's Mall. There wouldn't be such a good thing as gene seeds for sale. And there was a reason why it was expensive. I'll take it. Yang Feng raised his finger and directly bought the corrupted gene seed, casually trading 500,000 points to Boss 2 with a stroke of his hand. The other side. Qin Shuang's face showed some bitterness as he quietly whispered in Yang Feng's ear. Boss, I don't have that many points. I'm still more than 100,000 short. Can we borrow team points for now and make them up later? Qin Shuang couldn't get 300,000 points at once and wanted to pad it out with team points first. And there was naturally nothing wrong with such a small matter. Yang Feng nodded. Qin Shuang's 200,000 points, plus the 100,000 he took out from his team points, were finally delivered to Boss 2 for a copy of the normal version of the gene seed. A few of you are really rich, and it's the turn of this beautiful girl. 2 Boss business is booming, and immediately smiled with joy. The eyes again looked at Ji Shui. See some clues, 5 immortals? See a lot of things. Boss 2 immediately saw where Ji Shui's ability was coming from, and turned around and rummaged around to find some transparent bottles containing all sorts of bizarre poisonous insects, which were clearly 5 poisonous things. Human-faced spider, black swamp scorpion, red-blooded centipede, cold jade toad, bamboo green purple python. The 5 rare and highly poisonous things were just enough to deal with the 5 immortals that Ji Shui had collected, while when the bamboo green and purple python was taken out, a small snake wriggled out of Ji Shui's arm. Whitey. That was the white brocade jade python, which had been following Ji Shui around, gradually becoming an instinctive poisonous parasite. It's okay. White. Another sister for you. You have a green snake and a white snake, just so you can have a sister combo. Ji Shui soothed Xiao Bai. The combination of the green and white twin snakes was easily reminiscent of the story of Bai Suzhen and Xiao Cheng. These 5 immortals. It's not easy to get together. 150,000 points each, all packaged up to give you a discount. Let's say 500,000 points. Boss 2 revealed a treacherous smile. The collected poisons were rare, but their value was still far less than the corrupted gene seeds. It was a complete lion's share. I'll take them all. Without blinking, Ji Shui directly packed her bags and crossed 500,000 points to the other party. Is there any more? Ji Shui spends $500,000 and surprisingly wants to keep buying. Yes, just in case you can't afford it. It's a native holy compulsion on a sun. The Golden Silkworm King Compass. It was a fist-sized intrinsic sacred compass with a faint golden glow emanating from its body. The silk produced by the Golden Silkworm King Compass was able to entangle bones and sinews, even replacing them and metamorphosing into the body of the 9-turn Golden Silkworm. 1,000,000 points. Boss 2 once again lionized the price, turned around and prepared to put the Golden Silkworm King Compass back into the carriage. The treasure in the bottom of the box is usually just for others to see. There are only a handful of people who can afford to buy it. Buy it! With a stroke of Ji Shui's finger, 1,000,000 points immediately arrived, directly taking down the Golden Silkworm King Compass. What's going on? Why does Jiju have so many points? Although Ji Shui has always been the image of a rich woman, there is always a limit to the amount of points that can be accumulated, right? How does it look like she can't spend it all? How many points does she have and how many years has she been saving up? 2 Boss is also very surprised. Ji Shui directly spend 1.5 million huge points. Even those who have been famous for a long time large war group, also do not have this kind of financial power. Chapter 129, Secret Key Token. Method of opening the deep secret realm. All closed doors. Dodo Warband. You guys are considered VIP customers for spending over 2 million points. Boss 2 was astonished at the financial power of the warband, and his albino cloudy eyes rolled around before he pulled out an ancient jade tablet from his own cloak. Deep secrets. Have you heard? Boss 2 played dumb, looking at the reactions of the few people in front of him, clearly unaware of the situation. The infinite layers of hell are full of precious items that can be collected like stars, but each tier has a resource level with a certain upper limit. Boss 2 explained that there was a general perception in people's minds about the resource level cap. The higher the difficulty, the richer the resources. The higher the difficulty, the more awesome the precious items you get. Make an analogy. The original third level of Hell. Greedy battlegrounds, with a security level of 2 orange. The most valuable weapons collected are just high-powered sniper rifles. Later the 7th circle of Hell. Clearwater Village, the security level is 3 red. And the most precious item collected is the heart of the grieving spirit that evolves the gifted bloodline. Obviously, the more difficult the hellish challenge, the easier it is to get the power-ups. But, people continued to explore deeper into Hell, with a steep and drastic increase in difficulty. But the rewards gained did not reach the point of qualitative change. Simply put, even in the same level of Hell, the distribution of resources is very uneven. Some are very barren and difficult, and some are extraordinarily bountiful and rich. For example, the cosmic battlefield for acquiring gene seeds, or even, a certain immortal world with an ancient mythological heritage. Boss 2's words immediately caused the eyes of Young Feng's crowd to light up. Fairy world? Metaphysical world? That level of hellish challenge contained extremely rich resources. Even the lowest level immortal cultivation secrets were worth far more than other small worlds. You may be able to access black tech in the middle of a technological world, but others can become immortal in a small fairy world from Hell. Those deep layers of Hell, where precious resources are most abundant, are called secret realms. There are 2 ways to enter the deep secret realm. Number 1, random challenges. The slim odds of randomly entering some hellish tier and probabilistically coming to one of these extremely rare secret places are quite touching. Second, the secret key. With the token in hand, when the deep secret realm opens, you will be able to use the secret key to enter directly. Boss 2 shook the token in his hand. The ancient jade token was the secret key to enter the deep secret realm and thus gain far more than any other hellish challenge. Opportunity. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yang Feng looked carefully at the secret key token, inscribed with a lofty immortal mountain. The aura convergence was lifelike, perhaps associated with a certain immortal tier in the east. How many points? Yang Feng was somewhat moved. Opportunities were often left to those who were prepared, and in terms of his current strength, he was very well prepared. 1 million. Boss 2 stretched out a finger, and the secret key jade tablet was sold for $1 million. It offers only an unknown opportunity. The difficulty of the secret world is extremely high. Perhaps you cannot get anything, or did not touch half a chance. $1 million directly hit the water. Wanted. Yang Feng pondered for a few seconds and decided to buy this secret key jade tablet. Boss 2 narrowed his eyes. Dodo warriors? They're either wealthy cuties, or they are emboldened superpowers. Sure, the dodo is certainly not a cutie. It was impossible to gain that many points and become a sun-level powerhouse, so there was only one answer. The dodo warriors, all of them are ruthless. I have to warn you, there is more than one secret key token. Many warbands are collecting keys to the deep secret realm. You'll meet a lot of competitors, and you might even get shot down and fall. Boss 2 was conscientious enough to hint that many warring groups had collected secret key tokens, and if the secret gates were to be opened, countless strong people would flock to the area. Everything has a price. The more wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Yang Feng naturally understood the reasoning and directly transferred 1 million points to Boss 2. Cool. Boss 2 threw the secret key token to Yang Feng, and the total transaction amount reached 3 million. Ha. My mission quota is complete, so I'll withdraw for now. Boss 2 was full of smiles. In another frame rule, the amount of points for selling goods reached the standard. Packing the goods ready to leave the manor. Don't go. There's something else I'd like to see. Ji Shui even had the financial resources to continue purchasing, and disgruntledly stopped Boss 2, wanting to buy some more rare and forbidden items. Too much is not enough. Don't overdo everything. We will, in the future, have the opportunity to meet again. Boss 2 rejected Ji Shui, revealing a row of uneven yellow teeth. Fair enough. Ji Shui thought slightly and stopped stopping Boss 2. As the saying goes, if you are full, you will overflow. If you are full, you will lose. You can't do too much of anything, or you may attract a backlash. The 5 poison immortals. Golden Silkworm King Compulsion. Refining the intrinsic sacred compass was enough to consume all of one's energy. Any more would instead be too much to handle. The Red Queen deduced correctly. Not a bad haul this time. Yang Feng held the secret key token, and with a flash of light and shadow, he placed it into the Sumeru ring and waited for the opportunity for it to open. Boss, take a vacation. I need to refine this pile. Ji Shui hugged the bottles and jars, needing to go on a long retreat to fully absorb them. Me too. Gene seed modification. It takes quite a bit of time. Qin Shuang also applied for a vacation to transform his physical body. Good. Open the heart of hell. Burn team points to extend your stay. Yang Feng gave the order and the hell's heart began to burn. With more than 300,000 team points left, there was definitely enough time. Pity. Jiang Yi Bunny is not here. Ji Shueside as the somewhat maniacal Jiang Yi Rabbit couldn't stop for a moment, missing out on this mysterious merchant's deal. Start the retreat. The affairs of Hell's apartments are in the hands of the Red Queen. Yang Feng gave orders and temporarily let the Red Queen take care of various matters, then returned to his room and came to the secret room Dragon Transformation Pool. Hualong Pond. Bounty points, 260. 000. One night back to liberation. Mysterious merchants purchased forbidden items at ridiculously expensive prices, and the 176 million points were reduced by most of them in the blink of an eye. Joining the Golden Blood. Yang Feng spent the rest of his points and a large amount of golden blood to inject into the Dragon Transformation Pond, which instantly made the entire pond become golden. Golden Armored Corpse. Brainworm Genes. Devouring and exorcising the hosts. Corrupted Protocast Gene Seeds. One could even try to refine the Drought Demon's essence blood, with 5 precious evolutionary materials converging. It seemed that this metamorphosis would also be a major undertaking. Begin. Yang Feng stepped into the Dragon Transformation Pool and completed the simplest part first. Brainworms. This is the Lord of Planet Kron, the leader who manipulates the entire bug population. It possessed the ability of mind transmission, and could directly transmit thoughts into other people's brains, and Yang Feng only needed this part of the gene sequence. Evolution has begun. Chapter 130, Drought Demon Corpse Fiend. Devouring Plague. Immortalized Bone. Purifying Gene Seed. Brainworms. Mind Transfer. The idea reaches a certain level and can even control people with weak wills. Yang Feng devoured and drew on the genetic sequence of the brainworm, copying only the strongest part of the alien ability and then intercepting and integrating it into his own sequence. It's a fine job, trimming genes to create the perfect sequence. You can't cut more than you need or you'll create large swaths of redundancy. You can't cut less or the ability will be partially missing. After the cutting is complete, it is then fused through the blood of gold. The genes of a perfect creation are optimized and strengthened before being 100% compatible with itself. Long. Yang Feng finished the fine job. Golden Armored Corpse. Yang Feng's Golden Armored Corpse bloodline was completely refined and successfully underwent metamorphosis, but it still had to undergo a series of optimization and transformation to completely merge with himself. Talent link. The bloodline of the Golden Armored Corpse was able to link up with the talent of the altered demon molting. After the alien demon molt was unleashed, a corpse shell would be formed, and it would directly become a golden armored hairy corpse with great strength and defense. I'm going to refine the bloodline of the Golden Armored Corpse until it becomes more stable. Refine the Drought Demon Essence blood again. Burn the flesh and soul of the host to make it firewood. Yang Feng consolidated the Golden Armored Zombie bloodline. Sacrificed the Drought Demon Essence blood in the deepest part of the filthy baby. Burned the devoured host Nua as fuel wood. And the zombie bloodline went to the next level. Drought. Zombie Patriarch. This essence blood actually did have some reaction. It began to slowly melt. A trace of essence blood with divinity attached to it, refining a terrifying and overwhelming baleful aura. When the Drought Demon is born, the earth is 1,000 miles red, and the brisk form is cloaked in hair, cheerful as fire. The scorching hot baleful chi was refined with it, and the flesh and blood dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the life energy withered away in droves. Just a few seconds. Yang Feng's skin and flesh were as thin as firewood, drawing heavily on the blood of gold inside the Dragon Transformation Pool, providing the Drought Demon Essence blood with enough energy. Soon, the flesh and soul of Siyu Nua was completely burned out by the Drought Demon. It was horrible. The Dryad Corpse Fiend gradually gathered and took shape, and his essence blood transformed into a bit of black flame, causing the entire filthy infant to burn violently. Yang Feng's Curse-Eater Filthy Infant let out a painful wailing sound. The long accumulated cursed resentment, all of them were absorbed by the Drought Demon Corpse Fiend at this moment. Life is like a river. All viral genes, completely unrestricted. Infinite reproduction. Savage growth. Yang Feng completely liberated his bloodline power. The perfect creation has devoured an unknown number of viruses. The T virus, the G virus, Lily's original serum, the Veronica virus, the Life Bloom virus, plus the abyssal network devoured by the City of Night. Flesh transformed into a river of life. Infinite flesh and blood grew wildly, and then was turned into withered bones and rotten flesh by the fury formed by the Drought Demon's essence blood. Time passes by. Yang Feng's body kept regenerating and then kept being destroyed and turned into rotten bones by the corpse fiend. The fury is converging. The black nightmare was burning. The filthy baby cried out, and the filthy evil spirit gradually fused with the necromantic demonic flame, becoming more and more solid, and finally forming a bit of demonic flame in the pupil of the evil vertical eye. Dryad Corpse Flame. It was the demonic flame condensed from the Drought Demon's bane, burning everything in 1,000 miles of red earth. The black corpse fury began to feed back into the flesh. especially where the bones were concerned, gradually transforming into a kind of black demonic bone where the fury chi converged. No bones turned into bones, infused with spirit and necromancy, absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon, the bones of heavenly life that do not melt. Underneath the golden armored corpse, the heavenly longevity immortalized bone then congealed, gradually evolving towards the direction of the drought demon. But the drought demon essence blood was still a bit too little, and the undying bone hadn't been completely refined. Yang Feng needed to draw more corpse fury and energy in order to push the bloodline of the heavenly longevity immortal bone step by step to continue evolving. Lift your hands. A necrotic fury transformed into a raging wind. Everything decayed with it. The earth became dry, and even the water level of the dragon transformation pool rapidly lowered. That powerful? Yang Feng did not expect the power of the drought demon corpse fiend to be so terrifying. If it was fully activated to burn up the black demonic flame, what kind of terrifying picture would it be? Corrupted protocast gene seed. Yang Feng took out the last evolutionary material. Have to say, the variety of evolutionary materials this time around was so great that just refining the dryad essence blood had already taken all of one's strength. Come on, it shouldn't be any harder to refine than drought demon essence blood. Yang Feng opened the seal and injected the gene seed into his body, devouring and refining its internal sequences. Corruption. The devil is murmuring. The ancient gods are in hell. Corrupted genetic seeds, affected by subspace, undergo severe aberrations. Submit to me. The loving Father will grant you eternal life. Yang Feng vaguely saw a great devil, standing in the middle of the endless universe, emitting a foul plague aura all over his body. Its voice is like a magical sound that beckons you to submit to its feet and become synonymous with disease and pestilence. Plague? This can be considered a fury. Yang Feng's eyes were ruthless, and he immediately urged the drought demon corpse fury to incinerate the phantom image. Magic flame. The black flames formed by the drought demon's corpse are like maggots attached to the bones, burning the plague and disease as energy to contain itself. Blasphemy. How dare you desecrate the power of the devouring merciful Father? The visionary demon, enraged, stirred a mouthful of slimy crucible, and a vicious curse escaped his lips, releasing an even thicker plague of disease. 1,000 miles of red earth. Yang Feng's filthy infant opened its eyes and cried out as it blossomed with corpse fiend demonic flames. An extremely concentrated corpse fiend swept through the pale space. Everything is burning. Everything is withering away. Corpse fury and plague. The two forces entangled with each other. But illusions were just illusions after all, and soon the pure black drought demon corpse flame prevailed. Delicious. The demonic flames gathered by the drought demon's essence blood looked a few points more solid, ruthlessly feasting on them, even absorbing and drawing on the characteristics of the great demon. Some of the sense of plague and disease were also fused into the necromancy. Purification. The corrosive aura of the original cast gene seed was quickly purified to a crisp by the dryad necromancer. And what came next was much simpler. Devouring genes. Drawing strength. The various organs in Yang Feng's body had been greatly enhanced. The second sustaining secondary heart, which gathers the powers of the resuscitation furnace, saves bioenergy. The Aeon pituitary, combined with the Krenchkov spine acquired by the City of Night, plus the simulation of a Peregrine Falcon-class Sandvalstein Type 5 is upgraded again. The coils of steel within the tendons, paired with the sinews formed by the perfect creation, make for a more scientific and powerful structure that increases strength exponentially. Hematopoietic pistol. Strengthen lung lobes, pebble kidneys, a variety of enhanced and modified organs so that they perform their functions with more than 100% efficiency. Highly efficient remodeling, efficient reinforcement. The bloodlines of perfect creations are fine-tuned and optimized to be the best they can be. 100% fused without a hint of rejection. Alien devil molts. After Yang Feng completed all the transformations, he again felt that there were imperfect flaws in his body, and that the initial transformation had some immaturity. Put. A pair of large hands ripped through the chest. Yang Feng regained his life and drilled out of the alien demon corpse shell. That newly regenerated flesh is a 100% perfect fit to complete this metamorphosis. Chapter 131 Exit. Jiangyi Rabbit's Racing Circuit. 15 Special Tiers. There are no years in the cave. Perfect creation alienation metamorphosis. Cutting and optimizing DNA. The whole process is quite delicate and also time-consuming. Brainworm fusion. Access to mind transfer. Refining drought demon essence blood. Zombie bloodline evolution. Heavenly life immortal bone. Corpse demon flame. Original cast gene seed modification. 22 super organs. Each organ's function greatly enhanced. 8 months. It consumed 8 months without realizing it. Yang Feng pulled out that secret key token and came out. There still wasn't the slightest movement. It seemed that the so-called chance still hadn't arrived. Dormant. Yang Feng's mind controlled the alien demon corpse shell. His physical body entered the dormant mode, and a dark golden armor permeated the surface of his body. which was clearly the dead bone demon armor that had evolved again. Light and shadow blur. Yang Feng directly incorporated the alien demon corpse shell into his ring and turned around to leave the dragon transformation pool. A thought. The ability of mind transfer is activated. The Red Queen of Hell's council chamber, standing near the Eye of Peak, watching the other squads on their missions, suddenly sensed something. Master? The Red Queen's smooth, mirror-like face flashed with excitement as she immediately left the council hall and headed in the direction where Yang Feng was. Congratulations, Master, for coming out of the gate. The Red Queen respectfully dropped to one knee and lowered her proud head. How long have I been in seclusion? Yang Feng faintly inquired. Where are the others? The Red Queen looked up and reported the precise numbers. Master, you were closed for 8 months and 7 days. Qin Shuang and Ji Shui, still in a state of evolutionary metamorphosis. Still in seclusion? Ji Shui tamed and refined the 5 immortal poisonous insects, and also had to fuse her own holy compass, which would take perhaps a bit longer. Qin Shuang, this fellow, just fused the ordinary version of the gene seed. 8 months but still not completed, is really some ink. Don't forget, Yang Feng was the one who had fused the original casting gene seed and had been corrupted by subspace, so the difficulty had risen several notches and consumed less time instead. Sure, you can't generalize from one person to another in terms of fitness. Yang Feng possessed the talent of alienation root, and his evolutionary metamorphosis was naturally deeper and more rapid. Also, Jiang Yi Rabbit, consume all 10 repeat challenges. The Red Queen continued to report. Each time the sun completes the Dispel the Darkness duty quest, the warband will be granted 10 random challenge tiers and can repeat the same tier. That's 8 months. Jiang Yi Rabbit didn't rest for a moment and actually used up all 10 challenge opportunities. Team points, 780, 000. Jiang Yi Rabbit contributed close to 500, 000 bounty points on his own. If you calculate based on a 50% tax return, Jiang Yi Bunny has made a lot of money herself. She's in the special training room, the Red Queen reminded. Idle Jiang Yi, engaged in her own little experiment, various facilities remodeled. I'll check it out. Yang Feng came to be interested and pushed open the door of the special training room a few minutes later and frowned. The racetrack? It's turned into an oversized circle track. A blur of stumps swept past the track as the strangely shaped scrapped car raced along, its shuddering engine roaring like a wild animal. Oh ho ho ho! Faster! Faster! Jiang Yi Bunny screamed strangely on the driver's side, surrounded by cute graffiti, running at extreme speeds beyond the limits of the raggedy automobile, the body shaking and rocking violently. Click! A screw fell out. The skeleton of the scrapped car trembled even more, but Jiang Yi Bunny didn't panic at all. She pulled out a band-aid and patched it over the spot where the screw had fallen out, seemingly comforting the little car in that way. Don't be afraid. It's okay da. Let's add another handful of gas. Jiang Yi Rabbit revealed a maniacal smile, then opened a special button in front of him and slammed it downward with force. Boom, 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 boom. The roar was deafening, and there were even rocket boosters on the back of the derelict car's ass, spewing out meters of fierce tons of fire, soaring to the limit. That is, faster, faster, faster. Jiang Yi Bunny stood up and slammed on the gas pedal. The smile on his face became even more hideous, and at that moment the windshield could not withstand the pressure and suddenly shattered. Da da da. Jiang Yi Bunny's face was blown by the gusty wind. Her mouth fluttered up and down making strange noises, and her eyelids were blown so much that she couldn't close them, which actually gave people a funny and weird feeling. Click, 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 click. The scrapped car finally couldn't withstand the pressure, and the entire body disintegrated, with countless parts crumbling and splattering, turning into a ball of bursting fire that flooded the track. Jiang Yi Rabbit was like a kite with broken strings, and was flung out fiercely. Her body tumbled repeatedly on the ground, quickly turning into a broken and dirty doll. Atomic heart. The heart of an atom of infinite energy creates an absolute force field. The explosions and energy around them were blocked and bounced off without causing further damage. Play dead. What kind of training is this? Jiang Yi Bunny was completely fooling around, making fun of his own life and enjoying the thrill of wandering between life and death. Shoo! Jiang Yi Bunny blew out her bleached hair, wiped the dust from her face with her palm, and lay down on the ground in a big shape. Fractured one arm and lost feeling in both legs, but not a big problem, just put a couple band-aids on it. Am I hallucinating? Jiang Yi Rabbit rubbed his eyes. There was actually a man's face blocking the line of sight, tilted his head to see always feel a little strange. The old boss. Oopsie daisy. Jiang Yi Bunny exclaimed and immediately hugged Yang Feng's thigh. I'm dying of boredom. The most I've done is 14 floors of hell and the repeat challenges are gone. Jiang Yi Bunny wiped a snotty nose and tears on his pants leg, complaining about his recent boredom. Yang Feng, Ji Shui, Qin Shuang, all three of them went into seclusion, and Zhang Yi Rabbit was the only one silently doing tasks on her own. That would have been good. Zhang Yi Bunny is used to being alone, and is best at wreaking havoc in various hell worlds, though it's a close call every time, but he enjoys it. But, Zhang Yi Bunny explored one level down, but only managed to reach the 14th level at most. It wasn't that she wimped out, simply because the 15th level of hell, however, is a special level. Zhang Yi Rabbit did not have the authority to make the challenge and could only repeatedly brush the 14th floor, eventually running out of times. Special tier, almost forgot about it. The 5, 10, and 15 layers of hell all seem to be separate layers with special rules. Only the controller of the Dodo battle group was eligible to choose to enter, while other squad leaders did not have access. Understood. What do you think? Red Queen? Yang Feng looked at the Red Queen beside him as the Super AI deduced and budgeted the results. 15th floor of hell. Special class. I suggest that all gather before entering so as not to miss the precious opportunity. The Red Queen let out an icy mechanical sound. And the last time Zhang Yi Bunny missed out on the black merchant and had one less chance to buy forbidden goods. Woo woo, how much longer? Wouldn't I die of boredom? Zhang Yi Bunny fell to the ground and rolled around like a child who couldn't beg for candy. Ding! Crisp voices rang out. Yang Feng lit a cigarette, and his eyes flashed with the slightest hint of essence. I'm finished with my retreat. Just what I needed. A challenging trial to perform solar duties and test out new abilities along the way. You can try it with me if you really have itchy hands. Yang Feng's words instantly made Zhang Yi Bunny jump up, completely ignoring the injuries on her body, her face full of excitement. Dispel the darkness. Sun duty. Level 4, purple, calamity. That kind of difficult challenge, which could only be accomplished by a sun-level powerhouse, instantly made Zhang Yi Rabbit excited. Too good. Take me. Take me. Zhang Yi Bunny hopped and jumped and raised her fists, pretending to be Hercules. Red Queen, you remain here. If Qin Shuang and Ji Shui come out of the gate, let them wait. Yang Feng instructed, waiting until everyone was assembled. He immediately headed to the special 15th layer of hell. Well, now, take the Calamity level quest first and test the new ability. Chapter 132, The Legend of the Dark Knight. I am both the Scourge. Dispel the darkness. Sun duties. The 17th floor of hell, Dark Legends. Danger level, level 3. Red. Extremely dangerous. Cursed pressure, 50. Description, bloods and werewolves kill each other. Thousands of years of entangled grudges. Love and hate intertwined. Special mission, you are Calamity. Please try to destroy this tier. Open the sun mission. It's a whole new paradigm. Yang Feng transformed into a descending plague, destroying this tier. Whether it was the visitors from hell participating in the challenge or the native species of the tier, all destroyed. Destroy. I am the coming plague. Yang Feng's eyes flickered as he read the mission objective, and there was a hint of surprise in his heart. Last time, Yang Feng fends off the calamities to come and finally kills the two-faced lodged exorcism in the ghost story, stopping the hellish hierarchy from being destroyed. This time, instead, Yang Feng became an intruder, transforming into disaster itself and destroying the entire hellish hierarchy. Who? Zhang Yi Rabbit was full of excitement and couldn't help but whistle. Boss, are we going to wreak havoc? The doors of the conveyor elevator slowly opened. It flickered with scarlet light, displaying another attack form, using Yang Feng as a deadly weapon. Yes, we're going to destroy the world. The sun, the light that shines into hell occasionally turns into a sword and cuts through the hopes of others. Yang Feng muttered, recalling his experience of doing the dirty work in Blue Star. The sun will tear the darkness apart, but it will also leave a shadow. There are two sides to everything, and good and evil are just different positions. Scarlet light flashed. The surrounding scene was blurred for a moment, and a film of guarding could be vaguely seen, which was quickly pierced through by the scarlet light. Invasion. Yang Feng's Dodo Squad became the invaders of this level of hell. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The running subway was blown off from its center position. The fiery flames from the explosion immediately flooded the entire tunnel, and there were miserable wails everywhere. But then they came to an abrupt end with the explosion. Two figures emerged from the very center of that tunnel explosion. Yang Feng, Zhang Yi Rabbit. Death accompanied the two as soon as they made their entrance. Hot flames burning, but a nasty chill could be felt on their faces. Malice. A malevolent eye swept across the underworld, watching the intruder who had brought the plague. We're being watched. Get out of here for now. Yang Feng frowned slightly. Acting as an intruder was still a bit uncomfortable. The two figures weaved through the burning steel wreckage and soon reached the subway station. The crowd erupted into chaos as a distant explosion shattered nearby glass, and many people desperately fled out of the area, while others grabbed their cell phones and desperately shot little videos. Sunset Empire. The backdrop of this level of hell would be the Empire of the Sunset, with a recognizable Ansation race in English written all over the surrounding stores. Urine odor. The steps of the dilapidated subway station were covered with a smell of urine. Many homeless people hid under the bridge hole, surrounded by cheap beer bottles, and cockroaches covered near the remnants of garbage cans, giving off a foul odor. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is advanced Europe. Zhang Yibani pinched her nose, her face full of disgust, until she completely left the subway station, and the air was only slightly fresher. The darkness is bewildering. There was a drizzle in the sky, filling the water like a veil. People on the streets were in a hurry, keeping their collars up and picking up their pace while the rain was still coming down. The sirens of police cars and ambulances soon sounded, and many reporters carrying cameras rushed to be the first to report on the mass casualties at the subway station. That? Yang Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the sculpture on the roof of the European-style building. Gargoyles. At the top of a nearby church stands a row of statues of gargoyles. In the eyes of ordinary people, ancient sculptures were just works of art, but in Yang Feng's eyes it was different. They moved. The gargoyles turned their heads, their icy gazes scanning the city as if they were looking for something. Pity, pity. This rainy night is not suitable for a fireworks display. Zhang Yi Rabbit strolled in the rain, showing some regret expression. Fireworks display is best on a sunny day. Don't make any big moves for a while. Yang Feng said indifferently, not ready to destroy the hell tier immediately. The intruder's only mission is to destroy, but it will take a bit more thought to figure out exactly how to destroy it. The easiest way to do this was to have Zhang Yi Rabbit fire up the entire city with explosions and flames. Such rudeness is also bound to be met with the worst possible repercussions. Also, dig deep into the secrets of this world, scavenge for valuable treasure, plunder powerful genes, and then dismantle it from within. Find a place to settle down first. Yang Feng handed over a look, signaling for Zhang Yibani to follow, and disappeared into the rainy night at a fast pace. Hilton Hotel, the glorious 5-star hotel. The waiters dressed in proper suits, the front desk lady with a professional sweet smile on her face. This gentleman, may I ask if you have an appointment? The waiter politely handed over fluffy towels, a strange combination of man and woman in front of him. The dark-haired oriental man looked ordinary. The girl, on the other hand, was very alternative, with clothes full of personalized holes, giving her a dark gothic look, like the ones who mix the streets. A room with a good view. Yang Feng didn't talk nonsense. The sweet lady at the front desk inquired about the information and smiled politely. Please show your passport. Passport? Cash? These things, naturally, are not available. Mind transmission. Yang Feng's eyes flickered as his thoughts spread out in ripples, transmitting some sort of consciousness. That's what brainworms are capable of. It can do more than communicate. It can control people with weak minds. These ordinary people in the hotel were instantly affected by the power of psychic transmission, and their psychological defenses were invaded in a devastating manner. Implied. Yang Feng didn't brainwash them completely, but rather dropped a few small hints to make the crowd feel that everything was normal. Sir, your check-in has been completed. Here is your room card. Please take care of it. The young lady at the front desk, who rightfully handled all the formalities, continued to show a professional and polite smile and handed the room card to Yang Feng. The waiter guided the two of them to the elevator and made a pleased gesture as he pressed the button. Wow. You're good, boss. God forbid. They're all under your control? Zhang Yi Rabbit was filled with astonishment, not realizing that the boss had this kind of mind control ability. There is no control. It's just a couple mental notes. Yang Feng spoke in a bland tone. He had to say that the ability of the brain bug was very useful, especially in this kind of occasion. It would not attract other people's attention at all. Ding! The elevator arrives. The room was luxurious, with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking a small part of the city. Turn on the TV and the BBC channel is showing the news about tonight's subway bombing. Yang Feng leaned against the window, and through the floor-to-ceiling window he could see the fire in the direction of the subway. And in addition to a large number of reporters and paramedics, there were also some mysterious people in black trench coats. Blood. Evil creatures that have lasted for millennia. Yang Feng lit a cigarette and gazed at the black-clothed mystics. Ancient evil race hidden underground. There must be a lot of good stuff. Chapter 133, Blood Race Powerful Elder. Wolf Race Leader. Misunderstanding begins. Tearing up the tree. Killing Angel Bar. Dazzling and dazzling lights flashed. Handsome men and women splashed their hormones and sweat on the dance floor. Desire is like flowing honey, soothing every lonely heart and flavoring the blood. That's right, it's a bloods-only bar. It is named Killing Angel. More of an irony and blasphemy. The monsters that hid in the darkness, specializing in feeding on fresh blood, held their scarlet glasses high, and the light was as evil as it could be. In addition to the orthodox bloods, there are some dependent slaves. Though they are ordinary humans, They are captive slaves of the Bloods, deeply worshipping the ageless and immortal demons. These familial slaves dedicate their blood and pay large amounts of money just to become a member of the Blood Clan in the future and gain the power of immortality. Stand still. Only members are welcome here. Please show your invitation. Yang Feng and Jiang Yi came to the door of the bar and nightclub, and at the door stood a few big-waisted security guards, their swollen Ranza muscle mass almost breaking the cuffs. Dependent slaves. They were also all dependent slaves of the Blood, working for their masters. Asterisk 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 off. Yang Feng raised his eyes slightly. His eyes swept over the several security guards, and the ability of mind transmission was then unleashed, leaving behind a heartfelt hint that he did not dare to mess with them. The few heavily armed security guards immediately changed their attitude, with a little more trepidation in their eyes, and with smiles on their faces, invited Yang Feng and Jiang Yi in. Wow, nice atmosphere yo. Jiang Yi Bunny ruffled her bleached bangs, and with 2 fingers near her cheeks, she blew a big rogue whistle, and rushed onto the dance floor immediately afterward. Her bold, indulgent and wild dance moves shook her body with abandon, the tattooed decals on her skin shimmering more and more in the light, drawing gasps of surprise from the people around her. In a flash, Jiang Yi became the brightest boy on the dance floor. There are quite a few Bloods, but it's all minor characters. Yang Feng's gaze was like a torch as he stared at the Blood Clansmen in the venue. Most of them are low-level Bloods with thin bloodlines, with the exception of a few flamboyant bigwigs who can barely reach the level of a baron. Low Bloods. The status is only slightly higher than that of a dependent slave, and due to its thin and inferior bloodline, it is unable to perform the first embrace transformation on other human beings. As for the bigwigs, the powerful among the Bloods, there is a hierarchical class system. Baron, Viscount, Earl, Marquis, Archduke, Prince, Legend. Above the 13 Blood Princes, there was an initiate, Cain. Genesis has recorded that God created the first human being in the Garden of Eden and named him Adam. The firstborn son of Adam and Eve is this vampire originator, Cain, who was given a curse and punishment for killing his brother out of jealousy. Yang Feng had killed and devoured count-level Blood Clansmen in the alien's lair, counting himself as a powerhouse among powerhouses. This friend looked strange. The blonde walked in style, a scarlet wineglass in her hand, blood giving off a pungent odor. Viscount. The woman came near Yang Feng, then waved her hand, and the few low-level Blood Clansmen on the nearby card seats left and respectfully made way. Little Noble, presumably running the bar, the blonde woman, who was considered to be the strongest minor noble within the bar, walked up to inquire about Yang Feng's identity. Oriental faces are special. The entire circle of the Blood Clan was that big, and the ageless monsters, through the long years, mostly knew each other, and the unfamiliar identities immediately drew attention. I'm from the east, traveling here. Yang Feng took the blonde's wineglass and slightly urged his power. The scarlet liquid then solidified. Condensation. Rotate. Spreading out of the wineglass, it transformed into a scarlet thorn rose. The demonic color of the blood carried a bit of weirdness and splendor. It was clearly pure blood magic. Blood magic. Yang Feng had devoured a blood count, and although he wasn't familiar with this ability, this kind of trick was still handy. The count, the blonde woman, feeling the violent and thick blood magic power, was at the very least an Earl-level powerful existence with unfathomable strength. My lord, that was just rude. I'm the head of the Killing Angel Bar. You can call me Mia. Mia's slender white fingers, placed on Yang Feng's thighs and gently slid. Her lips gently bit down on the petals of the scarlet rose, melting into flecks of blood, like a special lipstick, and the atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous, bold, spunky, enthusiasm. The mysterious Oriental nobility was like a new wind blowing into the garden of the Bloods, hungry and thirsty. The flowers have long been tired of the day-to-day life and can't wait to taste something new. Soon, there were a few more blondes with marvelous figures, sitting in the seats beside Yang Feng, itching to eat him now. At this point, there was a slight disturbance in the crowd. The front door was suddenly and roughly slammed open, and several well-built men rushed out, submachine guns in their hands, aiming at the bar in a hail of bullets. Da-da-da-da. Put. The shiny bullet casings fell to the ground with a crisp thud. A flower of blood then exploded as a large number of family slaves were shot into a hornet's nest, and some low-level Blood Clansmen had their heads blown off, perishing on the spot. Enemy attack. Kill them. The blonde Mia snapped to her feet, the nails of her 10 fingers lengthening into sharp claws as she did so, and the teeth under her crimson lips sharpened. This is the Blood's battle stance. Mia was extremely fast, charging at the gaunt and strong men, her sharp claws easily slitting the throats of both men. However, the 2 men with their throats slit didn't die right away. They covered their throats and let out beastly, low growling hoarse noises as their bodies swelled dramatically and sprouted large amounts of gray hair. Werewolf. These bandits who broke in turned out to be all mythical werewolves. The wolves. You violate treaties. This is blood territory. Mia growled angrily, a layer of blood magic lingering over her sharp claws, no longer holding back. The blonde woman, a fierce fighter, rushed forward and battled the huge werewolf, her sharp claws leaving tearing wounds on each other's bodies. Blood magic. Wolfsbane. Both the bloods and the wolves have a strong healing life force. They inflict wounds on each other, but the sharp claws contain blood magic and wolf venom that inhibit each other's healing ability and cause them to bleed out. Vile bloods. The subway tunnels are Wolf Clan territory. And you started it. The small leader of the Wolf Clan roared violently, followed by a violent expansion of his body, growing a large amount of thick black long hair, and his body grew large to a height of nearly 2 meters. The strength of the Wolf Clan is distinguished by the thickness and color of their fur. Gray, black, light white, silver. The legendary Wolf King howls under the blood moon, and his entire body's silver fur will metamorphose again. An explosion? An underpass tunnel? This was obviously Yang Feng and Jiang Yibunny messing around. I didn't realize it was misunderstood by the wolves, who put the on the blood's heads and tore up the truce treaty that started the war. That's not what we do. Mia drooped her arms, the toxins left by the wolf's claws tearing at the snow-smooth skin, oblivious to the subway tunnel explosion. Don't pretend. Who else but you guys? Brothers? Bloodbath the Killing Angel Bar. Leave no one behind. The leader of the wolves roared again, and more able-bodied men rushed in, and combat killings were inevitable. Chapter 134 Blood Race vs. Wolf Race. Goddess of Moonlight. Selene. The beast growls. The wolves hissed. The strong men who stormed the bar swelled violently in flesh, turning into tall, giant werewolves in a matter of seconds. Killing. The family slaves in the bar are just regular humans. They were slaughtered like chopping melons and cutting vegetables. Limbs and broken arms flying, rolling heads falling, bloody and cruel images that could not bear to look at. Dirty wild dogs. Bloods. Kill them. The bloods were no slouches either, and showed their fighting stance, baring their own sharp fangs as they rushed at the strong, tall wolves. For a moment, the two dark races killed each other, but the werewolves had the complete advantage. After the wolves transformed, their pure physical strength far exceeded that of the lower-level blood races, and soon the vampires were killing and losing their armor. Suddenly, blurry stumps rushed to the gate. It was a woman wearing a black trench coat, possessing a stunningly cold face, her ice-like eyes flashing, and holding a secret silver longsword in a perfect arc. Pust! A werewolf was cut off at the waist. Selene! Mia let out a surprised cry. Selene was a famous female warrior among the Bloods. She is known by the name of Moonlight Goddess, and possesses such great strength and superior fighting skills that all wolf clans should tremble and warble at the sound of her name. Clean them up. Selene's voice was cold and clear, and the squads ambushed nearby moved out. These well-trained blood warriors, at the very least Baron level, were all ruthless characters hand-picked by Selene. They held all kinds of advanced firearms in their hands and were equipped with special secret silver bullets to deal with the wolves. Da-da-da-da-da. Gunshots rang out, and large splashes of blood soared from the wolves. Those slash-and-burn werewolf monsters with thick fur that could withstand small-caliber bullets, and even if their skin and flesh were smashed, they could recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. But silver bullets are different. Secret silver was the poison that restrained them, and flesh and blood were shot through in moments, leaving a bloody hole that would not heal. The battle was over quickly. The Blood's moon goddess purged the wolves. With a single slash, Selene cut the leader's arm off, her high-heeled boot stepping on its chest as she looked down from above. Selene, the Wolf King won't stop. The Wolf Clan leader spat out human words and growled unwillingly. The sound of blood and flesh tearing came with it. The secret silver longsword severed the wolfman's head, and the huge wolf head as big as a lantern rolled on the ground dozens of times on the ground. At this point, Mia, the head of the bar, came over to Selene, covering the bloody wounds on her body. Selene, thank goodness you rescued in time. The blonde Mia first expressed her gratitude, then revealed a suspicious gaze. You got the news of the Wolf Clan's attack in advance? Very suspicious. How did Selene know about the wolves' actions when she ambushed them near the bar ahead of time? The subway tunnel exploded and a lot of people died. That's the Wolf Clan's lair, and something must have been done about it after all that happened. Selene replied indifferently. As an inquisitor within the Blood Clan, who had been fighting and killing wolves for years, she naturally knew their style of doing things. And this is? Selene turned her head and gazed at the man who was calmly in the distance. Yang Feng. He was accompanied by an eccentric dependent slave, always calmly and indifferently watching this fierce fight, without a single ripple in his eyes. Blood? Oriental? Yang Feng's sudden arrival, coupled with the explosion in the station tunnel, is a very suspicious identity. The Moonlight Goddess, Selene, brought her own squad of nobles to Yang Feng's side and inquired in an icy tone. You're the first Eastern blood race to visit in a few hundred years. I want to know the purpose of your visit. Oh, Yang Feng sneered. Is this your idea of hospitality? Yang Feng stood up, his even colder gaze locking with Celine as he exuded a powerful aura. Fury. It was a kind of necrophilia with a strong smell of blood. Yang Feng was like an evil ghost that crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The corpse fury made the blood on the ground dry up and the corpses wither down quickly. What's this? The mysterious power of the Eastern bloods. So dark, so evil, so powerful. Celine was the strongest of the younger generation and was about to hold the title of Count. But she couldn't withstand such a strong aura and couldn't help but take a few steps back. I'm here to help you. The forces of deep darkness rise, and foreign demons visit to your city. Yang Feng said falsely. The mouth of the foreign devil is even more puzzling to the crowd. Thousands of years of history and myths have never heard of the darkness of the foreign devil. Yang Feng said as he walked over to the injured Mia. Reach out. Scarlet energy, full of life force, caressed the wounds on Mia's body, and the lacerations left by the wolfsbane's sharp claws healed in droves. Those toxins were gotten rid of, and the energy, similar to blood magic, restored the pale, tender skin to its original state, quickly healing Mia's injuries. What powerful blood magic! The Bloods marveled that perhaps the man in front of them was still stronger than the Count, Marquis, even the Grand Duke, an ancient blood who has existed since ancient times. Actually, this is not blood magic. Yang Feng was just using the power of the alienation roots, blending in some blood magic aura, and messing with a blindfold. These blood races were bluffed and thought that it was the mysterious supernatural powers of the East, and their attitudes suddenly became much more respectful. Eastern blood relatives, I will introduce you to the council elders. Celine's attitude changed a lot. The other party's strength is so powerful, far beyond the scope of their own authority. It seems to report to the council. Those ancient bloods in the council will be making decisions on how to deal with the Eastern bloods. It's for the best. Yang Feng nodded, not expecting it to go so smoothly. Higher levels of the blood council. It's effortless to reach out to these top-notch presences, so it looks like there's a little surprise in store for them. Sorry, tonight's fight is not over. Mia is in charge of your reception. I have other things to do. Celine wasn't very good at socializing, and after confirming the situation she hurried off with her squad. Dealing with the war with the wolves was the most important thing. This Lord of the East, Mia would like to thank you properly. Mia revealed a flirtatious smile, ignoring the wreckage and blood on the ground, and took Yang Feng's arm. Yeah, you're not enough on your own. Yang Feng came to the rescue and directly wrapped his arms around Mia beside him, and then turned his gaze to the few other blood beauties around him. They're all injured as well. I can help heal them. Cure. It was destined to be a sleepless night. Mia arranged for her men to close the bar and get more of her familial slaves to clean the stains, and immediately afterward threw herself into Yang Feng's arms with a few of her sisters as the crowd disappeared into the twilight. TSK, TSK, TSK. Boss Yang Feng really isn't picky. Zhang Yibunny witnessed the whole process. The boss was also really fierce, fighting alone against 7 or 8 blood women until he was in a daze. In the meantime, there was a figure in the darkness moving rapidly. That figure was extremely terrifying, with a large bloody hole ripped open in its chest, covered in long black hair, and its eyes flashing with scarlet and longing. Xenomorph shells. It was the shell of a molted alien demon corpse. It rushed into the dark alley, followed by ear-piercing screams. Bright red blood flowed, and soon a bloodless monster slowly rose. Chapter 135 Virus Infection. Wolf Clan Lair. New crisis. Infection. An unknown infection is sweeping through the city. T-virus, G-virus. They were iterated and blended into new models of the virus, which were then released by the alien shells all over the city. The water tower at the top of the building, soaked with festering corpses, has a layer of greasy secretions floating on the surface of the water, where the viral material is spreading. The city's water purification system has been contaminated. A few wandering rotting corpses have been thrown into the tanks, and a virus-tainted water supply is being fed into thousands of homes in an endless stream from old pipes. According to BBCC, an unknown flu virus that is sweeping through the city. Hospitals are overcrowded, far beyond maximum capacity, with many patients lying in emergency lanes. The sound of a television comes on and the reporter is holding a microphone, reporting about a new flu virus. The patient is physically hot, and in severe cases has epileptic symptoms and falls into a deep coma. Virus. New viruses are on the rampage, deliberately leaving long incubation periods to allow for greater contagion. Humans are so fragile, pathetic. A small illness can destroy them. Mia lay in Yang Feng's arms, half of her body pressed against his, her fingers drawing circles between her breasts, and couldn't help but marvel at the fragility of humans when faced with disease. The Bloods don't have that worry. An evil race that has existed since ancient times. unafraid of any disease, with a powerful bloodline that can extinguish any germs. Get up! Introducing council elders today? Young Feng did his best to show his Sigma manhood. Although he had experienced a sound battle last night and subdued the blood women in droves, he immediately treated them as strangers when he put on his clothes. Take it easy. The old guys at the council don't work that fast, Mia said somewhat rebelliously. The senators of the council could be old demons who had lived for thousands of years and were indifferent to all things in the world. The efficiency of the elders, naturally very slow, perhaps to wait for it 10 days and a half months before there will be news. Baby, I'll call more sisters tonight. Mia put on her clothes and walked over to young Feng, kissing his cheek lightly, her eyes winking. The blood ladies left in droves. The many beautiful women were blushing with peach blossom faces as they recalled yesterday's crazy experience. It's a little hot. It always feels like my cheeks are burning. Is this what it feels like to be in love? Mia didn't take the whole body burning thing to heart, much less associate these mild symptoms with the new flu. Ha. Give the city a fire. Young Feng let out a cold snort between his nostrils. The old-timers of the Blood Clan will soon know what it feels like to be on fire. In the meantime, deep in the subway station, there are some abandoned sections of the complex subway that crisscrosses the city. The tracks were covered with patches of rust, surrounded by barbed wire and fences, and occasionally a few vagrants could be seen, standing near the rudimentary fire barrels and cuddling for warmth. The air was thick with the smell of urine. It was a deliberate act by the wolves to circle the packed territory with urine. Heck, they used the entire abandoned subway tunnel as a lair. The man in black appeared. Moonlight goddess Selene was at the head, leading a squad of nobles and charging straight into one of the wolf pack's main camps. Blood for blood. Dirty werewolf slaves, tearing up the truce treaty. There must be a price to pay. Selene was as cold as the moonlight. No matter what inside information and secrets were hidden behind the scenes, the slaughter of the wolves against the Bloods was an irrefutable fact. The Bloods are coming. Call the chief. The homeless men in rags were, after all, part of the werewolves. They transformed, bracing their tattered clothing and letting out a wolfish howl to alert their companions in the tunnel. Da. The silver bullet ran it through, instantly sifting several werewolves. Blurry shadows swept by as the judgment squad quickly rushed into the passageway, pulling out weapons made of secret silver and launching a purge against the werewolves. Blade and sword. Sharp claws waved. The sound of gunfire echoed through the tunnels. Flashes of fire constantly flickered, and shiny shell casings fell to the ground with a crisp sound. A werewolf fell to the ground. Hatred intensified as the wolves poured out, fighting the noble trial team without regard for life or death, and casualties were mounting. Suddenly, a horrible roar came from the depths of the tunnel. A giant wolf with a snow-white body rushed out of the tunnel, its body transforming into streams of light as it sprinted furiously. Pust. Put. The silver-white sharp claws waved, directly tearing the two nobles into 4 pieces, scattering blood and organs all over the place, displaying its superb strength. Wolf King, the king of this pack. It hadn't metamorphosed into a body of silver hairs, but it was completely enough to deal with these blood descendants. Boo! A heavy sound. Selene raised her secret silver longsword to parry, but was still knocked out solidly by the Wolf King, smashing into the wall behind her and shattering into large cracks. Selene, the Wolf King's huge, sharp claws clasped directly onto Selene's chest, and his sharp teeth were so close to her neck that he could tear her to pieces in the next second. But, the Wolf King, however, refrained from making a move to kill Selene, restraining his desire to kill. The reason is simple. Selene is known as the Moon Goddess and is about to be promoted to the title of Count. It's more than that. Selene's background is impressive. Having been first embraced by the Grand Duke of the Blood as his favorite young daughter, and killing her will surely usher in a never-ending all-out war. It wasn't us wolves who tore up the agreement. The subway station was bombed and we lost a lot of our kind. The Wolf King hissed, his huge silver sharp claws releasing Selene. Then his body slowly shrunk, changing back to its human form. Look closely. On the outside, the Wolf King appeared to be a majestic man in his 40s. It had long, flashy white hair and fierce eyes full of wildness, but it also had a bit of alpha intelligence. Selene, tell your father, the wolves don't want to start a war. These little brats, who bloodied the killing angel bar out of anger and hatred, but also paid the price for their own recklessness and stupidity. The White Wolf King suppressed his anger, trying to quell the dispute. Unwilling, hate, anger, the hordes of wolves around them, snarled in discontent and clamored to tear the Bloods to pieces. The White Wolf King turned back to the wolves, silencing all of them with an even more brutal voice. Before taking a hold of Selene's neck, the wolves are not afraid. The subway explosion is something we're investigating as well. If the Bloods didn't do it, then there must be some other force mixed in. The White Wolf King chided in a low voice. As the leader of the tribe, although he possessed a cruel and violent character, he also had superior intelligence and judgment. The Bloods, along with the wolves, are not all the forces of darkness. If you are caught in the water by some evil being, you will fall into their trap instead. Dangling. Celine's secret silver longsword fell to the ground, her steely eyes shifting. The White Wolf King. Celine finally chose to compromise, biting her lip lightly in resignation. I will inform my father of all this. Release them. The White Wolf King let out a low growl and issued a command to release the other captured Bloods. The crisis, for the time being, was thus resolved. Celine led the Bloods out of the subway station, but soon another figure walked at the end of the tunnel. What's that? Mutant blood? It exuded an evil and sneaky aura, with a huge blood scar splitting open on its chest, covered in long black hair, and 2 rows of sharp teeth growing out of its mouth. Alien demon corpse shell. It stalked Celine and snuck into the wolf pack's lair. Kill, 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 kill. The xenomorph corpse shell, with the word kill slurred out of its mouth, approached the wolves step by step. Chapter 136 Wolf King's Alteration. Disaster. Blood is flowing. Abandoned railroad tunnels echoed with the wails of the wolves. The xenomorphic corpse shells unleashed a slaughter, and the Tensho immortalized bones grew black stiff hairs like crazy, allowing those wolf cubs to slash their sharp claws on themselves. Ding ding ding. The sound of metal clashing was incessant. Wolf venom sharp claws chopping and chopping, but chopping on top of the immutable bone can only leave a large area of sparks, not even a trace of white marks. Who are you? The White Wolf King rushed out of the lair. Facing the Fey demon corpse shell actually produced an emotion of fear. Kill, kill, kill. The alien demon corpse shell has no independent consciousness, only pure instinct to loyally follow orders. Wipe out the wolves. Corrupt the wolves. The scarlet eyes of the Fey demon corpse shell flashed with a cold light, and with his feet crushing the ground, he violently charged towards the White Wolf King. You seek death. The White Wolf King transformed, his pure white hairs dancing wildly, vaguely radiating a dark moonlight. Rumble, rumble, rumble. There was a smashing sound coming from the subway tunnel. The collision of fists and feet produced a gust of shock waves. The earth trembled and cracked, and even the buildings above the subway station collapsed. No way. The White Wolf King's arm was twisted off, and his pair of thighs were crushed by stepping on them without any suspense. Lost? The wolf leader just lost? The alien demon corpse shell walked forward expressionlessly as a collapsed boulder fell from above his head, but it was blown to pieces by his fist, and the rubble fell like rain. ISO. Chemical. The fingernails of the Fey demon corpse shell, slashing through his own palm, covered the White Wolf King's mouth with one hand, and the raging tidal wave of baneful chi and tainted blood flowed into his throat with it. Crunch. Click. 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 Grunt. 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 The White Wolf King violently resisted, its whole body involuntarily trembling violently as the violent virus and corrupted blood were transforming its body. No! Roar, 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 roar. The White Wolf King roared with a heartbreaking roar, and the sinews and flesh underneath his skin wriggled violently, like thousands of worms burrowing and crawling, penetrating deep into his bones and internal organs. Alienation. Metamorphosis. The thick bones twisted violently, tearing through the skin and growing large bone spurs, exposing the entire spinal keel to the air. That original height of close to 3 meters of the huge body, a short period of time to expand to more than 5 meters. The body of mutation will completely break the skin. More hideous horror. The sanity in its eyes faded, reduced to a monster manipulated by instinctive desire. It's not just the Wolf King. The virus released by the xenomorphic corpse shells infected all the surrounding werewolves, quickly causing horrific aberrations to occur throughout the pack. Hilton Hotel. Accidents on newscasts are becoming more frequent. Yang Feng sat on the fluffy sofa and watched the news report with Jiang Yi. The flu virus is sweeping through the city and the number of sick citizens continues to skyrocket. The hospital is overloaded, and according to the doctor's response, they have been working for 18 hours straight. Reporters walked into the hospital, surrounded by patients coughing violently. A pair of eyes become scarlet, like a hungry wolf staring at a piece of fresh meat. Festering. The sick were festering and dripping with filthy pus, making the air even dirtier. Cough cough. Let's interview the doctor. The reporter walked towards the overcrowded diagnostic room, where the doctors and nurses were in a terrible state, especially the doctor in the white coat with a blood-soaked bandage on his arm. A patient was strapped to a medical bed with his arms and legs bound. A constant gurgling, hoarse, low growl emanating from his mouth, and a large amount of pus flowing from the bed to the floor. The reporter was horrified, but still had the courage to ask the doctor. Hello doctor. I'm a news reporter for the BBCC. Do you have any thoughts on the matter of the continued surge in flu cases? The reporter professionally smiled politely before passing the microphone to the doctor's mouth. View? The doctor smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. Flu? Who told you it was the flu? This is a never-before-seen virus that is altering the DNA in the host's body, and all circulatory systems are disrupted. The doctor raised his bandaged hand. See, the deeply infected patient completely lost his mind and even attacked me. Never-before-seen virus. The patient is intensely aggressive. The reporter rushed to snatch back the microphone, not wanting the doctor to go on where there would be widespread panic. As you can see, patients have skyrocketed, but the hospital is running as usual and everything is in order. The reporter picked up the microphone and opened his eyes, but just then there was a smashing sound at the door. Doctor, it's not good. Those patients, all of them went crazy, just like the ones before. The nurse showed a look of desperation and fought against the door with her fragile body, but it was soon viciously slammed open by the patients. The patients let out low hoarse roars from their throats, and like wild beasts, they lunged forward, pressing the nurses to the ground, and then opened their bloody mouths to gnaw on them. The press team was stunned. Those patients who were deeply infected turned out to be all man-eating monsters. Stay back. No. Awa. No longer able to keep a smile on his face, the reporter begged bitterly in the face of the swarm of rotting corpses, but was quickly tackled to the ground and let out a mournful shriek. The footage was quickly cut off. The host in the studio, looking at the live footage, froze with fear in his eyes. There were some minor problems on the scene. We're making technical adjustments. The host looked at the teleprompter, barely managed to say something to comfort the populace, and continued perfunctorily. Commercial break. We'll be right back. It's starting. The infection is starting. Fear is spreading. Disease and pollution are all over the city. Carrion eruption. Boss, I'm going to be on fire. Jiang Yi Rabbit was a little excited. Seeing monsters, he wanted to kill them, and the prepared bazooka could not wait. Not yet. Yang Feng shook his head and took out champagne from the liquor cabinet and poured himself a glass. Panoramic floor-to-ceiling window front. Yang Feng looked at the firelit subway station from afar. Explosions went off. Large buildings collapsed with them, and crowds scattered in panic. Rotting corpses. Many of the infected patients turned into horrible monsters that gnawed on flesh and blood and chased after innocent humans. There are worse things. The collapsed and broken subway station actually crawled out a wolf-headed monster with a giant body. The wolf-headed monster's entire body was festering, its skin torn by swollen muscles, covered in sharp bone spikes, and its razor-sharp claws were even tainted with a foul pus green. Violent wolf venom. Slaughter. The wolves storm out of the subway station and unleash an indiscriminate slaughter that completely reduces the city to hell. Disaster. It's starting. Chapter 137, Full Outbreak. Protecting Yang Feng, Mutant Werewolf. Infection. Hospitals have become the largest source of outbreaks. Carrion monsters rushed onto the streets, pouncing on innocent passers-by with their teeth and claws. And everywhere there were screams and hisses. Sirens blaring. The gunfire was unrelenting. The police barely maintain order, but are quickly overwhelmed by the tidal wave of rotting corpses. Boom. A group of super soldiers in black trench coats appeared, gripping state-of-the-art weapons. They traveled quickly through the streets and alleys, killing the monsters with gunshots to the head. Blood. Trialist. Celine leads the group. A top-notch warrior known as the Moon Goddess who can easily kill wandering carrion corpses in seconds. The Bloods have instead become the guardians of the city. It was an ironic thing for Yang Feng to look down on this. The Bloods are evil, dark creatures that feed on fresh human blood, but stand up to the monsters as heroes against the destruction of the city. Jingle bell, on 'em. The phone rang. Yang Feng sneered as if he had expected it. The only time those high and mighty noble lords feel a sense of crisis is when they are on fire, and their efficiency improves significantly. Hello? Yang Feng picked up the phone and said lazily, as if he hadn't woken up yet. Lord Yang Feng? Ahem. I'm Mia. Mia, who was in poor physical condition, coughed violently and continued. The elders of the Blood Council want to meet with you. Anxious. The city is about to be destroyed. Those Blood elders were on fire, desperately searching for a solution to the disaster. I'm terribly sorry. Was just taking a break. Have the counselors set a time yet? I'm picking out my dress. Yang Feng spoke in a nonchalant manner, completely ignoring the other party's anxiety, his voice filled with laziness. Lord Yang Feng, please look out the window at the city. The alien demon attack you speak of has likely already occurred. Mia replied respectfully, and her tone became more anxious. Celine is leading a squad of inquisitors to the hotel where you are. They will be responsible for your safety and travel to the secret council of the Bloods immediately. Oh, directly send a trial squad made up of nobles. Yang Feng stood in front of the window and looked down. Several heavily armed armored vehicles broke through the heavy siege of carrion corpses and made an emergency stop near the hotel. I see. Yang Feng replied with a faint smile and hung up the phone. Soon, There were chaotic sounds coming from outside the hotel door. The virus was spreading. Not as fast as expected. And most floors were in a safe condition. But panicked people were fleeing with their luggage towards the safe passage. Monster! Ah! The panic and confusion attracted more monsters. And many carrion corpses rushed towards the safe passage, killing the jammed crowd. Finally, Celine arrived with her squad. The Blood Clan was like a divine warrior descending from heaven. The secret silver longsword easily cut off the carrion's head, and the weapon bullets accurately shot into the skull. Save us! Save us! Are you the army? I'm a liberal MP. You should have seen me on TV. You are ordered to take me to safety immediately. Guests staying in star hotels are either rich or wealthy. Some people begged bitterly, but others commanded in a condescending manner. Saving you? Celine's face changed, and suddenly her mouth opened wide, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. One of the squad members beside her even grabbed a human and directly tore into his neck, sucking blood in large gulps. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. The Bloods roared as the humans around them backed away in fear. This is really just out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's den. The so-called rescue is actually a monster that sucks human blood. The crowd scattered and fled. Celine led the squad and quickly came to the room where Yang Feng was. Boo! Celine crashed the door to the room, and the squad of nobles fishtailed in, holding their guns and aiming at the monsters that might appear at any moment, until they saw Yang Feng in the bedroom. Don't be impulsive. I just changed into a gown. More gunshots wouldn't be good. Yang Feng changed into a decent suit and spread his hands to show a smile. Will this one look rude? It's not funny. From the east, my lord, the catastrophe of which you speak has come, and now is the time of greatest crisis. Please come with us. Celine made a gesture, and the subordinates around her lowered their guns, then made an inviting gesture. We'll keep you safe. Yang Feng shrugged. Good. Let's go then. Yang Feng walked in front. Zhang Yi Bunny followed by his side. The young girl dressed in a biased dark gothic style drew attention. Obviously she was not an ordinary dependent slave. This is my personal escort. There's nothing wrong with her traveling with us, is there? Yang Feng's tone was casual, but his eyes were a bit more arrogant, not allowing the other party to object. Celine pondered for a few seconds before finally nodding. No problem. Let's go. Kill down. Celine rushed at the front, like a female god of killing under the moonlight, holding the secret silver longsword in her hand and quickly swinging it, cutting the rotting corpses off like a vegetable. The noble team is very professional. They left a few people behind to pad the back, killing the infected that rushed out from different floors, and no enemy could get close to Yang Feng. This is truly presidential protection. You guys be careful. Blood is splattered all over the gown. Yang Feng's shoulder was dripping with tainted blood, and he rubbed his fingers together to dry it off, grumbling discontentedly to the blood squad. Anger. Serene led a group that dared to be angry. They were fighting desperately in front of them, but there was a Moncler outlet store distracted grumbling in the back. No way. Who made Yang Feng the honored guest invited by the counselors? The crowd quickly killed a bloody path. Celine opened the door of the armored car downstairs and made a gesture of invitation once more, a glare on her forehead that wouldn't dissipate for a long time. You're special. Yang Feng inclined his head and smiled. This moonlight goddess was very special, perhaps because she was first embraced by the Blood Archduke. Her bloodline was extraordinarily pure and contained a special power. Please get in the car. Celine chortled coldly, itching to immediately shove Yang Feng into the trunk. All of a sudden, the earth shook slightly. In the distance, there was an extraordinarily huge monster that sprinted towards the caravan. Werewolves. It was a mutant werewolf that was close to 3 meters tall. It had torn skin all over its body, scarlet muscles wrapped all over its body, and its huge wolf claws oozed thick green poison. Stop it! Celine chortled as 2 members of the nobility raised their swords and charged, slashing at the mutated giant wolf. Pust! The sound of blood and flesh tearing ensued. The body of the mutant werewolf was chopped out with a blood scar that was deep enough to be seen on the bone, but the hideous and twisted muscles quickly wrapped around and soon returned as before. How is that possible? It was a longsword made of secret silver, specialized in restraining the healing abilities of werewolves. This mutated werewolf, surprisingly unafraid of the slashes of the secret silver longsword, was immune to the greatest breaks and weaknesses. Ho 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 ho! The mutant werewolf snarled, his giant claws slapping viciously away. A steel blade half a meter long piercing through the bloods and chopping them into 4 pieces with a hard tear. What a power! The mutant werewolf's power increased exponentially, killing the blood nobles in seconds, creating an overwhelming advantage. Let's run! Don't fight them to the death until you find a solution. Celine ordered sensibly, and several armored vehicles immediately started up, decisively leaving their dead companions behind and heading in the direction of the secret council. Inside the car, Celine finally exploded. She grabbed Yang Feng's collar and angrily questioned, What the hell is that? Chapter 138 Blood Source Corporation. Fill the duck. Fill the goose. What's that? Of course it's the xenomorphic corpse shells that are causing all the trouble. Young Feng was yanked by his collar. His face was devoid of any expression as he said indifferently, I've reminded you guys long ago, but no one cares. That is the darkness that has descended upon this world. Yang Feng's words carried a mystery, acting as the Riddler and explaining vaguely. Descending darkness? Celine's eyes flickered and her palms loosened the collar of her coat, as if she had thought of something terrible. It's written in the ancient books of the blood. When darkness falls, only providence can save. Celine murmured, associating herself with an ancient prophecy circulating within the blood. When the dark scourge strikes, there will also be a chosen son within the blood clan, who will be tasked with saving the entire clan. Mandate of heaven. And who is that? Could it be the mysterious blood relatives from the east in front of us? Yang Feng was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that 3 or 2 sentences of made-up riddles had really bluffed people. Zhang Yi rested her hands on the back of her neck and couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Blood clans with thousands of years of inheritance were also all stupid pigs. Captain, those monsters cut off the way. Anxious voices came over the communicator. The highway was not only densely packed with rotting corpses, but also giant werewolves with hideous muscles, blocking the road ahead. They're coming. 2 giant werewolves blocked the front, and another beast ran wildly out from the side, directly knocking over the foremost armored car, spinning it 7 or 8 times in midair before it smashed onto the ground. The car door was slammed open. The Bloods, covered in wounds, rushed out with their secret silver weapons, unleashing their full power and battling the mutant werewolves without regard for life or death. A stump of a shadow swept by. The Bloods were extremely fast and their strength far exceeded that of ordinary humans. The secret silver greatswords in their hands slashing at the mutant werewolves in silent and uninterrupted coordination. Pust. A large mutated wolf head was actually chopped off by several nobles. Celine, leave us alone. It's holding up here. Those few bloodied nobles formed a battle array and opened a bloody path, signaling for Celine to lead the caravan out first. Next, more mutant werewolves rushed into the array. The beast hissed and roared, instantly overwhelming the Bloods, and it seemed that victory just now was only temporary. Go! Let's go! Celine clenched her silver teeth and tore her heart out in an agonized command. She just watched her former companions die, paying an incomparable price to protect Yang Feng, the moonlight goddess. Celine violently turned her head, her icy cold beautiful eyes staring at Yang Feng in death. You better have a solution to the disaster, otherwise the council will never spare you. Celine threatened feebly, but she must not have imagined that the originator of the disaster was right in front of her. Losses were heavy. Until now, the fleet is more than half lost. Many close friends who had known each other for 100 years all died under the giant mouth of the mutant werewolf. Yang Feng didn't think so, his eyes wandering towards the window. Fires raged in the sky, the whole city was burning. Everywhere there were crowds scattered and fleeing for their lives. Roaming carrion and mutated werewolves killing brutally. Beauty. There is a beauty of a rose being destroyed. Peaceful lives are shattered. Beautiful things are crushed. And sometimes the heart's deepest desire for destruction is aroused. Soon, the convoy pulled up to a tech building. It was a multinational company that researched drugs, and the company logo blatantly depicted a drop of fresh blood. Bloodborne Biomedical. You guys are too blatant, aren't you? Yang Feng looked at the company's signboard and couldn't help but snort. These hidden forces in the darkness always like to engage in these pharmaceutical and biological companies, to facilitate all kinds of human research and to help draw fresh blood for the Blood Clan. The building has a complete defense system. All the doors and windows were closed, dropping thick slabs of alloy steel, tight and unbroken. Dozens of heavy machine guns were also erected on the high walls around the area, and monsters would be shot into sieves if they got even slightly close, and the convoy was only released after identification. Cliché, you guys are really smart. Blatantly setting up a biotech company. You wouldn't even build a base down there, would you? Yang Feng half rested his chin on his palm. If the guess is right, the odds are that a huge secret base is hidden underneath the tech building. Sure enough, the convoy traveled quickly to the top of the large cargo elevator, and immediately afterward scanned Celine's identity and began a slow descent once verification was complete. This city is controlled by us, the Bloods. Even if the enemy knew where the nest was, they simply couldn't attack it. Celine proudly said. The entire secret base was solid as gold, consuming an unknown amount of money and financial resources, with the most advanced equipment and weapons. An enemy-initiated attack is almost like looking for death. Soon, the crowd saw an oozing scene of a blood factory through the glass windows of the elevator. Humans. Countless numbers of humans were placed within a single nutritional pod. The humans wore masks over their faces, and oxygen tubes were inserted directly into their lungs, with a paralyzing toxin attached that put them into a deep coma. This is somewhat similar to the face-hugging bug. Humans are filled with all kinds of tubes. They will be timed and dosed, infused with the relative nutrients to ensure the health of the host in order to cultivate better quality blood. Filling in the blanks. Fill in the goose. Westerners are fond of fatty foie gras. In order to make this foie gras, it is necessary to stuff a tube down the goose's throat and pour in large quantities of food at regular intervals to keep it full at all times. For a long time, the geese were raised with fatty livers. The fat and huge liver, almost all the other organs pushed to the edge, occupying the entire abdomen and chest cavity. How cruel! What human cruelty for a bite of delicious foie gras. Filler. The same goes for the bloods. In order to savor a cup of delicious blood brew, it is also necessary to inject vitamins into the human body at regular intervals to keep the nutritional balance. They have even developed different flavors that slightly improve the ratio of hormones to give the blood a hint of sweetness. This is your blood factory. What a spectacle! At the very least there are tens of thousands of people locked up here, right? Yang Feng couldn't help but sigh. It was worthy of being a Millennium Blood Clan. Every day they had to replenish some new goods on the shelves, and they needed energetic young people. This city is oblivious. All the media and officials have been bought off, and the Millennium Bloods have single-handedly tamed the place into a vast ranch. Times are changing. Bloods can't just hunt the streets like they once did. Everyone has a cell phone, and it's a huge hassle to get even just one video out. Celine explained indifferently, her eyes looking towards the countless humans in the blood factory as she continued. This method of slow extraction is scientific and painless. Humanitarian? It's like painless cow slaughter. These humans are anesthetized and are unaware of pain themselves. The blood is drawn and drained minute by minute, then replenished and regenerated, enabling a virtuous cycle without excessive waste. It's ironic. Chapter 139, The Hidden Blood Clan. The elevator continues to fall. The atmosphere gradually became tense. A wide passageway appeared in front of the group, surrounded by statues of various figures clad in secret silver armor inscribed with spells. Oil painting. The oil painting of the head of the family was slightly 1 point older and did not maintain the youngest of looks. Dressed in an ancient blood-colored gown that exuded majesty. Head of house. A vampire clan where the head of the house is untouchable. This was Celine's father, and the legendary Archduke-level ancient blood clan, the evil being known as the Blood Archduke. Look around again. In addition to the portrait of the head of the family, there were lifelike oil paintings of 2 other counselors. Those were 2 females and the parent-level existences of the entire extended family, who were said to have been the wives of the Blood Archduke, and their strength had also reached the level of a marquis. 3 council members. The blood family that Celine belonged to had 3 seats in the Dark Council and had a heavy voice. 1 Grand Duke, 2 Marquises. Your family heritage is quite impressive. Yang Feng smiled faintly while looking at the nearby murals, engraved with the family's former history. War. The Archduke of Blood was once a highly respected lord. He is cynical, loves his people, upholds justice and defends his territory. Until werewolves attacked the village near the territory. The Blood Archduke gathered hundreds of warriors to hunt down the evil creatures hiding in the forest, but in the end the entire army was wiped out, all of them torn to pieces by the Wolf King. The Grand Duke survived. He lies depressed in his hospital bed, and the lordship is becoming more and more precarious due to the deaths of his subordinates. Finally, a night of storm and thunder, the ancient and evil Bloods, listening to the wishes of the Grand Duke, accomplished their first embrace of him and became one of the 13 tribes. The Grand Duke gained power. His ladies, his subordinates, his warriors, have also been transformed into evil beings by the first embrace. Revenge. A hunt against the wolves has begun. The war lasted for centuries, and in the end the Bloods won a great victory, capturing the Silver Moon Wolf King and sealing him in the deepest dungeon. The wolves fell. They sign non-interference agreements, hide in dirty sewers and abandoned railroad tracks, and suffer all kinds of exploitation and oppression. Brilliant war record. Thousands of years of history are carved into murals that seem to show off to every guest. Come in. Celine pushed open the door at the end of the hallway. It was connected to the council hall of the Blood Clan, and in the center of it were long, extravagant and luxurious tables, enough to seat hundreds of people, while each seat was also decorated with dinner plates and crystal wine glasses. It's an ancient tradition of the Bloods. Blood relatives share meals and also deliberate here. One moment, please, I'll go and ask father. Celine walked towards the back of the hall, bypassing the giant stone throne and heading deeper into the chambers. An old object with a big open door at a glance. Yang Feng walked past the long table. Whether it was the ancient wooden seats or the crystal-clear crystal cups, I'm afraid that they were hundreds of years old. Around the hall, dozens of scarlet gazes were cast. Squire, the guards, who wore secret silver armor and held lances in their hands, stood faithfully on either side of the hall. If you don't look closely, it's easy to think of them as statues, muddling the basics. Get a modern edifice and a whole lot of old stuff underneath. Jiang Yibunny commented nonchalantly, blowing on the bleached hair of her bangs, shaking her head and sighing. It's not classy, indeed. Living in a mansion of ultra-modern technology, but also wanting to show off their antiquity and dignity, it was enough to see the pride of these 1,000-year-old bloods. Young man, be careful what you say. On the second floor of the hall, there is also a ring of circular seating. A scarlet gaze flickered in the darkness as the beautiful woman revealed her stunning face. Pale skin like milk silk was displayed in the light. Golden hair curled like waves. Slender jade-like fingers gently raised. Blood-colored nails scratched out a piercing sound on the railing. Parents. Marquis. This is one of the family's top 3 counselors, Mrs. Kim. Her body was filled with blood chi, emitting an extraordinarily powerful and evil aura that invisibly transformed into a terrifying dark force that entangled its prey deeply. Eastern bloods. In thousands of years, I've never heard of it. Another voice rang out, and it was the second counselor, Mrs. Black. That was also a woman. Pure black soft hair turned into a waterfall rustling down. Eyes like icebergs that never melted. Hera also has a few points of oriental blood. Question. Mrs. Black was from the east, but had never heard of the mysterious blood clan, and was suspicious of the identity of this honored guest. Oh. Yang Feng let out a cold smile and immediately began to mumble. And the Lord said, "What hast thou done? The voice of your brother's blood bemoans me through the earth. The earth opened its mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. Cursed art thou from this land. Thou hast sown the earth, and it hath ceased to serve thee. Thou shalt wander and flounder upon the earth." Yang Feng mimics the speech of the Earl who was once killed by himself by reciting the 4:1-24 subsection of Genesis. Mrs. Gold and Mrs. Black's faces changed. This is God's curse on the blood patriarchs. And reciting this passage is tantamount to moving the ancestral rule. What do you mean? What does it mean to recite this vignette? Yang Feng's foot lightly stepped on the ground, and the corpse fury was then emitted, and even the gorgeous marble began to rot, gradually turning into decaying pieces of powder. The drought demon is out, and the land is 1,000 miles red. Coincidence? The originator of the blood clan, Cain, walks on the earth and also causes the soil to rot, making it impossible to grow crops and fruit trees. Yang Feng took one step forward. Every step he took left deep footprints, as if there was a necromantic flame burning, turning it into an eternal curse on the dirt. Cain. Is this the coming of Cain? This incredible power was simply like the legendary blood patriarch. My identity. Are you entitled to know? Yang Feng muddled his metaphysics and swept his gleaming gaze at Lady Gold and Lady Black, immediately causing the two marquises to take a few steps back in shock. Impossible. Abilities of the Cain patriarch. Could this mysterious blood relative from the east be the king first embraced by the patriarch himself? Prince, an ancient and evil blood prince has arrived in force. The two ladies looked at each other, unsure of what to do, and at that moment the small door to the bedchamber behind the throne was pushed open. The Archduke of Blood, this Grand Duke on crutches, trembling came, thin as a withered body completely inconsistent with the oil painting, looks like a windy old man. It's camouflage. The Blood Archduke, with unimaginable evil power contained within him. It was moving towards metamorphosis, the blood in its entire body flowing backwards, all rushing into the heart, wanting to reactivate the dead life. If Mrs. Gold and Mrs. Black can be described as blood-filled, then the Blood Archduke was reborn in Nirvana, wanting to break through the realm of the Grand Duke and reach the level of the 13th Prince. No rudeness. This is a valued guest from the east who has traveled a long way. The Archduke of Blood trembled as he walked towards the stone throne, his thin, bony body just sitting on the back of the chair as he began to pant. Sorry, I have just awakened and my body is very weak, so I can only receive my honored guests in this appearance. The Blood Archduke's voice was hoarse and the crumpled skin on his neck tugged, but the supposed weakness was only an illusion. Interesting. These hidden bloods have some real power. Chapter 140, Identity Unraveled. Ancient Seals. I am both darkness. Darkness descends. The ancient texts of the Bloods have long predicted disaster and destruction. The Blood Archduke gasped breathlessly, and beside him, Celine held the blood bag and jabbed the needle into the vein like a nurse giving a blood transfusion. 4 blood bags were transfused at the same time, and fresh life was injected into the Grand Duke, only slightly restoring his color. Disease spreads. The Archduke of Blood lifted his finger slightly, and an electronic screen slowly descended above the council chamber, depicting the chaos throughout the city. I've lived through the Black Death in Europe. One by one, the villages quietly disappeared, and in the end, all that was left behind were disease-ridden bones. Since that day, my family has been making preparations. The hidden bloods. The world is destroyed, but the bloods will still exist in the world. They will close all access and hide in the underworld, continuing to survive by virtue of captive humans. Enough supplies were stored underground. The Bloods will monitor the captive humans, breeding each other from generation to generation, before placing them in the nutrient pods to become blood packs for the nobles. 10 years, 100 years, millennium. It is only after the winds have calmed that the gates of the Blood will open again to welcome and rule the next age. Archduke Blood, your wisdom is something I admire. Yang Feng smiled faintly and complimented. Worthy of being a hidden blood clan. If the world of this tier level was directly destroyed, the trail of the hidden blood clan would also be cut off. Even though Yang Feng alienated the entire city and turned it into a ruined city full of monsters, he didn't actually hurt its fundamentals. Eastern blood relatives. And what is your purpose in coming so far away from 1,000 miles? The Blood Archduke slowly raised his head, his icy eyes gazing at Yang Feng, wanting to see through the intrigue and intentions. Telepathy. As the Blood Archduke asked the question, the viscous consciousness came with him, unknowingly trying to penetrate Yang Feng's thinking and consciousness. This ability was somewhat similar to the brainworm's mind transmission. Blood magic? Yang Feng snorted coldly as his mind will formed a tough defense to block the Blood Archduke's erosion. The two forces entangled together, and the transparent air became blurry and turbid, as if there were two pythons entwining with each other, which was clearly visible even to the naked eye. Nope, this is not the power of the Blood. The Blood Archduke's perceptions were keen, having survived for thousands of years as an old demon and having witnessed countless capable people. Not one of a kind, not a compatriot. Yang Feng disguises himself and has mastered some of the abilities of the blood race, but his essence is not blood magic. Ha ha ha. It was expected that there would be enemies like you muddying the waters. The Blood Archduke slashed his own palm, barely dripping essence blood from his dry, wood-like palm, and crashing to the ground in monstrous waves. Blood. A drop of blood turns into a tidal wave. The hall of the Blood clan burned up, and the ground lit up with a bizarre rune, gradually forming an ancient and bizarre magic formation. Mrs. King, Mrs. Black, two marquee counselors, standing in different parts of the hall. They formed a triangle with the Blood Archduke, sacrificing the power of their own blood to outline an even more powerful magical pattern. Giant triangle. At its center, a scarlet eye slowly opened. Omniscient eye. That's the all-seeing eye printed on the back of $1. The mention of it conjures up images of secret organizations such as the Freemasons or the Illuminati. Obviously, the Bloods have close ties to these organizations. The magic formation formed a triangular cage that transformed into a transparent scarlet cage, finally sealing Yang Feng and Jiang Yi Rabbit. Boo! Yang Feng swung his fist. The scarlet triangular prism shook violently, but there was not a single blemish on the surface. It doesn't work. An omniscient cage that cannot be broken from the outside world. The Blood Archduke smiled once again, like a hunter who viewed his prey. Thousands of years. I have met countless enemies. Some of them are heroic and fearless, and some of them are good at power plays. The Blood Archduke slowly stood up straight and condescendingly continued. Your conspiracy is too shallow. With these poorly crafted lies, you also want to deceive the Blood clan? Indeed. Yang Feng's lies are too much bull *********. Darkness falls? Eastern blood relatives? Void. Creating something out of nothing? With such a lie fabricated out of thin air, trying to deceive the hidden blood clan that had stood for 1,000 years was really a bit too childish. Serenity stood up out of the way. Her eyes were suppressed with anger, and the moment had finally come to explode. The wolves' subway lair was destroyed. That's when you guys came to the city, right? Framing the Blood clan, stirring up conflict between the two clans, and even the deadly virus that destroyed the entire city coincided with your appearance. Celine states the results of these days' investigations. Yang Feng's appearance was too coincidental. A mysterious Eastern blood, who has just appeared to provoke a war between two clans, and a deadly plague breaks out in the city. What could be so coincidental? Too rough. It's despicable. Too obvious. Yang Feng is the man behind the curtain. The Blood clan will plan to lure Yang Feng to the base camp, and then use the ancient magic formation to seal him, so even if he puts his wings on the ground, it will be hard for him to escape. Nice seal. It's going to take some real effort to crack it open. Yang Feng stood within the blood seal and did not deny what he had done, saying with a slight hint of regret, there are some things that I did not lie about. The Blood Archduke frowned. The Moonlight Goddess, Celine, had even more furious eyes, having lost half of the squad she led in order to cooperate with this show. Do you still want to argue? Celine raised her hand and pointed at Yang Feng, itching to kill the culprit immediately. Celine, stand down. The Blood Archduke frowned slightly, and his face turned cold. I would like to hear what else you have to say. Yang Feng laughed. The smile was hideous and terrifying, sending chills down one's spine. Darkness descends. I am the darkness. Yang Feng spread out his hands, his eyes flashing with killing intent, as if he was releasing some sort of signal. I am both darkness. I am both a calamity. Yang Feng came here with the sole purpose of destroying. Rumble. The earth suddenly shook violently. The base echoed with the sound of alarms, as if an intruder was pounding away. What's going on? The base of the hidden blood clan is definitely nuclear-proof. Those mutant creatures outside, even if they were more powerful, they couldn't destroy the heavy defense of the anti-nuclear level, could they? Ow! The White Wolf King's roar shook the sky and the earth. After the mutation and metamorphosis, the White Wolf King's strength was even higher, and his entire body's fur took on the color of secret silver, glittering under the moonlight. The White Wolf King, why did it join you? The Blood Archduke's face changed, ripped off the foretube on his body, and ordered with a big wave of his hand, all blood warriors, prepare to answer the enemy. Put. The sound of blood tearing ensued, and the blood warriors were actually killing each other. Heck, there was a large-scale mutiny. Mia, who once had a one-night stand with Yang Feng, was infected with an unknown virus, scarlet eyes with more unknown luminescence, brutally murdering his former compatriots and opening the doors to the base of the hidden blood straight away. Master, the door is open. Outside the council hall, many mutinous blood races killed in and kneeled down on one knee to address Yang Feng as their master. Infection, alienation, metamorphosis. Yang Feng had become the new master, and the real calamity had only just begun. Chapter 141 White Wolf King vs. Blood Grand Duke. Fey Devil Court's shell debuts. White Wolf King. The silver fluff glistened and danced wildly without wind. The terrifying figure off close to 5 meters, covered in gnarled and exploding muscles, was more than a meter long with sharp claws that could easily tear through steel, as simple as cutting through water and tofu. Ho 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 ho. The White Wolf King roared and growled as he rushed into the base, frantically slaughtering the bloods. Da 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 da. Boom, boom, boom. All the large caliber guns were useless in hitting the White Wolf King. The secret silver bullet that used to restrain the wolf race was also completely ineffective at the moment, and even the silver fur could not be harmed. Limbs flying across the room, the White Wolf King waved his huge claws and easily chopped the Blood Clan into 4 pieces. Its bloody mouth opened slightly, and the Blood's head looked like a squeezed apple, exploding in large swathes of fresh juice. The only thing that can be avoided is one of a kind. Those blood races whose eyes glittered with fluorescent substances and were completely transformed by the virus became kindred spirits in the eyes of the White Wolf King and could be spared from this disaster. Soon, the White Wolf King destroyed the elevator access. It leapt down, its sharp giant claws leaving a series of sparks on the tunnel, and came straight to the floor of the council chamber, charging savagely into the building. I'll stop it. Lady Black's face was like ice, and her cascading black hair grew infinitely, transforming into a real waterfall that completely covered the nearby ground. The waterfall of black hair that covered the sky furiously surged towards the White Wolf King at the gate. They were like countless sharp steel wires that wrapped around the White Wolf King's body in an instant. The black hair covered one after another, twisting into a sturdy twine that made a gurgling cackling sound, restricting the White Wolf King's movement. Poof! Misses. Jean snorted coldly and leapt high into the air. Her entire body was suspended in mid-air, her scarlet eyes flashing up with golden light, and a circle of sacred light wheels surged behind her. Holiness! The dark and cruel bloods actually give people an illusion of sanctity. The wheel of light spun, and a closer look revealed that it was made up of countless golden spears, shaped after the mythical lance of Longinus. Kill! Misses! King pointed forward. Those golden spears rustled down, instantly piercing the White Wolf King and setting it on top of the obsidian floor. However, the White Wolf King's flesh and blood were penetrated, and his body was entangled in black steel wires, but he still exuded endless wildness. Filthy blood kept dripping. The White Wolf King bared his teeth and growled, his muscles and flesh expanding as his strength climbed in knots. The razor-sharp black-haired wire kept strangling into the skin, but it didn't stop at halfway, increasingly galvanizing its ferocity. Buzz off! The taut steel wire black hair, constantly bursting out with buzzing sounds, followed by one, was forcibly torn off. Unable to bind this ferocious monster anymore, the golden-colored light spear also gradually dimmed. The White Wolf King took one step forward, and the light gun embedded into the ground, just penetrated the body and pulled out hard from the other side. Finally, the White Wolf King's tainted blood exploded as he tried his best to break free from his bonds, transforming into a ferocious beast that had taken off its reins and ripped off all the wires wrapped around its body. Boo! The White Wolf King's paws ruthlessly stepped on the ground and shattered, like a silver meteor instantly arriving in front of Lady Black. No! Mrs. Black muttered, but it was too late to run away again. The icy cold beautiful eyes were filled with fear, mapping the reflection of the White Wolf King and the sharp claws that flashed with a cold aura. Pust! Lady Black's body was torn into several sections. The wreckage flew backwards and smashed into the surrounding walls and ground, the rich wolf venom preventing the body from healing and regenerating. Help me! The Black Lady turned to the Blood Archduke for help. Pure blood pooled together and tried to return to his body again. But the intense wolf venom spread so quickly that the wreckage, broken into several sections, could not be put back together. Marquis, a counselor in the blood family. An undead existence that can heal and recover again even when its body is cut to ribbons. This terrifyingly evil creature, however, still has nemesis and breakers, and wolfsbane, which inhibits regeneration, is one of them. Don't be afraid. The Blood Archduke came quickly to the Black Lady, gathering the energy of blood magic in his hands. But just then the sky crashed down a few more sections of bodies. Mrs. King. Another marquis was chopped into several pieces. Blood spilled from the sky as Mrs. Kim's head rolled to her feet like a watermelon. The White Wolf King's terrifying body fell, his paws ruthlessly stepping towards the ground, directly crushing the heads of Lady Jean and Lady Black, completely cutting off the possibility of rebirth. No! The Blood Archduke roared in anger. The two ladies who had accompanied him for 1,000 years died tragically in front of him like this. Damn! You all deserve to die. Ah! The Blood Archduke's eyes were wide with rage as a rich blood magic power erupted from him, unexpectedly sending the White Wolf King flying directly out. The Archduke covered his chest where his heart was. Knock! 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 The sound of the heart beating was deafening. The Bloods are immortal creatures whose hearts stopped beating a long time ago, but the Grand Duke has survived against death and reactivated his heart in an attempt to break the shackles of the Bloods. The Blood Archduke's body swelled violently. The blood is full. Blood rolled like a tide under the beating heart, filling the otherwise parched body. The lean, bony body turned to fill with scarlet muscle and grow blazing, burning skin. Bat wings. A pair of bat wings that unfolded to a width of more than 10 meters ripped out from the Blood Archduke's spine. It turned into a great demon in the blink of an eye, as if it had crawled out of hell, with blazing flames burning its body, displaying the true terrifying form of the Blood Clan. You're all going to die. The Blood Archduke let out a rough growl between his throats, and his wings flapped to storm a hurricane, followed by a flight towards the White Wolf King's wind direction. Rumble. Put. The Blood Archduke slammed the White Wolf King into the ground, his bat-like sharp claws tearing and scratching, gouging out large swaths of flesh and silver wolf fur hard. The White Wolf King also violently resisted. Its wolf venom-stained sharp claws swung around, leaving behind large bloody wounds, deep enough to see through to the bone. Appalling. Hellfire. The Blood Archduke activated his blood magic, and the flames burning on his scarlet skin covered the White Wolf King's body. The hell-scorched demonic flames incinerated the White Wolf King's body, turning his silver fur into ashes, and his muscles and bones suffered unspeakable burning pain. The White Wolf King opened his bloody mouth. It took a bite into the artery of the Blood Archduke, and blood suddenly spurted out like a column of springs. Blood. Wolf Clan. The war of 1,000 years ago seems to be reproduced in this moment. Just you? I'm not even afraid of your father. One of the Blood Archduke's hands broke towards the White Wolf King's mouth, tearing it outwards with all his might, holding it open a little. Dead. Ka-ching. The sound of bones breaking came. The Blood Archduke broke the Wolf King's mouth hard and tore the entire head in half, ending the life of this Wolf King. Don't forget, even the White Wolf King's father had been sealed by the Blood Archduke. This wolf cub was clearly no match. Poof. The Blood Archduke collapsed somewhat helplessly to the ground, his palms covering the torn wound on his neck as he gasped for air. That's no strength? Your fight has just begun. Yang Feng sat within the blood seal and quietly watched this overwhelming battle as if he was watching a wonderful popcorn movie. Has the battle just begun? Outside the doors of the council chamber, a figure slowly stepped in. Alien demon corpse shell. Tiancho's immutable bones were covered in black stiff hair, and his chest was split by a laceration that ran through his abdomen, emitting a terrifying necromantic demonic aura. The White Wolf King was transformed by its killing. The Blood Archduke's eyes were grim as he walked quickly to his youngest daughter, Celine. It ripped its palm through the flesh and blood of its own chest and pulled out a disc-shaped object, whispering a few words of instruction in its youngest daughter's ear. There were tears flickering in Celine's eyes before she finally took the disc-shaped device and quickly fled towards the secret passage in the direction of the chambers. Key. Yang Feng could hear clearly that it was a key to open a seal somewhere. Very good. Yang Feng didn't stop him, letting Celine leave. It was best to release all the hidden secrets. Kill him. The real battle is on the line. With Yang Feng's thought, the alien demon corpse shell began to move and ran extremely fast in the direction of the Blood Archduke. Chapter 142. Anyone who harms me will receive 7 times the backlash. Alien demon corpse shell. A killing machine that performs its tasks perfectly. The fury is so strong and powerful that the heavenly life immortalized bone is added to his body, and he transforms into the legendary Corpse King. This is. The Blood Archduke barely managed to fight again, but the moment he came into contact with the Fey demon corpse shell, he felt a palpitatingly terrifying power. Pure power. Pure flesh. The sinews and flesh of the alien devil's corpse shell swelled at the limit, and the steel coils within the tendons under the skin pulled and compressed, erupting with terrifying and incomparable strength. Mach 10. The explosion of terrifying power caused the fist to transform into a chambered cannonball, blasting at the Blood Archduke's body. Bones shattered. The dense shattering sound was unending. The Blood Archduke could only feel a ball of irresistible fist energy exploding within his body, causing his entire shell to turn into a swollen water bag. Wow! The strong pressure inside the Blood Archduke caused him to open his mouth wide and spit out a large mouthful of slurry with chunks of broken flesh. His entire body flew backward hundreds of meters away, smashing the giant throne made of obsidian to pieces, followed by a dozen walls. Tough to get up. The Blood Grand Duke's entire chest was sunken, his bones and internal organs broken. But it was a Grand Duke after all, and its superb blood healing and recovery ability kicked in as its entire body recovered from its injuries at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hellfire! I will burn you all to ashes. The Archduke of Blood cast his magic, and his scarlet skin burned with hot magical fire, and the blood that spewed out burned violently. It was as if the angry flames of hell Satan were spewing out. The temperature of the lair rose steeply, and anything that was touched by the infernal fury flames burned unstoppably, as if they would never be extinguished. Ho 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 ho! The Fey demon corpse shell roared, releasing a large amount of baleful chi all over its body. The drought demon is a corpse, and the earth is 1,000 miles red. The corpse fiend transformed into a rotting black wind, which actually ruthlessly suppressed the scarlet demonic flame. The alien demon corpse shell roared as it rushed towards the Blood Archduke, completely unafraid of the so-called hellish flames, and by virtue of sheer physical strength, it once again swung its fists and smashed into the Blood Archduke's body. Pust! The palms of the alien demon's corpse shells grabbed the bat wings behind the Blood Archduke, and his arms violently ripped them off, uprooting and tearing off several sections of the spine. Ah! The Blood Archduke screamed miserably, his scarlet claws slashing. But how hard was the shell of the alien demon corpse? The skin shell under the black stiff fur was only hacked out with a large friction of sparks. Archduke Blood, is that the only strength you have? Young Feng sat in the blood seal, looking at the battle screen with some boredom, shaking his head and sighing slightly. If you continue, you will die. Dead. Before Young Feng could do anything, the alien demon corpse shell was about to kill the Blood Archduke. Cain said to the Lord, "My punishment is too heavy, too much for me to bear. Now thou hast driven me away from this land, so that I shall not see thy face. I will be displaced and adrift on the earth, and whoever meets me will kill me." The Blood Archduke muttered, radiating an incidental divine power despite his body being torn apart in large swaths. The Lord said to Cain, "It will never be so. Whoever kills Cain will be rewarded sevenfold." The Blood Archduke continued to speak to himself. This is the Genesis, 4:1-24 subsection that describes God's disposition toward Cain. 7 times. Anyone who harms Cain will suffer a sevenfold backlash. The Archduke of Blood possessed the bloodline of Cain and inherited a similar ability. The blood formed a special symbol in midair, the very same protection spell gifted by God. It can't rebound 7 times as much damage as a vampire originator, but it can rebound exponentially from the damage it takes. Put. The body of the alien demon corpse shell burst open. Its back was also violently traumatized, and the shape was actually similar to the wound of the Blood Archduke. Rumble. Alien demon corpse shell blasts Blood Archduke with a volley of punches to the chest. Its huge scarlet body dented, and large portions of its bones and internal organs were crushed into rotten meat. But the chest of the alien demon corpse shell burst open with it. Anti-injury? This is a special type of ability. Rules. The hint of divinity possessed by the Archduke of Blood comes with rule-type powers, as if sheltered by God. And any damage taken will backfire exponentially. The Bloods are immortal and have excellent healing and recovery abilities, combined with the God-given ability to backfire. The enemy often dies first before destroying the Bloods. The Bloods are immortal. The more you hurt me, the deeper your curse will be. The Archduke of Blood was battered and bruised, but the balance of victory seemed to have shifted, and victory was only a matter of time. However, it underestimated the alien demon corpse shell. The Corpse King possessed the heavenly life immortalized bone. His ability to recover and heal was not weak at all. The black stiff hairs all over his body danced and wriggled wildly, entangled in the flesh and blood to grow savagely. They actually replaced flesh and blood as a more sinister substance. Smash! Rip! The alien demon corpse shell forced itself against the curse and inhumanly tore the Blood Archduke apart. The Corpse King rips off a piece of flesh and blood, and his own body bursts into flames. The Corpse King smashed a bone, and it would be covered in layers of cracks without turning into bone. The bloody mouth of the alien demon corpse shell was covered with sharp teeth, tearing the flesh under the neck of the Blood Archduke, and while blood exploded and sprayed, his own neck broke in half. Stop it! You'll die too! The Blood Archduke was strongly pressed by the alien demon corpse shell, unable to move his body by half, and screamed heartbreakingly. It never expected that the powerful demonic creature in front of it did not spare its own life, and spelled out the fight of two defeats, with a stance of dying together. Second secondary heart, revival furnace. Inside the body of the alien demon corpse shell, a second secondary heart was retained, which was clearly a super organ created by the original cast gene seed. It was energized when it was on the verge of death, and life energy swept through its entire body, all of its injuries recovering at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and its combat power was once again raised by a notch. Ho 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 ho! The Fey demon corpse shell roared furiously, his entire body's strength condensing at one point. Breaking pole fist, the drought demon's corpse chi coalesced, the corpse king's power all gathered to a point on the fist blade. The muscles and bones simultaneously emitted a burst of mournful trembling sounds. Same thing. The power of the alien demon corpse shell was deeply reminiscent of the word destruction. No. Wait. We don't have to die. The Blood Archduke was really scared. The corpse king actually really wanted to die with himself. Boom. The corpse king's fist fell. That destructive strike actually caused a distortion effect in space, creating a strong pressure vacuum in an instant, and the entire base trembled violently. Rumble. 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 The mountains are crumbling. The sun and the moon are hanging upside down. Corpse king with absolute crushing momentum, directly the Blood Archduke's body to burst. Blood like a river wildly surging broken. The earth deeply sunken 100 meters huge crater. Base shock. The shockwaves spread to the ground of the city, and the earth cracked open with countless broken scars, like a dense spider web. In an instant, the force of the backlash also destroyed the alien demon corpse shell. The power of this punch completely unleashed 100% of the corpse king's strength. The corpse king's body instantly turned into pieces. Not even a piece of broken bone more than the size of a fingernail could be found. Click, click, click. The blood seals around Yang Feng were also shattered by the impact waves. What a wonderful show. Yang Feng slowly stood up and prepared to harvest his loot. Chapter 143, Devouring Duke. Sun debut. Homelanders, The Flash, Wonder Woman. First, White Wolf King. This was the top creature of the Dark Council, and although it hadn't evolved to its final stage, the DNA in its bloodline still had to be collected and fused. Yang Feng walked over to the White Wolf King's corpse and slightly raised his palm. Countless small, fat hands drilled out, turning into wriggling tentacles that wrapped around the White Wolf King, plundering its genes and flesh and blood matter. And then, the Grand Duke of Blood. Yang Feng turned towards the Grand Duke. It was crushed into a muddy mess of flesh, but not completely dead. All that remained of the Blood Archduke was a barely beating heart, extending many rooted in vein-like veins that forcefully clung to the shattered organ. Heads shattered, half-open mouth, but barely making a sound. You can't kill me completely. If I die, I will reverse the same curse on you. With only half a heart, the Archduke of Blood still hangs on for 1,000 years of immortal life, and one has to marvel at the powerful life force. Backfire. This rule-based ability interests me. Young Foam opened his palm and a baby's cry could be vaguely heard. Curse eater, filthy baby. The filthy infant opened its evil eyes, and its fat little hands transformed into tentacles of the darkest darkness, wrapping themselves around the last remaining half of the Blood Archduke's heart. Devour. Yang Feng devoured the remains of the Blood Archduke and even plundered that portion of divinity. The curse came down. The backlash of death descended on Yang Feng's body. The filthy infant's eyes, which were open, couldn't even help but shed tears of blood, bearing unspeakable injuries from the rules. Dead. Yang Feng was bound by the rules and his body fell into a state of death. His skin gradually darkened and the light in his eyes dissipated. Dead? Yang Feng was killed by God's curse just like that? Boss? Boss Yang Feng? Zhang Yi Bunny was filled with suspicion as she walked over to Yang Feng's side and touched his body with her hand. There's no pulse. The whole body was rapidly losing heat and hardening like a rock. It can't really be dead. Zhang Yi Rabbit stared with wide eyes, incredulous that the boss was cursed to die just like that, like biting into a tempting poison apple and screwing himself to death instead. Click, click, click. Yang Feng's body made a shattering sound. Alien demon molts. A pair of large hands held the carapace open. It's like a cicada breaking out of its shell, or like an alien breaking out of its chest, shedding its dead body and welcoming new life. Not bad for an Archduke of the Blood. Surprisingly, it actually caused a death curse once. Yang Feng was drenched in blood, drilling out the shell of death. The new life was incomparably vivid, shedding his bones and becoming stronger instead. Corpse fury. Yang Feng raised his hand, and the dead alien demon corpse shells were injected into the dryad corpse fiend. The Tianqiu immortalized bone creaked, and his skin sprouted large black stiff hairs that wrapped around his entire body, turning him into a sneaky demonic creature. The king of the corpses. A new necromancer is born. The alien demon corpse shell did not fear death, and was itself a zombie that had risen from the dead, so it was difficult to truly die unless it was broken into pieces like it had just been. So much for that. The hidden blood clan, too, is considered uprooted. Yang Feng had uprooted the blood clans hidden in the city, which was considered to be an overfulfillment of his mission, and next he just needed to wait. Scared the hell out of me. Boss, I thought you were really dead. Johnny Bunny patted her chest, her eyes oozing, and happily clapped her palms a few times. Am I allowed to just take a shot? It's been a few days. Johnny Rabbit was idle out of a bird, and had been suppressing his ability to go berserk. It's almost done officially. What follows is a moment of frenzy. Sure, our mission is to destroy. Yang Feng revealed a cruel and hideous smile. The next thing would be simple. First, destroy this tier. Second, secretly monitoring Celine, who is hiding quite a few secrets. And the Archduke of Blood has commanded some secret items that seem to unlock a seal somewhere. And the most important thing of all, prepare for a fierce backlash from this tier. Yang Feng turned around and looked at Mia and the other remaining bloods. These bloods have been transformed. Their eyes glittered with fluorescent substances, and they loyally regarded Yang Feng as their master. I need to keep an eye on the entire city and keep me informed of any irregularities. Mia, you lead the tracking of Celine. You don't need to make a stop, just follow her. Yang Feng gave the order, and the remaining transformed blood races all respectfully knelt down on one knee, each leading the order. One day later, the city is in flames. The viral infection is like a flood, completely submerging the entire city. Hordes of wandering carrion converge and can be seen everywhere in the streets and alleys, seeking fresh blood food in humans. Boom, 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 boom. A missile was fired at the building. Deafening roar burst open. Violent explosions make the whole floor break. Fire and light in the sky, burning embers building. Tons of rubble like rain rustling down. Nice work, Pon. Your turn next. Tomoyo. A single missile flew into the sky and turned to shoot at various buildings. Big Ben gave a final mournful cry. Countless mechanical parts then exploded and shattered, and the building tilted and collapsed, crushing a large number of rotting corpses. A church was lifted by the explosion. The firelight rushed to the sky. The earth trembled, and the surrounding sedans were lifted off by the impact wave, and turned into a ball of fire after rolling over a dozen times on the ground. Carnival. This can be a real post-apocalyptic romp. The city, ruled by the Bloods, turned into an apocalyptic wasteland in the blink of an eye. At this point, statues on some of the old buildings have come to life. Those gargoyle sculptures, representing guardianship and justice, felt the threat of an otherworldly attack. They flew into the sky in droves, seemingly ventilating the disaster to tell it off, forming a wave of energy light that shot up into the sky. Defense mechanisms. The hellish hierarchy is threatened and sends out a distress signal. Boo! There was a loud bang. The stone golem was slapped to pieces. The xenomorphic corpse shells fulfilled their orders and smashed these anomalies in the city in droves, and the necromancer crushed the gargoyles into powder with a single slap. However, the information is out there. A huge vortex soon formed between the heavens. The azure-colored light rustled down, and a great and glorious powerhouse appeared. Sun. That's the sun that guards the world of hell. One of them wore a red and blue battlesuit, and his cloak engraved with colored flags and stars was windless. He had a bioforce field wrapped around his body, hovering in midair without any external force. A confident and charming smile on his face, and his blonde hair and blue eyes looked very sunny. Motherlanders. The superhuman-like figure had a few more logos and signatures on his battlesuit, with the spelling of the letters of his homeland's people written in bold letters. Several other rays of light fell with them. A man wore special leather armor with a symbol of lightning etched on his chest, and the sound of thunder and lightning could be faintly heard around him. Flash. This person's speed was comparable to lightning, and he was clearly the number 2 person in the team. The other side. There was also a woman with a leather whip around her waist, a huge shield on her back, and her hands covered with the iron arms of a divine artifact, standing valiantly in the street. Wonder Woman. This one is also a heavyweight. Many legends have made their way to the stage and they are the sun that will save this tier. Chapter 144, Crabbro. You did a good job. Low level. Can you call a rotting corpse a disaster? The Motherlanders, suspended in midair, let out snickers from their mouths. The lowliest carrion posing no threat to them. An audible explosion came from midair. The Motherlander instantly came to the ground, his palms easily stepping out into a crater a dozen meters in diameter. Laser eyes. The Motherlander's eyes coalesced 2 red laser beams that shot towards the tide of corpses not far away, penetrating thousands of monsters in an instant. Turn your head. The laser sight of the laser turned with it, and the rolling tide of corpses was sliced directly in half. The carrion monsters hissed, most of them with only the upper half of their bodies left, dirty blood and organs falling to the ground with them, struggling to crawl across the floor. leaving large, dirty blood stains behind. This is a picture from hell. Hello. It's not like these rotting corpses, they don't add points. A dazzling pillar of lightning swept by, and as the light cleared a man appeared. Unmistakably the Flash with his Godspeed power. He chewed gum and looked at the rolling tide of corpses with numb indifference, caring only about how many points he could get. Wouldn't even bother killing these monsters if there were no benefits. I know. It's also for the good of the people of this tier to help them destroy the monsters. The Homelanders showed 2 rows of white teeth and left a bright smile as if they were heroes making an appearance. Flash rolled his eyes helplessly, deeply aware of the perversity behind the bright smiles of his countrymen. Bad taste. The Motherlanders just love to tear their enemies in half and watch them crawl around on the ground in despair. First things first. The valiant Wonder Woman walks in style, casually tousling her big blonde waves as she gazes off into the distance in the direction of the missile explosion. I'll go ahead and pull out the mice. The goal was fairly obvious. Johnny Rabbit was destroying this tier while the Knights of Justice needed to banish the saboteurs altogether. Banish the darkness. Resolve the plague. That's what the Sons do. In the meantime, Johnny Rabbit was enjoying the thrill of the explosion and destruction. Explosions are art. The auto-guided bombs leveled a high-rise building and the entire city burned in a sea of flames. Funny? Is that funny? Johnny Rabbit hopped and hopped, walking between the earth bricks and rubble, as if he had returned to the most pleasant childhood days. Johnny Bunny loves to disassemble the toy car he just bought, observe its internal structure, and then install some strange and weird things on it. For example, takes a toy doll and sews it onto a toy car. Small inventions. Rock, paper, scissors. Johnny Bunny pulls out a hairy crab toy from his sublime pocket, then engages it in a round of rock paper scissors. Oops. I'm so sorry. You're a sharp knife. I'm a rock. I win. Johnny Bunny took out another oversized 2-kick firecracker from his secondary pocket and placed it on the pincers of the hairy crab, followed by lighting the long core twist. She pulled out another clockwork turner and twisted it hard on the parts of the hairy crab a few times. An entire toy machine immediately came to life, crawling towards where the tide of corpses and buildings was most dense. It's going to be explosively spicy. Johnny Rabbit half-crouched his body, his hands covering his ears, his eyes squinting up a slit to peek at the explosion in the distance. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A mushroom cloud rose into midair. The seemingly 2-kicked large firecrackers even burst the power of a small nuclear bomb. Mushroom clouds set off 10,000 lights. Shockwaves will be several kilometers in a circle of glass have been shattered. Within a few hundred meters, everything was flooded with concentrated flames, and the rotting corpses on the streets were reduced to pieces along with the surrounding buildings. Giddy up. Johnny Bunny was confused by the bombshell she had gotten herself into. The splash of dust and falling debris nearly buried her, and finally staggered to her feet as if she were drunk, shaking her head vigorously. Interesting. Crab bro, you did a good job. Johnny Bunny gave a thumbs up and praised the power of the crab toy. Suddenly, another explosion came from the ground in the distance. A buried rabbit burst into flames, and a large cloud of pink dust turned into fireworks, forming the shape of a skull in midair. Wow, there's an enemy coming. Johnny Rabbit jumped up with excitement. Those rabbit mines had an early warning effect. There was a strong enemy nearby that was rapidly approaching. Snap. Johnny Rabbit snapped his fingers. A bang bomb at her side went up with it. The autocruise activating and the laser lock aiming toward the enemy, cutting a long trailing flame straight ahead. Immediately after, the unthinkable happened. Lasso of truth. A flash of gold swept by, and a whip could vaguely be seen wrapping around the missile, restraining it as if taming a wild horse. It's Wonder Woman's power. The lasso of truth can bind even lightning, let alone a physical missile. Go back. Wonder Woman chortled, and the thumping bomb in midair smashed in Zhang Yi's direction instead. It's over. Woo woo. Johnny Rabbit held his head as the missile landed on top of his head instead, and with a violent explosion, flames and shockwaves instantly flooded the petite body. Poof. Wonder Woman grunted as her foe was settled so easily. However, the smoke gradually cleared. In the midst of the flames and dust, there was a transparent eggshell made up of diamond-shaped squares that tightly resisted all the damage and helped Johnny Rabbit escape the explosion. At absolute field. Ha. Almost forgot. I still have the heart of the atom. Johnny Bunny spat out her tongue, lamenting her carelessness. The near-infinite energy of the heart of the atom, combined with her gift of the wall of the heart, is able to use energy conversion to create a force field of near-absolute defense. All guns blazing. Get some big guns. Johnny Bunny put her hands in her interdimensional pockets, followed by pulling out 2 oversized shotguns and pulling the triggers frantically towards Wonder Woman. Random generation. Johnny Rabbit's interdimensional pockets will be in the right place and the right weapon will be brought out. 2 oversized shotguns sputtered out thousands of pellets, and each one had a core twist burning on it, like a small bomb. Ding 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 ding. The crashing sound was unrelenting. Overdrive. Guardian bracelet. Wonder Woman's paws slammed into the ground, her body blurring into a trail of stubble as she moved extremely fast and at high speed. Her pair of golden arm guards were able to withstand any weapon, quickly deflecting thousands of projectiles and ejecting them. Explosion. The projectile near Wonder Woman, the core twist burning to the end, suddenly explodes. Shattered stars in the sky. Countless explosions like the stars of the heavens. Thousands of shotgun pellets transformed into dots. Cascading explosions instantly drowning Wonder Woman. Chapter 145 Alien Demon Corpse Shell vs Motherlander. Dang! The stars of the heavens twinkle. Wonder Woman resists the violent explosion. Her big wavy blonde hair is burned to a charred ash, and her skin has large wounds. Her pair of guardian gold bracelets touched together, erupting in a ripple of energy that actually pushed away the explosions cascading around them. Legend. This guardian gold bracelet is crafted from the shattered shards of the Aegis of the King of the Gods, and when its arms are crossed it can produce a terrifying force that shakes the earth. The big gun doesn't work. Then try this. Zhang Yi Rabbit dropped the gun in his hand, then pulled out a new weapon from his secondary pocket. La 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 la. Next to make its grand entrance is Zhang Yi Bunny didn't know what the thing he took out could be, and after a closer look, it was actually a rabbit doll that was missing one of its eyes. What's this? What good is a broken doll? Zhang Yi Rabbit didn't care. He directly threw it out and gave it a domineering name, Terror of the One-Eyed Bunny. The doll landed on the ground, followed by its body expanding rapidly, reaching a height of 3 meters in the blink of an eye. Its furry body, too, looked like it was plated with a layer of hard metal, and its mechanical arms sprouted sharp drills, transforming it into a monstrous mechanical behemoth. The mechanical behemoth rushes at Wonder Woman. It displays brute strength, with a drill robot arm that can easily tear through steel, and another giant claw robot arm that can spray out fishing nets. Boom, boom, boom. Wonder Woman battles the Iron Beast, but is in no way outmatched in power. Super power, super speed, super endurance, super healing, immortality. Wonder Woman has been blessed by the gods with all sorts of incredible powers, plus the artifacts she carries multiply her fighting prowess. Amazonian shield. Wonder Woman brought up her sharp shield behind her, resisting the mechanical behemoth's drilling attack, while drawing a golden, glittering rapier, deicide sword. This is the legendary sharp sword fought by Hephaestus, the god of fire, which is incredibly sharp and is definitely a sacred weapon of the Amazonian ethnicity. Wonder Woman swung her sword and chopped the drilled arm of the mechanical beast right off, followed by a stab into its core. Good grief, Bunny. It's time to use that trick again. Zhang Yi Bunny was full of size. The core of the mechanical behemoth bloomed with a dazzling azure-colored light, and besides being able to fight, its greatest function was of course related to explosions. Blow yourself up. The mushroom cloud rose into the air. The explosive power generated by the mechanical behemoth was far more terrifying than those bombs from before. It transformed into an azure-colored mushroom cloud flashing with lightning bolts, enveloping everything within a 1-kilometer radius and blowing a 100-meter giant crater deep into the ground. Lava. The scorching heat burned the ground into a molten rocky liquid, and the surface looked like freshly baked fiberglass, thoroughly carbonized. Houses, cars, roads, everything in the neighborhood was destroyed. Zhang Yi Rabbit's absolute force field was fully open, and the diamond-shaped wall of hearts flickered with light, barely blocking the impact from this explosion. She stood up dizzily, the melted fiberglass under her feet very hot, and bounced groggily, her shoes on the verge of being cooked. The other side. Wonder Woman is also alive. She was at the very center of the explosion. Her body was severely damaged, full of bloody wounds. The cracked flesh and blood turned into the color of charcoal, and you could even see the white bones. Wonder Woman gasped raggedly, half kneeling amidst the rubble and molten fire. Never in a million years, an insignificant little person could cause so much damage to himself. Are you okay? The man's voice came from nearby. The Zootopia cuts across the sky, leaving a series of sonic booms and ripples in its wake, floating out of nowhere above Wonder Woman with an impishly watchful expression. The enemy is just a little girl who is good at using various bombs. A bomb? Thermal weapons? Those old-time human weapons were simply scrap metal to superhumans like them. This girl is weird. Watch out for her, Wonder Woman reminded, touching the bloodstain at the corner of her mouth, signaling for the Homelanders to give it a try. Zip. The Zootopia's laser eye shoots out 2 red rays. The laser rays blasted at Zhang Yi Rabbit, and the hidden at absolute force field instantly surfaced, creating a diamond-shaped ripple that absorbed the sizzling energy. A little something. This at force field. It's actually able to absorb the heat of laser light? The Motherlander stopped his laser eyes. The sound of sonic booms came out again, and the whole person turned into a cannonball and charged towards Zhang Yi Rabbit. Boom! Buzz off. The Motherlander's fist blasted on top of the at absolute force field. The sonic boom could shatter people's eardrums, and the force field that emanated diamond-shaped ripples trembled violently. The power of the fists continued to strengthen. The Motherlander had tried to use both hands, hard enough to tear apart the force field of physical absolute defense, and the near-infinite energy could not withstand such a brutal load. Jiang Yi Bunny revealed a pained look. The heart of the atom is at maximum power output, but it still can't resist the invincible power of the Motherlanders. The wall of the heart is concerned with consciousness and soul. Not only the heart of the atom bears the damage, even Jiang Yi's conscious thinking is also to be forcibly torn apart. At this point, the Homelanders suddenly felt an aura of danger. A terrifying creature with black stiff hair growing all over its body appeared nearby at an unknown time. Alien demon corpse shell. Its scarlet eyes stared at the Motherlanders. Its body exuded a ghastly fury, and its hideously rumbled sinews made a cackling sound of friction. Ho 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 ho. The alien demon corpse shell roared. It rushed towards the Motherlanders floating in thin air, transforming into a blurry black stream of light and smashing hard like a comet hitting the earth. Power. Unrivaled sheer physical strength. That speed of over 10 times Mach, unobservable to the naked eye at close range, and the black claws pressed against his chest, silencing the Homelanders in moments. A contest of strength? Competing in the flesh? The Homelanders haven't been afraid of anyone yet. He struggled against it, and a fist blasted into the head of the alien demon corpse shell, immediately sending him flying dozens of meters away, smashing into the ground and rolling around a dozen times. The alien demon corpse shell stood up. The blow that would have smashed the tank into a discus had only slightly deflected its head. The earth burst into pieces. The heels of the alien demon corpse shell stepped on the ground, instantly coming in front of the Motherlander again. His black giant claws clenched into fists, ruthlessly smashing into the Motherlander's face. Boom, 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 boom. The Motherlander flew backwards like a cannonball, his body leaving a narrow gully on the ground for over 100 meters, smashing a boulder before coming to a halt. Bleeding? The Zootopia wiped the bloodstain from the corner of his mouth in disbelief. This fight of pure power has itself bled out. Again! The Motherlanders roared in anger and charged once again in the direction of the xenomorph corpse shells. Boom! 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 The sounds of blood and flesh crashing were endless. Two horrible monsters. You a punch I punch each other collision smashed. In midair constantly forming a vacuum zone. The fist force generated by the aftermath of ripples actually formed. Chapter 146, Flash. Atomic cut. Seconds. Deadly bone armor. Life expectancy of a man is not a matter of life and death. The pure physical strength of the Corpse King steadily suppressed the Motherlander. The xenomorphic corpse shells crushed the Homelanders underneath them as the heavy hammer came down again and again. The earth shattered into countless cracked traces, like crisscrossing canine teeth spreading out in all directions. Tamping. The huge pit that had been smashed out of that ground was tamped down with each swing of the huge fist, gradually expanding to a semicircular tunnel 100 meters in diameter. Wonder Woman is shocked. The Motherlanders are considered the toughest ones on the team. Swords and spears are invulnerable. Water and fire are invulnerable, easily lifting a 100-ton boulder, and even blowing up an entire building with a single punch. Even such an invincible existence was steadily suppressed by a Corpse King, gradually losing the ability to fight back and falling into a state of being unilaterally beaten. Calamity. This time, the purple plague level hell tier is obviously much more difficult. I'll do it. A bolt of electricity flashed. The Flash's body releases a massive amount of electricity, energizing his own psychic godspeed power. Speed bursts. The Flash transformed into a thunderbolt, the world around him at a standstill in his eyes. Even the speed of the light particles shining down to the ground became traceable. Speed up. Speed up. Speed up. Pillars of lightning and light flashed across the city, charging madly through the streets, kicking up a storm that toppled large swaths of carrion monsters and blew them dozens of meters into the air. Faster. 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 The Flash's body nearly disintegrated under the addition of the Godspeed force, and the atoms contained within his flesh and blood became independent. The unthinkable happened. Through the wall. The Flash's body passed through the wall, countless individual atoms blooming with streams of light, actually streaming through the cracks between atoms and strings. The next moment, the Flash emerges from the other side of the wall and accomplishes the effect of quantum tunneling through the super speed of the Godspeed force. In other words, the Flash became an incredibly sharp knife. This knife cuts through the gaps between atoms, to the point where it won't actually hurt you, it just passes through you. However, this immensely sharp blade of lightning, slightly brought together, produces a very different effect. The lightning was getting faster and faster. The necromancer within his viewpoint raised his fist and descended abnormally slowly, the strand of blood staining the tip of his fist splattering in irregular shapes. Pust. Lightning thunderbolts swept past the Corpse King, and his body transformed into an atomic-level cutting knife. actually severing one of the Corpse King's arms and spinning and throwing it high into the air. Well done. The Motherlander's eyes released laser light. His whole body was covered by biotic force places, and his feet violently kicked the alien demon corpse shell away, finally getting rid of the suppression of this horrible demonic creature. Broken arm? The xenomorph corpse shell slowly lowered its head, and a sleek, flat cut appeared on its arm, the severed half of the arm plunging backwards into the dirt. Hurry! Chop off his head too. The Fatherlander chortled. Now was the perfect time to slay this demonic creature. No. I need to rest. The overload of Godspeed Force will cause my flesh to collapse. Flash gasped raggedly. The use of the Godspeed Force took a high toll. The cells of his entire body were on overdrive and burning. It's burning lives. Rest? The alien demon corpse shell wouldn't leave him any time to rest. The black corpse hairs wriggled and fused with the fury to grow infinitely, wrapping around towards the arm that had been plunged into the ground a few hundred meters away, dragging it back to become one with his own body. Don't forget, the Corpse King also possesses superb healing abilities. Not a chance. I'll restrain it. Use the Godspeed Force again and chop its head off. The Motherlander's bioforce field erupted as sonic booms exploded one after another, blasting the alien demon corpse shell with all its might and preventing it from recovering its severed arm. No way. You can only burn yourself. The Flash forced his powers, Godspeed Force burning with life energy, to run desperately as a pillar of light. Go, 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 go. Fast enough to turn into a real lightning bolt. So fast that each atom turned into a sharp blade, chopping the shell of the alien demon corpse into pieces. What's that? Flash was running at a breakneck pace when he saw another red flash of lightning streak across the sky in the twinkling of an eye. Thunder light. Another dark red dark thunder. Horn blows. Yongfeng finally appeared. This is an evolved natural ability, promoted from the second stage of the Hour of the Hunt. The speed flash activates and overloads nerve cells throughout the body, creating a torrent of lightning and lightning light columns that produce superb bursts of speed. That was fast. Flash watched the crimson dark thunder rapidly approaching and marveled at the speed of the lightning. Look closely. Flash was even more horrified. In the center of the agitated current was, surprisingly, a man running at full speed. Godspeed Force? Did the other party also have an ability like Godspeed Power? No. Flash's eyes reflected the remnants of the man. One of Yang Feng's arms, transformed into a blade as sharp as a cloud trail, easily cut through the airflow, and the target was precisely his own head? Staring. Must steer. The Flash's mind dissolved into hyper-aggressive currents as he forcefully maneuvered his body into a turn, trying to avoid the fatal blow. But, the two were too fast. Faster than a voice. Faster than a thought. Faster than a thought. Faster than an idea. In other words, when you see a light, it is proof that this light has shone into your eyes. The world went dark. The Flash felt the entire world rapidly dimming. Thoughts and ideas frozen in the moment. Pust. A trail of clouds crossed the head. The blade light chopped through the eyes. Half of the head was cut off horizontally from the center. Above the nose disappeared, and the ability to think was also cut off in this instant. Next, thunder pillars of lightning erupted with searing light. A corpse that had lost half of its head tumbled out, exceeding sound several times over as streams of light, leaving a long series of scratched grooves in the ground. Wipe out the Sun Knights and get 100,000 bounty points. The Flash that Yongfeng had killed with a single blow was still holding half of his brain in his hand, and the fresh brain was still throbbing a few times before it was finally scattered all over the ground under the influence of gravity, just like a spilled beanflower. Dead? How exactly the Flash died is anyone's guess. Let's go. This guy is no ordinary son. The Motherlander's face suddenly changed, and his eyes flashed with horror. Unbeatable. It's not the same level. It's not the same class. The original alien demon corpse shell was difficult enough to deal with, and the Motherlander was barely able to make a match with it. But when compared to the man in front of him, it was nothing. Escape. All they could do was run away. The champion's head ring on Wonder Woman's head flickers, galvanizing its superspeed flight abilities as it rushes directly toward the time tunnel formed by the gargoyles in the sky. There's still a chance. The price is nothing more than mission failure. Leave this tier and have a chance to live. Speed Flash. Yongfeng took a deep breath. His body once again erupted with crimson thunder light, and the moment his feet stepped on the earth, he turned into a stream of light and rushed to the sky. The light of the blade was like a red haze. The gargoyles in the sky shattered, and Wonder Woman's body was split in two down the middle. Blood, flesh, and organs rustling down from the sky. Wipe out the Sun Knights and get 100,000 bounty points. The second sun was annihilated. The only people left alive at the scene were the Zykers. Chapter 147 Colony. Gravity Crush. Lords, your turn. I'm interested in what you can do. Yongfeng stood above the earth as Wonder Woman's body fell from the sky, much of her equipment strewn about as a cruel backdrop. Flight. Why does the motherland levitate in mid-air? This ability to levitate and fly is very practical and well suited to devouring it. Wait. We can talk. I would like to be your slave. The Homelanders shook their hands, their eyes filled with terror, no longer with the initial arrogance. Slaves? It's an ancient contract of indenture. Slave contract, you can sell yourself for a chance to live. Once the treaty is signed, the slaves will permanently lose their freedom until the conditions of redemption are fulfilled. For example, pay 1 million points. If a slave contract is signed with a condition of 1,000,000 points, then the slave will have to go through various challenges and tasks until the condition is met in order to regain his or her freedom. For example, 50 years of slavery. If a slave signs a 50-year contract, he or she must work as an ox for those 50 years, even if the mission is certain death, until the end of the contract, when he or she can regain his or her freedom. Sure, there can be compound conditions. For example, within 50 years, you must earn 5 million points or the slave treaty will be extended. In a nutshell, lease contracts are just a win-win for hugging, while slave contracts will be pure oppression, plunder, colonization, slavery. The sun shines brightly and gloriously, dispelling the darkness of hell, but on the other side of the light was a deeper gloom, a sun-level existence that was perfectly bright and open to plunder. Points? I'm not too short. Yang Feng snorted and snapped his fingers immediately afterward. The xenomorph corpse shell transformed into a cannonball and roared as it rushed at the Motherlanders once again, beating each other up without a second thought, directly smashing down a nearby building. Ruined stone splash. The lasers cut through the boulders and steel bars, but were unable to do any effective damage to the xenomorph corpse shells. Two slashing monsters hammering away at each other. The earth trembled violently once again, occasionally sending the other party flying hundreds of meters away, but immediately tangling together again. Ho 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 ho! The roar of the alien demon corpse shell was deafening. Its black stiff fur wrapped around towards the Homelander's torso, its hands encircling the Homelander's arms and chest, its sheer physical strength slightly prevailing. Your DNA genes. Interesting. The mutation goes deep into the marrow of the bones, and it should have been alienated from the baby's mother. Yang Feng walked in front of the Motherlander while the alien demon corpse shell pressed down strongly on him, assuming a kneeling stance. Curse eater, filthy baby. The sound of baby's crying was mournful and ear-piercing, and countless small, fat hands transformed into tentacles and wrapped themselves around the Zawuzi. What is it? The horror on the Fatherlander's face grew even more hideous as he activated the bioforce field in his body with all his might, creating a kind of super-absolute defense. Bioforce field. Space warp. The Motherlander exudes a biological force field that distorts the gravity around him and even distorts space, thus giving him the ability to levitate and fly. This power, if pushed to the extreme, could not only work for flight, but also create a superb killing ability. Gravity crushes. The Zootopia is self-centered and unleashes its bioforce field with full force, creating a massive gravitational crush. The gravitational field is altered. Gravity increases tenfold and 100-fold. The weight of objects skyrockets with it, and everything goes to ruin. Unbearable gravity. On the edge of the gravity crush, a carrion slowly approaches. It couldn't withstand 100 times gravity, its blood bursting through its veins, its bones struggling to bear its own weight, and its body was immediately flattened into mush. The surrounding ruins were crushed into pieces. Those stones turned to powder. The steel bars curled as gravity twisted them, and even the earth collapsed downward. Can't breathe. The air is subjected to hundreds of times its weight, and the oxygen molecules no longer float and crash to the ground, creating a large watery atmosphere. Don't push me, or die with you, the Fatherlander threatened. Being at the very core of the gravity crush, even he himself was having trouble with the strong pressure, his skin emanating gusts of being torn apart. Heavy crushing. Half the city is collapsing. Yang Feng slowly raised his hand, feeling that the blood in his entire body was flowing backwards. His internal organs were falling downward, and every drop of blood seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Very good. All the more reason to devour you. Instead, Yang Feng revealed a sardonic smile. The stronger the opponent's ability, the more valuable it would be to devour it. Drought demon flames. Yang Feng also took out his crushing trick. Countless fat little hands, burning up dry black demonic flames, and everything went into decline. The bodies of the Homelanders are drying up and withering away at a rate visible to the naked eye. The drought demon is out, and the land is 1,000 miles red. The demonic flames made up of corpse fiends burned the Zykers into dry corpses in just a dozen seconds or so. You want to kill me? Not so simple. The Zootopia's bioforce field exploded with it. He released layers of terrifying gravitational light waves, completely twisting the space around him into a gravity bomb. Click! The body of the Fate Demon corpse shell shattered with it, crumbling out large swathes of tainted blood. and even the heavenly longevity immortalized bone was filled with cracks. Put. The sound of blood and flesh tearing came. Yang Feng, the alien demon corpse shell, and the motherlander were simultaneously squeezed into a ball by the gravity bomb. The space around them continued to gather, collapsing inward like a black hole, eventually turning into a large mass of writhing flesh and blood. Killer. Never underestimate any sun-level being, going through one hellish ordeal after another. It was very likely that he had mastered some kind of destructive extermination power, and once he used it, it would be the end of the same life. Fatherlanders. Its abilities might not be as good as the alien demon corpse shell, but the power of the final self-destructing gravity bomb really shouldn't be underestimated. But Yang Feng had more than one stunt in his crushing box. Alien devil molts. Amidst the blurred and twisted mass of flesh, a new flesh was then born. Yang Feng tore apart his originally destroyed shell and regenerated with a blood-soaked body, crawling out of the large meat mass. Pale. Yang Feng's body was slightly weak. After using the alien demon molting shell ability twice in a row over the past few days, the life force had been consumed heavily, and it seemed to be a bit overwhelming. Looking back, the body shell of the alien devil was severely destroyed, temporarily unable to be transformed into a corpse king. Wipe out the Sun Knights and receive 100,000 bounty points. Annihilate the Knights of Justice. Earn 300,000 team points. Lots of points remitted. Wiped out the 3-man Sun Warriors and also earned 300,000 team points. Hell tiers being transformed. You've temporarily become the lord of this level. You may leave this level and return to it at any time. The bloody letters of hell floated over the eyeballs. Yang Feng's destruction of the hell tier was equivalent to capturing the colony and was temporarily promoted to lord. Feel free to leave at any time. Come back any time. Lords can do as much research as they like in this tier as they feel like, spreading plagues or viruses to see what kind of stuff they'll evolve into.